Chen Nian, a newly graduated orphan, accidentally fell into a mysterious tinking while hiking in Shennongjia. At the bottom, he discovered a mysterious spaceship as precious as a supreme treasure. After successfully activating the bond, he unexpectedly unlocked the incredible ability to traverse the multiverse. From then on, he broke free from Earth's bounds and traveled across countless stars and vast realms. On Earth, he gathered stars and enjoyed splendor. Across the myriad realms, he encountered beauties and won their hearts. Moreover, with his earthly cuisine, he made powerful beings across the multiverse drool, capturing countless. From an ordinary graduate to a multiverse traveler commanding a starship, Chen Nian's journey is across endless starry rivers and countless worlds. Damn! Chen Nian's foot slipped, and he fell straight down. Not a slow slide, but a feeling of complete weightlessness. Complete weightlessness. Wind roared past his ears, the backpack straps bit into his shoulders, his body plummeted through the darkness. Damn, was the only word he could utter. Then the back of his head hit something. His consciousness flickered. When he woke up, Chen Nian found himself lying on a cold, hard surface. Not soil. Not gravel. Metal. What the hell? He struggled to turn over, every bone in his body protesting. His right elbow was scraped, raw blood beating up mixed with mud. But he didn't care about that, because what he saw made his brain freeze. A ship. Yes, a ship. At the bottom of this sinkhole, at least 70 or 80 meters deep, a sleek silver-gray ship covered in strange patterns lay quiet. Its size was not large, about 20 meters long. But the shape was extremely strange, unlike any human-made aircraft he knew. Chen Nian stared for a full 10 seconds. Damn, he cursed again. Not fear. Just shock that left his language system with only those two words. Chen Nian pushed himself up and sat slowly, looking up. Above was a narrow opening of light sunshine, leaking down, illuminating only a small patch of the sinkhole floor. Most of the ship was hidden in the dimness. He took out his phone. No signal. Expected. The screen was cracked, but still lit. He turned on the flashlight. The beam swept across the silver-gray hull, revealing the patterns more clearly. Not scratches. Not decoration. More like some kind of circuit. Chen Nian swallowed. He was an orphan raised in a welfare home, finished college with a student loan, majoring in computer science. He had graduated a month ago, sent out over 40 resumes, interviewed with 12 companies, all dead ends. The last HR looked at his resume and asked, "What are your parents?" He said he had no parents. The HR's expression changed and said to wait for notification. Then nothing. This trip to Shennongjia was a vacation with his last 2,000 yuan. He thought worst case, he could deliver food. But now even that was off the table. He might die in this sinkhole. Calm down, he said to himself. Chen Nian stood up, limped towards the ship. Since he couldn't get out, he might as well see what this thing was. Maybe it was an experimental device from some research institute. Or some movie prop. He knew how ridiculous those guesses were. As he got closer, he noticed a recessed area on the hull shaped like a handprint. Chen Nian stared at the recess for a few seconds. Then, as if possessed, he pressed his right hand against it. The scraped wounds on his palm were exactly on the surface of the recess. The blood seeped in. The next second, the entire ship lit up. Whoa! A low vibration traveled from within the ship, through the floor up to his heart. All the patterns lit up, flowing with a deep blue light, like activated veins. Chen Nian instinctively stepped back. But it was too late. A beam of light shot from the recess, hitting his forehead. It didn't hurt. But suddenly a flood of information poured into his head. Images, text, sounds. All mixed together like someone forcibly dumped a whole hard drive's data into his brain. Chen Nian held his head, fell to his knees. It lasted about 30 seconds. Or maybe 3 minutes. He couldn't tell. When the flood of information receded, Chen Nian gasped for breath, his forehead covered in cold sweat. But his eyes had changed. Because he knew what this ship was called. It was called Du, not a product of any civilization on Earth. Its maker came from a long-extinct high civilization, with the name damaged in transmission, leaving only a few blurry syllables. But that didn't matter. What mattered was the ship's core function. Time-space travel. Chen Nian knelt on the ground, digesting the information. Du can travel to different times and spaces, different worlds. Each travel consumes energy, and the source of energy is the pilot's emotional fluctuation. What kind of bullshit setting is that? Chen Nian blurted out. The information in his mind was clear: joy, excitement, anger. All strong emotions can be converted into travel energy by Du. The stronger the emotion, the more abundant the energy. The recognition condition was also harsh. Only the blood of a lonely person could activate Du. Chen Nian's mouth twitched. Lonely person. That was the one thing he had never lacked in his life. All right. He stood up, brushed the dust off his knees. First problem. How do I get out of this hole? The information in his mind immediately gave feedback. Du can fly. No shit. Chen Nian walked to the side of the ship. A hatch slid open silently. He took a deep breath and walked in. The interior was much larger than it looked from. Not the kind of flashy sci-fi movie interior, more like a minimalist apartment. In the center was the pilot area, a silver gray chair in front of it, a curved, transparent. On the left was a closed small room, the door shut. On the right were some storage cabinets. Chen Nian sat in the pilot chair. The chair automatically adjusted angle and height. Very comfortable. 1,000 times more comfortable than the 120 yuan folding bed in his rental room. The curved panel lit up, showing a string of characters he had never seen, but strangely he could understand them. The bonus of recognition language synchronization. The panel showed current energy reserve 3. That's it. Feedback enough for a short distance spatial displacement, like flying out of this sinkhole. Long distance time-space travel requires at least 30. Then how do I recharge? He already knew the answer. Emotions. Chen Nian leaned back, staring at the 3 number on the panel. He suddenly laughed. Not a bitter laugh, but a genuinely amused one. A month ago he was worried about rent. 2 hours ago he was worried about the mountain path. Now he was sitting in an alien spaceship, told he could travel through time. He laughed out loud. The number on the panel jumped. 3 became 3. 2. It actually charged. Chen Nian's eyes widened. He thought about his 23 years of life, from the welfare home to school, from school to society, from full of hope to constant rejection. Then he remembered the HR's expression. Anger surged. 3. 2 became 4. 1. Holy shit. Chen Nian sat up straight. Anger works too. He suddenly felt that all the grievances and anger he had bottled up over the years weren't completely wasted. There are toothpicks in the kitchen right on the table. Go and look for them, Shennongjia said, holding back her laugh. No engine roar, no flame. The hull vibrated slightly, then rose vertically. Chen Nian saw the rock walls of the sinkhole retreat on both sides, the opening above growing larger and brighter. Whoosh. Sunlight rushed in. Du hovered 50 meters above the sinkhole, surrounded by the rolling ridges of Shennongjia, verdant like a sea of green. Chen Nian squinted for a moment, then looked down at the panel. Energy 1. 7. Flying out had used almost half. So now, I can't fly very far. Feedback. Du supports ground stealth parking mode, with very low energy consumption. Recommend landing nearby to accumulate energy before acting. Fine. Chen Nian piloted Du to land in a clearing in the dense forest, then activated stealth mode. From the outside, nothing was there. He sat in the pilot chair and began to seriously browse through all the information about Du in his mind. The target worlds for travel were not random. Du's database contained coordinates of countless parallel timelines. Some had names, some only numbers. Chen Nian glanced over. He saw a familiar word. Coordinate 0927, Dupo. He looked further. Coordinate 1143, Zhitian. Coordinate 0216, Perfect World. Coordinate 0760, Swallowing Starry Sky. Wait. Chen Nian's breathing quickened. These names were novels he had stayed up late reading in his dorm. They were real parallel worlds. The energy panel numbers started jumping. 4, 3, 4, 7, 5, 2. His heart raced, excitement rising, and that excitement was being greedily absorbed and converted by Du. Chen Nian took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Not now, first build up enough energy. He leaned back, closed his eyes. His mind started planning. He had nothing now, but he had Du. This ship could not only travel through time and space, but also had a function he just noticed. Material synchronizing teleportation. Simply put, he could bring things from one world to another. Chen Nian opened his eyes. What if I bring Hotpot Base from Earth to the world of Dupot Sancho? He didn't finish, because the panel displayed a new message. Detected extremely low physical fitness of the pilot. It is recommended to first go to a low-risk spacetime for basic enhancement. Recommended coordinate 0001, current Earth parallel line. Coordinate 0001, still Earth, but parallel. Chen Nian looked at the line, a slow grin spreading across his face. Alright, let's go check out the parallel Earth first. He pressed confirm. The energy numbers on the panel began to count down. A ring of blue light lit up the inner walls of the cockpit, sweeping from back to front. The air became thick, a pressure on his eardrums. Then, everything went dark. 3 seconds later, vision returned. The panel showed arrived at coordinate 0001. Energy remaining 0. 4. Chen Nian looked at the scene outside. High buildings. Neon lights. Heavy traffic. This was not Shennongjia. The panel displayed location Beijing Chaoyang District, date July 15, 2024, 8:47 p.m. Same date as when he left. But this was a parallel world. Chen Nian stood up, walked to the hatch. The door slid open. The summer night heat mixed with the smell of barbecue stalls hit him. He looked down at himself, covered in mud, elbows still bleeding, one backpack strap broken. He looked like a homeless person. First, find a place to wash up. He took a step. A voice came from the left. Hey, don't move. Turn around, yes, like that. Light this way. Chen Nian turned. Less than 20 meters away, a group of people were photographing on a set. Light stands, reflectors, makeup artists, a whole setup. And the person being photographed, a girl. Long hair, white dress, side profile facing the camera. Chen Nian froze. In his world, this face was on every short video platform, every billboard, his roommate's phone wallpaper. But in this parallel world. But in this parallel world, she had already become famous. Chen Nian's mind had not yet had time to process this information when a beam of a flashlight shone directly onto his face. Hey, who are you? How did you get in? A burly man in a black t-shirt rushed over a walkie-talkie pinned to his chest, and one hand had already grabbed security. Chen Nian subconsciously took half a step back, his heel hitting the curb, nearly falling. The burly man took the opportunity to push him. I'm asking you, which unit are you from? I'm not. I'm just passing by. The burly man looked him up and down. Mud covered most of his shirt, the blood on his elbow had half dried and formed scabs, and a few withered grass blades clung to his pant legs. His entire person exuded a unique aura of someone who had crawled out of a mountain gully. Passing by. The burly man's attitude dropped a notch from vigilance straight to disdain. This area is a closed-set Sister Feifei's filming zone. How did you sneak in? Sister Feifei. Chen Nian's heart skipped a beat. It was indeed her. Lu Feifei. In his original world, she was the fairy sister, the national goddess with over 100 million fans across the internet. His college roommate Wang Hao's ultimate idol. That guy had Lu Feifei's face printed on his phone wallpaper, computer desktop, and even his mug. He had sworn a solemn oath in front of the entire dormitory. If he didn't marry Lu Feifei in this life, he would marry someone who resembled her. Of course, later Wang Hao married someone who looked nothing like her. Move this way, don't block the camera. The burly man pushed him toward the outside of the barrier. Chen Nian stumbled 2 steps. A sharp pain shot through his arm. The wound on his elbow had been pulled. Bro, I really just passed by. If you don't leave, I'll call the burly man's voice was loud. Several people on the filming side had already looked over. The photographer put down his camera, the assistant stopped the reflector, and even the makeup artist leaned in with an amused interest, as if watching a monkey show. Chen Nian cursed inwardly. Off to a bad start. In the first minute of arriving in the parallel world, he had become a vagrant suspected of breaking into a celebrity's filming set. If someone had filmed a video and uploaded it, he could already imagine the headline. Suspicious man appears at Lu Feifei's late-night shoot, security subdues in 3 seconds. Just as he was thinking about how to get away, someone spoke from the filming area. Wait. 2 words. Not heavy but clear enough. The burly man's hand pushing him stopped. Chen Nian turned his head. Lu Feifei walked out from behind the photographer. White dress, long hair, still wearing the light makeup from the shoot. She came closer, less than 3 meters away. The assistant hurried to follow, holding a sunshade umbrella in one hand and a bottle of water in the other, muttering, Sister Feifei, don't go over, what if it's... Lu Feifei ignored her. She looked at Chen Nian's arm. The wound is still bleeding. Aren't you going to treat it? Chen Nian looked down. The scab on his elbow had been torn open by the burly man's push, and fresh blood beads were trickling down his forearm. It's nothing, just a superficial injury. Lu Feifei glanced back at her assistant. First aid kit. The assistant froze for a second. Sister Feifei, this. First aid kit. The assistant stopped talking and turned to trot off to rummage through the equipment cart. The burly man released Chen Nian's arm and stepped back. He was utterly confused. Of course he would let go when the boss said so, but the situation seemed off no matter how he looked at it. A mud monkey of unknown origin. Why should Sister Feifei personally speak up? Chen Nian was equally puzzled. Lu Feifei had no reason to do this. A top star closed-set night shoot, a strange man covered in mud shows up. The normal reaction would be to have security kick him out and be done with it. Why did she stop? The panel flickered at the edge of his vision. Chen Nian glanced from the corner of his eye. Detected spatio-temporal information deviation. Driver, Chen Nian, has no corresponding sync body at coordinate 0001. Note, this time-space has recorded no identity information or biometric data matching the driver. Suggestion: establish a local identity anchor as soon as possible, otherwise the system will classify you as a space-time drifter, triggering unpredictable consequences. A chill ran down Chen Nian's spine. No corresponding sync body. That meant in this parallel world there was no other Chen Nian. No ID card, no household registration, no student status, no records at all. He was a person who simply did not exist in this world. The 5 words, unpredictable consequences, stabbed into his heart, making him feel uneasy. The assistant ran back holding a white first aid kit. Lu Feifei took it, opened it, and pulled out iodine and gauze. Give me your hand. Chen Nian hesitated for a moment. The national goddess. The top star. Wang Hao's ultimate idol. At this moment, she was crouching in front of him, ready to dress his wound. If Wang Hao were here to see this, he would ascend to heaven on the spot. Thank you. He extended his arm. Lu Feifei tore open an iodine cotton pad and wiped the edges of the wound. Her movements were deft, clearly not the first time she had done this. How did you get hurt? Fell while climbing a mountain. Which mountain? Shennongjia. Lu Feifei's hand paused for a moment. The photographer beside them leaned over, took a cigarette from his pocket, and put it in his mouth, without lighting it, taunting, Sister Feifei, this brother doesn't look like a reporter either. Came from Shennongjia to Chaoyang district. Came by rocket. The last few shots will be made up later. Lu Feifei didn't look up, continuing to wrap the gauze. The photographer raised an eyebrow, glanced at Chen Nian, and said no more. Chen Nian took this opportunity to quickly digest the information on the panel. No identity. This was the most troublesome issue. In modern society, without an identity, you cannot move an inch. You can't stay in hotels, ride buses, buy things, and soon you will be flagged as an anomaly by the social management system. It must be resolved. The panel refreshed a line of text. Methods to establish identity: anchor, obtain local legal identity credentials, difficulty extremely high, bind a local resident as identity guarantor, difficulty high, consume energy for the system to directly generate identity data and implant it into the local database, required energy 37. 6. Current energy 0. For suggestion, choose option 3 is the most convenient, but the energy is off by nearly 100 times. Option 1 was impossible for an undocumented person like him. That left only option 2. Finding a local resident as identity guarantor. In plain terms, find someone in this world to vouch for his identity. Lu Feifei patted her hands, the gauze already wrapped. Remember to change the dressing when you get back and don't get it wet. Chen Nian looked at her. A thought emerged, both absurd and daring. The first person he met in this world happened to be a nationally renowned public figure. Don't even think about it. Crazy. Why would she help you? A mud monkey crawling out of the mountains. If she even gave him a second glance, it would be the mercy of a bodhisattva. But the red text on the panel still stood there. Warning: identity anchor not established. Remaining safe time 71 hours, 58 minutes. Consequence of timeout: local spacetime rejection reaction initiated. Driver will be forcibly ejected from current coordinates. 72 hours. Within 3 days, he must find someone in this world willing to vouch for him. Otherwise, he would be kicked out back to the ship with only 0. For energy to continue being a cosmic vagrant. Lu Feifei had already turned and walked back. The assistant held up the umbrella and followed, lowering her voice. Sister Feifei, what was that person's background just now? Don't know. Then why did you? He was bleeding, so I treated it. Is that not allowed? The assistant pouted and said no more. The burly man shuffled over, looking down at Chen Nian. All right, brother, the wound's been bandaged. Time to go, right? Chen Nian didn't move. The panel displayed another line of text. Detected driver emotional fluctuation, anxiety index rising. Energy conversion efficiency increased to 6. 1. Current energy 0. 7. Anxiety could also charge the system. This damn system consumed all kinds of emotions, happiness, urgency, like an emotional recycling bin. Are you going or not? He'll really call the police. I'm going. Chen Nian turned and took 3 steps. The 4th step never landed. Because the panel popped up a new message, a message that pinned him to the spot. Urgent notice: driver biometric scan completed. Detected residual due energy imprint within the driver's body. Same imprint detection. Result: in this time space, 1 person. Mark target within 30 meters of current coordinates. 30 meters. There was another person carrying the same due energy imprint as him. Chen Nian jerked his head back. Under the lights of the filming area, Lu Feifei was sitting on a folding chair. The assistant handed her water. She took it, unscrewed the cap, and raised it for a sip. The red dot on the panel was precisely locked onto her. The red dot remained steady, firmly fixed on Lu Feifei's position. Chen Nian stood frozen, a momentary blankness washing over his mind. Then the panel displayed another line of text. The matching degree of the transcend energy imprint 97. 3. This imprint usually arises from a deep causal link between the driver and the local life forms. Speculation: the target individual has an unresolved cross-temporal causal relationship with the driver. Recommendation: immediately disengage the target to obtain more information. Cross-temporal causal relationship. These words struck Chen Nian like a hammer on the back of his head. He stared at the woman sitting 30 meters away on a folding chair, rapidly processing his thoughts. What does it mean? There is some sort of cross-temporal connection between him and Lu Feifei. He had never seen her before. At least in the memories prior to waking up on the spaceship, there were no fragments about this person. But the system wouldn't give a 97. 3 matching degree for no reason. The burly man's hand had already landed on his shoulder. Brother, can't you understand? Leave, don't force me to take action. Chen Nian didn't turn his head, his gaze locked firmly on Lu Feifei beyond the burly man's shoulder. Leave? If he left, it would be over. With a 7-titwoher limit and no lead on the identity anchor, the only matching energy imprint was just 30 meters away. If he turned and left now, how many hurdles would he have to cross to see this person again? Who is she? A top star surrounded by assistants, bodyguards, and a work team, leaving ordinary people with no chance to even get close. Today's encounter was the only window. The burly man increased his grip, his fingers digging into Chen Nian's shoulder muscles. It hurt. Last time, I have something to say to her. The burly man paused for a moment, then a look of annoyance crossed his face, as if thinking, here comes another crazy fan. Who do you want to talk to? Lu Feifei. The burly man turned to glance at the shooting area, then at Chen Nian. Covered in mud with dried blood crusted on his face, hair a mess like a bird's nest, and his hand wrapped in freshly bandaged gauze. In this state, claiming he wanted to speak to a top female star would sound absurd to anyone. Alright, I'll call the police. The burly man freed one hand to take out his. Chen Nian quickly pressed down on his wrist. The motion was swift, so fast that the burly man's muscles tensed and reacted half a beat late. The panel flickered in the corner of his vision. The driver's adrenaline level has risen. Energy conversion efficiency increased to 8. 7. Current energy 1. 1. Give me 2 minutes. Chen Nian stared at the burly man, his voice lowered. 2 minutes to finish talking, then I leave. The burly man tried to shake off his hand, but couldn't. This made the burly man's expression shift. At 6 feet tall and weighing 90 kilograms, he had worked in security for 5 years, yet he couldn't shake off a scrawny man who looked like a gust of wind could blow him away. Let go of me. 2 minutes. They faced off for 3 seconds. The burly man ultimately didn't struggle further, but he raised his phone in his other hand, clearly ready to call at any moment. You go over and talk, then roll away immediately. Chen Nian released his grip and strode toward the shooting area. The assistant was the first to notice him. The round-faced girl was crouched beside Lu Feifei, organizing her makeup box. When she caught sight of a dirty figure walking straight toward them, she jumped up in shock to block his path. What are you doing? Didn't I tell you to leave? I'm looking for her. Who are you looking for? Our Feifei. Who even are you? Security, Xiaoyang. Lu Feifei's voice came from behind, calm and unhurried. The assistant turned back, and Lu Feifei had already put down her water bottle and stood up. She looked at Chen Nian, neither panicked nor impatient, simply studying him with indifference. Haven't you left? I have something to ask you. What is it? Chen Nian opened his mouth, then closed it again. What should he ask? Why do you have the transcend energy imprint on you? Are you from another time and space like me? Saying this would likely get him labeled as insane. The panel conveniently displayed another line. Recommendation: trigger imprint resonance through physical contact for quick verification of causal link strength. Required contact time over 3 seconds. Physical contact. More than 3 seconds. To translate, he needed to touch her. Touch a female star he had only known for less than 20 minutes. In front of her bodyguards and assistants. This was crazier than directly asking her if she was an alien. But the 7-titwoher countdown was ticking down in the upper right corner of the panel second by second. 714633, 714632. Your hand. Chen Nian said. Lu Feifei didn't move. What? Your hand. When you wrapped my wound earlier, did you feel anything unusual? This question made Lu Feifei pause for a moment. It was a brief pause, so short that the assistant and the burly man didn't notice. But Chen Nian caught it. Her right hand unconsciously curled slightly. Yes, she had indeed felt something. What exactly do you want to say? The assistant was already impatient, reaching out to push him. Lu Feifei raised her hand to stop the assistant. This action itself was abnormal. A top female star facing a muddy stranger with an unclear background chose not to let security take him away, but instead blocked her own team's push. Either she was exceptionally curious or she herself had doubts. Over by the pavilion. Lu Feifei pointed to an empty scenic pavilion a dozen meters away. 5 minutes. The assistant was anxious. Sister Feifei, just wait here. Lu Feifei walked ahead with Chen Nian following behind. The burly man's expression hardened, taking a couple of steps before Lu Feifei turned back to glance at him, causing him to stop. The pavilion had no lights, only the distant illumination from the shooting area, casting long shadows of the two figures. Lu Feifei turned around, arms crossed over her chest. The distance was maintained around 2 meters. A safe distance. Go ahead. Chen Nian's mind was already running through scenarios. First scenario, just tell the truth. I'm from another time and space, and you have the same energy imprint as me. The result, she would call security, the police would be notified, social death, game over. Second scenario, make up a story. Say he was a researcher investigating a rare physical resonance phenomenon. The result, too fake, she wasn't stupid, a top star had seen more frauds than he had ever encountered. Third scenario, half-truths. When you bandaged my wound earlier, Chen Nian said, did your palm feel warm? Silence for 2 seconds. How do you know? For words light as a feather. But those 4 words exploded in Chen Nian's ears. Right. She really had felt it. The panel was going crazy with notifications. Imprint resonance preliminarily confirmed. It is recommended to upgrade contact level to obtain complete causal chain data. Current energy 1. 4. Because I have it too. Chen Nian extended the hand wrapped in gauze, palm facing up. When you touched me it was warm, I felt the same way. This is not a coincidence. Lu Feifei stared at his hand. She didn't reach out. What exactly are you? A person in need of help. Chen Nian did not back down, nor did he push further. Being too forceful would only backfire. You possess something very special. I have it too. I can't explain everything, but I can provide proof. How? Just touch my hand. For 3 seconds. If nothing happens after 3 seconds, I'll turn and leave, and you'll never see me again. Lu Feifei remained silent. In the distance, the assistant's voice faintly called out, Sister Feifei, are you all right? The night breeze flowed through the pavilion carrying the damp, grassy scent from the mountains. The countdown was ticking down, 714308. Lu Feifei took a step forward. One step. Then she extended her right hand, her fingertips resting against Chen Nian's palm. 1 second. 2 seconds. The third second. The panel exploded with warnings. Warning. Imprint resonance intensity exceeds preset threshold. Causal chain strength S grade. Data overflow. Emergency reconstruction of analysis model in progress. Chen Nian's vision whitened for a moment. It wasn't pain nor dizziness, but rather an image exploding in his mind. The image showed a ship. Not his. Larger, older, its walls covered in symbols he couldn't comprehend. In the driver's seat sat a figure illuminated by the dim, cold light inside. That profile was identical to the woman standing in front of him. The image shattered and vanished. Chen Nian abruptly opened his eyes, realizing he had stepped back 2 paces, his back hitting the pavilion pillar. Meanwhile, Lu Feifei remained rooted in place, her right hand suspended in the air, fingers trembling slightly. On her face for the first time an expression appeared that did not belong to the name Lu Feifei. It was neither surprise nor fear. It was the recognition of something. You saw it too. Chen Nian's throat felt dry. Lu Feifei slowly retracted her hand, lowering her gaze to her palm. In the center of her palm, a faint golden pattern was fading, completely disappearing beneath her skin in less than half a second. She lifted her head. That ship? Were you on it? It's not the same ship. Chen Nian's back leaned against the pavilion column, a chill seeping through his thin shirt. He stared at Lu Feifei's face, trying to extract more information from her expression. What had she seen? Was it the same as what he saw? Or a completely different version? Lu Feifei did not press for answers. She stepped back again, widening the gap created moments earlier, crossing her arms over her chest. Chen Nian recognized this posture all too well. A defensive body language, mentally rebuilding the walls she had just let slip. The resonance from those 3 seconds had breached a hole in her defenses, and now she instinctively sought to repair it. He couldn't let her finish that repair. The ship you saw is bigger than mine, isn't it? Chen Nian didn't lean forward, his speech intentionally slow. There are scratches on the hull, glowing coldly. There was someone in the pilot's seat. Lu Feifei pinched her own upper arm with her fingers. How do you know this? Because I saw it too. Silence. The footsteps in the distance drew closer, and the assistant's voice rose. Sister Feifei, where are you? You have 30 seconds. Lu Feifei glanced towards the direction outside the pavilion, then quickly turned back. 30 seconds. Chen Nian's mind raced faster than his mouth. This woman wasn't rejecting him, she was setting a deadline. A top star processes information differently from ordinary people. They are accustomed to making binary judgments in a very short time. Cooperation or blacklist, there is no middle ground. He needed to present her with an irresistible hook within 30 seconds. How long have you had those golden lines on your hand? Lu Feifei's fingers paused. The hand that had been pinching her upper arm loosened for half a second, then tightened again. What do you mean? This isn't the first time it's appeared, is it? Chen Nian was taking a gamble. The information provided by the panel was too fragmented, but the rating of S-level causal chain wouldn't just appear out of nowhere. If the intensity of the mark on her was high enough, it couldn't have just manifested recently. There must have been some premonition, certain moments she couldn't explain. Lu Feifei didn't respond, but she didn't leave. That was enough. Sister Feifei. The assistant's figure had reached the bottom of the pavilion steps, and the beam of his phone flashlight swept over, drawing a white line on the ground. Lu Feifei turned. The speed at which she changed her expression was astonishing. I'm right here, just enjoying the cool air. Don't shout so loudly. The assistant ran up panting and immediately spotted Chen Nian. The flashlight beam shone directly at him, making him squint. Who is this? From the crew. Lu Feifei's tone was light, her casually made-up life flawless. Just discussing work, nothing to worry about. The assistant scrutinized Chen Nian, his gaze pausing on the bandaged hand, his face full of wariness. A top female star late at night, a pavilion in the mountains, a stranger. Who wouldn't think twice about that? Sister Feifei, it's getting late, you have an engagement tomorrow. I know. Lu Feifei was already heading out. As she passed Chen Nian, her footsteps hesitated for less than a heartbeat. No turning back, no stopping. But a folded piece of paper was precisely slipped into his bandaged hand. The moment Chen Nian's fingers brushed against the paper, a rush of warmth shot through his fingertips, quick to come and go. The panel flickered. Residual energy capture of the mark 0.3. Current total energy 1.7. Then she was gone. Chen Nian remained still. He waited until the sounds of their footsteps completely vanished around the bend of the mountain path, before he lowered his gaze to open the page. Chen Nian remained still. He waited until the sounds of their footsteps completely vanished around the bend of the mountain path, before he lowered his gaze to open the page. The glow from his phone screen illuminated the paper, revealing only a single line of text. A phone number. Below 4 more words appeared. The day after tomorrow afternoon. No location, no additional conditions. Chen Nian stared at those 4 words for 5 seconds. The mental model in his mind automatically initiated the fourth round of deduction. Why not tomorrow? An engagement. She mentioned having an engagement tomorrow. Then what about the day after tomorrow afternoon? It implied she had proactively cleared her schedule. For a top female, star a schedule precise to the minute, intentionally leaving a time window for a stranger. This itself indicated that what she had seen in those 3 seconds was far more than she had let on. She hadn't called the police. She hadn't called security. She hadn't even asked Chen Nian for an explanation. She simply requested a buffer period. To go back, digest it, then meet again. This method of handling things didn't resemble a star, it felt more like. Chen Nian cut that thought off. He couldn't overthink. Excessive speculation without enough information would only lead him into a pit. He folded the scrap of paper and tucked it deep into his pants. The countdown on the panel was still ticking. 712-844. Less than 3 days. He needed to charge the energy to a sufficient level to activate the next stage, but currently the 1-7 wasn't even a drop in the bucket. But at least he had a lead. The path down the mountain was much darker than when he ascended the stone steps slick with dew. Chen Nian walked slowly, not out of caution, but because he was replaying the scene from earlier in his mind. That ship, bigger, older. He didn't recognize the runes on the hull. The person in the pilot's seat. An identical profile to Lu Feifei, but with a different posture. Not the posture of an actor, but that of an operator. Back straight, hands resting on the controls on either side, fingers splayed. That person was piloting that ship. Where was it headed? The panel didn't provide an answer. It simply hung quietly in the corner of his vision, the countdown numbers ticking down second by second. When Chen Nian reached the foot of the mountain, his phone vibrated. A text message. The number was unknown. He opened it. The person you saw, she is not. Chen Nian's thumb hovered over the screen, not clicking to reply. The second message followed closely behind. But she knows you. The mountain wind rushed in from behind, and the direction of the pavilion was now indistinguishable. Chen Nian adjusted the brightness of his phone to the lowest, setting the 2 lines of text flickering in the dim light. The third message. Is 71 hours enough? Chen Nian's hand hovered in midair, the words on the screen drilling into her eyes one by one. 71 hours, is it enough? How could she know? The system's countdown was an element only visible in the corner of his field of vision. Lu Feifei could not possibly know, unless she had seen this thing too. Or rather, she might be a part of this system. Chen Nian's mind raced. The war game simulation had automatically initiated its 5th round. Hypothesis 1. She is a guide sent by the system. Then why wait until now to make contact? Why not explain it directly during their first meeting on set? Hypothesis 2. She was once another, Chen Nian, who went through the same process. But this explanation doesn't hold. If she succeeded, why is she still a star in this world? Hypothesis 3. The person she saw on that ship was her future self. Timelines intertwine, information flows backward. Chen Nian cut off the third. Too abstract. What he needed were verifiable clues, not a science fiction narrative. The panel suddenly flickered. Detected external anchor point signal. Source target subject, Lu Feifei. Signal strength weak. Residual type, precognitive resonance. Suggestion complete, initial binding within 72 hours to unlock the companion module. Chen Nian stared at the line of text for 3 seconds. Companion. This was the first time the system actively prompted him to bind someone else. All previous functions revolved around himself. Energy collection, countdown timer, that broken ship. There had never been an option for bringing someone along. Unless, he scrolled back through the system panel's history. Initial task, collect enough energy within 72 hours to activate the starship's basic. Current progress 1-7. Hidden conditions not unlocked. Hidden conditions. Chen Nian's thumb hovered above the screen, hesitating for 2 seconds, then typed a message. What did you see? 5 seconds after sending the text, the other party replied. A ship. Very old, very big. You stood at the cabin door and looked back at me. Chen Nian's back instantly stiffened. The image she saw was more specific than he had anticipated. It wasn't a vague illusion, but a detailed scene that could be described. He continued typing. Was that person me? Not sure. But that face looks exactly like yours. Chen Nian bit his back molars. The information didn't match. He saw Lu Feifei piloting that ship, while she saw Chen Nian standing at the cabin door. Both saw the same ship, but it or rather, what happened on that ship was not the past, but the future. The panel flickered again. Warning, target subject has triggered precognitive resonance, level 2 reaction. If binding is not completed within 72 hours, the target subject's memory will be forcibly erased. Synchronizing countdown. Remaining time, 71122. Chen Nian took a deep breath, fingers swiftly tapping on the screen. When and where shall we meet? The day after tomorrow. The other party replied, even faster this time. 2 o'clock. Same pavilion. Your assistant. I'll come myself. Chen Nian stared at those 4 words for a few seconds before putting his phone back in his pocket. The streetlight at the foot of the mountain cast a long shadow nailed to the asphalt like a spike. 71 hours. He needed to charge enough energy to activate the companion module within this time. 1. 7 was obviously not enough. At the previous collection speed, bumping into an item only yielded 0. 3. Even if he rummaged through everything on set, it might not be sufficient. Unless Chen Nian turned back. The night shoot was still ongoing. The crew's exterior staff had already changed, and a crew member who had seen Chen Nian before was squatting beside the equipment truck, smoking, momentarily stunned when he saw him. "Aren't you leaving?" "I left something behind." Chen Nian casually made an excuse and walked straight toward the center of the set. They were currently filming an explosive scene with several cameras forming a circle while the director shouted, "One more time." Chen Nian didn't squeeze into the crowd, but instead went around to the back of the props tent. No one was there. He lifted the tent flap and slipped inside the flashlight beam, sweeping over neatly arranged boxes. These were all props for the film: antique weapons, armor, banners, seals. According to the system's previous reactions, anything that had age or was imbued with specific meaning could potentially retain energy. Chen Nian extended his hand and touched the nearest sword. Residual energy capture detected 0. 1. Current total energy 1. 8. He didn't stop and continued to feel around. Armor 0. 2. Banner 0. 1. Seal 0. 4. With each touch, a brief sensation of heat transmitted through his fingertips. The numbers on the panel flickered rapidly like a charging progress bar. Chen Nian touched more than a dozen props, raising the energy to 4. 3. Then he came across a wooden box. The box was small, palm-sized, with intricate carvings on its surface. Chen Nian opened the box. Inside lay a jade pendant. The moment his fingertip touched it, the panel flashed 3 times in rapid succession. Warning: high concentration of residual energy detected. Energy level A grade. Capturing 5, 10, 15. Current total energy 19. 3. Chen Nian's hand froze in midair. This jade pendant directly charged him by 15. He stared at the piece for a few seconds, slowly placing it back in the box and closing the lid. This was not something the props team casually bought from a street vendor. It was either a true antique or an object that had been worn by someone for a long time, imbued with a strong obsession. Chen Nian didn't think much and turned to leave the tent. By the time he returned to his lodging, it was already 1 in the morning. He lay on the bed staring at the crack in the ceiling, replaying the 3 messages Lu Feifei had sent. "The person you saw, she is not me. But she knows you. Is 71 hours enough?" These 3 sentences together meant only one thing. She was waiting for him to provide an answer. What to answer? To say, "I want to take you away," or "I need your help"? Chen Nian turned over and closed his eyes. The next day's shoot went very smooth. The character Chen Nian played had only 3 scenes, all finished today, and the director rarely complimented him with a remark of spirited. Lu Feifei did not come to the set. The assistant did appear once, glancing at Chen Nian from a distance before leaving again. Chen Nian ignored her. He spent the remaining time in the props tent, sneaking in when no one was around, touching everything he could. Energy rose to 32. 7. The panel provided a new hint. Companion, module unlock, condition energy 50, and target subject voluntarily signs the contract. The contract content will be automatically generated upon the first binding. Voluntary. Chen Nian stared at these 2 words for a long time. The day after tomorrow, Chen Nian arrived at the pavilion half an hour early. The wind on the mountain was stronger than the day before, and the wind chimes hanging from the pavilion's pillars jingled. He leaned against the railing for a while, and his phone vibrated. Lu Feifei sent a location. Not the pavilion. It was the mountaintop. Chen Nian looked up at the stone steps leading to the summit and turned to walk up. 15 minutes later, he stood on the observation deck at the mountain's peak. Lu Feifei was already there. She was alone, not accompanied by an assistant, not wearing sunglasses, just dressed in a very ordinary hoodie, her hair casually tied back in a ponytail. Chen Nian walked over, and the 2 stood 3 meters apart. Lu Feifei spoke first. "What do you want to ask?" Chen Nian remained silent for 2 seconds. "What was that ship?" "I don't know." Lu Feifei shook her head. "But I've dreamt about it many times. Since 3 years ago, I would dream about it every so often. At first it was just a blurry image, but it became clearer with time. Until the day before yesterday when I saw you." She paused. "It was the first time I saw that ship outside, and it was in a waking state." Chen Nian stared at her. "You touched my hand." "Yes." "And then, oi." Lu Feifei lifted her head and looked straight into Chen Nian's eyes. "Then I saw you standing at the cabin door, reaching out to me and saying something." Chen Nian's breath hitched. "What did you say?" Lu Feifei's voice was soft, but every word struck with weight. "Come with me." The wind at the summit blew, tousling her loose hair against her cheek. Chen Nian's panel flickered one last time. Target subject, Lu Feifei, has completed the ultimate confirmation of precognitive resonance. Companion contract is ready. Would you like to initiate binding now? Chen Nian did not respond to the system immediately. He just looked at Lu Feifei and asked slowly, "If I really say that sentence, will you come?" Lu Feifei did not hesitate. "I will." "Sure." As soon as the word fell, a system alert exploded in Chen Nian's ears. Warning: current energy 32. 7. It does not meet the minimum binding threshold 50. Forcibly initiating binding will result in a flawed contract with unpredictable consequences. Suggestion: increase energy above the safety line within 72 hours. Chen Nian's fingers twitched slightly. He was 17. 3 short. He quickly reviewed in his mind. The items he could touch in the props tent had all been explored, leaving behind either industrial products with no residue or locked. Within a 3-kilometer radius of the filming site, he could sense only 2 directions of high-energy objects. One was in an old temple at the foot of the mountain, and the other was on Lu Feifei. The energy on Lu Feifei was very strong, but he could not touch it now. The system was very clear. Forcing the extraction of the target's energy before signing a contract was equivalent to unilateral plunder and would directly trigger the target's instinctive rejection. The old temple. This was the only path left. Lu Feifei was still standing there watching him, her bangs blowing up and falling back down repeatedly in the wind. Chen Nian spoke up. I need 3 days. Lu Feifei did not ask why, just tilted her head slightly. What about after 3 days? 3 days later, I will officially ask you a question. Before that, Chen Nian paused. Don't let anyone touch that piece of jade you carry with you. Lu Feifei's reaction was greater than he had expected. She took half a step back, instinctively pressing her right hand against the collar of her hoodie. How do you know? Chen Nian did not explain further, turning to walk towards the stone steps. 3 days. There were no footsteps following him. When he reached the corner of the stone steps, he looked back once. Lu Feifei was still standing on the viewing platform, maintaining her previous posture, her right hand pressed below her collarbone. The wind was strong, but she remained. After descending the mountain, Chen Nian did not return to his residence, heading directly to the foot of the mountain. The old temple was at the east end of the town, about a 40-minute walk from the hotel where the crew was stationed. The locals called it the Old Temple. The characters on the plaque had long worn away, leaving only 2 stone lions squatting on either side of the steps, both missing a piece of their noses. By the time Chen Nian arrived, the sky had darkened. The temple door was slightly ajar, and there were no lights inside. He pushed the door open, and a wave of dampness mixed with the scent of sandalwood rushed out. The main hall was small. On the offering platform, there were 3 clay statue deities, the largest 1/2 a person tall, its paint chipped, with only 1 arm intact. In the incense burner were several burnt-down incense sticks, the ash piled into small hills. The panel's numbers began to fluctuate. High concentration of residual energy source detected. Source offering platform area. Estimated extractable amount 812. Warning: a second energy characteristic is present in this area. Nature unknown. Suggest cautious contact. The second energy characteristic. Chen Nian stopped at the inner side of the threshold, not moving forward immediately. Among all the things he had touched these past few days, the system had never issued a warning for second energy characteristic. The silver hairpin from the props team had only given a label of residual obsession, which was already the highest intensity warning. This place's items were different. He crouched down to examine the ground. There were fresh muddy footprints on the bluestone slabs, more than 1 pair. The clearest pair was very small, resembling a woman's size, printed right in front of the offering platform. Next to the footprints was another object, a section of red string broken. Chen Nian picked up the red string. The panel exploded. Energy extraction in progress. 4. 2. Fragmented information analysis in progress. Fragment content: female, approximately 2,530 years old. Emotional characteristics: fear, dependence, fanaticism. Last contact time: approximately 6 hours ago. 6 hours ago. This afternoon. This meant someone had been here a few hours before he met Lu Feifei. A young woman carrying extremely conflicting emotions, both fearful and dependent, mixed with an abnormal fanaticism. Chen Nian did not continue further inside. He retreated outside the temple, sitting down on the steps, flipping the severed red string over. The string was knotted, and the knot was severely worn, not broken. Rather, it was forcefully torn apart. His phone vibrated. It wasn't Lu Feifei. An unfamiliar number. The text contained only 1 line. That temple is not clean. Don't go. Chen Nian stared at the message for 10 seconds. He did not reply, but opened the contacts and scrolled to Lu Feifei's assistant's name. He had exchanged contact information once before, buried at the bottom, noted as Lu Feifei's sister Wang. He sent a message: who in your crew believes in? The reply came quickly, just 3 seconds later. The boss won't let me chat with you. But I can tell you this: no one believes in Buddhism. Immediately followed by another message. But today a fan sneaked into the filming site. Before she was taken away by security, she was clutching a piece of red string, muttering, "Sister promised me." Quite scary. Chen Nian looked down at the severed string in his hand. Red string. Woman. Fanaticism. He stood up and re-entered the temple. This time he did not hesitate, directly walking to the offering platform, pressing both hands on the base of the largest clay statue. The panel numbers began to leap wild. Energy extraction in progress. 3, 1, 2, 8, 1, 9. Warning: the second energy characteristic is causing extraction efficiency reduced to 41. He gritted his teeth and did not let go. The energy slowly climbed. 40, 8, 42, 1, 43, 6. A crisp sound came from behind him. The temple door was pushed open. Chen Nian turned abruptly. A woman stood at the entrance. In her 20s, unhealthily thin, her hands hanging at her sides, a circle of red string wrapped around her wrists. Her gaze passed over Chen Nian and landed directly on the clay statue behind him. Then she smiled. Are you here to find her too? Chen Nian did not speak immediately. The panel was flashing wildly at the edge of his vision. Abnormal individual. This subject carries a high concentration of parasitic energy imprint. Danger level B. Recommendation: evacuate immediately. The woman took a step forward, the soles of her shoes making a sticky sound on the bluestone slabs. She promised me. The woman smiled again, tilting her head. Don't snatch it away. Chen Nian's right hand was still pressing on the base of the statue, the energy reading freezing at 44. 3. As she took her third step, the circle of red string on her wrist suddenly snapped, scattering on the ground with a soft crackling sound. The moment the sound stopped, all the candle holders in the temple lit up simultaneously. No one had lit a fire. The candle flames burned straight, undisturbed by the wind, illuminating the temple with a translucent orange light. Chen Nian's back pressed against the base of the clay statue. The numbers on the energy panel were still fluctuating, but they were no longer rising. Rather, they were falling. 44, 3, 43, 9, 43, 5. The woman took another step. She walked in an unnatural manner, her weight balanced entirely on her toes, her heels suspended, inching forward. The broken red strings lay scattered on the ground behind her, arranged neatly, not as if they had fallen naturally, but rather as if they had been placed there by something. She promised me. The woman repeated this sentence for the third time, each time with a different tone. First a plea, then a warning, and this time a statement. Chen Nian released his hand from the base. The panel immediately popped up a new prompt. Energy lock 44. 1 parasitic energy imprint is current distance 3, 2 meters. Contact distance falling below 1 meter will trigger forced absorption. Direction flowing from you to the other party. His mind raced. The energy within this woman was not her own, or it had been fed to her. The red strings were the medium, the temple was the vessel, and that the clay statue was the bait. The energy he had been absorbing was partly not the residual power of belief, but a bait deliberately fed in. When he greedily absorbed it all, reaching a certain threshold, this woman would appear. It was a trap. Step back. Chen Nian's voice was calm. The woman tilted her head to look at him, her smile unchanged, but her footsteps halted. You are not her. She suddenly said something completely unrelated. She is prettier than you. Chen Nian did not respond. He turned sideways, moved 2 steps left along the altar, and increased the distance between him and the woman. The numbers on the panel jumped from 3, 2 to 4, 7. Beyond the safety threshold, the woman's smile finally changed. Her lips drooped, and her entire face slumped. Are you leaving? What I want from you is different. You lied to me. Her voice became sharp. You were just touching her. You were touching her face. That is mine. The clay statue. She was referring to that clay statue. This person mistook a clay idol for a living being. Chen Nian did not stop his feet, continuing to retreat toward the temple door. The distance numbers on the panel kept rising. 5, 3, 6, 1, 4. The woman did not pursue. She turned around, walked to the altar, cupped the largest clay statue with her hands, and pressed her face against it. It's okay, she said to the clay statue. He has left, and it's just us now. The moment Chen Nian exited the temple, all the candle flames went out simultaneously. The temple fell into darkness again, leaving only the woman's low, indistinct murmurs. He took out his phone and called back the unknown number that had texted him. Turned off. Looking at the time again, it was 1:47 a.m. The panel stabilized at 44. 1, having increased significantly since he entered the temple, but Chen Nian felt he had gained nothing. Someone had set a trap in that temple. The red string woman was used as a tool to lure him in, and the one who laid the trap knew he would come. A message from Lu Feifei's assistant Shennongjia. Regarding the fan issue you asked about, I'll add one more thing. That fan not only followed our boss, but she has also stalked several female artists before. In the circle, some call her Sister Red String. Basically, all the female artists she targets run into trouble. The last one she stalked was Demi Mi, and her team reported to the police directly. Another message. Also, there was an incident with this person at Reba's side recently. I heard it caused a commotion at the filming site. By the way, Song Tai and by Xiaola's manager also asked in the group last week, saying that a fan with red strings had been squatting downstairs for 3 days. Chen Nian flipped back through the chat records. For people. Demimi Reba Song Tai by Shelu. Plus Lu Feifei 5. All top female artists. All had been targeted by the same Sister Red String. He replied with 2 words: details. Wang Jie's reply took half a minute. That's all I can say. The boss knows that chatting with you could cost me my job. However, if you really want to investigate, Demimi has a schedule in the adjacent studio tomorrow afternoon, and Reba has a brand event in the same building tonight. You figure it out yourself. The message ended with an emoji of a bowing little person. Chen Nian locked the screen, standing on the steps outside the dilapidated temple, going over the clues. Someone is using this sister red string, or rather someone is using a certain something from these female artists to sustain the clay statue in this temple. The red strings are the conduits, the fan's obsession is the fuel, and those female artists, they possess energy. Not the energy of practitioners, but of another popularity, camera focus, fan support. This attention itself is a variant of faith, a modern cult of personality idol worship. The panel displayed a line of small text, not a warning, but an analysis result. Energy type identification, complete parasitic source is pseudo-belief aggregation body naturally condensed from large-scale emotional projection. This type of energy has low purity, but extremely high total volume suitable for. The subsequent content was truncated. The panel displayed insufficient permission. Regardless of what it is suitable for, one thing is clear. Someone is harvesting the pseudo-belief power condensed from these female artists using fervent fans to establish parasitic links, channeling the energy into the clay statues in this abandoned temple. Lu Feifei is one of the 5 targets. The strange aura around her was no coincidence. At 2 p.m. the next day, Chen Nian appeared outside the E3 studio in Enchant. 3 vans were parked at the entrance of the neighboring E4 studio. He had seen the license plate of the front one on a gossip forum. It belonged to Demimi. He did not approach directly. Instead, he waited 20 minutes at the side entrance of the E3 studio until a crew member wearing a production vest came out for a smoke, and he struck up a conversation. "What time does Myriad wrap today?" The crew member glanced at him, remaining silent. Chen Nian took out an unopened pack of Zhonghua and handed it over. The crew member accepted the cigarettes, opened the pack, and took one. 5 o'clock for wrap. But Myriad has a major scene in the afternoon, probably won't finish until around 4:30. "Which group are you from?" "The adjacent group. Our stylist wants to borrow something from Myriad's team." "All right, wait here, I'll ask for you." The crew member turned and went inside. Chen Nian leaned against the wall of the fire exit, opened the panel, and scanned the energy readings around him. There was an unusually dense energy response slowly pulsing towards the E4 studio. The concentration was dozens of times that of an ordinary person. It was not the energy characteristic of a practitioner. It was a pseudo-belief aggregation body, completely the same origin as that residual energy on the temple's clay statue. His phone rang. An unknown call from a Beijing area code. He answered. On the other end was a woman, her voice low and hoarse, speaking very slowly, each word squeezed out from her throat. "Are you Chen Nian? Feifei's assistant told me someone is investigating the red strings." There was a pause. "I am Demimi. You better have something real, or you won't even get to see my face." Before Chen Nian could respond, the door to the E4 studio was pushed open from the inside. A woman about 165 meters tall, wearing a black hoodie and a baseball cap with a curvy figure and 34D bust, walked out. The cap was pulled low, but she wasn't wearing a mask. She held her phone to her ear, watching him. The panel exploded in his field of vision. Detected ultra-high concentration of pseudo-belief aggregation body carrier. Energy purity A grade. Warning: this carrier shows traces of activation from more than 3 parasitic links. Demimi removed the phone from her ear and hung up. She took off her cap, her hair falling down casually, tucking it behind her ear, staring at Chen Nian for 2 seconds. "The thing on you," she said, "is different from what..." Chen Nian's pupils contracted. She could sense it. "Who are they?" Chen Nian neither denied nor feigned ignorance. Those who could sense his aura were either practitioners, or her layer of pseudo-faith condensate had thickened to a critical point, granting her passive perception. The latter was more likely. Demimi did not answer. She tilted her head to glance toward the direction of the studio, confirming that no one was following, then walked a few steps toward the fire escape, standing 2 meters in front of Chen Nian. As the distance closed, the data on the panel fluctuated more violently. The woman's body data was still concealed under her hoodie. Her waistline was high and slim, her hip bones protruding with distinct contours, and the curvature of her chest caused the hoodie to stretch with taut wrinkles. Her face was bare, skin unusually pale in its natural state, a thin layer of sweat accumulating in the hollow of her collarbone. She had been filming to the point of, but as she stood there, her entire aura did not resemble that of a victim being paralyzed. Rather, she appeared like a wild cat accustomed to wounds, aware of her bleeding, yet still maintaining vigilance and aggression. "Feifei said you helped her untie the red string." Demimi spoke. The bruise on her arm faded in just 2 hours, and her overall spirit improved significantly. "She showed me a photo. So I want to know how much you want." Chen Nian smiled. This was the first reaction of someone who had struggled in the entertainment industry for over a decade. It wasn't a question of who you are, nor was it about what this thing really is, but rather a direct discussion of price. Because in her experience, there was nothing that money couldn't solve, only people who hadn't agreed on a price. "How many do you have?" Chen Nian did not engage with her question. Demimi was momentarily taken aback. "How many of what?" "The red strings. Or similar items. Gifts given to you of unknown origin that cannot be removed once worn." Demimi fell silent for 3 seconds. She lowered her gaze to her left wrist. There was a red agate bracelet adorning it, the beads not large, 12 in total, each engraved with an incomprehensible. This one. The panel erupted with a flurry of red warnings. Detected parasitic link, carrier red agate bracelet pseudo-artifact. Number of parasitic links 4. Link status 3 active 1 dormant. Warning: active links are extracting vitality from the carrier at a rate of 0. For links. The red string on Lu Feifei only had 1 parasitic link. It took some effort for Chen Nian to untie it, but it was not difficult. The existence of 4 links at once indicated that the creator of this bracelet was several ranks above that of the red string. Moreover, it was made of red agate. This item itself had a faint gathering energy effect. Once altered into a parasitic carrier, it was equivalent to encasing the energy extraction pipeline in a legal shell, extremely covert. Who gave this to you? Demimi retracted her hand. A feng shui master. 3 years ago, while filming a movie, there were 4 consecutive accidents, and the production team hired a supposedly very talented master to take a look. He gave each main creator a bracelet claiming it was for warding off evil. She paused. After wearing it, indeed, no further incidents occurred. However, I have been increasingly fatigued with poor sleep quality. Sometimes, while filming, I suddenly experience blackouts. I went to the hospital for checks, but there was 3 years. Extracting at a rate of 0.3 per hour for 3 years. Chen Nian quickly calculated in his mind, feeling a chill in a certain part. This woman could still be lively and active in filming now purely because the total amount of her pseudo-faith condensate was simply too large. Tens of millions of fans pouring their attention onto her day after day was akin to being bled, while simultaneously receiving a transfusion, barely maintaining balance. However, this balance was being disrupted. The panel displayed that the extraction rate of the 3 active links had shown an accelerating trend over the past month. 0.3 was the average, with peaks reaching up to 0.7. Someone was intensifying the effort. What was that feng shui master's name? Shennongjia. Demimi spoke this name with a hint of sarcasm. Isn't it funny? I've seen no less than 20 people with such a Dao title, 19 of whom were and the 20th. The 20th was the worst con artist. Chen Nian did not ask further. Let me see the bracelet. Demimi did not move. You still haven't answered my question. How much? Let's talk after I've seen it. She stared at him for a full 5 seconds. Then she extended her left hand, the red agate bracelet glimmering with a dull sheen under the afternoon sunlight. The moment Chen Nian's fingertip touched the first bead, the panel emitted a sharp, buzzing sound. Warning: parasitic link has triggered a defense mechanism. Detected counter-tracking curse. Opponent will perceive your location within 12 seconds. Chen Nian's finger recoiled. Damn, there was a counter-surveillance mechanism set on this item. The moment he touched it, the other party, Shennongjia, would be able to lock onto his location. 12 seconds. He took a step back, data scrolling rapidly on the panel. There was no time to crack it, no time to shield it. The only thing he could do was cut off the residual energy from this contact before the other party locked onto him. 6 seconds. Chen Nian pulled a piece of yellow paper from his pocket. It was an old talisman he had torn off from the base of a statue in a decrepit temple. The runes upon it had already lost efficacy, but the material still possessed a faint isolating effect. He pressed the talisman onto Demimi's wrist, covering the bracelet. 3 seconds. The countdown on the panel stopped at 0. 4 seconds. Counter-tracking curse has been interfered with. Signal obscurity 87. The location information obtained by the opponent is Hongdian World Studios, error range 3.2 kilometers. Chen Nian exhaled. His palms were sweaty. Demimi watched him operate without moving, and when he released her hand, she finally looked down at the wrinkled yellow paper on her wrist. So he's not a fraud. This statement was not a question. Chen Nian wiped the sweat from his palms. What you have on you is far more complex than Lu Feifei's, but cannot be resolved here. I need to prepare. Prepare for what? Time tools. And, do you know Reba Song Tai and Bai Xiao Lu? Demimi's body exhibited a slight rigidity, nearly imperceptible. How do you know these names? Because there are 5 bases for the statues in the temple. Lu Feifei is one of them. You are likely one as well. 3 remain. She remained silent. But she took out her phone, flicked through her contacts, and paused at a name. Reba called me yesterday, saying she has been having the same dream. Someone tying a rope around her neck in the dream. Demimi raised her head, a fierce judgment unfolding in her unmedupe almond eyes. She's flying to Hongdian tomorrow. Song Tai will also come over after wrapping up filming the day after tomorrow. Bai Xiao Lu. She paused. Bai Xiao Lu was admitted to the hospital 3 days ago. Officially, it was said to be due to overexertion, but her manager privately told me that she suddenly fainted with her heart rate dropping to 37 beats per minute. 37 beats. The resting heart rate of a normal person ranges from 60 to 100. 37 beats indicated that the body's functions were being pulled down by some force. In Chen Nian's mind, a timetable was rapidly taking shape. Reba would arrive tomorrow, Song Tai the day after, and Bai Xiao Lu was in the hospital. The most dangerous one was actually the farthest away. The panel popped up a new message. Attention, although the counter-tracking curse has been interfered with, the opponent still obtained vague location data. It is expected that the opponent will respond within 2,448 hours. It is recommended to complete the positioning and marking of all parasitic links during this window. 24 to 48 hours. Demimi turned the phone screen. On the screen was a photo, a group shot of 4 women. On the far left was Demimi herself. Next to her was a woman with deep-set features, at least 172 meters tall, with a waist-to-hip ratio so exaggerated it seemed unreal. Next to her was a woman in a cheapao, her collarbones lines clean and neat, exuding a scholarly vibe. The smallest on the far right had a round-faced doll-like eyes and 2 dimples when she smiled, but her body and face presented entirely different styles. Narrow shoulders and a slim waist, the curvature of her chest creating a smooth line beneath the cheapao. Reba Song Tai by Xiao Lu. This photo was taken last year when the 3 of them came to Beijing for my birthday. Demimi pointed at the round-faced girl on the far right. Bai Xiao Lu is in a hospital in Hangzhou. If you really have the ability, first bring her back to safety. This was not a request, but a test. You say you can resolve this, then prove it to me first. Chen Nian looked at Bai Xiao Lu's smiling face in the photo, and then glanced at the countdown on the panel, which was ticking down. Which hospital in Hangzhou? Demimi stared at him, her thumb already pressing the call button. Are you going now? Footsteps came from the end of the fire escape, and the voice of the stage manager floated around the corner. Sister Mi, the director, is calling you back to position. Demimi did not look back, thrusting the phone in front of Chen Nian, the screen displaying an address in Hangzhou. Shaoyi Hospital VIP Ward, Area 12th Floor, 1207. She retrieved her phone, turned, and walked into the studio. After taking 3 steps, she paused and turned slightly. I'll call her manager and have him let you in. If you try anything funny. She did not finish the threat. Chen Nian was already booking a flight. On the bottom right corner of the panel, the countdown numbers were dropping 1. The flight from Beijing to Hangzhou takes 2 hours and 15 minutes. Chen Nian did not close his eyes on the plane. A panel hovered on the right side of his vision, the countdown number ticking steadily, each jump reminding him. Someone is locking onto his position. The system did not provide a precise duration for how long the counter-tracking spell could hold. He landed at 4 in the afternoon. He hailed a taxi directly from Shaoshan Airport, giving the address of Xiao Yifu Hospital. The driver glanced at him through the rearview mirror, saying little. The air in Hangzhou was more humid than in Beijing, carrying an indescribable sweetness. Chen Nian rolled down the window a crack, and his phone vibrated twice. A WeChat message saved under the name Mi Work account. The agent's surname is Sun Short, wears glasses. I told him you are a specially appointed consultant at the Traditional Chinese Medicine Research Institute. Don't expose yourself. There was another message below. Please take care of Xiao Lu. There were no emojis, no filler words. Those 4 words carried weight. Chen Nian tucked his phone back into his pocket. As the taxi turned onto Qingchun Road, his mind was already running simulations. Biziala's heart rate had dropped to 37, and her vital signs were plummeting. This was not ordinary bodily failure, but a parasitic link draining her vitality. The deeper the link, the closer the host's bodily functions approached hibernation, until a critical point where the heart would simply stop. 5 bases 5 chain. The link to Lu Feifei had already been severed. He still needed to find an opportunity to confirm the situation with Demimi. Rebo would arrive in Hengdian tomorrow and Songtai the day after, but Bai Xiao Lu could not wait until then. The VIP ward area of Xiao Yifu Hospital had a separate elevator requiring a keycard to access. Chen Nian stood at the elevator entrance, and his phone vibrated again. Are you here? It was not sent by Demimi. The number was unfamiliar, ending with 48s. Brother Sun asked me to come down and pick you up. I'll be waiting in the lobby. The one in a gray windbreaker is me. Chen Nian scanned the lobby and spotted a man standing in the corner, just over 1.60 m, wearing thin-framed glasses, holding a cup of Americano, exuding a sense of fatigue from prolonged lack of sleep. Agent Sun sized him up for a full 5 seconds. You are the traditional Chinese medicine consultant that Mi Jia mentioned. His tone rose, skepticism hanging over every word. Chen Nian did not explain, simply stating, take me up. Wait a moment. Agent Sun did not move. Xiao Lu's current condition is very unstable, and the attending physician has advised against visits from outsiders. I'll give you Mi Jia's face, but if you want to go in, you need to clarify what you plan to do. A normal reaction. An agent's instinct is to block all uncertainties when the artist is at their most vulnerable. Is her heart rate still dropping? Agent Sun's hand paused. How do you know? What has it dropped to? 34. Data from this morning. The ICU team is ready and can transfer her at any time. 34. That's 3 lower than yesterday. At this rate, the critical value will be triggered by tomorrow morning at the latest. Chen Nian stopped engaging with him. You take me up now, or tomorrow morning you explain to me Jia why she's gone. It's one or the other. Sun's Adam's apple bobbed. He stared at Chen Nian's face for 3 seconds, then pulled a keycard from his chest pocket and slapped it against the elevator doors opened. On the 12th floor, the corridor was covered with light gray carpeting and footsteps were swallowed entirely. Room 1207 was at the end of the corridor with a folding chair at the door on which lay a women's coat pink with a small deer logo embroidered at the collar. Agent Sun swiped the card to open the door and stepped aside to let him pass. The blinds in the room were half closed and the light was very dim. A large medical bed occupied the center of the room with a heart monitor hanging above the head of the bed, the green waveform fluctuating with a frequency that was abnormal. Bai Xiaolu lay on the bed. She was thinner than in the photos. The outline of her round face was still there, but her jawline had tightened, and the shape of her cheekbones was faintly visible. A thin blanket covered her below the collarbone, revealing part of her neck and two slender shoulder straps. One on the left had slipped down, hanging loosely on her upper arm, exposing a patch of pale skin. The blanket clung to the contours of her body, rising and falling. The curve of her waist narrowed almost to the bed, then swelled gently at her chest, creating a stark contrast with her doll-like face in the dim light of the ward. Her breathing was shallow and slow. Each rise and fall of her chest had an interval of at least 4 seconds. Chen Nian walked to the bedside, and the panel automatically popped up with the scan results. Detected parasitic link level deep. Connection location between the third and fourth cervical vertebrae at the back of the neck. Parasitic state actively extracted. Host remaining vitality 31. Estimated critical time 9 hours and 22 minutes. 9 hours. This was even tighter than he had estimated. What are you going to do? Agent Sun stood at the door, not entering, but his whole body was tense. Chen Nian did not turn around. He reached out to flip the edge of Bai Xiaolu's pillow, exposing her nape. That small patch of skin looked completely normal. No marks, no wounds, no visible abnormalities. Yet on the panel, a dark red web-like structure was superimposed on the 3D view of her cervical vertebrae, root-like tendrils piercing into the nerve bundles on either side of her spinal cord. It was at least 3 times deeper than the link on Lu Feifei. Lu Feifei's link was superficial, it would snap if pulled. Bai Xiaolu's had already grown into the neural tissue, and forcibly severing it could cause her heart to stop immediately. Recommendation: use the lure the snake out of its hole technique. Simulate the energy frequency familiar to the parasitic entity with spiritual power, gradually coaxing the root tendrils out of the neural tissue before cutting them. Required time approximately 45 minutes. Caution: the host may exhibit severe physiological reactions during the operation. 45 minutes. He needed to operate undisturbed in this ward for 45 minutes. Brother Sun, Chen Nian finally turned his head. Help me with something. For the next 45 minutes no one can enter this room. Not even the nurses. You can stand at the door and monitor the entire process. The door will remain open, you can see what I'm doing at any time. But no third person can enter. Agent Sun's hand gripped the paper cup, the surface of the Americano, trembling slightly. He took out his phone, dialed a number, stepped back into the corridor, and spoke in a lowered voice. After hanging up he returned. Myriad said to give you 45 minutes, not a second more. Chen Nian was no longer listening. His right hand hovered 2 centimeters above Bai Xiaolu's nape, and the spiritual power output curve on the panel began to fluctuate. The frequency gradually decreased, approaching the resonance range of the parasitic entity. 15 seconds later, Bai Xiaolu's body suddenly twitched. The waveform on the heart monitor became erratic, the numbers jumping from 34 to 51, then dropping back to 38. Agent Sun took half a step forward at the door, but was halted by Chen Nian's voice. Normal reaction. Don't move. His fingers fine-tuned the frequency of the spiritual power output, and the dark red tendrils on the panel were slowly retracting, withdrawing from the nerve bundle. With each millimeter they withdrew, Bai Xiaolu's body would tremble, the thin blanket slipping below her waist, exposing her upper body clad in a hospital gown. The cotton fabric soaked with sweat clinging to her skin, outlining every contour from her collarbone to her abdomen. 20 minutes passed. 2/3 of the tendrils had retracted. Bai Xiaolu's heart rate stabilized around 45, better than before, but still far from the safety. A different set of numbers suddenly jumped in the lower right corner of the panel. It was not a countdown. It was a positioning alarm. Warning: abnormal spiritual energy fluctuations detected approaching this area. Distance 3 kilometers. Speed high. Estimated arrival time 7 minutes. 7 minutes. Something was coming this way. It was moving extremely fast. Chen Nian's hands did not stop, and he even increased the output of spiritual power by 1 notch. The speed at which the tendrils were retracting accelerated, and Bai Xiaolu's body began to tremble continuously, sweat soaking the sheets of the medical bed. 35 minutes. Only the last segment of the tendrils remained entangled in the main nerve bundle of the third cervical vertebra, refusing to loosen. Abnormal spiritual energy fluctuations. Distance 800 meters. Estimated arrival time 3 minutes. Damn it. Chen Nian's left hand fished out the piece of talisman paper he had brought from the dilapidated temple. Residual traces of the counter-tracking spell still lingered on it. He pressed the fragment against Bai Xiaolu's nape, and the moment he infused it with spiritual power, the last segment of the tendril finally loosened. The root of the parasitic link detached from the nerve bundle, shrinking into a fist-sized dark red clump on the panel's perspective view. Chen Nian brought 2 fingers of his right hand together and precisely stroked along the outline of the clump. The link was severed. Biziala's back arched, her lips parted, emitting a very short, almost inaudible groan before her whole body fell back onto the bed completely limp. The numbers on the heart monitor began to rise. 38 for Titwo, 47 53 58, climbing steadily. The green waveform returned to a normal frequency. The parasitic link has been severed. The host vitality has stabilized, current value 28. Expected to recover to a safe range within 24 hours. Experience gained 350. Lure the snake out of its hole technique proficiency increased. At the door, Agent Sun's paper cup fell to the ground, coffee spilling half down his pant leg, completely oblivious. He had just witnessed firsthand. This young man hovered his hand above Biziala's neck for 40 minutes without any needles or medication, and her heart rate graduated from 34 to 58. Something that the ICU team had failed to accomplish in 2 days. Who exactly are you? Chen Nian had no time to answer. The positioning alarm on the panel had turned red. Abnormal spiritual energy fluctuations, distance 120 meters, entering the building. At the end of the corridor, the elevator arrival chime sounded. Ding. The moment the elevator doors opened, a chilling aura spread from the other end of the corridor, the slats of the blinds turning 90 degrees on their own. Without, Agent Sun shivered, instinctively hugging his arms. Chen Nian stood at the door of room 1207, facing the end of the corridor. In the dim light, a figure stood in the center of the elevator door frame. No, it was not a person. It wore human clothing, human skin, human features, but the panel displayed only one line of data: non-human entity. Threat level extremely high. Recommendation: immediate evacuation. The creature tilted its head slightly and smiled at him. That thing tilted its head slightly and smiled at him. The grin stretched the human skin of its face, splitting from the corners of its mouth all the way to the roots of its ears, revealing a mouthful of densely packed non-human teeth beneath. Chen Nian's brain completed a risk assessment in 0.1 seconds. Fight. The threat level marked as extremely high on the system panel was no mere decoration. He had already consumed over half of his spiritual energy and was in poor condition. A heating confrontation would amount to suicide. Run. He could escape, but the unconscious Bai Xiaolu on the hospital bed and the dumbfounded Sun agent at the door were 2 living burdens. The warning on the panel blared in glaring red: suggestion: evacuate immediately. This was the first time the system had issued such a clear directive. Chen Nian did not move. He simply reached back and grabbed Sun agent by the collar, yanking him inside from the doorway, then kicked the hospital door shut. Bang. The moment the door slammed shut, the temperature in the corridor dropped sharply. A layer of white frost began to form visibly on the metal doorknob. Ghost. Ghost. Sun agent finally found his voice, the coffee stains on his pants starkly contrasting with his pale face. Chen Nian ignored him, his gaze sweeping over Bai Xiaolu, who had just stabilized on the hospital bed. Leaving her here was akin to tossing a piece of meat into the mouths of starving wolves. No way. He glanced at the window beside him. 12th floor. Jumping down would require a lot of cushioning preparation. There wasn't enough time. The footsteps of that thing had reached the door, slow and steady, each step sounding like a heartbeat echoing in the chest. Crack. The doorknob was twisted from the outside. Sun agent let out a short, sharp scream and cowered into the corner of the wall. At that moment, the door of the adjacent room 1208 suddenly opened a crack. A lowered female voice called out, "Hey, over here." Chen Nian turned his head to look. Half of an exquisitely beautiful face peeked through the door gap, a pair of fox-like eyes filled with vigilance and anxiety. Damn me. This name instantly flashed through his mind. How is she here? The thought was fleeting. This wasn't the time to be starstruck. Bang. Bang. The door of 1207 began to be pounded by a heavy object, spiderweb-like cracks appearing on the door panel as frost crept. Chen Nian no longer hesitated. He tore off all the monitoring cables from Bai Xiaolu and picked her up horizontally along with the bed sheet. Her body, just freed from the parasitic link, felt alarmingly light, almost like carrying a mere skeleton. Biziala's nightgown was very thin, the silk fabric outlining her delicate waist and long straight legs, and her warm body temperature transmitted through. If you don't want to die, keep up. Chen Nian yelled at Sun agent in the corner, charging toward the adjacent room. The moment he burst into room 1208, he was immediately hit by the mixed scents of 3 different perfumes in the air. There was more than one person in the room. Behind Dammy stood 2 others. One had deep features and a body so alluring it seemed ready to burst from the tight-fitting yoga outfit. It was Reba. Her curves were breathtaking, the waist-to-hip ratio exaggerated, as if modeled, her ample chest rising and falling with rapid breaths. The other had a cool demeanor, wearing a simple and elegant qipao, her figure graceful with delicate shoulders and a slim waist. It was Song Tai. The slit of her qipao was just right, revealing her long legs that seemed to vanish into the shadows. A top-tier female star from the entertainment circle was holding a tea party here. Chen Nian's mind briefly short-circuited, but his actions did not stop. He gently laid by Xiaolu on the empty bed in 1208 and turned to shut the door. What is that thing outside? Dammy Me blocked him, asking with forced calm. She wasn't short, but standing before Chen Nian, she still had to tilt her head slightly. It's something you can't afford to provoke. Chen Nian reached out to push her aside. What kind of person talks like that? Before he could finish, a deafening crash came from room 1207 as the door was completely smashed. Boom. A gust of cold wind mixed with ice shards and a foul odor poured into room 1208, causing the curtains inside to flutter wildly. Reba and Song Tai both gasped in unison, instinctively drawing closer to Chen Nian. In the chaos, soft bodies collided against Chen Nian's back and arm. Warning: threat entity has entered the adjacent area and is conducting indiscriminate target acquisition. Chen Nian had no time for idle chatter. With his left hand, he quickly drew a hasty rune in the air. Illusion barrier. With spiritual energy infused, an invisible shield instantly formed at the entrance of room 1208. Only after completing this did he turn back to look at the three actresses in the room, each displaying different expressions. Dammy Me looked shocked, yet scrutinizing. Reba appeared terrified with a hint of curiosity. Song Tai furrowed her brows, calmly assessing him and his hand that had just drawn the rune out of thin air. Sun Agent had completely given up thinking, trembling like a leaf behind the door. Had he just seen a streak of golden light? Now listen to me. Chen Nian's voice was not loud, yet it overpowered the inner fears of everyone. From now on, every word I say must be followed. Any questions? No one spoke. The thing in the corridor had stopped, seemingly trying to discern the atmosphere. Chen Nian knew that this most basic illusion barrier wouldn't hold for long. He swept his eyes over the layout of the room, ultimately resting on the tightly shut window. We need to get down from here. This is the 12th floor. Dammy Me was the first to respond, her voice rising in pitch. So what? Chen Nian retorted. He walked to the window, locked one hand on the frame, and pulled hard. The window did not budge. It was the kind of medical window locked for safety. Damn it. He fished out his last blank talisman from his pocket, bit his fingertip, and quickly drew something on it. Crimson blood traced complex patterns on the yellow paper. Beside him, Reba couldn't help but lean in a bit, as she could smell the faint scent of sweat and a hint of blood from Chen Nian. This man looked quite slender, yet when he rushed over carrying by Xiaolu, the muscles in his arms were taut like stone. Who exactly are you? Reba asked in a low voice. Chen Nian did not look up, his brush moving swiftly, the last stroke falling into place. Rune drawing complete, lightweight talisman, improved version. Effect significantly reduces target weight temporarily, suspending gravity. Proficiency 10. He pressed the talisman against the window glass. Everyone stepped back. The three actresses and Sun Agent instinctively took a few steps back. Chen Nian took a deep breath, his right fist enveloped in a faint layer of spiritual energy, aiming at the center of the glass. Bang! A muffled sound. The reinforced glass shattered, but instead of scattering it fell outward, as if glued together. The biting night wind instantly filled the entire hospital room. Dammy Me instinctively covered her hair, whipped by the wind, her expression shifting from shock to horror as she looked at Chen Nian. One hand, one punch, silently shattering the reinforced glass of the 12th floor. Is this something a human can do? One by one. Chen Nian said succinctly. I will go down first and catch you from below. You all slide down holding on to this. As he spoke, he grabbed the fire hose from the room, securing one end to the radiator and tossing the other out the window. No way, it's too high. Song Tai looked at the dizzying height outside, her body trembling slightly. If you want to stay and accompany that thing outside, fine. Chen Nian's tone held no warmth. He stopped wasting words, leaping onto the windowsill, grabbing the hose, and glancing back at Xiaolu on the hospital bed. Dammy Me, you have the biggest courage. You go down first with her. Chen Nian's instructions were clear. Tie her to your back. He tore strips from the bedsheet and swiftly secured the unconscious Xiaolu to Dammy Me's back. The soft body pressed against her back, Dammy Me could feel Xiaolu's faint breathing. She gritted her teeth. This suddenly appearing man exuded an irresistible sense of pressure. At that moment, the invisible barrier at the door made a crackling sound, appearing with a hairline fracture. That thing had discovered them. Hurry! Chen Nian shouted, no longer waiting, directly grabbing the hose and sliding down, his figure vanishing into the night. He had to get down first to set up a cushioning array, otherwise these people would fall to their deaths. In the room, only 4 women and 1 trembling man remained. The cracks in the barrier at the door were multiplying. An overwhelming chill seeped in through the gaps. Dammy Me glanced at Xiaolu on her back, then at the unfathomable darkness outside, finally turning her gaze towards Reba and Song Tai. Damn it, I should have checked the calendar before going out today. She cursed, grabbing the fire hose, stealing her resolve, and stepped onto the windowsill. The cold wind sliced across her cheeks like a knife as Dammy Me tightly gripped the icy fire hose, her palms stinging from the rough surface. The height of the 12th floor made her feel dizzy, and the weight of Xiaolu on her back was painfully clear at that moment. She dared not look down, putting all her trust in the man she had known for less than an hour. In the moment of her hesitation, the invisible barrier at the door of the ward shattered completely with a series of rapid crack sounds. With a screech, a chilling scratch echoed as a non-human limb covered in black viscous fluid probed in from outside the door, its tip carving a deep trench into the floor. An extreme chill and foul odor instantly filled the entire space. Up. Sun the manager let out a short scream, collapsing to the ground. Run! Reba reacted the fastest, shoving the still trembling Song Tai. Hurry down. Song Tai stumbled from the push, her survival instincts overcoming her fear as she screamed and grabbed a torn strip of bedsheet, wrapping it around her hand in a frenzy, and leaped out of the window with her eyes closed. Reba followed closely behind. Damimi hesitated no longer. She cast one last glance at the terrifying limb that had fully reached into the room, resembling an enlarged mantis foreleg, gritted her teeth, and leaped. The sensation of weightlessness instantly seized her. The howling wind rushed past her ears, and the city lights spun and magnified beneath her. Bai Xiao Lu on her back felt like a lifeless ornament, hastening her descent. It's over, I'm going to die. Just as this thought surfaced, she felt her fall suddenly slow, as if she had plunged into a mass of invisible cotton. Thud! The feeling of her feet touching the ground was exceptionally gentle, as if she had not sustained any impact. A steady hand caught her arm. Steady yourself. It was Chen Nian. He stood amidst a complex array of faintly glowing blue runes, the lines of the runes flickering softly. It was then that Damimi noticed that a formation with a diameter of about 3 meters had been drawn on the ground without her realizing. Formation construction, complete gravity buffer array beginner. Effect significantly reduces the kinetic energy of falling objects within the area. Proficiency 20. Damimi was about to ask something when she saw Song Tai and Reba also float down lightly, their faces filled with the shock of having survived. Roar! A deafening roar echoed from above as a massive, indescribable black shadow suddenly poked its head through the broken window, its 2 crimson eyes fixating on the few people on the lawn below. It sees us. Song Tai's voice trembled with fear. Shut up. Chen Nian's reprimand was simple and harsh. He yanked Bai Xiao Lu off Damimi's back, effortlessly cradling her in his arms, while his other hand grabbed Damimi's wrist. Keep up, run if you don't want to die. His hand was cold, but his grip was shockingly strong and unyielding. The group stumbled after Chen Nian, racing madly out of the hospital's greenery. From behind them, the hospital building echoed with the sounds of shattering glass and heavy objects crashing as that thing seemed to be emerging from the building. Several female stars had never experienced such a frantic escape, their high heels long gone, bare feet hitting the cold, rough concrete. Each step felt like walking on the edge of a blade. As Reba ran, she glanced back. That enormous black shadow had squeezed out from the 12th floor opening, moving with an anti-physical posture along the building's exterior, getting closer to the ground. It was not an illusion. It was a monster. And Chen Nian, the one who was leading them away from the monster, who exactly was he? Passing through 2 narrow alleys that reeked of spoiled water, Chen Nian stopped in front of a graffiti-covered roller shutter. This was a dead end. What? What are you bringing us here for? Sun the manager gasped, his face filled with despair. There's no way forward. We will be trapped here by it. Chen Nian ignored him. From the depths of the alley came the sound of rustling as the monster drew nearer. A chilling aura clung to them like a malignant growth, making everyone's hair stand on end. Damimi and Reba exchanged glances, each seeing the same resolve reflected in the other's eyes. Rather than be caught by that thing, it would be better to. Just then Chen Nian raised his hand and pressed it against an inconspicuous brick beside the roller shutter. There was no sound, no light effect. The rusty, seemingly unused roller shutter silently began to roll upwards. Behind the door was not a dilapidated warehouse filled with junk as imagined, but a clean passage made of an unknown metal glowing with a soft blue hue. A peculiar mixture of disinfectant and ozone filled the air. The walls of the passage were as smooth as mirrors extending into the deep darkness. Everyone was stunned. Sun the manager gaped, forgetting to breathe. Song Tai rubbed her eyes, thinking she was hallucinating. Damimi and Reba were even more dazed. The scene before them was beyond their comprehension. One moment, they were in a horrifying urban alley battle, and the next it had transformed into a sci-fi epic. What are you still dawdling for? Chen Nian, holding Bai Xiao Lu, stepped in first. Do you want to be its midnight snack? The group snapped back to reality, scrambling into the passage. As the last person stepped in, the roller shutter slammed shut with a bang, sealing off the outside world. Immediately, frantic banging and the screech of claws scraping against metal echoed from outside, causing the entire passage to tremble slightly. Yet that door remained astonishingly solid. Inside the passage, lights began to illuminate one by one, revealing everyone's faces. The relief of having survived intertwined with confusion over their surroundings reflected on each person's face. Chen Nian gently placed Bai Xiao Lu on a metal bench beside the passage, checked her condition, and confirmed she was merely in a deep coma, finally letting out a sigh of relief. He turned around to look at the few burdens before him: Demimi, Reba, Song Tai, and the utterly terrified manager. Their clothes were stained with dust, and blood, hair disheveled, barefoot, with tears streaking down their faces, looking utterly disheveled, a far cry from their usual glamorous selves. You? Demimi steadied herself and stepped forward, scrutinizing Chen Nian. Who exactly are you? Where's this place? Chen Nian did not answer immediately. He simply looked at them calmly, as if assessing the condition of several goods. This scrutinizing posture made the several stars who were used to being admired feel an inexplicable discomfort. After a long pause, he finally spoke slowly, his tone devoid of any emotion. Welcome to the Ark of Noah, everyone. He stepped aside, revealing the scene behind him. At the end of the passage was a massive circular airlock door. Behind the door was an incredibly vast pure white space. Beyond the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows was the deep, endless starry sky and a slowly rotating blue planet. Countless complex instruments flickered with dim light, and several figures in white uniforms were busily operating something. This was the bridge of a... Reba's lips trembled slightly as she reached out her hand, seemingly wanting to touch that unreal starry sky, but ultimately let it fall weakly. She looked at Chen Nian, her voice as light as a feather. Where is this place? Chen Nian did not turn to look at her. His gaze remained fixed on the azure planet outside the porthole, as if admiring a long-lost painting. Home. His reply was understated, yet it struck each heart like a heavy hammer. At least for a long time to come, it will be your home. Home. The word in this context felt utterly absurd and terrifying. Demimi's mind finally rebooted from its frozen state. She forced herself to calm down and logic began to churn. Filming. No film crew could have such realistic sets, nor could they arrange monsters that could easily tear apart human bodies in a small alley for a prank. Even more impossible. Who had the capability and motive to kidnap 4 popular celebrities to such a place? She took a deep breath, suppressing the trembling in her heart, and stepped forward again, trying to find a flaw in Chen Nian's expression. What exactly is going on? Who are you? Why did you bring us here? Her voice carried a barely perceptible tremor, but she had tried her best to remain composed. This was a habit she had developed over years of facing big scenes. Even if the sky fell, she must first steady her stance. Chen Nian finally turned around. He did not answer Demimi's question, but instead swept his gaze over the few of them. Barefoot, wearing torn gowns covered in dust and someone's blood. Disheveled hair, ruined makeup. Each looked as if they had just escaped from a disaster movie. Indeed, they had just escaped from a disaster movie. His gaze lingered on them briefly, a nearly cold assessment. No pity, no excess emotion, like a craftsman inspecting just recycled parts. Follow me. He tossed out 3 words, then turned and walked toward the other side of the bridge. The women exchanged glances, but none dared to disobey. The monsters outside, the cold starry sky behind the door, the mysterious man before them. All of this formed a reality they could not comprehend, yet had to accept. Agent Sun's lips trembled as he leaned against the wall, barely managing to keep up with the group, muttering neurotically, "It's over. Tomorrow's schedule. Penalty fees. How much will this cost?" Reba instinctively followed behind Demimi, her hand unconsciously brushing against the smooth metal of the corridor wall. The cold sensation from her fingertips was so real, it made her heart race. This was not a dream, not an illusion. She turned her head toward the porthole. The massive blue planet was slowly rotating, the outlines of clouds, land, and oceans clearly visible. That was Earth. This realization made her dizzy. So they were really in space now? Song Tai was the quietest among them, but also the most observant. She noticed that the staff in white uniforms never once looked at them. They were focused on operating the control panels before them, as if the sudden intruders were mere air. This complete disregard was more unsettling than any threatening words. It meant that their arrival here was expected, insignificant. The corridor was short. Soon, they entered a wider area. It looked like a living zone corridor with identical metal doors on both sides. The entire space was still pure white, lighting bright, but not harsh, and the smell of disinfectant and ozone was stronger. That thing outside. Song Tai finally couldn't help but ask in a low voice, did it go away? The question made everyone stop and nervously look at Chen. It won't leave, Chen Nian said without pausing. The cleaner is very patient. It will wait until the energy reaction in this area completely dissipates. He seemed to recall something and casually pointed toward the direction they came from. It left a few scratches on the door, just now about 30 centimeters deep. That tungsten steel alloy door is 2 meters thick. 30 centimeters. Demimi and Reba's faces turned pale instantly. They had seen the creature's claws with their own eyes, easily cutting through concrete. They couldn't imagine how much force was needed to create scratches 30 centimeters deep. If the door hadn't been that thick, or if Chen Nian hadn't opened it in time. They dared not think further. The fear of surviving a disaster gripped their hearts again. The shock and confusion about their surroundings had temporarily suppressed the terror of the monster. Now Chen Nian's casual remark reawakened that primal fear. He was warning them. Demimi understood instantly. He was warning them that outside was hell, and here was the only way to survive. And he was the master of this path. Chen Nian stopped in front of a door, which slid open automatically. This is your room. There are spare clothes and food inside. Rest, take a shower. Behind the door was a simple room, 4 single beds lined up a separate bathroom. Everything was standard issue, clean but lifeless like a high-end shelter. It was a world apart from the presidential suites they usually stayed in. But at this moment no one had the right to complain. A safe place, a bed, that was already a luxury. Agent Sun was the first to rush in, almost collapsing onto the nearest bed. Demimi, Reba, and Song Tai hesitated, then also entered. They needed to tidy themselves up, and even more to sort out their chaotic thoughts. But Chen Nian did not leave. He walked to another door opposite them. That door also slid open silently. The scene behind it made the 3 women who had just entered the room freeze in their movements. It was a completely different space. The room was large, at least 3 times the size of theirs. Sparse furnishings, minimalist style, yet exuding a quiet luxury. And the most striking feature was the enormous bed in the center of the room. The bed was exaggeratedly wide, covered with dark gray bedding that looked soft and comfortable. After a life-and-death escape, dirty and disheveled, assigned to a 4-person dormitory, suddenly seeing such a luxurious bed, symbolizing absolute comfort and power. The visual and psychological impact was indescribable. It was a silent declaration. A declaration of the disparity in status. They were refugees' goods. And he was the ruler here. Chen Nian ignored their reactions, walked straight in, and gently placed by Xiaolu, whom he had been holding in his arms, onto the large bed. He pulled the blanket over her, his movements almost tender. What exactly do you want? Demimi stood at the door, not entering, her voice carrying a hint of hoarseness she didn't notice herself. Chen Nian turned around and looked at the 3 women at the door. I saved your lives. He stated a fact. So what? Demimi clenched her fists. So we have to be locked up here like prisoners without even knowing why we're here. You'll know soon enough. Chen Nian's face remained expressionless. He walked to the wall on one side of the room and swiped his finger across the smooth surface. A huge holographic screen instantly lit up, casting soft light on his profile. On the screen 4 files appeared side by side. They were the photos, names, and basic information of the 4 young, Mi, Dilraba, Dilmarat, Song, Yi, and Sun Wei. And beneath each file a flashing, glaring red label, pending asset. Demimi's breath caught. Assets. Get some rest. Chen Nian's voice came from behind the screen, unreadable. Soon you'll need to make your first choice. What choice? Demimi pressed. Chen Nian lightly tapped the screen, and the 4 files enlarged, filling the entire display. He turned his head and looked at them calmly. Choose your value. Value. These 2 words weighed like 2 invisible mountains, pressing heavily upon the hearts of the 3 women. The air was deathly still, save for the unceasing flicker of the red label reading assets pending disposal on the holographic screen, casting a pale glow upon their faces. What do you mean? Demimi's voice was hoarse as she forced herself to meet Chen Nian's gaze. What do you take us for? Merchandise on a shelf. Chen Nian did not answer her accusation. Instead, he swept his gaze over them with an appraising, utterly detached look. His fingers slid across the screen once more. Beside their files, a new interface appeared. The interface displayed a complex evaluation model, physical fitness, skills, compliance, potential risk, a list of metrics they could not comprehend. Value determines treatment. Chen Nian finally spoke calmly, stating the cruel new rules of this world. And it determines whether you survive. Those words chilled the blood more than any direct threat. To survive, a phrase once taken for granted, had now become a privilege that required evaluation and selection. Agent Sun, who had been lying on the bed, suddenly sprang up. His face trembled with fat as he forced a smile uglier than tears. Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen. I have value. I am extremely valuable. He scrambled to the door, terrified that a second's delay would see him disposed of like trash. I am their agent, a top-tier agent. I know the entire entertainment industry like the back of my hand. I can help you manage them, maximize their value. Commercial endorsements, movies, TV series. No, even if the world has changed, all these things still have their uses. I can. Chen Nian did not even look at him. He simply tapped the file belonging to Sun Wei. Sun Wei, evaluation value 0, recommendation, repatriate the cold digits, and text instantly choked off all of Agent Sun's protests. No, impossible, he muttered, his face ashen. How could I have no value? Only then did Chen Nian cast his gaze upon him. It was not the look one gives a person, but rather the look one gives a worn-out tool. This ship had no need for an outdated agent. Management. He needed no one to manage his assets. As for those so-called entertainment industry resources, they were worthless in the face of survival. Sun Wei's existence would only introduce unnecessary emotional entanglements and scheming from the old era, an unstable factor. Your value lies on Blue Star, Chen Nian said flatly. Go manage those who remain on the ground if you can still find them. The moment the words fell, the metal floor beneath Agent Sun suddenly split open, and a transparent cylindrical tube rose from below, trapping him inside. No, Mr. Chen, give me another chance. His voice was completely sealed off. Demimi and Reba instinctively stepped back, staring in horror at this surreal scene. No argument, no violence, not even an extra explanation. Value 0, and then disposed of. As simple and efficient as deleting a useless file, without a trace of emotion. This chilled them to the bone far more than any blustering threat. He was not negotiating with them. He was merely executing a program. The tube descended rapidly, with Agent Sun disappearing beneath the floor. The floor closed silently as if nothing had happened. In the room, only Chen Nian and the 3 silent, trembling women remained, along with the still unconscious Bai Xiaolu on the bed. Chen Nian's gaze returned to them. Now it's your turn. Demimi's heart pounded wildly. She knew that the next decision might determine life or death. Her mind raced, trying to understand what Chen Nian truly wanted. Obedience, flattery, or displaying her uniqueness. Song Tai shuddered slightly, while Reba bit her lower lip in silence. Fear gripped them. Demimi took a deep breath, about to speak. But Chen Nian raised a hand to stop her. No need to rush your answer. He turned and walked to the other side of the room, where the wall lit up again, this time displaying a massive dynamic star map. Before you make your choice, we'll pick up one last person. The spaceship trembled slightly. Through the porthole, Reba saw the azure planet slowly shrinking. A sense of utter disconnection washed over them. They were leaving their familiar world. This ship was like an independent kingdom, and that man was its sole monarch. The ship moved at tremendous speed, causing no physical discomfort. But the psychological pressure only intensified. Demimi, Reba, and Song Tai were invisibly trapped at the entrance to the 4-person cabin, too afraid to go in or to leave. Chen Nian remained in his own room, occasionally walking to Bai Xiaolu's bedside to check the intricate instruments connected to her. He seemed utterly indifferent to them, as if they were merely new pieces of furniture carelessly left in a corner. This complete neglect was more suffocating than surveillance. After an unknown length of time, the ship's slight vibration ceased. The star map on the wall disappeared, replaced by a bird's eye view of blue star. A red dot blinked in the central region of the Dragon Nation. We've arrived. Chen Nian stood up and straightened his clothes. He walked to the door and glanced at the 3 women still frozen in place. Stay on the ship, he commanded, leaving no room for argument. Then he added, from today onward, only women are allowed aboard this ship. The words stunned the 3 women. Before they could grasp the implications, Chen Nian strode toward the ship's exit. A metal hatch slid open. Beyond the door was no longer the underground base they had seen before, but a ruined city scarred by war. The sky was an eerie dark red, with thick plumes of smoke rising in the distance. Chen Nian stood alone at the threshold of hell. He did not look back. He raised his wrist, and a tactical panel unfolded on his arm, clearly displaying the coordinates of that red dot. Lu Feifei, he whispered into the communicator, uttering 3 words. I've come to take you. At that moment, another faint mechanical sound arose. On the side of Chen Nian's room, an inconspicuous hidden door slid open, and a woman in a tight, gray uniform stepped out together with Chen Nian. Her delicate features were as beautiful as a celestial maiden. Let me show you around, Chen Nian said calmly, then turned and walked to the enormous bed to check on Bai Xiaolu's condition. Demimi, Reba, and Song Tai exchanged glances, but ultimately followed. They had no choice. Chen Nian led them down a sleek metal corridor. This is to a spaceship, he said casually. You are now in the living quarters. Apart from the master's room and the control room, you may move freely in most areas. Free movement. It sounded like a joke. Lu Feifei stopped before a massive porthole. Outside the window, instead of the familiar starry sky, there was a dazzling, ever-twisting, shifting rainbow of light bands, like a spilled palette of colors churning wildly in the cosmos. The sight was magnificent yet eerie, filled with an inhuman, chaotic beauty. This is, Reba murmured unconsciously. A curvature navigation channel, Chen Nian explained simply. We have already left what you call the solar system. He paused, then dropped a true bombshell. You cannot return to launching. Boom. It was as if a thunderbolt exploded in their minds. Demimi's body swayed, and she steadied herself against the wall. Song Tai's face drained of all color, while Reba shook her head incessantly, unable to accept the truth. Cannot return. Those 4 words shattered the last shred of hope in their hearts. Family, friends, careers. Everything they knew was forever sealed off behind that unreachable starry expanse. From top celebrities on Earth to drifters in the... This transformation of identity had taken less than a day. Watching their despondent expressions, Lu Feifei's face remained impassive. I didn't bring you here to dwell on the past. A flat voice came from behind them. Chen Nian had approached without their notice. He leaned against the corridor wall, still holding the unconscious Bai Xiaolu in his arms. His presence made the air grow. Your past is dead, he stated. Now I offer you a chance to choose your future. Demimi raised her head, her eyes red as she looked at him. What chance? He walked to the porthole, gazing at the swirling bands of light outside. Your world is no more than a trivial speck of dust in the universe, and beyond that dust there are countless worlds. Some of cultivation, some of magic, where gods walk the earth, where technology has advanced to the point of creating universe. His words sounded like a preposterous myth, yet spoken by him, they carried an undeniable truth. I can take you to witness all of this. He turned around, finally facing them directly. I can free you from the shackles of birth, aging, sickness, and death, granting you a long life. And the price? Demimi asked word by word. Chen Nian's answer was simple and direct. Be my woman. The air froze solid. Ba and Song Tai stared in shock, utterly bewildered. What was this? A space-age abduction of wives? Instead, Demimi laughed a laugh filled with self-mockery and sorrow. So this is the value you mentioned. It is a gift, Chen Nian corrected her. Exchange your already worthless identities for a future you would never dare to dream of. This deal benefits only you. He handed the unconscious Bai Xiaolu to Lu Feifei beside him. Take her back to rest. Lu Feifei took Bai Xiaolu and left without uttering a single word. Now only Chen Nian and the 4 women remained in the corridor. The pressure multiplied. I don't have much patience, Chen Nian said softly. In your rooms, you'll find basic information on the Myriad realms. You have 1 hour to consider. Agree and your lives will begin a new chapter. Refuse. He left the sentence unfinished, but the unspoken fear it carried weighed heavier than any threat. With that he turned and walked toward his own room. Wait! Demimi called out. Chen Nian stopped, but did not turn around. Why us? It was her greatest doubt. Chen Nian was silent for a moment. Because you are very beautiful. He left an answer they could not comprehend, and his figure disappeared behind the door. Beautiful. Just because of that. The reason was so absurd it sent chills down. The atmosphere in the women's room was suffocatingly tense. No one spoke. Song Tai curled up in a corner, her shoulders heaving as she stifled her sobs. Ba paced restlessly around the room like a caged beast. Only Demimi sat on the edge of the bed, eerily calm. She activated the information terminal in the room, which indeed displayed the basic materials Chen Nian had mentioned. Classification of civilizations across the realms, introduction to energy systems, illustrated guide to longevity races. Each title shattered the worldview she had built over more than 20 years. Sister me. Ba stopped pacing, her voice choked with tears. What do we do? Demimi did not look up, her fingers swiped rapidly across the... Do you believe what he said? Immortality, myriad realms. What does it matter if we don't believe? Song Tai suddenly spoke, her voice hoarse. We can't even return to Earth. We are ants in his hands now, he can crush us whenever he wants. Those desperate words made Song Tai's sobs uncontrollable. Yes. What did it matter if they didn't believe? What could they do? The consequences of resistance were too terrible to imagine. Demimi turned off the screen. She stood up and walked before the other 3. Crying won't solve anything. The situation is simple now. 2 paths. First, refuse him. What the outcome would be we don't know, but it certainly won't be good. Second, agree. Agree. Be his woman. Ba's face twisted with humiliation. All of us. So what? Demimi count. Do you want to die with dignity or live without it? She looked at her 3 distraught companions and said slowly, we have nothing left now. Our lives are our own. As long as we live, there is hope. Dead, there is truly nothing. The room fell silent again. Demimi's words were cruel, but realistic. After an unknown length of time, Song Tai was the first to raise her head, wiping away her tears. I choose to live. Ba also stopped pacing and slumped onto the bed, nodding. All eyes turned to Demimi. She took a deep breath as if making a momentous decision. Alright, I'll go talk to him. She straightened her disheveled clothes, squared her shoulders, as if she had transformed back into the invincible superstar of the entertainment world. She walked to the door, which slid open automatically. Chen Nian's door was tightly shut. Demimi stood before it, raising her hand, but hesitating to knock. Just then the door slid silently inward. Chen Nian was sitting on the sofa inside, as if he had been waiting for her. Have you decided? He asked. Demimi entered the room with Ba and Song Tai following behind, standing at a distance. She looked at the man who held life and death over them, and nodded. We agree. Chen Nian's face showed no surprise, as if this were the only possible answer. He stood up and walked toward them step by step. The 4 women instinctively stepped back, their bodies taut. Chen Nian stopped before them, his gaze sweeping over each of their faces. Finally, he raised his finger, lightly pointing at the door behind them. The door to their shared dormitory. That door will no longer be needed. That door will no longer be needed. The moment those words fell, both Ba and Song Tai froze in place. Demimi stood at the front, her back straight, showing no sign of retreat. Chen Nian did not elaborate further. He walked over to the control panel by the wall and swiped his fingers across it a few times. The 2 hatch doors at the end of the corridor lit up with green lights simultaneously. From tonight onwards, Ba and Song Tai will stay in the room on the left. Without looking back, he walked towards his own room. Demimi, come with me. Those 3 words left no room for negotiation. Ba instinctively grabbed Demimi's wrist, her fingertips icy. Demimi patted the back of her hand and gently pried it away. It's fine. Just 2 words. After saying that, she followed Chen Nian's back. Reba stood rooted to the spot, opening her mouth, but unable to say anything. Songtai tugged at her sleeve, pulling her into the room on the left. The hatch door closed behind them. The corridor fell silent. Chen Nian's room was more than 3 times the size of their dormitory. A large bed leaned against the window with the endless starry sky outside the porthole. In the center of the room was a circular sofa set, and a semi-transparent holographic projection of a star map floated above the coffee table. Countless points of light slowly rotated in the projection, with one marked in a striking blue. Demima's gaze was drawn to that blue point of light. That is Earth. Chen Nian sat down on the sofa, and with a swipe the star map magnified several times. The blue point expanded into a complete planet, blue oceans, brown land, and white clouds. Exactly like the Earth in her memory, yet completely different. Your Earth. Demimi caught onto the key word. Every parallel universe has an Earth. Yours is at coordinates M4172. Mine is at coordinates A0001. Chen Nian pushed the star map aside and reclined into the sofa. The spaceship's current route is already locked to A0001. We will arrive in about 12 hours. Demimi stood in the center of the room without sitting down. Her mind raced. Parallel universes, different Earths, coordinate numbers. These words were concepts from a science fiction novel just an hour ago, but had now become a reality she must accept. What happens when we arrive? Eat and drink as you please. Chen Nian's answer was nonchalant. I have a residence and assets over there. You can just live with me. Demimi fell silent for a few seconds. What is your status on that Earth? A recently graduated college student. This answer was too bland, so bland that Demimi thought she misheard. A person who possesses a spaceship that can traverse countless realms, someone who can casually mention immortality, a recently graduated college student. The confusion on her face was too evident. Chen Nian glanced at her, the corners of his mouth twitching. What? Do you think it's unworthy of you? I didn't mean that. You did. Demimi closed her mouth. This man was too precise in capturing emotions, precise enough to make her feel uneasy. Having navigated the entertainment industry for so many years, she considered her skills in managing expressions to be top-notch. But in front of Chen Nian, this skill completely failed. The bathroom is over there. Chen Nian nodded towards a door on the right side of the room. There are clothes for changing inside generated by the spaceship, so the size won't be a... You should wash up first. Demimi stood still. I said I don't have much patience. She clenched the hem of her clothes and turned towards the bathroom. The moment the door closed, her back finally pressed against the cold metal door. Her legs felt a bit weak. Not because of fear, well, maybe partly due to fear, more because of an extreme sense of absurdity and loss of control. Yangmi, a top celebrity with a fortune of billions and countless admirers. That was yesterday. Today she stood in the bathroom of a strange man, preparing to be, not out of love, not out of a transaction of interest, but simply because he said so. The water flowed over her, scalding hot. She adjusted the temperature several times before getting used to it. In the bathroom mirror, her reflection showed her own face, eyes slightly red, but without tears. What good would crying do? It took her a full 20 minutes to come out. She had changed into the clothes generated by the spaceship, a set of light gray thin pajamas. The material was excellent, almost weightless against her skin. Chen Nian was already finished with his shower. He was wearing a black short-sleeve shirt, sitting on the edge of the bed, holding a metal sphere the size of a fist. Come here. Demimi walked over and stood in front of him, the distance between them less than a step. Extend your hand. She hesitated for a moment, but still extended her right hand. Chen Nian placed the metal sphere in her palm. The sphere felt cool to the touch, its surface smooth with no patterns. What is this? A physique detector. Hold on to it, don't let go. The metal sphere lit up. A ring of light and pale blue spread from within the sphere, coursing along Demimi's fingers and wrist, ultimately enveloping her. She instinctively wanted to shake it off, but Chen Nian's hand was already pressed against the back of her hand. Don't move. The light lasted about 10 seconds before abruptly withdrawing into the sphere. Chen Nian retrieved the metal sphere and lightly tapped its surface twice. A set of data popped up in holographic projection. E-class physique. Qualification score 0. 7. Spiritual root none. Special bloodline none. All the lowest tier. As expected. Chen Nian turned off the data. The spiritual energy concentration on your Earth M4172 is basically 0. It's not surprising to have this data. Demimi looked at the dissipating data and suddenly found it absurd. E-class physique 0. 7 qualification score. In Chen Nian's world, she was probably worse than a blade of grass by the roadside. Then why do you still want to keep us? The words slipped out with a sense of defiance. Chen Nian raised his head to look at her. That gaze held scrutiny along with something she couldn't comprehend. Physique can be changed. Techniques can be cultivated. Without a spiritual root, it can be stimulated with medicine. He tossed the metal sphere back on the table and stood up. Do you think my mention of immortality was just a cat? Demimi was momentarily taken aback. In this myriad of realms, there are countless methods to alter one's physique. The worst can still allow you to live up to 500. Beyond that, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, all are possible. He spoke these words as casually as discussing vegetable prices at a market. 500 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years. These numbers fell heavily on Demimi's mind, each one absurdly weighty. But that's a matter for the future. Chen Nian walked to the edge of the bed and lifted the covers. For tonight, just sleep. After saying that, he lay down, turning to face the inside. Demimi stood still, her fingers unconsciously tugging at the hem of her pajamas. What are you dawdling for? Get into bed. She mechanically walked to the other side of the bed, lifted the covers, and lay down. Her body was so stiff that she could hear her bones creaking. The distance between the two was more than half the bed. The starlight outside the porthole streamed and casting moving light spots on the ceiling. Quiet. Too quiet. She could hear her own heartbeat thumping rapidly, unnaturally fast. She pulled the covers up to her chin, fixated on the moving light spots on the ceiling. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Chen Nian made no moves. 3 minutes passed. Her heartbeat finally began to slow down. Then she heard Chen Nian turn over. Demimi's entire body tensed up again in an instant. Could you please not be so tense? Chen Nian's voice came from the darkness, tinged with a hint of helplessness. I have no intention of touching you tonight. What? Your body is too fragile right now, E-class physique, unable to bear my true energy influx. You need to alter your physique first, otherwise you won't be able to handle it. Demimi repeated this sentence in her mind 3 times before she understood what he was saying. He wasn't being merciful or respectful. It was purely because her body was too weak, below standard. This reasoning was absurd enough to leave her uncertain whether to breathe a sigh of relief or feel insulted. Then why did you let me come to your room? To help you get used to it. Those 2 words shattered all her fantasies and fears. To help her get used to it. Getting accustomed to sharing a bed with him, to his presence, to her new identity. Like taming a wild horse, first putting on the reins without hurrying. Wait, who is the wild horse? A thought surged up, but she pressed it down again. She turned onto her side, facing the wall. When we get to your Earth, how do we explain ourselves to the outside world? No need for an explanation. The place I live in is very remote with not many neighbors. And your relatives? Chen Nian fell silent for a moment. No relatives. 3 words, crisp and clear. No emotional fluctuations, as if stating the weather. But Demimi sensed something from those 3 words. A person without relatives piloting a spaceship capable of traversing myriad realms. She suddenly understood why he wanted to take them away. Not solely because they were beautiful. At least not entirely. Don't overthink it. Chen Nian's voice echoed again. Sleep. Tomorrow when we arrive, there will be things to do. What things? Buying groceries and cooking for you. Your Earth M4172 has something nice, Sichuan cuisine. I also have Sichuan up there, but the taste always falls a bit short. It's a pity I didn't get to bring more spices. Sichuan cuisine. Spices. Demimi felt like she must be dreaming. A man who possesses a super spaceship and claims to grant immortality was now lying beside her, discussing the last topic, Sichuan cuisine. She fell silent. Fatigue finally overshadowed her tense nerves. She didn't know how long it took, but her consciousness began to blur the starlight before her, transforming into a soft halo. Just as she was about to fall asleep, she felt the covers being gently tugged. It was Chen Nian helping her cover the slipping edge of the blanket. Demimi's eyelashes fluttered, but she did not open her eyes. The spaceship glided silently through the dark matter channel. In the control room, the holographic star map on the main console automatically updated the navigation data. The blue planet at destination coordinates A0001 grew larger, its outline becoming clearer. Countdown 094733. In the living area corridor of the spaceship, Lu Feifei stood by the porthole with a cup of hot water. The door to the room behind her was half open, with the even breathing of Bai Xiaolu coming from inside. She looked down at the starry reflection in her cup and took a gentle sip. The new women who had arrived were different from her back then. She had come voluntarily. They had not. But the outcome would be the same. Because what Chen Nian offered no one could refuse. She turned around, preparing to return. At the end of the corridor, the door to Chen Nian's room was tightly closed. Lu Feifei paused for a moment, a faint smile appearing at the corners of her lips. She swallowed this sentence with the hot water and turned to close her room door. The corridor returned to silence, only the countdown digits on the holographic panel ticking away second by second. 094712. 094711. 094710. Suddenly a red alert lit up on the main console. Unknown energy fluctuations detected ahead in the navigation path. The warning light flickered silently in the empty control room, the red glow reflecting off every metal wall. No one saw. The red warning light flashed for less than 5 seconds, and the AI system of the control console had already completed the scanning and analysis. A collapsed fold in the dark matter channel with residual energy echoes. Not a threat. The spaceship adjusted its course, slightly detouring by 0.3 astronomical units. The warning light extinguished. The control room returned to silence. Chen Nian was awakened by a scream. It was not from Demi, but from the direction of the corridor from, by Xiao Lu's room. He rolled out of bed without any trace of morning grumpiness. Demi was startled awake, groggily looking up the blanket slipping from her chin to her chest. Don't move, I'll go take a look. As Chen Nian opened the door and stepped into the corridor by Xiao Lu's door had already swung open. Lu Fei stood at the entrance holding a cup of water that had gone cold. Bai Xiao Lu was curled up in the corner of the bed, gripping the blanket, tightly trembling like a leaf. She was awake. She remembered. What? What have you done? Where is this? I want to go back. Bai Xiao Lu's voice was hoarse, probably from crying. Her nose was red, her eyes swollen, and her hair was a messy tangle over her face. Chen Nian leaned against the door frame. Lu Fei glanced at him, without saying a word, moving the cup aside. Have you finished crying? Bai Xiao Lu was taken aback. Not because of the question, but because of the person asking it. A strange man wearing a black casual short-sleeve shirt with unkempt hair, standing barefoot at the door of her room. He looked to be in his 20s, but his eyes carried an indescribable sense of oldness. Who are you? Let me go. Let me tell you, kidnapping me is a crime. You can indeed report it under the legal system of M4172. Chen Nian interrupted her. But this is the dark matter channel about 120,000 kilometers away from your Earth. Which jurisdiction will you report to? Bai Xiao Lu's mouth hung open, her words stuck in her throat. You can keep crying, or you can have a sip of water first. Chen Nian shifted to the side, signaling Lu Fei to pass the cup over. Lu Fei walked over and placed the water on the bedside table. Bai Xiao Lu did not take it. I want drink your stuff. Fine. Chen Nian turned and walked away. Bai Xiao Lu was taken aback. This reaction was not right. According to the script, shouldn't he be coaxing her, threatening her, and then gradually breaking down her psychological defenses? Why did he just leave? Lu Fei did not linger, either, following him out. Before leaving, she glanced back at Bai Xiao Lu, her tone flat. Wait until you are hungry and come out yourself. The kitchen is at the end of the corridor to the right. The door closed. Bai Xiao Lu sat alone on the bed, gripping the blanket, staring at that cup of water. It was quiet for about 20 minutes. She reached out, picked up the cup, and took a sip. It was cold. Just ordinary water. When the countdown reached 0, Demi was standing in front of the porthole. The blue planet almost filled the entire porthole, the patterns of the clouds clearly visible, and the outlines of the continental plates were exactly like those of the Earth she was familiar with. But it was also different. The land was a deeper green, the ocean a darker blue, and the polar ice caps seemed to be much smaller. This is your Earth. Chen Nian sat in the pilot's seat, his fingers gliding over the holographic control panel. The spaceship began to decelerate as it entered the atmosphere with no vibrations on the outer shell. A0001. The Earth ranked first in the universe's numbering system. The technological level is similar. The social structure is also alike, only. He paused. There are no monsters here. Demi's lips twitched, unsure whether to smile or sigh. The spaceship landed on a platform surrounded by mountains. To be precise, it was on a platform surrounded by mountains. The surroundings were filled with primitive forests with no buildings in sight, and naturally, there was no signal for her phone. Wait, her phone had long since disappeared. Chen Nian pressed a button and the spaceship's outer shell activated optical camouflage, becoming transparent within 3 seconds, merging into the surround. My home is down the hill. A 10-minute walk. 5 women followed him out of the spaceship. Demi, Lu Fei Bai Xiao Lu, and the newly awakened Riba and Song Tai from the spaceship's sleep chamber. Riba was in better shape than Bai Xiao Lu, at least she hadn't cried. But her face was pale, and she bit her lip in silence throughout the journey. Song Tai remained silent, only asking once, is it safe here? After receiving Chen Nian's affirmative answer, she did not speak again. The 5 of them walked down the stone path through the forest. The air was unreasonably clean. Demi took a deep breath, feeling like her lungs had been cleansed. 10 minutes later, a 3-story freestanding building appeared at the end of the woods. The style was somewhat Chinese, with gray tiles and white walls and bamboo. At the entrance, there was an off-brand SUV parked. We're here. Chen Nian pushed open the gate and glanced back at the 5 women. Let's clarify the rules first. First, you are not allowed to leave this valley. The outside world is not entirely the same as yours. Don't get yourselves into trouble. Second, tell me what you want to eat. The kitchen is available for use. Third, he looked at Bai Xiao Lu. Crying is fine, making a fuss is fine, but don't think about this valley has a barrier. You can't get out. Bai Xiao Lu's face turned pale. All right, let's go inside. The next half-month would be the most absurd days of Demi's life. No agents, no schedules, no Weibo, no trending topics. Her daily life turned into waking up, eating breakfast, following Chen Nian for physical training, lunch, nap, dazing in the yard, or watching holographic projection movies that Chen Nian moved from the spaceship. Those movies came from a dozen different worlds, some of which she couldn't even understand. Dinner, then back to her room to sleep. Chen Nian's cooking was surprisingly good. On the 3rd day, he prepared a table full of Sichuan dishes: boiled fish, twice-cooked pork, mapo tofu, and spicy beef. Bai Xiaolu had transformed from initial resistance to silent acceptance. She sat at the dining table, picked up a piece of twice-cooked pork, and put it in her mouth, chewed a couple of times, and then froze. This is even better than what I had in Chengdu. Her voice was very soft, as if she didn't want to hear herself. Chen Nian didn't raise his head, adding another, "You need to eat well to have the strength to cry." Bai Xiaolu shot him a glare, but she didn't put down her chopsticks. Lu Fei watched this scene from the side, quietly taking a bite of rice, not saying anything. Reba adapted the fastest among the five. By the 5th day, she started to help with cooking actively. Her knife skills were decent, and she washed vegetables efficiently, looking like she was filming a reality show while wearing an apron in the kitchen. "Do you cook back home too?" Chen Nian asked her. "Occasionally," Reba replied, adding the chopped green onions into a bowl. "I cook when my assistant isn't around." "Assistant?" Chen Nian rolled the word around in his mouth. "How many assistants did you have before?" Reba did not answer. Song Tai maintained a cold restraint. She was quiet, ate when it was time, and returned to her room after finishing. The only time her emotions fluctuated was on the 8th night, when Chen Nian distributed the physical condition detectors for everyone to do the first round of retests. She held the metal ball blue light sweeping over her body, and the data popped up. A level physique. Qualification score 0.9. An increase of 0.2 from half a month ago. Song Tai stared at that number for a long time. How high can this go? Chen Nian was on the sofa flipping through a printed book, published on this earth with the cover in traditional Chinese characters. Theoretically, there is no upper limit. Level is the threshold. Once you reached level, you can start cultivating the most basic techniques. How long until you? It depends on the individual. If it's fast, 3 months, if slow, 6 months. Zhang Zi placed the metal ball back on the table and turned to go upstairs. Her steps were quicker than when she came. Demimi leaned against the window in the living room, observing everything. By the 12th day, Bai Xiaolu had stopped crying. She began to cook with Reba. Although her culinary skills were so poor that she could burn water, at least she was willing to come out of her room. That night the 5 of them sat around a stone table in the yard, eating hot pot. Chen Nian had brought a box of vacuum-sealed tripe and duck intestines from the spaceship, brought from the Earth where Demi and the others were from. The pot base bubbled with red oil, and the spiciness spread in the night breeze. Bai Xiaolu gasped from the spiciness, her eyes reddening. "Is it spicy, or is it pitiful?" Lu Fei asked. "It's spicy." Demi picked up a slice of tripe, dipped it in the oil, and stuffed it into her mouth. It was scalding, fragrant, and spicy. In that moment when her taste buds exploded, a thought flashed through her mind. This might be the best tripe she had ever eaten. Perhaps it was also because it was the first time in half a month that she felt alive. Outside the bamboo forest, the night breeze carried a faint, indescribable sweet. Chen Nian said that was spiritual energy, more concentrated than during the day. She looked up at the sky. The stars were densely packed, crazily more than anywhere she had ever been. The Milky Way spanned overhead, visible to the naked eye. Chen Nian, "Moi, you said the physical transformation. Can it really allow us to cultivate?" Chen Nian tossed a piece of duck intestine into the pot, used chopsticks to swish it 7 times, took it out, and dipped it in the garlic oil. "Next month, I'll take you all to E2298. Several people looked at him at the same time. "What kind of place is that?" "A cultivation world." He chewed on the duck intestine. "There's a wild spiritual herb mountain range over there that hasn't been exploited yet. Your physical transformation relies too much on exercise, it's too slow. You need to use medicine." Bai Xiaolu put down her chopsticks. Reba stopped stirring. Zhang Zi's hand holding the cup hovered in midair. Lu Fei poured herself a drink, slowly sipping it. Only Demi was still chewing on that piece of tripe. After chewing and swallowing, she wiped her mouth with a tissue. "Cultivation world." She repeated those 4 words. "Right. Is it dangerous over there?" Chen Nian fished out another piece of yellow throat from the pot, looking up at her. In the night, the hot steam from the hot pot rose in front of his face, the red oil's glow reflecting in his eyes. "With me around, it's not dangerous." After saying that, he lowered his head to continue eating. Demi stared at his profile for 3 seconds before shifting her gaze back. Her heart skipped a beat, not from fear this time. Deep in the bamboo forest outside the wall, something glimmered in the darkness. A pair of eyes. Slit pupils. Golden. The pair of golden vertical pupils lingered in the darkness for 2 seconds, then took a step back, disappearing into the rustling of the bamboo leaves. Demi's chopsticks paused in midair. "Don't be nervous," Chen Nian said, tossing a duck intestine into the pot to cook, her pace unchanged. "It's a bobcat. From this valley." Bai Xiaolu's throat felt dry. "It's a type of cat that resembles a tabby. Its intelligence is about that of a 3-year-old child, slightly smarter than your pet cat." Reba tilted her head towards the bamboo forest. It was pitch black and nothing could be seen. The hot pot continued to be eaten, but the atmosphere subtly shifted. The red oil in the pot was still bubbling, and the frequency of the chopsticks among the 5 women slowed for a moment. Chen Nian finished chewing the last piece of throat, set down her chopsticks, and wiped her hands with a napkin. "We need to go to the mountains tomorrow." The 5 of them looked over simultaneously. "Why?" Demi asked. For supplies. Before entering the cultivation world, we need to stock up on daily necessities. There aren't any supermarkets over there. Lu Feifei slowly set down her wine glass. Are we all going? Everyone. You pick what you want to eat and use, but it's better than me choosing for you. Bai Xiaolu opened her mouth slightly, then closed it again. It had been more than half a month, and this was the first time someone told her she could go out. She took a bite of the cookie. The next morning at 7, Chen Nian gathered the 5 of them in the living room. 5 sets of clothes were spread out on the coffee table: hoodies, loose jeans, and sneakers. Next to them were baseball caps and masks. Each set was a different color and size. Change into these. Reba picked up a gray hoodie and shook it out. This is too big. It needs to be big. Wrap your figure. Songtai had already started changing. She slipped off her outer jacket, donned a deep blue hoodie, rolled up the sleeves, and moved with quick efficiency, without any unnecessary questions. Bai Xiaolu lifted a pair of black-framed glasses. What kind of aesthetics is this? Aesthetic for survival. Chen Nian took out several items from the cabinet and tossed them onto the table. Wigs. Deep brown short hair, black shoulder-length, chestnut wavy curls. Several lengths and styles. Demimi picked up the brown short hair wig, and in this version of Earth, she began, is there also a version of us? Chen Nian squatted down to tie his shoes, not lifting his head. Yes. The names may not match, but the appearances are similar. You several are public figures over there too. The living room fell silent for 3 seconds. So being recognized won't be a big deal. But it will be troublesome. Chen Nian stood up. I don't like dealing with trouble. Keep your hats low and don't take off your masks. Lu Feifei stuffed her long hair into her hat and looked at herself in the dressing mirror in the hallway. Without makeup, baseball cap, hoodie, mask. The person in the mirror had nothing to do with names like Yang Mi or Louis Fei. A long-forgotten relaxation surged from her chest. When was the last time she felt this way? She couldn't remember. Demimi walked over, her wig already adjusted, glancing at her. Looks good. Can't recognize you. You too, Lu Feifei replied. The two of them sized each other up for 3 seconds and almost simultaneously tugged at their lips. The off-road vehicle in the yard looked much larger than it seemed. For people sitting in the back seat, didn't feel cramped. Bai Xiaolu curled up in the far right window seat, her hands wedged between her knees. Reba sat beside her, remaining silent, but her shoulder intentionally leaned towards Bai Xiaolu by half an inch. Songtai was in the passenger seat. Demimi and Lu Feifei sat in the middle. Chen Nian started the vehicle and drove out of the yard down the narrow road towards the mountain. The gravel road was flanked by trees with sunlight filtering through the leaves. 40 minutes later, the trees became sparse and the road widened. A toll station appeared ahead, leading to a 4-lane highway in both directions. Bai Xiaolu pressed her face against the car window. Is this Hubei? Yes. Chen Nian handed a card to the toll booth, and the barrier lifted. The classification here is different from yours. Other differences aren't significant. The car merged into the traffic flow, which was comparable to that of a second-tier city in the country. There were familiar and unfamiliar brands. Demimi noticed several car logos she couldn't name, but the design language felt oddly familiar. 20 minutes later, they exited the highway and entered a city of moderate size. The streets were clean, and the buildings were no more than 10 stories high. There were milk tea shops, hot pot restaurants, convenience stores, and a large supermarket. Reba stared at a small shop by the roadside for several seconds. Xinjiang cut cake. Chen Nian parked the car in the underground garage of a large supermarket, turned off the engine, and turned around. Let me repeat the rules. Don't take off your hats and masks, don't talk to strangers. Just toss whatever you want into the shopping cart. The budget is 2 million, spent freely. 2 million. Bai Xiaolu's mind spun around. For daily necessities. Food, drink, and use. Choose your own shampoo, body wash, and sanitary pads, and I won't be handling them. Snacks, spices, rice, flour, meat. Throw everything you can think of into the cart. This outing could last a month at the shortest, 6 months at the longest. Nothing can be bought. Bai Xiaolu closed her mouth. 5 shopping carts. Chen Nian pushed one, Demimi pushed another, Reba, and Bai Xiaolu shared one song. Tai pushed one alone, and Lu Feifei had her own car. The 6 of them strutted into the supermarket's main entrance. A little after 10 in the morning, there weren't many people. The cashier glanced up. 5 women wearing masks and hats following a man made quite a scene. But in this day and age, covering one's face when going out was too common, and no one thought much of it. Chen Nian headed straight for the grain and oil section. He moved 1,000 bags of 20-kilogram rice, 400 bags of flour, 600 barrels of cooking oil, soy sauce, vinegar, oyster sauce, debanjiang, laogan ma. He nearly cleared the entire aisle of seasonings. The stock clerk was dumbfounded. Boss, are you running a restaurant? There are many people in my family. Chen Nian tossed 300 boxes of salt into the cart. Demimi had already reached the snack section. She stood in front of the shelf, scanning from top to bottom. The brands varied, the packaging differed, but the categories were almost identical to those on her Earth. Potato chips, nuts, chocolate, cookies, dried fruit. She picked up a bag of spicy peanuts and flipped it over to check the ingredients. Identical. Her fingertips paused for 2 seconds. Then she swept the entire row of spicy peanuts into the cart. Reba squatted in the yogurt section for 5 minutes. She picked up a box. The brand was unfamiliar, and the flavor was labeled as Xinjiang-style original brew. She placed one box in the cart, then another. When she reached for a third box, her hand stopped. Bai Xiaolu leaned over to take a look. Just take it. It's not your money. Reba put the third box back. After a moment, she took it out again, stacking a full 2 layers into the cart. Bai Xiaolu stared at the pile of yogurt for 3 seconds. Aren't you talking about something different? Song Tai's cart was full of practical items. Toilet paper, wet wipes, cotton towels, disposable underwear, heating pads, pain relievers, band-aids, vitamins. Neatly arranged and categorized by function. Lu Feifei passed by and glanced down at her cart. Did you make a list? Song Tai pushed her cart forward. Common sense. The 2 words were so straightforward that there was no room for response. Lu Feifei turned back to look at the disorganized pile in her own cart, and silently began. The largest single order was placed at the cold fresh meat counter. Chen Nian stood in front of the counter reporting a string of numbers to the staff: 1,000 kilograms of ribs, 800 gene of pork belly, 800 kilograms of tenderloin, 1,000 gene of beef shank, 300 gene of lamb legs, 500 whole chickens. The lady behind the counter held her hand over the scale, but hadn't let it drop. Could you repeat that? 1,000 kilograms of ribs. The lady scrutinized him from head to toe, then looked over his shoulder at the 5 women behind him. Your wholesaler's right. This is a retail outlet. Retail is fine. If you can supply, then supply. If not, I'll go to another place. The lady paused for 2 seconds and picked up the internal phone. 15 minutes later, 2 flatbed carts were pushed out of the cold storage. Beef, lamb, pork, and chicken vacuum-sealed, stacked 10 layers high. 3 workers followed behind, all wearing the same puzzled expression. An old man picking vegetables nearby watched for a long time, then came over to ask, "Young man, are you hosting a banquet?" Chen Nian swiped his card. "Yeah. Family matters." The old man nodded and glanced back at the 5 tall women standing in a row, their hat brims pulled low, masks covering most of their faces. The old man's lips moved, wanting to say something, but he swallowed it back and walked away with his basket of vegetables. Demimi said in a low voice behind Chen Nian, "Your lie has no credibility at all. He won't come to check." 5 family members standing behind you, each around 1.7 meters tall. Chen Nian pushed the cart towards the exit. What does height have to do with it? Demimi didn't reply, but beneath the mask her lips twitched. At checkout, the total came to 1968420. The 3 cashiers double-checked it twice. "Sir, does this amount require an invoice?" "No need." Chen Nian swiped the black card. There were no bank identifiers, no account name, just a string of 16 digits. The card reader took 3 seconds to process before it went through. Several large boxes filled up the 5 carts. Chen Nian drove the off-road vehicle to the delivery passage at the back of the supermarket. The 6 of them spent 20 minutes loading boxes into the car. In reality, most of the boxes were whisked away by the spacecraft's remote towing system the moment they touched the vehicle. Visually, only 4 or 5 boxes were stacked in the back seat. Bai Xiaolu sat in the middle of the boxes, hugging a box of strawberry-flavored wafers she had chosen. "Why are you hugging that?" Reba looked at her. "Afraid it will get taken. That system has a marking function, a whatever you lock onto won't. I don't trust machines." Reba fell silent. The car emerged from the underground garage, sunlight pouring in. Demimi was in the passenger seat, and Chen Nian had just turned up. At the intersection, waiting for a red light, she tilted her head and glanced outside. A 2-story advertising billboard stood at the southeast corner of the intersection. The woman in the image wore a white gown, looking back with long hair flowing. The lighting was soft, her skin glowing. A jewelry advertisement. The brand name and spokesperson's name were printed in the lower right corner. 3 characters. Demimi's breath hitched for a moment. She stared at that face. It looked exactly like hers, yet somehow not. The hairstyle was different. The jawline was sharper. The smile was also off. The curve of her lips carried a kind of indifference and languid relaxation she had never seen in. The green light lit up. Chen Nian pressed the accelerator, and the car moved forward. The billboard slid out of view inch by inch. Demimi still didn't turn her head. "Chen Nian. The one over here. Is she doing well?" The car sped up to 60 and merged into the main lane. In the rearview mirror, that billboard shrank to a point of light and then disappeared. Chen Nian's right hand rested on the steering wheel, his index finger tapping twice. "I haven't checked." "Haven't you been to every world?" "I haven't checked on her." Demimi pressed her lips together, saying no more. The back seat was abnormally quiet. Bai Xiaolu shrank further down with her box of cookies. Reba lowered the brim of her hat. Song Tai gazed out the window. Song Tai's eyes did not evade. He stared directly at Chen Nian's profile in the rearview mirror, calm, but not the kind of tranquility that suggests peace. It was like something pressed into the cracks of his bones, creating a hard shell on the surface. Chen Nian did not ask further. "All right." A single word. The car door opened, and 6 people got out. In front of the yard there were 4 or 5 cardboard boxes, the batch that had apparently not been taken away. Chen Nian bent down to carry one box inside. Demimi followed and lifted the second box, immediately feeling the strain in her lower back. "What is it?" "Salt." Demimi said nothing and adjusted her grip to carry it inside. The remaining 3 boxes were handled by Reba and Lu Feifei, each taking one. Bai Xiaolu stood in front of the last box for 2 seconds, squatting down. She couldn't move it. Song Tai walked past her and effortlessly lifted the box. Bai Xiaolu opened her mouth, but Song Tai had already entered the yard. I could actually do it, Bai Xiaolu murmured to the air, then looked down at the box of strawberry wafers she was carrying. Forget it. In the main room, Chen Nian placed the last box on the ground. Everyone stepped back. The 5 women retreated to the wall. His right palm faced down, and a layer of light blue energy glowed at the base of his palm. 5 cardboard boxes simultaneously floated up, hovering half a meter above the ground, slowly rotating once. A faint humming sound filled the air. Then, the 5 boxes disappeared at once. Lu Feifei stared at the empty ground, her toes shifted forward half a step then retracted. Every time I see it, it feels unreal. You'll get used to it, Chen Nian said, withdrawing his hand into his pocket and pulling out his phone. The inventory panel of the spaceship's storage area popped up. A holographic projection floated above his palm with blue and white text listed down: storage area A, grain and oil, rice flour, cooking oil, seasoning, 87 types, total weight 42. 3 tons, storage status constant, temperature vacuum, normal, storage area B, cold fresh meat, pork, beef shank, lamb leg, whole chicken, storage status quick freeze, 18, normal, storage area C, daily necessities, sanitary products, 16 types, medical supplies, 9 types, storage status room, temperature, normal, storage area D, snacks and beverages, empty. Chen Nian stared at the last line. Empty. He flipped back through the panel. From A to C, everything was properly stored. Area D, snacks and beverages, was empty. What happened to the snacks Demimi had taken from the supermarket today? Where's Rebus yogurt? Where's Bizialis wafers? He recalled the entire shopping process. How much of the total amount of 196,000 at checkout was snacks? He remembered Demimi's cart was overflowing. Reba had 2 layers of yogurt, and Bai Xiaolu was clutching that box of wafers. Wait a minute. What happened to those items? After the checkout, the spaceship's remote towing system automatically took most of the supplies. But who moved the snacks? He didn't remember anyone gathering the snack boxes separately. 20 minutes to move the boxes. 6 people. 5 carts worth of goods. At that time, all his energy was focused on the transportation of cold, fresh meat and grain and oil. Several hundred kilograms of meat couldn't stay outside for too long. It had the highest priority. He completely ignored the snack section, which means they didn't buy enough. Or rather, they did buy it, but the bulk snacks and drinks were never numbered and boxed by the system. After checkout, they were cleared back to the shelves by the staff. Chen Nian turned off the panel and tucked his phone back into his pocket. He glanced at the 5 people surrounding him. Demimi leaned against the door frame. Reba sat on the armrest of a chair. Song Tai stood, and Bai Xiaolu had already opened her box of wafers and started eating. He'll make another trip tomorrow. This time he'll go alone. Bringing 5 people was too conspicuous. The commotion that morning nearly caused a stir at the supermarket. Going alone to shop quietly, the system would direct grain, oil, meat, and vegetables were enough for them for half a year, but without snacks and drinks, someone would definitely have a breakdown within 3 days. He'll make another trip tomorrow. This time he'll go alone. Bringing 5 people was too conspicuous. The commotion that morning nearly caused a stir at the supermarket. Going alone to shop quietly, the system would directly transport everything away neat and tidy. Increase the budget by another $1 million. The types of snacks and beverages need to be comprehensively covered. Carbonated drinks, tea drinks, coffee, mineral water, juice. Puffed foods, candies, ice products. Yogurt. Buy a few more boxes of that Xinjiang flavored one that Reba spent 5 minutes looking at on the shelf. And coffee beans. The first thing Song Tai did in the morning was look for coffee. There's no coffee machine at the base, but the spaceship kitchen has heating equipment. They can use drip coffee for now. Everything from today has been stored. Chen Nian spoke. The 5 looked over. But snacks and drinks were missed. He'll make another trip tomorrow. You guys make a list. He'll go too, Bai Xiaolu said with half a wafer in her mouth, mumbling something. Swallow first, he urged. She swallowed. I want to go too. No, you can't go. Why not? Last time you were almost recognized at the checkout. Bizialis' lips moved slightly. When she was checking out in the morning with a mask on, the cashier had looked at her twice. That gaze carried a hint of hesitation. Not confirmation, but already leaning in that direction. He'll wear sunglasses. No. 5 people going into a supermarket to buy 2 million worth of goods will be news by tomorrow evening. Bai Xiaolu fell silent. Demimi straightened up from the door frame. Then he'll make the list. She walked to the table, took a piece of paper and a pen, and sat down. The pen hesitated on the paper for a moment. Then she began to write. First line, potato chips, 100 bags of each flavor. Second line, chocolate, 300 bars of dark milk chocolate. Third line, nuts, 500 cans of mixed nuts. Reba leaned over, bent down to take a look, reached for another pen, and wrote on the right side of the paper, yogurt, Xinjiang flavored, original, 1,000 boxes. Demimi's pen stopped. 1,000 boxes. Reba did not look up and continued to write. Yogurt strawberry flavored 500 boxes. Yogurt original flavor 500 boxes. Demimi tilted her head and looked at her for 3 seconds. Are you planning to live in yogurt? Reba capped the pen. Short shelf life. Those 3 words were perfectly fitted. Demimi's mouth twitched, but she didn't reply. Bai Xiaolu leaned over, pointed at the bottom of the paper with her finger. Strawberry wafers 500 boxes. 500 boxes. Lu Feifei looked up. I eat fast. Song Tai, who had been standing by for a long time, walked over and wrote a line of small text on the edge of the paper. Drip, coffee, 2,000 bags. No instant coffee. Chen Nian took the paper and scanned it. The A4 sheet was filled on both sides. He roughly calculated that according to the supermarket's retail price, this order would be around 900,000 to 1 million. Adding beverages and water, enough. He folded the paper and stuffed it into his shirt pocket. We'll set off at 8 tomorrow morning. The next day, at 6:40, when Chen Nian came down from the second-floor bedroom, the kitchen light was already on. Song Tai was standing in front of the stove holding a pack of drip coffee that had been taken from the spaceship's food section, one of the last 2 packs he had prepared for the journey. Hot water poured down, and coffee dripped into the cup. She didn't look back. I added an item to the list. What? Sunscreen. SPF 50 or higher. Chen Nian opened the fridge and took out a bottle of water. What do you need sunscreen for? Training in the mountains. Training is still for people. Chen Nian twisted the cap and took a sip, not arguing further. At 7:50 he changed into a dark gray hoodie and grabbed the... As he passed through the living room, he saw Bai Xiaolu curled up in a blanket on the sofa. Only half of her face was visible, and there were leftover crumbs of wafers beside. She had very light sleep. The noise Chen Nian made as he walked by caused her to turn over, squinting and mumbling something. Help me. Get a few more boxes of that wafer. Then she turned back. Chen Nian did not respond. He pushed the door open and stepped outside. The air in the yard smelled of pine resin. The mountain was only half revealed in the morning. He started the off-road vehicle, drove out of the yard and onto the mountain road. The same supermarket. At 8:40 in the morning it had just opened. Chen Nian pushed 2 shopping carts alone, starting to sweep through the first row of shelves in the snack section. There were no 5 women following him, no cashier interrogating him like a criminal, and no onlookers. It was quiet. He went through the list item by item. Potato chips, 6 flavors, 600 bags. Chocolate, nuts, biscuits, dried fruits, jerky. All pushed into the shopping cart by quantity, stopping to switch carts when one was full. The stock clerk was the same one as yesterday. He peeked at Chen Nian, glanced around. Boss, are you alone today? Yeah. What about those ladies from yesterday? Chen Nian stacked 40 bags of beef jerky into the cart. At home. The clerk nodded and tactfully left. In the yogurt section, Chen Nian squatted in front of the refrigerated cabinet, finding that Xinjiang flavored original. He took 100 boxes. 50 boxes of strawberry flavor, 50 boxes of original flavor. 1/3 of the refrigerated cabinet was emptied by him. A restocker with a cart came over and stared at the half-empty cabinet for 2 seconds. Sir, this has a shelf life of only 21 days. I know. The restocker swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue. In the beverage section, 2,000 boxes of mineral water. 100 boxes of cola. Various teas, coffee juices. Drip coffee, 2,000. Sunscreen, SPF 50, 12 bottles. He glanced at the last line of the list with Song Tai's handwriting. The strokes were very rigid, and there were no cursive connections between the strokes. Each character stood independently, just like her. At checkout, the total was 1,034,700. Still that black card without any... A different cashier, but 3 seconds later the card reader passed, just the same. In the freight passage, a single person moved the boxes. Each box was pulled away by the towing system as soon as it touched the car door. 15 minutes. Everything was cleared. He sat back in the driver's seat and pulled out his phone. The storage area panel refreshed. Storage area: D snacks and beverages. Snacks 43 types, beverages 12 types, total weight 8. 7 tons. Storage status constant temperature. Refrigerated section normal. Chen Nian stared at the panel for 2 seconds. 8.7 tons of snacks. How long would that last for 5 women? According to Bai Xiaolu's consumption rate. He wasn't too sure. The engine started. The car turned out of the parking lot and onto the main road. His phone vibrated. A message from the spaceship system popped up. It wasn't from the storage area. It was from the radar. Warning: anomalous energy fluctuations detected within a radius of 200 kilometers of the target area. Source of fluctuation unknown. Intensity level C. Immediate return to base is recommended. Chen Nian's right foot lifted from the accelerator, suspended in midair. The car's speed began to drop from 60. He stared at that line of blue text. C. Not high but not low either. The last time he encountered an energy fluctuation above sea level was when he faced that third-tier monster in the 7th world. 200 kilometers. The base was on the mountain. His foot pressed down on the accelerator again, pushing the speed up to 90. The warning still glowed on the phone. The car speed reached 110. The mountain road was winding, and the tires made sharp friction sounds on the gravel surface. Chen Nian gripped the steering wheel with one hand, while fixing his phone on the magnetic holder above the dashboard with the other. The radar panel refreshed. Energy fluctuation source moving direction east-northeast 17. Current straight line distance to the base 187 kilometers. Moving speed 12 km/h. 12 kilometers per hour. Not fast. A little faster than a person running, much slower than a car. If it's a strange beast, this speed indicates it is foraging or patrolling, not heading towards a specific target. But the direction points towards the base. East-northeast 17 degrees. If that line is drawn, it just happens to pass through the depths of Shennongjia, cutting through the valley where they are located. It might just be, or maybe not. Chen Nian pushed the speed up another 10 miles. 40 minutes later, the off-road vehicle turned into the yard. He didn't turn off the engine and directly pushed the door open to enter. In the living room, Bai Xiaolu was still curled up on the sofa, wrapping herself tighter in a blanket. Demi Mi and Reba sat at the dining table eating breakfast. Nutritional meal blocks from the spaceship's food area, paired with hot milk. Lu Feifei came down from the second floor, her hair wet from a recent wash. Song Tai stood by the window holding a cup of drip coffee, gazing outside. The sound of Chen Nian entering drew everyone's attention. Something happened. Song Tai was the first to speak. Her judgment was simple. Chen Nian's stride was half a step larger than usual, and he didn't change his shoes upon entering. The spaceship's radar detected an energy fluctuation. Sea level 200 kilometers away, moving towards this direction. Bai Xiaolu sat up from the blanket. Demimi put down her chopsticks. Reba paused, having swallowed half of the milk in her mouth. What does C mean? Lu Feifei walked to the middle of the stairs, holding onto the railing. It's the level of a Tier 3 strange beast. What does Tier 3 mean? Chen Nian didn't answer directly. He walked to the dining table and placed his phone screen down on the surface. If all 5 of you go together, you can't win. Silence fell for 3 seconds. Bai Xiaolu lifted the blanket and placed her bare feet on the floor. What about you? I can handle it. But the premise is that I know exactly what that thing is. Song Tai finished the last sip of coffee and set the cup on the windowsill. There's no spiritual energy on Earth. Where did this thing come from? Chen Nian didn't answer because he was pondering the same question. Earth indeed lacked spiritual energy. At least in the 11 worlds he had traveled through, Earth's spiritual energy concentration ranked last, close to 0. There shouldn't be energy fluctuations on this planet, let alone an energy body above sea level. Unless something came from another place. He didn't voice this speculation. Training is advanced. He picked up his phone and opened the training module of the From today, the intensity doubles. Demimi looked at him. You said to proceed steadily before. The situation has changed. Demimi almost said something, but held back. At 9:30 in the morning, the empty space behind the yard was cleared by Chen Nian using the spaceship's towing system, revealing a flat ground about 60. The surface debris and weeds had all vanished, exposing the compact yellow soil. The 5 of them stood in a line. Bai Xiaolu wore a pair of sneakers with her hair tied in a ponytail. Next to her, Demi Mi was half a head taller, wearing a black quick-dry t-shirt. Reba stood on the far right, having taken off her jacket and tossed it onto a rock. Lu Feifei and Song Tai stood in the middle, one quiet, the other quieter. Chen Nian stood opposite them, holding a palm-sized metal plate, the control terminal for the spaceship training module. First item, physical fitness basics. He pressed a point on the terminal, and a faint blue glow pattern appeared on the yellow ground. Run. Complete this lap before the glow disappears. Those who don't finish will have half portion for dinner. Bai Xiaolu glanced down. The circle had a diameter of about 400 meters. How long? 90 seconds. 400 meters in 90 seconds. That's not hard. The glow illuminated. The moment Bai Xiaolu took her first step, a downward pressure was felt under her feet. It wasn't wind nor a change in gravity, it was the physical resistance imposed by the spaceship's towing field. Each step required 3 times the effort compared to normal. She slowed down after running less than 80 meters, gasping heavily, her legs feeling heavy. Reba was leading, maintaining her pace, but her speed was also decreasing. Her physical condition was the best among the 5, and years of dance training had given her exceptional core strength. Song Tai was running third, stable in rhythm, neither fast nor slow, with even breathing. She made no unnecessary movements, stepping on the most energy-efficient points. Demi Mi and Lu Feifei were running side by side, both gritting their teeth. 90 seconds. When the glow disappeared, only Reba and Song Tai had completed the entire distance. Demi Mi fell short by 20 meters. Lu Feifei fell short by 30 meters. Bai Xiaolu fell short by 150 meters, crouching halfway, hands on her knees. I'm going to die. You won't die. Rest for 2 minutes. Second lap. What a... Chen Nian ignored her. The glow lit up again. Training continued until 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Completing the physical run was the foundation for strength. After strength comes reaction speed. Following that was the low-level energy perception training simulated by the spaceship, teaching the body to recognize and avoid non-physical attacks. In the final session, all 5 of them failed. The The simulated energy ball was a pale blue light sphere the size of a fist, not fast, and wouldn't cause injury on impact, but it would produce a strong numbness lasting 30 seconds. In the first round, 5 light balls were shot out simultaneously. Bai Xiaolu was the first to be hit, collapsing to the ground, curling into a ball, emitting a muffled wail. Demimi avoided the first ball, but was struck in the shoulder by the second one. She stood firm for 5 seconds before her knees buckled. Reba dodged 3 balls, and the fourth grazed her waist. She staggered 2 steps, but didn't fall, though the right side of her body was already unresponsive. Lu Feifei did not evade. She stood still, watching the light ball approach, turning sideways in the last half second to let it pass under her armpit. But the second ball came from her blind spot, hitting her directly in the back. Song Tai was the only one to dodge all of them. 5 light balls. Her body made 5 extremely minor shifts, each not exceeding 20 centimeters, but each precisely allowed the light balls to graze past her outline. Chen Nian watched her silent. This reaction speed was not trained. Song Tai's body possessed an instinctive danger avoidance ability, yet the moment the light balls approached, her muscles reacted faster than her brain. Ordinary people could not possess such qualities. But now was not the time for questioning. Rest. Continue at 2 o'clock. Bai Xiaolu lay on the ground. Her Chen Nian. Moi. Where are my wafers? Storage area D, 3rd row, 2nd shelf. Get it yourself. She struggled to get up, limping towards the house. Demimi sat on the ground looking up at the sky. Sweat dripped from her chin onto her collarbone, soaking a significant area of her t-shirt. He just said that the 5 of us together can't win against that thing. Reba paused in her stretches upon hearing this. Sea level. Demimi chewed on these 3 words. We can't even dodge low-level light balls. How far behind are we against a sea-level being? Reba didn't answer. Song Tai approached and handed a bottle of water to Demimi. Far behind enough. That's why we need to train. Demimi took the water and twisted the cap open. He said he can handle it. He said can handle it, not can easily handle it. Demimi took a sip from the water bottle and twisted the cap back on. Song Tai turned and walked back. After taking 2 steps, she stopped without looking back. He has fought against stronger things in other worlds. But those worlds had spiritual energy, and he had more methods at his disposal. Earth does not. Demimi watched her back. How do you know? Last night a part of the spaceship database was opened. His combat records are in there. I looked. Demimi's hand tightened around the water bottle. You stayed up all night to browse someone else's database. Song Tai didn't say anything more and left. The afternoon training was even more intense than the Chen Nian joined the simulated combat session. He stood in the center of the field while the 5 of them attacked from different directions. The only rule was, touching him counted as a win. 20 minutes. No one had touched him. It wasn't because he was fast. His movements were even smaller than Song Tai's when dodging light balls. But every time someone approached within 2 meters, his body would make an extremely subtle sidestep, allowing the attacker's hand to pass just 3 centimeters from his clothes. Bai Xiaolu lunged 3 times, missing each time, and on the 3rd attempt she fell to the ground, eating a mouthful of dirt. Reba's fist was the closest to him, 2 centimeters. But that 2 centimeters could never be breached. Lu Feifei paused midway, standing 3 meters away, observing for 40 seconds. Then she charged straight at Chen Nian from the front, suddenly changing direction in the last meter, cutting towards his left rear. That was the blind spot of human reflexes. Chen Nian didn't turn. He pushed his left shoulder forward by 3 centimeters, allowing Lu Feifei's fingertips to brush past the wrinkles on the back of his shirt. Just brushed past. Lu Feifei retracted her hand and stood still. She looked at Chen Nian's back and fell silent for a few seconds. What level have you fought at in other worlds? Chen Nian turned around. The highest is S level. All 5 stopped. The training ground fell silent. The mountain wind blew through the open space, rustling the loose strands of Bai Xiaolu's hair. Chen Nian glanced at his phone. On the radar panel, the light spot had moved 40 kilometers closer. Current straight line distance to the base 143 kilometers. The moving direction remained unchanged. Estimated arrival time approximately 11 hours. He put his phone back in his pocket. Rest until 3 o'clock. After 3, his phone vibrated again. He took it out to check. It wasn't radar. It was a dimension-crossing communication channel from the main system of the spaceship, and a line of white text appeared on the screen. Dimensional rift signal detected. Rift coordinates coincide with the C fluctuation source. Rift stability estimated duration 3,648 hours. Chen Nian's thumb hovered over the screen, unmoving. A dimensional rift. That sea-level thing was not native to Earth. It fell out of the rift. He looked up. The 5 of them were still standing there watching him. The plan has changed. Bai Xiaolu was still chewing on half a wafer. Changed what? Chen Nian turned his phone screen towards them. That line of white text was glaringly bright under the afternoon sun. Bai Xiaolu dropped half of the wafer in her mouth onto the ground. The line of white text on the screen jumped twice, displaying the second piece of information: rift type, unidirectional unstable channel. Source dimension unknown. Suggested handling plan: eliminate the invader and implement dimensional signal shielding on the target star system. Chen Nian stared at the last line of text and swiped his thumb. Dimensional signal shielding. The spaceship has this function. He had flipped through it in the database, but hadn't looked closely at the time. Earth was not within the radiation range of any known forces, so this feature was not prioritized. But now a rift had torn open, and a sea-level entity had fallen out from within. If this breach was not sealed, the next thing to emerge could be B-level. Next time it could be a level. So that thing is not from Earth. Song Tai's words were not a question. Chen Nian nodded. Products of dimensional rifts. The rift itself is unstable and will automatically close within 36 to 48 hours. But before that, it acts as a beacon. Any being capable of interdimensional perception can follow this signal to find Earth. Demimi stood up, her legs still trembling, but her expression tightened. Do you mean that killing that thing is not enough? Not enough. Chen Nian put his phone back in his pocket. Killing it is just the first step. The second step is to have the spaceship impose dimensional cloaking over the entire galaxy, erasing Earth from the perception network of other dimensions. Bai Xiaolu squatted down to pick up the crumbs of the wafer and looked up upon hearing this. The entire galaxy. Can a single spaceship cover an entire galaxy? This spaceship is considered flagship level in the civilization it was manufactured in. Bai Xiaolu opened her mouth, swallowing the rest of her words. Rebo wiped the sweat from her neck and walked over. So how do you plan to fight? Wait for it to come. Not waiting. Actively confront it. Chen Nian raised his hand, and the spaceship's holographic map unfolded in the open space. A blue dot marked the base location, while a red dot was moving slowly 143 kilometers away. Between the 2 points, terrain data was densely annotated. Ridges, river valleys, cliffs, and dense forests. His finger pointed to an open valley 60 kilometers in front of the red dot. Here, the map zoomed in. The sides of the valley were nearly vertical rock walls with a dry riverbed at the bottom about 200 meters wide and over a kilometer. Its movement route has always been a straight line. According to the current trajectory, it will pass through this valley in 4 hours. The terrain is enclosed and suitable for encirclement. You mentioned encirclement. Demimi scanned the 5 people, us. You will not participate in the frontline battle. Chen Nian called up the spaceship's weapon system panel. A list scrolled across the holographic screen, most of which was covered by gray lock indicators, with only 3 items lit up. Available weapon systems: 1. Directed energy beam. Effective range 12 kilometers, cooldown time 90 seconds. 2. Gravitational field. Range control type, can lock onto the target's mobility, duration depends on target resistance. 3. Dimensional cutting blade. Close range finishing weapon, requires manual activation by the user, consumes 12 of the spaceship's energy reserves. Chen Nian's gaze paused on the 3rd item. Dimensional cutting blade. He had used it once in the Void Realm against an 11 nightmare beast. It sliced through that time, but the spaceship's energy dropped below the alert line, and he lay in the debris for 3 days before regaining mobility. Sea level does not require this. The directed energy beam, combined with the gravitational field, is sufficient. But sufficient does not mean there is no risk. If a sea-level entity possesses spatial perception abilities, the valley's terrain confinement would be meaningless. It could tear apart local space to escape. So someone needs to act as an anchor point on the ground. Your task is, he turned off the weapon panel and brought up another set of data, to place a spatial anchoring device at both ends of the valley. The spaceship will provide the equipment, and you will be responsible for installing and activating it. Once the device is activated, the space within a radius of 300 meters will be locked, and any attempts to jump, fold, or tear space will be suppressed. Sounds easy, Bai Xiaolu said softly. After the device is activated, you have 90 seconds to withdraw from the anchoring range. After 90 seconds, all matter within the locked area will be frozen by the spatial anchoring field, including you. Bai Xiaolu fell silent. Song Tai walked to the holographic map and measured the distance from both ends of the valley to the safe zone with her finger. 400 meters. 90 seconds. Just like the run this morning. Yes, but without the resistance of the spaceship's gravitational field. Just run north. Reba glanced at Bai Xiaolu. Bai Xiaolu shrank her neck. Okay, I'll run. They'll finish it even if I die. Lu Feifei had been silent all along. She stood by the holographic map, staring at the red dot for a long time. Chen Nian. Will anything else come out of that rift before it closes? Chen Nian did not answer immediately. He had thought about this question. The data provided by the spaceship indicated that the stability of the rift is extremely low, meaning it was in a state of collapse, and anything pushed out through it would have to endure immense dimensional pressure. Sea-level entities can withstand this pressure, and higher-level ones can too, but higher-level beings would not be interested in a collapsing rift. The risk exists, but the probability is low. The likelihood is less than 3%. Lu Feifei did not ask again. 3%. In her past understanding, that number was negligible. But when it comes to the issue of interdimensional invasion, the consequences of even 3% are unbearable. 3 hours later, In the valley, the spaceship hovered 600 meters in the air, invisible to the naked eye, the optical concealment covering the entire body. Chen Nian stood at the top of the northern cliff of the valley, the projection screen on his wrist displaying radar data in real time. The red that had approached within 4 kilometers, moving at a steady speed. Song Tai and Reba were at the southern end of the valley, crouching behind a protruding rock with the spatial anchoring device already installed. The northern end was handled by Demi Mi and Lu Feifei, who were also in position. Bai Xiaolu was in the safe zone between the two groups, ready to provide signals. If either group could not escape within 90 seconds, she would fire a signal flare to notify the spaceship for forced transportation. The red dot on the radar entered a 2-kilometer range. Chen Nian glanced down at the projection screen, bringing up the spaceship's optical enhanced vision. In the direction of the valley entrance at the edge of the dense forest, the tree canopy was shaking violently. It was not the wind. A row of deciduous pines with a diameter of over 40 centimeters was being broken in the middle, and the sound of the splintering trunks could be faintly heard from 2 kilometers away. Then it emerged. Its size was larger than he had estimated. Walking on 4 legs, its shoulder height was close to 3 meters, and its body length exceeded 5 meters. It was hairless, with a layer of dark gray exoskeleton covering its surface, and faint purple light seeped through the cracks in the exoskeleton. That was a characteristic of residual dimensional energy. There were no discernible facial features on its head, which instead had an irregularly recessed structure with a fist-sized purple core pulsating slowly at its center. It made no sound while walking. Its 3-meter-high, 5-meter-long body stepped on the rubble without making a single footfall. Chen Nian placed his hand on the wrist projection screen and switched to the tactical channel. It has entered the valley. Both teams prepare. I will call for activation, and you will start the devices simultaneously, then run. In the earpiece, Song Tai replied with a single word, "Okay." Demi Mi paused for a second. "Receive." The creature entered the valley about 400 meters and suddenly stopped. The pulsation frequency of the purple core accelerated sharply from once per second to 3 times per second. It did not turn its head. There was no head to turn, but its entire Beauties orientation subtly rotated, aligning the recessed structure with the upper rock wall. It was aligned with Chen Nian's position. It sensed him. No more waiting. Activate. The sounds of metallic components engaging came simultaneously. The spatial anchoring devices activated, and 2 semi-transparent spherical force fields expanded from both ends of the valley towards the center, converging within 3 seconds, covering the entire valley. The air became thick. It was not physically thick, but rather a change in medium density caused by the anchoring of space itself. Any attempts to distort space within this range would be pushed back to their original state. The creature emitted a sound. It was not a roar, but a low-frequency vibration that spread out from the cracks in its exoskeleton. The rock walls on both sides of the valley began to crack densely, and debris fell down. Spaceship. Directed energy beam target locked. Locking completed. Ready to fire. Fire. A white light column with a diameter of about half a meter fell vertically from 600 meters and struck the back exoskeleton of the creature. At the moment the light column contacted the exoskeleton, Chen Nian saw the energy feedback data on the projection screen. The dimensional energy layer on the exoskeleton absorbed 40% of the first strike's energy. The remaining 60% penetrated the exoskeleton, exploding into a charred pit 30 centimeters in diameter on its back. It did not fall. The pulsation of the purple core turned into 5 times per second, and the entire body lifted towards the direction of the spaceship. Then a purple beam shot out from the recessed structure, soaring into the sky. The spaceship's optical concealment layer displayed ripple-like interference patterns under the impact of the purple beam. Concealment layer affected by dimensional energy interference integrity decreased to 87. Energy beam cooling down. Remaining cooling time 78 seconds. 78 seconds. Chen Nian jumped down from the cliff. With a 20-meter drop, when he landed, the spaceship's gravitational field formed a layer of cushioning beneath his feet. Debris flew. He landed at the bottom of the valley, less than 80 meters from the creature. The creature's recessed structure immediately turned towards him. The pulsation of the purple core paused for a moment, then began to shrink at high speed. It was gathering power. Chen Nian raised his right hand, and the projection screen on his wrist switched to the gravitational field control interface. Gravitational field, full power lock. The force field cascaded down from the bottom of the spaceship, a transparent, distorted ripple covering the entire body of the creature. Its 4 legs were pressed into the rubble riverbed, and the purple light flickered violently between the cracks in its exoskeleton. It was resisting. The data on the projection screen was fluctuating wildly. Target resistance high. Estimated gravitational field lock time, 22 seconds. 22 seconds. The energy beam cooling still required 56 seconds. Not enough. Chen Nian's hand swiped across the projection screen, bringing up the third option. Dimensional cutting blade. Consuming 12% of energy reserves. After using it, the spaceship would likely enter low-power mode for at least 24 hours. But it would be sufficient. The rift would close in 36 to 48 hours, only as long as the spaceship could resume operation. Before then, dimensional shielding of the galaxy could be implemented. He had no time to hesitate. Activate the dimensional cutting blade. On his right forearm, the spaceship's nanocomponents surged from the surface of his skin, condensing into a thin, nearly transparent blade-like structure from his wrist to his fingertips. There was no visual effect, no sound. But the air at the edge of the blade showed visible distortion. That was the omen of dimensional slicing. He charged forward. 80 meters with the assistance of the gravitational field's acceleration, he ran in less than 4 seconds. The creature's purple core completed its power, gathering a purple beam 3 times thicker than before, shot out from the recessed structure, heading straight for his chest. Chen Nian sidestepped. The beam grazed his left arm, piercing a part of the protective layer on the spaceship's surface, and a searing pain shot through his arm. But his pace did not falter. The last 3 meters. One of the creature's forelimbs pulled free from the gravitational field's suppression and swept towards him. He did not dodge. His right hand, wielding the dimensional cutting blade, engaged directly. The moment the blade made contact with the exoskeleton, there was no resistance. The dimensional energy exoskeleton, which had allowed the directed energy beam to lose 40% of its power, posed no protective significance against the cutting blade. His arm completed a full arc from top to bottom. The creature's body was sliced in half from the center of its recessed structure. The purple core exploded the moment it was exposed at the cut surface, sending a shockwave radiating outward. Chen Nian was thrown back 10 meters, his back crashing against the valley rock wall, the back of his head hitting the stone, and his vision went dark for half a second. He sat amidst the debris, watching the 2 halves of the exoskeleton crash to the ground. Purple energy flowed out from the cut surface, rapidly evaporating upon contact with the air, turning into pale purple mist that dispersed. A prompt jumped onto the projection screen. Target eliminated. Dimensional cutting blade retracted. Remaining energy reserves of the spaceship 61. Immediate execution of dimensional signal shielding is recommended. Estimated remaining duration of the rift 34 hours. 61%. Better than anticipated. He climbed up from the pile of rubble, feeling something trickling down from the back of his head. He reached out to touch it. It was not deep. The voice of Bai Xiaolu came through the earpiece, trembling. Is it dead? Dead. There was silence for 3 seconds. Then came a flurry of exhalations from the 5 of them. Chen Nian looked up at the sky. The spaceship's concealment layer had fully restored, rendering it invisible. He input a command on the projection screen. Spaceship initiate dimensional signal shielding program. Range entire galaxy. Command confirmed. Dimensional signal shielding program initializing. Estimated coverage range diameter of the galaxy approximately 100,000 light-years. Completion time 4 hours 17 minutes. After shielding is complete, the galaxy will disappear from the known dimensional perception network. No external dimensional beings will be able to locate this star system through perception methods. Note, this shielding is a passive type and does not affect the normal physical laws within the galaxy. For hours, Chen Nian leaned against the rock wall and turned off the projection screen. The valley was very quiet. The 2 halves of the exoskeleton no longer glowed, now 2 massive dark gray wrecks lying in the center of the dried-up riverbed. The spatial anchoring field was still operational, and the air retained that thick quality. Footsteps approached from the south. Song Tai was the first to arrive. She walked in front of Chen Nian, glanced down at the blood on the back of his head, said nothing, and pulled out a pack of compressed gauze from her pocket, handing it over. Reba was the second to arrive. She stood 3 meters away, looking at the 2 halves of the wreckage, her breathing still unsteady. Then came Mimi and Lu Fei. Lastly, Bai Xiaolu, running out of breath, bent over at the entrance for a while before walking in. Upon seeing the 2 cracked exoskeleton halves, her legs went weak, and she sat directly on the ground. This is sea level. Her voice shattered in the wind. Mimi stood beside the wreckage, looking up at the position where Chen Nian was still seated, then at the cut surface extending from the center of the recessed structure to the tail. Smooth, without any jagged edges or dents. 1 slash. Chen Nian pressed the gauze to the back of his head, not responding. Song Tai crouched down and reached out to touch the surface of the exoskeleton. It was cold hard and left no marks when her fingernail scraped across it. The spaceship's directed energy beam had penetrated it, leaving a charred pit. And Chen Nian's slash had split the entire body in half. She withdrew her hand, stood up, and took a couple of steps towards Chen Nian. Your arm. Chen Nian glanced down. The outer sleeve of his left arm was burned away, revealing the skin beneath with a burn mark the width of a palm, the edges already beginning to turn black. The spaceship's surface protective layer had shattered in that area. Just a minor injury. The spaceship has a medical module, it will be handled when we return. Lu Feifei did not look at his wound. She walked around the wreckage in a full circle and stopped when she returned to the starting point. You said it fell out of the rift. After the rift closes, will there be new rifts appear? There will not be after the shielding is complete. The dimensional coordinates of the galaxy will completely disappear from the external perception network. Without coordinates, there will be no directional tearing. What about naturally occurring ones? Chen Nian lifted his head. This woman always asked questions that hit the nail on the head. Naturally occurring rifts, passages randomly generated by the inherent instability of dimensions, could indeed not be prevented by shielding. But the probability of naturally occurring rifts is extremely low and their birth locations are entirely random. They could appear in the void at the edge of the galaxy or within a star. The probability of one appearing on the surface of Earth based on the spaceship's database calculation model, less than 10 to the power of -15. Lu Feifei's shoulders relaxed slightly. A small degree, but Chen Nian noticed. Bai Xiaolu was still sitting on the ground, tilting her head to look at the wreckage, then at Chen Nian's hand pressing on the back of his head, and finally her gaze fell on his burned left arm. You said you fought S-level beings. MHM. How much stronger is it than this? Chen Nian adjusted the gauze's angle. The bleeding had lessened. This thing is S-level. He paused for 2 seconds. It would roughly be equivalent to 100 of these rushing at you at the same time, each capable of tearing apart space. The valley was silent for a long time. Bai Xiaolu slowly swallowed, pulling out the remaining half of the wafer from her pocket, holding it in her hand, without eating. The projection screen lit up, automatically displaying a new line of information dimensional signal shielding program running. Current progress 7. Rift collapse accelerated. Estimated closure time moved up to 19 hours. Dimensional coordinates of the galaxy are gradually being erased from the external perception network. Chen Nian watched the progress number turning off the projection screen again. 7%. 93 remaining. The mountain wind blew through the valley, stirring the last wisp of purple mist on the cut surface of the wreckage. Song Tai stood beside him, facing the entrance of the valley with her back to the wreckage. The wind blew her hair across her face, but she did not brush it away. When you fought S-levels, her voice was soft. Were you also alone? Chen Nian did not answer. The bloodstains on the gauze slowly turned dark red in the wind, and the projection screen on his wrist lit up again. Secondary dimensional disturbances detected in the rift closure area. Disturbance level D. Source direction rift collapse point. Straight line distance to base 89 kilometers. Quantity 3. Chen Nian's hand froze on the gauze. 3D level entities. 3 more had squeezed out from the collapsing rift. 3 drinks. Chen Nian stood up from the rock wall, the gauze still pressed against the back of his head. The bleeding had nearly stopped. On the projection screen, 3 red dots were moving toward the river valley at 200 meters per second, a straight line distance of 89 kilometers. At that speed, less than 8 minutes. Song Tai turned around and saw the projection on his wrist. Again. Drank. 3. Bai Xiaolu had just climbed to her feet, and at those words her leg, is there no end to this? Chen Nian ignored her, inputting commands on the projection screen. Ship remote directional energy beam lock. 3 targets, full power single shot penetration. Command acknowledged. Locks complete. Target distance 87 kilometers. Launch sequence ready. Fire. 3 beams of light shot from an invisible point in the sky, their angles nearly perpendicular to the ground, burning 3 brief, white lines across the gray canopy as they pierced the clouds. The entire process took less than a second. The projection screen flashed the result. Target 1 eliminated. Target 2 eliminated. Target 3 eliminated. Ship energy reserve remaining 58. Bai Xiaolu's mouth hung open, half a wafer hovering at her lips untouched. Reba stood still, her gaze withdrawn from the sky and landing on Chen Nian, pausing for 2 seconds before looking away. Dranks don't require close combat. Chen Nian adjusted the gauze to a new position. Anything below C can be handled by the ship's remote fire. Then why didn't you use the ship's remote fire for that C? Lu Feifei asked. I did. The first strike you saw was the ship's directional energy beam at full power. And then, penetration rate was less than 60%. That dimensional energy armor absorbs and deflects most of the energy from long-range attacks. The farther the distance, the greater the loss. Close quarters use of the dimensional cutting blade is the only efficient solution. Lu Feifei fell silent. Demimi crouched beside the remains, poking at the inner wall of the shell with a twig. The purple residual energy had dissipated completely, revealing a honeycomb-like structure on the inner wall. Dense hexagonal pits, each containing a dark grain that had gone dark. This creature's body structure is unlike anything on Earth. She pulled the twig back, coated in a layer of gray-black powder. No organ differentiation, no digestive system. The entire body is an energy conversion device. Chen Nian glanced at her. A performance student could see all this. Demimi noticed his gaze, stood up, and brushed the dust off her hands. My grandfather works at the Chinese Academy of Sciences. I saw a lot of random stuff with him when I was a kid. Chen Nian didn't press. He opened the projection screen to check the progress of the shielding program. 11. The rift was still collapsing, but faster than expected. The ship's shielding signal was spreading outward from Earth, covering the entire galaxy at the speed of light. In 4 hours, this star system would completely vanish from the perception networks of all extra-dimensional beings. He roughly calculated the timeline in his mind. After the shielding was complete, another half hour of stability verification plus the time for the rift to fully close, about 5 hours total. After 5 hours, the Earth side of things would be completely wrapped up. Then the next stop, E2298. The 229ATH explored dimensional world in the ship's database. That world's civilization was completely different from Earth's cultivation. When Chen Nian first saw the data summary for that world, he sat in the ship for 10 minutes without moving. Spiritual power spells, flying, swords, tribulation, transcendence. Every record in the database was precise down to energy conversion formulas, yet what they presented was almost exactly like those web novels on Earth. The ship's previous owner had stayed in that world briefly, leaving behind a concise danger assessment report and several coordinate points. One of the coordinates was marked as Upper Realm Supreme Hall with a red danger level and a note of only 4 words, enter with caution. But Chen Nian chose this. The reason was simple. The Supreme Hall was one of the core hubs of the upper realm forces in that world with the highest information density, allowing him to grasp the entire world's operating rules in the shortest time. Risk and reward were always tied together. In the 27 worlds he had already visited, he chose the hardest landing point every time, not because of luck, but because the ship's stealth system was a technology of dimension-crushing superiority in most worlds. What cannot be perceived cannot. You all head back to camp. Chen Nian straightened up from the pile of rubble, crumpled the bloodied gauze into a ball, and stuffed it into his pocket. No new creatures will come out before the shielding program is complete. Dranks are already the limit that can squeeze through during the rift collapse. What about you? Songtai asked. I'll go to the ship to treat my arm, then prepare to depart. Depart where? Bai Xiaolu finally shoved the half wafer into her mouth, chewed twice, and mumbled the question. Chen Nian didn't answer immediately. He looked around at the 5 people before him. Songtai stood closest, arms crossed, back straight. Reba stood 3 meters away, the wind tangling her long hair, but she didn't bother to smooth it. Damimi was still near the remains, her fingers stained with gray-black powder. Lu Feifei leaned against the valley wall, hands in her coat pockets. Bai Xiaolu crouched, still chewing. 5 people, 5 reactions. But they all shared one thing. No one wanted to leave. From the day he started cooking in the camp to now, less than 48 hours. In those 48 hours they had seen the ship, watched extra-dimensional creatures be killed, and experienced the activation of an Earth-level defense shield. Normal people would have run away long ago. They didn't. Whether it was too much curiosity or something else, Chen Nian didn't want to analyze it for now. But one thing was certain. The world he was about to go to could accommodate a few Earthlings. The ship's life support system could support up to 12 people simultaneously during cross-dimensional displacement with an energy consumption increase of no more than 3%. The problem was safety. According to the ship's database, the average individual combat power in the upper realm of E2298 was roughly between D and rank. As a top-tier faction, the Supreme Hall's core members might have combat power reaching a rank. He had fought one but not easily. Taking 5 Earthlings with no combat ability into such an environment, any rational decision-maker would say no. But Chen Nian had done this kind of thing before. There's a world, a cultivation world. He spoke. I'm going there. All 5 looked at him. Cultivation. Bai Xiaolu stopped, chewing, a few wafer crumbs falling onto her clothes. What kind of cultivation? Like meditation, chi training, flying swords. Something like that. Bai Xiaolu's eyes lit up. I'm in. I didn't say I'd take you. You didn't say you wouldn't either. Bai Xiaolu stood up, brushing the dust off her pants. Songtai didn't speak, but her center of gravity had shifted from her back foot to her. Reba turned to look at Lu Feifei. Lu Feifei pulled one hand out of her pocket and used a fingernail to pick at the mud on her thumb. How long? Lu Feifei asked. About time, not whether to go. The time flow there is different from Earth. The ship can adjust the return time point on Earth's side. I can control it to within half a day. You can control time. Damimi walked over from the remains. Not control time. The ship's cross-dimensional displacement can select the time coordinate of the target dimension and the return time coordinate. Essentially, it's displacement, not time manipulation. Is there a difference? Yes. Time manipulation is interference at the causal level, which creates coordinate. Displacement only selects the time slice to enter. It doesn't affect causality. Damimi digested that for 3 seconds. So if we stay there for a month, we might come back after only half a day. Right. Silence lasted 5 seconds. Bai Xiaolu spoke first. Then what are we waiting for? For the shielding to complete. Chen Nian glanced at the projection screen. 3.5 more hours. If you're going, head back to camp, pack up, and put the tents and supplies in order. What about food? Bai Xiaolu patted her empty pockets. Does the cultivation world have anything to eat? The ship has supplies for 20 people for 3 months. Also, I stocked up on some Earth ingredients. Hot pot base instant noodles, Laogan ma luosafen. Luosafen. Bai Xiaolu's expression underwent a 400 boxes. You're my own brother. Chen Nian didn't respond to that. He turned and walked toward the north end of the valley. The burning spot on his left arm was starting to go numb, and he needed to get to the ship quickly. Footsteps sounded behind him. Not one person's, but 5. No one asked if they could follow. They just followed. 3.5 hours later, the projection screen displayed the final message. Dimensional signal shielding program complete. Coverage area entire Milky Way galaxy approx. 1.0 light-years in diameter. Milky Way dimensional coordinates completely erased from external perception networks. Rift status fully closed. Secondary disturbances 0. Current dimensional security level of the Milky Way green. Chen Nian confirmed the message twice in the ship's command cabin. His left arm had been treated, the medical module used a nanoscale tissue repair fluid, and the burn healed within 20 minutes, leaving only a patch of pale. The wound on the back of his head healed even faster, closed in 10 minutes. He pulled up the coordinate data for E2298 on the console. Ship set cross-dimensional displacement target. Dimension number E2298, world code, perfect world. Landing coordinates upper realm supreme hall, outside the mountain gate. Stealth layer enabled throughout. Command acknowledged. Target dimension E2298. Landing coordinates locked. Estimated energy consumption for cross-dimensional displacement. Post-displacement ship energy reserve estimated 46. Note high-density spiritual energy field detected at the target landing zone. Spiritual energy type, chaotic concentration, level extremely high. Ship shields may undergo unknown interactions with the local spiritual energy field. It is recommended to maintain minimum power operation and reduce energy fluctuation signatures. 46 percentage points. Not luxurious, but enough. All personnel attention. Chen Nian pressed the cabin broadcast. Cross-dimensional displacement in 30 seconds. Hold on tight. After the broadcast ended, he heard by Xiaolu's voice from the rear cabin, trembling with excitement. Cultivation world, cultivation world, cultivation world. Then Song Tai's voice, only 2 words. Shut up. Silence fell. Chen Nian pressed the start button on the console. The cabin vibrated once. Not violently. More like a brief moment of weightlessness, his stomach lifting for half a second, then returning to normal. The scene outside the window changed. The mountains, clouds, and river valley of Shennongjia all vanished. In their place was a vast, boundless sky, not blue, but a chaotic gray-white with faint golden bands slowly drifting through it. The ground was a continuous range of mountains on a scale far surpassing any mountain system on Earth. The nearest peak thrust straight up above the clouds, its surface covered with some kind of glowing patterns extending from the base to the summit in complex geometry. The mountain gate. 2 stone pillars stood at the entrance to the mountain path, each over 300 meters tall, their surfaces carved with characters Chen Nian couldn't read. On top of each pillar crouched a stone beast shaped somewhere between a flood dragon and a chelan, its eyes inlaid with 2 enormous golden gems that still gleamed harshly even under the gray-white chaotic sky. In the open space between the 2 pillars stood a dozen figures. No, not people. More precisely, they were cultivators in long robes treading on empty air surrounded by halos of various colors. One stood at the forefront wearing dark gold robes, holding a 3-foot sword in his right hand with visible white streams of energy flowing along the blade. He was looking up toward the ship. Chen Nian's hand froze on the console. The ship's stealth layer was running at full power. Based on experience in the other 27 worlds, no native creature could perceive the ship under stealth. But that cultivator in dark gold robes was staring directly at their position. The projection screen flashed a red warning. External perception force field detected, scanning the ship. Scan type divine sense detection. Penetration rate. The numbers jumped. 3%, 7%, 12%. Still climbing. The cultivator slowly raised his hand index and middle fingers together, pointing at the ship. He spoke, his voice full and penetrating, breaking through the ship's outer soundproofing and entering the command cabin clearly. Which Taoist friend hides in the void, spying on the Supreme Hall's mountain gate? Why not show yourself? Still not showing yourself. Those 2 words pierced the soundproofing layer of the spacecraft, causing the projection screen on the console to flicker. Chen Nian did not. The data on the projection screen continued to jump. The spiritual sense penetration rate had already climbed to 19% with no signs of stopping. The spacecraft's assessment results refreshed 3 times. The first 2 were yellow warnings, and the third turned directly to orange. Energy level assessment of this entity, quasi-S rank lower bound. Spiritual sense penetration is increasing steadily. It is recommended to immediately execute evasive displacement or deactivate the stealth layer for active contact. Quasi-S rank lower bound. This assessment made Chen Nian's back stiffen for a moment. In 28 worlds, the strongest single life form he had encountered was in a rank upper limit, the insectoid scout that emerged from the rift. He had one, but it consumed 23% of the spacecraft's energy reserves and nearly cost him his left arm. A quasi-S rank meant that the odds of a heating confrontation were grimly low, but the other party did not attack. There was caution in the tone, authority, but no killing intent. Taoist friend. The term itself was a signal. It regarded the entity inside the spacecraft as an equal. Chen Nian's mind raced for 2 seconds. Flee forcefully. The spacecraft's current energy reserve was 46%. Executing an emergency cross-dimensional displacement required 12%, leaving 34%. Returnable, but this trip would be wasted. Continue stealth. The spiritual sense penetration rate had already reached 23%. At this rate, within 2 minutes, it would breach the stealth layer's threshold. Passive exposure is more dangerous than active confrontation. The other party would perceive you as unsettled, which implies weakness. Active contact. Position oneself as a traveler from afar, neither showing weakness nor provoking. Basis for judgment: the other party used Taoist friend instead of what demon lurks here, indicating that this world's social rules include basic courtesy between beings of equal power. Spacecraft deactivate the stealth layer. Command acknowledged. Stealth layer shutting down. The hand of the cultivator in dark gold robes outside the view, not because of the spacecraft's appearance, he had sensed it long ago, but because when the full silhouette of the spacecraft was revealed, its size, material, and structure belonged to nothing known in this world. His index and middle fingers held together shifted slightly, and the white chi flowing along the blade accelerated. Chen Nian pressed the hatch release. The moment the air rushed in a surge of energy so dense it nearly liquefied flooded his nostrils. It was not the scent of any substance on Earth, but rather a pressure that seeped into the skin through every pore. Spiritual energy. The chaotic type spiritual energy, annotated in the spacecraft's database. The concentration was so high that goosebumps rose. Chen Nian stepped out of the hatch. Standing on the spacecraft's outer platform and looking down, the scene previously seen in the viewport became clearer. Two 300-meter stone pillars, their shafts inscribed with characters with stone beasts perched atop. But something was wrong. The left pillar had cracks starting from the middle, not from weathering. They were radial fracture lines, as if something had punched it, spreading like a spider web. The head of the right stone beast was missing half. Only one golden gem remained, the other socket a dark hollow. The buildings behind the mountain gate were even more. From the spacecraft's altitude, the supreme hall scale was immense. Halls and pavilions spread along the ridge, occupying at least 3 peaks. But more than 2/3 of it was ruin. Collapsed roofs, shattered walls, exposed foundations. Some structures were reduced to a single pillar standing amid and a dozen or so cultivators. When Chen Nian looked again from the high vantage point, he noticed a problem. The old man in dark gold robes at the front was real. Behind him and slightly to the left stood a young man in faded gray shorts, also real. The rest, all phantoms. When a gust of wind passed the edges of those cultivators, briefly showed transparent ripples before solidifying again. Illusions conjured by formations to maintain the gate's grandeur. The vast supreme hall had only 2 people left. 5. Stay close. Don't get separated. Chen Nian did not turn around. He heard 5 footsteps behind him. Bai Xiaolu walked at the front, her steps so hurried she nearly slipped off the platform's edge. Song Tai grabbed her collar and yanked her back like a chick. The spacecraft's floating platform descended slowly, landing about 40 meters from the mountain gate entrance. Up close, the old man in dark gold robes revealed more details. His hair was gray and tangled, secured with a wooden hairpin. The dark gold patterns embroidered on his robe were frayed in several places, and a patch of mismatched color was sewn on the left shoulder. His face was deeply lined, but his eyes were unnaturally bright, swirling with flowing light. The quasi-S rank aura emanating from him was real. The young man beside him was different. Around 17 or 18, with a clean face and a lean build, the muscles under his gray shorts were taut. His aura was much weaker than the old man's, but Chen Nian noticed an anomaly. A thin layer of energy fluctuation over the young man's body, steady and rhythmic, increasing slightly with each breath. Like a burning flame. Small but steady, and its temperature was rising. Spacecraft assessment: a rank middle segment. But a line of small print followed growth index abnormal. Energy growth curve does not conform to the standard model of this dimension. This individual's current rank may be severely underestimated. Taoist friend. The old man withdrew his sword fingers and clasped his hands behind his back. He swept his gaze over the spacecraft, then over the 5 people behind Chen Nian, and finally rested on Chen Nian's face. I am Qi Daoling the current. He paused, a subtle hesitation to digest some awkwardness. Sole elder of the Supreme Hall. This is my apprentice, Shi Hao. Shi Hao stood with his arms crossed, silently sizing up Chen Nian and his group. Chen Nian cupped his hands in a salute. This gesture was retrieved from the spacecraft's database. The E2298 Basic Civilization Etiquette module noted the cupped hand salute should not be too deep. Between equals, it should be at chest level. Bowing more than 45 degrees would be interpreted as surrender or defeat. Chen Nian. From a very distant place. These are my companions. He did not say from Earth or from another dimension. Withhold information, give little. Gauge the other party's reaction before deciding on the next line of dialogue. Qi Daolin's attention was not on Chen Nian's self-introduction at all. The old man's gaze passed over Chen Nian's shoulder and locked onto the spacecraft's hull. His luminous eyes scanned the metal surface repeatedly. A quasi-S-rank powerhouse who had cultivated for who knows how many years now showed an interest no different from a child seeing a new toy. Interesting. Not an artifact, not a spirit beast, not a teleportation array. Chi Daolin walked around the spacecraft twice. Before his hand could reach out, it was repelled by the spacecraft's defensive force field. An invisible force pushed his fingers away from the hull, maintaining a precise 10-centimeter distance. Humph. The old man did not take offense, instead he smiled. Sure Hao finally spoke, only 4 words. You cultivators, hey. Bai Xiaolu standing behind Chen Nian responded faster than anyone could react. We're not currently, but we're very willing to learn. Song Tai yanked her back. Sure Hao's gaze shifted from Bai Xiaolu back to Chen Nian. The young man's question was direct without idle chatter or politeness. This manner of speaking raised Chen Nian's estimation of him. Not because of strength, but because he didn't put on airs. Not cultivators, Chen Nian replied. If not cultivators, how did you reach the upper realm? Chi Daolin stopped walking around the spacecraft and turned his gray brows lifting. This question was clearly what he wanted to ask as well, but his apprentice had voiced it first. Both of them stared at Chen Nian. The 5 people behind him also watched. Chen Nian stood at the intersection of 7 gazes for 3 seconds. Elder Chi, he said, is this supreme hall of yours just the 2 of you? Master and Chi Daolin was taken aback. This counter-question struck precisely at an old man's sore spot. The formation phantoms flickered in the wind, and the silhouettes of the dozen false cultivators momentarily distorted. Sure Hao stepped half a pace forward, his right hand already resting on something at his waist. Chi Daolin extended an arm to stop him. The old man stared at Chen Nian for 5 seconds. Then he smiled, and the smile carried something complex. You answer my question, and I'll answer yours. Chi Daolin raised one finger. Fair exchange. This is the rule of the Supreme Hall. Though now only an old man like me abides by it. Just as Chen Nian was about to respond, a highly inappropriate sound came from behind. It was Bai Xiaolu's stomach growling. Loud, clear, forming a brief echo between the mountain gate pillars. Chi Daolin looked down at Bai Xiaolu. Bai Xiaolu patted her stomach without changing expression. Sorry, cross-dimensional travel tends to make one hungry. Chi Daolin raised a second finger. Second question, what do you mean by cross-dimensional? The second question, what do you mean by cross-dimensional? Chen Nian did not answer immediately. Bai Xiaolu's stomach growled loudly, loosening the tension in the Chi Daolin's attention was drawn away by the 3 words cross-dimensional. Sure Hao's hand was still resting on his waist, but his vigilant posture had softened a bit. This is a window. Chen Nian quickly ran through the options in his mind. Should he tell the whole truth? No, the information was too overwhelming for the other party to digest, and revealing all his cards would leave him with no negotiating leverage. Should he lie? Absolutely not. A quasi-level cultivator had lived for countless years. The risk of deceiving an old fox was far too high. The optimal solution was to tell part of the truth, and then use another part of the truth as a bargaining chip. Elder Chi mentioned fair trade, so I will answer your first question first. Chen Nian raised a finger. How we arrived in the upper realm. Through that. He pointed behind him where the spaceship was quietly hovering, its metallic shell glinting coldly in the sunlight. This thing is not a product of your cultivation world. It is not powered by spiritual energy and does not rely on teleportation arrays. It has its own propulsion system and can traverse different spaces. Chen Nian deliberately avoided using the term dimension. Bai Xiaolu had let it slip earlier, but he could obscure the concept and first observed Chi Daolin's reaction. Chi Daolin did not respond, but his eyes gleaming with light moved more rapidly. Sure Hao was the first to speak. Not relying on spiritual energy. What does it rely on? Energy. A different form of energy. What kind of form? That counts as the third question. Chen Nian did not let him pursue further. Elder Chi owes me an answer. How did only you 2 remain in the Supreme Hall? Sure Hao's jaw tightened momentarily, his right hand moving away from his waist and crossing over his chest. This action was defensive, and Chen Nian noticed it. Chi Daolin was silent for a few seconds. The phantom cultivators behind the mountain gate flickered once more in the wind, one of their outlines directly dispersing half only to recoalesce after 2 seconds. 300 years ago, the Supreme Hall had 7,200 disciples, 11 elders, and 1 sect master. Chi Daolin's voice was flat, as if reading from a ledger. 280 years ago, the sky ruptured. Chaotic spiritual energy surged into the upper realm, disrupting the spiritual veins, causing over 90% of cultivation techniques to become ineffective. The hall lost its first batch of disciples, some left, some died, and more than half scattered. 150 years ago, the demon abyss expanded, and the hall dispatched 6 elders to seal it. Only 2 returned. One went mad, and the other lost his cultivation. 80 years ago, the last sect master took the remaining elite disciples to seek opportunities outside, claiming to have found a method to restore the spiritual veins. They did not return. Not one came back. Sure Hao had been staring at the ground. His breathing rate remained unchanged, and his body language showed no obvious emotional fluctuations, but Chen Nian noticed the young man's toes curling inside his shoes. The creases on the fabric betrayed this detail. He had heard it more than once, but it still hurt each time. So it's just you two left? Chen Nian occasionally asked. Just the two of us left. Qi Daolin nodded, his tone even carrying a hint of absurd lightness, an old man nearing his grave, and a young child who has only cultivated for 6, holding up a 300-year-old reputation. He glanced back at the phantom cultivators and shook his head. The formation can barely hold up anymore. It consumes more spirit stones each day than I eat meals. Speaking of meals, what do you usually eat? Bai Xiaolu spoke again, her voice a bit quieter. Qi Daolin looked down at her, revealing a strange expression. Sure Hao answered for his master. Pill for fasting. Spiritual fruits. Occasionally hunt wild beasts from the foot of the mountain. Is the fasting pill tasty? Not tasty. Sure Hao answered bluntly. Bai Xiaolu turned to Chen Nian, her gaze unmistakably clear. What we brought can come in handy. Chen Nian was also thinking about this. There were supplies from Earth in the spaceship's cargo hold. He had stuffed plenty of things in before departing, mainly convenience food, and some vacuum-packed cooked meals. Originally intended for his small group to eat on the way, but now it could be repurposed. At the negotiation table, a meal is more effective than a contract. This rule applies in any world. Elder Qi Chen Nian said you are interested in our spaceship, and I am interested in the cultivation techniques of the Supreme Hall. Whether this trade can be negotiated is not urgent. He clapped his hands. First let's have a meal. Qi Daolin and Sure Hao exchanged glances. 20 minutes later. In the only well-preserved great hall of the Supreme Hall, a stone table covered in dust was cleaned by Sure Hao. The items laid out on the table made Qi Daolin and his disciples slow their movements. Vacuum-packed Texas-style roasted chicken. When the seal was torn open, although there was no steam, the aroma of the marinade spread throughout the hall. 2 boxes of self-heating rice, the heating packs bubbling with steam as they encountered water, causing Sure Hao to take a step back, his right hand reflexively moving toward his waist. Not a magical tool, Song Tai said from the side. It's food. There were also several bags of beef jerky, a pack of pickled vegetables, and 2 cans of luncheon meat. Bai Xiaolu used a dagger to carefully extract the luncheon meat from the can, slicing it into neatly arranged thin pieces on a metal plate provided by the spaceship, making it surprisingly presentable. Qi Daolin sat at the stone table, his graying brows knitted together. He had lived for over 300 years, having seen countless elixirs and divine fruits, yet the flavors of these items were completely unfamiliar. They contained no spiritual energy and had no cultivation value, but that smell. Is this a mundane item? Qi Daolin picked up a piece of luncheon meat, turning it over to examine it. Mundane item. Chen Nian handed him a pair of disposable chopsticks. Try it. Qi Daolin placed the luncheon meat in his mouth, chewed a couple of times, and paused. Sure Hao stood by, not moving. Sit down. Bai Xiaolu patted the space next to her. Your master has already eaten. Sure Hao glanced at Qi Daolin. The old man did not speak, but he had already picked up a second piece of luncheon meat. Sure Hao slowly sat down at the table, picking up the chopsticks. He first chose a piece of beef jerky and took a bite. His chewing motion was slow, as if analyzing the components. Then the speed increased. Song Tai pushed the self-heating rice towards Sure Hao. Eat it with rice, it won't choke you. Sure Hao did not say thank you, but pulled the rice over. Chen Nian sat opposite Qi Daolin, also opening a box of self-heating. He did not rush to eat, but instead, while unwrapping the packaging, began to release information. Elder Qi, you just mentioned that the sky ruptured, causing chaotic spiritual energy to surge and rendering 90% of the techniques ineffective. I have a question. What type was the original technique system of the Supreme Hall? Qi Daolin's chewing frequency did not change, but his gleaming eyes were raised. Why do you ask this? You are not a cultivator. I'm not a cultivator, but I want to become one, Chen Nian said in a steady voice, as if stating a reasonable business request, and my 5 companions do as well. This is one of our main purposes for coming here. Silence hung in the air for 2 seconds. Bai Xiaolu raised her hand. I really want to. Song Tai did not raise his hand, but had already finished the 3rd piece of roasted chicken leg. Qi Daolin put down his chopsticks and wiped his hands. He re-evaluated Chen Nian, this time looking more closely than before. Your physical foundation has not undergone any spiritual energy refinement, but your bone density and meridian width are considerably higher than that of ordinary mortals. The old man's gaze swept over Chen Nian. Has this spaceship modified you? The old man's perception was even more precise than the spaceship's assessment. Chen Nian mentally raised the threat level of Qi Daolin again. A quasis level is not just talk. Across the table, he discreetly scanned Chen Nian from head to toe. The spaceship has basic physical enhancement functions. Did all 6 of them need to learn? They all need to. Then what do you plan to exchange for it? Here it comes. This was the question Chen Nian had been waiting for. He pulled out a palm-sized crystal from his pocket and placed it on This item was marked in the spaceship's database. A compressed energy crystal core, one of the spaceship's backup energy storage units capable of being converted into various forms, including spiritual energy. Qi Daolin's pupils constricted slightly. It was quick, but Chen Nian caught it. Sure Hao stopped chewing, his chopsticks hanging in the air. The crystal core emitted a weak humming sound on the stone table, and a faint blue halo emerged from within. The concentration of spiritual energy in the hall surged by an order of magnitude, and a fine layer of particles formed on everyone's skin. Chi Dalen's right hand reached out, and then withdrew. He stared at the crystal core for a full 10 seconds. The energy inside this thing. The old man's voice was lower than before. How long can it sustain the operation of the hall's protective formation? The spaceship's data flashed in Chen Nian's mind, estimating based on the consumption rate of the Supreme Hall's remaining formation, a single crystal core's capacity was approximately equivalent to 50,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Chen Nian did not provide that number. Elder Qi, answer my question first. He pulled the crystal core a couple of inches toward himself. What type of technique system can outsiders be taught? Are there any entry barriers? Qi Daolin shifted his gaze from the crystal core and focused back on Chen Nian's face. The old man, this smile was much more genuine than before. Interesting. You, my friend, will never starve in any realm. He stood up, flicked his sleeve, and turned to walk deeper into the hall. After taking 3 steps, he spoke without looking back. Follow me. The things you want to see are below. Sure How, still chewing on half a piece of beef jerky, stood up, and he paused beside Chen Nian. Leave the crystal core on the table. Chen Nian did not move. Sure How tilted his head, his tone flat. Your master letting you follow is already a favor. The Supreme Hall's library hasn't been open to outsiders for 300 years. Did it open 300 years ago? For whom? Bai Xiaolu, still chewing her last bite of rice, mumbled a question. Sure How did not answer. He turned and followed Qi Daolin. In the depths of the hall, a 3-meter square stone slab was slowly sinking, revealing a staircase leading downward. The walls on either side of the stairs were embedded with glowing ores casting a dim blue light. The concentration of spiritual energy pouring up from below was 10 times that of the outside. Chen Nian retrieved the crystal core back into his pocket and stepped forward to follow. As he reached the entrance of the staircase, the spaceship's communication vibrated behind his ear. A data panel popped up with a line of red text warning abnormal energy fluctuations detected in the underground space. The source of the fluctuations is approximately 200 meters deep. Energy characteristics. Match rate with the spaceship's core engine. Energy characteristics 97.3. Chen Nian's foot halted on the first step. 97.3. This number was pinned on the data panel behind his retina, flickering in blue. Chen Nian's right foot hovered above the second step. Not yet. How could the core engine of a spaceship, a cosmic creation, collide with an energy signature from something in the underground of the cultivation world? Ahead, Qi Daolin's footsteps echoed deep within the staircase, each step taken with steadiness. The old man was not walking fast, but he showed no intention of stopping to wait for anyone. Sure How followed behind him, his silhouette elongated by the eerie blue light of the ore. Chen Nian's foot finally landed. If he didn't take a look, this question mark, since the spaceship could scan the anomaly, it indicated that this thing had value to the spaceship. Anything of value from Chen Nian's experience so far was never true. What's wrong? Bai Xiaolu caught up from behind, almost bumping into him. Nothing. Let's go. Chen Nian stepped forward, quickly adjusting the information priority in his mind. Putting aside the matter of the cultivation method, the thing underground was the biggest variable for today. But this information couldn't be revealed to Qi Daolin. Not until they figured out exactly what that thing was. The staircase was long. It extended down step by step, the light from the ore casting everyone's shadows on the opposite wall, swaying unsteadily. The concentration of spiritual energy in the air increased with depth. By the 50th step, Chen Nian could already feel a noticeable prickling on his skin. The spaceship's data panel automatically popped up a prompt: current spiritual energy concentration has reached the human safety threshold limit. It is recommended to activate the surface protective layer. Chen Nian did not activate it. Once the protective layer was engaged, the faint blue light film in such dim surroundings would be indistinguishable from neon light. Qi Daolin's perception could scan him from head to toe, even through the table. If an energy fluctuation were to occur in this enclosed space, the old man would read even more information from him. The prickling on his skin intensified. By the 80th step, Bai Xiaolu muttered a curse under her breath, and a red rash appeared on the back of her hand. Song Tai's breathing became rough as well. Can't hold on, Sure How ahead said without turning his head. You want die? Not dying. Song Tai squeezed out 3 words through his teeth. Chen Nian glanced back with his peripheral vision. Among the 6, Zhao Lei and Xiao Zhou were in the worst condition, drenched in sweat, their steps becoming unsteady. The enhanced physique from the spaceship had an advantage in such an environment, but the advantage was limited. Spiritual energy was inherently a pressure on untrained. The 100th step. Qi Daolin stopped. At the end of the staircase was a stone door, its surface engraved with dense patterns. The orientation and arrangement of the patterns caused Chen Nian's heart to leap. An alert flashed at the edge of his vision on the spaceship's data panel. Formation structure detected. Type: double-layered blocking formation, purification formation. Complexity: assessments level. Note the core energy supply of the formation has severely depleted, and the actual defensive efficacy has dropped to 4.7 of its original design. 4.7 of its level formation. Chen Nian silently calculated. The peak period of the Supreme Hall was indeed a force of great caliber. This door provided a very intuitive answer. Qi Daolin raised his right hand, his thin and withered palm pressing against the center of the stone door. The pattern spread outward from his palm, producing a low rumbling hum. The stone door slowly slid open to the sides. The space behind the door was much larger than Chen Nian had anticipated. An oval stone chamber measuring more than 50 meters in length. The dome of the stone chamber was embedded with hundreds of glowing orbs, their light converging together, illuminating the entire space transparently. On all four walls from the ground to the dome, there were stone-carved bookshelves. The bookshelves were neatly stacked with bamboo slips, jade tablets, stone slabs, and animal skin scrolls, roughly estimated to exceed 3,000 pieces. This was the scripture repository of the Supreme Hall. However, Chen Nian's attention did not linger on these items. In the very center of the stone chamber, there was a circular depression 2 meters in diameter on the ground. At the bottom of the depression lay an embedded black crystal. The crystal had an irregular shape with burn marks on its surface, yet the faint light emanating from within was familiar. It was exactly the same as the glow of the spaceship's core engine in standby mode. The spaceship's data panel exploded with a series of information: target confirmed. Material analysis consistent with the material of the spaceship's core engine. Both are classified as 7th-class cosmic foundational materials. Stellar fusion core crystal. Purity 89. 6. Volume 1200 of the spaceship's core engine. Presumed to be fragments or derivative components of the same source material. Supplementary information: this fragment still possesses weak energy circulation capabilities. If recovered and integrated into the spaceship system, it is expected to enhance core engine efficiency by 12 to 15. This number nearly disrupted Chen Nian's breathing rhythm. The current efficiency of the spaceship's core engine was 32. It should have been 100 at factory settings, but after who knows how many years of wear and the impact from that fall into the pit, many modules remained dormant or damaged. With each percentage increase, the functions unlocked would be revolutionary. A boost of 12 to 15 would be enough to elevate the spaceship from an advanced vehicle to the threshold of a strategic platform. What is this? Chen Nian pointed at the black crystal on the ground. His speech was as steady as before, with no signs of abnormality. Qi Daolin was looking at the treasure of the temple. The old man stepped to the edge of the depression and looked down at the crystal. 3,000 years ago, the founding ancestor of the Supreme Hall extracted the core from a meteorite, embedding it here at that time. All the foundational energy of the temple's formations was drawn from this stone. Meteorite. Chen Nian rapidly pieced together the puzzle in his mind. The impact when the spaceship fell to Earth likely caused fragments to break off, scattering as meteorites in this cultivation realm. 3,000 years ago, the ancestor of the Supreme Hall found one of those pieces and established the entire sect with the energy from this fragment. The foundation of a cultivation sect was built upon a fragment from a spaceship engine. The irony of this fact nearly made Chen Nian's lips twitch. 3,000 years ago it was full. Qi Daolin continued. Now the light you see is just the residue. After the sky was torn apart, chaotic spiritual power surged in, and this stone lost a large portion of its energy to counteract. Otherwise, the Supreme Hall wouldn't have declined, or it would have been directly obliterated. Shihao stood nearby watching Bai Xiaolu and Song Tai, preventing them from approaching. Bai Xiaolu didn't move. She was curiously scanning the books on the walls, her fingers itching, but she restrained herself. Elder Qi showed me this, so what do you want to say? Chen Nian shifted his gaze from the crystal back to Qi Daolin's face. Your crystal in your pocket and this stone are of the same kind. Qi Daolin's response was direct. Silence ensued for 3 seconds. Shihao shifted his weight slightly forward. This small movement was hardly noticeable, but Chen Nian caught it. If the ensuing conversation took a wrong turn, Shihao could act at any moment. Of the same kind, Chen Nian repeated those 4 words. So what? So I want to know, how many more do you have on that spaceship? Elder Qi. Chen Nian smiled slightly. You just said this stone has only residual energy after 3,000 years. If I give you a new one, can you reactivate all the formations of the Supreme Hall and teach us 6 how to cultivate? Is that enough? Not enough. Qi Daolin shook his head decisively. Reactivating the formations requires at least 3 pieces. Teaching you how to cultivate is an addition. 3 pieces plus teaching. What conditions do I need? You first answer me, how many pieces are there in total? At the negotiation table, the one who reveals their cards. Chen Nian had learned this principle in his university business negotiation class, but had more learned it from competing for resources with peers in the orphanage. Elder Qi. He took a step back, increasing the distance between himself and the depression. Today, I have seen the scripture repository of the Supreme Hall and the treasure of it. I accept this trust. But business isn't completed in a day. He took the crystal from his pocket, cradling it in his palm. The faint blue light illuminated the stone chamber, echoing the dim glow of the black crystal in the depression. This one counts as a meeting gift. Chi Daolin did not reach out. Sure, how did not reach out? The stone chamber was silent for 5 seconds. Chi Daolin spoke, his voice carrying a slight rasp. Not an emotional fluctuation, but the normal texture of a 300-year-old throat. The meeting gift, but there is one thing you need to understand. He tilted his head slightly, the light from the casting shadows on his face, half illuminated and half dark. Whether the Supreme Hall accepts disciples now is not solely up to me. Who else is there? Chen Nian asked, his brows unruffled. Chi Daolin raised his chin, pointing toward the deepest wall of the stone chamber. That wall had no bookshelves. Only a portrait hung high, illuminated by the light from the ore. The figure in the painting was a middle-aged woman, her hair in a bun, dressed in a plain robe, holding a sword in her right hand. My senior sister. The last master of the Supreme Hall. Chi Daolin's voice became steadier during the sky, tearing. She was in closed-door cultivation for a breakthrough, and she hasn't come out since. Life and death, he paused. I don't know. Bai Xiaolu asked quietly from behind, how long has she been in closed-door cultivation? Sure Hao answered this question. His voice was soft, but everyone in the stone chamber could hear it clearly. 117 years. At the same time, the spaceship's panel popped up new scanning results. In red letters. Warning: abnormal energy fluctuation source at a depth of 200 meters. Weak life signs detected. Red characters flickered at the edge of his vision, but Chen Nian's gaze did not drop. Chi Daolin and Sure Hao were observing every reaction of his. At this moment, looking down at the panel was akin to openly checking messages on his phone. 200 meters deep. Faint vital signs. After 117 years of seclusion, he was still alive. The value of this information outweighed that of the black crystal. Elder Chi, Chen Nian spoke, his tone steady. Is your senior sister's seclusion placed beneath this stone chamber? Chi Daolin's reaction was minimal, but Sure Hao stirred. It was not a movement of the body, but a breath. Sure Hao's breath paused for a moment as the words landed, then returned to normal. This change was subtle, but Chen Nian was only 3 steps away from Sure Hao, enough to catch it. How do you know it's below? Chi Daolin's retort held no hostility, only scrutiny. Chen Nian did not answer this question. He casually tucked the crystal core back into his pocket. This gesture felt natural, not a threat, but closer to I'll hold on to this for now, we'll talk first, and then I have a potentially offensive question. Chi Daolin neither nodded nor shook his head, simply waiting. After 117 years, are you sure she is still alive? The temperature in the stone chamber did not change, but the feeling turned 2 degrees colder. Bai Xiaolu unconsciously leaned towards Song Tai behind her. Song Tai stood still, his face bearing that tense expression of someone who could not quite grasp the situation. Sure Hao turned around. He was much younger than Chi Daolin, and his vitality was much stronger. The action of turning carried a sense of pressure, not intentionally released. Rather, it was an instinct cultivated by years of combat training. Mr. Chen, Sure Hao addressed him, still using the honorific, but the emphasis in his enunciation changed. There's no need for outsiders to worry about the sect leader's matters. Chen Nian did not retreat. It was not a matter of pride, but rather a recognition that he held something both Chi Daolin and Sure Hao desired. At such a moment, stepping back would reveal his limits. After 18 years in the orphanage, this rule was etched into his bones. Whoever flinches first remains forever at the bottom of the food chain. Senior brother Sure, Chi Daolin called out. Sure Hao did not look back, but his body retracted. Chi Daolin turned his gaze back to Chen Nian, his sunken eye sockets casting deep shadows under the glow of the. The question of whether or not she is alive has been on my mind for 117 years. His right hand emerged from his sleeve palm, facing up. At the center of his palm lay a dark red mark about the size of a palm, resembling a leaf. The heart seal of the sect. As long as one of us is alive, the seal will not fade. The mark glowed faintly in his palm, the intensity minimal, akin to a firefly. This is proof of life. But Chi Daolin withdrew his hand. Being alive and being able to emerge are 2 different matters. The panel of Chen Nian's spaceship refreshed with new data. Detailed analysis of vital signs: heart rate extremely low, approximately 1.2 beats per minute, body temperature 28. 3 brain wave activity, nearing a dormant state. Conclusion: the target life form is in a state of deep hibernation or something similar. Based on the current decay rate, the remaining life expectancy is estimated at 8 to 14 months. 8 to 14 months. Chen Nian's fingers brushed against the surface of the crystal core in his pocket. Smooth, slightly warm, and extremely hard. This was the bargaining chip. Chi Daolin did not know how much longer his senior sister could hold on. He only knew the heart seal was still glowing, indicating she was alive, but whether she was recovering or bleeding remained unknown. The spaceship's scan provided Chen Nian with something Chi Daolin did not have: a timeline. Could this information be exchanged directly for conditions? But it was too hasty. Someone eager to reveal their cards, even if they hold a trump card, will have their hand read by the opponent. The information should be given in 3. The first part: free to establish trust. The second at half price to confirm the framework of cooperation. The third at full price to lock in the distribution of interests. That business plan he created for his university graduation project finally had some use. Elder Chen Nian's voice was even, I might be able to help. Chi Dalin's reaction was more restrained than he had anticipated. The elder did not ask how he could help, but tilted his head slightly, appraising him as one would evaluate a commodity. Be specific. My spaceship has scanning capabilities. It can penetrate rock layers and detect vital signs. Chen Nian paused. I can't guarantee accuracy, but at least I can tell you the current state of your senior sister, whether she is recovering or depleting. The stone chamber fell silent for 3 seconds. Shuhao's breath paused again. Chen Nian was very clear on what this information meant to them. During the 117 years of waiting, the most tormenting aspect was not the wait itself, but the uncertainty of whether to continue waiting. Chi Dalin spoke. Have you scanned? Not can you scan, but have you scanned? The elder was sharp. With one sentence he bypassed all the preliminaries and directly struck at the core. Since you brought it up, it indicates you already have results. Chen Nian did not deny it. Denying would be meaningless. Chi Dalin's ability to read people was no less than his own. I have scanned. What are the results? Alive. Heart rate very slow, body temperature low, similar to deep hibernation. Chen Nian only provided this information. He swallowed the detail about the remaining life expectancy of 8 to 14 months. Chi Dalin's hand moved slightly within his sleeve. Shuhao stepped forward by half a step, this time genuinely moving forward, but stopped before taking the second step. Deep hibernation. Chi Dalin repeated the term, his lips moving, the after effect of chaotic spiritual energy clashing. She is using her own cultivation to plug that gap. He spoke these words without looking at Chen Nian or Shuhao, instead gazing at the painting on the innermost wall. The middle-aged woman in the painting stood with a sword. The glow of the ore illuminated the image, making the folds of her plain robe distinctly visible. The artist of this painting possessed considerable skill. Elder Chen Nian took a step forward. I can continuously monitor your senior sister's condition. But I have a condition. Speak. The items in the scripture pavilion, my people. He didn't say copy, nor did he say take away, he merely said look. This wording was calculated. The boundaries of looking were ambiguous, allowing for significant operational freedom. Bai Xiaolu had a photographic memory. Seeing something once was equivalent to a recording playing through. Chi Dalin remained silent for 5 seconds. During these 5 seconds, Chen Nian noticed Bai Xiaolu's fingers had begun to tremble slightly, not from fear, but from excitement. This girl had been fixated on the books on the walls since entering the stone chamber, and upon hearing the words, "can look," she was completely on edge. Chen Nian squinted for a moment, then looked down at the panel. Energy 1.7. Flying out had used almost half. So now, I can't fly very far. The materials of those 3 shells were different from the others. The racks were made of black iron, and the bamboo slips and jade tablets were inscribed with sealing patterns. What are those 3 shelves? Things that kill. Chi Dalin's response was succinct, to the point of being stark. Chen Nian did not press further. At this stage of negotiation, greed would be detrimental. Deal. He took out the crystal core from his pocket, cradling it in his palm and extending it toward Chi Dalin. This time Chi Dalin reached out. As his bony fingers grasped the crystal core, the pale blue light on its surface suddenly surged to a new intensity. Simultaneously, the black crystal in the depression on the ground trembled. A visible vibration, and the remaining faint light flickered upward. The spaceship panel displayed new data. The source fragment has resonated. The heart rate of the life form 200 meters underground increased from 1.2 beats per minute to 1.8 beats per minute. Body temperature rose by 0.4 C. Warning: this change may awaken the target from its hibernation. Probability 6.7. Chi Dalin evidently sensed something. His hand gripping the crystal core stiffened for a moment before he abruptly turned towards the painting on the wall. The image remained unchanged. However, on the stone wall directly beneath the painting, a crack as fine as a hair began to slowly extend outward. Shuhao drew his sword. The sound of the blade unsheathing echoed crisply within the stone chamber, bouncing off the walls before fading away. Bai Xiaolu took 3 steps back. Song Tai stood in front of her, his fists already clenched, though it was clear he did not know who to strike. Everyone's attention was focused on that crack. When the crack extended to 2 feet long, it halted. Then from the middle of the crack, a wisp of faint white mist began to seep. The mist was odorless but bone-chilling. Bai Xiaolu's arms immediately broke out in goosebumps. Chi Dalin's face became grim under the glow of the... It was not fear, but the sense of a pressure that had been building for over 100 years, suddenly showing signs of loosening. Senior sister, he called toward the crack, his voice cracking. The white mist ceased to seep out. The crack no longer extended. The stone chamber returned to silence. The last line of data on the spaceship panel remained there in green letters: target life form's heart rate stabilized at 1.8 beats per minute. A brief peak of brainwave activity was observed, lasting 0.3 seconds. 0.3 seconds. In 117 years of slumber, something moved for 0.3 seconds. Chi Daolin's hand gripping the crystal core began to tremble. Sure how did not retract his sword, the tip aimed at the direction of the crack. Chen Nian stood in place, his pockets empty, his hands empty, but his mind working faster than ever. Then at the very center of the crack, a tiny point of light began. The point of light was white, no larger than a mung bean, yet still clearly visible under the illumination of the stone chamber. It glowed for 2 seconds, then extinguished. It glowed again for 2 seconds, then extinguished. Chi Daolin's knees buckled. The 300-year-old elder made a crisp sound as his knees met the stone. Sure how followed suit, kneeling on one knee, his sword held horizontally in front of him. Chen Nian observed the scene before him and suddenly understood the rhythm of that point of light. 2 seconds on, 2 seconds off. 2 seconds on, 2 seconds off. That was the frequency of breathing. Someone 200 meters underground was exhaling toward this crack. The light went out. The interval between the third flicker stretched to 4 seconds, then 5, before it extinguished completely. The cracks remained, and after the white mist dissipated, only a black line was left in the fissure. Chi Daolin remained kneeling on the ground. Sure how had drawn his sword halfway, then sheathed it again. He repeated the motion twice, finally returning the blade to its scabbard, his hands still gripping the hilt. Chen Nian stood still, staring at the latest line of text that flashed on the spaceship's panel. Target lifeform's heart rate has dropped to 1.4 beats per minute. Body temperature remains at 32.1 C. Brainwave has returned to basic hibernation mode. Analysis: external resonance stimulation induced a brief awakening response, but the target's own repair mechanism has suppressed it back into hibernation. Speculation: the target is using hibernation to delay some irreversible consumption process. Irreversible. Those two words were etched into the panel, and Chen Nian stared at them for an extra 2 seconds. The countdown of 8 to 14 months wasn't about recovery, it was about slowing down death. The difference was immense. Recovery meant waiting held meaning, slowing down death meant the longer you waited, the lower the chance of awakening. How much was this information worth? It was worth the entire sutra library, including the 3 rows of black iron bookshelves on the eastern wall. But now he couldn't speak. Chi Daolin still knelt there, one hand supporting him on the ground, the other clutching the crystal core. The light of the core had dimmed, almost the same color as the age spots on the back of his hand. A man over 300 years old, his spine held straight as a ramrod, his knees touching the ground, without the slightest trace of humility. It was a junior's salute. For the first time, Chen Nian saw something beyond a cultivator in this old man. It was personal, not to be touched. At least not now. Elder Chi. Sure how spoke first. Chi Daolin didn't respond, his knees left the ground, and he stood up with a motion more agile than expected. Dust clung to his robe, but he didn't brush it off. When he turned to face Chen Nian, his expression had already reverted to that of assessing goods. The speed was unnaturally fast. Chen Nian mentally raised the threat level of this old man by another notch. A person who could switch emotions so cleanly was either someone who had cultivated his mind for over 100 years or a born politician. Either way, it meant every word from now on had to be weighed before being uttered. That scan of yours, Chi Daolin tucked the crystal core into his sleeve. Can you tell me when? Yes. The ship's analytical model gave a brutally cruel answer. According to the current consumption rate, without external intervention, this person would not wake up. She would die in a state of hibernation within 8 to 14 months. Her heart rate would drop from 1.4 to 0.7, then to 0, the entire process so quiet that not even a speck of dust above her would be disturbed. Chen Nian didn't answer directly. Continuous observation is required. He chose a statement that was technically not a lie. A single scan only shows cross-sectional data. Trend analysis needs at least 3 days of continuous sampling. Chi Daolin stared at him for 5 seconds. During those 5 seconds, Chen Nian felt an extremely light pressure on his skin. Not killing intent, but more like some precision instrument performing calibration. The old man was judging whether he was lying. 3 days, Chi Daolin repeated. In 3 days, he'll give you a complete evaluation report, including vital sign, curves, consumption rate, and... Chen Nian paused for a beat. Possible intervention windows. The last 4 words were bait. Chi Daolin's Adam's apple moved. The motion was small, but visible under the light of the ore. The rules of the sutra library were just stated. The old man didn't take the bait of intervention window. Instead, he turned sideways and gestured with his chin toward Bai Xiaolu. That girl of yours can start reading now. From the hour of Chun to the hour of overnight stay, no bringing paper or brush, and no touching the top 3 rows on the east side. No paper or brush. Bai Xiaolu's fingers stopped trembling. Chen Nian glanced sidelong. The girl's mouth twitched, not in disappointment, but in suppressing a smile. No paper or brush. Did Bai Xiaolu need paper or brush? This old man probably didn't know what a photographic memory was. No problem, Chen Nian answered for her. Bai Xiaolu had already started walking. The sound of her shoes hitting the stone floor was light and swift. She bypassed the depression of black crystal and headed straight for the lowest row of bookshelves. Her fingers hovered 3 feet above the first bamboo scroll, not touching. May I take it? Her voice was very low, asking Qi Daolin. Qi Daolin waved his hand, granting permission. The moment the bamboo scroll left the shelf, Xyala's breathing rate changed. Chen Nian noticed. The girl unrolled the scroll with very professional technique, her left hand supporting the base, and her right hand guiding the strip, not a single sound of bamboo clattering. Her gaze moved extremely fast. 1 line, 2 lines, 3 lines. In less than 10 seconds the first scroll was rolled up, returned to its place, and she picked up the second. Songtai stood 2 steps behind her, his mouth opening and closing, then closing again. He was clearly stunned by the speed. Shihao's gaze shifted between Bai Xiaolu and Chen Nian twice, and finally his hand released the sword hilt. Brother Chen Shihao approached, lowering his voice to a range only the two of them could hear. That light, just now. Did you know it would happen? No. The crystal core resonance was an accident. The ship's database didn't have an entry for spiritual energy resonance in a cultivation world. It had only faithfully recorded the frequency changes and vital sign fluctuations. What Chen Nian could predict beforehand was the value of the crystal core as a bargaining chip, but the breathing rhythm triggered by the resonance. That was 100%. But accident or not, in the eyes of Qi Daolin and Shiha, this accident meant Chen Nian possessed something that could affect the person hibernating underground. The value had more than quintupled. Coincidence? Chen Nian gave the most effortless answer. Shiha didn't press further, but the position he stood was half a step closer. In the world of cultivators, this change in distance meant an intermediate state between defense and cooperation. Chen Nian accepted this distance. Qi Daolin had already walked to the crack, pressing one hand against the stone wall. His withered fingers moved slowly along the hairline fissure. The crystal light illuminated his profile, revealing furrow upon furrow, each one carved by years. 117 years. The old man's voice was very soft, not directed at anyone, more like a soliloquy. His fingers stopped at the end of the crack, the pad of his thumb pressing against the stone without force. Chen Nian pretended not to hear. The ship's panel in the lower right corner of his vision flashed a new prompt, detected a large-scale spiritual energy structure underground at 200 meters. The form resembles a formation. The core area of the formation overlaps with the target life form. Preliminary analysis: this formation is continuously operating using the target life form as an energy source. Purpose of the formation unknown. Using a life form as an energy source. A chill ran down Chen Nian's spine. Earlier data had indicated she was using her own cultivation to seal the breach, but the ship's scan translated that into a colder version. She wasn't recuperating in hibernation, she was fuel for the formation. The formation was devouring her. It had been devouring her for 117 years. The remaining lifespan of 8 to 14 months wasn't the result of natural consumption, it was the last balance before being drained dry. Chen Nian didn't look back at Qi Daolin. This information was too heavy. If the timing and manner of revealing it were slightly off, it would either drive the old man mad or trap himself in a position where he had no choice but to help. Neither path was good. Bai Xiaolu had already reached the 7th scroll. Her speed was steady at 8 to 12 seconds per scroll, her technique becoming more proficient, and the motions of unrolling and returning had formed a fixed rhythm. Song Tai stood beside her, his mouth gaping wider and wider. He had counted. The 7th scroll contained at least 1,000 characters, and Bai Xiaolu scanned it all in under 10 seconds. She. Song Tai leaned close to Chen Nian's ear. Don't ask. Chen Nian cut him off. The less by Xyala's ability was exposed in front of Qi Daolin. The restriction, no paper or brush, was meaningless to her, but if the old man discovered that she didn't need them at all, the rules would only tighten further. Song Tai shut up and retreated to stand behind Bai Xiaolu like a door panel. Shiha walked over to Qi Daolin and said something in a low voice. Qi Daolin withdrew his hand from the stone wall and turned toward Chen Nian. Your spaceship. Qi Daolin's voice returned to its normal dryness. Where is it located? This question was not unexpected. After the resonance incident, Qi Daolin would inevitably want to confirm the location of the external device. Confirming the location was essentially assessing the threat radius. Outside the mountain. Chen Nian gave a vague answer that was almost useless. Qi Daolin didn't press further. But Shihao's hand returned to his sword hilt. The stone chamber fell silent again. The sound of Bai Xiaolu flipping through bamboo scrolls, the occasional hiss of the ore lamps, and the suppressed breathing of everyone formed a strange balance. The ship's panel flashed another line, continuing scan of the formation structure. Detected 7 weak nodes on the periphery of the formation. Among them, node 3 coincides with the area directly beneath the stone chamber. The current pressure on this node is 94 of the design limit. 94. 6 percentage points away from collapse. Chen Nian's gaze pierced through the stone floor, through 200 meters of rock, and landed on the woman he couldn't see. A person who had held up for 117 years with her own life, and the formation beneath her was counting down in her final energy. And just now she had exhaled toward a crack. Bai Xiaolu put down the 11th scroll, her fingers hovering above the 12th. Her motion suddenly stopped. Chen Nian by Xiaola's voice was very soft, so soft that only Chen Nian could catch it. On the cover of this scroll, 3 characters are engraved. Chen Nian walked over and looked down at the small characters stamped on the outer side of the bamboo scroll. The script was aged, the strokes rigid, and the carving was deep. 3 characters, the method to save me. Save me technique. By Xiaola's finger hovered over the bamboo slip, unmoving. Chen Nian squatted down, meeting her gaze. The inscription on the outer shell of the bamboo slip had been worn away by the passage of time, yet the base strokes remained deeply etched into the bamboo's surface with substantial force. Open it. Bai Xiaolu glanced at him, her left hand supporting the base, while her right hand guided, causing the bamboo slip to unfold. There were no characters. The entire scroll was blank from beginning to end. Chen Nian's mind buzzed. Something was off. He tilted his head, allowing the light from the ore to sweep across the bamboo surface at a lower angle. There were traces, extremely shallow incisions, uninked, unpainted, purely grooves carved into the bamboo surface with a hard object. They were invisible to the naked eye, without specific lighting angles. Bai Xiaolu was already reading. Her gaze moved 3 times slower than before, her lips slightly parted as she silently recited the content. Chen Nian did not urge her. This scroll was different from the previous ones. The shallow incisions, nearly invisible, required even those with photographic memory to discern each word. The sound of Qi Dalin's footsteps approached from behind. Chen Nian stood up, positioning himself between Bai Xiaolu and the old man. Who wrote the cover of this? Chen Nian asked. Qi Dalin's footsteps halted. Silence persisted for 4 seconds. Her. Just one word. Yet when that word escaped Qi Dalin's lips, it carried a tremor that Chen Nian had never heard from this old man before. 200 meters underground, that person had personally etched the words, "Save me technique," onto the bamboo slip's outer shell, then wrote the inner content as invisible traces. She was calling for help, but she did not want everyone to see it. The spaceship's panel refreshed a line in the corner of his vision. Assessment of bamboo slip inscription, time approximately 90,100 years ago. There exists a 2027-year discrepancy with the timeline of the target life form being sealed within the core of the formation. Speculation: the target had limited physical mobility within 2027 years after being sealed in the formation. After over 20 years of being consumed by the formation, she mustered her last bit of strength to crawl to the scripture pavilion and carve this bamboo slip. Then she sealed herself away, waiting for someone to come. She waited for nearly 100 years. Bai Xiaolu closed the bamboo slip and looked up. Remember it. Chen Nian lowered his voice. Bai Xiaolu nodded slightly. Her hands trembled, but not out of fear. Chen Nian reached out to take the bamboo slip back, placing it in its original position. When he turned to face Qi Dalin, his expression management had been fully adjusted. He wore the face of a businessman. Senior Qi, 3 days is too long. Qi Dalin's wrinkles furrowed together. I need to conduct a close-range scan at the 3rd node of the formation's periphery. The sooner the better. Chen Nian did not give the old man a chance to digest the information and directly threw out the next sentence. That node is directly beneath the stone chamber, and the pressure has already reached 94% of the design limit. After 6 more percent, there is no need to wait 8 to 14 months. The entire formation will collapse early. Sherhao's hand slipped off the sword hilt. Qi Dalin's breath hitched. This was the power of information disparity. The data provided by the spaceship could not be verified by anyone else present, nor would anyone else dare to bet that he was lying. Because the cost was too great. If what he said was true, hesitating for a day meant losing a day. What do you want? Qi Dalin asked. 3 words, concise and straightforward. This old man had lived over 100 years in the cultivation world, and his negotiation instincts were quicker than Chen Nian had anticipated. On-site data, along with this brother Shi's connections. Chen Nian nodded towards Sherhao. I heard there's a gathering of the younger generation soon. Sherhao was taken aback. He did not expect the topic to suddenly shift to himself. Nor did he expect Chen Nian to have channels to obtain such information. The matter of the gathering had only been settled 3 days ago within the Shi clan, and outsiders should not have known. In fact, Chen Nian was guessing. The spaceship's social model had analyzed every micro-expression change of Sherhao since he entered the cave, and one detail stood out. When Chen Nian showcased the crystal core, Sherhao's first reaction was not surprise but assessment. That kind of assessment was the instinctive reaction of someone about to attend a social event when encountering a new bargaining chip. There was a social need, a need to showcase, and time was pressing. There was a high probability of a gathering soon. He guessed right. Yuntai Conference. Sherhao hesitated for 2 seconds and uttered 3 words. 3 days later, in the western borders of the Shi nation, a competition among the younger generations of various clans. Yuntai Conference. The spaceship panel automatically popped up search results. No matches found. This world's information had not yet been entered into the database, which was normal. Take me there. Sherhao looked at Qi Dalin. Qi Dalin kept his mouth shut, remaining silent. In this context, silence equated to consent. All right. Sherhao quickly replied, but you have to help me with something. Speak. There's someone at the Yuntai conference, a woman from the Tianren clan, named Yuzhan, the champion of the last session. Shihao's knuckles tapped on the hilt of his sword. She has a grudge against me. If you can block her during the competition, I'll remember this favor. Yuzhan. Chen Nian stored this name in his mind. The Tianren clan, the last session's champion, and had a past grievance with Shihao. The information deal. Bai Xiaolu stood up, brushed off the dust from her knees, and followed Chen Nian's steps. Song Tai kept pace behind them. As the three of them exited the stone chamber, the light from the or gradually dimmed behind them. Qi Daolin remained stationary, his thin fingers pressed against the crack. 3 days later, Yuntai Peak. The stone steps wound from the foot of the mountain to the peak, flanked by banners from various clans. Before they had even reached halfway up the mountain, the clamor of discussions had already filled their ears with the wind. Chen Nian wore the outer garment given by Shihao, a grayish-blue loose-fitting cut with the cuffs embroidered with patterns of the Shi clan. An incongruous outfit, but serviceable. At least for the first 30 seconds of blending into the crowd, no one would look at him twice. Bai Xiaolu followed half a step behind, her hair tied up, a short knife borrowed from Song Tai tucked at her waist. There are really so many people, Song Tai muttered from behind. And indeed there were a lot. At least 300 people stood on either side of the stone steps, most aged between 15 and 25, each carrying varying degrees of spiritual fluctuations. A gathering of young cultivators was like a large-scale matchmaking event combined with a fighting tournament on Earth. Shihao walked ahead, quickly taking large strides, with people continuously bowing their hands to him along the way. He responded briefly, nodding or slightly lifting his chin. Upon reaching the platform halfway up the mountain, the density of the crowd suddenly decreased. Here a natural stone ridge acted as a boundary, with core disciples from various clans on one side and the periphery on the other. Just as Shihao stepped onto the stone ridge, a cool, emotionless female voice came from the left. Shihao, your companion this year is quite fresh. Chen Nian turned his gaze toward the sound. Under the pavilion to the left of the stone ridge sat a woman in white. Her long hair cascaded to her waist, unadorned, her facial features strikingly clean, with an almost unreal level of delicacy. But what caught Chen Nian's attention was not her looks. It was her aura. This woman sat there with no one within 3 meters of her. It was not an intentional avoidance. It was a natural preservation of distance, with even the other 2 stone benches in the pavilion left empty. Yuzhan. Shihao paused for a moment, but did not stop. Yuzhan. The last session's champion of the Tianren clan. The person directly linked to Shihao's past grievance. Just as Chen Nian prepared to divert his gaze, Yuzhan's attention slid from Shihao and landed on his face. It was not a glance. It was a focused gaze. That thing on you. Yuzhan's lips parted slightly. Who gave it to you? Chen Nian's hair stood on end at the back of his neck. The thing she referred to was the crystal core fragment affixed to the inner side of his chest. That fragment had shown no reaction since entering the range of Yuntai Peak, quiet as an ordinary stone. Yet this woman from a distance of 7 steps through a layer of fabric directly perceived its existence. The air in the pavilion became thick. Yuzhan stood up, her skirt making no sound as she stepped barefoot on the stone slab, taking a step toward Chen Nian. He'll ask you once more. Her right hand's 5 fingers slightly curved, the tips glowing with a visible sheen. That thing, is it alive or dead? A lifeless object. In a fraction of a second, 0.1 seconds, Chen Nian's mind devised 3 strategies. First, admit it was alive. The consequence would be immediate persecution as an anomaly. Second, deny it, claim it was merely an ordinary stone. Yet if the other party could sense it through clothing, they likely possessed means to verify the truth, making deception perilously risky. Third, remain silent. The invisible pressure in the air intensified sharply. Yu Qian took another step forward, the luminous membrane shimmering at her fingertips grew brighter still, fine intricate runes now visible upon its surface. This was no mere test, it was a warning. The crowd surrounding the pavilion instinctively retreated, clearing a wide expanse of open space. Disciples at the periphery whispered among themselves, eyes darting between Chen Nian and Yu Qian, filled with shocked suspicion and grim amusement. Yu Qian of the celestial race. Why is she fixated on the person brought by Shihao? No idea. That young man looks utterly unremarkable. His spiritual energy fluctuation is faint, hardly befitting any figure of consequence. Shoo, keep your voice down. Yu Qian's temper is notoriously volatile. Bai Xiaolu's right hand had already closed around her sword hilt, the veins faintly rose along her knuckles. Song Tai moved even more decisively, shifting half a step forward to shield Chen Nian's flank, assuming a defensive stance. At the very instant, Yu Qian's fingertip neared Chen Nian's robe. Yu Qian. Shihao's voice emerged like grit forced between clenched teeth, low, seething with suppressed fury. His towering frame interposed itself without deviation, blocking the line between Chen Nian and Yu Qian, severing that threatening gaze. On my Yuntai Peak, you dare lay hands on someone under my protection. Do you truly believe last time's lesson was insufficient? Yu Qian froze. Her expression remained impassive, merely gazing at Hao's face magnified so close as though observing an inert artifact. Step aside. And if I refuse? Hao did not yield an inch. A faint amber-hued aura began swirling about him. If you seek combat, I accept, anytime. But to bully a companion I've brought here. Yu Qian, is this how the celestial race upholds its dignity? Companion. For the first time Yu Qian reacted, repeating the word with a soft derisive snort, as if hearing absurdity incarnate. Hao, your taste remains as abysmal. Her gaze slid past Hao's shoulder, locking once more upon Chen Nian. I have no patience for banter. I ask him only one thing: where did that thing come from? Chen Nian's heart sank. This woman was impervious, unmoved by Hao's authority. Her target had never been him, it had always been Chen Nian, or rather the crystalline shard concealed upon his person. Trouble loomed. The artifact Qi Daolin had given him was indeed a scorching liability. The standoff hardened. Hao's spiritual energy surged, vibrating the flagstones beneath his feet. Yu Qian stood motionless, yet the luminescent membrane at her fingertip burned ever more blindingly. Just as conflict threatened to erupt, Yu Qian withdrew her hand. The radiant membrane dissolved instantly, vanishing without trace. She cast one final glance at Chen Nian, a gaze deep and incisive as if etching his silhouette into memory. Enough. Her voice returned to its original crystalline chill. Merely a lifeless object, hardly worth contention. With that she turned and walked away. White robes flowing, bare feet gliding soundlessly over stone, her hem brushing the flagstones without stirring a single mote of dust. She retook her seat in the pavilion as though nothing had transpired. The air resumed its gentle flow. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, unable to fathom how such palpable tension had so abruptly dissolved into calm. Only Chen Nian understood her words, merely a lifeless object, had been spoken for all to hear. Truth or fiction, only she knew. This woman was far more dangerous than Hao's description had implied. Madwoman, Hao muttered under his breath, the amber aura around him dissipating. He turned, scrutinizing Chen Nian from head to toe, brow furrowed. What exactly have you got hidden on you? Something capable of drawing her attention. A stone, Chen Nian replied tersely. A stone? Hao clearly disbelieved him, but seeing Chen Nian's expressionless face, he knew further inquiry would yield nothing. Frustrated, he raked fingers through his hair. Forget it, don't dwell on her. Come on, I'll take you somewhere truly worthwhile. Don't let that madwoman spoil. There is a scent of the dead about you. This light statement pierced the lively and relaxed atmosphere by the lakeside like an invisible needle. The surrounding clamor seemed to be siphoned away in that moment, leaving only the figure of the woman in green before Chen Nian, along with her words colder than the lake. The scent of the dead. Chen Nian's thoughts raced. He had taken lives more than one, but those were merely the physical stench of blood long since washed away. What she referred to was clearly something else. Was it the shocking conspiracy that buried the entire Chen family? Or was it the fact that he had come back to life with a soul not belonging to this era hidden within this body? Regardless of which it was, neither was something that could be openly discussed. This Lu Qi was no ordinary person. Her perception surpassed that of the average individual, touching upon certain metaphysical realms. Chen Nian did not deny it, nor did he panic. In the face of absolute power disparity, any disguise seemed laughable. He simply gazed back at her quietly, his clear eyes reflecting his figure, yet revealing no emotions. He chose the most direct and unexpected response. Oh. Chen Nian finally spoke, his voice steady, devoid of any discernible anger or joy. You can even smell that. There was no hint of embarrassment at having his secret exposed. Instead, it carried a pure curiosity, as if discussing a rare spice. Now it was Lu Qi's turn to be somewhat surprised. Her eyes could see things that others could not, and she could smell the essence tainted by souls. In the past, anyone she pointed out as having a dead aura would be taken aback or furiously indignant. Chen Nian was the first to openly acknowledge it, and even show interest in her ability. In the distance, Hao was nearly wide-eyed. What? What did he say? Lu Qi actually responded. Hao was in shock, pointing towards the lakeside direction, his hand trembling. Bai Xiaolu and Song Tai's faces were also tense. They were too far away to hear the conversation, only able to see Chen Nian and the woman in green standing face to face, the atmosphere seemingly heavy. That's more than 3 sentences now, Song Tai muttered, counting. This is the 4th sentence already. Hao felt his worldview was being challenged. That legendary Lu Qi, who was impervious to charm and regarded all men as insignificant, was actually conversing with a man she had just met for more than 3 sentences. What kind of monster is this kid? By the lakeside, Lu Qi lowered her gaze, her long eyelashes casting a shadow beneath her eyes. I have been in tune with plants and trees since childhood, particularly sensitive to the changes of life and death. Her explanation was calm, as if stating a fact unrelated to herself. The dead aura on you is quite heavy, yet it is enveloped by a stronger vitality, which is very contradictory. Chen Nian understood in his heart. It seemed she had sensed his secret of coming back to life in a special way. He did not linger on this topic, but instead followed her words, steering the conversation towards his purpose for being there, communing with plants and trees. Is this the talent of the Lu clan? Chen Nian's gaze fell upon the ancient wooden zither resting on her knees. I have heard that the Lu clan's calming lotus has the effect of cleansing the soul and stabilizing the Tao heart, which must also be a manifestation of this talent. Lu Qi paused in her movements. She slowly raised her head this time, genuinely looking at Chen Nian's face. Her eyes sparkled with clarity, as if they could see through the hearts of men. You have come for the calming lotus. She stated it as a fact rather than a question. Yes, Chen Nian acknowledged calmly. I will not give it to you. Lu Qi's response was straightforward and left no room for negotiation. The air fell into silence once again. At that moment, an untimely voice interrupted. Fairy Lu, so you are here. A young man dressed in luxurious clothing holding a jade fan swayed over, followed by two attendants. The young man was handsome, but a lingering arrogance hovered between his brows. Upon seeing Chen Nian standing before Lu Qi, he raised an eyebrow, not bothering to conceal his disdain. Who is this? He deliberately elongated his tone, pointing his fan at Chen Nian. Which sex disciple is so clueless about etiquette as to dare disturb the fairy's quiet cultivation? Chen Nian glanced at him and said nothing. He had seen many such clowns. Lu Qi did not even bother to lift her eyelids, as if the newcomer was merely a wisp. The young man felt humiliated at being ignored, especially since the fairy he had been pining for was speaking to a stranger, igniting a blaze of jealousy within him. Hey, I'm talking to you, are you mute? He stepped forward, attempting to intimidate Chen Nian with his presence. The surrounding cultivators were drawn to the commotion, casting glances filled with schadenfreude. That's Zhao Feng from the Tian Shui sect. He's pursued Lu Qi for years. Looks like there's a good show to watch. Zhao Feng is known for holding grudges. This kid. He reached out, intending to push Chen Nian's shoulder. Get lost. A single word escaped Lu Qi. Hearing the discussions around him, Zhao Feng felt increasingly triumphant, convinced that Chen Nian was just a minor character without much background, perfect for establishing his authority today and showing off in front of Lu Qi. He reached out, intending to push Chen Nian's shoulder. Get lost. A single word escaped Lu Qi's lips. Cold and different, yet carrying an undeniable authority. Zhao Feng's hand froze in midair, the smugness on his face instantly solidified, turning a deep shade of red. He could not believe his ears. Lu Qi actually told him to get lost for the sake of an outsider. Fairy Lu Yu. Zhao Feng was both astonished and furious. Lu Qi finally raised her head, her clear eyes for the first time showing obvious displeasure. She did not look at Zhao Feng, but instead stared at the lake behind him. If you don't leave now, you'll never be able to leave again. An invisible chill suddenly enveloped Zhao Feng, making him feel as if his very soul was about to freeze. It was a tremor directly sourced from the depths of his soul. The sound of the sanctus of the illusion sound pavilion could attack the soul, and the warning from the Lu clan's genius was equally powerful. Zhao Feng trembled in fear, no longer daring to utter another word, forgetting even the pleasantries, and fled dismally with his two attendants. A farce ended just as silently as it began. In the entire courtyard, everyone who witnessed the scene was stunned. Shihao's mouth dropped open, his wine glass falling from his hand without him even noticing. I can't be mistaken, right? Lu Qi. She was defending Chen Nian. This was not just a shock, it felt like the sky had collapsed. Lu Qi drove away Zhao Feng as if swatting a bothersome fly. She turned her gaze back to Chen Nian as if nothing had happened. The surrounding vacuum had grown larger, and no one dared to approach any longer. Chen Nian's mind, however, was not on the earlier farce. He simply looked at Lu Qi calmly, waiting for her final answer. Lu Qi reached out, gently brushing the strings of the wooden zither resting on her knees, but did not pluck a single note. The calming lotus is the treasure of my Lu clan and is never shared with outsiders. However, she shifted her tone. Chen Nian's heart began to race. Lu Qi raised her hand, pointing to the ancient wooden zither on her lap. If you wish for the calming lotus, you may. She finally lifted her clear eyes, genuinely meeting Chen Nian's gaze for the first time. Play a piece for me. If you can resonate with this zither, the lotus will be yours. Play a tune for me. If it can resonate with this guqin, lian, it is yours. Chen Nian's gaze slowly shifted from Lu Qi's stunningly beautiful face to the ancient wooden guqin resting on her lap. The body of the guqin exhibited a profound wooden hue devoid of any ornate carvings, only displaying the subtle textures left by time, exuding an ineffable Tao charm. Resonating. It sounds simple, but the intricacies involved are likely unfathomable. The guqin from the Illusion Music Workshop, the genius of the Lu clan. These two combined cannot be easily appeased by mere melodies. The surrounding cultivators held their breath, their gazes towards Chen Nian filled with complexity. There was suspicion, jealousy, but more than anything an expectation to witness a spectacle. Can he play the guqin? This is the Songhai guqin of Lady Lu. Ordinary melodies cannot evoke even a hint of response from it. to invoke resonance. This is asking too much. I heard the last person who tried was a master of Guqin from Zhongzhou, and there wasn't even a sound. If this kid fails, it would be a monumental embarrassment. Shihao's heart was in his throat as he anxiously watched Chen Nian, his palms sweating profusely. In his view, Chen Nian should not have agreed. This was clearly a test from Lu Qi, or rather a subtle refusal. After all, who would believe that an unknown kid could achieve what even a Guqin master could not? However, Chen Nian's response was beyond everyone's expectations. He neither immediately agreed nor rejected. He simply asked calmly, "Before I play the Guqin, may I first ask the lady to try something?" As these words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent. Even in Lu Qi's tranquil eyes, a hint of barely perceptible surprise flashed. What is this operation? A premium appetizer before the battle. Shihao almost choked and nearly fainted on the spot. Big brother, what are you doing? Is this the time to negotiate with the lady? You're dangerously testing the waters here. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Chen Nian leisurely rummaged through his clothes. He did not pull out any magic treasures or elixirs, but rather a long red object wrapped in transparent oil paper. He tore open the packaging, and a rich yet peculiar spicy aroma instantly wafted through the air. This scent was overwhelmingly strong, carrying hints of spiciness, saltiness, and a trace of oiliness, starkly contrasting with the refined scents of wine and flowers in the other courtyard. What is this? The smell is quite unusual. It looks greasy. Can it be eaten? The surrounding cultivators wrinkled their noses, keeping their distance from it. Yet Chen Nian remained unperturbed, presenting the spicy strips, a common sight on earth, revered as the source of joy by countless youths, to Lu Qi. This is called spicy strips, a type of snack from my hometown, with a unique flavor that may add some fun for the lady before she plays the Guqin. The entire courtyard was so silent that a pin drop could be heard. Shihao's wine glass had long been emptied, yet he maintained his posture of raising it, completely petrified. His mind was blank, with only one thought crazily echoing: giving the lady that greasy red stick to eat. He was done for. Chen Nian was surely doomed today. Not even Jesus could save him, I swear. Lu Qi's gaze fell upon the shiny red spicy strip. She could feel the layer of grease clinging to it, along with an aggressively unfamiliar scent. Given her status, everything she consumed was either a precious treasure or a divine brew. She had never encountered something so grounded. She did not move, nor did she speak. The air seemed to solidify. Just as everyone thought Lu Qi would be angry and throw this reckless fool and his broken stick into the lake, Lu Qi slowly raised her hand. Her fingers, which played the most beautiful melodies in the world, delicate and pure, lightly pinched one end of the spicy strip. Then, under the astonished gazes of all the cultivators, she brought the spicy strip to her lips and daintily took a small bite. Boom. Everyone's worldview collapsed at that moment. Shihao gaped, feeling that his jaw might have dislocated. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, doubting he had drunk too much and was hallucinating. Lu Qi, the cold, ethereal saint of the illusion music workshop. She actually ate. She ate that strange thing called spicy strips. Lu Qi's movements were slow. Spicy, savory, slightly sweet. Countless complex flavors exploded on her taste buds. This sensation was novel. It was unlike any spiritual fruit or fairy dish she had tasted before. There was no spiritual energy, no Tao charm, just a pure, direct, and somewhat crude flavor stimulation. But it was not unpleasant. In fact, it was somewhat intoxicating. A faint blush, imperceptible, yet present, appeared on her eternally cold and beautiful face, unsure if it was from the spice or something else. She did not take a second bite, simply wiped her fingers with a silk cloth and cast her gaze back at Chen Nian. That's enough. Chen Nian smiled, finishing the remaining half of the spicy strip himself. Still the familiar taste. He walked to Lu Qi's side and sat down with only the Songhai Guqin between them. A faint, ethereal fragrance wafted from Lu Qi, mingling with the lingering spiciness of the spicy strip, creating a wonderful combination. I beg your pardon. Chen Nian spoke softly, his fingers gently resting on the Guqin strings. He truly did not understand the music of this world. To have him perform pieces filled with the principles of heaven and earth was like playing music to a cow. However, the essence of music is universal. It is the expression of emotion. What resonates is never technique, but emotion. In his mind, there were no complex scores, only a simple, yet infinitely melodious tune from another world. It was a song he had looped countless nights, a melody about the sky, dreams, and memories. He plucked the first string. Ding! A crisp sound rang out, somewhat awkward, even out of tune. The surrounding cultivators let out muffled laughter. As expected, he can't play the Guqin at all. This tone is even worse than my 3-year-old nephew. Shihao covered his face, unable to bear watching any longer. Chen Nian ignored any external sounds. In his world, there was only the Guqin and the melody in his mind. He closed his eyes, his fingers moved again. This time it was no longer isolated notes. Instead, a coherent melody completely different from any musical system in this world flowed from his fingertips. The melody was simple, devoid of elaborate runs and complex chords. It was like a clear spring in the mountains, a gentle breeze in the woods, imbued with a pure, clean, slightly melancholic, poetic essence. The surrounding mocking voices gradually faded away. Everyone was captivated by this unheard tune. This piece did not contain any spiritual power, yet it had a heart-piercing force. Lu Qi's body stiffened slightly. In her clear eyes, true astonishment appeared for the first time. She could hear that Chen Nian's finger technique was very immature, yet every note he played struck precisely at the most astonishing notes. It was as if he was not playing the guqin, but the guqin was guiding his fingers. As the melody progressed, Chen Nian's emotions also fully immersed within. He thought of the blue sky of earth and neon of the city in the past that could never return. A deep yearning and melancholy spread through the guqin strings, permeating the entire courtyard. The wind on the lake stilled. The wine in the cup remained. Everyone was entranced. Just then the melody from Chen Nian's fingertips reached a climax. It was a chord filled with hope and strength. Virum. A low prolonged hum emanated not from under Chen Nian's fingers, but from within the entire song, high guqin itself resonating on its own. Buzz. This resonant hum did not emanate from Chen Nian's fingertips, but rather arose spontaneously grandly from the depths of the ancient guqin known as Songhai. It was not a single note, but a form of resonance, a revival that transcended the epics. Centered around the guqin, a visible ripple of pale golden light suddenly spread outward. The ripples brushed over the surface of the lake as the gentle breeze that had just settled stirred again, carrying a warm and soothing sensation. The ripples caressed the wine cup where the still liquid began to ripple with delicate waves, as if responding in harmony. The ripples brushed past every person present. Puffed. The nearest several cultivators, still unrefined in their skills, were struck by this invisible sound wave, feeling a tightness in their chests, as they simultaneously spat out a mouthful of blood, yet their faces bore no pain, only sheer shock and confusion. What is this? The resonance of the Qin's heart. An elderly cultivator with white hair trembled as he pointed at the Songhai guqin, his voice shaking uncontrollably. It is said that when the player's state of mind completely aligns with the soul of the divine weapon, it can awaken the weapon's spirit and invoke a resonance with the heavens and earth. I have only seen such records in the most ancient of texts. Sure how no longer covered his face, he clamped his hands tightly over his mouth to avoid letting. What did he witness? Chen Nian. That guy who casually ate spicy strips and acted carefree actually triggered the resonance of the Qin's heart. This was a realm even the fairy Lu Qi had never achieved. Who exactly is he? At the center of the storm, Lu Qi felt it most acutely. That golden sound wave nearly penetrated her body. Her elegant white dress moved without wind, rustling gently, clinging closely to her exquisite figure. That breathtaking curve fleeting between the fluttering garments was enough to inflame any man's blood. Yet at this moment no one dared to look again. Lu Qi's body stiffened, her eternally icy visage drained of color, turning deathly pale. She was not harmed by the sound wave. She was shaken. As the former master of the Songhai guqin, she understood better than anyone what this meant. This was not merely skill, it transcended even music. This was a recognition of the Tao. The ancient divine weapon acknowledged Chen Nian's emotions, recognizing the simple, yet laughable melody he played. Why? On what grounds? After 10 years of hard training, and achieving a unity of man and Qin, she could only barely play the killing sound of song. Yet he, a layman with fingers that fumbled through the techniques, awoke Songhai with an unheard melody of languorous beauty. The sound of the guqin slowly faded into the final hum. Chen Nian's fingers finally lifted from the strings. A wave of intense fatigue surged over him. That piece had nearly drained all his spirit. He was not playing with spiritual power, he was playing with his soul, pouring all his longing for another world into the music. He breathed slightly heavier, turning his head just in time to meet Lu Qi's gaze. In that moment her once icy eyes were devoid of coldness, filled only with tumultuous vibrations and a hint of confusion. The blush sparked by the spicy strips had not yet faded, intertwining with her now pale complexion to form a peculiar and fragmented beauty. Chen Nian's gaze involuntarily swept downward. He had to admit this woman's figure was truly stunning. That elegant white dress could hardly conceal her proud stature. Her slender waist led down to a plump and rounded curve. Even while sitting still, she exuded a lethal allure. What a deadly enchantress! Just then, amidst the profound silence, a sharp and untimely shout suddenly erupted. Bewitching words to confuse the masses. A young cultivator dressed in splendid clothes stepped forward, one of those who had previously mocked Chen Nian the most vehemently. His name was Zhao Tian, the legitimate son of the Zhao family from Tianfeng City. His face flushed, he pointed at Chen Nian and shouted sternly, "What you played was not a musical piece. It was clearly a soul-stealing devil's tune. You used dark arts to bewitch the Songhai divine weapon and sought to ensnare us cultivators. Such intentions are worthy of death." At this the crowd erupted into an uproar. Some cultivators who had been moved by the Gyukin's sound nearly brought to tears now displayed expressions of uncertainty. Indeed, the orthodox melodies of the immortal realm are resplendent and grand, drawing upon the spiritual energies of heaven and earth. Yet that piece just now did not involve the slightest bit of spiritual power. It struck directly at the heart, entrancing listeners beyond escape. Upon reflection, it indeed felt somewhat sinister. Devil's tune. Chen Nian slowly stood up, scarcely bothering to glance at the raucous Zhao Tian. He merely flexed his somewhat stiff fingers, then gently pushed the still slightly trembling Songhai Guqin towards Lu Qi. He said nothing, but this action itself was the loudest response. The owner of this Guqin was present, but whether it was a devil's tune would be determined by her. All eyes instantly focused on Lu Qi. Zhao Tian's heart raced, but he steeled himself and bowed to Lu Qi, saying, "Fairy Lu Qi, this person has an obscure origin and strange methods. He must be a devil of the dark arts. Please, Fairy, discern clearly and take action to subdue this villain, lest he wreak havoc upon the world." Lu Qi ignored him. She did not even glance at anyone. All her focus was on the ancient Guqin and the man who had just played it. She slowly extended her flawless jade hand, gently caressing the body of Songhai. The Gyukin's body was warm, still retaining a faint trace of the man's essence mingled with a hint of that spicy strip aroma. Suddenly she raised her head. Those eyes capable of freezing souls stared intently at Chen Nian for the first time. Just as everyone thought she would announce Chen Nian's crime, her red lips parted to utter 3 words. Those 3 words were soft, yet they exploded like thunder within everyone's hearts. "Teach me." Zhao Tian's smile froze on his face. Shihao's jaw dropped to the ground. Chen Nian was also taken aback. Lu Qi paid no mind to anyone's reaction. Her gaze remained locked onto Chen Nian, as if the entire world contained only him. She repeated it this time, not as a request, but with an undeniable urgency she herself was unaware of. "You teach me to play that piece from earlier." A profound silence fell over the entire scene. Lu Qi's unwavering command, like an invisible tidal wave, shattered everyone's thoughts into fragments. Teach her to play that demon sound." Chen Nian was also taken aback. He had imagined countless possibilities. Lu Qi might have been enraged, she might have struck out, or even directly judged him as a demonic cultivator and executed him on the spot. But he never expected this outcome. He looked at the woman before him, those clear eyes interwoven with stubbornness and urgency, devoid of the usual frost that kept everyone at arm's length. It was a pure, almost childlike yearning for something she adored. How intriguing. A sliver of Chen Nian's wariness loosened, replaced by a mischievous delight, a perverse urge to tease this proud, aloof swan. He lazily leaned back, settling into the chair, arms crossed over his chest, appraising her with leisurely amusement. From her exquisite clavicles, flawless in every detail, to the breathtaking curves perfectly outlined beneath her white dress, and then to her slender, delicate waist. Tisk, this woman was sculpted from the most perfect mold. Any fuller would be too much, any thinner would be too little. "Teach you." Chen Nian drawled, a faint, ambiguous smile curling on his lips. "It's not impossible." Hearing the first half, Lu Qi's clear eyes instantly burst with a radiant light, a brilliance never seen before. But Chen Nian's next words froze that. "However, this melody belongs only in the heavens, not to be lightly passed on in the mortal world," he said slowly. "If you want to learn, it can't be here." Zhao Tian's heart leaped to his throat. He stared fixedly at Chen Nian, a foreboding sense enveloping him. What trick was this demonic man about to play? Lu Qi's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. She clearly hadn't expected the other party to impose conditions. "Where do you want to go?" Her voice remained cool, but upon closer listening it held less ice and more ripples. Chen Nian extended a finger and gently shook it. "It's not about where I want to go, but that we have to go to my place." He leaned forward slightly, lowering his voice to a volume only the two of them could hear, and added with a suggestive tone, "Such a sublime melody naturally requires a candlelit discourse, a night of deep study, to grasp its true essence." Boom. Though not loud, Chen Nian's expression and his roguish demeanor were clearly seen by the surrounding cultivators. This was no longer a hint. It was blatant flirtation. How dare he publicly flirt with Fairy Lu Qi, the most sacred, most unattainable ice goddess of Tianfeng City, and even the entire eastern domain. "You insolent brat." Zhao Tian finally lost all restraint. His spiritual power surged, his face turning purple like a pig's liver. With a roar, he crushed a talisman radiating terrifying fluctuations in his palm. A golden light transformed into a sword, shooting straight toward Chen Nian's face. He would slay this blasphemer on the spot. Yet the golden sword halted abruptly 3 feet from Chen Nian, as if colliding with an invisible wall, unable to advance a single inch. It wasn't Chen Nian who acted. It was Lu Qi. Without even turning her head, she merely raised her jade hand, and a surge of cold air, purer and sharper than the golden light, materialized from nothing, instantly freezing Zhao Tian's spiritual attack into an ice sculpture which then shattered with a crack into countless crystal fragments. What business is it of yours? Lu Qi finally turned to look at Zhao Tian. That single glance was colder than 10,000 years of ancient ice, extinguishing all his fury and courage. He opened his mouth, feeling a chill shoot from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head, his very soul trembling. He wanted to say, "Fairy, I mean well for you," but under that gaze he could not utter a single word. He could only retreat in disgrace, his face filled with humiliation and resentment. The entire scene was dead silent. Sure Hao, standing off to the side, was utterly dumbfounded. My God, Brother Nian's moves. He's got this ice goddess completely under his control. First he broke through her defenses with a song, then publicly teased her, forcing her to act for him, drawing a clear line between her and her suitors. What kind of divine strategy is this? He felt his brain was no longer sufficient. After dealing with the nuisance, Lu Qi's gaze returned to Chen Nian. She ignored the flippancy in Chen Nian's words, merely stubbornly repeating her purpose. To your place. 3 words, resolute and heavy. She agreed. Chen Nian smiled. He knew that for a woman truly obsessed with music, or rather one whose defenses had been shattered by that melody, nothing mattered more than uncovering the secret of that tune. Good, decisive. Chen Nian stood up, brushed the non-existent dust from his robe, and made a gesture of invitation toward Lu Qi. Fairy, please. Please. Where? Everyone was stunned, watching Chen Nian swagger toward the center of the square. Lu Qi hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward to follow. Just as the crowd, puzzled, assumed they would leave on foot, Chen Nian suddenly stopped and looked up at the sky. The transportation is here. As his words fell, a massive shadow descended without warning, engulfing the entire square. The crowd looked up in horror. Through the clouds, an enormous construct made entirely of silvery white metal was slowly descending. It had no wings, but floated steadily. It had no spiritual energy fluctuations, yet it carried a suffocating pressure from an unknown civilization. Sleek lines of structure brimming with technological sophistication, and a pale blue glow emanating from its base, casting a dreamy light on the ground. Wah! What kind of treasure is that? Unheard of. Unseen. Is this an immortal boat? But immortal boats don't look like this. Not a trace of spiritual energy. How does it even fly? The cultivator's understanding was utterly overturned in that moment. They stared at the slowly descending spaceship, mouths agape, expressions frozen, like primitive people witnessing a miracle. Zhao Tian's face turned ashen. He finally realized how terribly wrong he had been. The other party's methods and origins were beyond his imagination. That had already surpassed his understanding of the word powerful. A soft beam of light shot down from the underside of the spaceship, precisely enveloping Chen Nian and Lu Qi. Chen Nian turned back, winked at the petrified Sure Hao, and transmitted his voice, "Brother, I'll go ahead. You know the rest." Then he turned around and extended his hand to the somewhat dazed Lu Qi, the same cynical smile on his face. "Fairy, please board. Our candlelit discourse is about to begin." Lu Qi looked at the unknown and mysterious metal construct, then at the hand extended by this man. After a moment of silence, she placed her flawless jade hand gently into Chen Nian's palm. The beam of light rose, and in full view of the crowd their figures disappeared into the entrance of the spaceship. Inside the spaceship was a world completely different from the outside. Simple, bright, filled with the texture of postmodern technology. Lu Qi stepped onto the smooth, mirror-like metal floor. For the first time her clear eyes revealed genuine curiosity and bewilderment. Everything here exceeded her understanding. No carved beams or painted rafters, no spiritual energy arrays. Only panels and devices she couldn't comprehend shimmering faintly. Chen Nian didn't rush to take her anywhere. He casually pressed a button on the console. The soothing melody of the very peace cannon flowed through the spaceship's top-tier sound system, filling the entire space. He poured himself a glass of blue liquid and handed one to Lu Qi. "Try it. It's a specialty from my place called Blue Hawaii." Lu Qi didn't take it. Her attention was entirely not on the drink. She simply stood still, feeling the steady operation of this treasure and the pervasive melody that stirred her soul. The shock she had received today was greater than the sum of the past 100 years. Chen Nian didn't mind. He took a sip himself and then walked over to her. The soft interior lighting of the spaceship accentuated the curves beneath her white dress. The proud rise and fall of her chest with each breath, the slender waist bound by the elegant dress, and the astonishing hip-to-waist ratio. Below, the rounded firm arc was concealed by the skirt, yet all the more alluring. A cool, faint fragrance mingled with her unique scent drifted into Chen Nian's nostrils. How fragrant! To learn the piano, there must be a place to teach. Chen Nian's voice sounded by her ear. He led her through a corridor to a metal door. The door slid open silently. Inside was not a training hall nor a study, but a spacious bedroom. In the center stood a bed so large it was almost absurd. What drew the most attention was the entire wall of transparent portholes facing the room. Outside lay the deep, boundless universe with countless stars gathering into a brilliant galaxy. A cerulean planet hung quietly not far away, breathtakingly beautiful. Lu Qi was utterly overwhelmed by the sight. She had never imagined that above the sky lay such a vista, that the world they inhabited was but a speck of dust in this endless sea of stars. Her Tao heart, already shaken by the music, was completely shattered by this magnificent grand river of stars. Here, she murmured, a tremor in her voice. My home, Chen Nian said, walking behind her and standing shoulder to shoulder gazing at the stars outside the window. He said no more, merely waiting quietly. After a long while, Lu Qi slowly turned around. Those clear eyes that had once frozen souls now shimmered with water-like light, reflecting the entire galaxy and his face. She didn't ask about the origin of the spaceship, nor who he really was. She simply asked one question softly. That piece, what is its name? Cannon. Cannon. She repeated the unfamiliar word softly, and then made a move that even surprised Chen Nian. She reached out with both hands and wrapped them around his neck. Her body pressed softly against him, the astonishing elasticity and warmth clearly transmitted through the thin fabric. The iceberg melted completely in that moment. Her breath, carrying a hint of coolness and a trace of burning heat, gently brushed against his ear. Now, can we begin our candlelit discourse? Chen Nian's breath caught for an instant. He looked down and saw the slightly open collar of her white dress and the dazzling expanse of snow-white skin. He smiled. With utmost pleasure. He swept her up into his arms and walked toward the bed that could see the stars. The elegant white dress slipped from the edge of the bed, falling like a withered moonbeam, quietly piling on the floor. The spaceship's lights dimmed imperceptibly, leaving only the radiance of the starry river mottled over their intertwined silhouettes. No words, only gradually quickening breaths. The cool, faint fragrance was replaced by a primal, scorching heat, composing another more original and more intense cannon against the backdrop of the silent. Chen Nian's fingers glided over her smooth back, feeling the subtle tremors beneath the delicate skin. His last conscious thought lingered on the faint, elusive scent of Leixian mingled with the scalding vapor of an ice-carved jade-like divine, maiden utterly melted, absurdly and perfectly intertwined. The tranquility of the universe was shattered. Chen Nian's consciousness slowly withdrew from a chaotic heat, the first sense to return being touch. Beneath him lay an exquisitely soft mattress. Beside him was a warm and smooth body. That body, once resembling an ice sculpture, was now curled up tightly against him, conveying a reassuring warmth. He slowly opened his eyes. The starry river outside the porthole still sparkled brilliantly, and the blue planet cast a gentle halo, bathing the room in a dreamlike hue. He tilted his head slightly, and the person in his arms was still asleep. Long eyelashes cast small shadows on her serene, sleeping face. The once cold and distant beauty now bore a hint of lazy flush devoid of it. Her breathing was steady and long, and her long black hair cascaded over the pillow, a few playful strands brushing against her cheek and slender neck. Chen Nian's gaze followed her graceful neck. Starlight outlined her perfect shoulder line, leading down to a well-defined spine and a tempting cleft. Even in a prone position, the breathtaking rise and fall were undeniable. Her waist formed a delicate curve, and further down a sudden bloom of roundness and firmness created a perfect line beneath the thin blanket, more exhilarating than any deliberate display. This was no longer the ethereal goddess detached from the mortal realm. She was clearly a piece of exquisite warm jade, thoroughly warmed and softened. Chen Nian's heart stirred, and he couldn't help but reach out his fingertip, gliding slowly down her smooth back. The delicate skin quivered slightly, and the sleeping Lu Qi seemed to sense it, letting out a faint murmur, instinctively drawing closer to him. She was truly a fairy. A vulgar yet perfectly fitting description popped into Chen Nian's mind. He could even recall the remnants of last night's madness, the cool and faint scent mixed with the aroma of sweat and desire. Wait, was that spicy strips? He froze for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh. Perhaps it was because he hadn't rinsed his mouth after eating spicy strips last night, leaving such an absurd taste memory in this exquisite sensory feast. At that moment, Lu Qi's eyelashes fluttered gently, and she slowly opened her eyes. Her clear gaze was initially somewhat dazed, but upon recognizing Chen Nian before her, it instantly regained clarity. Yet within that clarity there was no longer any frozen coldness. Instead, it was replaced by a shimmering warmth reflecting the stars outside the window, and she did not speak, merely gazing at him silently. Awake. Chen Nian was the first to break the silence, his palm still resting on her warm back. Lu Qi's cheeks flushed slightly, and she softly replied with an then buried her face in his embrace, seemingly shy to look at him. After the iceberg melted, it turned out she could be shy. This realization lifted Chen Nian's spirits. Are you hungry? He'll take you to eat something, and then introduce you to some new friends. Lu Qi's body stiffened slightly, lifting her head from his arms, a trace of barely perceptible nervousness flashing in her beautiful eyes. New friends. Chen Nian saw through her thoughts, pinching her cheek, which felt surprisingly smooth. Don't be nervous, they are in a situation similar to yours. He didn't elaborate further. Some things are far more convincing when seen with one's own eyes. He stood up first, retrieving a clean outfit from the nearby wardrobe. The clothing on the spaceship automatically adjusted to fit the wearer's figure, simple and elegant in style. Lu Qi watched him put on his clothes with ease, while she felt somewhat at a loss, only able to pull the blanket up to cover the beauty in front. After Chen Nian dressed, he turned back to see her adorable appearance, unable to help but smile. He walked to the bedside, bent down, and whispered in her ear, "Do you need help getting dressed?" Lu Qi's face flushed a deep crimson, even her ears turning pink. She snatched the clothes Chen Nian offered, wrapping herself in the blanket, turning away to dress in a flurry. Soon a Lu Qi in a well-fitted light blue long dress appeared before him. The simple dress perfectly accentuated her stunning figure, losing some of its previous elegance and chill, instead gaining a touch of homey softness and charm. "Let's go." Chen Nian took her hand. Her fingertips were slightly cool, but held a slight tremor. The metal door slid open silently, revealing a bright and clean corridor outside. Lu Qi followed behind Chen Nian, curiously observing this place that far exceeded her imagination. The walls, floors, and ceiling shimmered with a soft metallic luster, without any visible seams, seamlessly integrated. As they passed through the corridor, they entered a spacious hall that was almost astonishing in size. A massive floor-to-ceiling porthole occupied an entire wall, with the deep universe visible outside. In the center of the hall was a comfortable circular sofa area, and not far from it a modern open kitchen and a long dining table. At that moment 5 women were sitting by the table. Each of them had a distinctly different style, yet none were less than breathtaking. One had a gentle and intellectual demeanor, sipping milk from a cup, and was another was vibrant and striking, exuding an impressive aura, engrossed in what was on her tablet, and was Demi. A cute, charming girl evoking a sweet, neighborly vibe was chatting with someone nearby, and was Song Tai. Another had deep-set, defined features, stunningly beautiful, yet fierce, idly swinging her legs, and was Riba. Lastly, the youngest-looking one, sporting a ponytail and brimming with energy, was shoving a piece of toast into her mouth, and was Bai Xiaolu. Upon hearing footsteps, the 5 women simultaneously looked up. When they saw Chen Nian along with Lu Qi holding his hand, the air in the hall instantly froze. Bai Xiaolu forgot to chew the toast in her mouth. Demi put down her tablet. Lu Feifei's hand, holding the cup, froze in midair, and Song Tai and Riba also halted their conversation. 5 pairs of scrutinizing, curious, and complex gazes fell squarely on Lu Qi. Lu Qi had never experienced such a scene before. She instinctively shrank back behind Chen Nian, gripping his hand tighter unconsciously. The Tao heart that had just been shattered by the starry river and reformed by a night of warmth seemed to show signs of fracturing once more at that moment. Ahem. Chen Nian cleared his throat, breaking the strange silence. He confidently pulled Lu Qi from behind him to his side, wrapping his arm around her shoulder. "Let me introduce everyone, this is Lu Qi." His voice was calm and powerful, as if announcing something completely normal. "From today on, she will be a new member of our family." The hall remained silent. Chen Nian secretly found it amusing these women, usually so sharp-witted, were collectively malfunctioning now. It was Demi who first reacted. Her fox-like eyes scanned Lu Qi, lingering on her otherworldly beauty and her impressive figure for a moment, before turning to Chen Nian with a half-smile. "Captain Chen is quite the catch on this outing. He brought back another fairy." Her teasing tone cleverly broke the deadlock. Riba quickly followed up with her straightforward nature, curiously staring at Lu Qi. "Wow, you are so beautiful. Which world are you from? Are you also a star?" Lu Qi was somewhat bewildered by the rapid-fire questions, and could only look to Chen Nian for help. Chen Nian patted her back reassuringly, saying, "She comes from a world of cultivation, and is. I'm a musician." "A musician?" Bai Xiaolu finally swallowed the toast in her mouth, her eyes lighting up. "Can you play canon?" "Canon?" Lu Qi's body trembled upon hearing this familiar term, and a flush crept uncontrollably to her cheeks. This subtle change did not escape the keen eyes of the women present. In an instant, several of them exchanged knowing glances, reading something from each other's reaction. The atmosphere became subtly charged at that moment. All right, let's eat first." Chen Nian stepped in to smooth things over, pulling Lu Qi to an empty seat at the dining table. "This is our breakfast on Earth, give it a try. Milk sandwiches, and..." He took out a vacuum-sealed bag from a nearby storage compartment and tore it open. A familiar, overpowering scent mixed with spiciness and sauce instantly filled the air. It was indeed spicy strips. Chen Nian picked one up and held it to Lu Qi's lips, a mischievous smile on his face. "Wanna try? Our Earth specialty, last night. Didn't you smell it already?" Lu Qi stared at the red, oddly shaped strip in front of her, then at Chen Nian's mischievous grin, and the absurd, heated memories from last night surged. Her face turned completely crimson, as if it could bleed. Meanwhile, the 5 women across from them could no longer hold back, bursting into laughter. The tense, scrutinizing atmosphere dissipated amidst the laughter. Lu Qi embarrassedly lowered her head, but felt a warm hand resting on the back of her. It was Lu Feifei sitting beside her. She offered Lu Qi a gentle smile. "Don't mind him, he just loves to tease people. My name is Lu Feifei, welcome to our family." Lu Feifei's smile was gentle and the warmth radiating from her palm eased Lu Qi's tense body slightly. She had never felt such untainted kindness, especially in an environment that left her feeling utterly at a loss. She awkwardly nodded and softly replied, I am Lu Qi, thank you. Oh, Feifei is just kind-hearted. Reba leaned in, her big eyes sparkling with pure curiosity. She reached out and boldly pinched Lu Qi's cheek, exclaiming, wow, so smooth. What skincare products do you use, sister? Your skin is just too good. This affectionate and direct action made Lu Qi freeze again. In her world apart from her master, no one had ever dared to treat her with such disrespect. Yet the other party's actions held no malice, only a kind of innocence. Chen Nian watched from the side, feeling amused. This was the feeling he liked, women from different worlds and personalities gathering, because of him creating a wonderful chemical reaction. His gaze unconsciously drifted among the several women in the living room. Demi Mi was wearing a form-fitting cashmere sweater today, perfectly outlining her breathtaking curves. As she stood up, that softness seemed to carry an invisible sense of pressure, truly a walking embodiment of hormones. She held a cup of coffee, lazily leaning against the armrest of the sofa, her fox-like eyes curiously surveying Lu Qi as if assessing the value of a rare. Reba in a loose sports hoodie could not hide her youthful vitality. She resembled a juicy peach standing there and exuding a sweet aura that made one want to take a bite. At that moment, she was like a curious little cat circling around Lu Qi, filled with a sense of exploration. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaolu, who had spoken first, was now cradling a cup of milk, sipping it slowly. Beneath her pure first-love face lay a mischievous heart. Her figure was neither as imposing as Demi Mi's, nor as plump as Reba's, but rather perfectly slender and proportionate, filled with the sweetness and beauty. As for Lu Feifei, she resembled a quietly blossoming white magnolia, gentle and elegant. Her beauty wasn't the kind that dazzled at first glance, but rather required careful appreciation. The cotton long dress she wore at home exuded a tranquil elegance and intellect, perfectly wrapping her curvy figure, radiating the unique charm of. There was also a girl who had hardly spoken Song Tai. She was the youngest, always quietly sitting in a corner, holding a book as if everything around her had nothing to do. But Chen Nian knew that this girl was more perceptive than anyone, as she was just accustomed to observing through silence. She wore the simplest white t-shirt and jeans, yet possessed a cool, aloof aura. Her delicate collarbones and straight shoulder line exuded a unique. Chen Nian felt secretly proud. His judgment was indeed remarkable. This room was filled with the colors of spring, each with its own merits, almost like a peak exhibition of human aesthetics. Ahem. Demi Mi set down her coffee cup, the crisp sound drawing everyone's attention back. I say just sitting around isn't the way to go. The new sister just arrived. Chen Nian, shouldn't you show her around our big family? She emphasized the words big family, and the teasing tone was unmistakable. Chen Nian had the same intention. He smiled and stood up, extending his hand to Lu Qi. Come on, let me familiarize you with the surroundings. Lu Qi hesitated for a moment, but still placed her hand in his palm. His palm was broad and warm, giving her immense security. This is the living room. Over there is the kitchen and dining area, where we just had our meal. As Chen Nian walked while introducing, his attitude was as natural as if he were describing his own home. Wow, this sofa is so soft. Reba followed suit, plopping down into the sofa and bouncing a couple of times. Of course, this is memory foam that Chen Nian brought back from Pandora, which automatically conforms to your body shape, Bai Xiaolu explained like a little encyclopedia. Listening to these unheard-of terms, Lu Qi felt like a mortal who had wandered into a mythical world. Everything was so novel, yet so unreal. Chen Nian led her up to the second floor. The second floor is our rest area and entertainment room. He opened a door. This is the media room where you can watch movies. We on Earth call it movies, an art of storytelling using light and shadow. The enormous screen and complex sound equipment in the room left Lu Qi feeling once again awed. Over there is the gym. Chen Nian pointed to the other side, used for exercising. Passing through the corridor, they arrived at the entrance of the living quarters. A row of doors lined up, each door hung with a delicate nameplate. Mi, Fei Fei, Reba, Xiaolu, Song Tai. Lu Qi looked at these names, her heart racing uncontrollably. She suddenly realized a crucial issue. Chen Nian seemed entirely unaware of her oddity. He pointed to the largest room at the end of the corridor, a hint of pride on his face. That one is my master bedroom. After saying that, he pointed to the adjacent rooms. Each of them has their own room, you can freely. His words were cut off. Demi Mi had somehow followed them, leaning against the wall of the corridor with her arms crossed. The cashmere sweater tightened against her body as she leisurely watched Chen Nian finally asking the question everyone wanted to ask, but had tacitly withheld. So, Captain Chen, which room do you plan to let the new fairy sister live in? As soon as Demi Mi's voice fell, the air in the corridor seemed to freeze. Her charming phoenix eyes fixed intently on Chen Nian, filled with 3 parts teasing and 7 parts scrutiny, as if she were determined to unearth his innermost secrets. Reba and the others also gathered around. Although they did not speak, the curious glances converged into an invisible net tightly ensnaring Chen Nian. Being attacked by so many stunning beauties should have been a kingly enjoyment, yet at this moment it left Chen Nian feeling a little uneasy. This question was a death trap. Suggesting she pick an empty room at random would seem too distant, erasing the little intimacy they had just built. Suggesting he arrange another room would appear too deliberate, as if he were on guard against something. As for saying, who to live with, Chen Nian's mind raced, scanning the charming faces before him. Demi's mature charm, Fei Fei's cold celestial aura, Rebus' exotic cuteness, Xiaolu's quirky spirit, and Song Tai's unique chill. Each one was a rare gem of the human world, yet none were to be underestimated. Lu Qi stood beside him, sensing the strange atmosphere, her fingers grasping her clothes slightly tighter. With her head lowered, her long eyelashes cast a small shadow in the light, obscuring her expression, but the faint blush creeping up her ears betrayed her inner tension. Chen Nian sighed inwardly, but suddenly broke into a radiant smile. He did not answer Demi's question. Instead, he reached out his finger and lightly brushed over several nameplates lined up in a row. Demi, Fei Fei, Reba, Xiaolu, Song Tai. Finally, his finger stopped at the door of his main bedroom, tapping lightly. How about this? He turned his head and winked at Lu Qi, saying in a half-joking, half-serious tone, let's make it a bit awkward, and have you stay with me first. As soon as he said this, the entire room fell silent. Rebus' mouth formed an O shape, by Xiaolu's eyes bulged wide, and even the usually calm Song Tai couldn't help but lift her head. The pages of her book crumpled by her unconscious grip. Demi was both amused and annoyed by his unconventional approach. She extended her slender finger and pointed at Chen Nian from afar. Well, Chen Nian, your audacity is growing. You want to hide a beauty in plain sight before so many of us. Lu Qi's cheeks flushed a deep red, spreading from her face to her delicate neck. She instinctively took a half-step back, her heartbeat racing as if it would burst from her throat. Watching their varied and vivid reactions, Chen Nian felt a sense of pride bubbling up inside him. This was the effect he desired. First, he wanted to attract everyone's attention with the most outrageous answers, stirring the waters before providing a real solution. He laughed heartily, raising both hands in a gesture of surrender. Just kidding, just kidding. Look how scared you all are. He then took Lu Qi, still a bit dazed, and walked over to the blank wall on the other side of the corridor. Isn't there room here? Chen Nian reached out and gently tapped on the smooth wall. Command confirmed. Generate standard single occupancy living unit. The emotionless electronic voice from the spaceship's core echoed in Chen Nian's mind. The next second, under the shocked gazes of everyone, the smooth metal wall began to change. Countless silver nanoparticles surged from within the wall, flowing, intertwining, and reorganizing, emitting a faint, buzzing sound. In just a few seconds, a door identical to the one next to it appeared out of thin air on the wall, with a blank nameplate emerging beside it. This scene, beyond comprehension, made the girls feel the might of the spaceship once more. Wow! Bai Xiaolu couldn't help but exclaim, this is faster than 3D printing. Reba even reached out to touch the brand new door, knocking on it to confirm it wasn't an illusion, before turning to Chen Nian with wide eyes full of stars. Only Demi, after the initial surprise, cast a meaningful glance at Chen Nian. This guy always had a way of diffusing crises while also showing off his abilities, truly a cunning rascal. Chen Nian was very satisfied with their reactions. He turned to Lu Qi, who still appeared somewhat dazed, clearly not yet recovered from the earlier joke and the current mirror. He picked up a pen and wrote the name Lu Qi on the blank nameplate. The handwriting was strong and vigorous, just like him. All right, he opened the door and gestured to Lu Qi. Welcome to your new home. You can adjust the furniture and layout inside according to your preferences at any time. The interior of the room was spacious and bright, initially styled in a minimalist modern design, but as Lu Qi entered the room's intelligent system, began scanning her body data and clothing style. Soon the color of the walls, the style of the bed, and the material of the furniture began to subtly adjust to a more classical and elegant style. Chen Nian followed her inside, closing the door behind him to shut out the curious gazes from outside. Only the two of them remained in the room. Lu Qi stood in the center of the room, gazing at the surroundings that were both familiar and strange, momentarily at a loss. Her flowing ancient dress did not seem out of place in this futuristic room. Instead, it exuded a transcendent beauty, as if crossing time and space. Chen Nian's gaze lingered on her involuntarily. She was tall and slender, her white dress accentuating her graceful curves, her waist so slim it could be encircled by a single hand, while the curvaceous hips below were elegantly concealed by the hem of the dress, inviting imagination. Her neck was long and graceful, resembling a swan, her skin glimmering under the light, so delicate that no pores could be seen. Especially as she slightly lowered her head, the fair skin of her nape and the exquisite collarbone peeked between her collar, radiating a deadly allure. Seemingly sensing his gaze, Lu Qi's body stiffened slightly, and she awkwardly adjusted her sleeves. Only then did Chen Nian retract his somewhat audacious scrutiny, clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, and took the initiative to break the silence. How does it feel? Is it comfortable, eh? This place is amazing. Lu Qi's voice was soft, tinged with uncertainty. I never imagined there could be such wonders, and you will see more amazing things in the future. Chen Nian walked beside her, standing shoulder to shoulder, gazing at the virtual starry sky outside. This is not just a home, it's also a ship that can traverse different worlds and times. Traverse different worlds. Lu Qi's breath caught, and she suddenly turned her head, her clear eyes filled with shock. You mean we can return to my... Of course, Chen Nian nodded anytime. With the affirmative response, Lu Qi's anxious heart finally eased a little. She was not afraid of coming to a new world, only fearful of never being able to return to her homeland. But soon a greater question arose in her mind. Then why did you want to go to our world? Why bring me here? This was the crucial question. Chen Nian smiled. Because your world is fascinating. It has powerful cultivators, mysterious forbidden zones, and... He paused, deliberately looking into Lu Qi's eyes and speaking each word clearly. And countless beautiful landscapes and beauties. Lu Qi felt her face heat up again at his straightforward words, turning her head away, unable to meet his gaze. She was silent for a moment, seemingly digesting this information before softly saying, my world is indeed vast, with strong practitioners everywhere. The upper realm is filled with powerful figures, and the immortal domain is a legendary existence. Although you have this divine ship, you still need to be cautious. She was either reminding him or warning him. Chen Nian felt warmth in his heart. This girl was quite kind. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, he casually replied, then shifted the topic curiously. From your tone, it seems you're not an ordinary person. In the upper realm, you should be considered a big shot, right? Lu Qi hesitated for a moment, but decided to be honest. After all, in this completely unfamiliar place, Chen Nian was her only support. Hiding would serve no purpose. I come from the Beauties sect, and am the current saintess. Beauties sect saintess. Chen Nian repeated, his mind beginning to search for relevant information. Seeing he seemed unaware, Lu Qi took the initiative to explain. Our Beauties sect is one of the two most powerful sects in the upper realm alongside the Jetian sect. The sect has countless disciples with experts abounding. She paused, seemingly recalling something, and continued, speaking of Jetian sect, their current successor should pique your interest. Oh, Chen Nian became intrigued. The saintess of Jetian sect is known as the demoness among the people. When Lu Qi mentioned this name, her expression became somewhat complex, filled with both the gravity of a rival and an indescribable connection. She acts unpredictably, both righteous and wicked, heedless of norms, yet her talent is extraordinarily rare, often referred to as the unmatched pair alongside me. Demoness. Chen Nian mulled over the term, conjuring an image of a cunning, lively, and alluring figure. Lu Qi seemed to feel she hadn't clarified enough, and added, besides her there's another senior sister in my sect named Yuchan. She is the true pride of heaven, breathtakingly beautiful, revered as an immortal, and the dream lover of countless young talents. Yuchan, the demoness. Yuchan, the immortal, the transcendent beauty akin to a goddess in the moonlight. And the demoness, that enchanting, quirky, passionate fairy. These were two of the most popular female leads in the perfect world. The white moonlight, and the cinnabar mole in countless readers' hearts. Chen Nian's breathing grew heavy. He initially thought Lu Qi was an extraordinary beauty, a top-notch classical beauty, but never imagined that the world she was tied to was so grand and connected to two unmatched celestial beings. This is it. This time he really hit the jackpot. After all, it was Yuchan and the demoness. Just thinking about the potential shyness beneath Yuchan's cool, pure appearance and the fire and daring allure of the demoness. Chen Nian felt the blood in his veins ignite. He must obtain them, both of them without exception. He suddenly turned around, pressing his hands on Lu Qi's shoulders. His eyes, which once held a hint of playfulness, now burned with unrestrained desire. Lu Qi was startled into a stiffened posture by his sudden action, the force on her shoulder preventing her from breaking free. The intense, aggressive gaze made her feel an unprecedented sense of fear and indignation. Let go of me. She struggled with all her might, but Chen Nian's hands remained unmoving, and the brute strength sent a chill through her heart. How could this man, who had just moments ago worn a mocking smile, suddenly become so terrifying? This was not curiosity nor admiration, but a naked desire to completely devour his prey. Chen Nian immediately realized that he had overstepped. Damn, he was too excited and frightened the girl. He quickly calculated in his mind that dealing with such a classical fairy required a more refined approach than the crude methods of modern society. He needed to be subtle to package it right, to make her willingly lead the way. He instantly released his grip, took a step back, raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, and his face transformed back into a harmless smile. I'm sorry, I got too excited. Lu Qi rubbed her shoulder, which was still sore from being squeezed, and looked at him warily, her beautiful face still tinged with a hint of paleness. She said nothing, but her clear eyes were already filled with vigilance and distance. Don't misunderstand. Chen Nian began his performance wearing a look of sincerity akin to that of a fervent fan. In my world, although technology is advanced, it lacks miracles. He organized his words, attempting to make his reasoning sound more credible. The moon cicada, fairy, the witch. Their names are true legends in our world, the existence that countless people dream of seeing. I am merely a fervent admirer who couldn't control my emotions upon hearing news of them. Admirer. Lu Qi scrutinized him with a hint of skepticism. The overwhelming aura from earlier, which nearly seemed to swallow her whole, was not at all like that of an admirer. It resembled more the presence of a demon king wanting to claim a legend as his own. But she did not expose him. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. In this completely unfamiliar metallic lump, this capricious man held her entire fate. She remained silent for a moment, organizing her thoughts before slowly speaking, her voice colder. They are not people you can just meet. My senior sister has a cold demeanor and dislikes meeting outsiders. As for the witch of the Jietian sect, her whereabouts are unpredictable and her temperament is eccentric. Even I may not be able to find her. This was the truth, and also a euphemistic refusal. Can't find them. Chen Nian laughed, walking closer to the control panel and gently tapping it. Instantly outside the spaceship's window, the originally deep cosmic starry sky began to change rapidly, countless star rivers flowing backward, eventually freezing on a vibrant green planet. You see, as long as I know the approximate coordinates, there is no one in this world I cannot find. His words were very calm, yet conveyed an undeniable confidence. What I need is just a lead, a reason for them to be willing to come out and meet. Lu Qi followed his gesture, her heart shaking violently. What kind of divine power was this? Traversing star realms, treating the barriers of perception as nothing. The power of this divine ship far exceeded her imagination. The slightest thought of resistance in her heart was instantly crushed by this incomprehensible might. Chen Nian felt her shock and knew the time was right to sweeten. Of course I won't have you help me for nothing. He waved his hand again, conjuring a small jade table from thin air. Then steaming platters of delicious food appeared out of nowhere. Golden crispy fried chicken sprinkled with specks of spices. The braised pork was glistening with a rich sauce, emitting an irresistible sweet aroma. There was also a bowl of white rice, the grains plump and steaming, carrying the pure fragrance of grains. Finally, he pulled out a bottle of chilled cola, popping it open with a bang and pouring it into a crystal clear glass, countless bubbles hissing and rising. Lu Qi was completely dumbfounded. Since her birth, she had mostly consumed spirit fruits and elixirs rich in spiritual energy. She had never seen such mundane yet overwhelmingly fragrant food. The mixed aromas of grease, sauce, and spices rudely invaded her nostrils, making her taste buds, already accustomed to blandness, start to salivate uncontrollably. She even instinctively swallowed. This subtle action did not escape Chen Nian's notice. Success. No one could resist the dimensional assault of Earth. This is just ordinary food from my hometown. Chen Nian pushed the glass of cola in front of Lu Qi, smiling like a wolf ready to lure a little rabbit. Help me arrange for them to come out, and you'll have as much of this as you want in the future. I can even take you to my hometown, where there are thousands of kinds of food that are even better than this. Lu Qi looked at the food before her, then at Chen Nian's enticing smile, her heart in turmoil. Rationality told her that this man was dangerous and his motives were certainly not simple. But the cravings in her stomach had been thoroughly piqued. More importantly, she saw a possibility, a chance to reconnect with the outside world and even find a way back home. If he truly had the ability to traverse worlds. After a long while, she finally made up her mind. I can give it a try? Lu Qi's voice was a bit hoarse. In my sect, there's a secret technique called Lingxi Yidiantong that can cross great distances to convey messages to those with the same bloodline or similar cultivation methods. She looked up seriously at Chen Nian. I can send a message to senior sister Yuechan. As for the witch, she and I have battled for years, leaving behind a special spiritual mark. As long as the distance isn't too far, she should be able to sense my call. Great. Chen Nian clapped his hands. But Lu Qi shifted her tone and stated her conditions. You must promise me to behave respectfully when you... Also, after the deed is done, you must find a way to send me back to the Beauties sect. No problem. It's a deal. Chen Nian agreed without a second. Sending you back. By the time I capture all three of you sisters, where I go will be entirely up to me. Though Lu Qi still harbored doubts, she had no choice but to... She sat cross-legged, forming a complex seal with her hands in front of her chest. A finger, crystal clear and seemingly made of glazed material, gradually lit up with a soft glow. The light grew brighter, ultimately transforming into two streams of flowing light, one pure as the moon, the other mysterious as the night, instantly piercing through the spaceship's hull and disappearing into the vast void. After completing all this, Lu Qi's face had turned even paler, beads of sweat appearing on her forehead, clearly indicating a significant drain of energy. She gasped, all right. The location is set for the outskirts of the Baiduan mountain range 3 days from now. They should come. Baiduan mountain range. Chen Nian's heart raced. That was an extremely important map in the early stages of the perfect world. He helped the somewhat weak Lu Qi sit down on a chair, then brought the glass of cola to her lips. Thank you for your hard work, Princess Saint. Drink something to replenish. Lu Qi hesitated for a moment, but still carefully took a small sip from his hand. A cool, sweet, and oddly stimulating flow surged down her throat and into her stomach, prompting her to involuntarily let out a small burp. A charming flush instantly spread across her stunningly beautiful face. Chen Nian laughed heartily, his mood soaring. Got it. The unrivaled duo, here I come. He turned and headed toward the storage area of the spaceship, already beginning to plan for the big weapon for their meeting. To deal with a cool fairy like Yuachan and a witch like that, just fried chicken and cola would definitely not suffice. He had to come up with something sophisticated that women could not resist. He approached a massive freezer and entered a command. The door slowly opened, a chilling air wafting out. In the center of the cold, a crystal-clear square box lay quietly, filled with colorful and exquisitely shaped pastries. Tiramisu, Black Forest strawberry mousse. Chen Nian picked out the most lavishly packaged box of chocolates, which was tied with a golden ribbon. He picked up a liqueur chocolate, examining it on his fingertips, a confident smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. He'll use these to win over the hearts of the fairy. He held the liqueur chocolate, the warmth of his fingertips seeming to soften the thin chocolate shell. This little thing was an unfailing weapon against women, especially those ancient fairy maidens who had never seen the world. He turned around. Lu Qi was leaning back in her chair, eyes half closed, as she regulated her breathing. A faint blush from the cola she had drunk still lingered on her pale face, adding a rare touch of charming innocence to her usual demeanor. How are you feeling, Saintess? Chen Nian walked up to her and handed her the exquisitely packaged box of chocolates. Lu Qi opened her eyes, her cold gaze falling on the beautiful box before shifting to Chen Nian's face, which bore an enigmatic smile. Her guard instantly. What is this? A good thing. Chen Nian opened the box and a rich, sweet aroma immediately filled the air. It replenishes energy even better than that divine water you just drank. He picked up a dark truffle chocolate and held it to Lu Qi's lips. Lu Qi instinctively recoiled, turning her head away with a look of utter resistance. I don't need it. She was the saintess of the Batian sect who had long transcended the need for mundane food, subsisting on dew and wind. How could she partake in such worldly things? Moreover, the thing was dark and lumpy, looking utterly bizarre. Just try it. Chen Nian pressed it forward insistently, almost touching her lips. You've expended a great deal. If you don't replenish your energy, how will you face your senior sister in 3 days? If danger arises, I might not be able to look after you. A threat, a blatant threat. Lu Qi bit her lower lip. Oh, she could tell he wasn't joking. In this utterly strange and accursed place, her only reliance was her cultivation. If her body grew weak, she would become fish on the chopping block at the mercy. A fierce battle raged in her heart. In the end, she yielded. She parted her lips slightly and took the dark morsel into her mouth. The moment it touched her tongue, she regretted it. A slightly bitter yet incredibly rich flavor exploded on her tongue. Then the outer shell melted, and the silky aromatic liquid inside enveloped her entire. That sensation, she had never experienced anything like it. It was not the refreshing sweetness of a spirit fruit, nor the mystical subtlety of a pill. It was pure and ultimate pleasure that made her very soul tremble. Lu Qi froze completely. She instinctively gripped the armrest of the chair, her fingertips sinking into the soft material from the force. Her usually calm, clear eyes were now filled with shock and bewilderment. What was this thing? Why was it so delicious? Chen Nian watched her worldview crumble, his heart brimming with joy. It worked. Even the steadfast saintess couldn't resist. How could Yuachan and that little vixen possibly hold out? He shoved the entire box of chocolates into Lu Qi's arms, then turned and walked toward the pilot's seat. Focus on recovering. We're leaving immediately. To where? Lu Qi, still immersed in the wondrous taste, asked absent-mindedly. The Baiduan mountain range. Chen Nian sat down in the pilot's seat and tapped his fingers on the sleek control panel. Outside the spaceship's porthole, the previously static void began to warp and ripple. Hold on tight. The moment the words left his mouth, a powerful force pressed Lu Qi deep into her seat. She stared in horror out the window as countless stars turned into streaks of light, flashing past both sides of the ship, eventually merging into a dazzling tunnel of radiance. What kind of divine ability was this? Shrinking the earth. Reversing the stars. No, it was more terrifying than any supernatural power she had ever known. Lu Qi's mind was shaken to its core. She had always believed that her own world was the entirety of heaven and earth. The so-called upper realm was merely a vaster territory with more powerful, but the scene before her completely overturned her understanding. So beyond the world lay such a boundless sea of stars. And they were traveling through this endless starry sea aboard a magical artifact called a spaceship. This Chen Nian, what was his true origin? Was he from some unknown supreme sect, or was he in existence from beyond this world? She looked at Chen Nian's back. The young man who had once seemed frivolous and roguish to her was now shrouded in an impenetrable fog of mystery. He manipulated the glowing runes buttons with calm composure, as if it were all second nature. This cognitive blow, a crushing of her worldview, was far more disheartening than any physical suppression. The spaceship entered a stable cruising state. The ribbon of light outside faded, replaced by deep darkness punctuated by the occasional distant nebula. Chen Nian called up a star map. The coordinates of the Baiduan mountain range were clearly marked. Estimated travel time 2 days and 20 hours. The ship's AI system announced. Chen Nian stroked his chin. There was still plenty of time. But the Baiduan mountain range was no friendly place. According to the original story, it was a den of ancient primordial beasts where both opportunity and danger coexisted. Every time it opened, prodigies from major powers would vie for treasures. Enchant and the Demonis had chosen to meet there, likely considering the special environment, able to seek treasures while avoiding unnecessary trouble. But he thought differently. The more people, the livelier it would be, and the more chances he would have to fish in troubled waters. His mind raced. Should he just grab Enchant and the Demonis and bring them aboard? No, that would cause too much commotion and invite public outrage. Besides, those two women were both sharp as blades, they would surely be on guard. He had to devise a perfect plan to make them willingly take the bait. Aren't we going straight to the meeting point? Lu Qi's voice pulled him back from his thoughts. She had regained some composure, but her hand clutching the chocolate box betrayed her inner turmoil. Of course not. Chen Nian continued operating without turning around. Going straight there would make us too obvious. We'll stop somewhere first to observe the situation. He zoomed in on the star map and marked a spot on an asteroid belt near the outer edge of the Baiduan mountain range. Right here. It's not far from the range, allowing us to hide our tracks while keeping an eye on the activity there. Lu Qi watched his skilled maneuvers and meticulous planning, her doubts deepening. He seemed to know the Baiduan mountain range like the back of his hand, even more so than she, a native of this land. The feeling was absurd, yet undeniably real. The next 2 days the spaceship sailed through the silent void. After the massive shock, Lu Qi grew calmer. She stopped questioning Chen Nian's origins. Silently, she meditated and regulated her breathing. Occasionally unable to resist temptation, she would carefully pick up a chocolate, nibble it slowly, and a look of satisfaction, mixed with guilt, would cross her face. Chen Nian meanwhile lounged in another chair sipping cola while using the ship's monitoring system to observe the activity around the Baiduan mountain range from afar. Sure enough, as the appointed day drew near, streaks of divine rainbows tore across the sky. Powerful auras converged from all directions, including some terrifying presences that even made him feel uneasy. Looks like quite a few big fish have come this time, Chen Nian murmured to himself. Far from being nervous, he was actually excited. Finally, on the morning of the 3rd day, the spaceship reached the designated asteroid belt. The massive ship silently concealed itself within the shadow of a colossal asteroid like a steel beast lurking in the darkness. We're here. Chen Nian stood up and walked to the main console. The show was about to begin. On the screen, the entrance to the Baiduan mountain range was bustling with figures, as various powers had already gathered. Lu Qi also came over. Her aura had recovered to about 70%, and she had resumed her cold, aloof saintess demeanor. She scanned the crowd nervously, hoping to spot the two familiar figures. Chen Nian activated the ship's life energy detection system. The image on the screen transformed instantly, revealing countless dots representing life forms. Among them, 2 clusters of light shone with exceptional brilliance. One was holy as the moon, cold and aloof. The other was wreathed in demonic energy, alluring and seductive. They're here. Chen Nian tapped the screen, but just as he was about to zoom in further, the ship's alert system suddenly emitted a shrill, urgent beep. In the center of the screen, a blood-red light mass, far larger and more dazzling than any he had seen before, was hurtling straight toward their hidden asteroid belt at an unbelievable speed. Beep, beep, beep. The piercing alarm instantly shattered the tranquility within the spaceship, with red warning lights flashing frantically on the cabin walls, casting a crimson hue on Chen Nian and Lu Qi's faces. Lu Qi's momentary calm shattered as she exclaimed in shock, "What is that thing?" The blood-red light orb rapidly magnified on the screen, bringing an overwhelming sense of suffocating pressure. Through the cold screen, she could almost feel the apocalyptic energy, a chilling tremor originating from the depths of her soul, causing her limbs to turn icy. That was a power beyond her understanding, the despair of an ant gazing up at a dragon. "Shut up and sit tight." Chen Nian's voice was devoid of any ripple. He didn't even turn to look at her. His hands were already pressed against the main console, fingers flying as they created afterimages on the complex virtual buttons. Escape. The thought flashed through his mind, but was quickly dismissed. The opponent's speed was too fast, having already locked onto this airspace. Conventional warp travel couldn't be initiated in time, and forcing it would only result in being torn apart by the opponent's violent energy. Fight. Even more foolish. Not to mention whether they could win, the mere noise of the confrontation would attract the attention of everyone in the Baiduan mountain. He certainly didn't want to become the center of attention. That left only one option. Hide. Warning: high-energy reaction is rapidly approaching, locking onto this threat level extremely dangerous. Estimated time of contact 17 seconds. The cold prompt from the spaceship's AI echoed in the cockpit. Switch the power core to silent mode, shut down all non-essential energy supplies, and channel 90% of the energy to the vector engines and attitudes. Chen Nian's instructions were clear and rapid. Receive. Lu Qi was pinned firmly to her seat by a tremendous force, staring in horror at Chen. What was this man doing? Not escaping, but shutting down power. Did he want to die even faster? She couldn't comprehend his actions at all. To her it was akin to wait. The lights outside the spaceship suddenly extinguished, and the entire vessel became a pitch-black silhouette, merging completely with the shadows of the surrounding asteroid. In the next moment, a faint blue flame jetted from the spaceship's rear as the massive vessel began an astonishing lateral maneuver, skimming the surface of the enormous asteroid where they were hiding. There was no deafening roar, only a slight tremor. The spaceship glided like a slippery fish brushing against the edge of the asteroid, heading towards another patch of shadow behind it. Lu Qi's heart raced to her throat. She could distinctly feel that terrifying aura which sent shivers through her soul was now perilously close. It was like a burning volcano crashing directly towards her. Instinctively, she shut her eyes, her internal spiritual power stagnating in fear. However, the anticipated collision and destruction did not come. The spaceship jolted violently and then stabilized. She cautiously opened her eyes to see Chen Nian still standing in front of the screen, focused and composed. On the screen, the enormous blood-red light orb whizzed past, almost brushing against the asteroid where they had just hidden. The energy storm created by its passing caused the asteroid, comparable to a mountain, to tremble violently, its surface instantly cracking, with countless fragments being swept into the void, reduced to dust. Lu Qi's back was instantly soaked in cold sweat. It was a close call. If it weren't for Chen Nian's miraculous maneuver moving the spaceship several hundred meters to the side, they would have likely met the same fate as that asteroid. She glanced at Chen Nian's profile. The man who had just leisurely sipped his cola now displayed in calmness and decisiveness that filled her with an unfamiliar. Who exactly was he? A mere mortal capable of piloting such a treasure through the starry skies, while expertly evading such a terrifying presence. How could there be such a mortal in this world? Tisk, it seems the injury is quite severe. Chen Nian, instead of feeling grateful for surviving, gazed with interest at the receding blood-colored orb. Through the external monitoring system of the spaceship, he clearly saw the true form of the light orb. It was a humanoid creature, its body engulfed in a crimson aura distorting the space around it. Its left arm was severed at the shoulder, the gaping wound not bleeding, but spewing forth violent blood-red energy, creating a terrifying tail that stretched. Its flight trajectory was erratic, stumbling, and clearly on the verge of losing control. He is headed for the Baiduan mountain range. Lu Qi also caught sight of that figure, exclaiming in shock. The blood-red rainbow charged straight towards the entrance of the Baiduan mountain range. Boom! Although they were at a great distance, they could still feel the earth-shattering impact through the images transmitted from the screen. The entrance to the entire Baiduan mountain range was instantly engulfed in a sea of blood light. The area that had been bustling with people turned into a hell on earth in an instant. Countless weaker cultivators were obliterated before they even had time to scream, turning to ashes under the onslaught of the blood light. Those proud cultivators quickly summoned their treasures, raising protective divine lights to clumsily fend off this unforeseen disaster. The entire scene turned into chaos. My heavens! Lu Qi covered her mouth, utterly stunned by the spectacle before her. This was a grand assembly of powerful figures from the surrounding star domains, including sect elders and local overlords. Yet before this mysterious blood-colored figure, they appeared as fragile as paper. Chen Nian, however, watched with shining eyes. It was chaos. Everything had descended into chaos. This murky water was just what he craved. He quickly operated on the screen, locking onto the chaotic crowd. The life energy detection system remained active. The brilliant lights representing Yuechan and the witch amidst the chaos not only did not retreat, but quickly moved towards the center of the turmoil, where the fallen blood-colored figure was located. Bold, just as I expected from the woman I chose. Chen Nian whistled. Fortune favors the brave. Clearly these two women understood this principle. A gravely injured top-tier powerhouse, regardless of life or death, carried enough to drive anyone insane. What do they want? It's too dangerous. Lu Qi clenched her fists anxiously. Dangerous? Chen Nian chuckled lightly. Danger represents opportunity, my prince. He turned to Lu Qi. Don't you want to save them? Now is the best chance. Lu Qi was taken aback, not yet understanding his words. Chen Nian's fingers danced across the console, bringing up a new operation interface. On it was a massive virtual projection resembling a claw machine. Multifunctional capture field activated. Target locking. What? What are you doing? Lu Qi had a wildly absurd guess. Of course I am going to invite them on board. A chilling smile appeared on Chen Nian's face, making Lu Qi's heart race. Now everyone's attention is on that extraterrestrial visitor. It is the perfect time for us to take advantage of the chaos. As he spoke, he continuously zoomed in on the main screen, accurately locking onto the figures of Yuechan and the witch. The two women seemed to have sensed each other responding to the chaos, while cautiously approaching the giant impact crater. You are insane. To grab them in a place like that. It will alert everyone. Lu Qi couldn't fathom such a reckless act. No. Chen Nian shook his finger, not grab, but invite. He activated the spaceship's wide area communication channel, modulating his voice into a grand and dignified tone, directly filling the chaotic area. Dust to dust, earth to earth, the causality of this place shall be taken over by me. The voice was not loud, but resonated clearly over all explosions and screams echoing in everyone's heart. The chaotic scene momentarily froze. Everyone instinctively looked up towards the void. And in that instant, Chen Nian's finger fiercely pressed down on the screen. The show has begun. The show begins. As Chen Nian's words fell, the virtual button he pressed erupted with blinding light on the screen. A strange, indescribable humming sound resonated from the heavens, instantly overshadowing all the chaos and clamor at the entrance of the Baiduan mountain range. Whether it was the cultivators in fierce combat, or the powerful beings struggling amidst the bloodshed, even the blood-colored figure radiating a sense of destruction, all actions momentarily froze. Everyone instinctively looked up. They saw that the dim sky, stained crimson by blood, had been violently torn apart by a more resplendent beam of light. In the void above, the winds and clouds rolled backward. A colossal hand entirely composed of pure golden energy suddenly reached down from the rift. The giant hand obscured the sky and the sun, each finger resembling a mountain swirling with intricate and profound runes, exuding an overwhelming pressure that commanded all. What is that? A cultivator on the ground exclaimed in shock, his voice trembling. A miracle has descended. Could it be that an ancient, powerful being hidden from the world has intervened to suppress this calamity? Countless thoughts flashed through the minds of many. The fear that had been dominated by the blood-colored figure was instantly replaced by a more vast and mysterious Lu Qi was utterly speechless, her small hands tightly covering her mouth, her entire being frozen in place. If the previous proclamation had only seemed absurd to her, then the golden giant hand descending from the heavens had completely shattered her understanding. This was not any Taoist method or divine ability she knew. You really pressed it. Lu Qi's voice carried a tremor, unable to fathom what terrifying consequences would arise from such an act before so many eyes. What else could I do? A glint of excitement danced across Chen Nian's face, his gaze never leaving the main screen. When inviting guests to dinner, there must be some sense of ceremony. In his mind, several contingency plans vividly emerged. The greatest risk was being locked onto by that blood-colored figure, but according to energy detection, that individual, although strong, seemed disoriented, more like a madman attacking indiscriminately with a highly scattered focus. The greatest opportunity lay in utilizing this brief window where everyone was stunned to achieve his goals. One must take risks for wealth. Without some daring, how could one invite their wife? Coughed the guests aboard. On the screen, the descent of the golden giant hand appeared slow, yet it was actually incredibly fast, its target unmistakably clear, precisely where Yuechan and the black-skirted sorceress were located. The two were already at their limit, needing to withstand the residual shockwaves of the bloodlight while dealing with the chaotic flying artifacts around them, and at this moment, they acutely sensed the terrifying pressure coming from the sky. Not good. For the first time, a drastic fluctuation appeared on the cold face of the fairy Yuechan. Without hesitation, she summoned the last of her remaining magical power, and a crystalline ice lotus bloomed above her head, forming a blue ice shield. On the other side, the black-skirted sorceress reacted swiftly, as well, a surge of dark energy enveloping her, transforming into a gruesome demon shield that stood before her. They dared to resist. Interesting, they actually didn't get paralyzed on the spot. Chen Nian whistled, gently tapping the control panel. To still think of resisting, they are indeed women I have my eyes on. However, their resistance was pitifully weak before the golden giant hand. Boom. The ice lotus shield barely held for less than half a second before shattering with a crisp sound. The demon shield only let out a reluctant roar before being directly purified and dissolved by the swirling golden runes on the giant hand. Under the horrified gazes of countless cultivators on the ground, the golden giant hand opened its fingers, precisely enveloping that area, then suddenly closed, leaving no time for anyone to react. No, Lu Qi instinctively cried out. She saw Yuechan and the sorceress being grasped like two small grasshoppers caught by an adult, all their struggles appearing utterly futile, firmly pinched in the palm of the closing golden fingers. Immediately afterward, the golden giant hand made no pause, slowly retracting towards the rift in the sky amidst a dead silence. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water, overwhelmingly domineering. until the golden giant hand completely withdrew from the rift closed as well, and the sky once again returned to its dim appearance shrouded by blood light, as if everything that had just occurred was merely an illusion. Yet on the ground the two unparalleled beauties who should have been vying for opportunities had vanished without a trace. Silence. A dead silence. After a full 3 seconds the crowd erupted into a tumult, like a mountain collapsing into the sea. Where are they, Oi? Where is Fairy Yuchan and the demoness of the Tianma sect? They were taken away. That voice just now? The causality of this place is under my control. Could it be that his control means taking people away? My heavens, who is this immortal? Right in front of so many of us, he directly abducted people from the entrance of the Baiduan mountain range. This was simply slapping all of us in the face. The chaotic scene became even more tumultuous due to this more bizarre and domineering spectacle. Even the blood-colored figure that had been attacking frantically halted its movements, its hollow blood-red eyes seemingly gazing at the position where the rift had just appeared in the sky for a moment. Inside the spacecraft's cockpit, Lu Qi stared blankly at the response of the cultivators on the screen akin to a pot boiling over, then turned to look at the calm and indifferent Chen Nian beside her, feeling as if her worldview was being repeatedly shattered and reassembled. He not only did it, but he really succeeded. In this arena filled with strong practitioners, and under the gaze of the masses, he used something akin to a claw machine to capture two top-tier forces, saint-level figures. This was no longer madness. It was insanity beyond bounds. Chen Nian had no time to heed Lu Qi's inner turmoil as he was engrossed in the notifications popping up on the operating interface. Multifunctional capture field activation complete. Target locked successfully. Energy resistance assessment. Target resistance energy intensity at 137, capture field intensity at 98,000. Determination can be ignored. Capture in progress. Target captured, initiating spatial transfer. As the words finished, the central area of the cockpit suddenly twisted, and two golden light orbs appeared out of thin air, crashing down onto the solid alloy floor. As the light dissipated, Yuchan and the black-skirted sorceress staggered into the center of the cockpit. Their protective divine lights had shattered, their hair disheveled, and their stunning faces were filled with horror and confusion. In the next second, a cold system prompt echoed within the cockpit. Multifunctional capture field task completed. Target life forms have been transmitted to the designated area. The cold system notification faded away, plunging the cockpit into an eerie silence. Yuechan and the black-dressed, which were now awkwardly collapsed on the cold alloy floor. The spiritual light around them had completely dissipated, their hair in disarray, and their clothing somewhat disheveled, replacing their formerly lofty demeanor with shock and confusion. Chen Nian said nothing. He rose from the wide command chair, stepping forward slowly toward the center of the cabin. Lu Qi's heart almost stopped. She looked at Chen Nian's back, and then at the two women struggling to rise from the ground, feeling parched and overwhelmed by a sense of, what does he want to do? The celestial maiden Yuechan, the contemporary saint of the Butian sect, wore a moon-white feather robe, now slightly soiled with strands of hair sticking to her pale cheeks, giving her a heart-wrenching fragility. Her figure was slender. Even sitting on the ground, the exquisite curves wrapped in her holy gown were evident. Especially her long, smooth legs, partially hidden beneath the disheveled skirt, emanated a breathtaking allure beneath the purity. Not far from her was the black-dressed woman known as the Witch of the Jietian sect. Unlike Yuchan's purity, she radiated a bewitching and dangerous. At this moment, she was propped up on one hand, trying to stand a motion that accentuated her already explosive figure, full of primal and wild beauty. Chen Nian's footsteps halted in front of them. His gaze was unmasked, sweeping back and forth over the two women from a superior height. Not bad. This claw machine is indeed the real deal. The catch is top tier. The Butian sect's one has a cold demeanor only worthy of distant admiration. But now, with petals scattered and tainted by the mundane, it only heightened the desire to pluck it. Especially with her startled doe-like expression combined with the exquisite beauty barely concealed beneath her holy attire. What a striking contrast. As for the Jietian sect's woman, good heavens, she was like a perfectly ripe peach. This figure, this face, this rebellious spirit completely embodied the ultimate fantasy of a man. Especially those long legs, white and straight, truly a work of art. Chen Nian felt no ripple of emotion within, even finding it somewhat amusing. He could not understand the thoughts of those cultivators outside who fought fiercely for these two women. In the face of absolute power were the so-called saintess, and which not just two beautiful fairies. Who are you? The black-dressed, which was more intense, enduring the weakness, imprisoned by a strange force within her, gritting her silver teeth, and raising her enchanting, yet frost-bitten face. She attempted to summon a trace of demonic energy, but found herself completely empty. That invisible power not only restrained her movements, but also sealed all her cultivation. This realization made her heart sink. Beside her, Yuechan remained silent, also trying with results identical to the witch's. In her clear autumn water eyes, for the first time the emotion known as fear emerged. They were like beasts stripped of their teeth, utterly reduced to mere mortals. Ignoring the witch's question, Chen Nian remained indifferent. His attention was entirely captured by her long neck, accentuated by her upward gaze, and the skin made even whiter against the black fabric of her dress. This woman is truly outstanding. Arrogant. I am asking you a question. Seeing herself so ignored, and with the other's gaze so aggressive, the black dressed, which had never endured such humiliation, and immediately scolded in a sharp voice. She was the saintess of the Jietian sect. Wherever she went, she was the center of attention, wielding life and death. Never had she been looked at as if she were merely an object of amusement. Lu Qi on the other side of the cockpit felt her heart twitch upon hearing that scolding. Lady, can you not see the situation? You are the fish on the chopping block now. How dare you be so arrogant? Indeed, Chen Nian finally shifted his gaze away from her, slowly lifting it to meet her fiery eyes. He was not angry. Instead, he commented with interest, "You have quite the loud voice." A light remark instantly broke the witch's defenses. Her delicate face flushed crimson, her bosom heaving violently, clearly infuriated. She wanted to curse, to strike, to use every vicious means to make this man before her wish he could not live nor die. But she could do nothing, only glaring at Chen Nian with a murderous gaze. Yet Chen Nian was completely indifferent. He was even too lazy to waste more words with these two dolls, directly turning around and walking back to the control panel. Watching the chaotic scene of cultivators outside on the screen, he curled his lips. Taking over causality is indeed troublesome. He then extended his finger and lightly tapped the control interface. Would you like to activate the new member education protocol? Protocol level S, estimated time 12 hours, education. Chen Nian raised an eyebrow, finding the term quite insightful. Without hesitation, he chose yes. In the next moment, golden circles of light suddenly illuminated the area beneath the two women in the cockpit. Complex and profound symbols flowed within the circles, and an invisible energy field instantly enveloped them. What is this? Yuechan and the black-dressed witches' faces paled simultaneously as they felt an irresistible force lifting them from the floor, their bodies completely out of control, floating in midair. Immediately after, their clothes began to dissolve inch by inch under the golden light. Even the fierce black-dressed witch couldn't help but let out a sharp. Yuechan was even more filled with shame and anger. She closed her eyes, not daring to look at the changes happening to her, tears streaming down her cheeks. Lu Qi, meanwhile, was utterly stunned, covering her mouth to keep from crying out. What is happening? Chen Nian, however, looked on calmly, murmuring, "Oh, first to cleanse the system, then format, and finally install the new system. This protocol is quite intelligent." The golden light surged, completely enveloping the two exquisitely shaped bodies, as if they transformed into two floating golden cocoons. The screams and cries were isolated within the light, gradually fading away. Chen Nian casually followed behind the two glowing cocoons, watching them drift leisurely out of the cockpit along the pristine metal corridor into a room he had never stepped into before. The internal space of this spaceship was far larger than he had imagined, and it seemed capable of adjusting to some extent according to his will. This room was clearly a bedroom. An overwhelmingly large soft bed occupied the center of the room, and the two glowing cocoons floated gently above it before slowly descending. The light dissipated. The black-skirted witch and Yuechan were revealed lying on the soft bed. Their bodies remained utterly motionless, unable to bend even a single finger, with only their eyes conveying the emotions within. In the pupils of the black-skirted witch there was a resentment and murderous intent that almost solidified. If looks could kill, Chen Nian would have been dismembered 1,000 times over at that moment. She vowed that if given the slightest chance, she would tear this man before her into pieces and obliterate his very soul. Meanwhile, Yuechan's clear eyes were completely drowned in tears filled with endless shame and despair. She tightly closed her eyes, trying to escape this cruel reality, but every inch of her skin reminded her of what was happening through the icy touch. Chen Nian walked in gracefully, and the door closed automatically behind him, isolating everything from the outside. He did not rush to approach, but instead observed them with great interest, as if appreciating two perfect pieces of art. It must be said that, setting aside any biases, these two women possessed truly remarkable attributes. One was cold and proud, with an astonishingly fiery figure, every curve radiating a sense of power and wild beauty. The other was ethereal and gentle as delicate as water, her skin so smooth it seemed capable of yielding moisture. The disinfection process is quite thorough. Even the clothing in the storage treasures has been cleaned, as well. Quite intelligent. Chen Nian stroked his chin, commenting to himself, as if he were an engineer inspecting a product. This light-hearted remark ignited the last flicker of reason in the black-skirted witch's heart. You dare. My Jietian sect will never let you go. She strained with all her might to squeeze out these words from her throat, her voice dry and hoarse, filled with powerless threats. "Oh, you can still talk." Chen Nian raised an eyebrow in surprise, stepping to the edge of the bed and looking down at her. "It seems the formatting isn't thorough enough, as you still retain some basic language functionality." He extended his hand, ignoring the almost fiery glare from her, gently brushing over her shoulder that trembled slightly from anger. The sensation at his fingertips was delicate and warm with astonishing elasticity. The black-skirted witch's body trembled violently, and an unprecedented sense of humiliation instantly shattered her defenses. She was the revered saint of Jietian sect, being admired by countless cultivators. How could she ever endure such lightness and humiliation? She screamed, tears finally uncontrollably streaming down her face. Anger, shame, fear, powerlessness. A myriad of emotions intertwined, bringing her to the brink of collapse. But Chen Nian seemed not to hear, his fingers gliding along her perfect collarbone, slowly sliding downward. "Don't rush, this is just the first step of enlightenment." His voice was calm, yet carried an irresistible allure. "Before installing the new system, we must first let the hardware adjust." His palm finally rested upon that breathtaking fullness, gently covering it. In that instant, the black-skirted witch's scream abruptly ceased, and her entire being froze. She could clearly feel the temperature radiating from that hand, as well as the pure control devoid of any compassion. Her pride, her dignity were utterly crushed in that moment, reduced to dust. Beside her, Yuchan was already in tears, as she could hear and feel everything happening nearby, the shared fear and humiliation sending chills throughout her body, as if she were falling into an icy abyss. Chen Nian said nothing more. The room was filled only with the stifled, faint sounds of sobbing. He leaned down, gently grasping Yuchan's chin, forcing her to open her tear-filled eyes. "Look." He spoke only 2 words, then ignored their reactions. What occurred next was a complete enlightenment that would overturn the perceptions and dignity of these 2 proud women. The cultivation they prided themselves on, their indomitable will, appeared so ridiculous and powerless before an absolute, unresistible force. They were like fish washed ashore by waves, unable to do anything but futilely gasp for air as that man planted his flag in their territory. At first, the black-skirted witch cursed wildly in her heart, using all kinds of venomous language, imagining how she would seek revenge in the future. Gradually, as her physical defenses crumbled, her mental world also began to collapse. That sense of powerlessness emanating from the depths of her soul created cracks in her once proud will. She felt she was no longer the decisive saint, but a lonely boat swaying in a storm, poised to be swallowed by the towering waves at any moment. As for Yuchan, her resistance was so weak it could almost be disregarded, more like an instinctive tremor. This was the true meaning of the new member enlightenment. It was not brainwashing or the imposition of ideas, but rather a complete conquest and reconstruction from body to soul, using the most primitive and direct. When that final line of defense was ruthlessly breached, the black-skirted witch let out an ultimate muffled groan, her fiery eyes dimming in an instant. She stared fixedly at the ceiling, a stream of tears falling from the corner of her eye, mingling with sweat and soaking her temples. It was neither humiliation nor pain, but a complete, all-consuming numbness. She knew it was all over. The revered saint of Jietian's sect was dead. Chen Nian did not stop. He could feel the body beneath him transitioning from initial resistance to midway trembling and now to relaxation. He knew that the Slevel protocol was taking effect. He leaned down, bringing his mouth to her ear, and whispered a phrase only the 2 of them could hear. "Welcome to the fold." That casual welcome aboard floated lightly, yet struck like an immovable mountain, utterly crushing the black-robed demoness' last shred of will. Chen Nian withdrew his hand, straightened his posture, and surveyed his masterpiece from above. Beneath him lay the saintess of the Jietian sect, a once fearsome figure now reduced to an exquisitely crafted boneless doll, limp and motionless. Her face, the one that had once blazed with arrogance and ruthless lethality, now bore only hollow numbness. Beside her, Yuchan had long ceased weeping. In its place reigned a deathly silence, as if even her soul had frozen solid. 48 hours. Time lost all meaning within this sealed chamber. For Chen Nian, it was merely the execution of a protocol, an operation transforming volatile, unpredictable variables into controllable, stable assets. The Starship's class protocol operated with chilling efficiency, and he was its most flawless executor. For the black-robed demoness and Yuchan, however, those 48 hours were the longest, darkest span of their lives. On the first day, they attempted starvation. The food delivered was exquisite, far too refined for captives, but they did not so much as glance at it. Chen Nian offered no persuasion, no coercion. He simply sat on a nearby sofa, savoring his own meal with unhurried elegance, then remarked calmly, "The ship's life support system will keep you alive, but hunger will remind you second by second who holds dominion here." That ceaseless gnawing void rising from the gut, burning unrelenting, tormented the spirit more cruelly than any torture. On the second day, the black-robed demoness, the saintess who styled herself demoness, gathered the last vestiges of her spiritual energy preparing a suicidal assault. Yet the moment she stirred, an invisible arc of electricity flashed from the walls and surged through her entire body. It was not lethal, but it paralyzed her completely, locking every muscle, leaving her helpless as that fragile hard-won energy dissolved into nothingness before. Chen Nian did not even turn to look at her. His voice, cool and detached, cut through the silence. Spare yourself the effort. Within this vessel, I am the Tao itself. In that instant, the demoness surrendered, not to a man, but to an incomprehensible, irresistible order. When the third meal arrived, they accepted it in silence, mechanically lifting it to their lips. Reality had been absorbed, not by choice but by necessity. Or rather, their bodies yielded before their minds did. Now 48 hours had passed. Chen Nian rose from the bed, stretched his stiff limbs, and gently massaged his tingling lower back. The physical toll of the class protocol upon its executor proved far greater than he had anticipated. He gazed upon the two supple forms resting on the bed, the conquest complete. Rise. Dress. His command was terse, absolute. The demoness and Enchant trembled faintly, like marionettes awakened by unseen strings, and slowly sat upright, picking up the pristine garments placed beside them, donning them wordlessly. The garments were strange black gowns, soft form-fitting fabric that accentuated their breathtaking physiques with startling precision, yet imbued them with an austere, almost ascetic beauty. Chen Nian appraised them, his expression mildly approving. The starship's garment synthesis system never failed to calculate the optimal attire for each individual. Come, let me introduce you to the others aboard. He turned and strode toward the door. The demoness and Enchant exchanged a glance. Only shared bewilderment and emptiness reflected back from each other's eyes. With no alternative, they dragged their leaden feet forward, following in silence. They traversed a gleaming metallic corridor humming with futuristic elegance until a door slid open soundlessly before them. What lay beyond froze them instantly in place. A vast, opulent hall stretching far beyond expectation. Plush carpets softened every footfall, plush sofas invited repose, and beyond immense floor-to-ceiling windows unfurled the profound, jewel-toned splendor of deep space. Several women lounged casually across the space. One woman, radiant and effortlessly captivating, reclined on a sofa, scrolling through a luminous tablet, punctuating her reading with soft musical laughter. Another, ethereally beautiful, radiating serene composure, stood by the bar, pouring steaming liquid into a delicate cup, its fragrance exotic and haunting. A few more women of peerless beauty sat together, nibbling colorful, unfamiliar confections while chattering animatedly about matters unknown. The atmosphere here was unsettlingly light, disarmingly ordinary, profoundly uncanny. This bore no resemblance to a prison. It resembled nothing less than an elite private sanctuary. The demoness and Enchant stood dumbstruck. They had imagined countless possibilities, dank dungeons, fellow captives, grim-faced guards, but never this. Who were these women? Why did they dwell here so freely, so unburdened? What bond tied them to that man? Chen Nian paid no heed to their shock. He walked directly to the sofa and settled in instinctively, tucking a cushion behind his lower back. The captivating woman lifted her gaze, flicked a glance at the newcomers at the doorway, and arched a playful eyebrow at Chen Nian. Oh, fresh arrivals. Your latest re-education took quite a while. Chen Nian leaned back, eyes closed, voice languid. Class. More complicated. Class. The woman, Demimi, raised both brows, studying the two newcomers anew. She sensed the lingering aura of formidable power clinging to them, sharp, untamed, even now veiled beneath despair and apathy. Essence could not be disguised. Looks like two tough ones, she murmured, then returned to her script. This spectacle, after all, had long since ceased to surprise her. Chen Nian opened his eyes and beckoned lazily toward the stunned pair still rooted at the threshold. Come, meet everyone. His words carried an irrefutable gravitational authority. Their bodies moved without volition, step by step, until they stood exposed in the center of the hall under the collective gaze of all. It felt like being appraised as merchandise. Humiliation flared anew, yet this time no spark of resistance stirred within them. Chen Nian spared no formal introductions. He merely pointed idly with his finger. Demimi Reba Lu Fei Fei Song Tai by Xiaolu. With each name the woman indicated gave a casual nod. No warmth, no chill, only the neutral acknowledgement of a new colleague. The demoness and Enchant could make no sense of these alien names, their worldview fracturing and reforming with each syllable, until Chen Nian's finger paused, pointing toward the final figure. There sat a young woman in a pale azure gown, head bowed low since their entrance, shoulders trembling faintly. And a wry, knowing smile curved Chen Nian's lips. Your junior sister, Lu Qi. A thunderclap roared through the demoness and Enchant's minds. Junior sister, Lu Qi. The very one whose disappearance had shaken the Jietian sect to its foundations. The beloved youngest disciple they had cherished. Enchant jerked her head up, locking her gaze onto the girl. Slowly, agonizingly, the girl raised her face, revealing delicate features etched with sorrow, guilt, and quiet resignation. It was truly her. Sure, Shiji. Yu Chan's voice cracked, raw and trembling, forced from the depths of her throat. Lu Qi looked upon her senior sisters, taking in their unfamiliar attire their identical expressions of vacant desolation, and her lips parted silently before releasing only a soft, sorrowful sigh. Yu Chan Shiji. She rose, then halted, suspended between longing and dread. Yu Chan's body convulsed, not from fear or shame, but from a colossal, suffocating wave of absurdity and betrayal threatening to swallow her whole. She stared at Lu Qi, then turned sharply toward Chen Nian, reclining indifferently on the sofa, observing their torment with detached amusement. A terrible, ice-cold realization bloomed violently within her. Why was her junior sister here? That terrifying thought, like the fangs of a venomous serpent, pierced deep into Yu Chan's soul, sending a chill through her body and making her blood feel as if it were about to congeal. Why was her junior sister here? Was she like them, forcibly abducted by this man? Or, Yu Chan dared not think further, for that possibility was more agonizing than death itself. The atmosphere in the hall was eerily stagnant. Chen Nian seemed to relish this cat-and-mouse drama, leaning back leisurely on the sofa, even shifting to a more comfortable position, showing no intention of explaining. He simply wanted to watch them crumble, to see their worldview shatter piece by piece before him. Why? Yu Chan's voice was hoarse, as if scraped by sandpaper, each word laced with blood. Junior sister. Tell your senior sister. Why? Yu Chan remained silent, but her gaze was locked onto Lu Qi. As the saintess of the Butian sect, she was calmer than the demoness, yet at this moment her once placid Dao heart was stirred into a raging tempest. Lu Qi trembled violently, looking at her two senior sisters, whose eyes held despair, tinged with accusation, and finally her tears burst forth. Senior sister. I'm sorry. Those words of apology instantly shattered the last vestige of Yu Chan's mental defenses. Not coerced. It was actually not coerced. Why? Yu Chan shrieked, her spiritual energy surging uncontrollably, only to be dissipated by an invisible force 3 feet from her body. Betrayal. This was naked betrayal. The entire Butian sect had expended countless resources searching for her, and the master had even gone into seclusion to deduce the celestial mechanisms, nearly falling into demonic deviation. And the result? Their most beloved junior sister was safely by the side of the demon who had abducted them. Watching Yu Chan's ferocious expression, Chen Nian finally spoke lazily, his words light, yet carrying a deadly weight. Ask her, not me. He pointed at Lu Qi, looking utterly indifferent. Your good junior sister came aboard my ship willingly. You're lying. Yu Chan retorted fiercely, preferring to believe that Chen Nian had used some sorcery rather than accept this truth. Lying. Chen Nian chuckled, sitting up straight and gazing at her with amusement. Lu Qi, tell your good senior sisters yourself how you begged me to take you away. Lu Qi's face turned deathly pale. She shook her head frantically, tears streaming even harder. No. Senior sister, it's not what he said. She hurriedly tried to explain. I volunteered, but Enough. Yu Chan's cold voice cut her off. Yu Chan walked step by step to stand before Lu Qi, looking down at this once most favored junior sister. Her deep eyes held no anger, only a dead ice. Lu Qi, do you know how great a price the sect paid for your disappearance? I know. Lu Qi's voice was barely a whisper. Then do you know that the master's cultivation regressed 100 years because of you? Lu Qi's body stiffened, her lips drained of all color. And do you know that I was investigating your trail when I was? Yu Chan's voice faltered, the rest of the words she simply could not utter. Each word struck like a heavy hammer, smashing against Lu Qi's heart and also against Yu Chan's. Yu Chan swayed, nearly losing her balance. So the root of their suffering lay here. How absurd. How ridiculous. Senior sister. I'm sorry. Lu Qi sobbed, uncontrollably collapsing to her knees and clutching Yu Chan's robe. But I didn't betray this. I just didn't want to live that kind of life anymore. What kind of life? Yu Chan's voice was devoid of emotion. We are called the saintesses and prodigies of the Butian sect, but in truth, we are merely better cauldrons cultivated by the sect tools to extend the lifespans of the ancestors. Lu Qi looked up, wailing. Why should our fates be decided by others? These words plunged Yu Chan into silence. This was an unspoken secret within the sect, one they all knew. They had simply never thought to resist, nor had the strength to do so. So you chose him, eh? Yu Chan's gaze shifted past Lu Qi to Chen Nian, jumping from one fire pit into another. It's different. Lu Qi shook her head vehemently. It's different here. Chen Nian. He's domineering, but he doesn't treat us as tools. Here we are living people. As if recalling something, she added urgently. And he can take us to other worlds. Many completely different worlds, where there is no cultivation, no killing, and everyone lives easily and happily. Other worlds. The thought flashed through the minds of both the demoness and Yu Chan, filled with bewilderment and absurdity. At that moment Demi, who had been silent, put down her script and sighed. All right, every newcomer has to go through this. She stood up and walked over to the stunned Yuchan and Demonis. The little girl is right. As crazy as it sounds, she pointed to herself, then to Riba and Lu Feifei. We are from another world. A world without spiritual energy where people can't fly or leap through the sky. Riba also approached, holding a strange plate with colorful pieces of food that emitted an unusual aroma. Cheer up, sisters. She extended the plate. Since you can't resist, anyway, you might as well be kind to yourselves. Want a taste? This is called pizza, a dish from our homeland. It's delicious. Yuchan and the Demonis stared at the unfamiliar food. The aroma of cheese, the tang of tomatoes, and the scent of unknown spices mingled, drifting into their nostrils. It was a smell they had never encountered, a scent full of earthly life, completely different from the spiritual fruits and elixirs they usually consumed. Mo Yun's gaze shifted from the pizza, sweeping over all the women present. Demi's enchanting charm, Bas radiant beauty, Lu Feifei's ethereal elegance. Each of them had once been a proud daughter of heaven, yet now they sat here calmly reading scripts, chatting, eating strange food, as if fully adapted to this life. Their faces no longer held the despair and numbness of their initial capture. Instead, there was an indescribable tranquility, even a hint of contentment. Why? Was there truly something in this demon's lair that could grind away all their edges and dignity? For the first time, the demoness' heart wavered. She exchanged a glance with Yuchan, both seeing the same emotions in each other's eyes: struggle, confusion, and a flicker of curiosity. Yes, their bodies were no longer pure, their cultivation was sealed, and even death was beyond their reach. Resistance would only invite deeper humiliation. So what about acceptance? What would happen if they embraced this absurd reality? Chen Nian watched their expressions shift, knowing the time was right. He snapped his fingers. Get them something to drink. Bai Xiaolu immediately took 2 small metal cans from a cold iron cabinet and handed them to Mo Yun and Yuchan. The cans were cold to the touch, printed with red symbols they couldn't understand. This is called cola, Bai Xiaolu explained softly. You have to pull this ring before drinking. She demonstrated. With a soft pop, the ring opened, revealing a black, bubbling liquid. Yuchan held the cold can, watching the churning bubbles, then looked at her kneeling junior sister, Lu Qi, whose face was full of hope, and at the women around her with their varied expressions. Finally, her gaze fell on the man who controlled everything. Chen Nian was holding a glass of red wine, toasting her with a playful, knowing smile. A wave of overwhelming powerlessness surged through Yuchan. Slowly, she raised the metal can to her lips. The moment the icy liquid slid down her throat, Yuchan's entire body froze. Sweet. Not the delicate sweetness of spirit fruits, but a strong, overpowering sweetness that almost drowned her taste buds. Immediately, countless tiny bubbles burst in her mouth, bringing a sharp, pungent sensation that rushed up from her throat to her nasal cavity. Cough, cough, cough. Yuchan couldn't hold back and began to cough violently, nearly dropping the can in her hand. Riba let out a laugh. It's like this: the first time you drink it, you'll get used to it gradually. Yuchan ignored her. After coughing, the lingering sweetness remained between her lips and teeth, refusing to dissipate. Strangely enough, it wasn't unpleasant. In fact, the stimulation from the bursting bubbles helped to clear her muddled mind a bit. What is this thing? Made by mortals. There wasn't a hint of spiritual energy fluctuation, yet it provoked such a strong reaction from her taste buds. The witch had been watching Yuchan's movements closely. Seeing that she didn't react unusually, she finally looked down at the cold metallic can in her hand. The red exterior reflected the candlelight and the symbols on it. No, they should just be some sort of writing. Were crooked, and she couldn't recognize a single one. It's not poison, Bai Xiaolu whispered, probably having sensed her concerns. The witch didn't respond. She pulled the tab, and the crisp sound of metal colliding echoed clearly in the quiet cabin. The black liquid bubbled with white foam, emitting an indescribably sweet and greasy smell that drilled into her nostrils. She took a small sip. Too sweet. Sweet to the point of being cloying. How could mortals drink something like this? Don't like it. Chen Nian's voice came from above. The witch didn't look up, placing the can on the low table beside her, silently expressing her stance. Chen Nian wasn't angry. Instead, he tilted his chin at Bai. Go get a bottle without sugar. Bai Xiaolu agreed and rummaged through the cold metal cabinet to pull out another black can, handing it to the witch. The witch didn't move. This one isn't sweet, Bai Xiaolu said, pouting slightly. Really, why would I lie to you? The witch stared at the black can for 3 seconds before finally taking it. Not out of trust, but out of thirst. After being stripped of her cultivation, every function of her body was aligning closer to that of a mortal. Thirst, hunger, cold, heat. Those sensations she once dismissed were returning fiercely. With the second sip, the bubbles burst again, but indeed the cloying sweetness was reduced. In its place was a peculiar bitterness mixed with the stimulation of carbonation, which suited her palate even more. She said nothing, but the can in her hand remained lifted. Damimi noticed this detail and nudged Riba. Riba understood and smiled knowingly, saying nothing. They had seen this scene far too many times. Every newcomer was the same. First they resisted, then they became curious, followed by trying it, and finally, this process could take as little as 3 days or as long as half a month, but there had never been an exception. It wasn't that Chen Nian was particularly charming, but the things he held from another world possessed an inherent irresistible allure. For cultivators, their lives were spent pursuing the Tao, seeking longevity, and striving for power. All sensory pleasures were seen as superfluous barriers to spirit fruits. Tasted bland elixirs went down with a bitter aftertaste, and fasting meant even skipping the act of eating. But now, with their cultivation gone and the Tao severed, they were forced to confront their most primitive needs as humans for the first time. And at this moment, Chen Nian was using those unheard-of items to widen that gap. Lu Qi was still kneeling on the ground, watching Yuchan drink the can of cola, tears streaming down her face, yet a hint of barely perceptible relief surfaced. "Get up," Yuchan suddenly spoke, her tone flat, devoid of any waves. Lu Qi froze for a moment, tentatively lifting her head. "I didn't say I forgive you." Yuchan set down the empty can. "I just don't want to see you kneeling here." Lu Qi's lips trembled, slowly standing up and retreating to the corner, not daring to come closer. Yuchan turned around, looking directly at Chen Nian. "You said you could take people to another world." It wasn't a question, it was a statement. Chen Nian set down his wine glass, meeting her gaze with interest. This woman was much calmer than he had anticipated. The earlier barrage of words would have caused anyone else to break down emotionally, yet she not only held it together, but also suppressed her emotions to begin observing, analyzing, and probing. This indicated she was already assessing the entire situation. "Well, see how you perform," Chen Nian gave a vague answer. Yuchan did not press further. She merely glanced around the cabin. Those glowing panels, the cooling metal cabinets, the black square device in by Xiao Lu's hand that could play images, and the lingering scent of tomato and cheese in the air. None of these items could have been produced by the cultivation world, nor were there any records of similar artifacts in the secret repositories of any sect. So they were either ancient legacies long lost, or Lu Qi was telling the truth. "I want to see it with my own eyes." Yuchan's voice was soft, but each word struck with weight. Chen Nian tilted his head, resting one hand on his chin, eyeing this composed woman with great interest. He realized she was of a completely different type than the witch. While the witch was a raging fire that burned everything in its path, Yuchan was an ice block. The colder her exterior, the clearer her mind. With such a woman, hard confrontation was futile. She needed to step in on her own. "All right." 2 words, crisp and decisive. Everyone in the room froze for a moment, including Demi, Mi, and Reba. They had worked hard to persuade Chen Nian to take them out to play initially. And now this newcomer was agreeing right off the bat. Chen Nian stood up, stretching his neck. "Perfect timing, you two just arrived, and you're still unfamiliar with my rules. I don't like keeping pets, it's meaningless. What I want are living, breathing individuals with their own thoughts. The more valuable you are, the more comfortable your life here will be." Conversely, he didn't finish his sentence, but everyone understood the implication. The witch clutched the black cola can, her fingertips tightening slightly. Every word from this man seemed casual, yet each one precisely hit their sore spots. Valuable made her think of the way the elders of her sect looked at her. Identical. No, it was different. Those elders wanted her body, her innate talent, her cultivation, disposable commodities. But when this man spoke of value, his gaze carried an evaluation that wasn't about pricing goods, but rather assessing partners in collaboration. Absurd. She shook her head, casting aside that notion. Chen Nian had already walked to the control panel of the cabin, his fingers gliding over the smooth metal surface. A low humming sound emanated from beneath her feet, causing the entire ship to tremble slightly. A window in the cabin, which the witch had not noticed before, slowly opened, revealing the outside scenery. Yuchan and the witch both looked over. Outside was neither the sky nor the ground, but an endless flowing light. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet intertwined and twisted silently, surging, enveloping the entire ship within. "This is called a space-time passage." Chen Nian spoke without turning back, his fingers rapidly swiping across the panel. "Destination." He paused, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. "I'll take you to an interesting place." The light screen on the control panel displayed a line of text that the two of them couldn't comprehend at all, followed immediately by a sudden increase in the tremors beneath their feet. Yuchan's body instinctively tensed. The cola can in the witch's hand was crunched into a different shape. The 7-colored light outside the ship suddenly accelerated wildly, converging in one direction, condensing into a white light point at the end. The light point grew larger and brighter, until the moment it became so bright that everyone couldn't open their eyes. The cabin shook violently, and everything fell. Chen Nian's voice echoed in the silence, carrying a lazy certainty. "We're here. Open your eyes." Yuchan was the first to open her eyes, her pupils suddenly constricting. Outside was a world she had never seen before, a dense array of square buildings towering into the clouds, countless streams of light weaving between the structures, and the ground was packed with countless mortals. All mortals, not a single cultivator. Yet the city constructed by these mortals was as grand as any celestial city in their cultivation world. Chen Nian leaned against the control panel, beckoning them with his finger. Welcome to Earth, you two. Tonight, he picked up a bag from the side, unzipping it to reveal 2 sets of perfectly tailored, unbelievably lightweight clothing. First, change your clothes. If you go out in those robes, you'll be trending within 5 minutes. Yuchan glanced down at the 2 outfits, one of which was black with a fitted cut, and the exposed areas made her frown. When she looked up again, she met Chen Nian's smiling eyes. What's wrong? Can't even change clothes. Yuchan did not respond. She lowered her head and re-examined the set of black clothing. A sleeveless fitted top paired with narrow pants that wrapped down to her ankles, the fabric so thin it was nearly transparent, yet possessing a strange elasticity. If I wear this out, my entire figure would be on display. Isn't there an undershirt inside the robe? Yuchan replied coldly, I will wear the undershirt. Your undershirt is made of linen. If you take a few steps outside, you will be mistaken for a piece of art. Chen Nian pulled out a pair of white shoes from the bag, the soles absurdly thick. Stop dawdling, I've estimated the size roughly. Oh, just wear them for now. He tossed the shoes onto the ground and turned to leave. Yuchan stared at the shoes for 3 seconds. Demimi leaned over and picked up the set of clothes, holding them in. Your waist is slim, this looks good on you. I don't need to look good. Then you need to go out right. Demimi stuffed the clothes into her hands. Just wear it, we all wear this, it's nothing unusual. Look, she took 2 steps back and turned around. She was wearing a light gray spaghetti strap dress, the waistline significantly narrow, exposing a large area below her collarbone. Yuchan's gaze shifted away from her body in less than half a second, but that half a second was enough for her to notice one fact. This woman's skin was unnaturally delicate, her waist slender, her complexion rosy, and from any angle, she did not resemble someone who had been imprisoned and tortured. Rather, she looked well cared for. This realization loosened the taut string in her heart slightly. The witch was more straightforward than her. Give me that red one. Everyone turned to look. The witch had already stood up, casually tossing the crumpled soda can on the table, rummaging through the bag to pull out a set of dark red clothing. This one. Reba couldn't help but chuckle, exchanging glances with Demimi. This one was indeed not shy. 10 minutes later, the spaceship's hatch opened. Chen Nian stepped out first and leaned against the cabin wall to wait for others. Demimi, Reba, Song Tai, and Bai Xiaolu followed in sequence, their steps light and familiar. Yang Feifei walked last, casually pulling a pair of sunglasses from her pocket to rest on her nose. Yuchan stood at the hatch, not moving. She was looking outside. The spaceship stopped on the rooftop platform of a building surrounded by a dense cluster of skyscrapers, the glass curtain walls reflecting the glow of the setting sun, and the streets below lit up with countless luminous strips. These were not the glimmers of a formation, but some sort of artificial continuous lighting. The wind rushed in from above, carrying a mixed scent. There was the smell of smoke, a sweet and greasy fragrance, and an indescribable industrial odor. These scents could not be found in the realm of cultivation. The air in the cultivation world was always clean, filled with abundant spiritual energy at mountain summits, ancient ice lakes that never melted, and dense forests with towering ancient trees. Clean to the point of sterility, clean to the point of boredom. But here the air was dirty, mixed, and alive. Yuchan took a deep breath and stepped out of the cabin. The black clothing clung to her body, 10 times lighter than the undershirt, and when the wind blew, it pressed against her skin, outlining every curve. She instinctively wanted to tug at the hem, only to find that it reached her waist. There was nothing to tug. Chen Nian glanced at her without commenting and waved at the witch. The witch walked out of the cabin wearing the dark red clothing, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, transforming from the cold, enchanting style of the cultivation realm into another style, bold, bright, and aggressive. Bai Xiaolu aimed her phone at her and pressed the shutter. What are you taking pictures of? The witch frowned. You look good. I want to keep a memento. Bai Xiaolu flipped the phone screen to show her. The witch paused for a moment when she saw her image on the screen. The black square could capture the image in an instant, many times faster than the painting technique, and it was clear enough to show a speck of dust stuck to her eyelashes. She did not speak, but her gaze lingered on the screen for 2 additional seconds. Lu Qi, hiding at the back, was wearing a white t-shirt and jeans borrowed from Demimi, looking like an entirely different person. The image of the betrayer who had knelt before Yuchan trembling was completely washed away, revealing a young woman with a delicate appearance and a slender figure. Chen Nian led a group of 8 to the edge of the platform and pressed a metallic button. A door slid open silently, revealing a small square space. Elevator, he pointed inside. Step and don't touch anything. Yuchan and the witch were swept inside. The moment the door closed, the ground suddenly sank and a sensation of weightlessness surged up. The witch's hand suddenly grasped the handrail beside her. Yuchan did not grab anything but pressed her back against the wall, her shoulder muscles slightly tensed. Then she heard Demimi's laughter, soft, but carrying a sense of here we go again. You'll get used to it. Reba stood beside her and patted Yuchan's shoulder. Yuchan turned to the side, avoiding her hand. Reba was not embarrassed, retracting her hand and smiling at her. The elevator stopped after 20 seconds. When the door opened, a wave of sound hit them. The light from the streets, the noise of the crowd, and the flickering words on various shop signs. At that moment, Yuchan's senses were overwhelmed. The largest gathering of common folk she had seen in her life was during a disaster relief mission for the Butian sect, where thousands of disaster victims knelt before the mountain gate, silent, humble, and gray. But the common folk here were different. They spoke loudly, laughed heartily, walked briskly, and dressed brightly. Not a single person was kneeling, nor did any of their faces show fear of the higher-ups. These people lived with a justified confidence. This realization gave her a strange shock. "Let's go." Chen Nian had already stepped out of the elevator. The group walked less than 300 meters down the street when Chen Nian turned into a store. A sign at the entrance read Hai Di Lao, which Yuchan could understand. Upon entering, a row of people in uniform bowed in unison. "Welcome." The loud voices nearly made Yuchan take a step back. The witch's hand had already reached her waist, only to find nothing. No sword, no magical artifact. The belt of these jeans had only a metal buckle. Chen Nian glanced back at her. "Don't be nervous. These are the waitstaff here to serve you your meal." "Serve." The witch's attention was caught by this word. "Yes, whatever you want to eat, they will bring it to you. Whatever you want to drink, they will get it for you." Smiling faces and ready to fulfill requests. Common folk serving common folk. Just pay for it. Chen Nian took a seat, skillfully picking up a menu thicker than a book. "Sit down." When Yuchan sat down, a server presented her with a hot towel. The moment she took the towel, she froze. It was warm, carrying a faint lemon scent, and when placed on her hands, the fatigue of the day was drawn away through her fingertip. This sensation reminded her of the cup of spiritual tea her master had warmed for her in winter. That was many years ago. The dishes arrived quickly. Chen Nian was not polite, ordering one beef broth base and one tomato broth base. The dual-flavor pot was placed on the table, and both sides of the broth began. The aroma of beef fat mingled with the sweet and sour scent of the tomato, weaving an invisible net above the entire table. The witch leaned forward slightly. Yuchan's nostrils twitched slightly. Lu Qi swallowed directly. She could not hide this action, which Yuchan happened to see. Yuchan said nothing, merely shifted her gaze. Demimi had already started adding beef tripe into the pot, her movements fluid and graceful. 7 up, 8 down, 15 seconds, no more. She murmured as she cooked. Reba was beside her, preparing the dipping sauce with garlic paste, sesame oil, oyster sauce, chopped green onions, and cilantro, measuring precisely to half a spoon. Song Tai sat quietly, a bowl of freshly scooped shrimp paste in front of him, eating it spoonful by spoonful at a leisurely pace, but the bowl emptied quickly. Bai Xiaolu was still taking pictures, sweeping her phone from left to right, before finally pointing it at Yuchan's face, zooming in. Yuchan looked coldly at the camera. Bai Xiaolu did not flinch, instead smiling. "Don't look fierce. I'm taking a picture of the hot pot, not you." It was clearly a shot of her. A plate of thinly sliced snowflake beef was placed in front of Yuchan. The meat slices were pink, with evenly distributed white fat streaks glistening faintly under the light. Chen Nian picked up a slice and placed it into the boiling beef fat broth, flipping it a few times, and when he retrieved it, the meat was slightly curled, coated in bright red. He extended the chopsticks toward Yuchan. "Try it." Yuchan did not take the chopsticks. Chen Nian did not retract them either. The two remained in a stalemate for 3. Demimi watched the scene from across the table, her cheeks stuffed with beef tripe, not even able to chew. Reba kicked her, signaling her not to laugh. Finally, it was the witch who broke the deadlock. She directly took the slice of beef from Chen Nian's chopsticks and stuffed it into her mouth. She bit down. The spiciness of the beef fat enveloped the tenderness of the beef, exploding on her tongue. The fat had already half melted at high temperatures, and the juices mixed with spicy oil charged through her mouth. The witch paused for a second while chewing. Then she quickly chewed twice and swallowed. She said nothing, but her chopsticks had already reached for the beef plate. The second slice. The third slice. The fourth slice. Chen Nian watched from the side, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. "Is it good?" The witch ignored. The chopsticks did not stop. Yuchan observed the witch's manner of eating, remaining silent for a long time. Then she picked up the chopsticks in front of her. Not the pair Chen Nian had offered, but her own. She picked up a slice of beef and placed it into the tomato broth. Chen Nian said nothing, adding a spoonful of sesame sauce to her dipping sauce plate. Yuchan dipped the cooked beef into the sauce and brought it to her mouth. The sweet and sour flavor of the tomato broth enveloped the thin, tender meat slice, while the richness of the sesame sauce spread across her tongue. There was no blandness of spiritual fruits, no bitterness of pills. Only one word: fresh. Her chopsticks paused for a moment, then she subtly picked up the second slice. Lu Qi watched this scene from the corner, her eyes becoming warm. She forced herself to lower her head and focus on the beef tripe, not allowing anyone to see her expression. But her mouth was smiling. 2 hours later. No, according to this world's terms, it was 2 hours later. The plates on the table were more than half empty. Duck intestines, beef tripe, shrimp paste, beef and lamb rolls, tofu skin, and vermicelli, all gone. When Yuchan set down her chopsticks, there were exactly 3 empty plates stacked neatly in front of her. The witch had 5. Chen Nian picked up a cup of sour plum soup and raised it toward Yuchan. Is this world interesting enough? Yuchan did not answer. She was looking out the window. The flow of people on the street was still surging, and the lights illuminated the night brighter than the daytime in the cultivation realm. A young couple walked past the window hand in hand, the woman laughing, the man saying something. Neither of them had any cultivation. They were ordinary common folk, yet they lived so freely it was blinding. When the words deal landed, the magic woman's mouth nearly swallowed the tripe without chewing. Her gaze towards Yuchan changed, not surprise but vigilance. The secrets of the Beauties sect, could they be used as bargaining chips? Yuchan had spent 300 years in the Beauties sect. What she knew was more than just secrets, it was enough to overturn the entire righteous alliance. What does this mortal intend to do? Chen Nian did not give her a chance to continue analyzing, waving for the waiter. Check please. The bill was passed over, and Yuchan's gaze swept it. 1847. She did not recognize the character yuan at the end, but she understood the number before. 1847. She read it out loud. Chen Nian took out his phone to scan for payment, his actions so casual it seemed as if he hadn't spent any money. Yuchan stared at the small, glowing square for 2 seconds. What is contained within this thing? Money. Money is inside. Yes, it's invisible and intangible, but merchants recognize it. Chen Nian tucked his phone back into his pocket. What do you use in the cultivation world? Yuchan did not respond. This was the first secret. She had no intention of revealing it in the hot pot restaurant. As they left Hai Di Lao, the wind from the street rushed in, carrying the smoky aroma of barbecue, and the off-key, singing from a distant KTV. Yuchan's hair was tousled by the wind. She raised her hand to tidy it slightly, a small movement, yet clean and swift. The magic woman walked at the back, remaining silent. Lu Qi leaned closer and lowered her voice. What are you thinking about? Thinking about the recipe for that beef tallow base. Huh. After we go back, can we make it ourselves? There was no trace of joking on the magic woman's face. Lu Qi was stunned for 2 seconds, then laughed. This laugh was not mocking, it was an indescribable, slightly bittersweet smile. A demon who could kill without blinking in the cultivation world after a hot pot meal was preoccupied with a base recipe. What had this world done to her? By the time they returned to Chen Nian's residence, it was already 11 o'clock at night. The apartment was a 4-bedroom, 2-living room layout, one of Chen Nian's footholds in this city. The decor was not luxurious, but it had everything it needed: a sofa, a TV, a refrigerator, a washing machine. Each item was something Yuchan had never seen before. Bai Xiaolu was the first to collapse onto the sofa, not even taking off her shoes. I'm exhausted, I've walked 14,000 steps, my feet are going to break. Demimi kicked her. Take off your shoes. Bai Xiaolu grumbled as she took off her shoes and propped her feet on the coffee table. Song Tai was already checking the doors and windows. This was a habit. The first thing he did in a new place was confirm all exits. Chen Nian did not stop him. Reba rummaged through the refrigerator in the kitchen and found a box of yogurt and half a watermelon. Want to eat watermelon? After just eating hot pot, can you still fit it in? Demimi looked at her incredulously. Hot pot is hot pot, watermelon is watermelon. They are two separate matters. Reba confidently sliced the watermelon and brought it out, placing it on the coffee table. Bai Xiaolu didn't hesitate to grab a piece and munch on it. Yuchan stood in the center of the living room, not sitting. She was observing the space. The lights embedded in the ceiling emitted a stable white light, not fire nor luminous pearls, unable to find the source of light, yet illuminating the entire room transparently. On the wall hung a painting of an ocean, so blue it seemed unreal. The floor was a light wood grain, making no sound when stepped on. Everything was quiet, tidy, and orderly. Completely opposite to the cultivation world. The bedrooms are over there. Chen Nian pointed towards the end of the hallway. For rooms, you and her can each have one, it's enough. Her referred to the magic woman. Yuchan did not move. Which room do you occupy? What does that have to do with you? Yuchan's chin lifted slightly. I need to ensure you won't approach my room at night. The living room fell silent for a second. Demimi nearly spat out the watermelon in her mouth, swallowing hard, choking. Bai Xiaolu's eyes were nearly popping out her mouth agape, not noticing the juice running down her wrist. Chen Nian looked at Yuchan, not smiling. He leaned back against the arm of the sofa, his legs crossed. First, you are a nascent soul stage cultivator. Are you afraid of a mere mortal sneaking in at midnight? Second, you currently have no spiritual power, right? After this sentence fell, the temperature in the air dropped several degrees. It wasn't a real drop in temperature, it was the change in Yuchan's aura. Cold, icy to the bone. The magic woman unconsciously clenched the seam of her pants. Lu Qi's smile froze at the corners of her mouth. Chen Nian's voice was neither loud nor soft. From the moment you entered this world, the fluctuations of spiritual power in your body disappeared. This world has no spiritual energy, your techniques cannot operate. You are now, he paused, no different from an ordinary person. No one spoke in the entire living room. Yuchan's fingers hung at her side, a very slight tremor, lasting less than half a second before stopping. She stared at Chen Nian, her gaze not like she was looking at a person, but rather examining an object she had never seen before, unable to judge its level of danger. 300 years of cultivation was the foundation of her existence. What does losing spiritual power mean? It means she couldn't even defeat a mere mortal wielding a knife. It meant she had no advantage in this world. It meant her life was in Chen Nian's hands. Chen Nian was waiting for her reaction. A master stripped of all power typically exhibits two kinds of behavior: collapse or feigned calm. Yuchan chose the third option. I know. Chen Nian's fingers paused for a moment. I knew from the moment I walked out of that door. Yuchan's voice was steady without a hint of fracture. The Dantian is empty, the meridians are empty. Oh, when I extend my mental power, it just dissipates. She had known long ago. She had known from the very first second she crossed over. But she did not say it. She ate hot pot for 2 hours, consumed 3 plates of meat, drank a bowl of sour plum soup, proposed to learn to recognize characters, and agreed to exchange secrets. Throughout, she was fully aware that she was a waste without any self-protection ability. Chen Nian reassessed the woman before him. Typically, those who lose their power panic, probe, seek to appease, or strive to hide. Yuchan did none of that. She sat at the hot pot table calmly picking up beef, eating it slice by slice, each chopstick movement precise. This calmness was not feigned. It was a hardness forged over 300 years. Aren't you afraid? Chen Nian asked. Afraid of what? Afraid that I may be harmful to you. Yuchan tilted her head slightly, half of her face hidden in the living room, light, the lines sharp and piercing. If you wanted to kill me, you could just poison the hot pot. If you wanted to trap me, you wouldn't take me 3 miles out. If you wanted to use me, she halted for a beat. You would, but you wouldn't use violence. Chen Nian raised an eyebrow. How do you know? Because you let me learn characters. When Yuchan said this, her voice barely dropped a notch. A person who intends to control others through force wouldn't give the other party the chance to learn. Demimi had already finished the watermelon in her hand, without even spitting out the seeds. She stared at Yuchan's profile, her mind only occupied with a single thought. This woman is frightening. Without spiritual power, without magic tools, in a completely unfamiliar world, she could still analyze the situation so clearly. It wasn't because she was it was because she had seen too many human hearts. Chen Nian chuckled softly. It was not a perfunctory laugh, he was genuinely amused. All right. He stood up, walked to the bookshelf, and pulled out a book from the middle. It was a first-grade language textbook. The cover depicted 2 children flying kites on the grass, the colors so bright they seemed to mock something. He handed the textbook to Yuchan. Lesson 1: Heaven, Earth, Human. Do you recognize these 3 characters? Yuchan took the textbook and opened the first page. The character Heaven was printed in large letters, accompanied by an illustration of a blue sky. Her index finger pressed on the page, moving slowly along the strokes. Heaven, I recognize. Her fingertip moved to the next character. Earth, I also recognize. The next one. Human. All recognized. The scripture repository of the Beauties sect has 37,000 volumes of classics. These 3 characters appear on the first page of every volume. Chen Nian nodded. Then, he flipped to the second lesson. What about this one? Yuchan looked at the line of text, silence for 3 seconds. The textbook printed Dad Mamai. Next to it was a simple drawing of a family of 3 holding hands. Yuchan's index finger halted on the character for Mom. I don't recognize. Chen Nian initially wanted to say something, but the moment his mouth opened, he shut it again. He turned the page. The living room fell quiet once more. Only the sound of flipping pages remained, along with the occasional honks from cars on the distant street. Yuchan flipped through the pages one by one. Some characters she recognized, some she did not. She skipped the ones she recognized and stopped at the ones she did not, waiting for Chen Nian to read them to her. Chen Nian would read them once, and she would remember them. No need for a second time. When she reached the 37th page, Yuchan suddenly closed the textbook. How much do I owe you today? 19 characters. Chen Nian leaned against the bookshelf, arms crossed. 19 secrets of the Beauties sect. Only one at a time. Deal. The head of the Beauties sect, Pei Chonggong, is at the Great Ascension stage with less than 300 years of lifespan left. This was a piece of information delivered matter-of-factly without any extraneous words. Chen Nian's mind turned in circles. The Great Ascension stage, that's the level just below the Tribulation Transcendent stage. Less than 300 years of lifespan. For a Great Ascension stage cultivator, this meant he was already old, nearing death. A headmaster on the verge of dying. The value of this information far exceeded how it sounded. Shall we continue tomorrow? Chen Nian asked. Yuchan placed the textbook on the coffee table and stood up, heading towards the corridor. As she passed by the magic woman, the two exchanged a glance for a moment. The magic woman still held a piece of watermelon in her hand. Yuchan pushed open the door to the innermost bedroom without looking back. This innermost room is mine, don't pick the wrong one. Next door, her hand rested on the door frame. The light tube at the end of the corridor buzzed, and the light. Yuchan paused at the doorway. In the locked room next door, there's something. Chen Nian's actions halted. What is it? Spiritual energy. Yuchan turned half her body, the outline of her profile highlighted by the corridor's light. It's very faint, but I'm sure there is spiritual energy in that room. Spiritual energy. These 2 words fell in the corridor heavier than any statement. Chen Nian remained still, his literature textbook open, his finger resting on the page that read Mom and Dad. Both Demi and Bai Xiao Lu's gazes swept over. Lu Qi paused mid-bite of a watermelon rind juice dripping onto the coffee table with a plop. Are you sure? The dantian has been empty for 3 hours and my meridians feel as if ants could crawl through them. At a time like this, even the faintest whiff of spiritual energy would make me more sensitive than anyone else. Yu Chan's hand was still resting on the door frame, not turning back. Chen Nian closed his textbook and placed it back on the coffee table. He did not rush to the locker. That room was a storage chamber projected by the spaceship containing a few items he had brought back from Shennongjia. A couple of unknown ores, a piece of dead wood, and a small copper box he had picked up from the bottom of a sinkhole. After the spaceship recognized its master, he had casually tossed those items inside and never looked back. This world lacked spiritual energy, a basic parameter he had confirmed when activating the spaceship. But Yu Chan said there was, indicating that it was not the spiritual energy of this world, but something those items themselves carried. Take me to see. Yu Chan turned around. No. One word pinned her in place. Yu Chan raised her chin slightly, the line of her neck taut. The items in that room have nothing to do with you. Chen Nian leaned against the armrest of the sofa, hands stuffed in his pants pockets. And in your current state, coming into contact with spiritual energy may not be a good thing. This was not entirely an excuse. A nascent soul cultivator with an empty dantian suddenly exposed to a source of spiritual energy could either trigger the remnants of spiritual power in their meridians to go berserk, or greed could overpower reason. Who wouldn't want to clutch at a lifeline when 300 years of cultivation suddenly vanished? Yu Chan did not argue. She stood in the corridor, the fluorescent light buzzing, casting a flickering glow over her. You're afraid I'll steal? This was not a question but a statement. Chen Nian neither denied nor confirmed it. Go back to sleep. Tomorrow there are still 18 characters waiting for you. Yu Chan stared at him for 2 seconds. Then she turned and entered the bedroom. The door closed with a click. The corridor fell silent once more. Demi leaned over, lowering her voice. Is there really spiritual energy in that room? Unclear. Do you believe what she said? She has no reason to lie to me about this. Chen Nian glanced toward the end of the corridor. Inside, Yu Chan's bedroom light had already gone out. Next door was that storage room, with an electronic lock generated by the spaceship hanging on the door. He did not attempt to open it. It was not that he didn't want to confirm, it was that he was not in a hurry. Those items had been in that room for nearly a month. If there were any danger, something would have happened long ago. Now, with an entity capable of sensing spiritual energy, it was rather a good thing. Chen Nian returned to the living room where Lu Qi had already cleaned up the watermelon rind and trash. The witch sat alone in the corner of the sofa, her hands neatly resting on her knees, her eyelids drooping. Tired. The witch shook her head, then nodded. Bai Xiaolu stood up and stretched. I'm going to take a shower. Demi, do you want to go first, or should I? You go first, I'll sit for a bit longer. Bai Xiaolu shuffled toward the bathroom, muttering as she passed Chen Nian, what exactly is locked in that room? It's like something out of a blue. Chen Nian did not respond. When only he and Demi remained in the living room. The witch had already leaned on the sofa and fallen asleep, and Lu Qi had gone to the kitchen. Demi finally placed her feet down from the sofa and sat upright. Chen Nian. If the spiritual energy she mentioned is real, how much is that thing worth? This question was too direct, yet asked from an intriguing. Chen Nian sat down. In this world it is worthless. In her world it might be worth a life. Demi's toes scratched the floor. So what do you plan to do? We'll see. Aren't you curious? Curious, of course. From the copper box he had brought back from the bottom of the sinkhole, he had never opened it. It was not that he didn't want it. The spaceship's scanning system could not detect any abnormal energy fluctuations, or rather the spaceship's detection standards were not aligned with the spiritual energy of the cultivation world. It could not detect it, but Yu Chan could. A nascent soul cultivator stripped of all spiritual power still possessed such keen senses. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Chen Nian patted the sofa cushion sleep. Demi glanced at him, hesitated, but eventually stood up and walked toward the bedroom. She turned back after taking 2 steps. Did she really lose all her spiritual power? Then her state just now. Demi furrowed her brow. Most people can't manage that, right? Chen Nian leaned against the back of the sofa, staring at the ceiling. They could not. A normal person stripped of their means of survival would either collapse or go mad. Yu Chan displayed neither trait. She sat at the hot pot table, eating meat piece by piece, chewing each slice of beef thoroughly. This calmness chilled the spine more than any rage. A person who remained unfazed even after losing everything was either truly enlightened or was plotting a big move. At 2:47 in the morning, Chen Nian confirmed everyone was asleep, stood up from the sofa, and walked barefoot toward the corridor. The floor was cool, the lights in the corridor off, with only the street light at the end casting a small orange patch of light on the ground. He reached the door of the storage room, took out his phone, and pulled up the spaceship's control interface. The indicator light on the electronic lock flickered, turning green. The door opened. The storage room was small, about 4 to 5 square meters, with metal shelves nailed to 3 walls. Two grayish-white oars were placed on the left shelf and the deadwood leaned against the wall corner. The copper box was on the top shelf. Palm-sized entirely dark green with mottled copper rust. The seam between the lid and the body of the box was adorned with a circle of fine patterns, irregular and not machine-made. Chen Nian took down the copper box and weighed it in his hand. Lighter than he remembered. The last time he held it, the spaceship had just recognized its master, and he had been trembling in pain, having no mind to study this object. Later, once he got busy, he forgot about it. The lid was tightly sealed, and he couldn't fit his nails into the seam. He picked up a craft knife from the shelf and traced the blade along the seam. Copper rust fell away in a shower. The lid loosened. Chen Nian set down the craft knife, pinched the edge of the lid with 2 fingers, and slowly lifted it up. Inside the box was a layer of wrinkled black velvet sticking to the inner walls. In the center of the velvet, there was a circular depression. A bead lay inside about the size of a thumb, entirely milky white with a surface covered in fine cracks. The bead was opaque, but one could see something moving within. Not liquid, but closer to mist, a pale blue-gray. The spaceship had scanned this bead for a month without reporting any abnormal data. Yet Yuchan said there was spiritual energy in this room. Chen Nian's gaze fell on the cracks on the bead's surface. The direction of the cracks was irregular, with a few deep enough to see the blue-gray mist slowly swirling in the gaps. He reached out his index finger. His fingertip was still 2 centimeters away from the bead. A chill spread from his fingertip, flowing along his finger, wrist, and forearm, climbing up to his elbow. It was not cold, it was a vague, tingling sensation similar to the feeling of electric currents running through the muscles. His body could sense what the spaceship could not. Chen Nian withdrew his finger. The chill dissipated immediately. The door to the storage room was still open. Suddenly a breath appeared in the corridor. It was light, but exceptionally clear in the quiet of 3 in the morning. Chen Nian did not look back. You said you wouldn't approach my room. No one answered behind him. 2 seconds later, Yu Chan's voice came from the far end of the corridor, separated by a distance of several steps. This is the storage room, not your bedroom. Chen Nian chuckled lightly, not because he found it amusing, but because he felt this woman was nitpicking to the point of rivaling a lawyer. When did you wake up? I didn't sleep. You were here the moment I opened the door. I arrived by the 7th step after you got up and walked into the corridor. This statement had 2 meanings. First, she had been awake all along. Second, she had counted his steps. A person devoid of spiritual power in the deep of night in a completely unfamiliar environment relied on hearing to judge another person's actions, accurate to the number of steps. Chen Nian closed the copper box. The source of the spiritual energy is this. He did not hide it, lifting the copper box and shaking it. The corridor was too dark for Yuchan to see clearly. A bead. The breathing sound from the far end of the corridor paused for a moment. What kind of bead? I don't know. I picked it up from a very deep place and have never opened it to see. Tonight is the first time it's being opened. Silence lasted for a few seconds. Yuchan's voice was low, yet every word was clear. Let me take a look. No, just a glance will do. 10 steps away, I won't get closer. Chen Nian placed the copper box back on the shelf, exited the storage room. The electronic lock clicked shut behind him, and the indicator light returned to red. He turned around. Yuchan stood at the other end of the corridor, wearing Bai Xiaolu's old t-shirt, barefoot on the floor, her arms hanging down at her sides. Light from the street lamp filtered through the window, illuminating only the outline of her lower legs. Above the knees, it was all dark. The thing inside that bead. Yuchan's voice suddenly shifted, no longer cold, but tense. It's a nascent soul. The air in the corridor froze. Chen Nian stood at the door of the storage room, his back pressed against the cold door panel, staring at the vague silhouette in the darkness. What did you say? Nascent soul. Yuchan repeated, her voice lower than before, yet each word carried weight. After a cultivator breaks through to the golden core stage, their golden core shatters, merging their divine sense and spiritual power into one body. She paused for a moment. Inside that orb is a person's nascent soul. Chen Nian remained silent. His mind raced. Nascent soul, golden core, cultivator. These terms he had only encountered in online novels before, sounding no different than a fantastical tale. But the tingling sensation lingering on his fingers remained, a chilling line from his fingertips to his elbow. It wasn't an illusion. Whose is it? I don't know. Is it alive or dead? The breathing from the far end of the corridor paused for 2 beats. It's already shattered. Once the nascent soul leaves its original body and is sealed in a vessel, losing the nourishment of divine, since it can last at most 300 to 500 years. Those cracks, her tone dipped slightly, are signs of decay. The remaining spiritual energy inside is leaking through the cracks. Chen Nian leaned his head back against the door panel. A nascent soul remnant of a cultivator who had died who knows how many years ago was sealed in a copper box lying at the bottom of a sinkhole. Spiritual energy seeped out from the fissures, leaking for an unknown duration. The ship's scanning system couldn't detect it, as its sensors were designed for electromagnetic waves, gravitational waves, and dark matter, completely out of the frequency range. What use does this thing have? For me, it is of no use whatsoever. This statement was made succinctly, without hesitation or regret. If it were any other cultivator who had lost all their spiritual power, facing a nascent soul orb radiating spiritual energy, they would surely be tempted. She wasn't. Either it was truly useless or she was putting on a flawless act before him. Chen Nian chose to believe the former. Not out of trust, but logic. If she had wanted to hide it, she could have easily refrained from saying the two words nascent soul. What about for ordinary people? Spiritual energy nourishes the mundane body, accumulating over time, able to cleanse muscles and bones, expelling impurities within the body. She spoke as if stating an inconsequential fact. If placed on my side, this level of nascent soul remnant would be considered too weak for major sects to use for medicinal baths for their outer disciples. Chen Nian raised an eyebrow in the darkness. Cleansing muscles and bones. Expelling impurities. Translated into plain language. This thing is trash in the cultivation world, but on Earth it is a black technology that gym owners could only dream of. You said it is leaking. How long can it last? Based on the degree of the cracks. 3 years. At most 5 years. After the spiritual energy is depleted, the orb will completely disintegrate. 3 to 5 years of free spiritual energy sauna. Chen Nian tapped twice on the door panel of the storage room. The electronic lock's red light flickered, sealing tight. Go back to sleep. The other end of the corridor remained still. I said a glance is enough. No way. He took a step forward. The orange glow of the streetlights just reached his feet. Beyond that was complete darkness. I will handle this thing. What you need to do is to keep your life and survive in this world. Forget about things you can't return to. It was quiet for a long time. Just when Chen Nian thought she had silently returned to the living room, a very soft response came from the end of the corridor. Okay. The footsteps faded away, bare feet barely making a sound on the wooden floor. Chen Nian stood in the corridor for a while longer. A nascent soul. Something a cultivator condenses over a lifetime, or even several lifetimes, finally shattered in a copper box lying in a sinkhole of another world for who knows how many years. What he was actually concerned about was, could this thing give Bai Xiaolu and the others a bath? The perspective was indeed small, but the matters of the living were more important than the remnants of the dead. By dawn, Chen Nian had already cooked 8 eggs, toasted an entire bag of bread, and heated 2 cartons of milk in the kitchen. Bai Xiaolu was the first to wake up, shuffling over in her nightgown, first going to the fridge to grab a bottle of water, taking a couple of gulps before noticing the breakfast. Oh, the sun has come out from the west. Less chatter, eat. Demimi was the second to come out, her hair still messy, tied up in a bun with a rubber band. She sat down at the dining table and picked up a fork to poke at a piece of toast. Lu Qi was the last to emerge, her hair neatly groomed, quietly sitting at the edge, sipping milk in small mouthfuls. Yuchan did not come out. Where is she? Bai Xiaolu tilted her head to glance towards the living room. On the sofa. Still asleep. Chen Nian shook his head. That woman couldn't possibly still be asleep. She probably just didn't plan to come out or was waiting for everyone to be seated before appearing as an outsider. Sure enough, after the commotion in the kitchen grew louder, Yuchan walked over from the living room, standing at the entrance of the dining room. She wore clean jeans by Zayela's old t-shirt, and her hair was slicked back with water tucked behind her ears. Her face was clean with no unnecessary emotions in her eyes. Sit. Chen Nian gestured to an empty seat with his chin. She was not polite, sitting down, taking a slice of toast, breaking it in half, and sending small pieces into her mouth. Her eating habits were very restrained, as if controlling every bite. Halfway through eating, Chen Nian spoke up. There's something you all need to hear today. The chopsticks and forks of several people halted simultaneously. This place cannot be lived in for long. Bai Xiaolu had half a boiled egg in her mouth. The spaceship is too large. Hiding on the outskirts of the city is only a temporary measure. Satellites, drones, and even ordinary aerial photography enthusiasts will eventually spot it. I've checked. Last month, 2 surveying drones already flew over that area. The spaceship's cloaking field can fool the naked eye, but cannot deceive all radar. This is not fear-mongering. The optical cloaking technology of the spaceship is more than sufficient for the technological level of this planet, but its size is a factor. A synthetic aperture radar in suborbital space will sweep over it, and that abnormal signal will pop up. Not today, not tomorrow, but there will come a day. Are you thinking of moving? Demimi asked directly. Where to move? To find a suitable planet in the Milky Way, uninhabited with a suitable environment and beautiful scenery. Bai Xiaolu almost choked on her egg. You make it sound so easy, the Milky Way, like moving to the suburbs. Chen Nian didn't reply to her, turning to Lu Qi. Lu Qi had remained silent, finishing the last bit of milk in small sips, placing the cup on the table. What about things on Earth? We can return at any time. I've calculated the limits of the spaceship's spatial jump distance. Within the Milky Way, it's basically no pressure, back and forth, is just a matter of minutes. If supplies need replenishing or things need to be done, it's always possible. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the people at the table varied. Bai Xiaolu was a mix of excitement and disbelief, her mouth half open. Odamimi took a pragmatic approach, clearly already calculating the details in her mind. Lu Qi remained the same, unperturbed, quietly digesting the information. Yuchan lowered her head, eating small pieces of toast without raising her eyes. Let's prepare the supplies first. Chen Nian put down his cup. Let's make a list today of food essentials, clothes, everything that can be stocked up. Things available for purchase on Earth may not be available outside. Wait a minute. Bai Xiaolu swallowed the food in her mouth. Are you serious? Really serious? Chen Nian looked at her. Really serious. Then can I bring as many clothes as I want? Just make sure your suitcase doesn't exceed the cargo hold of the spaceship. Bai Xiaolu exclaimed, springing up from her chair, dragging her slippers towards her bedroom. I'll go organize first. Damimi remained seated, using her fork to flip over the remaining toast on her plate. What about that orb? The voice was lowered, only Chen Nian could hear. Take it with you. What did she say it was? A broken battery. Chen Nian used an extremely imprecise but very understandable analogy. It's leaking electricity. The leaked substance is beneficial to people. The toast was pierced with a fork. How much benefit? Bath level. Damimi stopped speaking, finishing the last piece of toast on her plate, standing up to place her plate in the sink. As she passed by Chen Nian, she said only 4 words. I'll clean up first. Only Chen Nian and Yuchan remained in the dining room. Lu Qi had quietly finished tidying up her own dishes and left. Yuchan put down the last small piece of toast, a bit of breadcrumb stuck to her finger, which she removed and placed on the edge of her plate. Aren't you going to ask if I want to go with? Chen Nian finished the last sip of water in his cup. Do you have anywhere else to go? Her eyelids lifted slightly, revealing a small glimpse of dark pupils. There was no anger, no grievance, just a calm glance at him. Then she lowered her head, continuing to pick up the breadcrumbs on her plate one by one. No. The kitchen tap dripped 1 drop, 2 drops, splashing into the stainless steel sink with a crisp sound. Chen Nian turned and walked towards the living room. The phone screen lit up and the spaceship's control panel popped up, an automatic notification. Star map scan complete. Inside the inner arm of Orion in the Milky Way, approximately 420 light-years from the solar system, a planet has been detected that meets the screening criteria: atmospheric oxygen, content 21. 3A surface liquid water coverage 67, average temperature 18. For C, no signals of intelligent life. A thumbnail was attached below the notification. A blue-green sphere hung in the starry sky with clouds, oceans, and the continental edge of the southern hemisphere, marked by a continuous white line. A snow line, or perhaps a beach. Chen Nian's thumb hovered above the screen, not tapping on the enlarged image. The sound of a chair moving came from behind. Yuchan stopped 2 steps behind him. What is that? The blue-green planet on the screen rotated quietly, and a line of small text popped up in the lower right corner. This planet has not been named, as should it be designated by the ship's owner. The cursor blinked in the input box. The cursor blinked 3 times, and Chen Nian typed 2 characters into the input box. Qingyu. No particular reason. A blue-green planet with water and mountains. Qing means color. Yu means island. Simple, easy to remember, not pretentious. Name confirmed: Qingyu. Route planned. Estimated jump duration 4.7 seconds. 4.7 seconds. 420 light-years, 4.7 seconds. Yuchan stood behind for a while, said nothing, then turned and walked back to the living. Chen Nian put away his phone and knocked on by Xiaola's door. The door was open, revealing a chaotic mess. Clothes piled on the bed, an open suitcase gaped. Bai Xiaolu crouched in front of the wardrobe, clutching a swimsuit in each hand, her expression agonizing. You're bringing a swimsuit to outer space. Didn't you say? Bring it. The shopping took an entire day. Chen Nian drove to the supermarket, 3 times filling the trunk with rice flour, oil, sauces, canned goods, and frozen. Damimi was in charge of daily necessities: shampoo, body wash, sanitary pads, cotton swabs, facial masks. She listed 3 pages precise to brand and specification. Lu Qi silently helped carry the supplies, lifting a case of mineral water with one hand without a word. Yuchan sat on the sofa the entire time. No one assigned her a task, and she didn't volunteer. By evening, the ship's cargo hold held nearly 2 tons of supplies. Enough for 5 people to last 3 months or 6 months if rationed. But Chen Nian didn't plan to ration. They could always return for resupply, no need to suffer. Everyone ready. Bai Xiaolu patted her suitcase, which was about to burst. Ready. Damimi handed the last box of skincare products to Lu Qi, who placed it on the ship. Let's go. Yuchan rose from the sofa and followed at the rear. The ship's hatch closed. Chen Nian settled into the pilot's seat and swiped a finger across the jump. No roar, no vibration, not even any visible change. The view outside the window flickered like a TV signal, briefly interrupted, and then Earth vanished. Outside the window was a blue-green planet countless times larger than the thumbnail. Clouds shimmered white under the sunlight, the ocean a shade deeper than Earth's, tinged with emerald green. Bai Xiaolu pressed against the window, her whole body plastered to the glass mouth. Agape. Holy shit. Damimi stood beside her, not touching the window, but her eyes fixed on the planet without moving. Lu Qi stood quietly at the back, her hand resting on the edge of the shelf. She watched for about 10 seconds, then lowered her gaze. Yuchan didn't even look out the window. The ship orbited half a turn outside the atmosphere, finding a suitable landing spot. On the west coast of the southern hemisphere's continent, a crescent bay surrounded on 3 sides by low hills open to the sea. The sand was white, not the yellowish white of Earth, but a pristine, untouched white. The landing was slightly bumpy, like the jolt of a plane touching down. The hatch opened, and air rushed in. Warm, humid, with an indescribable scent. Not floral, not oceanic, closer to the smell of Earth after rain, yet not quite the same. Bai Xiaolu was the first to dash out, her slippers sinking into the sand, fine grains flowing between her toes. She crouched, scooped up a handful, and shouted back at Chen, "It's real? The sand is real." Of course it was real. It wasn't a hologram. Demimi descended the ramp, paused on the sand for a few seconds. The sea breeze lifted her loose hair. She reached up to smooth it, then turned to survey the surroundings. This place. Suitable for building a house. Pragmatic. Always pragmatic. Chen Nian shared the same thought. The ship was spacious, but living in it never felt like home. Later they would need to develop infrastructure to turn this place into a permanent residence. But that was for later. Tonight they'd make do with the ship. The living quarters had 4 separate rooms. Previously the 3 women occupied 3 rooms, and Chen Nian had crashed in the cockpit for a few nights. But now that they were in a new place, the arrangement needed to change. He assigned Lu Qi and Yuchan each a room, and Bai Xiaolu and Demimi shared one. "Then where will you sleep?" asked Bai Xiaolu. "The main cabin." The main cabin was the largest room, originally the ship owner's quarters, with the biggest bed, enough for 4 people with room to spare. Chen Nian had never used it before, always feeling it was too empty. But tonight it didn't matter. Dinner was hot pot. The base ingredients brought from Earth: beef tallow spicy broth paired with lamb rolls, fatty beef shrimp, paste baby cabbage, and enoki mushrooms. Having hot pot on another planet was absurd to the point of romance. Bai Xiaolu ate until her forehead was drenched in sweat, hissing from the spiciness, yet Demimi didn't eat much, but she sampled everything meticulously, wiping her mouth with a tissue afterward. Lu Qi silently cooked a mushroom platter for half an hour. Yuchan sat at the edge, eating a bowl of tofu and cabbage from the clear broth. Chen Nian noticed the subtle tension of Yuchan being an outsider on Qingyu Star, but he hadn't decided how to handle it yet. That could wait. After the hot pot, Bai Xiaolu took a shower. She emerged in a nightgown, her wet hair clinging to her shoulders, her face flushed pink from the steam. Demimi also showered, changing into a loose silk slip dress, her hair half dried and cascading down her back. The 2 sat in the corridor, drying their hair, the hair dryer humming. Bai Xiaolu leaned close to Demimi's ear, whispering something. Demimi tilted her head, but didn't respond, though her lips pressed together. As Chen Nian passed the main cabin door, Bai Xiaolu suddenly switched off the hairdryer. "Chen Nian." He stopped. "Your bed is so big. Why don't we come over?" She said it casually, but the tips of her ears were red. Demimi didn't look up, continuing to dry her hair. The whir of the hair dryer filled the silence. "Come on in." Chen Nian pushed open the main cabin door. The lighting was warm and adjustable. He dimmed it 1 notch, bathing the room in a soft orange glow. The bed was huge, covered with the ship's own fabric, smooth and cool to the touch of unknown material. Bai Xiaolu entered first, barefoot on the floor, her toes. She looked around, then plopped down on the edge of the bed, legs swinging. The hem of her nightgown slid up. Demimi stood at the door for 2 seconds, then stepped in and closed the door behind her. She didn't sit on the bed, but leaned against the cabinet by the door, arms crossed. The silk slip dress slipped slightly at her collarbone, but she didn't bother to adjust it. Chen Nian stood by the window. Outside, the night sky of Qingyu Star was free of light pollution, stars dense and covering the entire canopy. "Actually, I've been wanting to say something since we got here." Bai Xiaolu's voice was softer than usual. "It's just us here, right? The whole planet, just us." Then there's no need to pretend anymore." As she spoke, she lifted her face. The blush had spread to her neck, but her gaze was surprisingly direct. Chen Nian turned around. Bai Xiaolu sat on the edge of the bed, the thin fabric of her nightgown almost translucent. Her skin, still moist from the shower, glowed. Under the loose nightgown, her body had a soft silhouette, not bony, with a lingering youthful fullness, a clean waistline that gradually widened below. Demimi was still leaning against the cabinet, wearing nothing under the silk slip. It wasn't deliberate seduction, just the laziness after a shower. But the curve flowing from her shoulders downward was so precise, it seemed as if someone had measured her body with a ruler. Her legs were long, unreasonably long, with clean, smooth lines of the calves. She stood barefoot on the floor, the bones of her ankles slightly protruding. Chen Nian walked over first, stopping in front of Bai Xiaolu. Bai Xiaolu tilted her face up, her eyelashes fluttering, her fingers gripping the sheets beneath her, the tips white with tension. Brave in words, but her body was tense. He leaned down, hands bracing on either side of her. Bai Xiaolu's breath faltered, her body arching backward until her back touched the bed. He lowered his head. When his lips met her collarbone, Bai Xiaolu let out a tiny fleeting sound as if burned, but she didn't pull away. Her hand released the sheets and rested on his shoulder. That hand trembled. Chen Nian's other hand slid under the edge of her nightgown from her waist. The skin beneath was scorching hot, smooth, delicate, and trembling. Vyzialis back arched, and then relaxed, her breathing completely out of control. Go easy. Easy. Her voice fractured. Damimi had somehow left the cabinet and sat on the other side of the bed. She didn't speak, just watched. But when Chen Nian looked up at her, she reached out her fingers, hooking his collar, pulling him gently. The force was light, but the meaning was clear. My turn. The lights dimmed another notch. Damimi's body was entirely different from Vyzialis. Xiaolu was soft, hot, with a nervous rawness. Every reaction was written on her face. Damimi's every inch was restrained, trained elegance. But restraint sometimes breaks. When Chen Nian's fingers traced down her back, Damimi's breath caught for half a beat. That pause was so brief that most people wouldn't notice, but Chen Nian did. The strap slipped from her shoulders silently. The body beneath emerged in full silhouette. Narrow shoulders and impossibly slender waist, the curve of her hips rounded and smooth, proportions so perfect they left one speechless. This wasn't a screen image with color grading and filters, it was real, warm, rising and falling gently. Her eyes were closed, her lashes long. Her lips parted slightly. Chen Nian lowered his head to take her earlobe, and the sound Damimi made was utterly different from Vyzialis. Low, suppressed, squeezed from the depths of her throat. Xiaolu on the other side had already curled up under the blanket watching them. Half her face was buried in the pillow, one eye bright with curiosity. What are you looking at? Damimi turned her head and glared at her. Looking at you, Xiaolu giggled. Damimi tried to reach out and cover her eyes, but Chen Nian did something at that moment, and her hand froze midair, fingertips digging into the sheet. She no longer suppressed her voice. That night the light in the main cabin never went out. In the orange glow, the wrinkles of the sheets piled up and smoothed out again. Xiaolu was the first to give out, curling into the blanket, breathing heavily. Damimi lasted longer, but eventually she too let go, lying on her side, her arm draped over Chen Nian, her hair spread across the pillow. Silence stretched for a long time. Xiaolu spoke first, her voice muffled in the blanket. My legs will definitely be weak tomorrow. Damimi ignored her. Chen Nian lay in the middle with Vyzialis' bundled blanket on his left and Damimi's loose hair on his right. Above, through the window, the starlight of Qingyu's star poured in, scattering across the ceiling. The first night on this planet passed like that. On Earth, 420 light-years away, it was probably noon. No one would notice they were gone. A sliver of light leaked from under Lu Qi's door at the end of the corridor. It stayed on all night, then suddenly went out just before dawn. Next to Lu Qi's room, Yu Chan's door was wide open. The room, empty, the bed neatly made, the corners of the sheets tucked with precision. On the beach outside the ship, Yu Chan sat on the lowest step of the ramp, her bare feet in the white sand, gazing up at the unfamiliar starry sky. The sound of waves pushed in one after another. Her lips moved, uttering something, but the wind carried it away. The sound of waves roused Chen Nian from slumber. To his right, Damimi was still asleep. To his left, Xiaolu had curled into a tight ball, the blanket wrapped around her so that only a tuft of hair peeked out. Chen Nian slowly withdrew his arm. Damimi turned over, mumbling something indistinct in her sleep, but didn't wake. Through the porthole of the main cabin, a bright white light streamed in. The sun of Qingyu's star had already risen above the horizon. The sunlight had a warm color, temperature yellower than Earth's morning light, and as it fell upon the two figures, it illuminated the disheveled sheets and the bare shoulders peeking out from under the blanket with stark clarity. Chen Nian dressed and left the main cabin. The corridor was quiet. He slowed his pace as he passed by Lu Qi's room. There was no light coming from under the door. The light that had been on all night was now extinguished. He didn't knock. Descending the gangway, he stepped barefoot onto the white sand. The sand was cool, carrying the lingering dampness of the night. Yu Chan was no longer on the steps. On the beach, a trail of bare footprints led from the gangway to the shoreline, then turned back, disappearing behind a rock formation on the side of the spaceship. Chen Nian walked around. Yu Chan was sitting with her back against the rock, knees drawn up to her chest, face buried in her arms. Her breathing was steady. He crouched down and watched her for a moment. She had sat outside all night, never even returning to her room. The spacecraft had scanned the planet's ecological data. The nighttime temperature was 16 degrees Celsius. Not cold, but far from comfortable. She was still wearing the same clothes from the day before, the sleeves damp with moisture. Chen Nian took off his jacket, draped it over her shoulders, and stood up to head back to the console. Was lit with a standby screen. He pulled up the infrastructure module. He had noticed this system when first exploring the ship's functions, but had never used it. The interface was a holographic projection that unfolded above the console, a semi-transparent control panel displaying Chinese characters. The ship had automatically adapted its language after bonding with its owner. Infrastructure module activated. Available energy, reserve, 87. 3 building plan, library 1024 sets, including interstellar standard living units, research stations, temporary outposts, etc. Material source, local materials, minerals, plant fibers, water ship. Reserve, nanoloy. Chen Nian swiped a few times, filtering out the research station plans that spanned thousands of square meters. Too big, not suitable. There were only a few of them on the entire planet. Building a space station to live in would just be vast emptiness. He selected a plan called Obsidian Garden and opened the preview. The holographic projection expanded into a three-dimensional model. It was a semi-arc building complex stretching along the coastline with 8 independent living units arranged in a fan shape connected by corridors between each unit. The exterior walls of the main structure were dark gray nanolloy panels, but not in a rigid metallic sense. The surface featured a biomimetic texture, giving it a rough, stone-like appearance from a distance. Each living unit was about 60 square meters, 1 bedroom, 1 living room, and 1 bathroom, with a ceiling height of 4.5 meters. The entire wall facing the sea was made of smart glass with adjustable transparency. In the center was a common area with an open kitchen, a long dining table that could seat 12 people. The curved ceiling was embedded with a layer of light collection panels, also serving as a sunshade structure, automatically increasing light transmission on cloudy days and reducing it on sunny ones. Not flashy, not colossal, but it had everything they needed. Chen Nian marked the location on the panel, 200 meters directly in front of the ship at the boundary between the sandy beach and a grassy area backed by a low forest and facing the sea. Estimated construction time, 4 hours 12 minutes. Confirm deployment. He tapped confirm. A low-frequency vibration emanated from the underside of the ship. 3 circular openings on the hull's bottom opened, releasing a silver-gray, cloud-like substance, the nano-construction swarm. A cluster of millions of microscopic nanorobots shimmering with a metallic luster in the sunlight poured out from the ship's bottom and silently flowed toward the target location 200 meters away. The Vanguard had already begun drilling into the ground to collect minerals, while the following units formed formations in midair waiting for the first batch of raw materials to take shape. What is that? Lu Feifei's voice came from behind him. Chen Nian turned around. She was wearing a white long-sleeved t-shirt, her hair casually tied in a ponytail, holding a glass of water standing at the entrance to the corridor. Her eyes were still a bit puffy as if she had just woken up. Building a house. Building a house. Lu Feifei walked over to the console, staring at the 3D model on the holographic projection, her hand holding the glass, pausing at her lips, forgetting to drink. We can't stay in the ship forever, Chen Nian said, swiping the model to show her the interior layout. 1 room for each of us, 60 square meters. More than enough. Lu Feifei stared at the rotating 3D building for a dozen seconds, then set down her glass. I want the one facing the sea. They all face the sea. Then I want the easternmost one to watch the sunrise. Another person squeezed in through the doorway. Reba, with her hair loose, wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts drawn by the glow of the holographic projection, poked her head in. What are you guys doing? So Sci-Fi. Building a villa, Lu Feifei said, finally taking a sip of water, her tone casual. Reba froze for a second, then squeezed her whole body into the console area, eyes wide. That's possible. Which one do you want? Chen Nian pointed to the 8 rooms labeled on the model. Reba wasn't even looking at the rooms. She was leaning over the control panel, watching the nanobots flying outside, poking at the porthole glass. What are those silver little things doing? Are they digging sand? Collecting minerals? Synthesizing building materials? Movie and ready in 4 hours. Reba turned to look at Chen Nian. Her expression of this is too absurd, lingering on her face for a full 3 seconds, then breaking into a smile. I want the one closest to your room. Lu Feifei glanced at Reba, but said nothing. Over the next half hour, the others gradually woke up. Song Tai was dragged out of bed by Reba. Rubbing her eyes, she stood in the corridor staring at the holographic model, her expression shifting from drowsiness to bewilderment, then from bewilderment to giving up on understanding. All right, whatever you say. Give me a quiet one. Emone knew was the easiest. She glanced at the model, pointed to the westernmost unit. That one. No explanation. By Xiaolu, as expected, was weak in the legs. She came out leaning against the wall. Mimi herself was calm. After studying the layout on the model for a while, she made one request, a big bathroom. Lu Qi was the last to appear. When she came out of her room, her face was completely expressionless, blank as a sheet of paper. She glanced at the holographic projection on the console, then at Chen Nian. Any room is fine. Those 3 words were light and airy. Chen Nian looked at her for a second. There were dark circles under her eyes, the kind that came from a sleepless night. He didn't ask, and proceeded to label the 8 rooms one by one. Chen Nian went down to fetch Yuchan. She had woken up behind the rock with his jacket draped over her shoulders, staring blankly for a long while before realizing. She followed him back to the ship. After hearing about 8 rooms built in 4 hours, she stood quietly in a corner and nodded without any superfluous reaction. The progress of the construction on the beach was visible to the naked eye. The first wave of nanoswarms had already completed the foundation pouring. Not the traditional concrete pouring, but a honeycomb-like support structure formed by nanoalloy 2 meters below the ground, far stronger than concrete. Above the foundation, the wall frames were taking shape at a near-growing speed. Dark gray alloy panels extended upward from the ground, layer upon layer, their surfaces automatically generating rock-like textures. Reba squatted at the edge of the construction zone for 20 minutes, taking 400 photos. Then she realized her phone had no signal to send them and dejectedly stuffed it back into her pocket. At 1030, the main framework was completed. At 1100, the smart glass was installed. At 1140, interior finishing began. The nanorobots split into even smaller units from the alloy walls, generating a layer of temperature-sensitive material on the indoor surfaces, warm in winter and cool in summer, with a touch similar to solid wood. "No cooking for lunch," Chen Nian said, standing on the beach looking at the semi-finished buildings, turning to the group behind him. "Then what do we eat?" Bai Xiaolu shaded her eyes. "Go into the sea." There was 2 seconds of silence. "Into the sea." Damimi frowned. "The marine ecology here is similar to Earth's." The ship scanned it. "There are plenty of shellfish and crustaceans in the shallow waters, non-toxic." Chen Nian flicked the terminal on his wrist to project a display. "We'll have a seafood feast tonight." Bai Xiaolu was the first to jump up. "I can swim." "Who can't?" Reba was already running toward the ship. "Wait for me to change into my swimsuit." Half an hour later, 8 people stood on the shoreline. Chen Nian wore shorts barefoot on the sandy bottom of the shallow water. The water temperature was pleasant, a bit cooler than the sea in Sanya, but not biting. The shallow water was exceptionally clear, the sand grains and occasional algae beneath were visible to the naked eye. Bai Xiaolu in a white 2-piece swimsuit was already wading in water up to her thighs. She bent down, reached into the water, then screamed, and jerked her hand back. "There's something hard." Chen Nian waded over. Underwater there was a dark reef belt densely covered with a layer of round-shelled creatures. Their shape extremely close to Earth's abalone, but a size larger, with a blue-green fluorescent pattern on the shell. He reached down and pried one off. The shell was about 15 centimeters across. Lifting the shell revealed plump, full flesh with a faint, briny smell. A prompt appeared on the ship's terminal: biological match 96. Too approximate to Earth abalone family, edible, high protein content, no toxins, come haul them. Chen Nian called out. The next 2 hours were chaos. Damimi wouldn't go into deeper water. She stood at waist depth and acted as a receiver. Reba was the boldest. She dove straight into the reef zone, holding her breath to bring up 5 or 6 large shells, each time letting out a whoop every time she Song Tai was hesitant to touch the live creatures, but after Bai Xiaolu stuffed a bagful into her hands, she resigned herself to being a porter trudging back and forth to deliver them to the bucket on the beach. Lu Feifei discovered a type of crustacean in the shallows. 6 legs, 2 large claws, an orange shell somewhere between a crab and a lobster in form. The ship's scan results also showed it was edible, with even higher protein content than the abalone. She held one up by a claw to show Chen Nian, but the claw nearly nipped her finger, making her drop it in fright. It splashed twice in the water before she grabbed it again. Emonu never got into the water. She sat on a rock, occasionally kicking the surface with her foot. But when a crustacean drifted close to her feet on the current, she bent down, picked it up, examined its belly, then tossed it into Chen Nian's bucket from a distance. Her aim was impeccable. From 2 meters away, it landed dead center in the bucket. Yu Chan at the far edge of the reef quietly gathered a pile of shells without making a single sound. Lu Qi stood in the water saying little, but her hands never stopped carrying loads to the shore trip after trip. At 2:00 p.m., they called it a day. On the beach, 4 buckets were lined up. Over 60 blue glowing abalones, about 20 orange-shelled crustaceans, and a translucent tube-shaped creature that Lu Qi had brought up, identified by the ship as a species similar to Earth's razor clams. Chen Nian looked at the 4 buckets, already running through a menu in his mind. Steamed abalone with garlic and vermicelli, steamed crustaceans, stir-fried razor clams, and a seafood porridge, he murmured to himself. He turned to look at the building complex, now 90% complete. The dark gray arc structure unfolded along the coastline, the smart glass glowing softly in the afternoon sunlight, the corridor roofs already assembled. Movie and ready in another hour. Bai Xiaolu stood dripping wet beside him, her hair plastered to her face, looking down at the contents of the bucket. "I've lived over 20 years, and this is the first time I've gone beachcombing on a planet with no name." "It has a name," Chen Nian corrected her. "Qingyu." "Then I've lived over 20 years, and this is the first time I've gone beachcombing on Qingyu." She wiped the water from her face and grinned. By evening, the building complex was officially completed. The nanoswarm was fully recovered, and the beach was spotless. The doors of the 8 living units lit up one by one, with a soft blue induction light automatically opening when a resident approached. The kitchen equipment in the common area came standard with the ship. An induction cooktop, water purification unit, and temperature-controlled storage cabinet were all in place. Chen Nian brought down seasonings and cookware from the ship: garlic, cooking wine, soy sauce, oyster sauce, all brought from Earth. He was alone in the kitchen processing the seafood when the sun set. The sunset on Qingyu Star wasn't the orange-eyed gradient of Earth. After the sun sank below the horizon, the sky briefly turned a deep purple, then quickly dark. The whole process took less than 10 minutes. The smart glass automatically dimmed the outer light transmission, and the indoor lighting gradually brightened with a warm, white tone consistent with the color temperature of the ship's main cabin. Garlic paste spread over the abalone's vermicelli underneath. As soon as the steamer lid was lifted, the air in the entire common area changed. Reba smelled it first, running barefoot from her room, her hair still damp. What's that smell? I've been hungry all afternoon. She stopped in front of the long dining table. 3 plates were already set on the table. Steamed abalone with garlic and vermicelli. The fluorescent shell patterns shimmered with a blue glow under the light, the flesh white, and tender, the garlic golden. The steamed crustaceans were lined up in a row, their orange shells split open, revealing the snowy white meat inside. Stir-fried razor clams piled in a deep dish, the scorched aroma of scallion, ginger, and garlic mingling with the briny scent of the sea. Reba stood by the table, not reaching for chopsticks, staring at the glowing abalone for 5 seconds. This is alien seafood. It's glowing. It'll glow for you after you eat it, Chen Nian said, carrying the last pot of seafood porridge out of the kitchen. The long table gradually filled up. Bai Xiaolu grabbed the seat to Chen Nian's right. Mimi sat to his left. Lu Feifei and Reba sat together. Song Tai squeezed between Mo Nu and Yuchan, her expression slightly complicated. Lu Qi sat at the very end of the long table. The first chopsticks were by Xialis. She picked up an abalone, stuffed it into her mouth, chewed twice, and froze. What's wrong? Reba looked at her nervously. Bai Xiaolu slowly raised her head, her eyes rimmed with red. It's so delicious. Reba immediately plunged her chopsticks into the plate. The meat of the crustacean was springier than Earth's lobster, the fibers finer and denser, leaving a lingering sweetness after each bite. The razor clams, after stir-frying, had their umami flavor fully released, with even the broth clinging to the shells being intensely flavorful. Mo Nu ate without making a sound, but the frequency of her picking up food betrayed her. She single-handedly cleared 1/3 of the plate of steamed crustaceans. The seafood porridge came to the table last, having passed its optimal temperature, but Chen Nian added an extra handful of chopped scallions. Yuchan lifted her bowl and took a sip, then paused. Chen Nian. It was the first thing she had said all evening. Everyone looked at her. It's good. Just 2 words. The table was silent for a second, then Bai Xiaolu laughed. Reba followed, and even the corner of Mimi's mouth twitched. Lu Qi sat at the far end of the table, holding her bowl, drinking the porridge slowly, 1 mouthful at a time. She only picked up 2 pieces of razor clam with her chopsticks. When Chen Nian looked over, she didn't raise her head. By the end, the plates were empty, and the porridge was finished. Bai Xiaolu slumped back in her chair, rubbing her belly. Reba was taking photos of the empty plates for a friend circle that couldn't be posted. Song Tai was already half asleep, leaning back in her chair. When Mimi stood up to clear the dishes, Chen Nian stopped her. He'll do it. Mimi looked at him for a moment, then set down the plates. As she passed by him, her fingers brushed the back of his hand. A very light touch, not with the clear intent of the night before, but closer to an everyday reasonless. The kitchen faucet ran over the dishes. Chen Nian was washing the bowls when out of the corner of his eye he saw Lu Qi stand up. She carried her own bowl and chopsticks over and placed them by the sink. The distance between them was less than half a meter. Lu Qi didn't look at him, her body half-turned, hair falling forward to cover most of her face. Her lips moved. Tonight. In your room, will the light be on or off? The sound of the running water was loud, nearly swallowing her words. But Chen Nian heard her, every single word. He turned to look at her. Lu Qi's eyes finally lifted, meeting his. There was nothing hidden behind them. Chen Nian turned off the faucet. The kitchen fell silent, leaving only the sound of water lingering in the pipes. Lu Qi stood half a step to his right, her hair cascading down her face, obscuring much of her profile, but not the words that lingered. Is the light on in your room tonight? This question was not about the light. Chen Nian wiped his hands on the apron, turned slightly, and looked at her. Lu Qi raised her chin slightly, not averting her gaze. You'll know if you come over. Lu Qi's eyelashes fluttered for a brief moment. So light it was nearly. Chen Nian placed the washed dishes into the drying rack, his hands continuing their work while his mind raced through several thoughts. Lu Qi coming over tonight was a clear. But regarding Yuchan. He lowered his head to rinse the last plate thoroughly, his voice barely above a whisper. Call your senior sister. Lu Qi's fingers grazed the edge of the sink before retracting. She didn't ask why, nor did she agree or disagree. She simply stood for 2 seconds, turned, and walked away, her bare feet making very little sound on the floor. In the common area, Reba was still sprawled out, while Bai Xiaolu had already nested on the sofa browsing the spaceship database. No one noticed the conversation in the kitchen, drowned out by the sound of running water. Chen Nian hung the apron on the hook and walked out of the kitchen. As he passed by Mimi's room, the door was slightly ajar with light spilling out. He didn't stop. As he walked by Xiaolu, she looked up at him. Are you done washing? Then you should get some rest soon. She buried her head again. Chen Nian returned to his living unit and closed the door. The room was not large, but the building AI had optimized the space well. A wide bed rested against the curved wall, and the smart glass was set to opaque mode with warm white lighting inside. The sheets were made of the standard fabric provided by the spaceship, soft and comparable to 5-star hotels on Earth. He sat on the edge of the bed, lights off. The sensor light on the door glowed a faint blue. Yuchan had been sitting in her room for a long time. She had just finished showering, her hair still wet, droplets trailing down to her shoulders. The pajamas provided by the spaceship were a long, loose, light, gray garment. When Lu Qi entered, she was using a towel to dry her hair. Senior sister. Yuchan looked up at her. Lu Qi had changed into clean clothes, her hair also freshly washed and cascading over her shoulders. Lu Qi spoke plainly without any unnecessary embellishments. Yuchan's hand froze midair, the towel resting on her right shoulder. Call you. The two words fell heavily, causing Yuchan to freeze momentarily. She understood the meaning behind them. After years of cultivation, her mind was clear, but that didn't mean she was devoid of feelings. Last time in the main cabin of the spaceship, when Chen Nian had held her waist, her entire back had felt on fire. That sensation was something she had never experienced before, more intense than any breakthrough. At that time, she hadn't pushed him away. Now Lu Qi stood at the door telling her, "He asked me to call you." Yuchan lowered her head, continuing to dry her hair. Her movements were slow, each one imbued with a deliberate calmness. "Senior sister." Lu Qi called out again. "I heard you." Yuchan set the towel down. Her fingers twisted the hem of her pajama top, a movement that didn't belong to her. In the cultivation world, she would never act this way. A swordsman's hands must be steady without unnecessary movements. But this was not the cultivation world. She stood up. Lu Qi shifted aside, allowing her to pass through the doorway. As the two walked through the corridor, the common area was already empty. The lights were set to the dimmest sleep mode, with only the guiding lights on the floor emitting a faint blue. Yuchan followed behind Lu Qi, staring at the back of her head. How did that man manage it? First it was junior sister, and now even she. Her footsteps halted. In front of Chen Nian's room, the sensor light illuminated. The door opened. The main light in the room was off, only the bedside auxiliary light was on, casting a warm yellow glow that softened the outlines of everything. Chen Nian sat on the edge of the bed watching them. Yuchan stood at the door unmoving. Lu Qi entered first. She walked to the bed and sat down at Chen Nian's right, her movements so natural that it didn't seem like her first time in this room. The shoulders of the two almost brushed against each other. Chen Nian glanced at Yuchan at the door. "Come in." Two very soft words. Neither a command nor a... It was more like, "If you're here, just come in." Yuchan stepped over the threshold. As the door closed behind her, the sensor light went off. What exactly happened was kept from them by the soundproof wall outside the corridor. The building AI had excellent soundproofing. The walls between each living unit in the Yaoshi courtyard had a 3-layer noise reduction structure with a sound wave attenuation rate of over 97%. But around 2 in the morning, the light in the witch's room flickered on. Her unit was adjacent to Chen Nian's, separated by a wall and a shared storage room. No matter how good the soundproofing was, the wall's resonance still transmitted some low-frequency vibrations. The witch turned over, stacking 2 pillows over her ears. A smile crept onto her lips. The morning on Xingyu star arrived swiftly. The sky transitioned from deep purple to light blue in less than 5 minutes, the smart glass automatically adjusting to let in more light as sunlight streamed in. When Chen Nian woke up, Yuchan was curled up in his arms, the neckline of her pajamas falling below her collarbone, her hair spread across the pillow, breathing lightly. Her lips were slightly swollen, her entire body curled into a small ball. Lu Qi was already awake. She lay on her side, eyes open, staring at the ceiling. When Chen Nian turned his head, she looked over, not saying a word, simply reaching out to pull the blanket over Yuchan's body. "Is your senior sister all right?" Chen Nian asked softly. Lu Qi pondered for a moment. She might have trouble walking. Chen Nian fell silent for 2 seconds. Last night had indeed been a bit rough. After all, it was Yuchan's second time. In the earlier part, she had been biting her lip in silence, and only when she could no longer hold back did she finally let it out. Lu Qi had been there to comfort her, but in the end, she also got pulled into it, the blanket shifting from bedpost to bedpost, falling twice. Yuchan ultimately cried in his embrace, not from pain, but from the release of something that had been suppressed for too long. Let her sleep a little longer. Chen Nian gently withdrew his trapped arm and got out of bed. He went to the kitchen to boil water and cooked a pot of porridge. The spaceship still had plenty of food supplies, so he chopped some meat and vegetables and tossed them in. Bai Xiaolu was the second to wake up. When she walked into the common area, she was still rubbing her eyes. Seeing Chen Nian in the kitchen, she walked straight over and leaned on the counter, yawning. "What time did you sleep last night?" "Not too late." Bai Xiaolu responded with an "oh," and didn't press further. Reba was the third to come out, looking much better than yesterday, wearing a coat draped over her shoulders. "What's for breakfast?" "Porridge." "All right, I'm not picky." Her words halted midway. Yuchan emerged from the direction of Chen Nian's room. To be precise, she shuffled out. She was wearing the light gray pajamas from last night, her hair in disarray. Her walking posture was peculiar, taking tiny steps with a careful stiffness, her right hand resting on the wall of the corridor. Lu Qi followed behind her. Lu Qi appeared to be in much better shape, but there was a noticeable red mark on her collar. The common area fell silent. Bai Xiaolu's yawn lodged in her throat. Reba's coat slid halfway down her arms without her pulling it up. Demimi stood at her room's doorway holding a cup of water, lifting it to her lips without drinking. The silence lasted for 3 seconds. Then Bai Xiaolu suddenly slapped the counter. What the hell? Reba's reaction was half a beat slower, but her burst of energy was stronger. She pointed at Yuchan, then gestured toward Chen Nian's room, her mouth opening 3 times before she finally managed to utter a complete sentence. You 3. Yuchan's face turned red from her neck to her ears. Without saying a word, she walked to the long dining table to sit down. The chairs were hard. As she sat down, her whole body bounced slightly, standing up again, shifting her position slowly to sit down. This process took 7 or 8 seconds. Everyone watched the entire scene unfold. Song Tai poked half his head out of his room, took a look, and then retreated. Lu Feifei came out, surveyed the atmosphere, glanced at Yuchan's walking style, and quietly sat down at the dining table. Then she pulled out a pack of tissues from her pocket and pushed it toward Yuchan. She said nothing, but everyone understood the meaning behind the gesture. Demimi took a sip of water, retracted her gaze, turned, and walked back into her room, the door closing gently behind her. Bai Xiaolu propped her chin on her hand, watching Yuchan. Sister Yuchan, is that on your neck a mosquito bite? Are there mosquitoes on Qingyu Star? Yuchan kept her head down, not speaking. Lu Qi walked into the kitchen to help Chen Nian serve the porridge, filling 2 bowls and handing one to Yuchan. In the process, she pulled up the neckline, but it was of little use. The red mark was too high. Reba was beside her, hissing in disbelief. Sister Lu Qi, you too. Oh my god, you both together. Eat. Lu Qi placed the bowl in front of Yuchan, her voice very calm. At this moment, the witch emerged from her room. She was well dressed, her makeup impeccable, walking with poise. She approached the long dining table and sat down, then she smiled. It was an unreserved smile, piercing through everything, tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. Sister Yuchan. Yuchan did not look up. The witch rested her elbow on the table, chin on her hand, tilting her head to observe her. The low-frequency resonance from the wall last night had quite a rhythm. I almost thought you were doing aerobic exercise. Yuchan's shoulders flinched. How long did it last? I was still vibrating at 2 in the morning. The witch's voice was neither loud nor soft, just enough for the entire table to hear. Sister Yuchan, with your deep foundation in sword cultivation, your physical condition should be quite good. Why are you walking like this? Is it the posture or the duration? Bai Xiaolu burst out laughing. Reba covered her face with her hands. Lu Feifei lowered her head to sip her porridge, her shoulders shaking. Yuchan finally raised. Her face was flushed, a deep red radiating from her very core. You, what about me? The witch blinked. Sister Yuchan, don't be shy. We are all friends. Chen Nian emerged with the last 2 bowls of porridge. He glanced at the scene at the dining table, set the porridge down, and took a seat beside Yuchan. The witch's gaze shifted from Yuchan to him, then back to Yuchan. Chen Nian, you really are something. Her tone was extraordinarily casual. Eat. Chen Nian passed the spoon to Yuchan. She accepted it, lowering her head to scoop a mouthful of porridge. Her hands trembled, not from anger or grievance. It was the kind of awkwardness that comes from being seen through by everyone with nowhere to hide. The witch was still laughing. She picked up her bowl, took a sip of porridge, and then spoke in a very quiet voice. Only Yuchan and Chen Nian, sitting closest, could hear. Sister, remember to use soundproofing charms next time. Yuchan's spoon fell into the bowl, splashing a few drops. Outside the window, the sunlight of Qingyu Star streamed in, illuminating the long dining table. The smart glass filtered the light, softly casting a thin, warm hue over everyone's outlines. Song Tai re-emerged from her room, holding her bowl. She stood by the table for 2 seconds, glancing at Yuchan, then Chen Nian, then Lu Qi, before looking at the witch. The witch raised her bowl in greeting. Song Tai quietly sat down and began to drink her porridge. After a couple of sips, she suddenly blurted out. So that sound last night wasn't my imagination. The entire table exploded. Reba collapsed onto the table, laughing so hard she was pounding the surface. Bai Xiaolu choked on her porridge, coughing. Lu Feifei buried her face in the tissues. The witch laughed until she was doubled over. Yuchan buried her face. Chen Nian picked up his spoon, quietly eating porridge. Lu Qi sat beside him, the corners of her mouth twitching. The sensor light at the door lit up. Demimi's room door opened again, and she walked out, sitting down across from Chen Nian. She glanced at Chen Nian. The bowl of porridge rose to her lips, obscuring half her face. Behind the bowl, her lips moved silently. But Chen Nian understood. Tonight you owe me. Demimi set down her bowl, leaving a semicircle of water stains on the table. Chen Nian didn't respond, finishing the last sip of kanji before standing up to clear the... Demimi's silent words lingered in his mind. Oh, her. He had indeed left her waiting all night long. That debt had to be acknowledged. But tonight, it might not be her turn. The day was uneventful. The climate on Qingyu Star was drowsily stable, 23 degrees outside, a gentle breeze, the sky perpetually that impossibly clean blue. The spaceship was parked beside a shallow lake, its surface utterly still, reflecting the distant low mountain ridges. Reba and Bai Xiaolu were playing cards in the common area, using a deck brought from Earth. Bai Xiaolu had lost 3 rounds, owing Reba 12 push-ups. Yuechan curled up on a bench, letting Lu Qi massage her leg, her expression bland, occasionally furrowing her brow. Lu Feifei sat quietly in a corner writing in her diary. Song Tai spent the afternoon studying the spaceship's star chart, memorizing the resource distribution of 3 nearby star systems. Demimi entered and exited the common area twice, each time slowing her pace as she passed Chen Nian, but she never spoke. The day passed like that. Chen Nian made dinner: braised pork belly, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, and a tomato egg drop soup. The spaceship's cold storage held enough ingredients for 2 months. He deliberately cut more meat considering today's limited exercise, but the group's appetite had grown. The table was relaxed. Occasionally, someone mentioned how much Yuechan had recovered in her walking today, but Yuechan just buried her head in her meal, ignoring everyone. Mo Nu sat diagonally across from Chen Nian chopsticks, holding a piece of braised pork without bringing it to her mouth, instead wiping the sauce onto the bowl's rim. Chen Nian. Who's on night watch tonight? The question was asked casually, unnoticed by the others at the table. But Mo Nu's chopsticks pointed subtly toward Chen Nian, giving a slight nod. Chen Nian swallowed his rice. This was a test. He glanced at Mo Nu. Her delicate makeup under the spaceship's warm light created a soft contour. Her collarbone lines were clean and sharp. She wore a thin cardigan over her pajamas, zipped only to 3 inches below her chest. No need for night watch. The ship has automatic alerts. Then what are you doing tonight? Sleeping. Mo Nu hummed, put the piece of braised pork into her mouth, and chewed slowly. Demimi looked over from the other end of the table, her chopsticks pausing for a beat. Chen Nian didn't meet her gaze. After dinner, he washed the dishes, sat at the control panel for a while, and adjusted several sets of data. When the common area was mostly empty, he stood up and headed toward the sleeping quarters. Passing Mo Nu's door, he paused for a step. He knocked twice. The door opened. Mo Nu leaned against the doorframe. The cardigan was already off, revealing a tank top, whose strap had slipped to the outside of her arm, exposing a generous expanse of collarbone and shoulder. That fast? I thought you'd go comfort Demimi next door first. Come in and talk. Mo Nu stepped aside, making way. The moment the door closed behind him, Chen Nian locked it. Mo Nu stepped back twice, her calf brushing the bed edge, but she didn't sit down, tilting her head to look at him. Aren't you afraid Demimi will turn on you tomorrow? She said tonight, not that it had to be her. Sly talk. Mo Nu let out a laugh. So you chose me? Chen Nian didn't answer. He reached out and pushed the fallen strap back onto her shoulder, his thumb grazing her skin, which was cool to the touch. Mo Nu didn't flinch. She tilted her chin up, wearing an expression ready for a show. You can touch me, but don't expect me to be as docile as Sister Yuechan. Who told you to be docile? The light went out. The tank top was pulled off from the bottom up, catching briefly at her chest. The curve too high, the fabric snagging for a moment before being yanked past. Mo Nu's waist was slender, but the curve from her hip bones narrowed abruptly and then widened again, the arc in between too full for his palm to encircle. Her abdomen was flat, ribs faintly visible, and above that a pair of full contours that far exceeded expectation. Her skin was dewy, not dry, smooth, but with a slightly moist texture springing back under pressure. She was restless. Throughout the act, Mo Nu didn't stay still. She used her knee to jab his side. Even when her wrists were pinned, she laughed, then suddenly bit down on his shoulder. Chen Nian winced, increasing his force. Mo Nu's laughter shattered into a series of rapid, trembling breaths. She pressed the back of her hand to her lips, but the sounds leaking through her fingers were faithfully transmitted by the bed and walls. You, gentler, he didn't. Mo Nu's other hand raked red lines across his back, her nails digging in before releasing. In the latter half of their struggle, Mo Nu fell silent. Occasionally a vague syllable escaped from her throat, wedged between breaths, never forming a word. By early morning, she finally quieted, sprawled across Chen Nian's chest, hair scattered over the bed, sweat bonding them together. Did you use me like a beast of burden? Mo Nu's voice was hoarse beyond recognition. Chen Nian said nothing, lowering the air conditioner by 2 degrees. Now I believe Sister Yuechan can't walk every day. Her hand patted his waist. Iron-bodied. Then she fell silent, her breathing becoming long and even. The next day, Chen Nian woke at 6. Mo Nu was still draped over him, now in a different position, her face buried beside his neck. He carefully laid her flat and got up to head to the kitchen. He started the congee as usual. Bai Xiaolu was the first out. Passing Mo Nu's room, she stepped on a slipper protruding from under the door. It was Chen Nian's. She looked down at the slipper, then up at Chen Nian in the kitchen. She said nothing, but her eyes were already wide. Reba came out second. Bai Xiaolu pointed at the slipper. The two of them crouched together, their expressions completely out of control. Yuechan and Lu Qi walked out side by side. Yuchan's walking was already much better. Seeing the slipper, she pursed her lips and found a seat far away. Lu Feifei came out quietly, sat at the table, surveyed the room, and said nothing. Song Tai passed by Mo Nu's room with a cup, pressed her ear briefly to the door, then walked to the table with a blank expression. Demimi was the last to emerge. She glanced at the slipper, then at Chen Nian in the kitchen. When she took a bowl from the cabinet, it clinked against the countertop louder than usual. Chen Nian didn't turn around. Mo came out only after everyone was seated. Her condition was even more dramatic than Yuchan's the day before. Her legs moved inch by inch hand on the wall, every step causing her knees to buckle slightly. 2 bruises on her neck, a shallow bite mark was barely hidden by the strap on her left shoulder. Her hair was tied in a crooked ponytail, bangs plastered to her forehead, no makeup. This was the first time everyone present had seen Mo without makeup. She shuffled to the table, looked at the hard chair, and stood still for 3 seconds. Then she turned, grabbed a cushion from the public storage cabinet, placed it on the chair, and slowly lowered herself, gripping the table edge, and let out a muffled groan halfway. The table was silent for 5 seconds. Bai Xiaolu fired the first shot. Brother Chen Nian, what exactly did you do last night? Chen Nian ladled out the kanji. Eat. No, seriously, Reba chimed in. The day before yesterday you wore out Sister Yuechan. Yesterday you wore her out again. Is your waist made of steel? Yuchan's spoon paused. Mo slumped on the table, her voice muffled. Don't ask, it's iron. Song Tai set down her cup. Iron loins. Lu Feifei's shoulders shook. Lu Qi sat in the corner, drinking kanji, her chopsticks hovering over the bowl's rim, a slight curve at the corner of her mouth that held for 3 seconds before fading. Bai Xiaolu began counting on her fingers. The day before yesterday, Sister Yuechan, and Sister Lu Qi yesterday, Sister Mo. At this rate of 1 per day, shut up and eat. Yuechan finally spoke. Sister Yuechan, why is your face red again? Demimi sat opposite, holding her bowl, unmoving. She glanced at Chen Nian, then at the 2 bruises on Mo's neck. Her lips pressed together, then relaxed. Chen Nian. Demimi set down her bowl, laying her chopsticks across the rim. Tonight you'd better pay back what you owe. The table fell silent again. Reba's mouth formed an O. Bai Xiaolu's poker face shattered. Mo still slumped on the table, began to tremble, whether from laughter or pain no one could tell. Chen Nian picked up his spoon, took a mouthful of kanji. Eat breakfast first. Demimi didn't respond, but the hand holding her chopsticks tapped twice under the table, a rhythm of debt collection. Demimi's 2 taps of the chopsticks set a measured, unhurried rhythm, yet the meaning was unmistakable, not a question, but an announcement. Chen Nian finished the mouthful of kanji and set down his spoon. All right. 1 crisp, decisive word. Demimi's hand holding the chopsticks froze. She had clearly not expected such a swift reply. No build-up, no tugging, not even a transition. Before the second round of pressure, prepared and poised, could be unleashed, the skirmish had already ended. Silence fell across the table for a beat. Bai Xiaolu's spoon hung suspended, a single drop of porridge fell. Reba turned to look at Demimi, then at Chen Nian, twice, her neck swiveling like a rattle. The witch still lay propped on the table, unmoving, letting out a muffled groan. Demimi, you win. Anyway, I won't be getting up tonight. Yuchan kept her head bowed, sipping porridge and not joining the topic. The small curve at Lu Qi's mouth finally faded. She rested her chopsticks on the bowl rim and finished quietly. Lu Feifei had been silent the entire time. After breakfast, dispersed Chen Nian returned to the control console to inspect the flight data. The vessel cruised at constant speed on the outskirts of the star system. All warning indicators glowed green, requiring no manual intervention in the short term. He adjusted 3 sets of parameters, shut down the holographic panel, and leaned back with his eyes closed for a moment. His mind was turning. Demimi wore a gentle exterior, but in truth every step she took was precise and deliberate. This woman was harder to handle than the witch. The witch fought with blunt force, Demimi wielded a softer, subtler blade. After lunch, Demimi came to find him. On the sofa in the common area, she sat at the far end, legs folded, cradling a cup of hot water. Tonight I have one condition. Chen Nian turned his head. Speak. Demimi placed the cup on her knee, rubbing her thumb along the rim. Bring Reba. Chen Nian's motion faltered for half a second. He did not answer at once, but looked at Demimi's profile. Her jaw was taut. When she spoke there was no smile, no playfulness. Only a calm statement of fact. Why? She is closest to me, it's only a matter of time. Demimi's thumb kept tracing the cup's rim. Rather than letting her not know when she'll muster the courage to approach you, I'll bring her. Did you ask her? I did. What did she say? Demimi finally turned her head and gave Chen Nian a glance. She said, Sis, are you crazy? Then her face flushed down to the base of her neck. That means she didn't agree. She didn't refuse. Demimi slowed her speech. You don't understand, Reba. When she says you're crazy, she's thinking it over. If she truly didn't want it, she'd walk away and not even answer you. Chen Nian leaned back in his chair, tapping the armrest twice with his fingers. The arrangement was not unacceptable, yet Demimi had already thought it through on his behalf. If she dared to propose it, she had already considered the consequences. Fine. Another single word. Demimi stared at him for 2 seconds, her lips pressed together briefly, then relaxed. You agreed far too quickly. Weren't you the one who wanted me to agree? I wanted you to agree, but could you at least hesitate a little? Her nail tapped the cup's rim. At least make it look like you struggled. Then he'll feel better. Then he'll hesitate again. Get lost. Demimi rose with her cup and walked away. After 3 steps, she turned back. 10 o'clock tonight, your room. They'll bring her over. With that she did not linger, The hem of her cardigan brushed the corridor wall as she rounded the corner and vanished. The afternoon passed. Reba did not say a single word to Chen Nian the whole time. At the table, she chose the seat farthest from him. Her hand trembled as she picked food, and 3 times her chopsticks clinked against the bowl's rim. Bai Xiaolu asked if she was all right. She said she was, and then shifted her bowl and sat facing another way. When Song Tai walked by, he glanced at Reba, then at Demimi's retreating back, opened his mouth, and ultimately said nothing. By 9:30 the common area was empty. Chen Nian returned to his room after showering. He set the air conditioning to 24 degrees and dimmed the lights to their low. The sheets had been changed that afternoon. At 2 minutes to 10 a soft knock sounded 3 times at the door. He opened it. Demimi stood there in a silk nightdress that rose above the knee, her hair loose and unbound. Behind her stood Reba. Reba wore a loose t-shirt that fell to mid-thigh, and beneath it shorts, so short they were scarcely visible. Her hair was held back with a headband, her face bare of makeup, though her cheeks bore a natural flush. Her hand gripped the back hem of Demimi's garment tightly. "Come in." Demimi stepped inside first. Reba followed, stumbling slightly over the threshold. Chen Nian reached out to steady her at the waist. At that touch, Reba gave a small involuntary start. The door closed, and the lock clicked. Demimi had already sat at the bedside, legs crossed, hands braced on the... She watched Reba shrink back to the wall and did not rush her. "Will you come yourself, or shall I drag you over?" "Sis, give me 2 more minutes." Reba's back was against the wall, her hands twisting the hem of her t-shirt at her sides. She kept her head bowed, eyelashes casting shadows on her cheeks. Her breaths came quickened and shallow. Chen Nian remained still. He sat at the other end of the bed and waited. There was no need to hurry. That Demimi had brought her meant a basic willingness existed. The final step required that she cross it herself. 40 seconds passed. Demimi rose, walked to Reba, and pried apart the hand clutching the hem. "Reba, have you forgotten what you said yourself?" "What did I say?" "You said you also wanted to know what it felt like for you, Chan, when she couldn't walk." Reba's face flushed to the roots of her ears. "I only said it casually. Casual words are often the truest." Demimi took her wrist and led her toward the bed. "What you say offhand is often the real thing." They were less than half a meter apart. The edge of the shorts beneath the t-shirt edged at her thigh, though her legs were long and straight, skin catching a pale sheen. Chen Nian lifted a hand and steadied her at the waist. With the other he removed her headband. Black hair fell loose and spread over one shoulder. "Don't be afraid. The lights went out. We've come this far. What are you still hiding?" There was no excess softness under his touch. Beneath the thin layer lay firm. Reba's skin burned hot. The muscles at her waist contracted involuntarily. Demimi took the initiative, one hand on Chen Nian's shoulder, knees on the mattress. She made no sound. Only her breathing changed, shifting from slow to quick with the occasional skipped beat that made her body tremble. Then Demimi seized her wrist and pulled her close. "It's your turn." "Wait." There was no time to finish the word. She could not control her volume. "Are you trying to wake everyone on the ship?" Reba's reply was muffled into a string of whimpers. Demimi's palm grew damp. By the time the final round ended, the starlight outside the cabin had swept more than half a circle. At 4:17 a.m., both were asleep. Chen Nian turned his head. On his left, Demimi's face was buried in the hollow of his shoulder. On his right, Reba's forehead rested against his upper arm. He did not close. At the end of the corridor, the soft tread of slippers crossed the floor, paused outside his door for 2 seconds, then retreated quietly. The footsteps led toward Lu Feifei's room. The sound of those slippers lingered in memory throughout the entire day. The next day, under the bright sun, everyone basked on the deck. Demimi wore a pair of sunglasses, half reclining on a chair. Her gait was noticeably different from usual. Her steps shorter, and when she sat down there was a distinct hesitation in her waist. Reba was even more exaggerated. She emerged from the room leaning against the doorframe, knees slightly bent, took 3 steps, found a seat, and leaned back, never. Demimi glanced at her sideways. "You don't believe it when we say you're suffering." Reba said nothing, pulling her hat brim below her nose, her ears flushed red. Chen Nian's attention was elsewhere. He was searching for Lu Feifei. No sign of her on the front deck, the rear deck, or in the dining hall. He ascended to the 3rd observation deck and found her in the farthest corner. She sat alone facing the sea, holding a book. The page was left open, motionless. The wind scattered half of her hair, yet she made no effort to tidy it. Her white dress had a shallow neckline. The lines of her collarbones extended beyond the fabric's edge. Her shoulders were narrow and delicate, the contours of her shoulder blades faintly visible beneath her back. Chen Nian sat beside her. Lu Feifei did not turn her head, but flipped a page. "Did you sleep well?" she asked Chen Nian. "Not bad. And you?" "I got up last night to pour a glass of water." Her tone was even devoid of excess emotion. But that sentence carried more than just the water. It contained the time. She rose, the route she took through the corridor, the 2 seconds she paused outside his door. All encoded within that single glass. Chen Nian did not take it. Not for lack of desire, but because such a person could not be comforted by ordinary means. Demimi could be direct, Reba could pull, but Lu Feifei was of another kind. She did not compete. Not competing did not mean indifference. On the contrary, the more reserved a person was, the more precise the scales in their heart. Who came first, who came later, how long or short? It was unspoken, but all remembered. If you comforted her, she felt you were making amends. If you did not, she thought you had forgotten. The only way to break through was to be natural. Sleep with me tonight. Lu Feifei's hand paused in turning the page. After 3 seconds, she turned it over. You say that very casually. Not casually. I've thought about it all day. All day. She finally turned her head. Did you have time to think about this last night? Chen Nian did not evade nor explain. Explanations were admissions of defeat. So I'm making up for it starting today. Making up. Not making up. I want to spend 2 days alone with you. Lu Feifei closed the book and placed it on her lap. She lowered her head to look at the cover, her fingers slowly sliding along the spine. 2 days. 2 days. Generous. The tone of generous carried 3 parts sarcasm and 7 parts relaxation. Chen Nian understood and did not expose her. When she stood up, the wind lifted a corner of her skirt, which she pressed down. The contour of her waist briefly revealed itself in the gesture. Not the slenderness of Reba's narrow waist that her fingers could circle, nor the firm, resilient feel of Demimi's, but a size perfectly balanced in between, soft, yet supported by bone structure, yielding elastically when pressed, slowly springing back when released. As she passed by him, she left a remark: your cooking sounds better than your words. That evening, Chen Nian personally cooked. The ship's kitchen was fully equipped. He prepared 4 dishes, and 1 soup: braised pork ribs, steamed base, dry-fried green beans, cold cucumber salad, and seaweed egg drop soup. Everyone ate together. Reba ate 2 bowls of rice, disregarding decorum entirely, with Demimi flicking the grains from her lips. Lu Feifei ate sparingly but tasted every dish. After dinner, everyone returned to their rooms. When Demimi and Reba left, Demimi glanced back at Chen Nian, then toward Lu Feifei's direction. Nothing was said, they departed. Between wise people, no excessive confirmation was needed. At 9:40 p.m., Chen Nian knocked on Lu Feifei's door. The delay before the door opened was about 10 seconds longer than expected. When it finally opened, she stood behind it wearing a light gray camisole and cotton pajama. Her hair was unbound, resting on her shoulders. Her face was washed, skin moist, without any makeup. Lu Feifei's bare face showed less difference from her on-camera appearance than anyone else's. Her facial features were fundamentally strong. The distance between her brows and eyes, the height of her nose, bridged the proportion of her lips. All were individually unremarkable, but together they created a harmonious masterpiece. Come in. She stepped aside slightly. Come to my side. Why? My bed is bigger. Lu Feifei paused momentarily, then pursed her lips, suppressing a smile. She turned and took a small pillow. For some unknown reason, she grabbed it nonetheless. As they walked down the corridor, they encountered no one. Inside Chen Nian's room, the door closed behind them. Lu Feifei placed the small pillow by the bedside and stood by the window. Moonlight streamed through the round porthole, casting its glow upon her. The camisole's fabric was thin, under the collarbone. Her skin revealed faint underlying veins. The strap had slipped down her shoulder onto her upper arm, untied. Aren't you nervous? Chen Nian sat on the edge of the bed. I am. Doesn't show. My nervousness is the kind that doesn't show. She turned to face him, leaning against the window frame. Moonlight outlined her silhouette with a faint halo. Last night when I passed your door, I heard sounds inside. Chen Nian remained still. Reba's voice is easy to recognize. She uttered this without jealousy or accusation, merely stating a fact. The soundproofing is poor. How long did you listen? 2 seconds. Then I left. Are you angry? She did not answer. She stepped forward and stood before him, looking down. I'm not angry, but you should know one thing. What? I am not Reba. You don't have to cover my mouth. After saying this, she flushed deeply, from the roots of her ears spreading across her neck to her collarbones. Chen Nian reached out and grasped her wrist. She did not resist. When pulled to sit on his lap, her right hand instinctively steadied herself on his shoulder. The fabric of her pajama pants wrinkled at her bent thigh, revealing the general shape beneath. Her thigh circumference was larger than it appeared, calves slender and straight, and ankles thin with prominent bones. Her weight was light, yet she had presence where it mattered. When the camisole was lifted from the hem, she raised her arm in cooperation. It was neither the commanding cooperation of Demimi nor the passive acceptance of Reba, but a tacit understanding with measured restraint. He took a step, she followed, neither leading nor lagging. After the camisole was removed, she made no effort to cover herself. From this distance, her body proportions were clear, shoulder and hip widths nearly equal, with a high waist making her upper body appear short and her lower body long. Her abdomen was flat without a single redundant crease. Below her navel was a faint vertical line known anatomically as the linea alba. Not the voluptuous fullness of Demimi, nor the large size of Reba that shifted naturally without support, but a firm curve harmoniously proportioned to her body. She turned off the light. Before doing so, she glanced at him, a look conveying more than all the previous words combined. In the darkness, her hand rested on the back of his neck. The cool touch of her fingertips paused briefly upon his skin before tightening. She remained silent. at least for a long time. Her changing breath was expressed solely through her body, the rise and fall of her ribs, the tightening and relaxing of her waist muscles, the pressure of her fingertips pressed into his nape. At a certain moment her silence shattered, not with Reba's uncontrollable sharpness, but with a short, guttural sigh squeezed from deep within her throat. It was as if a breath long held finally escaped. Afterwards she could not contain it, but instead of yielding, she buried her face in Chen Nian's neck, muffling all sounds against that small patch of skin. Moist breaths, the occasional brush of lips and teeth on her neck side, and muffled, intermittent hums. All stifled there. Chen Nian turned his head, his lips. She trembled. The curve of her waist arched, then collapsed, slowly relaxing. During the brief pause, she lay on his chest, her fingers aimlessly tracing circles on his ribs. Chen Nian. Do you think I'm too quiet? No. Liar. Her chin rested against his sternum. You're used to noise. Quiet is nice. Then how do you know how I feel? Chen Nian did not answer with words. He turned over, pinning her beneath him. The second round left no room for retreat. This time she did not bury her face in his neck. Her head rested on the pillow, neck stretched into a straight arc, a thin sheen of sweat below her Adam's apple, and a small patch of moisture shimmering in the hollow of her collarbone. Her voice was still soft, but the rhythm hastened, broken at every breath with a trembling tail, as if something deep within her body was being pried open. She did not cry when it ended. She merely lay there, chest heaving greatly, one hand covering her forehead. You said 2 days. 2 days. What about tomorrow? Tomorrow, whatever you want. She removed her hand from her forehead and turned to look at him. Moonlight from the porthole cut a sharp line of light and shadow across half her face. On the illuminated side, tiny beads of sweat hung from her lashes. On the shadowed side, a faint curve graced the corner of her mouth. Then tomorrow. Her finger traced a line across the center of his chest. It's my turn. At the corridors, into Mimi's door creaked open slightly. An eye peeked through the crack toward Chen Nian's room before the door gently closed again. Reba's hushed voice came from inside. Sis, how long has Lu Feifei been? Don't worry. Sleep. But what? You think you're steady enough walking today? The door crack fell silent. Lu Feifei did not leave. She was still there at dawn, lying on her side, facing the porthole, her back to Chen Nian. The blanket only covered her below the waist, leaving her entire back exposed to the air. The outline of her shoulder blades was clearly visible in the morning light. A shallow groove ran along each side of her spine, extending to where the blanket disappeared. Her breathing was steady, she was still asleep. Chen Nian did not disturb her. He got up, washed his face, and changed into a clean t-shirt. When he pulled open the door, the corridor was empty. But on the refrigerator magnet message board there was a new sticky note in Reba's handwriting. Round with a hint of childish print, Bro Mijia and I went to the deck for breakfast first. Take your time. Under the words, take your time, she had drawn a crooked smiley face. Next to the smiley face, she added an even smaller line. Does Lu Feifei eat fried eggs? Chen Nian tore off the note, crumpled it, and tossed it into the trash. When he returned to the room, Lu Feifei was already sitting up. The blanket was pulled to her chest, her hair a mess. One side flattened, the other sticking up. What time is it? 7:20. That's still early. She showed no intention of getting up. She leaned back against the headboard, tucking the small pillow she had brought the night before behind her lower back. Why did you bring that pillow? Habit. I sleep with my own pillow wherever I go. Obsessive, security. She said those 2 words casually without any pretense of self-pity. Chen Nian sat on the edge of the bed, his hand resting on the blanket over her knee. She didn't flinch, nor did she lean in. She just stayed in that position, leaning against the headboard. Aren't you going to ask where I'm going next? You'll tell me. What if I don't? Then it's not something I should ask. This answer made Chen Nian pause for a moment. Lu Feifei's sense of boundaries was not an act. She truly had her own system of limits. When to advance, when to retreat, with impressive precision. Breakfast. You go out first. I need to change. But last night was last night. She pulled the blanket up a few inches. She was serious. Chen Nian smiled and went out. Breakfast on the deck was automatically prepared by the spaceship. Chinese-style rice porridge, fried dough sticks, tea, eggs, pickled vegetables, and a plate of cut mangoes. Mimi was sitting on a bench wearing a black sun-protective jacket zipped up to the top with a pair of large sunglasses. Reba was beside her, nibbling on a fried dough stick, dipping it in soy milk, thoroughly absorbed in eating. When Chen Nian walked over to Mi pushed her sunglasses down a bit, revealing the upper half of her eyes, and glanced behind him. No one. Where is she? Changing clothes. Oh, changing clothes. The way she repeated those 3 words carried a subtle rhythmic nuance. Reba looked up at Mimi, then lowered her head to continue eating her fried dough stick, her lips tightly pursed to suppress a smile. 3 minutes later, Lu Feifei appeared at the entrance to the deck. She wore a white linen shirt, sleeves rolled to the elbows, paired with light blue high-waisted shorts. Her hair was tied in a low ponytail, and she wore no makeup. On her feet were a pair of flat canvas shoes, slightly worn at the edges, not from any current season brand. When she walked over, her gait was steady without any trace of morning lethargy. Demimi pushed her sunglasses back up to her nose. Reba could no longer hold it in. With a fried dough stick still in her mouth, she blurted out, "Fifiaji, you look." Lu Feifei pulled out a chair and sat down. She picked up a tea egg and began to peel it. "Thank you." Just 2 words. Her face remained expressionless. Reba was momentarily choked by the thank you and looked to Demimi for help. Demimi didn't look back, she just drank her porridge. The breakfast was very quiet. The 4 of them sat around the table on the deck. The sea breeze came from the side, blowing a napkin off the table. Reba bent to pick it up, letting out a sharp tsk. Her waist was still not fully healed. Demimi shot her a sideways glance. Reba immediately straightened up, pretending nothing had happened. After breakfast, the spaceship had already docked in an uninhabited. Chen Nian called up coordinates on the control panel. A location in the South Pacific among a group of island reefs, not claimed by any nation. The nearest island was less than 200 meters from the ship. White sandy beach, shallow reef flat, and low tropical shrubs covering the interior. "Well, spend the day here." "Then what?" Reba asked. "Then I'll go out for a while." "Where to?" "Another place." Reba was about to press further, but Demimi placed her hand over Reba's. "He said it, so don't ask." "But no buts." "He said stay one day, so stay one day. Why ask so many questions?" Reba shut up, but her lips pouted. Lu Feifei quietly finished the last of her porridge, set down the bowl, and wiped her mouth. "How long will you be out?" The question was asked with restraint. Not like Reba's barrage of, "Where are you going? What are you doing?" but a single pointed inquiry. "Not sure. Maybe a few days, maybe longer." "Well, wait on the ship." "Yes. The ship has everything, you won't lack anything." Lu Feifei nodded and said nothing more. At 10 in the morning, the 4 of them took a small boat to the island. The beach was indeed pristine. The fine sand was pure white, sinking slightly underfoot, leaving clear footprints with each step. The seawater transitioned through 3 layers of color. Nearly transparent, near the shore, light blue further out, and deep blue beyond. Reba was the first to rush into the water. She slipped on the seaweed-covered rocks, but didn't fall. Her posture was awkward, flailing her arms in the air to regain balance. Demimi sat on the beach, not entering the water. She took off her sun protective jacket, revealing a black bikini top, still paired with the same high-waisted pants. She hadn't changed. She was applying sunscreen. Her movements were slow, layer by layer, from arms to collarbone to shoulders, attending to every joint. Lu Feifei walked in the shallow water. The water reached her ankles, her pants were rolled up, revealing her calves. She stopped every few steps, looking down at the things on the seabed, coral fragments, shells, and occasionally small fish darting past her feet. Chen Nian stood at the edge of the beach watching the 3 women. When Demimi applied sunscreen to her chest, her fingertips disappeared into the edge of the bikini. She looked up, meeting Chen Nian's gaze, but her hand didn't stop. Reba shouted from a distant reef, "There's a sea urchin here. A huge one." Lu Feifei crouched down, picked something from the water, and walked back with it in her hand. She reached Chen Nian and opened her palm. It was a small piece of glass rounded by seawater green with translucent edges, its color beautiful in the sun. "Sea glass," she said. Chen Nian took it and examined it. It was indeed not natural. A piece of man-made glass that had been tumbled by seawater for minutes. "For you. I don't collect these." "Neither do I. But I saw it and picked it up." She withdrew her hand, still dripping with water. "You keep it." "Keep it for whom?" "For yourself." She didn't respond. She put the glass piece into the chest pocket of her shirt, patted it twice to flatten it. They stayed on the island until 4:30. Reba fell asleep on the beach, once waking up with sunburned skin. Demimi applied 2 layers of aloe vera gel for her. After returning to the spaceship, Chen Nian began preparations. On the holographic interface of the control panel, coordinates of several worlds slowly rotated. He needed to select the next destination. The spaceship system listed 11 jump coordinates. Each coordinate came with a brief environmental description: atmospheric composition, gravity coefficient, ecological rating, probability of intelligent life. He scrolled through them one by one. Finally, he stopped at the 4th coordinate in class world titled Do Put Songqiao. Ecological rating S. Intelligent life, present civilization, level high to upper. Narrative structure, overlap. This description had appeared in previous jumps. Simply put, certain events, characters, and directions in this world might mirror those in stories on Earth. Mirroring meant information asymmetry. Information asymmetry meant advantage. Chen Nian locked in that coordinate. Dinner was cooked by him. Braised pork ribs, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, and a tomato egg drop soup. The 3 women ate quietly. Reba was a bit wilted from the sun. She had 1 bowl of rice and went to her room. Demimi had an extra half bowl. After cleaning up the table, she looked at Chen Nian. "You don't need me tonight either." The question was very direct. "No. Fine." She turned to walk toward the corridor, took 2 steps, then looked back. "Chen Nian, when you leave, at least tell me." "I will. I mean, tell me in advance. Not just before you go." Chen Nian looked at her for a few seconds. "Okay." Demimi left. She had swapped her high heels for cotton slippers, making no sound as she walked. The corridor fell silent, only the soft rustle of fabric. At 9 o'clock, Lu Feifei came on her own. She didn't knock. The door hadn't been fully closed. She pushed it open, a crack slipped in sideways, then closed it behind her. She had changed into a completely different outfit, a loose, pure black long t-shirt that reached mid-thigh. She wore nothing underneath. No pants. Nothing at all. She placed the small pillow she had brought last night back in its original spot, then climbed onto the bed, kneeling in front of Chen Nian. The hem of the long t-shirt spread over the bed, covering most of her knees. You said. Said what? Today it's my turn. She reached out, pressed her hand against Chen Nian's shoulder, and pushed him back. This time she didn't turn off the light. Moonlight from the porthole slanted in from the side. When she knelt above him, the long t-shirt draped down, forming a tent-like silhouette, the lines of her body faintly visible beneath. Her rhythm was slower than when much slower. Each rise and fall carried a deliberate control, the muscles of her abdomen clearly tightening, releasing, and tightening again beneath the skin. Her hands rested on his chest, fingers spread, fingertips wedged between his ribs. She didn't look down. This time she looked at him. Her hair fell on both sides, forming a curtain in the moonlight. Within that curtain, only their faces existed. Her lower lip was caught between her teeth, the marks of her upper teeth shifting between clarity and blur. When her breathing began to falter, she tilted her head back, the curve of her neck taut, letting out a short, breathless sound from her throat, then immediately bit it back. But her body couldn't lie. The tremor in the muscles on either side of her waist quickened, the temperature of the skin on her inner thighs pressed against Chen Nian's hip bones rose. She could feel it herself. Midway through she paused once. She lay on his chest, her cheek against him, her ear pressed to his heartbeat. Chen Nian. After you leave, am I just supposed to wait on the ship, unable to do anything? You can do many things. Like what? Think of me. She laughed against his chest, her ribs vibrating slightly. Then she pushed herself up and continued. There was no more pause in the second half. The rhythm, once deliberately slow, gradually lost control. She accelerated on her own. In the final moments, her waist was completely beyond her command. Her nails left marks on his chest. The t-shirt had ridden up from behind, bunching between her shoulder blades, exposing her entire back to the moonlight. When it was over, she didn't collapse. She maintained that kneeling position, head bowed, hair hanging on both sides, her chest heaving violently. A drop of sweat fell from her chin, landing on Chen Nian's sternum. A long silence. She spoke. When are you leaving? Tomorrow. A pause. Then tonight. She didn't finish, because Chen Nian turned over and pressed her down. At 217 a.m. Lu Feifei curled up in the crook of his arm, her breathing completely steady. She was fast asleep, her face relaxed to the point of childlike innocence, lips slightly parted, devoid of any color. Chen Nian didn't sleep. He opened the control panel. The holographic interface floated in midair, casting a blue glow on the ceiling. The detailed information of the fourth coordinate unfolded. World code, energy consumption, budget, estimated maximum stay duration. He gently moved Lu Feifei's hand from his waist and got out of bed. His bare feet on the cold metal floor. He walked to the console, his finger hovering over the confirmation button. A prompt appeared on the holographic screen. Jump preparation complete. Target coordinates locked. Initiate space folding. His finger pressed down. A low hum emanated from the bottom of the ship. On the bed, Lu Feifei turned over, mumbled something incoherent in her sleep, and reached out her hand to the side, only to find empty space. Her brow furrowed slightly. She didn't wake up. On the holographic screen of the console, a countdown began. Space folding will initiate in 0600, 5 hours and 58 minutes. Chen Nian stood in the blue light, with Lu Feifei curled up in the blanket behind him, and before him a world he had yet to encounter. At the very bottom of the screen, a line of small text slowly appeared. Detected abnormal fluctuation in target world signal source. Recommended carrier raised. The small text flickered twice and turned red. As the small red text flashed for the third time, Lu Feifei turned over, causing the blanket to slide down below her waist. Chen Nian turned off the warning prompt and walked back to the bedside, pulling the blanket back up to cover her shoulders. She let out a hum, curling deeper into the blanket, still not awake. He didn't return to sleep. After taking a shower and changing clothes, he went to the kitchen to cook a pot of rice porridge. The steam from the rice cooker slowly rose in the kitchen at 3 o'clock in the morning. He leaned against the countertop, mentally reviewing the upcoming arrangements. S-level world, overlapping narrative structure, abnormal fluctuations in the signal source. 3 pieces of information piled together were not a good omen. Lucia powerhouse without debate was a must. Yu Chan's perception ability was essential in complex environments. The witch, she herself, was a variable. Leaving her on the ship without taking her along was even more dangerous. The remaining 5 people would stay here, but they couldn't be locked down on a single planet. If something happened, there would be no retreat. The porridge had boiled. He reduced the heat, covered the pot to let it simmer. At 6 o'clock, the control panel emitted a prompt sound. Space folding preparation completed. Waiting for confirmation instructions. Chen Nian pressed pause. He needed to clarify the situation first. At 6:20 Reba was the first to come out. She had 2 hydrogel patches on the sunburned areas from yesterday, cautious not to move her shoulders as she stiffly made her way down the corridor. Seeing the porridge and side dishes laid out on the dining table, she paused for a moment. So early. Sit. Reba pulled out a chair and sat down, picking up a spoon to stir the porridge. She glanced up at Chen Nian, then lowered her head again. You're leaving, aren't you? It wasn't a question. Chen Nian didn't deny it. At 6:40 Demimi arrived. Her makeup was half done with the left eyebrow finished, but the right still untouched. Seeing that Reba was already sitting there, she paused for a moment before walking over. A collective breakfast. Wait until everyone is here to talk about it. Demimi sat down, not eating anything, just sipping warm water in small sips. Bai Xiao Lu came out at 7. Song Tai at 7:05. Lu Feifei was the latest, arriving at 7:12. She had changed back into her clothes, her hair casually tied with a hair tie, a few strands sticking to the side of her neck. When she entered, she scanned the dining table, counting heads. 5. With Chen Nian, that made 6. Lu Qiuchan and the witch were not present. She didn't sit next to Chen Nian. Instead, she pulled out a chair farthest from him, sitting down to start drinking porridge. Chen Nian waited until she had taken a couple of sips. Today we jump. The target is in Slevel World. The sound of spoons clinking against bowls stopped. 5 pairs of eyes turned to him simultaneously. I will take 3 people, Lu Qiuchan and the witch. Song Tai put down her chopsticks. What about us? You stay here. Silence. Reba opened her mouth slightly, then closed it. Bai Xiaolu lowered her head, staring at the surface of the porridge. Demimi's cup of water hovered in midair, neither put down nor brought to her lips. Lu Feifei continued to drink her porridge. Song Tai was the first to ask the practical question. How long will you stay? Uncertain. The flow of time in Slevel worlds may not synchronize with this side. It could be a few days, or it could be a few weeks. What if something unexpected happens? It won't. What I mean is just in case. Chen Nian glanced at her. Song Tai wasn't someone who spoke much, but each of her words was spot on. This wasn't a question, but a request for a contingency plan for everyone. I will leave a ship for you. This statement changed the atmosphere at the table. What ship, eh? Reba was the first to respond. Chen Nian brought up the control panel, a holographic projection unfolding in the center of the dining table. A structure diagram of a ship much smaller than the main vessel hovered in midair, its lines simple, the entire body silver gray. A secondary ship, an auxiliary vehicle of the main vessel. It cannot perform cross-dimensional jumps, but conventional space navigation is fine. 2 coordinates have already been recorded, this planet and Earth. He enlarged the projection, marking the operational areas. Starting landing navigation, all are automated. Just voice confirmation is needed. I have recorded the voice prints of all 5 of you, any one of you can operate it independently. Demimi put down her cup of water. When did you record the voice? In the past 3 days. Every time you spoke to me, I was collecting them. Demimi fell silent for 2 seconds. You had already planned this out. It wasn't an accusation. It was a statement. Chen Nian did not deny such matters. Preparing in advance was instinct, especially before the warning of abnormal fluctuations in the signal source had even appeared. He was already considering a retreat. If these 5 people were left stranded on a strange planet and lost contact, it would be his problem, not theirs. The secondary ship's endurance is sufficient for you to travel to and from Earth 3 times. Supplies, resources, and personal matters can all be handled. But there is one restriction. He raised a finger. Do not all leave at once. At least one person must remain on this planet. The ship's positioning anchor is here. If everyone leaves, the anchor will go dormant, and reactivating it. Song Tai nodded. He'll stay. Straightforward and decisive. Reba glanced at Song Tai, hesitating to speak. Bai Xiaolu quietly interjected. Then he'll stay with Sister Song Tai. No need for 2 people to stay all the time. Chen Nian interrupted her. Just take turns. Take turns. Anyone who wants to return to Earth can go back, by some things to bring back, as if it's a vacation. Vacation. Lu Feifei finally looked up. The spoon rested on the rim of the bowl, making a soft sound. You call this a vacation? Chen Nian did not respond. Lu Feifei stared at him for 3 seconds before pushing the bowl aside. Fine. Whatever you say goes. She stood up, the chair scraping against the floor. When she reached the door, she paused, turned slightly, but did not look back. About last night, MHM. It's nothing. She left. The dining table fell silent for a while. Demimi broke the silence. Where is the secondary ship parked? At the docking interface on the bottom of the main vessel. In a moment I will detach it and park it on the ground for you to take a look at the— And what else? What else? Is that all you need to explain? Chen Nian closed the holographic panel. In the moment the projection disappeared, the dining table lit up with normal lighting again, and the expressions on everyone's faces became clear. The tip of Reba's nose— Bai Xiaolu was picking at her nails under the table. Song Tai's expression was blank, but her chopsticks were neatly placed across her bowl, a habit she only exhibited when she was nervous. Demimi was waiting for him to say something soft. Chen Nian picked up his bowl of already cold porridge and took a sip. Take good care of them for me. Demimi blinked. This was directed at her, not everyone. Okay, she responded softly. At 8 o'clock sharp the secondary ship detached from the bottom of the main vessel. The silver-gray hull slowly descended onto the grass, stirring up a flurry of small grass clippings. It was 3/4 smaller than the main vessel, but the interior space was sufficient for 5 people to travel short distances. Chen Nian demonstrated the operational procedures, starting command coordinate switching, emergency braking. The 5 of them stood in a row watching. Reba leaned in to touch the surface of the ship. The metal was slightly warm under the morning sun. So small. It's enough. Song Tai walked around the ship, squatting down to inspect the structure of the landing gear. After returning, she nodded at Chen Nian. Sturdy. A 2-word assessment that was more effective than any other words. At 9:30, Lu Qi, Yuchan, and the witch arrived at the assembly point on the main vessel. Lu Qi carried a long sword, its sheath wrapped in old fabric. Yuchan was dressed in a short-sleeved outfit suitable for action. The witch wore a deep purple long dress, looking nothing like someone going on a mission. Level world? Lu Qi asked. MHM. Is there anything to be aware of? Chen Nian pulled up the line of red alerts from the control panel for her to see. Abnormal fluctuations detected in the target world's signal source, advising carriers to raise their alert level. Lu Qi remained silent after reading, her hand resting on the sword hilt. Yuchan leaned over to take a look, her hands clasped within her sleeves. What do abnormal fluctuations mean? Is something waiting for us? I don't know. That's why I brought you. The witch leaned against the wall, picking at the dead skin on her lips with her nails. Why bring me along? Is it to fight? Or are you afraid I'll scare your little lovers if I stay on the ship? Chen Nian turned his head to look at her. You said last time you wanted to see what Enslevel world looks like. When did I ever say that? The witch's nail-picking motion paused. At the Alpha Galaxy banquet after you drank 3 cups of dark brew. Why do you remember such things? The witch's hand dropped from her mouth, the hem of her purple dress swaying slightly. Why do you remember such things? Chen Nian did not respond to her. He turned and walked towards the control panel. 10 o'clock. Main ship control room. The final image before the countdown reached. Outside the porthole, the silver-gray secondary ship was parked on the grass. 5 figures stood beside the ship, backlit, making it hard to see who was who. But the person on the far left had a small bulge in the pocket of their shirt. The sea glass was still there. Chen Nian's hand hovered above the confirmation button. On the holographic screen, that line of small red text flashed again. This time a new line appeared below the small text. Warning, target world has detected. Throne level existence. His finger pressed down. The roar from the ship's bottom drowned out everything. When the white light faded, Chen Nian's first sensation was heat. Not the kind produced by a failing climate control on the mothership, but the feeling that the very air itself, dry and scalding, each breath carried the scent of scorched earth. The inside of his nostrils immediately formed a thin, flaky dryness. Beneath his feet, the ochre ground was fissured, cracks running to the horizon. A distant mountain range blurred, its silhouette warped into curved lines by the heat. The sky glowed a fierce orange-red. It was not sunset. This sky had always been that color. The control panel refreshed. Environmental parameters crowded the screen. Chen Nian scanned the key indicators. Atmospheric oxygen, normal, gravity 1.02 times the standard value, radiation slightly high, but within safe limits. The bottom line of red text still glowed. Target world locked. Wangzhuo class existence signal is fluctuating continuously. Current distance, unable to calculate. Unable to calculate. It wasn't that the destination was extremely far. This world's spatial rules were incompatible with the mothership's measurement system. Chen Nian shut off the panel and turned around. Lu Qi knelt on one knee, one hand on her scabbard, the other pressed to her chest. Yuchan leaned against the hull, fine beads of sweat on her forehead. The witch sat directly on the floor, a circle of purple skirt spread around her hair, loose in a few strands. All 3 looked off. What's wrong? Lu Qi did not answer. She rose slowly, withdrew her hand from her chest, paused for 2 seconds, then abruptly drew her longsword. The blade cut the air with a sharp ringing note. The sound was wrong. In the rank worlds Lu Qi had been in before drawing her sword was simply steel, leaving a scabbard, clean and decisive. This time a visible current flowed along the blade. The torn air did not snap back, but formed 2 symmetrical vortices that lingered for nearly 3 seconds before dispersing. Lu Qi stared at the sword in her hand, her pupils contracting slightly. It's back. 2 words. Yuchan pushed herself up from the hull as well. She raised her right hand palm up, fingers closed and spread. A droplet-sized point of light condensed in the center of her palm, swelled and spun, then burst into dozens of slender rays shooting outward in every direction. The beams struck the hull, leaving shallow dents on the metal. Yuchan withdrew her hand. Chen Nian glanced at the marks. Each was over 2 millimeters deep. The mothership's inner wall material. Last time Lu Qi had struck with full force, she had only left a single scratch. And Yuchan had only tested casually. All cultivation restored? Chen Nian asked. Yuchan nodded, when she lowered her hand, a faint glow still clung to her fingertips. Not merely restored. Her voice was steady but slightly quickened, her way of betraying excitement. The heaven and earth energy concentration in this world is extremely high, several times denser than my original world. My current state. She closed her eyes briefly and opened them. Dozuan. Mid-rank. Chen Nian was unfamiliar with that system of measurement. But from the destructive force Yuchan and Lu Qi had just displayed, a Dozuan mid-rank placed in worlds they had previously experienced would be at least the caliber of a frontline powerhouse. About the same. The voice came from the floor. The witch was still seated, but her posture had changed. Where she had been limp before, she now sat cross-legged, hands resting on her knees, the hem of her purple skirt lifted, as if by a wind that did not exist, circling her form slowly. She raised her head, a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. I haven't felt this in a long time. Every meridian in my body is open, spiritual force running through them. The last time I felt this was before I became the witch. She formed a hand sign, and a dark purple mist condensed at her fingertips. The mist spread half a meter around her. The metal floor took on a frost-white sheen. The temperature plunged. Chen Nian stepped back. The witch dispersed the mist, rose, and brushed non-existent dust from her skirt. Dozuan. Is that what this world calls it? You received the information. When we landed, there was a moment the rules of this world poured a bunch of things into my head: cultivation systems, rank divisions, basic facts. You didn't get any of that. Chen Nian looked to Lu Qi and Yuchan. Both shook their heads. The witch arched an eyebrow. Perhaps only those whose cultivation attributes are compatible with this world's system receive it. Yuchan's and my spiritual attributes were classified as Duki. Lu Qi's sword intent, she considered, would probably be categorized as a special kind of Do technique. What specific information did you receive? Rank divisions. From Doja to Duty, 11 major ranks in total. Dozuan ranks 8th. Strong but not. What's the peak? Doshin. Duty. How many Dushing level existences are in this world? Not clear. The rules upload was crude and gave no precise numbers. But my intuition tells me. The witch tilted her head, her gaze falling on the orange-earth sky outside the hall. There will not be few of them. Chen Nian was silent for a few seconds. What position 3 Dozuan occupied in this world could only be judged through direct contact. Rankings alone did not say much. Some worlds where the 8th rank could stride unchallenged, in others the 8th rank was nothing but dust at a great figure's feet. Moreover, there was that Wang's Wo-class existence. Let's get out first. He made the decision. The mothership had landed on a wasteland, and for tens of kilometers there was no sign of habitation. Chen Nian activated the concealment system, adjusting the ship's hull refractive index to maximum. From outside, it was only a distorted heat haze. The 4 left the hatch. A hot wind struck them, laden with grit. Lu Qi squinted and tightened the old cloth around her scabbard. Yuchan raised her sleeve to shield her face. The witch showed no change of expression as she stepped onto the sand and walked a few paces, her purple skirt trailing and leaving a shallow track. Southeast, she suddenly stopped. People. Many people. And she tilted her head. A very large building complex, the look of an academy. Energy fluctuations dense, but not strong overall. The highest of them are only Do Huang. Yuchan closed her eyes and sensed for a moment. She's right. Southeast, roughly 200 li, there is a city. Outside the city, an independent zone. Its energy fluctuation profile does resemble an educational institution. Lu Qi had no sensing ability, but she observed the direction of drifting clouds and the distribution of vegetation. There is a water source that way. 3 pieces of information pointed the same way. Chen Nian glanced at the real-time biological scan on the control panel. Dense life signs southeast. Their number exceeded 10,000. The vast majority registered extremely low energy responses, only a few were slightly higher. The highest of them compared to Yuchan and the witch were insignificant. Let's go see. The 4 set off. Lu Qi led. After her cultivation restored, her movement changed from ordinary running to skimming the ground. The interval between her toe taps exceeded 20 meters each time. Yuchan moved lightly each step, leaving a faint glimmer. The witch was most exaggerated. She did not walk. With a roll of her purple skirt, she hovered half a foot above the ground, wrapped in that dark purple mist and drifting forward. Chen Nian followed behind. He had no cultivation and could not fly. But the mothership had provided him a hovering board whose top speed could easily keep pace. He stood on the board, coat, tails flapping in the wind, arms folded, watching the 3 women's backs as each displayed their skill. The sensation was peculiar. 200 li passed in less than a quarter of an hour. The city's ramparts came into view. Earth-colored walls, about 10 zhang high, banners bearing characters fluttering from the battlements. At the gate stood guards in standard short armor, long knives at their waists. Above the gate, 3 large characters proclaimed Wutan City. Chen Nian scanned the traffic at the gate. Caravans led strange beasts, lone cultivators bore weapons on their backs, nobles rode in covered carriages. People came and went. The witch dispelled her hovering mist and set her feet on the ground. Yuchan also reigned in the light about her. Lu Qi shifted her long sword to her back and wrapped the hilt with an old cloth. The three completed their disguises almost simultaneously. Chen Nian had not reminded them. They acted on their own. It showed all three had experience concealing strength in foreign worlds. A Dozuan standing in a crowd without restraint would make the whole street go weak-kneed. Let's go in. The four melted into the flow. The gate guards gave them a glance and let them pass. Chen Nian wore the common clothes he had taken from the mothership, plain cut and muted in color. Though the three women were striking, this world did not lack beautiful faces. Several lavishly dressed female cultivators passed by the gate. Inside the city, the buildings grew dense: taverns, apothecaries, weapon shops, pill stalls. The characters on the signs were traditional but legible to Chen Nian. An upstairs window of a tavern stood open and snatches of conversation drifted out. Jinan Academy has reopened recruitment. This year's threshold is said to be higher. What's so special? All the masters stay holed up, but it's propped up by a bunch of juniors. You know nothing. The thing sealed beneath Jinan Academy. Who on the continent would dare touch it? Hush, speak of such things less. Chen Nian's steps slowed half a beat. Jinan Academy. A keyword. He had not heard the name before, but instinct told him the institution Yuchan had sensed was this place. The witch walked beside him and leaned closer. You heard that? What is sealed there? Chen Nian did not answer. He glanced toward the tavern window. Inside, two middle-aged men drank, their voices lowered. Yet the last half of one man's sentence leaked through the half-open window. Yunluo Xinyan. That is ranked 14th on the Yihua list. A hand reached out and covered the speaker's mouth. The window snapped shut. Chen Nian withdrew his gaze and kept walking. The witch followed and asked in a low voice, what is Yihua? Yihua. It's the sort of extraordinary flame the protagonists in this world use. How do you intend to obtain one? First, find a place to lay low. Then, his words trailed off. The street ahead suddenly emptied. The bustling crowd dispersed cleanly within 10 seconds. The shutters of the shops on both sides closed almost simultaneously. Only the four bewildered outsiders remained standing in the middle of the street. Then Chen Nian heard it, heavy rhythmic footfalls. Not a single person approaching. A unit. From the end of the street, a line of black-armored cavalry turned the corner. Their mounts were not horses, but larger beasts whose hides were covered in dark red scales. The riders held long spears with their tips pointed skyward, formation precise. The leader wore no armor, only a dark gold robe embroidered with intricate patterns at the cuffs and a jade ornament at his waist. He appeared around 40, a short beard on his jaw. He sat astride the lead scale beast and swept the street with a domineering gaze. When his eyes fell on the four of them, he halted. Lu Qi's hand was already on the hilt of her sword behind her back. The man in the dark gold robe narrowed his eyes slightly and mouthed something to the adjutant at his. The adjutant urged his mount forward 2 steps and leveled his spear. The four ahead, state your identities. The spear tip came within less than 3 chi of Chen Nian's chest. On the spear tip, arcs of light condensed from Duki flickered and danced. The battle chi arc on the spear tip flickered twice. Chen Nian lowered his gaze to the spear point 3 feet from his chest, then lifted his eyes to the deputy general, who sat imposingly atop the scale beast. Identity. In this world, he didn't even have a household registration. What identity was there to report? He'll say it one more time. The deputy general's face darkened as he thrust the spear half an inch closer. State your identity. The entire street fell so silent that the sound of the flag fluttering in the wind could be heard. The commander in the dark gold robe mounted on the foremost scale beast narrowed his eyes as he appraised Chen Nian and his 3 companions. His attention was not on Chen Nian. A young man entirely devoid of battle chi fluctuations was not worth caution. He was looking at the 3 women. One carried a sword on her back, one radiated a faint glow, and one wore a purple dress. All 3 had their auras suppressed flawlessly, but after 20 years as the commander of the Shadow Serpent Guard, his instinct told him these women were no ordinary beings. As for how extraordinary they were, he hadn't had time to judge. Chen Nian tilted his head and spoke 2 words to the demoness beside him. Give them a taste. The demoness lips curled into a smile, her posture unchanged. The layer of aura she had suppressed to the extreme simply loosened by just a crack. The deputy general's scale beast was the first to break. The massive creature covered in dark red scales suddenly stiffened its 4 legs and let out a sharp, piercing screech from its throat. Its iron hooves clawed frantically at the bluestone pavement, striking sparks, its entire body convulsing backward. The deputy general was nearly thrown off. One hand gripped the reins tightly while the arm holding the spear trembled uncontrollably. Not because he wanted to shake, but because his muscles instinctively recoiled from that aura. The battle chi arc on the spear tip flashed once and vanished. The cavalry formation behind fell into complete chaos. A dozen scale beasts began to stir almost simultaneously. Some spun in place, others struggled to retreat, and 2 directly collapsed to the ground, emitting stifled whimpers from their throats. The cavalrymen exerted all their strength to control their mounts, but the formation dispersed entirely within 3 seconds. The commander in the dark gold robe's expression changed. His name was Mushi, a peak Do Huang cultivator. He was a full major realm above the deputy general. But precisely because of that level, he understood better than anyone what had just happened in that instant. When that aura leaked from the woman in the purple dress, every hair on his body stood on end. It was not a metaphor. They literally stood up, on his forearm beneath the sleeve, every strand of hair bristled outward. Above Do Huang. Far above Do Huang. In his entire life, he had only experienced a similar oppressive pressure from one person, the never-seen-old principal of Jian Academy. Yet the woman in the purple dress before him did not even lift an eyelid. Mushi made a very decisive choice. He dismounted from his scale beast and dropped to, "I am Mushi, commander of the Shadow Serpent Guard of Wutan City. I failed to recognize the mountain and offended you lords. Please forgive my offense." The deputy general froze for a second, then scrambled down from his scale beast and knelt as well. The remaining cavalrymen, seeing this, dismounted one after another, thudding to the ground on one knee. Over 20 black-armored cavalrymen knelt in unison in the middle of the street. Behind the tightly shut doors on both sides of the street, countless pairs of eyes pressed against the cracks. An apothecary owner who saw this through a gap in his door dropped the teacup he was holding. Commander Mu Shi of the Shadow Serpent Guard, a man of real power in Wutan City, was kneeling. He was kneeling to four seemingly ordinary outsiders. Chen Nian kept one hand in his pocket. "Rise." Mushi dared not stand. His knees pressed against the ground, cold sweat trickling down his temples, his mind consumed by a single thought. He must not displease these people. "If you are told to rise, rise." The demoness glanced at him and looked away. Mushi stood up, his legs still trembling. "You lords are just passing through." Chen Nian lifted his chin. "Go about your business. Also, where is the nearest auction house?" "A big one." Mushi dared not be vague even for a single word. "Wutan City has a few small auction houses, but they are unlikely to interest you. If you seek a truly top-tier venue, the Mitre Auction House of the Jiama Empire is among the finest in the entire continent." The Mitre Auction House. When those 4 words reached Chen Nian's ears, his face showed no expression at all. His mind had already retrieved a complete chain of information. Yafei, the core figure of the Mitre family auction house, and Xiao Yan's most important early connection. Sharp, alluring, and a master of business. Now that Xiao Yan had gone to Jianan Academy for training, Yafei should be watching over the auction house. The timing was, how far? A half-month journey by fast horse. If you fly 2 or 3 days. Understood. Let's go. The 4 turned and left. Mushi stood where he was, watching the 4 disappear around a corner into an alley, and only dared to exhale after a long while. The deputy general leaned and, lowering his, "Commander, who exactly are those?" "Shut up." Mushi wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Don't ask, don't follow, don't remember. Just pretend nothing happened today." In his lifetime, he had read countless people. Today, for the first time, he felt true danger from a young man who appeared to have no cultivation. Not because the man himself was strong, but because the 3 women he brought along were so powerful that they were despair-inducing. And that man was clearly their master. What kind of person could make those Zun-level experts willingly accompany him? Mushi did not dare to think. The airship ascended. Chen Nian called up a map on the console. The mothership's scanning system had already completed the topographic survey of the surrounding 3,000 kilometers. The Jiama Empire lay southeast by south with a straight-line distance of 1,600 kilometers. 14 minutes later, the mothership landed deep in a dense forest outside the Jiama Holy City. The 4 exited the hatch once more. The Jiama Holy City was more than 10 times the size of Wutan City. The walls were towering, and the city gates were wide enough for 6 carriages to pass abreast. The density of foot traffic far exceeded that of Wutan City, and the guards' equipment was much more refined. Chen Nian did not use the main gate. He led the 3 around to the west side gate, and slipped into the city, mingling with a merchant caravan. Finding the Mitre Auction House after entering the city was not difficult. He casually asked a passerby who pointed north, the complex occupying 2 full streets impossible to miss. Chen Nian stood before the main entrance of the Mitre Auction House. It was a 3-story stone building with an elegant facade. 4 uniformly dressed maids stood at the entrance, their smiles standard guiding guests. Above the door was a gilded plaque with 5 large characters, Mitre Auction House. "You wait outside." Lu Qi nodded, leaned against a stone pillar by the door, and turned his back to the crowd. Yu Chan retreated to a tea stall across the street and sat down. The demoness stood in the shadow under the eaves, her purple dress blending into the darkness, her presence fading to zero. Chen Nian walked in alone. The first floor was a display area. Glass counters showcased pills, weapons, and battle technique scrolls. There were many guests coming and going, with maids moving among them. "Young master, what may I help you with?" A young maid approached, her smile sweet and well-trained. "I want to see your manager." The maid was slightly taken aback, demanding to see the manager right away, either a big client or a troublemaker. She quickly scanned Chen Nian's attire. "Ordinary, too ordinary." She sensed no battle chi fluctuations from him. Young master, may I ask? Just say someone wants to discuss a big deal. Go ahead. The maid hesitated. In this trade, judging by appearance was a cardinal sin, a rule she had been drilled on repeatedly since her first day. Please wait a moment, young master. She turned and went up to the second floor. Chen Nian stood in the exhibition hall scanning the counters. Tier 3 pills, Tier 4 weapons. Quality was above average. But anything he casually pulled from his storage space would reduce these items to mere street stall goods. Footsteps came from the second floor stairwell. 2 people. The one in front had a composed pace followed by the maid from earlier. And then he saw her. The woman descending from the staircase corner wore a sharply tailored purplish-red dress cinched tightly at the waist. Her skin above the collarbone was dazzlingly white, her chin slightly raised with an innate pride. Her long hair was gathered at the back with only 2 strands falling by her ears. Yifei, more real and more striking than the written descriptions in his memory. Her descent down the stairs was unhurried, each step landing on a precise beat. That was not a practiced posture, but an instinct honed by years of maneuvering among nobles and wealthy merchants. Yifei stopped 3 paces in front of Chen Nian. She smiled. That smile Chen Nian knew all too well. A flawless warmth that left you neither cold nor close. I hear from our people that a young master wishes to make a big deal. Her gaze swept over Chen Nian once. Quickly. So fast that an ordinary person would not notice. But Chen Nian noticed. What did that single sweep accomplish? Clothing. Ordinary, not from a noble family. Aura. No battle chi fluctuation, likely an ordinary person. Physique. Not like a martial artist. Conclusion. Most likely a messenger. Chen Nian read all of this. Are you the manager? I have some say in the affairs of the Mitre auction house. Yifei pressed her lips, slightly maintaining that precise smile. But here the term big deal has a threshold. What's the threshold? 5 million gold coins starting. Her tone was calm without any hint of provocation, but the message was clear. Can you afford it? Chen Nian did not answer. He pulled something from an inner pocket of his clothes and laid it on his palm. A pill. It was in a transparent vial, its surface shimmering with alternating gold and purple luster. Before the vial was even opened, a rich, almost tangible medicinal fragrance had seeped through the glass wall. The air in the first-floor exhibition hall fell silent in that instant. The nearest guests stopped what they were doing and turned their heads. An old man who was examining a weapon at a counter let his weapon clatter onto the countertop, and he didn't bother. The smile on Yifei's face vanished. Not withdrawn, vanished. Someone who had appraised pills for over a decade could tell a Tier 3 pill at a glance, a Tier 4 by smell, and a Tier 5 by heft. Her experience had long become a conditioned reflex. Yet the aura emanating from the pill before her blew all her experience beyond the ceiling. Not Tier 5. Not Tier 6. She removed the professional mask she had worn for over a decade, and for the first time seriously scrutinized the man before her. What pill is this? Chen Nian twirled the vial between his fingers. First, answer me one question. Yifei's breath paused for a beat. He took a step forward, reducing the distance between them from 3 paces to 2. Yifei did not retreat. Her back stiffened slightly, but her feet remained rooted. Chen Nian looked down at her, a faint, barely perceptible curve at the corner of his mouth. Chief Manager Yifei, are you interested in changing employers? The entire first-floor exhibition hall was dead silent. Yifei stared at him, and in her eyes, which had always been so composed, genuine ripples appeared for the first. Yifei did not smile. This was precisely what made Chen Nian find it interesting. If it were any ordinary merchant, upon hearing such words, their first reaction would either be to brush it off as a joke, or to call for someone immediately. She did not. She put away all her theatrics and stood there earnestly scrutinizing him. Let's talk on the second floor. Yifei turned and went upstairs with Chen Nian following. The onlookers in the exhibition hall on the first floor were still stunned, with the nearest made half-open mouth, forgetting to close it. The second floor was the VIP reception. In the private room, the soundproofing was excellent. Yifei pushed open the innermost door and let Chen Nian enter first. She closed the door behind him and casually locked it. This action was subtle, not to prevent outsiders from entering, but to keep the conversation inside from leaking out. Chen Nian sat down. Yifei did not sit leaning against the tea table opposite him. If what you said on the first floor reaches the ears of the head of the Mitre family, both you and I will be in trouble. So you locked the door. Yifei did not respond to that. Her gaze fell on the small bottle in Chen Nian's hand. Put the pill on the table first, let me take a look. Chen Nian did not move. Answer my question. Your question cannot be answered. Yifei crossed her arms, her chin slightly raised. I have been with the Mitre family for 12 years. I started as a little maid cleaning the counter and worked my way up to the chief manager of the entire auction house. You, a complete stranger without any background, come up and ask me if I want to change my boss. How do you expect me to respond? Chen Nian placed the small bottle on the table and pushed it towards her. Look at the item first. Decide how to respond after that. Yifei stared at him for 3 seconds and picked up the bottle. The moment the bottle cap was twisted open, the air in the entire room changed. The fragrance of the medicine was so rich that it made one's scalp tighten, and a golden-purple sheen surged from the bottle, forming a layer of visible mist in the air. Yufei's hand trembled slightly. She had been in the pill business for over 10 years, having dealt with at least 8,000 pills. But this one before her, she could not even determine its grade. It wasn't that she couldn't judge it was beyond her realm of knowledge. What is this? She raised her head, and for the first time the layer of sharpness and competence revealed genuine shock beneath. What grade is this? 8th grade. Just 2 words. Yufei almost dropped the bottle in her hand. 8th grade pill. The top alchemist in the entire Jamar Empire was only a 2nd grade. Yao Chen, the old man of medicine, could manage to refine 6th and 7th grade items. 8th grade. That was a realm completely inaccessible to someone in the Jamar Empire. Are you an alchemist? No. Then where did this come from? Chen Nian did not answer directly. He took out 3 more items from his storage space, placing them on the table one by one. A bottle of 6th grade Qi Recovery, a 7th grade Mysterious Fire Pill, a 5th grade Peak Combat Skill by Luo Finger. The 4 items were lined up on the table. The scents of the pills mixed together, making the air in the entire room feel viscous. Yufei's breathing rate changed. She had done business for 12 years, handling no more than 3 top-tier items in a year. What lay before her on the table was worth the turnover of the Mitre auction house for 5 years. And this man casually took them out, showing no expression on his face, as if he were setting up a street stall. Chen Nian observed her reaction and had already formed a judgment in his heart. Yufei was a clever person. Clever people are not afraid of big temptations, but are wary of not seeing the cost behind them. So her current reaction was not excitement, but vigilance. The better the item, the more dangerous it was. She understood this principle better than anyone. Who exactly are you? You don't need to know who I am. Chen Nian leaned back against the chair. You only need to know 3 things. First, these items are worthless to me. The goods my channels can provide far exceed everything you can see in the Jamar Empire. Second, I don't want your loyalty. I want your ability. You know how to do business, how to manage, how to deal with people. These are what I value. Third, he paused. Yufei was waiting. I can offer you what the Mitre family cannot. Like leaving here. Yufei's fingertips paused on the edge of the table for a moment. You have worked in the Mitre auction house for 12 years, achieving the position of chief manager. Then what? Chen Nian's voice was not heavy, but each word precisely hit her sore spot. You've hit the ceiling. No matter how capable you are, the core interests of the Mitre family are not for an outsider to share. You will only ever be a manager. When the head changes, you will have to realign yourself. Yufei said nothing. I guess you thought of leaving too. But where would you go if you left? The entire Jamar Empire is just this big. The connections and experience you have in the auction industry would have to start from scratch. Yufei remained silent, but she did not deny it. Her silence was an acknowledgement. Chen Nian stood up. Come with me for a walk. For the duration of an incense stick. After seeing it, you can decide again. Where to? Outside the city. Yufei's fingers absent-mindedly stroked the wall of the 7th grade Mysterious Fire Pill. Warm with a slight vibration, the medicinal power within the pill circulating on its own. 7th grade. She had been in this line of work for 12 years and had never even seen a physical 7th grade pill. Why should I believe you're not trying to lure me out of the city? You can bring people. If you feel unsafe, call your trusted guards, 10 or 20 as you wish. This statement cut off Yufei's last escape route. If he really wanted to harm her, why bother going through all this? Any one of the 3 women standing at the door could easily— Yes, those 3 women. She had noticed them before entering the city. No, it wasn't her noticing, it was the head of the guards at the auction house who reported the anomaly immediately. 3 women. 1 leaning against a stone pillar, 1 sitting at a tea stall, and 1 standing under the eaves. 3 directions, 3 angles covering all edges. They were not just standing casually. That was a tactical blocking position. The guard captain's exact words were, above doling, at least 2 do wong. Yufei bit down on her back molar. Let's go. As the 2 came down the stairs, the maid and guests on the first floor all turned to look. Yufei's face had already regained that impenetrable smile, and she instructed the deputy manager behind the counter, I'm going out for a bit, and I will be back in half an hour. She stepped out. Lu Qi straightened up from the stone pillar. Yuchan set down her teacup and stood up. The witch emerged from the shadows, her skirt trailing a coal. The attention of the 3 women fell simultaneously on Yufei. It was not scrutiny, but evaluation. Yufei's spine tightened. That pressure was not hostility, it was closer to screening. The way she was appraised was no different from how one would assess an item up for auction in the auction house. Chen Nian led several people through 2 streets, exiting the west side of the city, and walked along a wild path into the dense forest. Yufei followed behind, growing increasingly tense as they ventured deeper until she stopped. In the clearing deep within the forest, there was an object. She could not find a suitable word to describe it. With a silver-gray surface and an aerodynamic outline, there was no material within her knowledge that could correspond to it. It hovered half a foot above the ground with a gentle glow flowing beneath. There were no horses, no wheels, no source of power she could understand. What is this? Chen Nian walked up next to the object. The hatch slid open silently, white light spilling out. Come take a look. Yufei stood in place, not moving an inch. Her eyes swept over that ship. Let's call it a ship, again and again. Are you scared? Chen Nian turned his head. Yufei clenched the edge of her skirt. I've been in the business world of the Jiamar Empire for 12 years, and nothing has ever frightened me. Then come aboard. She took a deep breath and stepped over the threshold of the hatch. The interior space was much larger than it appeared from the outside. The control panel was filled with bright screens displaying characters and symbols she completely could not understand. The ground was smooth and clean with a constant temperature, and there was a faint fragrance in the air. Chen Nian pressed a few buttons on the control panel. The hatch closed. Yufei's body stiffened. Don't be nervous. Chen Nian did not turn back. Low-altitude flight, very stable. At the moment the ship lifted off, a very slight tremor passed beneath Yufei's feet. Then, through the transparent section of the hatch, she saw the treetops quickly retreating beneath her, and the outline of the Jiamar, holy city, shrinking into a gray block on the right. In 20 seconds the entire holy city had reduced to the size of a palm. Yufei grasped the handrail beside her. It wasn't that she couldn't stand, rather a string in her mind had snapped. Chen Nian brought up a holographic projection screen on which a blue sphere was spinning. This is another world. Yufei turned her head. Not just one. Chen Nian's fingers swiped across the screen, causing the blue sphere to disappear, replaced by a series of images. Tall buildings, oceans, cities illuminated as bright as day at night, food and clothing not belonging to this continent. The ceiling you have in the Miter family is the entire auction house. Following me, your ceiling. He turned off the projection and faced her. There is none. Yufei stood in the cabin. Outside the window, clouds brushed against the surface of the ship as the mountains and rivers below appeared as fine as lines on a model. She remained silent for a long time. 12 years. From cleaning counters to chief manager. Each step taken cautiously, every decision weighed for its pros. She thought she had risen high enough, at least in the Jiamar Empire, she could be counted among the top. But the pool was just that big. What this man said earlier was correct. Conditions, Yufei's voice was steady. I want to hear the specific conditions. Chen Nian leaned against the control panel. Your business acumen will be at my disposal. I will give you a larger platform and more resources. What you earn will be divided 60-40. You get 60. 60%. Is that too much? Aren't you afraid it'll take the resources and run? Chen Nian chuckled lightly. That smile was shallow, but Yufei read 2 words from it. Not afraid. It was not politeness or pretentiousness. He genuinely did not care. Someone capable of casually producing 8th-grade pills would not see a mere manager as a threat. Yufei took 10 seconds to make her decision. Her intuition honed in the auction house told her, this kind of opportunity would only come once in a lifetime. If she seized it, it would lead to another path. If she failed to seize it, no, there was no option of failing to seize it. All right, just one word. Crisp, decisive, without any hesitation. Chen Nian looked at her. This woman was even more resolute than he had anticipated. She did not hesitate when she shouldn't, and never held back when it was time to place a bet. No wonder she could accompany Xiao Yan from the Jiamar Empire to Zhongzhou in the original work. However, Yufei stepped in front of him, looking up. The distance between the two was less than a step. I can follow you, but I have one condition. Chen Nian raised an eyebrow. The worlds you mentioned, I want to see them with my own eyes. Not on this screen. She pointed at the holographic projection screen, her fingertip touching the surface of the virtual light curtain passing through it. I want to stand there to step on that land. Chen Nian stared at her for 2 seconds. Then he reached out and entered a string of coordinates on the control panel. The ship gently shook. The course changed. Yufei saw through the cabin wall that the clouds outside began to accelerate backward, and the light of the entire world suddenly dimmed at a certain moment. Not that it was getting dark, but that space itself was changing. Her eardrums felt a slight pressure. 3 seconds later the scene outside the cabin brightened again. It was not the sky of the Jiamar Empire. A city she had never seen before unfolded beneath her. Countless twinkling lights connected like a net, buildings piercing through the clouds, the ground bustling with traffic, but there were no horses, no beasts. Yufei's breath completely halted. Chen Nian walked up behind her, his voice soft enough for her to hear clearly. Welcome to Earth. Are you hungry? Let me take you for a good meal. Yufei bit down on her chopsticks, staring at the bowl of churning red oil before her for a full 3 seconds. What's this called? Chongqing noodles. She lifted a strand of noodles, hesitated for half a second, then brought it to her lips. Chili, Sichuan pepper, sesame, garlic paste. All the flavors exploded on her tongue simultaneously. Her eyes flew wide open, her cheeks bulged for a moment, and her entire body froze in place. Chen Nian handed her a cup of cold tea. Yufei didn't take it. She swallowed the mouthful, paused for 2 seconds, then lifted another strand. Spicy. Not eating anymore. Another bowl. Chen Nian smiled and raised a finger to the vendor. Beside him, Yu-chan had already finished her 3rd bowl of hot and sour noodles, the bottom of the bowl spotless. The witch quietly scooped coconut milk mango pudding with a spoon, eating in peaceful silence, her posture exuding an eerie elegance. Lu Qi held a stick of candied hawthorns, her eyes curving into two crescent moons. Yifei withdrew her gaze from the three women and looked around. Neon signs on both sides of the street flickered in the night. Pedestrians bowed their heads, swiping at the rectangular glowing boards in their hands, what Chen Nian called phones. The air was thick with the smoky scent of barbecue and an unfamiliar perfume. No doqi, no magical beasts, nothing she recognized. But it was real. 10,000 times more real than those projected images on the spaceship's walls. She could smell it, touch it, taste it. When the second bowl arrived, Yifei didn't rush to pick up her chopsticks. These things of yours, she lowered her voice, can all be sold in the Jiama Empire. Chen Nian cracked a sunflower seed. You're thinking too far ahead. It's a business reflex. Yifei's eyes darted around. Just this bowl of noodles. If taken to Wutan City, selling for 50 gold coins a bowl wouldn't be too much, would it? If we're talking about the nobles in the capital. Eat your noodles. Yifei shut her mouth, but the shrewd glint in her eyes never faded. Her mind was already calculating. This man's resources were far more valuable than an 8th grade pill. Pills were a one-time deal, but food was a consumable. Consumables meant repeat purchases, and repeat purchases meant sustained profit. Not to mention the things she hadn't even seen yet. A whole world's worth of exclusive supply. This deal would earn her more than a lifetime of work at the Mite Air auction house. A 60-40 split. She'd take 60%. Who was really getting the better deal was anyone's guess. After finishing the last bite of noodles, Yifei set down her chopsticks and looked up at Chen Nian. I accept the terms. When do we start? What's the rush? Chen Nian wiped his hands. First go back and wrap up your affairs at the auction house. You've been with the Mite Air family for 12 years. Walking away without a proper handover wouldn't look good. Tie up the loose ends. Yifei pondered for a moment. 3 days at the earliest. 3 days it is. And after 3 days, they'll come get you. Yifei nodded and asked no more. The return trip was faster than the journey there. The spaceship pierced the strange spatial barrier, and the land of the Jiama Empire spread out beneath them once more. When it landed in a clearing in the woods, the sky was just beginning to lighten. Yifei stepped out of the hatch, and as her foot touched the soil, she felt a moment of dizziness. 2 hours ago, she had been eating noodles at a night market on Earth. Chen Nian stood at the hatch. You know the way, 2 streets in from the west gate. I know it better than you. Yifei straightened her dress and tucked her hair behind. Her flawless smile returned just as it had been when she arrived. After taking 3 steps, she paused without turning back. 3 days. She tossed those 2 words behind her and continued walking along the wild path toward the city. Chen Nian watched her figure disappear among the trees, then turned and went back inside. Yuchan leaned against the cabin wall, arms crossed. Done. Done. The witch sat in a corner seat, her fingertip brushing a non-existent speck of dust. What's next? Next, Chen Nian pulled up a topographic map on the console. A 3-dimensional projection floated in midair, showing mountain ranges with a red dot marked on it. That location was in the central western part of the Jiama Empire, nestled among the mountains. A sprawling sect compound. Yunlan sect. Lu Qi leaned in. Poaching again. It's not poaching. Chen Nian zoomed in on a section of the map. The sect's back mountain marked as a restricted zone. It's recruiting. Is there a difference? Chen Nian didn't answer. He tapped the projection a few more times and pulled up a file. A holographic screen materialized a half-body portrait of a woman. Not exquisitely drawn, but the contours and proportions of her face were more than enough to convey an oval face, slender willow leaf eyebrows, a straight nose bridge, and pale lips. Beside the portrait was a line of text in the common language of the Do-Pa continent sovereign of Yunlan sect, Yun. Peak Do Huang. One of the strongest individuals in the entire Jiama Empire. Also one of the women in the empire who kept men awake at night. Yuchan glanced at the portrait and said nothing. The witch didn't even look, continuing to brush dust off her skirt. Lu Qi, however, gave it a few more looks until she's pretty. There are plenty of pretty ones. Chen Nian dismissed the projection. Let's go. The spaceship rose silently. Chen Nian needed to land during the gap between Yunlan sect's patrol rotations. He had already thoroughly mapped out the sect's defense system from the original novel's intelligence. Heavily guarded in the front, lightly guarded in the back, with only a single perception-type barrier around the closed-door cultivation area, no offensive arrays. The reason was simple. Those in seclusion were the sect's top experts. Who would be foolish enough to disturb them? The spaceship skimmed along the mountain ridge at an altitude of less than 50 meters. The speed was reduced to an absolute minimum, causing almost no air disturbance. Yuchan had already changed into a set of night attire. The witch still wore her black dress, but moved without a sound. Lu Qi held the bamboo skewer of her candied hawthorns in her mouth, standing loosely by the hatch. All of them were at least Do Wang level. Sneaking into a back mountain restricted zone felt like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. But Chen Nian wasn't taking any risks. Yun was a peak Do Huang. If she were startled and a fight broke out, the commotion would be immense, and the entire Yunlan sect would be in an uproar. Lu Qi, take the witch and keep watch on the perimeter. Yuchan, come with me. Why am I stuck outside? Lu Qi chewed on the skewer in dissatisfaction. Because you're the strongest. Lu Qi paused her chewing, thought it over, and figured there was no flaw in that logic. The hatch slid open. The night wind rushed in, carrying the bitter scent of mountain pines. Chen Nian stepped over the hatch edge, his toes lightly touching a thick branch, without making a... Yuchan followed half a step behind her, movements impossibly light. The two moved up along the cliff face of the back mountain. The fluctuation of the barrier could be sensed from 30 meters away, thin uniform covering the entire peak. Chen Nian pulled a thumb-sized silver disc from his pocket and pressed it against the barrier's surface. The disc glowed once. The barrier's pattern turned transparent in that small area, forming an opening just large enough for two people to pass through. Yuchan raised an eyebrow. She had never seen this device before. Don't ask. If you ask, it's a cheat. Once through the barrier, the atmosphere of the back mountain, the vegetation on both sides of the path grew denser, and a faint medicinal fragrance hung in the air. The do-chi of long-term cultivators nourished the surrounding spiritual plants. Following the concentration of the medicinal scent within less than 200 meters, Chen Nian spotted a stone chamber. The stone door was half open. Inside there was no light, but there was a presence. A very steady presence. Like a deep, bottomless pool of still water, its surface utterly calm. Peak Do Huang. Chen Nian stopped 3 meters. He glanced inside. Moonlight filtered through a skylight in the ceiling of the chamber, landing precisely on the central stone platform. Yun sat there dressed in a white training suit, thin. So thin it was nearly transparent. During seclusion, no outsiders were seen, so no one cared about attire. A single layer of close-fitting training clothes sufficed. But precisely because it was so thin, the curves stood out all the more distinctly. Her shoulders were narrow and straight, with a clear arc below her collarbone. The bulge of her chest cast a small shadow in the moonlight. Her waist was absurdly slender, the curve from her chest tightening smoothly with the belt of her training suit loosely tied, cinching a waist that seemed no wider than it. Her crossed legs caused the fabric to stretch taut over her thighs. Chen Nian withdrew his gaze. All right. No wonder she was one of the top heroines in Do Pat Song Qiong. Xiao Yan had been utterly captivated the first time he saw her, and anyone would be the same. Yu Chan's eyes drifted over, giving him a very light, sharp glance. Chen Nian coughed and took a thumb-sized patch from his spatial equipment. A chi sealing patch. Once applied, all perception abilities below Do Huang would be suppressed, and even the wearer's Do Chi would be temporarily sealed. Would it be enough for a peak Do Huang? Enough for 30 seconds. 30 seconds was more than enough. He gestured to Yu Chan. Yu Chan's figure vanished from the spot. In the next instant, a very soft grunt came from the stone chamber. Yu Chan struck from behind Yun, precisely pressing the chi-sealing patch onto the Dazui acupoint at the back of her neck. Yun's body stiffened. Her Do Chi snapped off in that instant. Before she could react, Yu Chan's arm had wrapped around her, lifting her entire body off the stone. Who? Yun's voice had just begun when Chen Nian stepped into the stone chamber. She saw his face. A completely unfamiliar young man standing in her secluded chamber, looking down at her. The moonlight from the skylight illuminated her struggling posture clearly. The training suit had torn open from the movement, revealing a stretch of skin below her collarbone that was dazzlingly white. Yu Chan had her arms around her waist, and the fabric was bunched up, mixing together what should have been covered and what shouldn't. Yun's first reaction was not rage. It was shame. Then came rage. Chen Nian raised his hand and pressed a second chi-sealing patch onto her forehead. All the strength in Yun's body was completely suppressed at that moment. Her lips still moved, but no sound came out. Her eyes were a tangled mess of fear, anger, and humiliation. Chen Nian took off his own coat and draped it over her. Sovereign Yun, forgive the intrusion. Once we arrive at our destination, I will explain everything. Yun glared at him, her lips moving soundlessly, forming 2 words. Let go. Chen Nian turned and walked out. Yu Chan, take her aboard. Yu Chan, carrying Yun, swept out of the stone chamber at a speed so fast that the pine needles on the cliff didn't even have time to sway. Lu Qi, seeing them emerge from the perimeter, spat out the skewer from her mouth. So fast. Chen Nian didn't answer, leaping onto the hatch. Behind them, the back mountain of Yunlan's sect remained silent. Not even a bird was disturbed. The hatch closed. The spaceship ascended. Inside, Yun was placed on a soft seat. Chen Nian's coat was wrapped around her, but her body was taut as a bowstring, curled up in the chair, her gray eyes fixed on the man before her. The chi-sealing patch on her forehead was still in place. She couldn't speak, couldn't move, couldn't even muster a wisp of Do Chi. This was the first time since she had started cultivating to become a Do Huang that she had fallen into such a state of utter helplessness. Chen Nian pulled a chair and sat down opposite her. He'll count to 3, then remove the chi-sealing patch. You can choose to listen quietly, or you can choose to fight on this ship. But I warn you. He jerked his chin to the side. Yu Chan stood on the left. The witch stood on the right. Lu Qi crouched on the console, sucking on a newly acquired lock. You can't win. Yun Yun's chest heaved violently twice. Chen Nian reached out, pinching the edge of the patch on her forehead. 1, 2, 3. The moment the patch was removed, Yun Yun inhaled sharply, her dough, qi surging wildly within her. She raised her hand and struck a palm toward Chen Nian's face. That palm strike carried the full force of a dou huang, peaked the air, squeezed into faint cracking sounds. Chen Nian did not dodge. He did not even move his body, he merely raised his right hand. 5 fingers spread, unhurried and precise, locked onto Yun Yun's wrist. The palm wind was completely engulfed the moment they made contact. No shockwave, no blast of air, not even a tremor on the cabin's instrument panel. Yun Yun's pupils contracted violently. Her dou qi had been infused into this palm strike enough to pierce through a mountain wall. But the moment the force reached his palm, all the power vanished. It was not deflected, not redirected. It simply disappeared into thin air. This feeling was too unfamiliar, too terrifying. It was like throwing a stone into an abyss with all your might. No echo, no sound of water, nothing at all. You could not see the bottom of that abyss no matter how deep it was. I told you can't win. Chen Nian flipped his fingers. Yun Yun was completely immobilized by an invisible force, her limbs stiff, unable to move even a single finger. Her dou qi rampaged wildly within her body, but when it struck the invisible restraint it shattered into powder, not even a ripple. She was a dou huang peak. She was half a step away from entering the Dozong realm. In the entire Yunlan sect, and even the entire Jiama Empire, those who could make her unable to land a single palm strike were few and far between. Yet this man before her used only one hand, and he wasn't even serious. She could tell that he truly wasn't serious. That nonchalant demeanor was not an act, because feigned ease would inevitably betray a subtle tension in the body. He had none. From start to finish his breathing remained steady. Yun Yun stopped, not a surrender, but because it was meaningless. Who are you? Don't be in such a hurry to ask that. Chen Nian released her wrist, but the restraint remained. He glanced down at his own jacket on Yun Yun. It was askew, revealing half her shoulder, and the ties of her training garment had loosened during the earlier struggle. He pulled the jacket back together, his movements natural. Yuchan, take her to the main cabin. The main cabin. Yuchan repeated, her tone rising slightly. Yes, the largest one. Yuchan didn't move. She looked at the restrained Yun Yun, then at Chen Nian. Her brows lowered slightly, but she said nothing, picked up Yun Yun and left. Chen Nian turned to Lu Qi and Mo Nu. Sect leader Yun Yun currently knows nothing about our situation, and the misunderstanding runs too deep. I need some time to explain things clearly to her, and win her willing cooperation. He paused, then changed his wording. Enlightenment. The lollipop in Lu Qi's mouth stopped moving. Mo Nu's black dress swayed slightly. The two exchanged a glance, then both looked at Chen Nian. Lu Qi spoke first. Enlightenment. In the middle of the night, tying her up and taking her to the biggest and most expensive room, and you call that enlightenment? Verbal enlightenment. Persuasion through reason. Persuasion through reason. Lu Qi enunciated each syllable carefully. Mo Nu rarely chimed in. If you want to persuade through reason, the conference room would do. The chairs in the conference room are too hard, not conducive to long conversation. Lu Qi rolled her eyes so hard they nearly reached the ceiling. Mo Nu didn't roll her eyes. She couldn't even be bothered to make that gesture, only slightly pursed her lips, which in her expression system already counted as a violent reaction. Chen Nian stopped explaining, turned, and walked toward the main cabin. Behind him came a soft puff from Lu Qi. The main cabin was the largest room on the entire. The indoor lighting was dimmed to the lowest setting, leaving only a warm ring of light at the edge of the soft film ceiling. The bed in the center was 3 meters wide, covered with dark, gray silk beddings. Yun Yun was placed on a chair by the bed. The restraint was still in place. She sat upright, her jacket wrapped around her shoulders, chin held high. Even in this situation of complete loss of control, her spine remained unbent. When Chen Nian entered, the door closed silently behind him. He walked up to her, crouched down, and met her eyes. The distance was very close. Close enough to see the curve of her eyelashes. He'll remove the restraint. You can hit me, you can curse me. But after you're done, listen to 10 sentences from me. After I've said 10 sentences, if you still want to leave, I'll send you back. Yun Yun stared at him without answering. Chen Nian flicked his finger, and the restraint shattered. In an instant, Yun Yun's dou qi flooded every limb and joint. Her body tensed, her fists clenched, but she did not strike. Because she had already verified. If she couldn't win, she couldn't win. Another attempt would only bring more humiliation. Speak. Chen Nian took out the 7th grade qi recovery pill from his spatial equipment, placed it on his palm, and offered it to her. Yun Yun's breath caught for a moment. A pill. Its quality was ridiculously high. She had cultivated for many years and seen countless alchemists. She could identify a 7th grade pill's quality at a glance. This pill's medicinal patterns were triple spirals, and its surface was flawless. She looked up. This time, there was something more in her eyes as she gazed at Chen Nian. No longer pure wariness and anger, but a hint of barely concealed shock. Chen Nian put the pill away. This is a gift of introduction, to prove I mean no harm. Your cultivation is stuck at the Do Huang Peak bottleneck, isn't it? This pill can help you step into the Do Zone realm. Yun did not reply immediately. She had never even mentioned the bottleneck to the elders of the Yunlan sect. This man had kidnapped or brought her onto a flying vessel she had never seen before, and then accurately identified the most secret difficulty in her cultivation. Either his intelligence was extremely thorough, or his strength was high enough to see through her meridian circulation at a glance. Either way, it meant that the opponent's cards were far beyond her estimation. What exactly do you want? Her voice was a little hoarse. Not a sign of weakness. She had been in seclusion too long and hadn't spoken to anyone, her voice not yet warmed up. Chen Nian didn't answer directly. He stood up, took out a pot of hot tea and 2 cups from his space, poured one, and slid it over. Tea. It was Westlake Longjing tea from Earth Premium First Flush. As the tea fragrance spread, Yun's nostrils flared slightly. She had never tasted this kind of tea. There was no Longjing in this world. I am not your enemy. Every word I tell you now you can choose not to believe. But at least you can have a sip of tea first. Yun looked at the tea for 3 seconds. Then she reached out and picked it up. Chen Nian sat down across from her. He explained the situation of the Yunlan sect, the upcoming events from the original story, Nalan Yanren's broken engagement, Xiao Yan's rise, the Soul Hall's invasion, and Yun's eventual departure from the sect to live in obscurity, in his own way. Of course he couldn't say the word original story, so he used a different phrasing. I have a special ability to foresee the future. Yun's teacup paused at her lips. You don't believe me, but you can verify. They'll tell you 3 things, all of which will happen within a month. If they all come true, what would you want me to do? Chen Nian looked at her and said 4 words seriously, come with me. Yun set down the teacup. The room fell silent for a long time. Then she asked a question Chen Nian had not anticipated. Those 3 women by your side, were they also enlightened by you like this? Chen Nian was taken aback. He couldn't catch that ball. No matter how he answered, it would be wrong. A hint of a smile curved at the corner of Yun's lips. It was the first smile she had shown since being brought aboard, though it carried a trace of chill. Your foresight is impressive, but your negotiation skills, not so much. Chen Nian found himself mocked by a Do Huang Peak female sect leader with the words, negotiation skills. It was a rather novel experience. Then what do you think would be proper? At the very least, you shouldn't kidnap someone from their seclusion, throw them next to a bed this big, and talk about enlightenment. Yun's voice was light, but her meaning was clear. I see right through your intentions. Chen Nian did not deny it. He picked up his teacup, took a sip, and set it down. What if I said that I do have that intention toward you? Yun's fingers tightened slightly. The light was dim, illuminating only half her face. The collar of her training garment was covered by his jacket, but the arc between her collarbones was still exposed. Her skin was extremely fair, not pale, but the kind of luster that came from years of nourishment by Do Qi. You are very direct. Beating around the bush with intelligent people is a waste of time for both sides. Yun stood up. Chen Nian also stood up. There was less than half a step between them. She was a few centimeters shorter than him, tilting her face up to look at him. The jacket slipped off her shoulder a bit, but she didn't bother to adjust it. Is the pill real? You can verify it right now. What about the 3 foreseen events? If I tell you it won't come true. That's what liars say. Then why are you still standing here? Yun did not step back. It was a very delicate moment. The light traced the shadow beneath her collarbone. The training garment was too thin, and the flow of Do Qi formed a faint, almost intangible sheen on her skin. Her waist was truly slender. After the jacket slid down, the waistline tapered from the fullness of her chest, narrowing to an almost unreasonable degree. Chen Nian reached out. When his fingertips touched her waist, Yun's body trembled almost imperceptibly. She did not flinch, nor did she slap his hand away. She only whispered, if you dare to deceive me. The rest of the words were sealed within her lips. At some point the light was completely turned off. The cabin was left with only a sliver of starlight leaking through the porthole. Yun's training garment was already thin and defenseless, and in the darkness it accentuated the contours beneath. Her body structure was different from women who had trained for years, not the lean, sinewy type. Her chest had a full curve, her waist was narrow enough to be held in one hand, and from her hips down her thighs were firm and rounded skin so smooth that fingertips would slip when gliding over. A Do Huang Peak physique meant every inch of her flesh had been nourished by Do Qi with excellent elasticity and flexibility beyond ordinary imagination. She was very moist. Those 2 words were the most accurate description. Throughout the entire process, Yun bit her lower lip and remained silent, only her breathing gradually grew heavier. Later, even her breathing became uncontrollable and her nails dug into the bedsheet. Chen Nian could feel the layers of defense retreating bit by bit, from resistance to tolerance, from tolerance to response. The starlight outside the window shifted by one angle then another. The spaceship hovered silently at an altitude of 20,000 meters. At one moment Yun exerted force. Her Do Qi surged out involuntarily, forming a faint glow on her skin. Chen Nian pressed down on her wrist, gently pushing it back. The force was not strong, but she couldn't break free. The fact that she couldn't break free drained all the strength from her body. Too strong. From beginning to end too strong. She had never encountered someone like this. Not in combat, but in every aspect. After some point in the early morning the cabin fell quiet. Only the overlapping breaths of the two remained. Yun lay on Chen Nian's chest, her long hair spread out in a cascade. Her face was buried in the crook of his neck, her back rising and falling slightly. Her training garment had long since disappeared somewhere. That pill. Her voice was muffled against his skin, a little sticky. My. He'll take it for now. Chen Nian raised his hand and smoothed back the strands of her hair that had fallen across his face. Take it. Yun was silent for a few seconds. When will you tell me about those 3 things? No rush. Another moment of silence. Do you do this to them too? What? Enlightenment. Chen Nian didn't answer. Yun lifted her head from his neck, her hair sticking to her cheek, her eyes oddly bright in the darkness. I want the truth. Chen Nian looked at her face, so close to his. Moonlight fell on her profile, sweat still not dry sliding down her jawline, and dripping on. The truth is, you're not the first, but you are special. Yun buried her face again. She mumbled 2 words muffled. Get lost. But she didn't get up. Instead she curled even closer into his arms, her leg draped over his waist, her whole body clinging to him, a posture that carried the kind of craving for warmth that only someone who had been in seclusion too long would have. Outside the cabin door. In the corridor, Lu Qi was squatting on the floor, already finished with her 3rd lollipop. Mo Nu leaned against the wall, arms crossed. Yuchan stood at a distance, her back to them. Lu Qi flicked the lollipop stick away, stood up, and patted her pants. Enlightenment. Humph. Mo Nu rarely added persuasion through reason. Those 3 words from her lips carried a full load of sarcasm. Lu Qi glanced toward the cabin door and suddenly chuckled. But come to think of it, that man is really something. A Do Huang peak taken and subdued just like that, coaxed and deceived in one night. She counted on her fingers. Yuchan's sister Mo Nu me plus this Yun. That's 4 right. Yuchan's shoulders stiffened, but she didn't turn around. Lu Qi's voice drifted over very soft, but every word was clear. Who's next? Who's next? Lu Qi's voice lingered in the corridor as the witch had already turned and walked away. Yuchan said nothing, her footsteps fading into the distance. Only Lu Qi remained standing in place, stuffing the 4th lollipop into her mouth. Inside the cabin, Chen Nian opened his eyes as the daylight poured in through the port. There was no one beside him. A faint scent of orchid lingered on the pillow, the sheets wrinkled and crumpled, and a neatly folded jacket lay at the foot of the bed. He rolled over, burying his face in the pillow. Fragments of last night's scenes flickered in his mind. Yun's waistline, her collarbone, the way she bit her lower lip and refused to make a sound, followed by the sound that escaped from her throat when she could no longer hold back. A body at the peak of the Battle Emperor level. It was not merely good in the ordinary sense, but rather exquisite, every inch of skin and every curve refined through countless repetitions of battle energy. Elasticity, toughness, warmth. Everything exceeded his understanding. Chen Nian lifted his head from the pillow and took a deep breath. All right. The aftertaste was complete. Time to get down to business. He got up, washed up, and changed into a clean set of clothes. As he approached the bridge, Yun was seated next to the control panel, her legs crossed, holding the pill he had given her last night, turning it over in her hands. She had changed into a new outfit, one that Lu Qi had found for her, slightly too small, fitting tightly across her chest. Hearing his footsteps, she turned her head slightly and glanced at him. There was no particularly strong reaction, but her gaze lingered a bit longer than usual, about 2 seconds. Good morning. Chen Nian walked to the control panel and pulled up the star map. His fingertips traced over the territory of the Gamma Empire, locking onto a coordinate Wutan city. Where is Yifei? In the original work, the annulment event between the Nalan family and the Shao family had not yet officially exploded, but at this point Yifei should have already established herself at the Mitre auction house. With her emotional intelligence, it means she could obtain 70% of the commercial intelligence in Wutan City. This woman didn't need to worry about safety. The concern was whether she was willing to go with you. Pill's resources, interests. Yifei's demands were very pragmatic. If you provided enough, she would negotiate with you, but if not, she would politely send you out the door with a smile, leaving no room for error. Go to Wutan City to pick someone up. Chen Nian instructed the spaceship. Yun set down the pill. Another one. Chen Nian turned to look at her. Yun's face showed no signs of jealousy, remaining very calm, carrying a sense of maturity that suggested I guessed it. Having been the sect leader for over 20 years, she had seen all kinds of scenes and would not lose composure over such matters. But her asking this question was an attitude in itself. Yifei from the Mitre family, you should have heard of her. She's in the business. Yun tossed over 3 words. Chen Nian nodded and offered no further explanation. The spaceship began to move, heading towards Wutan City. Lu Qi appeared out of nowhere, holding a bowl of steaming hot sour and spicy noodles, slurping noisily. Boss, are there many delicious things in Wutan City? First wipe the chili oil from the corner of your mouth. Lu Qi wiped with her sleeve and continued slurping. Yin Yin glanced at her, especially at the bowl of sour and spicy noodles, frowning slightly. What is this? Earth food, Lu Qi said, finishing the last sip of soup and shaking the bowl. Want to try some? I can cook you a bowl. Sour and spicy noodles guaranteed to get you hooked. Yin Yin didn't respond. Yet the duration of her gaze on that bowl revealed her interest. Wutan City. The spaceship entered stealth mode, stopping 30 miles outside the city. Chen Nian entered the city alone. Yafei's matters were not complicated. It was enough to bring sufficient chips. A pill that could help her break through her current bottleneck, combined with information about the Miter family's commercial crisis over the next 3 years. This information gap was the greatest bargaining chip. She was a smart person. Smart people do not require indoctrination. They can be pried open with benefits. But that was a matter for the next step. Right now Chen Nian's mind was turning to another issue. The Little Healer. In the original timeline, this name first appeared in a small valley on the outskirts of Shennongjia City. The specific time point was after Xiao Yan left the Jianan Academy and before he entered the Black Corner region. But that was from Xiao Yan's perspective. Based on the current timeline, Nalan Yanran had not yet officially annulled the engagement, and Xiao Yan was still lurking in Wutan City, the Little Healer in that valley. She should already be there. A poisonous body. An extremely rare special constitution that breeds myriad toxins within, becoming more toxic the deeper the cultivation. In the later stages, even those who come close to her would be poisoned. She doesn't kill people as she poisons them. So she lives alone in the valley, treating nearby villagers, using her poison techniques to heal, relying on a method she painstakingly developed to barely suppress the spread of toxins within her body. Alone. For a long time. Chen Nian stood at the city gate for a while, not rushing to find Yafei. He was adjusting the positioning system of the spaceship. The star map switched to localized mode, narrowing the scanning range to a radius of 500 miles centered on Wutan City. Search criteria: points of abnormal toxin accumulation. 3 seconds later, a point lit up on the map. Northeast of Shennongjia City. A nameless small valley. The toxin concentration was 47 times that of the found it. Chen Nian put away the star map and turned to head into the city. First he would handle Yafei's business, then go to the valley. Distinguishing priorities. There was a time window on Yafei's side, and if delayed, once the goods from the Miter auction house were sold, the chips in her hand would lose value. The Little Healer was not in a hurry. She wouldn't go anywhere. That valley was her cage, but she could not leave and did not dare to. 2 hours later, Chen Nian emerged from Wutan City, followed by a woman in a purple long dress. Yafei. How long did the conversation take? Half an hour. The moment the pills were placed on the table, the woman's pupils contracted slightly. Then she smiled, her smile more genuine than the professional smiles she wore at her auction house. Chen Gongzi's sincerity has been received by Yafei. It went very smoothly. Even more smoothly than expected. Yafei asked few questions, but each hit the nail on the head. Where did you come from? What do you want to do? What is my position in your plan? There was one question she did not ask. How many women are by your side? She didn't care about that. Or rather, in the order of her concerns, this ranked very low. Interest, safety, room for development. These were Yafei's top 3. On the spaceship. After Yafei came aboard, her gaze swept from the bridge to the rest area at the end of the corridor, and she paused momentarily. This type of aircraft was something she had never seen before, exceeding any known level of refinement in the Gamma Empire. Then she saw Yun Yun. The two women locked eyes for about 4 seconds. Yafei spoke first, her tone perfectly polite. Master Yun Yun, I have long admired you. Yun Yun held a bowl of sour and spicy noodles. Lu Qi had ultimately pulled her into this. Her chopsticks hovered in the air as she nodded. Sit. Just that one word. Yafei really did sit down. There was a table between the two, and the atmosphere was quite subtle. Lu Qi peeked out from the kitchen, gnawing on a chicken leg, and silently gestured a 5 to the witch. The witch expressionlessly pressed her hand down. Chen Nian ignored them. He stood in front of the control panel, inputting coordinates into the navigation system. Destination: northeast of Shennongjia City, 120 miles. Unnamed valley. The spaceship ascended to 25,000 meters, silently gliding over vast stretches of wilderness. 40 minutes later it slowed. Chen Nian looked down from the porthole. The valley was small, sandwiched between 2 cliffs. At the bottom of the valley flowed a stream, beside which stood a wooden cabin with a small herb garden in front. An ordinary place that could not be more ordinary. But the spaceship's scanner indicated that the toxin levels in the entire valley had reached a dangerous level. The air was filled with a low concentration of mixed poisonous mist. A normal person walking in would be completely decayed within half an hour. A battle-level cultivator could last 2 hours. A battle master could barely stay for half a day. Only those with an inherent detoxification mechanism could live here long-term. Or rather, only the source of the poison itself. Chen Nian exited the spaceship. At the moment he landed, the grass beneath his feet was all grayish-green, with a thin layer of poison congealed on the leaves. The stream was crystal clear, but there was not a hint of moss on the stones at the bottom. There were no living creatures. Not even bugs. He walked along the stream. The door of the wooden cabin was open and faint sounds were coming from inside. Someone was grinding herbs. Chen Nian paused at the doorway. The interior was very dim, with a rickety wooden table covered in various herbs and jars. Sitting behind the table was a person, very small, smaller than he had expected. Dressed in a coarse gray garment, her hair was casually tied, with a grass rope revealing a thin face. Her skin was pale, but not in a healthy way. It was the kind of pallor from years of sun deprivation and toxin erosion. She was bowing her head, grinding medicine, her movements slow and meticulous. Hearing the footsteps, she raised her head. Her gray eyes met Chen Nian's gaze. There was no fear in those eyes, no vigilance, only a calmness that had dulled from loneliness bordering on numbness. Then she spoke, her voice very soft, gravelly. "You are poisoned. If you don't leave soon, you won't be able to in half an hour." Chen Nian did not leave. He stepped forward, crossing the threshold, and took out a pill from his sleeve, placing it on the table in front of her. The pill was emerald green, emitting a clear light that repelled the poisonous mist upon contact. The little healer's hand stopped grinding. She stared at the pill, her gray eyes showing the first signs of fluctuation. "This is for detoxification, to temporarily suppress the evil poison body." Chen Nian said, "It's not a cure, but it can let you go out and bask in the sun." The little healer's fingers brushed the table less than 2 inches from the pill. She did not reach out to take it. She looked up at Chen Nian, her lips moving slightly. "Do you know my constitution? I know much more than you think." Silence. Outside the wooden cabin, the wind swept through the valleys, stirring up a gray-green mist. The poisonous mist clung to the corners of Chen Nian's clothes, as if alive, crawling up his body. The little healer suddenly stood up, her chair scraping backward. "You hurry." Her hand reached out halfway, freezing in midair. The moment the poisonous mist touched Chen Nian's skin, it dispersed on its own. Not repelled by battle energy. It retreated as if encountering a natural. The little healer's hand hung in midair, her whole being frozen. In her more than 10 years of life, it was the first time she had seen poisonous mist fear a person. "You?" Xiao Yixian's voice choked in her throat. She couldn't utter even half a word. She had lived for over a decade and seen countless victims ravaged by toxic mist. There were farmers who staggered into the valley seeking antidotes, young cultivators who strayed unwittingly, even formidable dome masters who barged in determined to subdue her. Without exception, every one of them succumbed to poisoning. Yet this man stood at the heart of the densest toxic fog. His hem pristine, not a single trace of corrosion marring his garments. It wasn't resistance. He was untouchable by poison. Xiao Yixian took half a step back, her spine striking the herb shelf behind her. Several porcelain vials rattled. She reached out to steady them, her fingertips trembling. "Who exactly are you?" Chen Nian did not rush to answer. His gaze swept across the room. The wooden table held over 30 kinds of medicinal herbs, all auxiliary ingredients for toxin suppression, crudely proportioned, yet fundamentally sound in principle. In the corner lay a stack of beast-hide scrolls densely inscribed with hurried script, some passages heavily revised and overwritten. She was devising an antidote, entirely on her own. No master guided her. No cultivation manual served as reference. She relied solely on trial and error. Chen Nian skimmed the contents of those scrolls in silence. Some insights were correct, but each path deadened halfway. The root of the calamitous poison body lay not in meridians, but at the genetic level, in the very essence of bloodline, as this world would phrase it. Suppressing it with herbs and alchemy treated only symptoms, not the source. This girl had spent over a decade walking a road destined never to reach its. "Sit down and talk." Chen Nian pulled up a stool and seated himself opposite her. Xiao Yixian remained standing. Her coarse gray tunic hung loosely over her slender frame. She was petite, narrow-shouldered, wrists so fine a single hand could encircle them. Yet her stance conveyed not timidity, but vigilance. An instinct forged by over a decade of solitary existence. Chen Nian pointed to the emerald pill resting on the table. "Take this first. I won't consume anything of unknown origin." Blunt, unhesitating. Chen Nian blinked, startled. Most would have snatched such a pill capable of suppressing the calamitous poison body and shoved it straight into their mouths. She refused, not from disinterest, but from disbelief. One betrayed too often, or never shown kindness at all, becomes like this. She doubted everything offered to her. Then Chen Nian withdrew the pill and leaned back in his chair. "Shall we talk?" Xiao Yixian stared at him, motionless, for a long while. Wind rushed in through the doorway, swirling around Chen Nian before dissipating on its own. Her eyes tracked the mist retreat for a long moment. Then finally she sat down on the stool opposite him, leaving the full width of the table between them. "Your constitution is called the calamitous poison body." As Chen Nian spoke, Xiao Yixian's fingers curled inward. "It breeds 10,000 toxins within you. The deeper you cultivate, the stronger the poison grows, until in its final stage, even those who approach you perish. You currently retain control only because your cultivation remains low. Once you break through to Great Dome Master, the toxin will enter its second phase of dispersion. With each sentence the pallor of her face tightened further. Then not only people, but every blade of grass, insect, and fish within 10 miles will wither. The valley you inhabit now, Chen Nian gestured toward the ashen-green meadow beyond the window, is already the omen. Xiao Yixin said nothing. Her hands rested on her knees, fingers interlaced, knuckles stark against her skin. She knew these truths well, better than anyone. Yet hearing them spoken by a stranger, each word precise, unerring, felt like being peeled open layer after layer. What do you truly mean to say? I can cure you. 3 words struck the tabletop like stone. Xiao Yixin's breath caught mid-inhalation. Then she laughed, not with joy, but with the weary, resigned mirth reserved for absurdities too ludicrous to bear. Here, even the finest alchemists of the Gamma Empire cannot heal the calamitous poison body. I've studied it for years, yet cannot even slow the spread of its toxicity. And you, a man of unknown origin, claim to cure it with a single breath. If the Gamma Empire cannot, that does not mean no place can. Xiao Yixin's smile froze mid-expression. Chen Nian offered no explanation of what other place. He rose and walked to the doorway, gazing outward at the sky beyond the valley. This world holds no fundamental cure for the calamitous poison body. Its pharmacology is insufficient, its understanding incomplete. But the place I intend to go does. He turned back. Zhongzhou, and beyond Zhongzhou. Some things you have never heard of, yet they exist. Xiao Yixin's lips pressed into a thin line. Zhongzhou, a legendary realm, so distant that citizens of the Gamma Empire spent lifetimes without ever glimpsing its borders. He spoke of it with casual ease, as if mentioning a visit to the neighboring village. A fraud. Most likely a fraud. Yet, her gaze drifted once more to Chen Nian's feet, where the toxic mist still recoiled from his presence. A fraud would possess no such power. Even if what you say is true, Xiao Yixin whispered, why help me? Because you are useful. Chen Nian spoke with calm, unadorned honesty. Xiao Yixin recoiled. Not from offense, but from the sheer startling weight of that bluntness. She had met few people, but could discern intent behind words. You are useful carried infinitely more truth than, I am a good person. Useful how? Your aptitude for poison arts is extraordinary. Properly harnessed, the calamitous poison body itself becomes a formidable weapon. I need someone who can fight. I won't kill. I'm not asking you to. Chen Nian settled back into his seat, palms flat upon the table. But you must accompany me. Accompany you. Leave this valley. Board my vessel. Go where you must. From now on, your poison body is my responsibility, but there is a condition. Silence. The wind outside the wooden hut stilled. The toxic mist hung suspended in midair. The entire valley fell into absolute, suffocating quiet. Xiao Yixin waited. Chen Nian met her gaze, articulating each word with deliberate clarity. Be mine. Xiao Yixin froze. Not in fear, but in sheer cognitive. After over a decade of solitude, her experience with human interaction amounted to near zero. Be mine landed not as shame or outrage, but as pure semantic confusion. What did those 4 words mean? Servant, subordinate, or? She looked at Chen Nian's face, expression neutral, neither lewd nor condescending, devoid of patronizing generosity. Yet the meaning hung unmistakably in the air. Blood surged upward, from clavicle to earlobe. Xiao Yixin's face flared crimson, the delicate flush blooming rapidly across her pale skin, utterly beyond her control. Instinctively, she lowered her head, gray strands fell forward, veiling half her face. What did you just say? Her voice trembled. Not from fear, but from overwhelming saturation beyond processing. Chen Nian offered no elaboration, asked no follow-up. He simply sat, granting her space to absorb the moment. 7 or 8 breaths passed. Xiao Yixin lifted her head. The flush had not fully faded, but within her gray eyes now shimmered something new. Not trust, not yet, but struggle. A person locked in darkness for too long, suddenly confronted with a crack in the wall promising light beyond. She didn't believe it, but she wanted to see. Why should I trust you? You have no other choice, Chen Nian replied. I scanned your beast hide scrolls. Your most promising formula delays toxin dispersion by only 3 years. 3 years hence your poison body enters its 2nd stage, and no living thing will remain within 100 miles of this valley. Xiao Yixin's nails dug deep into her palms. You are the only person who stands before me without falling ill. Her voice rasped, edged with desperate resolve. But that proves nothing about Zhongzhou, or any so-called cure. So this is a condition, not a request. Chen Nian retrieved the emerald pill from his sleeve, placed it back on the table, and slid it toward her. Take this first. It will suppress your toxins for at least 3 months, during which you may step outdoors, bask in sunlight, walk beyond the valley's edge. He rose and took 2 steps toward the door, then paused. You need not decide now. 3 months is enough time to think it through. His footsteps receded. Xiao Yixin remained seated motionless. Before her the pill glowed with a cool, clear radiance, pushing back the toxic mist to form a small, perfect circle. She stared at it for a long time. Her hand extended, then retracted, extended again. The instant her fingertip brushed the pill's surface, a surge of coolness seeped beneath her skin, and the turbulent toxins within her body stilled. Just 1 second. The quietest second of her entire life. Xiao Yixian clenched the pill tightly in her palm, drew her knees to her chest, and buried her face on board the vessel. As Chen Nian ascended the gangway, Lu Qi leaned against the doorway, gnawing her second drumstick. Seeing him return alone, she arched a brow. Didn't bring her back. Patience. Chen Nian seated himself before the control console and activated the real-time scanner feed. Inside the wooden hut, the tiny thermal signature remained stationary, but the energy signature of the pill in her palm was already shifting, being absorbed. She had taken it. Lu Qi leaned and glancing at the screen, where the heat signature curled into a tight, fragile silhouette. Who is this? Looks utterly. Chen Nian didn't answer. His mind raced elsewhere. The definitive cure for the calamitous poison body. In the original timeline of Battle Through the Heavens, it required an exceedingly rare, celestial artifact combined with the pinnacle of toxic alchemy. But that artifact resided deep within Zhongzhou's core. Retrieving it now would be suicide. Yet who decreed the solution must come solely from this world. His ship's database contained pharmacological records from 73 distinct realms. Cross-referencing the toxin structure of the calamitous poison body, a viable countermeasure must exist somewhere. He opened the analytical interface, inputted all known parameters of the calamitous poison body, and initiated the AI's data search. The progress bar crawled forward. On the scanner feed, the huddled thermal silhouette finally stirred. She rose and approached the hut's threshold. Sunlight pooled at the doorway. Her foot hovered at the boundary between shadow and light, hesitating for several seconds, then stepped forward. The moment sunlight touched her face, the scanner registered an anomaly. Her internal toxin concentration began declining at precisely 0. Lu Qi stared at the screen, forgetting to chew. She's standing in direct sunlight. In the console's lower right corner, the analysis progress bar jumped. Match found 3 solutions. Chen Nian's hand settled firmly upon the screen. 3 matching results. Chen Nian's fingers swiped open the first one, and the data stream spread across the screen. An extract from a deep-sea venom gland in World No. 17, theoretically capable of neutralizing 67 of the core structure of a calamity poison constitution. The second entry, an active enzyme recorded in the forbidden pharmacopoeia of World No. 41, targeted the self-replication mechanism of the toxin for decomposition. The third entry, he paused. The third entry boasted a 92 match rate, but its source was labeled Stellar Core Tier Biological Sample, and the acquisition difficulty was marked in red by the AI. Enough. 3 paths, or at least one, would lead to success. This was far more reliable than the local methods of relying on heavenly treasures and blind. Chen Nian archived all 3 data entries and closed the analysis panel. Lu Qi had finished chewing on a chicken leg bone beside him, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand. So what's that girl's background? You stayed in that dilapidated wooden hut for the time it takes an incense stick to burn, came out without a word, and now you're staring at her thermal image. A toxin bearer. Toxin. Lu Qi instinctively stepped back half a pace, then feeling embarrassed forced herself to stand firm. How toxic? Without the ship's shielding field, you'd be reduced to nothing but bones after standing in that valley for 3 minutes. Lu Qi's throat bobbed. She looked at the tiny silhouette standing in the sunlight on the scanner, as if it were a ticking time bomb. And you still dare to recruit her? Chen Nian didn't respond. Instead, he switched the communication frequency to the direction of Qingyu Planet and sent an encrypted short message. The content was simple. A new member was about to join Poison Attribute. Prepare an isolation zone in advance. After sending it, he leaned back into his chair and closed his eyes. 3 months. Giving the little medical immortal a 3-month buffer period. That promise was meant for her and also for himself. The specific parameters of the Calamity Poison Constitution were still incomplete. The ship's scan had only collected surface-level data, and a full-depth body scan would be necessary after she actually boarded to precisely match an antidote solution. So she had to board the ship. She arrived sooner than expected. On the 7th day, Chen Nian was in the cargo hold inventorying a batch of medicinal herbs brought back from Wutan City when the sensors at the bottom of the ramp suddenly lit up. He walked to the hatch and looked down. The little medical immortal stood at the foot of the ramp. Her gray hair was tied in a low ponytail, revealing a clean, fair face. Her pale complexion had gained a trace of color compared to 7 days ago, but only a trace. She wore a faded black dress, grass-woven sandals, and carried a bulging cloth bundle on her back. Toxic mist. A faint haze of poison still emanated from her, but its concentration was noticeably suppressed. The pill was working. She stood there, neither ascending the ramp nor speaking. Chen Nian leaned against the hatch frame. I said 3 months, and you came in 7 days. The little medical immortal pressed her lips together. The pill works. For words, answering all his unspoken questions. She could eat, could feel the sunlight, could leave that valley without killing every passing bird. 7 days was enough for someone who had been trapped in darkness for over a decade to make a choice. Not because of trust, but because that pill was too real. Chen Nian shifted his body to the side, making way for the hatch. Come up. The little medical immortal stepped onto the first rung of the ramp. The metallic sensation underfoot was utterly different from dirt, stone, or withered leaves. Her steps were slow, each one adapting to this unfamiliar texture. At the hatch she paused. The ship's interior light fell upon her stark and almost blindingly white. She squinted slightly, waiting for her pupils to adjust before taking in her surroundings. Clean. Spacious. Full of things she couldn't name. And there was another person. Lu Qi stood at the corridor corner with her arms crossed, looking her up and down. The gaze held no malice, but it didn't hide its scrutiny. The little medical immortal tensed. The vigilance cultivated from over a decade of solitude made her instinctively step back half a pace, and the toxins within her roiled faintly. Relax, Chen Nian said from behind her. She's one of us. Lu Qi tilted her head. So this is the girl who melts bones. The little medical immortal frowned. I don't melt bones. Fine, no melting then. Lu Qi raised her hands in surrender. Lu Qi from a place you've... The little medical immortal said nothing, merely nodding with a faint, almost imperceptible motion. Chen Nian led her further inside. As they passed the main cabin, a shadow swept down from above, landing silently in the middle of the corridor, blocking their path. Yuchan, dressed in pure white with hair like a waterfall of black silk and features so exquisite they seemed otherworldly. She stood there quietly watching the little medical immortal, saying nothing. But in that single glance the little medical immortal froze. Not because of the beauty. Someone who had been isolated in a valley without even a mirror to look at wouldn't be overwhelmed by such things. She froze because of the aura this woman carried. Cold. Still. And a sense of intensely restrained pressure utterly different from the unwavering certainty Chen Nian exuded. The woman's very existence was a silent warning. Yuchan, Chen Nian introduced briefly. Change. The little medical immortal thought she had missed her. Change. Chen Nian offered no explanation and had already moved on. After 2 turns another person emerged from a side door. This one was the complete opposite of the previous. Dressed in a form-fitting dark red outfit revealing generous swaths of honey-colored skin, she was so alluring that it was hard to look away. She leaned against the doorframe, twirling a strand of hair around her finger, her eyes sweeping over the little medical immortal with amusement. Oh, is this the newcomer? Which? Chen Nian said without turning his head. Don't tease her. Who's teasing? I'm just looking. The witch's gaze circled the little medical immortal's face, then she suddenly let out a laugh. She looks pretty young. How old? The little medical immortal didn't answer. Her back remained rigid, never having relaxed since boarding. A change of which a chicken like chewing Lu Qi. Just what kind of people were on this ship? And each one was more beautiful than the last. The thought struck the little medical immortal as odd. She hadn't been in the same space with so many people in years, and the sheer volume of information was overwhelming. Chen Nian led her to the door of an empty cabin and pressed the touch panel beside it. The door slid open. Inside was a small but fully equipped room. A bed, a desk, a chair, and even a small cleansing pod. Your room. The ship has a built-in purification system. Your surface toxins won't spread, so you don't need to worry about affecting others. The little medical immortal stood at the threshold, scanning the room from end to end. A clean bed. A real bed. Not a stone slab covered with animal hide, not a wooden frame piled with straw. Her throat moved. Your people. She began, hesitating slightly. How many more are there? Chen Nian leaned against the wall, counting on his fingers. You've met everyone on the ship. Yuchan, the witch, Lu Qi. That makes 4 including you. There are also 2 from your world, Yun and Yufei. The little medical immortal's eyes narrowed. Yun, the Yun from the Misty Cloud sect. And another one named Yufei. You've probably heard of her too. She had heard of them. The little medical immortal rarely interacted with others, but these names were impossible to miss in the Empire. Yun was one of the top 3 powerhouses of the Jiaomai Empire. These people, they all followed him. What kind of man could make them willingly stay on a single ship? They're in another place right now. Chen Nian swiped twice on the touch panel, and a holographic star map materialized on the wall. The little medical immortal had never seen anything like it. Dense clusters of light points floated in the air, one of them marked in blue, slowly rotating. Qingyu star. Chen Nian pointed to the blue dot. I've set up a base there. The 5 of them are there. Once your condition stabilizes, it'll send you over. 5. Including her, that maid. The little medical immortal opened her mouth, then closed it again. The depth of this muddy water far exceeded her expectations. She had thought she was simply following a capable man to change her way of life. Now it seemed she had stepped into a game whose boundaries she couldn't even see. The witch had somehow appeared at the door, her arm draped over the frame, winking at the little medical immortal. Don't be scared. Every woman on this ship was lured here by him with similar tricks. You'll get used to it. Chen Nian didn't even raise an eyelid. As if I tricked you, didn't you? Their back and forth was rapid, sounding less like an argument and more like a certain task. The The little medical immortal glanced at Chen Nian, then at the witch, and finally let her gaze fall upon the clean bed in the room. She walked in and placed the bulky cloth bundle on the table. Turning around, she asked, "Can you really cure my poison?" Chen Nian didn't make a promise. He took a fingernail-sized metal patch from his pocket and handed it to her. "Stick it on the inside of your wrist. The ship will spend 48 hours collecting the complete structural data of your toxin. After the analysis, it'll give you an accurate answer." The little medical immortal took the patch. The metal was cool to the touch, and the moment it contacted her skin, a ring of extremely fine blue light patterns lit up on its surface. She pressed it onto her left wrist. At the end of the corridor, Lu Qi poked half her head out and mouthed to the witch, "Can that poison of hers really melt bones?" The witch rolled her eyes and silently mouthed back 3 words, "Wanna try?" On the control console, the 48-hour countdown began to tick. As the first second flipped over, a line of small text popped up on the ship's main screen. "Unknown toxin mutation sequence detected. Warning, sample activity exceeds preset parameter limits. Recalibrating scanning precision." Chen Nian's finger hovered above the screen, not yet pressing down. "An unknown toxin mutation sequence has been detected. Warning, sample activity exceeds preset parameter limits. Recalibrating scanning accuracy." Chen Nian stared at the line of text for 3 seconds, finally placing his finger on the screen to enlarge the warning window. The data stream spread across the holographic panel, with densely packed molecular structure diagrams constantly reconfiguring, collapsing, and reconfiguring again. When the ship's analysis module reached the 3rd round, a red exclamation mark popped up. The toxin sample exhibits characteristics of autonomous evolution. No matching entries in the current database. It is recommended to extend the collection period to 72 hours. 72 hours. A full day longer than expected. Chen Nian closed the panel and leaned back against the chair. The trouble was greater than he had imagined. The toxin system within the little medical fairy is not a mere side effect of an ordinary skill, it is a living entity that grows. The name evil toxin body is quite fitting. It truly is a disaster residing within a person's body. But there is still a way. Although the ship's medical module does not have a ready-made solution, once the data runs its course, it will at least clarify the underlying logic. When the time comes, whether to use nanobots to peel it layer by layer, or to find special materials from another world as a neutralizer, there will always be a path forward. There is no rush now. He pulled up the star map, traced a line over the coordinates of the Gamma Empire with his finger, and pushed the view north, crossing the Black Horn domain, traversing several areas he had not yet set foot in, all the way to the heart of the continent. Zhongzhou. The 2 characters lit up momentarily on the holographic star map. Chen Nian had spent some time on this continent and had gathered a fair amount of intelligence. The Gamma Empire is merely the outskirts of the Duki continent. The true core powers are concentrated in Zhongzhou. The Dan Tower, Starfall Pavilion, and Soul Hall. Just picking one out can crush the Gamma Empire to dust. And there is also the Feng clan. One of the 8 ancient clans, a race with an inherently noble bloodline. The women in the clan are all exceptionally gifted, and men steer clear when they see them. It is rumored that there is a young genius within the clan with a high rank, of fierce temper, and considerable strength. Feng Qinger. When he first saw this name in the intelligence network of the Blackhorn domain, it was followed by a string of tags: Heavenly Phoenix physique, Duzone-level combat power, extremely arrogant, willing to fight if provoked. Interesting. Are you going out again? The witch's voice came from behind. She had somehow moved to the control panel's side, one arm propped against Chen Nian's chair back, her eyes scanning the enlarged Zhongzhou area on the star map. Zhongzhou. She raised an eyebrow. Your courage is growing. I have no choice. Who have you set your sights on now? Chen Nian did not deny it, pulling up the Feng clan's information and tossing it onto the secondary screen. The witch leaned in to glance at it, suddenly laughing. Someone from the Feng clan. Feng Qinger. Heavenly Phoenix physique, considered top tier among the younger generation. The witch flipped through the information, pausing at a descriptive text. Fiery temperament, quick to retaliate, once publicly defeated 3 opponents of the same rank at the Dan Tower exchange meeting due to the other party's disrespectful words towards the Feng clan. She whistled. She is not the type who can be negotiated with gently like Yun Yun. When did I say I wanted to negotiate with her? The witch glanced at him, a hint of amusement at the corner of her mouth. All right, just don't get slapped back by her later. Lu Qi's head peeked in from the corridor. Who's going to slap whom? None of your business. The witch didn't look back. Lu Qi stubbornly leaned in, seeing the Feng clan emblem on the screen, a soaring fire phoenix, and froze momentarily. Phoenix? Are there still phoenixes in this world? Not phoenixes, but the Feng clan, an ancient bloodline, Chen Nian corrected, but it's almost the same thing. Lu Qi's mouth formed an O shape. Are you going to catch a phoenix? Can you use a different word? Then what are you going to do? Chen Nian ignored her, putting away the star map and heading towards the little medical fairy's cabin. The door was not closed. The little medical fairy sat on the edge of the bed, the metallic patch on her left wrist still emitting a faint blue light. She did not lie down, her back straight, as if she had not yet learned how to relax on a proper bed. Hearing footsteps, she looked up. The collection time needs to be extended. Chen Nian stood at the door, not entering. The toxins within you are more complex than I estimated. The ship needs more time to... How long? 72 hours. And then, then I will give you a plan. I can't guarantee a one-time solution, but at least it can slow down the deterioration. The little medical fairy looked down at the patch on her wrist, the blue patterns flowing slowly along her veins resembling something alive crawling beneath her skin. Where are you going? Sharp. Chen Nian regarded her with slightly more respect. Having been on the ship for less than 2 hours, she had already picked up the information about his departure from the conversations around her. The perception of a hermit should not be underestimated. Zhongzhou, I have some business to attend to. Is it dangerous? The question was direct with no unnecessary concern, purely assessing the situation. Not for me. The little medical fairy did not press further. She lowered her eyes, gently stroking the edge of the patch. I will wait for your return. 4 words spoken softly. Chen Nian nodded and turned to walk towards the control panel. As he passed by, Yuchan, the ice sculpture-like woman, stood by the porthole, silently gazing at the night sky outside. The ship is in your hands. Yuchan did not turn her head, only slightly nodded. This action itself was a promise. While she was there, nothing would go wrong on this ship. Chen Nian changed into local attire, hiding a few necessary devices close to his body. The ship's teleportation module had already locked onto a coordinate on the outskirts of Zhongzhou, which he had previously pinpointed as the boundary of Feng clan activity through the intelligence network. The moment the teleportation beam lit up, the witch's voice floated in from the communication channel. Remember, women of the Feng clan are most annoyed when others look down on. If you tell her something like I'm doing this for your own good, I guarantee you will be turned to ash. The beam engulfed him. Zhongzhou. It was on a completely different level from the Gamma Empire. Chen Nian landed on the outskirts of a medium-sized city where the crowd density was 3 times that of the royal capital of the Gamma Empire. Every passerby on the street exhibited Duki fluctuations above the Dohuang level. In the Gamma Empire, a Dohuang was already a presence that could walk side. Here they were merely ordinary passersby. Chen Nian concealed all unusual auras and blended into the crowd. The Duki simulation device created for him by the ship affixed itself to the back of his neck, perfectly disguising his aura to that of a peak Dohuang. Not too high, not too low, sufficient to avoid being regarded as a waste, yet also not attracting unnecessary attention. The Feng clan does not reside in the city. They have their own territory within a volcanic cluster in northern Zhongzhou. Outsiders are not allowed to step in without permission, and violators are directly killed with no warning. Charging in Hedon is the dumbest choice. But Feng Qinger won't stay in the clan's territory all the time. Intelligence indicates she has been active across Zhongzhou recently, seemingly preparing for a large-scale exchange meeting. And the next one is in 3 days, to be held in the Dan domain not far from this city. 3 days. Enough. Chen Nian found an inn to stay in, and the first thing he did after closing the door was pull up the ship's remote data link. A small holographic projection unfolded on the table, displaying the real-time collection progress from the little medical fairy, 37. The toxin mutation sequence was still being refreshed, and the data volume had already exceeded the total of all previous samples. This girl's physique is indeed a treasure. If the evil toxin body can be unraveled, the toxin evolution mechanisms contained within would provide a massive supplement to the ship's biological database. He turned off the projection and closed his eyes to rest. 3 days later. Dan domain. The scale of the exchange meeting was larger than Chen Nian had anticipated. The younger generation from various forces had almost emptied their nests, with disciples from the Dan Tower, newcomers from the Starfall Pavilion, and a few descendants of ancient clans whose names he couldn't recall. But the most eye-catching person he recognized at first glance. The crowd automatically parted to make way, not because someone was leading the way, but because the person walking in the middle of the path exuded an aura that itself was an invisible wall. Feng Qinger. Not particularly tall, but her figure was extremely well proportioned. A slim waist, long legs, and sharp shoulder lines, she walked with her back straight, each step imbued with an undeniable rhythm. Her long dark hair was tied up with a golden crown, revealing a smooth forehead and a sharply defined face. Beautiful, but not in a soft way. Her features bore a certain aggressiveness, especially those eyes, golden-hued, scanning the crowd without any warmth, as if reviewing formal documents rather than look. Behind her were 2 Feng clan guards, but their presence was almost non-existent. All attention was drawn solely to her. Is that Feng Qinger? Someone murmured nearby, the one who defeated 3 opponents of the same rank at the Dan Tower exchange meeting. Don't talk nonsense. That was provoked by the other side first. And the result? The 3 didn't last 10 moves together. The murmurs were kept low, but in Chen Nian's enhanced hearing, they were crystal clear. Feng Qinger walked past about 10 steps in front of him, glancing this way with her peripheral vision. It was just a casual glance, not lingering on anyone. But with that one glance, several young men near Chen Nian simultaneously held their breaths. The oppressive feeling. The innate bloodline suppression from the heavenly phoenix physique naturally had a deterring effect on Dookie practitioners of the same age. Chen Nian, however, felt nothing. The ship's shielding device completely filtered out this bloodline-level interference. He watched that figure walk away, a slight movement at the corner of his mouth. The witch was right. This was indeed not someone who could be negotiated with. The venue for the exchange meeting was a giant open stone platform surrounded by stands. Chen Nian blended into the crowd and sat down in an inconspicuous spot. He had no intention of taking action right away. First, he needed to understand Feng Qing'er's strength baseline and behavioral patterns before deciding how to approach her. Rushing in would lead to failure. Catching a phoenix is something that requires knowing which direction it flies first. The first round of exchanges began. Several Dan Tower disciples took the stage to spar, their skills decent, but not remarkable. The audience's reactions were also rather bland. Until the fourth match. A young man clad in luxurious clothing jumped onto the stone platform, cupping his hands towards Feng Qing'er's direction, a radiant smile on his face. I am Zhong Lei from the Wind Thunder Pavilion. I have long admired the illustrious name of Miss Feng Qing. May I request your guidance? The stands fell silent for a moment. Then there was a buzz of discussion. Feng Qing'er sat in the front row of the stand's golden phoenix wings embroidered at the edges of her sleeves glimmered faintly. She didn't even lift her eyelids. Not worth it. 2 words not loud, but heard clearly throughout the venue. The smile on the young man's face, Zhong Lei, froze for half a second, then he forced it back. Miss Feng, could you give me a chance? I said not worth it. The second time. The speed and volume unchanged, but the temperature in the air suddenly rose several. It was not an illusion. Her Feng clan bloodline was releasing heat, carrying an unmistakable impatience. Sweat beaded on Zhong Lei's forehead. Chen Nian leaned back in his seat, 2 fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on his knee. Little Pepper. The name was well deserved. His gaze fell upon the hand Feng Qing'er was gripping the armrest with. Long fingers, distinct knuckles, nails trimmed very short, not like a pampered noble girl, but rather like a warrior ready to strike at any moment. The 5th match began. The 2 fighters on stage were engaged in a lively battle, but Chen Nian's attention never left Feng Qing'er. She tilted her head slightly, suddenly looking in his direction. Her golden pupils locked onto his face with precision. Chen Nian's fingers froze. She saw him. In this venue of thousands, she had accurately spotted someone who had been observing her all along. Get lost. Chen Nian did not get lost. He did not even move. His 2 fingers still rested on his knee, maintaining the posture of the light tap. He had just given, only the rhythm had stopped. Feng Qing'er had already withdrawn her gaze and looked back at the match on the stone platform. The word get lost came and went quickly, and no one else around noticed. But Chen Nian noticed another thing. The moment she tilted her head to look over, her right index finger unconsciously flicked on the armrest of the chair. Not anger, not annoyance. It was vigilance. This girl's intuition was far sharper than the intelligence had described. In the entire venue of over 1,000 people, his battle chi disguise had no flaws, and his line of sight had been controlled. No prolonged staring, only intermittent scanning. This observation technique was the standard operating procedure for special agents recorded in the spaceship's database, capable of fooling most perception systems. Yet she still noticed. Not through battle chi perception, nor through gaze capture. The Phoenix bloodline of the Feng clan possessed a certain ability similar to intuitive warning. If you looked at her in the wrong way, she could sense it. Different approach. Chen Nian withdrew his hand from his knee, leaned back completely, and released the faint sense of attention he had been carrying. No more looking. Looking was useless. This woman's defensive instinct had already marked him as a potential threat. Continuing to stare would only worsen the situation. He needed a different tactic. The match on the stone platform had already entered the 7th round. A disciple of the Pill Tower and a young man from the Starfall Pavilion fought fiercely, the shockwaves of battle chi blowing the hair of the front row spectators. Feng Qing'er still sat in the very front, motionless. Chen Nian's attention shifted to the overall layout of the venue. This open-air stone platform in the Pill Domain was not casually set up. The surface was engraved with dense patterns. The ceiling inscription array used to limit the overflow of battle chi from the contestants and prevent accidental injury to the audience. But the grade of this array was insufficient. The 2 on the platform were already at the early stage of dozone. By now 3 fine cracks had appeared in the patterns of the ceiling inscription array. If the fight continued, the array wouldn't hold much longer. No one noticed this. The host from the Pill Tower sat at the judge's table, head lowered, chatting with the person beside. The audience on the stands were all fixated on the fight between the 2. Feng Qing'er's 2 guards stood behind her, their gazes also fixed on the stone platform. Only Chen Nian saw those 3 cracks. And the 4th one spreading. He stood up from his seat. Not in a rush, but in a natural rhythm. First he stretched, then he walked toward the edge of the venue. Passing by a tea stall, he stopped to buy a cup. His movements were leisurely, his gait relaxed without any sense of urgency. But the path he took was precisely calculated. At this moment his position was about 12 steps away from Feng Qing'er's seat. If the ceiling inscription array collapsed, given the current direction of force output from the two on the platform, the main impact surface of the battle chi overflow would be directly facing the left side of the front row where Fengqing sat. Fengqing could block it herself. Chen Nian had no doubt about that. But what if he moved before her at the moment the array broke? Not to save her. She didn't need. It was to let her see one thing in this venue: there was a person whose reaction speed and judgment were faster than both her and her guards combined. He waited. The fight on the platform grew fiercer. The young man from the Starfall Pavilion produced a battle tool of no low grade, entirely pitch black, each strike carrying a thunderous force. The Pill Tower disciple was suppressed, his face bloodied, but his eyes grew redder. This man was about to fight to the death. Indeed. The Pill Tower disciple clasped his hands together, and his battle chi suddenly surged an entire level. This was a short-term burst secret technique at the cost of vitality, considered forbidden in the Jiama Empire, but not uncommon in the central region, though its power was undeniable. He struck out with a palm. At the same time, the ceiling inscription array on the stone platform let out a crisp sound. It cracked. Not a spread of cracks, but the entire array shattered from its core. The remaining force of that palm mixed with the shockwave of the two clashing surged toward the front row of the stands. The host finally looked up, but it was too late. Fengqing's two guards moved simultaneously, one in front and one behind, erecting a battle chi barrier. But the impact's coverage far exceeded their estimation. Not only the front, but also a side shockwave rebounding from the shattered array patterns. The left side. The guard's barrier did not cover the left side. Fengqing herself shifted slightly, ready to receive it. A cup of tea flew in from the side. Not thrown, flicked. The hot tea in the ceramic cup dispersed in the air, forming a fine mist that precisely intercepted the path of the side shockwave. The mist evaporated instantly under the impact, but the thermal expansion generated by the evaporation exactly canceled out the side strike. With a snap, the ceramic cup shattered into powder and fell to the ground. The shockwave dissipated. The front row was in chaos. Many had knocked over their chairs, and those nearby were jolted back several steps. Fengqing sat steadily in her seat, not a single strand of hair out of place. But her gaze did not fall on the two troublemaking fighters on the platform, nor did it look at her own guards. She was searching for who had thrown that cup of tea. Chen Nian stood 12 steps away, his hands empty. His posture was exactly the same as when he had bought the tea, relaxed, casual, with even the lingering trace of savoring the tea still on his lips. The surrounding spectators jostled and disoriented scrambled to get up, cursing and tidying their clothes. No one noticed what a young man at the edge of the crowd had done, except Fengqing. Those golden pupils locked onto his face again. This time it was not a warning. It was an appraisal. A very brief appraisal, less than a second. But in that second, Chen Nian read 3 layers of information. What technique did you use? What is your background? Why are you here? He did not respond. He nodded, then turned and walked away. No turning back, no explanation, no ingratiation, no opportunistic conversation. He left cleanly. This was the optimal solution he had rehearsed in his mind countless times. For someone like Fengqing, if you approached her proactively, she would only think you had ulterior motives. If you helped her and then sought credit, she would turn hostile on the spot. If you displayed strength in front of her, her first reaction would be to assess whether you were a threat. There was only one way to leave a mark in her heart that was not categorized as threat or trash. Do something right, then disappear. Let her be puzzled. Let her want to find you on her own. Chen Nian walked out of the venue and merged into the street crowd. After about 20 steps, he felt a faint vibration on his wrist. The spaceship's long-range communication module. He turned into an alley and pressed receive. Yu Chan's voice came through the microspeaker, very soft, with an unusual master. The data collection on Little Dr. Immortal has encountered a problem. Chen Nian's steps paused for half a beat. What problem? The toxin mutation sequence showed a rejection reaction at 72 progress. Her calamity poison body produced a countermeasure. To put it bluntly, her body began attacking the collection probe. Chen Nian leaned against the alley wall, pressing his finger against the edge of the communication module. What is her condition now? Vital signs are stable, but the probe has automatically ejected. The collection was interrupted. Yu Chan paused. One more thing. After the probe ejected, she woke up. Chen Nian closed his eyes. Little Dr. Immortal waking up meant 2 things. First, she would discover that some unknown operation had been performed on her. Second, given this girl's personality, she would not sit still waiting for an explanation. Where is she now? In the medical bay. I sent a mower to calm her down, but she ignored her. She is now sitting at the entrance of the medical bay with toxic mist spread. Toxic mist. The defensive instinct of the calamity poison body. Once Little Dr. Immortal perceived a threat or lost her sense of security, the toxins accumulated in her body would automatically leak out. This substance would not damage the equipment inside the spaceship, but it would be bad for the people on board. Not yet. I added a biological protection layer for her. But if the toxin concentration continues to rise, the cabin's air circulation system will also be contaminated. However, it's fine. Yuchan said those last 3 words flatly. I can handle it. Don't touch her. Chen Nian's voice dropped half a tone. She is in a state of stress right now. If you use force to suppress her, the consequences will be 100 times worse than the top. The communication line fell silent for 2 seconds. Then will Master come back? I can't go back for now. Things here have just begun. Withdrawing now would undo all the progress. He stood in the alley for a few seconds, then called up the spaceship's remote control interface. The real-time feed from the medical bay projected onto a holographic screen 3 inches above his wrist. Little Dr. Immortal was indeed sitting on the floor at the entrance of the medical bay. He stood in the alley for a few seconds, then called up the spaceship's remote control interface. The real-time feed from the medical bay projected onto a holographic screen 3 inches above his wrist. Little Dr. Immortal, that was deadly poison. She had not attacked anyone. She just sat there like a cat curled up in a corner ready to defend itself at any moment. Chen Nian stared at the image for 3 seconds, then made a decision. He accessed the ship's broadcast system and projected his voice directly through the built-in speaker of the medical bay. Little Dr. Immortal. The white-haired woman in the feed stiffened suddenly. It's me, Chen Nian. The probe on you is not something that will harm you. I was using it to analyze the mutation data of your calamity poison body. The toxins in your body have entered an uncontrollable acceleration phase. Without intervention, the fusion threshold will arrive in at most 2 years. She did not speak in the image, but the purple black at her fingertips faded slightly. I'm not on the ship. When I come back, I'll show you all the data. I won't hide anything from you. You can judge for yourself. Until then, he turned off the broadcast. That was enough. One more word would be superfluous. In the holographic screen, Little Dr. Immortal slowly withdrew her hands from the floor. The purple black completely faded. She did not stand up, nor did she return to the medical bay. But the toxic mist stopped spreading. Chen Nian turned off the projection and walked out of the alley. The street was bustling with people, and no one cast a second glance at the narrow alley. He switched the communication module back to standby mode, adjusted the battle chi simulation device at the back of his neck, and merged back into the crowd. Footsteps came from behind, not from a passerby. The frequency of the steps was constant, the spacing, even the landing precise. Only someone trained in rigorous combat would have such a walking rhythm. Chen Nian did not turn around. The footsteps stopped 3 paces behind him. A woman's voice came from behind, clear and cold, each word enunciated with, "That cup of tea." Chen Nian turned around. Feng Qing'er stood 3 paces away, arms crossed, strands of her ink-black hair blown by the evening breeze beneath her golden crown. Her 2 guards were not with her. She had followed him alone. Your battle chi is fake. Feng Qing's golden pupils held no anger, only a calm, razor-sharp. A person at the peak of Do Huang cannot withstand that level of shockwave, let alone use a cup of tea as a force buffer. She stepped forward. What are you really? Who are you? Chen Nian didn't answer. His wrist vibrated again. Not a regular notification. It was a series of short pulses, the emergency signal protocol of the spaceship. 3 short and 1 long. The code meant only one thing: vital signs critical. Shaoxian. His brain completed the entire deduction in a fraction. The cessation of the poison mist spread did not mean the rejection had stopped. If the wound created by the probe's ejection triggered the deep resistance reaction of the calamity poison body, the toxin would flow backward along the blood vessels, directly attacking the central nervous system. The broadcast just now had steadied her emotions, but not her body. Time was running out. Feng Qing'er still stood 3 paces away, her gaze beneath the golden crown, carrying the cold harshness of a judge waiting for his answer. Chen Nian raised his head and glanced at her. That glance held none of the previous relaxation and casualness, nor the feigned aura of a Do Huang. That glance was extraordinarily calm, so calm it was abnormal. Forgive me. Feng Qing'er reacted with lightning speed. The moment his words fell, her body had already retreated half a step, her right hand flipping over as a phoenix-shaped do chi condensed in her palm. Layer upon layer of wind pressure formed a rapidly spinning vortex defense ring within 3 paces. This was the Feng family's hereditary heavenly phoenix protective technique. Any attack below Do zone would be directly shredded upon contact with this vortex. But Chen Nian did not attack. He simply took 1 step. 1 step. The rotating phoenix-shaped do chi dissipated on its own the moment he stepped forward. It wasn't shattered, it dissolved. Like a thin piece of ice thrown into boiling water without any resistance, it simply vanished. Feng Qing'er's pupils constricted sharply. Her body reacted faster than her mind. She stomped the ground hard with both feet, using the recoil to spring backward and widen the distance. At the same time, her left hand traced an arc in the air. The Feng family's exclusive Phoenix Feather Finger, a pure offensive technique. 3 blades of chi spread out in a fan shape, slicing toward Chen Nian's face, throat, and chest. As the 3 chi blades flew out, Feng Qing'er felt confident. She had used this move no less than 100 times and never missed. The blades stopped 2 inches from Chen, not blocked. They were frozen midair, motionless. Then they shattered. Silently, they broke into specks of light and dissipated in the dusk of the alley. Feng Qinger's retreat halted. Not because she wanted to stop. Her body suddenly refused to obey her. A force pressed down from all directions simultaneously. Not Douqi, not Yuan power, not any form of energy within her knowledge. That force had no temperature, no color, no characteristic that could be captured by the senses, yet it precisely locked every meridian and every inch of muscle in her. She was pinned to the spot. You? Feng Qinger's lips moved. The rest of the words failed to escape. Heavenly Phoenix protective technique ineffective. Phoenix Featherfinger ineffective. She didn't even have time to use her family's trump card. The Shintier armor forged by a Dozun capable of blocking a full-force strike from a Dozone. It had no chance to activate. From the moment he took that step to the moment she became immobile, the entire process took less than 2 seconds. 2 seconds. For the first time, Feng Qinger's mind went blank. She had started cultivation at age 5, became a Doshi at 12, stepped into Do Huang at 18, and at 23 had 1 foot across the threshold of Do Huang. Her talent crushed her peers, and her vision far surpassed them. She had seen a Dozong in action, witnessed the arrival of a Dozun, and observed duels among the top 10 experts of the continent. But she had never seen a method of suppression. No technique, no fluctuation of aura, not even killing intent. He simply took 1 step, and all her defenses and attacks became a joke. What level was this person? Dozun? No. A Dozun's suppression would have obvious outward emission of aura to everyone within 100 meters. Yet this alley was perfectly quiet. The pedestrians on the street walked as they should, hawked as they should, and not a single person detected anything unusual. To achieve such precise control, she dared not think further. Chen Nian walked up to her. The distance was less than an arm's length. I said, forgive me. Urgent matters, no time to explain. He reached out and gently tapped the back of her neck. Feng Qinger's consciousness instantly blurred and her body toppled forward. Chen Nian sidestepped and caught her, supporting her waist with 1 hand while pressing the communication module with the other. Yuchan opened the hatch. He'll be there in already opened. Master Xiao Yixian's toxin concentration has risen another level. The central nervous system is showing intermittent inhibition signals. Chen Nian said nothing more. He pushed off the ground, lifted his figure from the alley, and moved swiftly along the shadows of the rooftops. Feng Qinger in his arms was half conscious, her golden crown half slipped off her dark hair, spilling over his arm. Her lips were still quivering, emitting a few indistinct syllables. It sounded like cursing, or maybe asking questions. 50 seconds later, Chen Nian landed in a dense forest, 3 li outside the city. The spaceship's hatch was already open. A transparent energy ramp floated in midair, and Yu Chan's figure stood at the entrance. She glanced at the person in Chen Nian's arms, asked nothing, and stepped aside to make way. Chen Nian placed Feng Qinger on a folding rest chair in the corridor. The moment her body made contact with the ship's interior environment, she shuddered all over. The residual glow of Do Qi on her face extinguished. Cleanly extinguished. The energy rules inside the ship were completely different from the world of Do. Once through this door, no matter if you were a Do Huang or a Do Huang, the Do Qi within you would be automatically suppressed, making you equivalent to an ordinary person. At this moment, Feng Qinger's consciousness completely regained clarity. She opened her eyes. In her golden pupils, confusion, anger, and vigilance flashed by, finally settling on an extremely unfamiliar emotion, a sense of powerlessness. She tried to mobilize the Do Qi within her. No response. Tried again. Still nothing. Like a cripple drained of all cultivation. What did you do, eh? Chen Nian had already reached the end of the corridor without turning his head. The ship's rules. Nothing to do with me. Just sit there. You can touch anything, but don't touch the red button. He left the words behind and turned into the medical bay passage. Feng Qinger struggled violently twice, only to find she couldn't even push the chair. That folding chair was firmly locked into the floor's slot. She now didn't even have the strength of an ordinary man. A fear she had never experienced before crept up from the soles of her feet. Not fear of death, but fear of losing control. In 23 years of life, she had never completely lost control of herself. The corridor was quiet. The lights were a pale blue she had never seen. The wall material was neither wood nor stone. It felt cool and smooth to the touch, with a faint pulsation. She sat on the chair motionless. Not because she didn't want to move, but because she suddenly realized, even if she moved, it was useless. This realization alone was enough to shatter a strong person's psychological defenses. The medical bay door was open. Xiao Yixian was still sitting at the entrance, but her posture had changed. She hugged her knees to her chest, her white hair falling down to cover most of her face. The cabin was filled with a thin layer of purple mist, its concentration much higher than what Chen Nian had seen on the holographic screen. Hearing footsteps, she tilted her head slightly, but didn't lift it. Data, just 1 word. Chen Nian crouched 2 steps in front of her. The purple mist flowed along the ground and touched his skin, but had no effect. The ship's biofield was sufficient to isolate this level of toxin. Take a look at something first. He activated the holographic projection on his wrist, and brought up the complete mutation sequence of the calamity poison body. The ship's biofield was sufficient to isolate this level of toxin. Take a look at something first. He activated the holographic projection on his wrist, and Xiao Yixian finally lifted her head. Her gray pupils instantly dilated the moment she saw the model. She understood poison better than anyone in this world. So in just 3 seconds she read what the model was saying. The fusion degree has exceeded 60%. Chen Nian nodded. At the current rate, in 14 months the poison body will completely devour your original consciousness. You will become a pure poison carrier, neither alive nor dead, without thought, only instinct. Xiao Yixian's fingers tightened on her knees for a moment, then relaxed. Your probe was collecting this. Yes. I need complete data to formulate a reversal plan. 72 is not enough, but I won't collect any more today. She stared at him. Do you have a way to reverse it? The ship's medical system does. Chen Nian expanded the holographic projection to its maximum size, revealing a dense string of analytical parameters behind. But it must be done in one go. If interrupted midway, there's no second chance. The process will be very painful. How painful? Every drop of toxin in your blood will be forcibly stripped away, simultaneously replaced with purified bio-based fluid. The entire process lasts 2 hours, fully conscious with no anesthesia allowed. The poison body would treat anesthetics as a source of attack. Xiao Yixian was silent for a long time. The purple mist in the cabin gradually faded. Not because she was actively suppressing it, but because her attention was completely absorbed by that set of data. Her mind was racing, using her years of accumulated toxicological knowledge to cross-verify those parameters. With each group, she verified her face grew paler, because the data matched. All of it matched. You knew long ago that my poison body wouldn't last much longer. It was not a question. I knew it a month ago. Chen Nian didn't lie, nor did he intend to. At that time you were still figuring out whether to trust me. I cannot perform such surgery when you don't trust me. It could be fatal. Xiao Yixian put down her knees. Do it now. Are you sure? I said now. She stood up, turned, and walked into the medical bay. Her white hair brushed the edge of the doorframe, leaving a faint purple trace. Chen Nian followed her in and activated the medical bay's full seal mode. The door closed and the walls lit up with blue-white sterile light strips. The central operating table rose, upon which were arranged 36 nanoneedles thinner than a hair. Yuchan's projection appeared beside the operating table. Confirm activation of the full reversal procedure for the calamity poison body. Success rate based on current data model evaluation is 78. 3. Master this value. It's enough. A reminder among the remaining 21. 7 failure scenarios. 14 would result in the patient's toxin explosion. I said it's enough. Xiao Yixian had already lain down on the operating table. She heard the number, but didn't move a single finger. Her gray pupils stared at the metal ceiling above, reflecting countless dense blue light dots. The first nanoneedle pierced her left wrist. No sound was made, but her entire arm instantly stiffened, veins bulging beneath the skin. The second, third, fourth. The needles fell one after another along the distribution of her meridians. Each time a needle pierced, a wisp of black-purple liquid was drawn out through the transparent tube at the needle's tail, flowing into the purification chamber below the. Xiao Yixian bit her lip until it bled. Chen Nian stood beside the operating table, his left hand on the control panel, his right hand hovering 3 inches above her shoulder. Not to touch her, but to use the ship's auxiliary force field to stabilize her central nervous system from being overwhelmed by pain signals. When the 12th needle fell, she finally let out a muffled groan. That groan was extremely low, almost inaudible. But immediately after, a visible layer of purple-black patterns spread across the surface of her skin, traveling along her blood vessels to the tips of her limbs. The final resistance of the calamity poison body. The black-purple liquid in the purification chamber began to churn wildly. The data on the operating table jumped rapidly. Toxin stripping rate 17. 23. 31. Her back arched. The 36th needle fell. All the lights in the medical bay turned into a blinding white. Xiao Yixian's body trembled violently, her white hair spread on the operating table, purple liquid seeping from the roots. Chen Nian's right hand finally descended, pressing down on her shoulder. The force field surged from his palm into her meridians, suppressing the final rampage of the poisoned body inch by inch. On the display of the purification chamber, the numbers were still jumping. 47. 58. 66. Xiao Yixian kept her eyes open, trembling all over, but she didn't cry out or weep. She just stared fixedly at Chen Nian's hand pressing on her shoulder. When the toxin stripping rate jumped to 71, a dull hum came from beneath the operating table. A crack appeared on the shell of the purification chamber. Black-purple liquid spilled out from the crack, flowing onto the floor. The concentrated toxins were far more corrosive than expected. Yuchan's projection flickered. Purification chamber overloaded. Remaining capacity insufficient to hold the total toxin volume. Need to replace with replacement time 4 minutes. For minutes. Chen Nian looked down at Xiao Yixian. She was already in so much pain that she had lost normal expression, but her consciousness remained. Her gray pupils were bloodshot and blood from her lips flowed down her cheek onto the operating table. Both of them knew what a 4-minute interruption would mean. The poison body would use those 4 minutes to launch a frenzied counterattack. The 71, already stripped, might directly flow back half. All the suffering would be in vain. Chen Nian raised his left hand and manually overrode all the purification chamber parameters on the control panel. Yu Chan's projection flickered again. Master. No chamber replacement. He readdressed the output port of the purification chamber, directly connecting it to the ship's main energy circulation system. That system was originally designed to handle high radiation waste from interstellar travel. Using it to decompose medical-grade toxin concentrate was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. But it worked. The crack in the purification chamber stopped expanding. The black-purple liquid was forcibly absorbed by the main energy circuit, and the data on the operating table began to climb again. 73, 79, 84. Xiao Yixian's body gradually stopped trembling. Not because the pain was gone, but because her muscles had cramped to the point of losing the strength to tremble. 91, 95, 98. The final 2 of toxin lurked deep in her heart meridian. That was the most primitive core of the calamity poison body, the deep-strooted, most stubborn, and most deadly cluster. All 36 needles emitted a high-frequency resonance simultaneously. Chen Nian's right-hand force field output was raised to the maximum allowed by the ship. A blue-white light shot from his palm, through Xiao Yixian's shoulder straight, into her heart meridian. Her gray pupils suddenly widened. Her mouth opened, but she couldn't make a sound. 99, 99, 5. All the purple-black patterns on the operating table disappeared in the same instant. On the display of the purification chamber, the number settled at 100. The medical bay suddenly became eerily quiet. All the hums, tremors, and mechanical sounds ceased. Xiao Yixian lay on the operating table, soaked through her white hair, plastered to her cheeks. Her skin from a sickly gray-white slowly returned to a normal light pink. The 36 needles automatically ejected and retracted into the operating table. She blinked. Then slowly, very slowly, she raised her hand. Her 5 fingers spread open under the light. The color of her nails was a clean, pure transparency. No purple-black, no toxin, no impurity. She stared at her hand for a long time. Then those gray, clear eyes, for the first time devoid of any reflection of poison mist, turned to Chen Nian. The blood on her lips was still not dry. She opened her mouth and said 2 words, her voice so hoarse it nearly shattered. It hurts like hell. Before Chen Nian could answer, a loud crash came from the other end of the corridor. The sound of metal striking metal. Yu Chan's projection popped up a message. Master, that Miss Feng has torn the rest chair from its slot. She is using the chair leg to smash the door of cabin 3. The chair leg crashed against the cabin door, the metallic clang echoing clearly down the corridor. Chen Nian didn't rush. He glanced down at the little medical immortal on the console and reached out to brush the white hair from her face. Lie still, don't move. The blood scab on the little medical immortal's lips hadn't fallen off yet, and her voice came out with a breathy rasp. I've been lying. Just completed a full reversal. Your meridians aren't fully stabilized yet. If you stand up now, your knees will buckle. She didn't argue. Not because she was convinced, but because when she tried to lift her leg, her knees indeed gave way. Another loud bang came from the other end of the corridor. This time it wasn't just the door being battered. It was mixed with a curse. Feng Qinger's voice was pleasant to hear, but when she cursed, it carried an extraordinary piercing power. Yu Chan's projection flickered beside the console. The door of cabin 3 has already deformed by 0.3 millimeters. At this rate, it can hold for about 40 more minutes. Chen Nian turned and walked out. Have Yin Yun and the others come over to keep her company for a while. Which ones? All of them. Yu Chan's projection vanished. Chen Nian stepped out of the medical bay and casually set the cabin door to half-open mode to let the air circulate inside. The corridor was short, cabin 3 was at the end. Before he even reached the door, he saw a metal chair leg lying on the floor, already bent out of shape. Another one was still held aloft in Feng Qinger's hand. The door was locked from the outside. Through the observation window on the door, the situation inside. Feng Qinger stood behind the door, her short red hair bristling, her face flushed crimson. She wasn't tall, but the aura she exuded was anything but. Her waist was so slender it could be encircled with one hand. The front of her clothes had come undone by one button, due to violent movement, revealing a glimpse of her collarbone. Chen Nian tapped the doorframe. Feng Qinger's chair leg swung straight at the door, producing a sharp crack. You, am opening the door for you. The chair leg paused in midair. Chen Nian entered the command to unlock the cabin door. As the metal panel slid open, a gust of wind rushed out from inside. Feng Qinger had built up a huge breath, all aimed at his face. But she didn't strike. Not because she didn't want to, but because the memory of that last palm strike was still etched in her mind. Her full force attack as a 3-star Do Huang had left not even a red mark on this man. Such a gap couldn't be closed by anger. Feng Qing'er took half a step back, the chair leg held horizontally before her. How long have you kept me locked up? 7 hours. If the Feng family finds out, the Feng family can't find you here. This sentence cut off her retreat. Feng Qing'er gritted her teeth so hard they creaked, but she couldn't find a rebuttal. She truly didn't know where this place was nor where this flying vessel could go. She only remembered being immobilized by a force field and losing consciousness, then waking up inside this metal room. Chen Nian leaned against the doorframe, scanning her up and down, able to fight, curse, and tear apart furniture, full of energy and vitality. No external injuries, nor had the ship treated her poorly. Little chili pepper. Apt. Come with me. Why should I? You have 2 choices. Come with me to a more comfortable place, or stay here and keep smashing the door. The door can hold for 40 minutes, I'm not in a hurry. Feng Qing'er slammed the chair leg to the floor. The metal rod bounced twice and rolled into the corner. Lead the way. Her chin was held high and her back was ramrod straight as she walked. Even in sweat-soaked clothes, even with her hair a tangled mess, that proud spirit hadn't diminished by half. Chen Nian walked ahead, turning a corner down the corridor. As they passed the medical bay, Feng Qing'er glanced inside. The little medical immortal sat on the edge of the console, legs dangling, holding a bowl of hot soup. Yun stood beside her, handing over chopsticks. Yu Chan's projection was on the other side, explaining the basic structure of the spaceship. Lu Qi sat on a folding chair in the corner, poking her fingertip with a silver needle, testing something. Yafei leaned against the wall, flipping through a cookbook brought from Earth, while the witch lay on the other side of the console, staring at the purplish-black traces left in the purification chamber. The entire medical bay was crowded with 5 women, yet it was surprisingly quiet. The little medical immortal took a sip of the soup and froze. What is this? Yun handed her a pair of chopsticks. Hot and sour noodles. He brought them from his hometown. He said it's a very common food on Earth. The little medical immortal took another sip. Her gray eyes brightened. After the poison body was purified, her sense of taste was rapidly recovering, and every flavor was sharp and vivid. The fourfold taste of sour, spicy, salty, and umami exploded simultaneously, stinging the tip of her nose red. Common. She lifted the bowl and drank it in small sips. By the 3rd sip, a layer of moisture had formed in her eyes. It wasn't from the spiciness. It was because for the first time in her life, she could clearly taste the original flavor of food. Her taste buds had been corroded by the calamity poison body by more than 70%. Everything she ate tasted like rust. She had thought that was how food. The witch poked her head over from the other side of the console. Crying. Is it bad? The little medical immortal wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. It's Lu Qi put away her silver needle, walked over to check the color of her fingers, and then examined her wrist. Meridian stable, toxin residue 0. His technique is much cleaner than I expected. The words were spoken flatly, but coming from Lu Qi, it was already in extremely high praise. Yafei turned a page of the cookbook without looking up. Later asked him to make braised pork belly. That's even better. The little medical immortal held the bowl, looked at Yun, then at Lu Qi, then at the witch and Yafei. Finally, she looked at Yu Chan's projection. She could guess the relationships between these women and Chen Nian with her toes. But she didn't ask. She didn't have the energy to deal with that now, she just wanted to finish this bowl of hot and sour noodles. At the other end of the corridor, Chen Nian had already led Feng Qing'er into the main cabin. His room was at the innermost part of the main cabin, not very large, but it had a private bathroom and a wide bed. Feng Qing'er swept her gaze around the room as soon as she entered, then stopped. This is your room. It wasn't a question. She had deduced it from the furnishings. Yes. What do you want? Chen Nian closed the door and ordered Yu Chan to cut off all monitoring and communication in this room. Feng Qing'er immediately retreated to the wall, instinctively circulating her dou qi. The pressure of a 3-star dou huang expanded through the small room, causing the cup on the table to slide 2 inches sideways. But Chen Nian casually waved his hand, and an invisible force field enveloped the entire room. Feng Qing'er's dou qi was suppressed back into her body, clean and without a trace. Her back pressed against the wall. This kind of crushing wasn't a difference in magnitude, it was a difference in dimension. She couldn't even perceive what method he had used before her dou qi was gone. It was as if someone had directly switched off the switch inside her. Chen Nian took a step closer. Feng Qing'er raised her hand to push against his chest. The moment her palm made contact, her fingertips touched a layer of hard muscle. The warmth of his body passed through the fabric, so hot that she withdrew her hand. Stay away from me. You broke my chair and smashed my door. Chen Nian reached out and pinched the button that had come undone. You'll have to pay a price. Feng Qing'er's ears turned visibly red. She kicked at his shin. Chen Nian sidestepped to avoid it, then seized her wrist with one hand and wrapped the other arm around her waist, lifting her off the wall. Feng Qing'er struggled. She couldn't break free. That waist was too slender. His hand encircled most of it. The back of her head rested against his shoulder, and her nose was filled with the scent of this man. Dry, light, without any trace of perfume, yet inexplicably. Let go. Chen Nian lowered his head and whispered a sentence into her ear. Feng Qing'er's entire body stiffened. What he said only she heard. But from her flushed face and sudden cessation of struggle, that sentence had shattered her last psychological defense. The light went out. After receiving the silent command, Yuchan cut off all signals from the main cabin. The other cabins operated normally. In the medical bay, the little medical immortal had already finished her second bowl of hot and sour noodles. Yun Yun wrapped a blanket around her. The witch started discussing the history of the 10,000 poison sect with her. They almost got into an argument, but Lu Qi flicked a silver needle across the room, embedding it in the table, and both fell silent. Yafei heated up a third dish in the kitchen area, garlic white pork. The little medical immortal tasted it, and remained silent for a long time, then asked a question with utmost seriousness. Are you still recruiting here? 5 women looked at her simultaneously. Yuchan's projection smiled, but didn't respond. The night was long. The spaceship cruised smoothly through the star field, the low-frequency vibrations of the engines transmitting through every metal wall. From the main cabin at the end of the corridor, occasional muffled thuds could be heard. Then silence. Then another thud. Intermittently, it lasted for most of the night cycle. When Yun Yun passed through the corridor, her steps quickened, and her expression. When the witch passed by, she paused for 3 seconds, the corner of her mouth curling up, then strode away. Lu Qi never left the medical bay from start to finish. She was organizing the little medical immortal's post-operative data, flipping a silver needle between her fingers round and round. When dawn came, the ship's simulated day-night lighting switched to warm white. The door of the main cabin finally opened. Chen Nian walked out, his mental state showing no abnormality, wearing a fresh set of clothes. He went straight to the control room and entered a set of coordinates on the navigator. Yuchan's projection popped up. Destination confirmed, Qingyu Star. Estimated flight time 23 hours and 47 minutes. Master, are you sure you want to? Confirmed. Understood. Initiating warp engine preheating sequence. The spaceship shuddered slightly. It changed direction and accelerated. The light points on the star chart began to move slowly. Light footsteps came from outside the control room door. Feng Qing'er stood there holding the doorframe. Her short red hair was messier than yesterday, but she had washed it, still half dry and clinging to her neck. She was wearing one of Chen Nian's clothes, the sleeves too long, only a few fingers peeking out. Her way of walking was completely different from yesterday. Yesterday she strode briskly and decisively. Now her steps were noticeably smaller, and the distance between her legs was subtly wider by half an inch. Chen Nian glanced back at her. Hungry. Feng Qing'er's face instantly flushed to the roots of her neck. She didn't answer the question, instead lowering her head and shuffling to the co-pilot seat, slowly and carefully sitting down. As she sat, she gasped but bit her lip and forced it back. Chen Nian took a box of small wontons from the adjacent storage compartment, opened the heating pack, and handed it to her. When Feng Qing'er took it, her fingertips touched his hand, and she shuddered, as if electrocuted. Then she quickly withdrew her hand, placed the wonton box on her knees, and lowered her head to eat. After 2 bites, she paused. What kind of person are you really? I've told you. I don't believe a single word you said. Then believe it slowly. Feng Qing'er bit into a wonton, the hot soup scalding her mouth. She blinked twice, then looked up at the blue light point approaching on the star. What place is that? Qingyu Star? A pretty decent place. What are we going there for? I have some business to attend to. Chen Nian leaned back in his seat. You can come along and see. Feng Qing'er lowered her head and continued eating the wontons. After finishing the last one, she set the box aside, tucked her hands into her sleeves, and curled up in the chair. After a long while, she murmured something in a volume only she could hear. Chen Nian didn't catch it. What did you say? Feng Qing'er turned her face toward the window, the tips of her ears reddening to the point of bleeding. I said, the wontons aren't bad. Outside the control room, Yuchan's projection hovered silently. A new note had been added to her database. Feng Qing'er, legitimate daughter of the Feng family, 3-star Do Huang. Current status subjugated. Emotional stability low. Dietary preference pending entry. On the star chart, the outline of Qingyu Star sharpened frame by frame within the blue light point. The blue dot on the star map expanded into a complete planet. The ocean covered nearly 70% of its surface, while the remaining land was enveloped in vast vegetation. From a high orbit, it looked like a glass bead interwoven with emerald green and deep blue. The projection of Yuchan popped up a set of data on the control panel. Atmospheric composition, normal surface temperature 22. Foresee, wind speed level. No abnormalities detected in the main base region. A landing announcement has been sent to the ground. Chen Nian glanced at the data and nodded. Feng Qing'er curled up in the co-pilot seat, her chin resting on her knees, staring at the increasingly close planet outside the window. Is this yours? The whole thing. The whole thing. Feng Qing'er buried her face in her knees and remained silent for a long time. She grew up in the Feng family, had seen the Imperial-level territories and the domains of the Saint-level fighters, but all of those were shared territories with affiliated powers. The concept of a single person owning an entire planet was beyond her understanding. The The spaceship began to slow down as it entered the atmosphere. Footsteps echoed in the corridor, and Yun arrived first at the control room door. She glanced at the blue arc outside the window before looking at Chen Nian. Are we there? Landing soon. Yun leaned against the door frame and didn't ask any further questions. She had grown accustomed to this rhythm over the past few days. Chen Nian never informed them in advance about his decisions. They would know when they arrived. Yun and Feng Qing'er arrived one after the other. Yafei supported the little healer as they slowly walked over from the medical cabin. The little healer's complexion had improved significantly since yesterday. Her lips at least had regained some color. The four women squeezed into the back of the control room, all watching the planet. No one spoke. A violent turbulence shook the spaceship as it passed through the... Feng Qing'er was jolted nearly off her chair, a thin layer of sweat forming on her forehead. Chen Nian glanced back at her. Hold on tight. Feng Qing'er shot him a glare, but remained silent. The spaceship landed on a smooth lawn. At the moment the landing gear touched down, the entire structure sank slightly, and then stabilized. The cabin door opened, and warm air rushed in, carrying a blend of grass and salty sea scents. Chen Nian was the first to step outside. As his feet touched the grass, he noticed someone was already running towards him from the distant main base. The one running in front was Reba. She wore a loose white long dress, her hair tied in a ponytail, and she was making a clattering sound in her slippers as she ran. You finally came back. If you didn't come back, I would have gone crazy. Sister Fei took over the kitchen for 3 days, and I didn't even have a place to cook instant noodles. She rushed in front of Chen Nian and hugged his arm, tightly hanging off him. Then she saw the group of people coming out behind Chen Nian. Yun, the sorceress. Yafei, Lu Qi, the little healer. Yu Chan. Finally Feng Qing'er, who was carefully descending from the cabin door. Reba's smile froze on her face. She released Chen Nian's arm and took a step back, scanning the 4 unfamiliar figures from left to right. Each one was beautiful. Each one was stunning enough to make one curse. Chen Nian. You went out once and brought back 4 people. Chen Nian didn't respond to this. He walked toward the main base while asking where his sister Me. She's at the villa playing games. Reba followed him, lowering her voice. Sister Fei is researching some molecular cuisine in the kitchen and dismantled my microwave. Xiaolu is painting by the lake and Song Tai is in the gym. Aren't you going to explain? Explain what? Reba turned back to glance at the 4 women again. Yun walked in front, her aura cold and detached, clearly not an ordinary person. Yafei was dressed in a black qipao, smiling meaningfully. The red-haired girl walked with a strange gait, her legs moving cautiously. Reba bit her lip and swallowed back the words that were about to come out. The main base was a 3-story white building facing the sea with a lawn in front and an artificial lake behind. When Chen Nian pushed open the door, Lu Fei was just coming out of the kitchen with a test tube rack. She wore an apron, her hair twisted up with chopsticks, and was wearing silicone gloves with 6 different colored liquids in the test tube rack. Seeing Chen Nian, she lifted her chin in greeting. Then her gaze drifted past Chen Nian's shoulder and landed on the group behind him. She placed the test tube rack on the dining table, removed her gloves, and pulled out a chair to sit down. Her legs crossed, her posture relaxed. New arrivals. The 3 words were delivered without any extra emotion. Yun walked in, meeting Lu Fei's gaze. Neither of them spoke. This silence was not awkward, it was a mutual assessment. Yun's aura was cold and stern, honed through life and death experiences, while Lu Fei's aura exuded a natural elegance and coolness. The 2 distinctly different kinds of cold collided, causing the temperature in the living room to drop by 2 degrees. The sorceress, however, was quite familiar. She leaned against the door frame, her eyes scanning the room before curling her lips at Hello and the little healer. The little healer tugged at her sleeve from behind. That's my name. Oh right, Yafei. Yafei corrected herself and generously extended her hand to Lu Fei. You have a nice place here. Lu Fei looked at her for 3 seconds. The acid-base reaction experiment of butterfly pea flour and lemon juice. Yafei's hand froze in midair. What? For cooking. Chen Nian walked past the group and entered the kitchen. The supplies in the refrigerator were sufficient. He grabbed a few eggs and pulled out half a slab of pork belly. Bringing back so many people, solving the meal issue was the first priority. He tied on an apron, turned on the heat, and began cooking with smooth, flowing motions. Feng Qing'er followed to the kitchen door, standing there without stepping inside. She leaned against the wall, her gaze lingering on Chen Nian's back for a few seconds before shifting to the sea outside the window. The water was astonishingly clear. She had never seen such blue in her life. Do all your people live here? She asked in a hushed voice. They are not my people. Chen Nian sliced the pork belly, the rhythm of the knife against the cutting board steady and crisp. They are friends. Feng Qing'er scoffed softly. Footsteps echoed from upstairs. Demimi came down from the 2nd floor, holding a tablet, murmuring something. She wore an oversized hoodie, her hair down, and with no makeup on, her features appeared even clearer in their natural state. She paused at the corner of the staircase when she noticed the group of people in the living room. Her footsteps hesitated for a moment. She wedged the tablet under her arm and walked over to Chen Nian, snatching the spatula from his hand. "I'll stir-fry. You go handle your." She tilted her chin toward the living room social relationships. Chen Nian handed the spatula over to her and wiped his hands. The situation in the living room was subtly changing. Lu Qi found a spot on the sofa to sit down and began flipping through a magazine on the coffee table. She flipped through a couple of pages and looked at the cover of the magazine, an impressive photo of Reba. Lu Qi looked up at the real person and then back at the photo. The photo doesn't capture her beauty as well as in person. Reba was taken aback then smiled. This was the first compliment she found pleasant today. Yafei had already entered logistics mode, moving back and forth between the kitchen and dining room, searching for bowls and chopsticks, wiping the table, and boiling water. Demimi was stir-frying the pork belly at the stove, not looking up as she pointed to a nearby cabinet. "The bowls are in that compartment, and the chopsticks are in the drawer." "Thank you, sister," Yafei responded. Demimi paused for a moment with her chopsticks. Having lived for nearly 30 years, it was her first time being called sister by a girl whose beauty seemed unreal. The sound of a fourth group of footsteps approached. Song Tai walked over from the direction of the gym, her tank top soaked through and clinging to her body, bandages wrapped around her hands and a towel draped over her shoulder. She stopped at the door. A room full of women. She turned to look at Chen Nian emerging from the kitchen, raising one finger silently to indicate 6. Chen Nian pretended not to see. Yu Chan's projection whispered in his ear, "Master, there are currently 5 permanent residents at the Qingyu Starbase with 6 additional newcomers totaling 11. Accommodation space needs to be redistributed. Additionally what? The microwave parts dismantled by Ms. Lu Feifei are currently scattered across the kitchen operation area B, and it is expected to take 7 working days to repair. Ms. Reba has already lodged 4 complaints about this matter." Chen Nian sighed internally. He took out his phone. This device could only connect to the base's internal network on Qingyu Star, and open the planet management interface synchronized by Yu Chan. There was still a vacant lot on the west side of the base for which expansion plans had been made earlier but never executed. Squeezing 11 people into one building would inevitably lead to problems. This issue was more troublesome than any battle. Yu Chan initiate the West Area expansion plan be a standalone villa, 6 rooms, with independent kitchen, completion within 48 hours. Construction drone teams have been dispatched. Chen Nian put his phone back in his pocket. A sharp sound of porcelain clashing came from behind. He turned his head. In the living room, the teacup in the little healer's hand had fallen to the ground, shattering into 3 pieces. She hadn't dropped it by accident. She was staring at a video automatically playing on the TV wall. That was a food vlog Reba had filmed earlier, and the scene was showing a dish. Garlic sauce pork belly. It was presented exactly the same as the one she had eaten on the spaceship last night. The little healer lifted her head, looking across half the living room toward Chen Nian in the kitchen. "This dish, did you teach her how to make it?" Chen Nian leaned against the kitchen door frame and did not respond. The little healer lowered her eyes and squatted down to pick up the broken porcelain pieces. Reba passed a tissue box over from the side, and as the little healer took it, their hands brushed against each other. The little healer's fingertips were icy. Reba recoiled slightly and blurted out, "Your hands are so cold, are you sick?" The entire living room fell silent for a moment. The little healer raised her head, looking into Reba's sincere eyes, and suddenly smiled. That smile was faint but devoid of toxins, schemes, or the wariness expected from a disciple of the 10,000 Poisons sect. "I'm fine now." Outside the window, the light on the sea spilled in frame by frame, laying over the people in the room. Demimi walked out of the kitchen holding a plate of stir-fried pork belly, standing at the dining table and scanning the heads of everyone in the room. She placed the plate down, untied her apron, and walked over to Chen Nian, standing on tiptoe, to whisper something in his ear. The corners of Chen Nian's mouth twitched slightly. Demimi stepped back half a pace, crossing her arms and raising an eyebrow, waiting for his response. Chen Nian tilted his head softly, uttering 2 words. "Not enough." Demimi raised her other eyebrow as well. At the dining table, Feng Qing'er's chopsticks jabbed into the pork belly slices with such force that the porcelain plate made a sharp sound. A fine crack appeared on the porcelain plate. Feng Qing'er glanced down, pulled out her chopsticks, picked up the slice of pork belly, and stuffed it into her mouth. She chewed twice and swallowed. "The taste is mediocre." Demimi stood by the kitchen doorway, arms crossed, raising an eyebrow. Chen Nian stopped her, giving her a "don't bother" look. Demimi snorted, turned around, and went back to the kitchen to stir-fry the second dish. Lunch was lively, but the liveliness took different forms. Yafei was in charge of serving rice and refilling soup for everyone, running back and forth so busily that her feet barely touched the ground. Lu Qi ate quietly at a steady pace, taking only 1 bite of each dish, as if savoring it. Xiao Yixian sat in the corner, her bowl piled high with rice, eating with great seriousness. It had been too long since she had a proper meal. Yun Yun said little throughout, finishing a third of the plate of garlic mashed pork. Song Tai picked at the rice grains in her bowl, visually estimating the number of people and the amount of food on the table, and came to a conclusion: Chen Nian's cooking wasn't enough to go around. She silently got up, went into the kitchen, and boiled another pot of noodles. Lu Feifei only ate half a bowl of rice before heading upstairs, saying the pH change of the butterfly pea flour had reached a critical point, and she couldn't interrupt the observation. Reba, while helping to clear the dishes, noticed the plate that Feng Qinger had cracked. She picked up the broken plate, lifted it in front of Chen Nian, and shook it. "This set of plates, 8 in a set, I bought them from Urumqi." Chen Nian took the broken plate. "They'll get you another set later." "One set? I want 2 sets. Reba tossed the broken plate into the trash. Can the sound crisp? Mental damage compensation. At 1:30 p.m. the sun was blazing. Yu Chan's holographic projection appeared in the center of the living room, broadcasting a set of data. The UV index in the equatorial region of Qingyu Star was 4.2. The seawater temperature was 23.6 degrees Celsius, and the tide schedule showed the next 3 hours would be ebb tide, exposing a large area of intertidal zone near the reef area. In layman's terms, Yu Chan dismissed the data suitable for outdoor activities. Song Tai was the first to stand up. "Beach. Chen Nian leaned against the sofa armrest. "Nothing else to do this afternoon. Let's go for a stroll by the sea. There are swimsuits and sunscreen in the base storage room. Pick your own." Song Tai turned and left, pausing at the staircase. "What brand? Printed by Yu Chan." Song Tai stared blankly for 2 seconds, then went upstairs. The storage room was at the end of the second floor. Yu Chan had pre-matched sizes according to each person's body data, hung them neatly on racks, each with a name tag out. Demimi came out first. A black 2-piece swimsuit with a white sheer mesh cover-up over it, unbuttoned. Her hair was tied in a high ponytail, sunglasses on, flip-flops on her feet. She stood at the staircase and glanced down, confirming Chen Nian was there before coming down. Walking up to him, she pushed her sunglasses up onto her forehead. "Where's the sunscreen?" "On the coffee table." Demimi picked up the sunscreen, squeezed a blob onto the back of her hand, and started applying it to her arms in front of the floor mirror. Reba popped up from behind her. A winered one-piece swimsuit sharply tailored, her collarbones and shoulder lines fully exposed. She gathered all her hair to one side and bent down to tie the strap of her sandal around her ankle. Yafei wore a floral print frilled bikini with a semi-transparent gauze skirt over it. She spun in front of the mirror, nodded at her reflection, and patted the hem of the skirt with satisfaction. Lu Qi took a dark blue sporty 2-piece swimsuit from the storage room. Simple, with no extra ornaments. After changing, she went straight downstairs, not even glancing at the mirror as she passed the living room. Xiao Yixian stayed in the storage room for a long time. Yafei knocked twice. "What's wrong?" The door opened a crack and half of Xiao Yixian's face appeared. "I've never worn this kind of clothes." Yafei squeezed sideways in, and 30 seconds later the two came out together. Xiao Yixian wore a light purple high-waist 2-piece swimsuit with a half-length gauze tied around her waist, covering her lower abdomen. Her skin was so pale it carried a cool tone, barely distinguishable in color from the light purple fabric. Yafei held her wrist and comforted her in rapid. Feng Qinger didn't pick the swimsuit prepared by Yu Chan. She dug out a modified short combat robe from her own bundle, its hem only reaching her knees, with a cloth belt tied around her waist. This outfit looked out of place on the beach, but she showed no intention of changing. Yun Yun was the last to come down. A white tie-back bikini with a semi-transparent mesh long shirt over it, the hem tied in a knot at her waist. Her long hair was loose, falling over her shoulders, swaying gently with the rhythm of her steps. As she walked down the stairs, the living room fell silent for a beat. Reba's hand, in the middle of applying sunscreen, paused for half a second. Demimi's sunglasses slid from her forehead back down to the bridge of her nose. Chen Nian stood by the door waiting. He had changed into beach shorts, a gray quick-dry t-shirt, and flip-flops. In his hands he carried 2 woven bags and a set of tools, a pry knife, a small shovel, and a plastic bucket. Song Tai passed by him, glanced at the pile of gear. "Foraging. The tide's out. There's plenty to find in the reef area." Song Tai clicked her tongue. "You're taking this group foraging?" Chen Nian had already pushed the door open and left. The path from the base to the sea was short, just through a low shrubbery to see the beach. White fine sand, pale blue seawater, a gentle arc of shoreline stretching out until it merged with the horizon. No tourists, no vendors, no water sports. This entire planet had only these people. Reba was the first to step onto the sand. She kicked off her sandals, walking barefoot, her toes sinking in and pulling out, leaving a trail of uneven footprints. She ran a few steps toward the sea. When the waves washed over her ankles, she let out a scream and ran back. Cold. Demimi walked over to a reef, took off her mesh cover-up, laid it on the rock as a cushion, sat down, crossed her legs, pushed her sunglasses up, and stared blankly at the sea. Chen Nian placed the woven bags and tools on the sand, bent down, and rolled up his pant legs twice. The exposed reef area after the ebb tide lay under the sun, with shallow and deep pools reflecting the sky. These pools were natural seafood basins. He crouched beside the first pool, slid the prying knife along the rock surface. An oyster was pried off with a thin layer of barnacle shells the size of a palm. Good quality. He tossed the oyster into the bucket, making a dull thud. Then he pried off the second, the third. His technique grew faster. The pry knife angled sharply and precisely, each cut landing exactly on the seam between the shell and the rock. Song Tai crouched beside him, watched for a while, then reached into his bucket and fished one out, weighing it in her hand. Wild fat enough. Grilled tonight. Let's gather enough first. Lu Qi silently walked to the other side of the reef area, rolled up her pant legs, and waded into a shallow water zone. She lowered her head and looked for a few seconds, then reached into the water and pulled out a starfish. She examined it for a moment and put it back. Then she fished out a crab, held it by the shell, turned it over to look at its belly. Female has roe. Chen Nian turned his head to look at her. Had this girl foraged before? Lu Qi didn't explain. She tossed the female crab into the bucket and continued to roam among the pools, her steps unhurried, each foot landing on the dry rock edge of the pool. Yafei spread 2 large towels on the beach. Xiao Yixian sat on the towel legs, stretched out her toes half a meter from the water's edge. When the waves pushed up, she would shrink her feet back, and when the tide receded, she slowly stretched them out again. Yafei laughed beside her. They don't bite. I'm not scared. Xiao Yixian's feet shrank again. Feng Qinger stood on a high reef more than a dozen meters away from the others. She crossed her arms, looking down at the group on the beach. The sunlight hit her profile, and the short combat robe clung to her body in the sea breeze. She watched Chen Nian crouching beside the reef, prying oysters for a long time. This man, from the moment he brought her out of the Dopa world, had never shown any trace of a powerful figure's demeanor. No cultivation, no discussion of the Tao, just thinking about food all day. The women around him were each more beautiful than the last, yet here he was digging for shells. What kind of game was he playing? Yunyan didn't follow the crowd. She walked alone along the coastline for a distance. The white mesh long shirt was filled by the wind billowing behind her. Her footprints stretched behind her in an arc. After walking about 200 meters, she sat down on a flat reef. The sea breeze blew straight in from the front. She closed her eyes, slowing her breathing. The circulation of Do Qi within her body ran exceptionally smoothly on this planet. The density of heaven and earth's energy here was far lower than that of the Do Qi continent, but it was pure without any impurities. A few minutes later, a shadow blocked the light in front of her. Sitting so far away, not very sociable. Chen Nian held 2 bottles of water, handing one over. Yunyan took it, but didn't open it. You bring so many people to one place, aren't you afraid something will go wrong? Like your Lu Feifei looks at people as if she's disassembling parts. Your Feng Qinger can crack a plate just by eating. Chen Nian sat down beside her. What about you? What's your assessment? Yunyan unscrewed the cap, took a sip of water, and screwed it back on hurriedly. I think you're playing a very dangerous game. Chen Nian didn't respond. On the distant beach, Ba was chasing a hermit crab across half the sand. Lu Qi's bucket was already half full of crabs. Song Tai had started flipping rocks by hand, looking for abalone. He looked down and fiddled with the broken shells at his feet. Among these people, each had their own world, their own past, their own temper. Crowded onto the same planet, the chemical reactions were far more complex than Lu Feifei's test tubes. But one thing he was clear about. As long as this scene still needed him to pry oysters, make garlic mashed porcine rooms, and squeeze out sunscreen, the balance would hold. I've done plenty of dangerous things. He stood up, brushed the sand off his pants. But there's one rule here. What rule, eh? No cracking my plates. Yun froze for a moment, then turned her head away. Her lips moved, but whether she smiled or not was unclear. From the other end of the beach came Xiao Yixian's scream. A sea urchin had been pushed by the waves to her feet, stinging her. Yafei scrambled to help pull out the spines, and Ba crouched nearby, handing her tissues. Feng Qing jumped down from the high reef, landing silently. She walked to the water's edge, bent down, picked up a stone smoothed by the waves, and waited. Then she threw it. The stone skipped across the water's surface 7 times each touch, sending up a puff of white spray before disappearing into the distant blue. Song Tai poked her head out from behind a reef, a piece of seaweed dangling from her mouth, staring at the direction where the trail of splashes vanished. How many levels of Do Qi? Feng Qinger ignored her. Song Tai spat out the seaweed and muttered to herself. Another one with a temper. When the sun dipped to the sea surface, Chen Nian tallied the harvest: half a bucket of oysters, a small half bucket of crabs, 6 abalones, a bag of conch, and 2 grouper fish that Lu Qi had somehow found. Enough. No need to open the fridge for tonight's dinner. As he carried the bucket back to meet him, his voice came from behind him. Chen Nian. He turned around. Demimi was still sitting on that reef, sunglasses off the sunset, casting a warm glow on her entire silhouette. Her finger pressed against her chin, she tilted her face to look at him. For the West expansion plan, reserve the one closest to you for me. She said this, then put her sunglasses back on, not waiting for his answer. 5 steps behind him, Feng Qing'er's hand clenched the end of the cloth belt around her waist, her knuckles tightening then loosening. Chen Nian did not move, holding the bucket steady in his hand. The lingering rays of the setting sun stretched the silhouette of Demimi far across the ground, nearly touching her toes. These words were not a negotiation, but a declaration. On this unfamiliar land, they were the most direct way to demarcate her own sphere of influence. This woman, no matter where she was, had grown accustomed to being the center of the spotlight, even if no spotlight existed here. He had not yet spoken when he felt that faint yet palpable sharpness behind him. Feng Qing'er released the cloth strap, but the tension did not dissipate. Instead, it was like a drawn bow, taut and ready to spring. The western area hasn't been leveled yet, and the blueprint is only half finished. Chen Nian's voice was flat, revealing no emotion. Isn't it a bit too early to discuss ownership now? Demimi leaned back against the reef, her face behind the sunglasses was unreadable. Not early. I like to settle things in advance. What if the building closest to me has bad feng shui? Chen Nian switched the bucket to his other hand. With you here, that is the best feng shui. The words were light, yet carried more weight than the earlier direct demand. Chen Nian smiled and did not reply. He turned and walked toward the camp. Behind him, Feng Qing'er strode forward to walk shoulder to shoulder with him. Her footsteps were soundless, like a graceful, yet dangerous feline, each step landing on the firmest part of the sand. She did not look at Chen Nian, nor at Demimi still seated on the reef. Her gaze fixed ahead. She spoke abruptly. The Celestial Demon Phoenix clan has only one criterion for choosing a mate. Chen Nian hummed in surprise, not expecting her to bring this up. Bloodline. Feng Qing'er's profile appeared sharp in the dim light. Only the most powerful bloodline can produce the strongest offspring. The word seemed out of context, but Chen Nian understood. Feng Qing'er was not discussing biology, as she was responding to Demimi's earlier declaration. One used the logic of modern society to stake her claim, the other brandished the laws of an ancient clan. Trouble. Only those two words remained in his mind. The trouble on this planet was more exhausting than dealing with an entire sect on the Doqi continent. In the distance, Yun Yun rose to her feet. She watched the approaching trio, her gaze sweeping between Feng Qing'er and Demimi, before finally settling on Chen Nian. It was a complex scrutiny, as if assessing the wear and tear of a tool. She probably felt that this hammer she used to maintain balance was about to crack. Back at the camp, a bonfire had already been lit. Lu Qi and Riba were huddled around the fire, enthusiastically studying how to roast sea snails. Chen Nian set down the bucket with a clatter. Everyone's attention was drawn. Time to eat. He rolled up his sleeves. Tonight we're having a seafood feast. Everyone come help. It was both a command and a stance. No matter how turbulent the undercurrents between you, when mealtime came, everyone listened to the cook. Song Tai was the first to rush over, peering into the bucket with bright eyes. So many abalones. Chen Nian, you're biased. Did you hide these away? When you were flipping over the rocks, you had seaweed in your mouth. The abalones saw you and ran away. Chen Nian replied casually, pulling out 2 grouper fish and handing them to Yafei. Clean them and steam them. Yafei took them with a smile and led Xiao Yixian to the makeshift processing station. What about me? What about me? Riba leaned in. You and Lu Qi scrubbed the crabs clean. Soon everyone had been assigned a task. Some washed vegetables, others tended the fire. The whole camp brimmed with the warmth of hearth and home, momentarily dispelling the earlier tension. In the end, only Demimi and Feng Qing'er remained standing. Demimi walked over gracefully. She was wearing a pair of sharply tailored black trousers. Easy. She stood beside Chen Nian, watching him prepare the oysters. What do you need me to do? Without looking up, Chen Nian skillfully pried open an oyster with a shucking knife, revealing the plump meat. He set the opened oyster aside. Garlic, he said succinctly. Demimi was taken aback. Peel the garlic, then mash it into a paste. Chen Nian pointed to a bag of purple-skinned garlic and a stone mortar. Demimi stared at the bag of dirt-stained garlic for a moment, then crouched down and began peeling them one by one. Her movements were a bit clumsy but earnest. Chen Nian paid her no more attention and turned his gaze to Feng Qing. This proud daughter of heaven stood there as if waiting for him to speak. Her pride would not allow her to eagerly join in like Riba, nor did she deign to ask directly like Demimi. Chen Nian picked up a large conch and weighed it in his hand. This one. He handed the conch to her. Shatter it with your Doqi, but don't damage the meat inside. Feng Qing'er's eyebrow arched slightly. Using Doqi to crack open a conch and extract the meat required extremely precise control. Apart from Yun Yun, she was the only one present who could handle this task. It was both an assignment and a form of recognition. She took the conch without a word. An invisible force emanated from her palm, and a faint crackling sound was heard. The hard shell was covered in a web of fine cracks. She gently pinched, and the shell fell away like sand, revealing the intact, springy meat inside. Song Tai stared in amazement, her mouth forming an O. Holy crap! What kind of kung fu is that? A human crusher. Feng Qing'er placed the extracted meat on a clean plate, without even glancing at her, then picked up a second conch. Chen Nian arranged the shucked oysters on the grill, the charcoal hissing as they cooked. While brushing on the garlic sauce, he observed the 2 women out of the corner of his eye. One crouched on the ground, hands that had once commanded the attention of millions on the red carpet, now stained with garlic skins and dirt. The other stood hands that had once performed magnificent dough techniques now used to shell conchs. He suddenly felt that the dangerous game Yun Yun had mentioned might not be so hard to play after all. At least in the kitchen the rules were his to set. Just then Demimi, who had been squatting to peel garlic, suddenly stood up and held out a bowl of peeled cloves to Feng Qing. Your douchi control is excellent. You should be quick at mashing garlic too. Her voice was calm, laced with a touch of entitlement. Do me a favor. Feng Qing paused in her movements and stared at her coldly. The air froze instantly. Even Song Tai, who was skewering abalones nearby, sensed the tension and froze in her movements. It was a blatant provocation. Using the task Chen Nian had assigned to command another person, Feng Qing's fingers tightened slowly and the edge of the conch meat on the plate began to warp slightly. My douchi is not for mashing garlic. Is that so? Demimi thrust the bowl forward another inch. I thought that here all abilities are for cooking. After saying this, she looked straight at Chen Nian, who was grilling the oysters. The meaning was clear. She wanted an answer. An answer about who had the final say here. Chen Nian flipped the oysters on the grill without turning his head. Feng Qing, he spoke. Mash the garlic. 2 words spoken softly. Yet they crashed down upon Feng Qing's shoulders like 2 invisible mountains. The air was sucked dry. Song Tai forgot to breathe, staring blankly at Feng Qing, the celestial figure in her eyes, one who could shatter boulders with bare hands. Her. To mash garlic. What sorcery of magical realism was this? Feng Qing did not move. She stood there, the invisible aura around her beginning to churn, stirring the hair at her temples. The piece of conch meat in her hand was crushed into pulp, with a squelched juice seeping through her fingers. It was a silent protest, a sign of losing control. Demimi lowered her eyelids, concealing the fleeting gleam of triumph within. She did not look at Feng Qing again. Instead, she turned silently and returned to her spot, continuing to peel the remaining garlic with deliberate slowness, as if a masterstroke. Chen Nian gave her that assessment in his mind. This move of using borrowed force was brilliantly executed. She had read Feng Qing's pride and calculated the need to establish absolute authority here. She had placed herself and Feng Qing on opposite ends of the scale, forcing Chen Nian to make a choice. And Chen Nian's choice would be the law of this place. He'll say this. Chen Nian's voice rang out again, still flat, without a trace of emotion. He did not even turn around, merely placing a grilled oyster onto a nearby plate. Only once. Those words hit harder than the earlier, mash garlic. Song Tai instinctively stepped back. She felt the air around Feng Qing grow thick and perilous, exuding a destructive aura ready to explode. Then her gaze shifted to Chen Nian's back. That man was still focused on roasting oysters, the red glow of charcoal flickering across his profile. As if the words that could ignite the whole room were merely a reminder to add more charcoal. A deeper chill than facing Feng Qing's terrifying aura crept up Song Tai's spine. This man was the most terrifying of all. Feng Qing finally moved. Her movements were slow, stiff, each step as if fighting against 1,000 pounds. She walked to the stone mortar Demimi had just set down and stopped. She did not look at Demimi, nor at Chen Nian. Her gaze fell into the rough stone bowl. Inside, a dozen cleanly peeled, plump garlic cloves. Things she once would not even deign to glance at. Now they were the greatest humiliation. She slowly extended her hand. The hand that had so precisely controlled combat chi to shatter the conch shell into powder. Now it was to grasp the stone pestle for crushing food. Humiliation, rage, resentment. All emotions churned in her chest, on the verge of erupting as tangible combat, chi leveling this tiny kitchen. But she could not. She could clearly sense a faint yet pervasive chi mechanism always locked onto her. The chi emanated from Chen Nian. It carried no killing intent, yet it was more unsettling than any killing intent. Like a giant hand suspended above her head, ready to crush her without hesitation if she made any move. She had no doubt about it. This was absolute suppression of power. Before absolute power, all pride was worthless. Feng Qing closed her eyes. When she opened them again, all emotions had vanished, leaving only an icy stillness. She picked up the heavy stone pestle. Then with a crash, she dumped the bowl of garlic cloves into the mortar. The motion was rough, laden with obvious fury. Demimi paused in her garlic peeling, not raising her head. Song Tai nearly stabbed herself with the skewer, while threading abalone, quickly steadying herself. Chen Nian continued brushing sauce as if he hadn't heard. Feng Qing gripped the pestle with both hands, raised it high, the elegant muscles of her arms taut with effort. It was venting rage. Thump, thump, thump. One blow after another. The collision of stone pestle and mortar was dense and violent. It was venting rage. Thump, thump, thump. One blow after another. The collision of stone pestle and mortar was dense and violent. Each strike used all her strength, as if she were pounding all the grievances and resentment of her life into those garlic cloves. Soon the pungent smell of garlic mixed with a hint of savagery filled the kitchen. Song Tai's heart pounded at the sound. She stole a glance at Feng Qing, whose expression was blank, but whose strikes grew faster and fiercer, with bits of crushed garlic flying out of the mortar. This was not mashing garlic, it was demolishing the house. She looked at Chen Nian again and saw him finally stop his work. He turned around, leaned against the grill counter holding a plate of freshly grilled garlic oysters, watching Feng Qing'er silently. No praise, no reprimand. He just watched until Feng Qing'er's movements slowed from exhaustion. In the mortar the garlic cloves had long become a fine paste. Feng Qing'er panted heavily, her chest heaving, fine beads of sweat on her forehead. She raised her head, meeting Chen Nian's gaze with a mixture of humiliation and defiance. The meaning was clear. I've done what you asked. Chen Nian said nothing. He picked up a grilled oyster, brought it to his lips, blew off the steam, and took a big bite. The plump oyster meat mingled with golden garlic sauce, juice overflowing. He chewed slowly, savoring it. Everyone stopped moving. The kitchen was filled only with the faint sound of his chewing and the crackle of charcoal. Time stretched endlessly. Finally Chen Nian swallowed, then spoke languidly. The garlic paste is too coarse that it affects the texture. He pointed at the mortar before Feng Qing. Continue. The minced garlic was too coarse, compromising texture. Proceed. 2 words, light as feathers yet crushing as mountains, struck Feng Qing'er's heart like a thunderclap. The air itself seemed to congeal. Inside the kitchen, only the occasional soft pop of burning charcoal broke the silence. Demai and Song Tai held their breath, deliberately slowing each inhalation, terrified of disturbing that suffocating stillness. Feng Qing'er remained rooted in place, unmoving. Sweat traced a glistening path down her smooth forehead, coursed over her taut cheeks, and fell onto her coarse cotton robe, blooming into a dark, damp stain. Those hands, once famed for stirring storms across realms, still loosely gripped the stone pestle, trembling, not from exhaustion, but from a deep, soul-shaking tremor rising from within. The burning humiliation had cooled into something far more profound, icy, absolute helplessness. All her life she had fought to prevail. Never before had she been defeated so utterly, so inexplicably. Her opponent hadn't even raised a hand in earnest. With nothing but quiet, mundane words, he had consigned her to menial labor and shattered every shred of pride and dignity she possessed. She did not understand. Who was this man? Why did he do this? Merely for the garlic sauce on a grilled oyster. Absurd. Ridiculous. Yet the invisible pressure locking onto her entire chi circulation reminded her with chilling certainty that it was all real. She tightened her grip on the pestle once more. Her knuckles whitened under strain, blue veins coiled like serpents across her pale, slender hands. This time no earth-shattering crash followed. She lowered the pestle slowly into the mortar and began grinding. One circle, another. Each motion slow, heavy, suffused with the grim resignation. The rasp of stone against stone, a grating, oppressive hiss, no longer vented fury. It had become torture. Torture she inflicted upon herself. Song Tai stole a glance, and her heart clenched violently. She saw Feng Qing'er's lips torn open by her own teeth, a thin rivulet of crimson spilling from the corner of her mouth, shockingly vivid. Yet Feng Qing'er felt nothing. Mechanically, stubbornly, she turned the pestle, her movements rigid, relentless, as if seeking to grind her very soul. This silent, unyielding resistance unsettled them far more than her earlier explosive rage. It was a quiet, absolute defiance. Chen Nian leaned against the barbecue station, tossing an empty oyster shell into the trash bin. He watched Feng Qing'er, watched her wage her final self-destructive battle. Truly this phoenix burned with fierce, untamable fire. Pity, it was misdirected. What he sought was not a slave, but a subordinate. A slave whose spine had been broken held no value. But a subordinate who knew when to bow and where to channel strength was invaluable. He stepped forward. His leather boots scraped softly against the rough floor, each footfall echoing like a drumbeat against Song Tai's and Demai's pounding hearts. He halted directly before Feng Qing'er. His towering frame cast a shadow that swallowed her whole. Her grinding ceased. She did not lift her gaze, fixating instead on the garlic paste, now smooth as cream, within the mortar. Chen Nian extended his hand. Not toward the pestle. Not toward her. He simply plucked an unpeeled clove of garlic from the nearby basket. The essence of power lies not in destruction, he said, voice calm, as though stating an irrefutable truth. It lies in control. At those words he placed the clove into another clean stone bowl, and raised a single finger. His index finger, ordinary, clean, elegantly long. With that one digit, he gently touched the intact clove. No aura flared. No energy rippled. Not even a whisper disturbed the air. Before Song Tai's and Demai's wide, disbelieving eyes, the impossible, that rigid clove, like stone worn away by eons of unseen time, began dissolving inwards, silently crumbling, then collapsing entirely into a translucent gelatinous paste, hundreds of times finer than the garlic Feng Qing'er had labored so fiercely to produce. An overwhelming yet astonishingly pure garlic aroma exploded, bold yet devoid of harshness, as if distilling the very soul of the bulb. Song Tai instinctively recoiled half a step, her face etched with raw disbelief. What kind of technique was this? Telekinesis? Psychic force? No, neither. She sensed it a force entirely beyond her comprehension, not annihilation, but deconstruction. A fundamental reconfiguration of matter at its most elemental level. Demae reacted more viscerally, frozen stiff. As the one who had witnessed Chen Nian's abilities most often, she believed she had already set her expectations impossibly high. Yet now she realized she had glimpsed less than a sliver of the iceberg's tip. To compare this to garlic pounding was not merely inadequate, it was sacrilege. This existed on an entirely different plane. Silence thick and absolute filled the kitchen. Feng Qing'er finally lifted her head. Her gaze swept past Chen Nian's finger to settle on the tiny pool of paste, then jerked away as though seared. The last trace of color drained from her face. If earlier dominance had ignited shame and resentment, now she felt only despair, the chasm between heaven and earth. The gulf between fireflies and the full moon. Her vaunted battle chi, the power she'd pursued all her life, now seemed like a child's clumsy plaything before. He had conveyed this truth in the simplest, most direct, and most merciless way possible. Chen Nian withdrew his finger, not glancing once at the bowl. Instead, he looked straight at Feng Qing'er and spoke, voice measured and cool. Your battle chi is formidable, but it is like a heavy mallet, unsharpened, fit only for cracking walnuts. What I require is a scalpel, capable of carving masterpieces of exquisite artistry. He paused and offered her a freshly grilled scallop skewer. Its golden garlic paste was hers, the very one she had ground herself. Do you understand now? Feng Qing'er's body convulsed violently. She stared at the skewer inches from her face. The coarse, glaring garlic paste, now a grotesque relic of her shattered. It was the ruin of everything she had been. Chen Nian said nothing more. He simply held out the skewer, waiting, silently, patiently, for her answer. Chen Nian's arm remained completely still, the roasted skewer hovering silently in midair. Time in the kitchen seemed to be tugged by some invisible force, becoming thick and slow. For Feng Qing'er, every second was akin to a slow torture. That skewer, that clump of garlic paste she had personally mashed, was no longer food in her eyes. It was the ruin of her world, the gravestone of her pride. Humiliation surged like molten iron from her heart, spreading through her limbs. Rationality screamed at her to strike it down, to burn the last vestige of her fighting spirit, even if it meant self-destruction, to uphold that laughable dignity. But she could not. In her mind, the image of the whole garlic silently turning to powder replayed over and over like an inescapable curse, crushing all resistance. With what would she resist? Challenging the bright moon with a firefly, what significance did that hold besides proving her own foolishness? A drop of scalding liquid broke free from the confines of her eyes, sliding down her colorless cheek. Pat! A faint sound fell onto the smooth stone floor like something shattering completely. It was her heart. Song Tai and Demi held their breath, not daring to blink. What they were witnessing was the complete obliteration of a powerhouse, a proud daughter of heaven, from the very roots of her spirit. This shock was far more heart-stopping than any clash of blades. Feng Qing'er's body finally moved amidst the violent tremors. Slowly she raised her hand. That hand, once capable of summoning wind and thunder, gathering vast fighting spirit, was now stiff as decayed wood. Every stretch of her fingertips drained her entire strength. At last her fingertips touched the cold bamboo skewer. She took it. Under the gaze of the three, her expressionless face delivered the skewer that bore witness to her defeat into her mouth. The meat on the skewer was roasted to perfection, the sweet juices bursting in her mouth. However, following that was the rough and spicy assault of the garlic paste. Not fully cooked, it carried a raw, stimulating sensation that sharpened her taste buds more, like a repeated lash against her already shattered pride. She chewed expressionlessly. It felt as though she was swallowing not food, but her entire past. One bite, then another, until she swallowed that roughness and spiciness along with her unwillingness and despair. Click! The bamboo skewer slipped from her feeble fingers, falling to the ground. Chen Nian continued to observe her quietly, like the coldest of hunters watching the prey, ensnared in a trap, until it exhausted its last ounce of struggle. What he sought was not fear nor submission, but a kind of total awakening. He turned around, picked up the stone bowl containing the transparent garlic paste, and gently dipped a clean chopstick into it. Then he presented it to her again. This time there were no skewers, no other items. Only the purest garlic paste, representing an absolute disparity in power. Taste it. 2 simple words. Yet they made Feng Qing'er's body tremble violently. If consuming the garlic paste she made was admitting defeat, then tasting the creation of another was acknowledging the existence of a deity. She gazed at the glimmering, translucent paste, as if it contained a world she could not comprehend. She had no choice. Or rather, from the moment she chose to accept that skewer, she had lost all her choices. She leaned slightly forward, extending her tongue, delicately brushing against the tip of the chopstick. In an instant, boom. No spiciness, no stimulation. A rich and indescribable pure garlic aroma erupted within her taste centers, deep in her soul, explosively igniting. That was not merely a taste. It was a Tao, a principle of control barbarically flooding her cognition through the most direct means of taste. She finally understood what a scalpel was, what a heavy hammer was. Her body stiffened, her eyes wide open, her pupils shrank to the size of needles due to extreme. Chen Nian retracted the chopsticks, casually placing the stone bowl on the nearby countertop. He walked to the sink and turned on the faucet. The sound of running water shattered the deathly silence in the kitchen. He stood with his back to her, his voice calmly mingling with the sound of water. Wash the bowl. 4 simple words. Like a thunderclap, they struck the hearts of Demi Mi and Song Tai. They exchanged glances, seeing boundless horror reflected in each other's eyes. From a clash concerning the essence of power, a divine confrontation to washing dishes. This extreme contrast nearly caused their brains to short-circuit. This was no mere psychological torment. This was crushing a person's identity, status, pride into dust, then casually reshaping it into the most humble form. Feng Qing'er, the gem of the Wind Thunder Pavilion, a dueling master, a daughter of heaven. Washing dishes. She stood frozen in place as if she hadn't heard. The sound of running water continued. Chen Nian did not urge her, nor did he turn back. He stood there as if washing not only the dishes, but also a heart covered. 1 second. 2 seconds. 10 seconds. Under the tense gaze of Song Tai and Demi Mi, Feng Qing'er's rigid body finally moved. Her hands hanging by her sides silently clenched, then slowly relaxed. Finally, she raised her foot and took the first step towards the sink. That step felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. That step seemed to bear the weight of 1,000 pounds. Each step felt like crushing an old bone. From the Wind and Thunder Pavilion to the Central Continent, from the Do Zone to the Celestial Prodigy, all the identities and glory that once supported her and constituted her being were silently dismantled and stripped away in these few steps, ultimately turning into formless dust beneath her feet. Demi Mi and Song Tai held their breaths, even hearing the rapid beating of their own hearts. What they witnessed was not merely a person walking, but rather the collapse of a world. Finally, Feng Qing'er stood before the sink. The sound of rushing water seemed to be the only ruler of this space. Chen Nian still had his back to her, not turning around, methodically washing the dishes in his hands, as if everything happening behind him was none of his concern. This extreme indifference was more piercing than any verbal humiliation. Feng Qing'er's gaze fell upon the stone bowl that she herself had cleaned out completely. It was this bowl that contained her failure, bearing witness to her collapse. Now she had to personally wash away the traces of this failure. Her hand trembled slightly as it reached out. Once it had been a hand that could summon wind and thunder, capable of splitting rivers and seas with a mere gesture. Yet at this moment it was to pick up a greasy rag. As her fingertips touched the rough, moist texture, Feng Qing'er's body stiffened for a moment. But it was just a moment. She picked up the rag, turned on the other faucet, and squeezed some dish soap. The pungent chemical scent mingled with garlic and grease invaded her nostrils. She began to mechanically scrub the stone bowl again and again. Bubbles rose only to be washed away by the flow of water. Her movements were slow and awkward, clearly indicating she had never done such a thing before. But she washed with great effort, her knuckles turning slightly pale from the strain. It was as if what she aimed to wash away was not just the grease on the bowl, but the humiliation etched into her soul. With a thud, Chen Nian placed the last washed chopstick into the draining basket and turned off the faucet. In the kitchen, only the monotonous, jarring sound of Feng Qing'er scrubbing and the water flow remained. He turned around, leaning against the counter, pulling a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it. He did not look at Feng Qing'er, but gazed outside the kitchen at the several women who did. His gaze swept across the faces of Yu Chan the Witch, Yun Yafei, and Xiao Yixian, finally landing on Demi Mi and Riba. Come here. His voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. The crowd exchanged glances, but still obeyed, and walked into the kitchen. The small space suddenly felt crowded with so many people. Everyone's gaze involuntarily fell upon the figure silently washing dishes at the sink, turning her back to them. Yun and Yafei's faces were filled with incomprehensible shock. Feng Qing'er, the little princess of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion, washing dishes. This scene was even more surreal than witnessing a Dozong powerhouse being beheaded in the street. It was more magical and subverted their understanding. The atmosphere in the kitchen had become unbearably tense. Only the sound of running water and the scrubbing sound of Feng Qing'er washing the bowl continued. Finally, that sound stopped. Feng Qing'er turned off the faucet and gently placed the perfectly clean, even slightly hot stone bowl back in its original place. Throughout the entire process, she made not a single unnecessary sound. She turned around, lowering her head, her long eyelashes hiding all her emotions. It's done. Her voice was soft, carrying a hollow tone, as if all her strength had been drained. Chen Nian took a puff of smoke and slowly exhaled. The pale smoke obscured his features. He responded, and then, as if completing a trivial task, casually extinguished the cigarette, but in the sink. Get ready, we are going back to Earth. Earth. This unfamiliar term left Yun Yafei, Xiao Yixian, and Feng Qing'er stunned. But Demimi Ri Ba Lu Fei Fei and the others instantly became excited, their faces unable to hide their joy. Going back? To Earth? Really? Can we go back? Ri Ba's voice trembled. Chen Nian nodded. We need to take care of some matters and conveniently procure a batch of supplies. He looked at Yun Yun and the others and calmly explained, Earth is my hometown, my world. It is completely different from the Doqi continent where you are. His world. These words struck like a heavy hammer against the hearts of Yun Yun and Yafei. They had always known Chen Nian to be mysterious and powerful, but had never deeply considered his origins. At this moment the mystery was revealed in the most direct manner. He did not belong to any world they knew. What kind of place is it? Yafei could not help but ask, her business instincts sensing something unusual. There is no Doqi, no magical beasts, and no alchemists. Chen Nian's words left the breaths of several otherworldly visitors suspended. No Doqi. How could ordinary people survive? How could the strong stand their ground? But we have another kind of power. Chen Nian lightly tapped his fingertip on the smooth countertop. We call it technology. He did not elaborate further, because any linguistic description seemed pale and powerless in the face of the facts witnessed with their own eyes. This trip back is mainly for procurement. We need a large quantity of food, drinking water, medicines, daily necessities, and some things you cannot comprehend for now. The budget is 5 million. 5 million. This figure, casually spoken by Chen Nian, made everyone present gasp in shock. Even Yafei, who was used to grand occasions, was taken aback by this number. 5 million gold coins could buy a significant portion of the middle family's assets. This is mainly to prepare for the future. Chen Nian's gaze swept over the crowd. Our numbers will increase, and the consumption at the base will also grow. A one-time supply can save a lot of trouble. His explanation was reasonable. Whether it was the energy consumption of the spaceship or the daily expenses of these dozen women, both were astronomical figures. Preparing supplies in advance is a perfectly normal strategic consideration. You few, he looked at Yun Yun, Yafei, Xiao, Yixian, and Feng Qing, might as well take this opportunity to see my world and understand what you will face in the future. This will benefit you. His words were irrefutable. Feng Qing had kept her head down, silent, resembling a soulless puppet. But Chen Nian knew she absorbed every word. Destroying her pride was just the first step. Next, he would thoroughly reshape her worldview. He wanted her to understand how inconsequential the power and background she once took pride in were under a grander scale of civilization. This was the true, fundamental dismantling. Go prepare. Chen Nian waved his hand. Gather outside in half an hour. The girls immediately dispersed, each harboring complex feelings of excitement, curiosity, confusion, and apprehension as they prepared for their other world. In the kitchen, only Chen Nian and the still-standing Feng Qing remained. Chen Nian walked in front of her. Shadows enveloped her, causing her body to tense, and he said nothing, merely reaching out to gently tuck a loose strand of hair behind her ear. His fingertips were icy, and the moment they touched her skin she shivered. Lift your head. His voice was calm. Feng Qing's body stiffened, and after a few seconds she slowly and painfully raised her head. What kind of face was that? Gone was the past pride and sharpness, nor the recent despair and numbness. Only an extreme bewilderment remained. Like a child lost in the universe, unable to find the way home. Chen Nian gazed at her quietly. Remember the feeling of washing the dishes just now? He began, each word clearly imprinted deep within her soul. Also remember the taste of that garlic paste on your tongue. The former represents your current position. The latter represents the height I can reach. Think clearly about where you want to stand in the future. After saying this, he withdrew his hand and turned to leave the kitchen, leaving Feng Qing alone, standing dazedly in place, his final words echoing in her mind. Where should she stand in the future? Half an hour later, everyone had gathered in the assembly hall of the spaceship. Demimi Ri Ba Lu Fei Fei and several other Earth girls dressed in stylish casual wear were calm and composed, even carrying a hint of anticipation for the upcoming novel journey. They were guides and also witnesses. On the other side, Yun Yun, Yafei, and Xiao Yixian presented a completely different style. They had shed their ancient, elegant long dresses and put on the modern clothes Chen Nian had prepared for them. Though the fits were tailored and the fabrics comfortable, their restraint and wariness toward everything around them could not be concealed. They were like sprites who had wandered into a steel forest, curious yet tinged with unease. Yafei's business acumen made her subconsciously analyze the fabric and craftsmanship of the clothes she wore, secretly estimating their value in her mind, only to find that her knowledge system was utterly useless here. This feeling was novel and also dangerous. Xiao Yixian, on the other hand, was more interested in the fresh scent that permeated the air, a scent she had never smelled before, purified by the air treatment system. Her calamity-poisoned body was most sensitive to environmental changes. The energy here was thin, yet incredibly pure. Yun Yun stood there, her demeanor cool and aloof. She tried to maintain the composure of a sect leader, but her slightly clenched hands betrayed her inner turmoil. She was about to step into a completely unknown world, the world that belonged to Chen Nian. Everyone's gaze without exception fell on the person who walked Feng Qing'er. She had also changed into a simple sportswear, her black hair casually tied back. She walked silently to the end of the line, keeping her head down and maintaining distance from everyone. No one disturbed her. Chen Nian's gaze swept over her without lingering. He knew well that for a phoenix whose claws and wings had been plucked, any verbal comfort would be an insult. Only by letting her witness a vaster sky with her own eyes could she understand that what she had lost might not be the entire world. Let's go. Chen Nian said no more. He turned and walked toward the center of the hall. The metal floor beneath his feet silently split open and a platform slowly rose. Everyone step onto it. The girls stepped onto the platform one by one. The moment Feng Qing'er's last foot touched it, a soft white light glowed from the edge of the platform, forming a translucent energy shield that enveloped everyone. The next second, a feeling of weightlessness came. This was not the flight of Douqi wings, nor the bumpy ride of a magical beast. It was a pure sense of space. Yun's heart tightened. She could clearly perceive that the spatial laws around her were being twisted and folded in a way she could not comprehend. The wind attribute Douqi she cultivated became sluggish and utterly useless at this moment. She was like a small boat swept into a vortex of stars with no choice but to passively accept. This feeling of powerlessness filled her with deeper reverence for the man standing with his hands behind his back at the center of the platform. Yafei meanwhile tightly grasped Ribia's arm beside her fingertips ice cold. Her mind had stopped its business calculations, leaving only a blank. Wealth, power, connections. All were as fragile as paper before the power that could traverse. For the first time she truly understood what a terrifying existence Chen Nian's technology was. Just a few seconds of daze. The platform beneath them trembled slightly and came to a halt. The light shield enveloping everyone quietly dissipated like melting snow. A stream of air completely different from that inside the spaceship rushed into everyone's nostrils. It carried the fragrance of plants, the scent of earth, and a complex flavor that Chen Nian called PM2.5. We're here. Chen Nian's voice broke the silence. Yun, Yafei, Xiao Yixian, and Feng Qing'er almost simultaneously raised their heads stiffly. Then their breath caught. Before them was a building they had never seen before. It was huge, white, composed of smooth lines and transparent glass reflecting a dreamlike luster in the afternoon sun. Around the building was a meticulously manicured lawn, and in the distance lay a sparkling blue pool. Occasionally, iron birds, emitting loud roars, flew across the sky. In the distance, a gray, impossibly flat road was faintly visible, with colorful iron boxes speeding along it. Everything, absolutely everything, was beyond their comprehension. Welcome to my world. Chen Nian looked at their stunned expressions, his heart undisturbed. This was just an appetizer. What he wanted was never a momentary shock, but to reshape their cognitive system from the roots. Demimi and Riba, on the other hand, were like returning to their home turf, smiles on their faces, enthusiastically beginning to introduce the visitors from another world. This is a villa, the house we live in. That's a swimming pool, you can play in the water. That thing in the sky is an airplane, it can carry people and fly around. Much faster than your flying magical beasts. Yun and the others listened numbly, their brains struggling to process the overwhelming amount of subversive information. Chen Nian ignored them and walked straight into the villa. In the spacious and bright living room, everything was ready. The long dining table was laden with a dazzling array: Peking duck, squirrel-shaped mandarin fish, dompa pork, mapo tofu. Classic dishes from the 8 major cuisines were all available. There were even seafood, sashimi, and delicate French desserts. The aroma instantly occupied everyone's sense of smell. Let's eat first. Chen Nian sat at the head of the table. Eat your fill, then you'll have strength to work. This time no excessive persuasion was needed. When the first bite of crisp-skinned tender roast duck wrapped in sweet bean sauce and scallion shreds melted on Yafei's tongue, the head of the Miter family lost her composure for the first time. She even forgot to contemplate the commercial value of this dish. Her mind was left with only one primal impulse: another bite. Xiao Yixian carefully picked up a piece of crystal-clear tofu and brought it to her mouth. Numbness, spiciness, umami, fragrance, heat, tenderness, and smoothness. 7 flavors exploded on her taste buds, in succession, layer upon layer, causing a veil of moisture to form in her gray-purple eyes. Yun's movements remained elegant, but the speed of her chopsticks was more than double her usual pace. Even Feng Qing'er, who had been detached from the situation after being forcefully given a piece of melt-in-the-mouth dompa pork by Riba, her chewing changed from mechanical to hesitant, and finally, she silently reached out her own chopsticks. The meal was devoured like a whirlwind. After the meal, Chen Nian did not give them much time to savor. He snapped his fingers and a huge light screen descended from the living room wall. On the light screen, lines of text and images began scrolling rapidly. Shopping list: food category, high-energy compression biscuits, self-heating military rations, dehydrated vegetables, canned meat. Estimated purchase quantity 50 tons. Drinks category 5L bottled purified water, functional beverages, high concentration, vitamin, effervescent tablets. Estimated purchase quantity 10 tons daily necessities category. The dense list was dizzying to behold. And the purchase quantities following each item made even Yafei, a commercial genius, feel a tingle in her scalp. The living room instantly fell into a deathly silence. Even Demimi and Reba were so shocked that their mouths fell open. They knew Chen Nian was wealthy, but they hadn't expected it to reach such an unimaginable level. Yafei, the procurement of food and daily necessities will be handled by Yumimi and Reba. They will teach you how to use the money here. Xiao Yixian, you'll handle the medicines with Fei Fei and Song Tai. Your expertise will be useful here. As for you two. Chen Nian's gaze finally landed on Yun Yun and Feng Qing'er. Follow me. He stood up and walked toward the villa's huge floor-to-ceiling window. Outside, night had already fallen. In the distance, the city's silhouette was illuminated by countless lights converging into a brilliant river of stars that stretched from the ground to the sky. The traffic turned into golden dragons flowing endlessly through the uneven steel jungle. It was a magnificent and splendid picture that Yun Yun and Feng Qing had never imagined even in their dreams. Procuring supplies is just a side task. Chen Nian's voice sounded behind them. Bringing you here is mainly for you to see. He pointed at the boundless prosperity outside the window. Look carefully. This is the power of technology. This is the form of civilization. And this is only the beginning. Chen Nian turned around, looking at their faces lit by the lights filled with shock. Now let's go to the highest place in this city. Chen Nian offered no further explanation, turning to press the elevator button. Yun Yun and Feng Qing'er exchanged a glance, seeing the same confusion and shock in each other's eyes, and could only silently follow. The cold metal box displayed no signs of energy fluctuations, yet it ascended and descended with an astonishing speed. As the sensation of weightlessness struck a hint of barely perceptible tension, crossed Feng Qing'er's typically proud face for the first time. Her inner fighting spirit instinctively activated, but she realized that this feeling did not come from any attack, but rather from a purely physical movement. This left her feeling an unprecedented sense of helplessness. In her world, power dictated everything. Yet here a mere mortal could experience the sensation of flight reserved for the mightiest of Dohuan. Yun Yun was much calmer, but her jade hand gripping the elevator's wall tightened slightly. She recalled the flying magical beasts responsible for delivering messages within her sect and the invaluable space scrolls. However, the efficiency and convenience of those things paled in comparison to this iron box, known as the elevator, which felt like a child's toy. The elevator doors silently slid open. A night breeze with a hint of chill rushed in. A vast space made entirely of transparent crystals appeared before. Beneath their feet was a glass walkway suspended in midair, through which they could clearly see the traffic below, resembling beetles from hundreds of meters up. Surrounding them, there were no obstacles. The night scenery of the entire city crashed into their vision in an unprecedented 360-degree view. In that moment, both the former sect leader of Yunlan's sect and the young clan leader of the Tianyao Phoenix clan completely lost their ability to speak. If what they had seen earlier in front of the villa's floor-to-ceiling windows was a magnificent painting, then at this moment, they were at the center of that painting, enveloped by countless stars. Countless skyscrapers transformed into luminous entities of varying heights, forming the skeletal structure of this steel forest. Countless streets became golden veins winding through the forest's base, delivering the blood of civilization. In the distance, the river flowed through the city with giant ships, brightly lit, resembling a sleeping silver dragon. Further away, the navigation lights of airplanes traced arcs in the night sky, echoing the stars above. This was a beauty of order, a beauty of civilization formed from the combined strength of millions. It was grand, magnificent, yet orderly. Yun Yun stared blankly at all of this. She had once stood atop Yunlan Mountain, overlooking the entire capital of the Jaimar Empire. That had been the pinnacle of her understanding of worldly splendor. Yet compared to the scene before her, that capital felt as small as a village. She even experienced an absurd sense of illusion. Perhaps simply extinguishing a single light in this city would consume enough energy to support an earth-shattering battle of Dohuan. Is this technology? Feng Qing'er's body trembled slightly. She was not afraid, but rather a pride rooted deep within her bloodline was being gradually crushed by the scene before her. The Tianyao Phoenix clan, the ancient void dragon, the ancient heavenly phoenix. These names represented supreme bloodlines and power in their world. They were born at the pinnacle of the pyramid, looking down upon all beings. Yet here, what did her pride, her bloodline, her power amount to? She could shatter a mountain with a punch, yet in this city there were countless mountains. She could soar among the heavens, but here there were iron birds that flew higher, and what terrified her most was that the creators of all this seemed to be merely ordinary people. A feeling of insignificance began to grow in her heart, it's quite spectacular, isn't it? Chen Nian's voice broke the silence. He walked beside the two, standing shoulder to shoulder with them, as they overlooked the dazzling. Here we have a saying, only the people are the driving force behind the creation of world history. No matter how powerful an individual is, there are limits. When the wisdom and strength of countless individuals are integrated through an efficient system, they can create the miracles you see now. He paused, his voice carrying a strange guiding quality. The individual greatness you pursue exists here in a different form. It has transformed into the electricity driving the city, into the networks connecting the world, into the ships that send humanity to the stars and seas. Chen Nian extended his hand, as if to grasp the entire city in his palm. Yun Yun, you were once a sect leader. What do you think when you look at this place? Yun Yun's delicate body trembled slightly. After a long silence, she responded in a near dreamlike voice. I was thinking. If Yunlon's sect, no, if the entire Jiamar Empire possessed such power, perhaps there wouldn't be so much strife and war. In her mind, scenes of cultivators fighting over resources and civilians displaced by beast tides flashed before her. Here it seemed that everything was at one's fingertips. Feng Qing'er, what about you? Chen Nian turned to the other side. Feng Qing'er bit her lip tightly, remaining silent. Her proud purple eyes were now filled with struggles and confusion. Chen Nian smiled, not pressuring her. Some deeply ingrained beliefs needed time to, and he above all had plenty of time. The next half-month was like a bizarre dream for the few ladies who came from another world. Yafei, along with Mimi and Rebo, wielded a seemingly endless black card, traversing various shopping malls and storage centers. From initial shock and confusion to later numbness and finally to acceptance. Yafei, the business prodigy of the Miter family, felt for the first time that the business acumen she had honed over half her life had turned into a joke here. The so-called money was merely a string of numbers here. The efficiency of acquiring goods was astonishingly high. With just a few taps on a magical device known as a smartphone, mountains of goods would automatically appear at the villa's doorstep the next day. The little medical fairy, under the guidance of Fei Fei and Song Tai, witnessed the medical system of this world. Precise surgeries under shadowless lamps, intricate instruments capable of revealing the internal structure of the human body, and chemotherapeutics that effectively treat ailments. All of this completely overturned her understanding of medicine and poison. Her book's seven-colored poison sutra seemed so primitive when faced with the systematic medical knowledge of this world. As for Yun Yun and Feng Qing'er, they were taken by Chen Nian to experience one civilization shock after another. They boarded a high-speed train traveling over 300 kilometers per hour, watching the scenery outside fly by, making a day in 1,000 miles a reality. They entered a dark room known as a cinema, watching stories formed by light and shadow, moved by the joys and sorrows of the characters inside. They even donned a device called VR, personally experiencing the sensation of piloting a spaceship and battling monsters in a virtual world. The immersion was so intense that they found it hard to distinguish between reality and illusion. Feng Qing'er's pride was gradually smoothed out under repeated shock. Yun Yun's indifference also took on more of the ordinary human warmth through each novel experience. That night, when everyone had finished their day's shopping and entertainment and gathered once more in the villa's living room, the atmosphere was entirely different from half a month ago. Yafei and the little medical fairy were enthusiastically discussing the progress of their shopping list and the amusing anecdotes they encountered. Though Yun Yun and Feng Qing'er did not join in, they quietly sat nearby, listening to their conversation, their faces no longer carrying the initial distance and wariness. The procurement of materials is already 90% complete, Yafei said, looking at Chen Nian as she handed over a tablet. The remaining part can be replenished at any time. Chen Nian took it casually, swiped a few times, and nodded in satisfaction. Thank you for your hard work. His gaze swept across everyone present. From Earth's hottest stars to the business queens, unparalleled medical experts, sect leaders, and extraordinary women from another world. These individuals who once had no intersection had gathered here because of him. A strange sense of control arose within him. He cleared his throat, and the living room instantly fell silent. The procurement on Earth has almost concluded as of today. I'll prepare to head to Qingyu Star. Prepare to return to Qingyu Star. Nas, the words fell. The lively chatter in the living room ceased abruptly. Yafei and the little medicine immortal exchanged inquisitive glances, while Yun Yun and Feng Qing'er instinctively tensed their bodies. Qingyu Star, a name unfamiliar to them, signified yet another unknown beginning. Chen Nian offered no explanation. He simply raised his hand. No resplendent formation unfolded, nor did any surging energy ripple outward. And the sensation of weightlessness lasted but an instant. In the next breath, the solid grounding feel of terra firma returned. They found themselves aboard the starship. Chen Nian instructed it return to Qingyu Star. And the world beyond the viewport had utterly transformed. And Mimi and Reba, already accustomed to such transitions, disembarked with practiced ease. Though Yafei and the little medicine immortal had visited before, each arrival still struck them anew with awe at the sheer grandeur of this place. Yafei adjusted the golden-rimmed spectacles perched on her nose. She had witnessed Earth's so-called modern technology, but set against this, Earth's science resembled little more than a child's toy. Everything here exuded a cold, overwhelming power that transcended civilization itself. Nanli Yunyun and Feng Qing'er remained rooted in place, absorbing the staggering reality before them. Everyone please be seated. Chen Nian led the way toward the lounge area and settled onto the uniquely sculpted sofa. None by one the others followed, the atmosphere thick with unspoken tension. Chen Nian did not speak immediately. He granted them ample time to settle, until Yunyun and Feng Qing'er's taut postures softened ever so slightly, before he spoke again. This trip back to Earth was primarily for resource replenishment. Now that it is complete, we must prepare for what lies ahead. Ni's gaze swept across the group, taking in every subtle shift of expression. We will rest here for 1 month. Afterward we depart for the next world. In the next world? Yue asked first. Always the one who sees the crux without delay. Her fingers tapped lightly against her knee, a habitual gesture when deep in thought. And do we have baseline intelligence? Civilizational advancement level cultivation framework resource distribution? A rapid incisive volley of questions. The little medicine immortal lifted her head, her concern more focused. How do pharmacology and toxicology there differ from ours, or rather from Earth's? Already the two women had unconsciously assumed their roles within Chen Nian's ensemble, approaching matters from their respective fields of expertise. Yunyun, however, posed the most fundamental question: is that world dangerous? And her voice was soft, yet it silenced the room entirely. Indeed. Each new world heralded new uncertainties, and with them unforeseen perils. All eyes converged upon Chen Nian, awaiting his answer. Before Chen Nian could respond, Feng Qing'er rose. In her violet eyes no longer held confusion or inner turmoil. Only a fierce, defiant pride forged in the crucible of long-suppressed anguish. From our realm, to Earth, and now to some next world. She fixed her gaze on Chen Nian, enunciating each word with deliberate precision. Chen Nian, what exactly are we? Are we mere pets you picked up along your travels? Or ornaments you collect to adorn your home? In her pride had been shattered during those 2 weeks on Earth, but its bedrock remained unbroken. Now this sense of having one's fate dictated without consent pierced that very bedrock like a shard of ice. And the air in the lounge plunged to freezing. Mimi and Rebo watched Chen Nian warily. They had never before seen anyone dare address him with such audacity. Yunyun opened her mouth as if to interject, then closed it again, releasing only a silent sigh. She understood Feng Qing'er's pain. It echoed her own quiet, buried misgivings. Chen Nian's expression remained impassive, and he did not glance at the standing Feng Qing'er. Instead, he calmly reached for a cup from the nearby table and poured himself. Only the gentle, rhythmic gurgle of pouring water filled the space. In the calmer he grew, the heavier the unspoken pressure became. Just as Feng Qing'er seemed poised to break the silence, once more Chen Nian set down the cup and lifted his gaze. In your pride stems from your bloodline, and your strength. His tone was detached, almost clinical, like stating a self-evident truth. In your world, the heavenly demon Phoenix clan indeed possesses grounds for pride. Feng Qing'er's jaw tightened further. The remark sounded less like acknowledgement, and more like condescending indulgence. But this is not your world. Chen Nian shifted his tone sharply. Here your pride holds no value whatsoever. You. Her chest heaved with indignant fury. Do not rush to anger, he said, raising a hand to pause her. I collect nothing useless. I brought you here for purpose, not whim. His gaze met Feng Qing'er's, then lingered on Yunyun, before sweeping across all present. And I offer you a choice. Grow stronger, or remain here living out your days in quiet safety. Grow stronger. Feng Qing'er scoffed. By your grace. No. Chen Nian shook his head, a faint knowing glint entering his eyes. By your own striving. I provide only the stage, the means, to surpass every ancestor in your lineage in power and attainment. That declaration left both Yunyun and Feng Qing'er momentarily speechless. Surpass all ancestors. What did that even mean? 2D, or something beyond? Even Yue and the little medicine immortal caught their breath. Though neither excelled in combat, who among them did not yearn for greater strength, to seize control of their own destinies? Watching desire flicker in their eyes, Chen Nian understood completely. For these celestial prodigies, tranquility was poison. Only the relentless pursuit of ascension could forge true allegiance. What he sought was not caged songbirds, but capable lieutenants adept at navigating and resolving affairs across countless realms. The next world is, at last he answered Yunyun's question. But opportunity walks hand in hand with danger. Ni's gaze settled once more upon Feng Qing'er, still standing, penetrating, omniscient. Your bloodline is rare, but flawed. In fact, it has degenerated severely. You lie? Feng Qing'er burst out. It was an affront to her entire clan. Chen Nian merely smiled faintly, offering no rebuttal. Instead, with effortless nonchalance, he delivered his final line. Have you never wondered what a true primordial phoenix born from the chaos flame itself truly looks like? Chaos flame. Primordial phoenix. These words seemed to contain some ancient magic, each syllable striking heavily against Feng Qinger's heart. The bloodline she took pride in, the very foundation of her entire clan, was at this moment seemingly defined by the other as a product of degeneration. This was more agonizing than killing her outright. You. What gives you the right to say that? Feng Qinger's voice carried a tremor she herself had not noticed. It was no longer pure anger, but a fear born from the impending collapse of faith. Chen Nian did not answer immediately. He merely raised his hand and gently tapped the void. There was no fluctuation of qi, no ripple of energy, just an action too simple to be simpler. Yet in that instant the light in the entire living room dimmed. In its place a projection of a deep, boundless starry sky instantly enveloped everyone. Countless stars revolved around them, galaxies dazzling, nebulae magnificent, a grandeur and vastness that left Yun and Feng Qinger momentarily dazed. The vastest sky they had ever seen was not even 1/10th of this scene. What do you think is the essence of power? Chen Nian's voice echoed under the silent starry sky, calm and distant. It is qi, it is bloodline, it is the energy between heaven and earth. Feng Qinger answered instinctively. This was the truth she had been indoctrinated with since childhood. That is merely a crude application of power in your world. In certain worlds, while you were still painstakingly cultivating qi, pursuing personal might, Chen Nian's voice was devoid of emotion. They had already learned how to harness rules and leverage the energy of the entire universe. As his words fell, the beam of light was fired. There was no sound, no roar of explosion, because in the vacuum of space sound cannot travel. Yet that silent scene brought an extreme shock. The beam precisely struck a barren satellite, a celestial body countless times larger than the entire mountain range of Yun's sect. Under the impact of the beam it first paused for an instant. Then from the struck core cracks spread wildly like a spiderweb, and finally, it disintegrated with a colossal thunder. Huge landmasses drifted apart in the vacuum, turning into cosmic dust. One strike shattered a star. In the living room, a deathly silence. Although Mimi and Ba had seen similar special effects in movies, when this scene was presented before their eyes in such a real and impactful manner, the trembling from the depths of their souls still made their hands and feet icy cold. For Feng Qinger and Yun, this was no longer trembling, but a complete collapse of their worldview. Feng Qinger's body was trembling slightly. In her mind, she imagined what would happen to the strongest ancestor of their demon phoenix clan in the face of such a strike. The answer was annihilation without a doubt. Not even a single feather would remain. The so-called Saint, the so-called power of space, were as fragile as a joke before such might. The bloodline she had always been proud of, that nobility etched into her bones, was at this moment completely shattered, ground into dust. So, the destination they sought might in another world be merely a trivial starting point. Yun's face was as pale as paper. So, the destination they sought might in another world be merely a trivial starting point. Yun's face, those worries and choices that seemed enormous to her now, appeared so trivial, so ridiculous before this grand spectacle. Now do you still think your bloodline is worth? Chen Nian's voice like a heavy hammer shattered the last of Feng Qinger's psychological defenses. He waved his hand, and the awe-inspiring starry projection vanished, the living room returning to its original brightness. But the hearts of everyone remained immersed in that dark universe, unable to extricate themselves for a long time. Feng Qinger stood there motionless. Her tense jawline relaxed, and that unruly arrogance vanished without a trace. Her pride came from power. And when she witnessed a power she could neither understand nor contend with, her pride ceased to exist. After a long while, what is that? Her voice was dry and strained. Technology, Chen Nian uttered 2 words. A civilization system completely different from cultivation, but equally capable of reaching the extreme. He looked at Feng Qinger, this woman who had just been like a hedgehog bristling with quills, now resembling a lost child. This was exactly the effect he wanted. If he didn't completely shatter the sense of superiority built into her bones, she would never learn reverence. What Chen Nian wanted was not a disobedient ally, but an assistant who could recognize reality and be of use to him. Feng Qinger fell silent. The others in the living room also dared not speak. They could clearly feel the deathly silence of collapsed faith emanating from Feng Qinger. After another long pause, she lifted her head again. In those beautiful eyes there was no longer pride nor confusion, but a nearly maddening longing. A primal desire for greater power. You said primordial phoenix. She stared fixedly at Chen Nian. Does it truly exist? Of course. A faint, almost imperceptible curve finally appeared at the corner of Chen Nian's lips. The phoenix is one of the top-tier divine beasts in the universe, innately able to master the laws of fire and space. Your demon phoenix clan merely inherited a pitifully thin strand of bloodline, and after countless generations of propagation has long lost its true. He paused, then cast the final bait. A true primordial phoenix upon reaching adulthood can cross the universe with its physical body, and with a single flap of its wings ignite stars. Crossing the universe with physical body. Igniting stars. These words made Feng Qing'er's breath turn scorching hot. She abruptly stepped forward, a movement that startled even Yun beside her. Feng Qing'er's chest heaved violently. She no longer questioned or refuted, but spoke with an unprecedented firmness word by word. Take me there. I want to become stronger. I want to see with my own eyes everything you've spoken of. Her words were resolute, and that shattered pride seemed to be reshaping itself in a new, more fervent way. Chen Nian looked at her at those eyes that had reignited with flames. Good, that's more like it. This was exactly the drive he needed. He slowly nodded. Chen Nian gazed at her, watching the fire ignite anew in her eyes. Very well, this is more like it. This is the spirit he desired. He nodded slowly. To Feng Qing'er, this gesture was akin to unlocking the door to a new world. Her heart raced with excitement, almost bursting from her throat. However, Chen Nian's next words fell like a bucket of icy water. I can take you there. His voice was flat, devoid of any ripple, yet it resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. He stepped forward slowly, closing the distance to Feng Qing, leaving just an arm's length between them. The crisp aura around him mixed with an indescribable sense of pressure that enveloped Feng Qing'er. But he elongated the tone, his deep black eyes locking onto her, devoid of any desire, only pure scrutiny and amusement. Tonight you will be mine. Boom. This statement struck harder than the vast starry sky, before, more direct, more humiliating. Feng Qing'er froze completely. The fervor and desire she had just rekindled instantly solidified. A wave of heat surged from her feet to the top of her head, turning her already fair complexion crimson, almost as if she were bleeding. This flush was not of shyness, but of extreme anger and embarrassment. Who was she? The young clan leader of the Tianyao Phoenix clan. One of the proudest races in the Duki continent, with noble bloodlines and prominent identities, she had been the center of attention since birth. How could she endure such blatant teasing and coercion? Beside her, Yun and the little healer were also stunned. They never expected Chen Nian to make such a brutal and direct demand. Yun instinctively clenched her fists, wanting to say something, but the words caught in her throat. What right did she have to speak? She herself, wasn't she the same? The air in the living room seemed to freeze, so quiet that they could hear each other's heartbeats. Feng Qing'er's body trembled slightly, not out of fear, but out of anger. She bit her lower lip tightly, almost drawing blood. The eyes that had just burned with fire were now filled with frost, glaring fiercely at Chen Nian. If looks could kill, Chen Nian would have been executed 1,000 times over. You must be dreaming. The 3 words squeezed out from between her teeth, carrying a bone-chilling coldness. However, Chen Nian paid no heed to her fury. He even chuckled lightly. Dreaming? He stepped forward again, closing the distance between them. Feng Qing'er could clearly feel his warm breath, causing every hair on her body to stand on end. It seems you have yet to truly recognize reality. Chen Nian's voice dropped low, only audible to the two of them. Do you think you still have the qualifications to bargain with me now? He reached out without a hint of hesitation, gently grasping Feng Qing'er's smooth, delicate chin, forcing her to look up and face him. This action was filled with aggression and possessiveness. Feng Qing'er's body shuddered violently, her duki swirling uncontrollably within her, nearly on the verge of striking back. You can try to resist. Chen Nian seemed to see through her thoughts, his fingers applying slight pressure. Let's see if your Tianyao Phoenix clan's duki is faster, or if I can make you disappear from this world faster. His words were light, but carried an undeniable confidence. The duki within Feng Qing'er was as if gripped by an invisible hand, instantly calming down. It wasn't that she didn't want to resist, as she was afraid. The shock brought by that projection of the starry sky had left a profound imprint etched into her soul. She had no doubt that this man could truly accomplish everything he claimed. Power. Ultimately, it all came down to the disparity in strength. When the gap becomes unbridgeable, all dignity and pride turn into a joke. Chen Nian watched as the frost in her eyes shattered piece by piece, anger dissipating, replaced by a sense of humiliating struggle. He was quite pleased with this process. To tame a wild horse, one must first break its spine in the most direct manner before reshaping it. What you desire is the bloodline of the ancient phoenix, the power to ignite the stars. His voice carried a bewitching charm. And I am the only one who can give you all of this. He leaned closer to her ear, his breath brushing against her sensitive ear, causing her to shudder once more. With a night of submission exchange for a chance at ultimate power, isn't this deal a bargain for you? Or do you mean to say that the dignity of the young leader of the Tianyao Phoenix clan is more important than becoming a true phoenix? Each word was like a precise chisel cutting through the defenses of her heart, laying her newly ignited desire and her inherent pride bare, forcing her to make a choice. Feng Qing'er's breath quickened. In her mind, one side was the reverence and admiration of her clan, all the glory of being a favored daughter. On the other side was the towering figure traversing the cosmos, igniting the stars. The old glory appeared so pale and powerless in the face of new temptations. Her tightly clenched fist gradually loosened. The unyielding stubbornness also began to dissipate. Indeed, what is dignity? In the presence of an existence that can easily erase all her pride's so-called dignity is merely the self-comfort of the weak. Only power, the absolute power to grasp one's own fate, is real and tangible. Realizing this, her violently heaving chest gradually calmed down. The struggle and humiliation in her eyes slowly faded, leaving behind a bottomless calm, and beneath that calm, an even more surging ambition. Chen Nian released his grip on her chin, instead gently gliding his hand over her neck, finally wrapping around her slender waist, pulling her entirely into it. Feng Qing'er's body remained stiff, but she no longer resisted. This was a form of acquiescence. Yun watched from the side, her heart feeling as if something had gripped it, stirring a strange bitterness. She turned away, unable to look anymore. Chen Nian felt the warmth and tension of her body in his arms, leaning down to whisper softly in her ear. A wise choice. With that, he swept Feng Qing'er up entirely in his arms. She let out a short gasp, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck to maintain. This intimate action made the flushed hue on her cheeks rise again. Chen Nian ignored the varied expressions of everyone in the living room, and holding her walked straight toward his room. He kicked the door open, and after they entered, it slammed shut with a decisive bang, shutting out everything from the outside. The door slammed shut with a decisive sound. The light instantly dimmed, leaving only Chen Nian and Feng Qing'er in the room. Feng Qing'er's body remained in his embrace, her limbs stiff as if her bones had been drawn away like a taut string that could snap at any moment. She could distinctly feel the strength of his arms and the oppressive aura emanating from him, one that made her soul tremble deep within. Chen Nian slowly lowered her to the ground, yet his grip did not loosen. His fingers traced the curve of her waist, gently sliding upwards until they rested at the center of her back. "You are very tense." His voice was low, laced with a hint of amusement. Feng Qing'er's muscles were taut, her breath nearly suspended. She did not respond, only trembling slightly. This tremor was half humiliation, half fear of the unknown abyss. She had once been the proud young leader of the Tianyao Phoenix clan, revered by many. Oh, how could she find herself in such a predicament? Chen Nian's fingers caressed her back gently, as if he were handling a precious piece of porcelain or probing for the weaknesses of his prey. He relished this process of taming. This ultimate conquest brought him more pleasure than mere brute force ever could. He had anticipated that Feng Qing'er might resist, might scream in hysteria, or even self-destruct. But he had already calculated that the projection of that starry sky would shatter her pride and will to resist. He wanted her to make what she believed to be the most advantageous choice, while fully aware of her humiliation. Ultimate power demands an ultimate price. Chen Nian's voice whispered in her ear like a venomous snake, its icy tongue flicking out. Feng Qing'er abruptly lifted her head, staring at his profile. In her eyes, struggle and desire intertwined, complex to the extreme. She wanted to retort, to ask what he meant by price, yet her throat felt blocked, unable to produce any sound. She had already made her choice, and now she must bear the consequences. She remembered the elders of her clan describing the ancient Phoenix bloodline, a legendary existence that could make the entire demon realm tremble. And she, merely a slight regression of the bloodline, was already a rare genius in her clan for 1,000 years. What magnitude of true power could it possibly be? Chen Nian seemed to see through her heart. What you possess now is but the light of fireflies. His fingers gently glided to her neck, his thumb caressing her pulsing carotid artery. "And I can make you the sun in the sky, burning the stars." Feng Qing'er's body trembled again, not from fear, but from the tidal wave stirred deep within her by those words. The sun in the sky, burning the stars. This was precisely the power she had always yearned for, the ultimate goal of all her ambitions. All her pride, all her struggles in this moment were utterly shattered by this exquisite temptation. Her body relaxed, no longer stiff, but rather softening. It was a gesture of complete surrender, a total yielding of herself. Chen Nian sensed the change in her body, a barely perceptible smile curving at the corner of his mouth. He enjoyed this absolute control. In this moment in the living room, Yun's body seemed frozen, utterly still. The sound of the door closing struck her heart heavily, causing her ears to buzz. She could imagine what was happening inside the room, and felt the suffocating pressure seeping through the door. She felt a heavy pressure in her chest, making it difficult to breathe. Instinctively, she raised her hand to press against her heart, which was sending sharp pangs of pain. How could this happen? A thought exploded in Yun's mind. She knew of Chen Nian's power, understood his decisiveness, and had witnessed his taming of Feng Qing. But when this moment truly arrived, her heart was still tossed about tumultuously. She had known Chen Nian for a long time, and had shared many intimacies. Yet now he so easily brought another woman into that room. Yun's nails dug deeply into her palms, sending waves of pain coursing through her. She wanted to turn and flee, to block her ears, not wanting to listen, not wanting to think. But her feet felt as if they were rooted to the ground, firmly planted in place. She lifted her head, her gaze landing on the tightly closed door. That door seemed to separate two worlds. Inside was Chen Nian's authority and Feng Qing'er's submission, while outside was her inner torment and struggle. She suddenly felt a wave of intense loss, as if something important was silently slipping away from her life. She did not understand where this loss stemmed from. Was it anger? Or was it an upheaval of her own status? All she knew was that the bitterness in her heart was growing ever more intense, almost ready to consume her. At that moment, Chen Nian's voice echoed in the room again, imbued with a seductive charm, though soft it pierced through the heavy door, clearly reaching Yun's ear. Do you still believe your dignity is more important than the ancient phoenix bloodline? In the living room, Yun's body jolted, biting down hard on her lower lip, her fingertips trembling as she clenched the hem of her clothing. Inside the room, Chen Nian's fingers slid down from Feng Qing'er's neck to her chest, feeling the rapid beating of her heart. Do you feel it? He asked softly. This heart, it is longing, trembling, and submitting to me. Feng Qing'er's body shook violently. She did not answer, only lifted her hand to wrap around Chen Nian's waist, pressing her body closer to him. That was her final act of defiance, as well as her Chen Nian's other hand gently lifted her chin. Very good, he said slowly. He leaned down, whispering in her ear, his voice seeming to carry some kind of forbidden. Then from this moment on, become my person. Then starting from now, become mine. Chen Nian's fingertips traced along Feng Qing'er's jawline, lightly touching her earlobe. His breath brushed against her cheek, carrying an undeniable dominance. Feng Qing'er's body tensed again, not in resistance, but in an extreme, uncontrollable shiver. She could feel that all her disguises and all her pride were completely stripped away in this moment. The person before her was taking control of her in an unprecedented. Her breath became heavy, her chest rising and falling violently. She raised her hand, her fingertips touching Chen Nian's clothing, then slowly tightened her grip. It was an instinctual grasp, trying to hold on to something, yet realizing she had long lost control. Chen Nian's other hand gently wrapped around her waist. He sensed the submission emanating from deep within her body. He relished this feeling. He pulled her closer, leaving almost no gap between them. You are wonderful, Chen Nian whispered again. He looked into Feng Qing'er's eyes. There was struggle, there was unwillingness, but more importantly, there was a profound confusion after being utterly crushed and an extreme desire for that power. This look in her eyes was what he longed to see most. What he desired was not mere submission, but a conquest from the depths of her soul. He wanted to control everything. This control was not merely a crushing of power, but a complete subjugation of spirit. He had seen too many so-called strong figures whose dignity and pride were nothing but fragile bubbles in the face of absolute power. He enjoyed the process of bursting these bubbles with his own hands. In the living room, Yun's body seemed to have all its strength drained. She leaned against the wall, her fingertips tightly gripping the cold surface. Chen Nian's words were like a thunderclap exploding in her mind. To become his person, those 4 words carried a bone-chilling coldness, yet also an indescribable temptation. She recalled her first encounter with Chen Nian. At that time, he was a mysterious and powerful presence. Before her, he always carried a faint smile that was difficult to decipher. She thought she was special, believing there was some understanding between them. But now that closed doors separated her from him, isolating them in 2 different worlds. Her heart ached intensely. It was a profound loss of being stripped away and replaced. She had once been the leader of the sect, high and mighty. Even in front of Chen Nian, she maintained her pride. Yet that pride seemed so ridiculous at this moment. She raised her hand to cover her mouth, trying to stifle the sob that threatened to spill out. Her eyes burned, yet she held back the tears from falling. She could not show any weakness here, not at such a moment. In the room, Chen Nian's palm caressed Feng Qing'er. Remember this moment. Chen Nian's voice carried a kind of seduction. Remember all your unwillingness, all your humiliation. They will all become the nourishment for your transformation. Feng Qing'er's body trembled slightly in his embrace. She made no sound, merely biting her lips so hard that her teeth nearly sunk into flesh. Of course she would remember, never to forget. It was a deeply engraved humiliation and also an unprecedented rebirth. In her heart, that desire for power had completely overwhelmed all rationality and dignity. Yao Ri, burning stars. These 4 words echoed in her mind at this moment, like the most powerful incantation, dispelling all distractions. Chen Nian sensed the subtle changes in her body. Her resistance had entirely vanished. In its place was pure submission. He knew this was not just physical submission, but a surrender of the soul. He slightly distanced himself, looking into Feng Qing'er's confused yet determined eyes. Very good, he said softly. His palm rose lightly, touching Feng Qing'er's forehead. A mysterious power began to flow from his fingertips, slowly, and it was a pure and domineering power infused with a searing warmth, instantly sweeping through Feng Qing'er's every limb and bone. Feng Qing'er's body jolted violently as she felt the turbulence of her blood. It was a call from the ancient times and awakened potential. A faint golden glow began to appear on her skin's surface, elusive and indistinct. In the living room, Yun suddenly raised her head. She sensed a weak energy fluctuation seeping through the closed door. That fluctuation carried an ancient and powerful aura, causing a strange tremor deep within her heart. She stared intently at that door, her breath nearly. What was happening? What was Chen Nian doing to Feng Qing? That energy made her feel both familiar and strange. She had seen descriptions of the ancient phoenix bloodline in the Grand Elder's ancient texts, but had never truly experienced it. Now this faint fluctuation made her realize that what Chen Nian referred to as Yaori burning stars was not mere words. He was indeed helping Feng Qing awaken some ultimate power. A chill shot from Yunyun's feet to the top of her head. She was not jealous of Feng Qing gaining power. She was envious of Chen Nian's attitude towards her and what he could offer Feng Qing. Things she had never dared to dream of. What she once possessed seemed no longer significant. Yunyun slowly raised her hand, touching her chest. There her heartbeat. What she once possessed seemed no longer significant. Yunyun slowly raised her hand, touching her chest. There her heartbeat was chaotic and intense. She could even sense that the energy fluctuation leaking from the door crack was having a slight effect on her fighting spirit. She felt a wave of dizziness. She did not understand why she was losing control so completely. She should be calm, should be rational. But everything collapsed utterly after Chen Nian's words, "Become my person." Inside, Chen Nian's palm slowly slid down from Feng Qing's forehead, finally resting on her chest. "Do you feel it?" Chen Nian asked softly. Feng Qing's body trembled violently. She opened her mouth, but could not produce any sound. She could feel a blazing energy surging deep within her blood like a volcano that had slept for billions of years about to erupt. Her consciousness was completely submerged by that power, with only a final shred of clarity clinging tightly to Chen Nian's presence. "This is just the," Chen Nian softly declared. He leaned down, whispering in her ear once more, his voice like a call from the abyss. "Now prove your worth to me." Value. Feng Qing's consciousness drifted in a chaotic golden ocean. These two characters struck her boiling blood like two steep peaks, yet they failed to stir any rational thought. Her body reacted earlier than her mind. It was an instinct arising from the depths of her soul, a primal reverence and obedience to the sovereign who granted her newfound power. She didn't even understand what she was supposed to do. Her legs were already starting to weaken, wanting to kneel, yearning to respond to that voice, which was like a divine oracle with the most humble posture. Chen Nian said nothing, simply gazing at her. He saw the last remnants of the proud struggle belonging to the Tianyao Phoenix clan in her dazed eyes, being slowly turned to ashes by the flames of her newfound power. Not enough. Mere obedience of the body was far from sufficient. What he desired was to crush even the remnants of that pride. His finger gently lifted, pointing to the ground at his feet. A simple gesture devoid of any words, yet imbued with an irresistible will. This action was like an invisible hammer, thoroughly shattering the last illusion of Feng Qing in her mind. Who is she? A once-in-a-century genius of the Tianyao Phoenix clan. The future clan leader. No, none of that. In the face of absolute power, in the presence of the might that could burn the stars, those identities were merely laughable dust. She was just a humble seeker yearning for power. And he was the only giver. Thud. The crisp sound echoed harshly in the silent room. Feng Qing's knees crashed heavily onto the cold floor. She lowered her head, her forehead nearly touching the ground, assuming the most thorough posture of submission. Just as her knees hit the ground, a sudden change occurred. An uncontrollable wave of golden flames erupted violently from within her. This was not a power she actively released, but rather the furious primal bloodline of the ancient phoenix, which at the moment her spirit fully surrendered lost all shackles and surged wildly outward. Boom. The golden air wave exploded around her as the center. The temperature in the entire room instantly soared to a terrifying degree, the air distorted by the heat, making a sizzling sound. The wallpaper on the walls instantly curled and charred. The surface of the expensive wooden furniture cracked with countless fissures, as if it were about to spontaneously ignite at any moment. This power was tyrannical and scorching, carrying the aura of annihilating everything. In the living room, Yunyun pressed her ear against the door, trying to catch any slightest sound. The wallpaper on the walls instantly curled and charred. The surface of the expensive wooden furniture cracked with countless fissures. She cried out in shock, her entire being pushed back by an invisible airflow, landing abruptly on the ground. She looked up in horror, staring intently at that door. A glaring golden light shone through the crack under the door, carrying a pressure that made it hard for her to breathe. The entire door panel was visibly turning, charred from the inside out, as if it were being scorched by a miniature sun. Is this Feng Qing's power? No, it's impossible. Even if the bloodline was activated, how could a Do Zone release such terrifying energy fluctuations? The intensity of this aura was likely beyond that of even some peak Do Zone. What on earth did Chen Nian do? He was not helping her. He was creating a monster. A surge of jealousy mixed with fear and fervor instantly seized Yun. What terrified her was this completely incomprehensible power that could create miracles. What she envied was that Feng Qing could become that very miracle. Why not me? Once this thought arose, it could no longer be suppressed. Why could that woman do it, while Shi Yun, the former leader of the Yunlan sect, could only remain like a prisoner locked outside, feeling this despairing power? Inside the room, Chen Nian stood at the center of the golden air wave, not even a corner of his clothing swayed. The high-temperature airflow capable of melting gold and iron was smoothed by an invisible force when it came within 3 feet of his body, becoming as gentle as a spring breeze. He looked down at Feng Qing'er, who was kneeling on the ground, enveloped by her uncontrollable power, trembling violently. Her face was filled with pain, clearly unable to withstand the rampage of this power. Golden flames had even begun to leak out from her 7 orifices. If this continued within 10 breaths, she would be burned alive by her own bloodline power. But Chen Nian did not act immediately. He was just observing the quality of this power, observing her limits. Only when signs of subtle collapse began to appear in Feng Qing'er's body, with blood beads evaporating from her skin's surface due to the high temperature, did he slowly extend his hand, pressing it once again on her head. "It's too noisy." He softly uttered 3 words. A completely different force, cool and vast, surged into Feng Qing'er's body through his palm. If Feng Qing'er's bloodline power was a violent volcano about to erupt, then the power Chen Nian infused at this moment was a river of stars from the heavens above. The river of stars flooded in, instantly extinguishing the volcano's flames. The scorching energy that had been rampaging through Feng Qing'er's limbs and bones became exceedingly gentle upon contact with this cool force, like soldiers meeting their king, instantly retracting all their ferocity, obediently retreating back to the depths of her bloodline, growing quiet. In just the span of a breath, the terrifying heat and golden light in the room completely dissipated, as if they had never existed. Everything was calm. Outside the door, Yun was struggling to rise from the ground, preparing to rush in at all costs. But the pressure and heat that had nearly suffocated her had suddenly and completely vanished. It came like a landslide and tsunami, and left like spring snow melting. This terrifying control over powers so easily wielded sent a chill through Yun that penetrated to her very marrow, even more than the previous violent explosion of energy. She stood frozen, her hand reaching for the doorknob halted in midair, trembling incessantly. Inside the room, Chen Nian withdrew his hand. Feng Qing'er lay limp on the ground, gasping heavily, cold sweat soaking her garments, clinging tightly to her body, outlining her graceful curves. The relief of surviving a calamity and the emptiness after the power subsided left her mind blank. She merely maintained her kneeling posture, motionless. Chen Nian looked down at her from above, as if admiring a newly completed and rather satisfactory piece of work. "Now do you understand?" His voice was soft, yet clearly reached Feng Qing'er's ears. She trembled, slowly raising her head. On that stunningly beautiful face, there was no longer any trace of struggle or unwillingness, only pure reverence deeply imprinted into her soul. She opened her mouth, using all her strength to utter a few dry words. "Master, master." A hint of a smile finally appeared on Chen Nian's face. He turned and walked slowly towards the door, seemingly indifferent to the woman behind him, who had just fully pledged her loyalty to him. His hand fell upon the doorknob. Outside, Yun almost instantly sensed his movement, her heart jolting as she instinctively took a step back. Click. The door lock was opened. Chen Nian pulled the door open, looking at the stunningly beautiful face outside, filled with shock, jealousy, and fear. His gaze lingered on Yun for a moment. Then, he turned to the side, clearing the doorway. "Come in." His voice was flat and unperturbed. "Take a look at my new possession." "Come in." Chen Nian stepped aside, making way at the doorway. "Take a look at my new collection." Yun's feet were rooted to the spot. The cold wind from the corridor blew from behind, but it could not dispel the burnt smell seeping from the crack of the door ahead. To enter or retreat. One step back, turn around, and run to the exit of the spaceship. Outside was the unknown starry sky. With her strength as a Do Huang, she might survive in the vacuum for a moment. But Chen Nian's speed would definitely snap her neck the instant she took her first step. Enter. She lifted her foot and stepped over the burned and deformed threshold. A sticky sensation came from the sole of her foot. It was a gelatinous mixture of melted expensive carpet and solid wood flooring. The scene inside the room crashed into her sight without reservation. The wallpaper was completely carbonized, shedding black ash in a rustling fall. The crystal chandelier on the ceiling had shattered into countless pieces of glass covering the floor. The sofa originally placed in the center was now nothing but a charred black frame. This destructive power was enough to level half of the Yunlan sect. But Chen Nian stood in the center of this ruin. His clothes did not have even a single wrinkle to hem, hanging naturally. The surrounding black ash automatically bounced away when it got within half a foot of him. Yun's gaze moved downward. Feng Qing'er knelt there. That was the sight that truly made her breath stop. That proud, arrogant genius of the Tianyao Huang clan, that favored daughter of heaven who would rather die than bow her head, now had both knees on the ground, her back bent into an extremely humble arc. Her clothes were completely soaked with sweat clinging tightly to her skin. Hearing the sound of Yun entering, Feng Qing'er raised her head. There was no struggle, no humiliation. On that exquisitely beautiful face was a strange fanatical calm. She stared at Chen Nian's silhouette, emitting a fervent aura that she would die for him at any moment. Yun's chest heaved violently. This was impossible. Physical torture could make someone submit, but complete spiritual reformation. How terrifying a method would that require? What exactly had Chen Nian done to her? An unprecedented chill shot up Yun's spine to the back of her head. She was not afraid of death, but she was afraid of to become an object deprived of even self-awareness, knowing only to cower and beg. Chen Nian walked to the sofa that was only a frame left, casually brushed off the black ash, and sat down. Feng Qing'er immediately moved. She did not stand up, but crawled on all fours, moving on her knees across the floor covered with glass shards and cinders. Glass fragments pierced her knees, blood flowing out, but she did not even twitch a facial muscle. She crawled to Chen Nian's feet, pressed her cheek against his shoe, and gently rubbed it. Yun's stomach churned. Chen Nian did not look down at Feng Qing'er. His hands rested casually on his knees. A translucent blue light screen unfolded before his eyes. Target: Feng Qing'er. Race: Taiga Tianhuang. Purity 100. Cultivation: Dozong. Peak bloodline power overflowing, can break through to Dozun at any time. Core talents: Shennongjia can refine all things Void Shuttle. Loyalty: devoted to the Death Soul brand, solidified, irreversible. Status: extremely excited. Chen Nian closed the light screen. The bloodline of the Taiga Tianhuang was indeed far superior to that of ordinary Tianyao Huang. The rampaging power just now, if unleashed in the outside world, would be enough to turn 100 miles of area into magma. This collection piece is quite satisfactory. How do you think she is now? Chen Nian leaned against the sofa frame, looking at Yun. Yun's fingers dubbed. You turned her into a monster. She gritted her teeth and spat out these words. As soon as the words fell, Feng Qing'er, kneeling at Chen Nian's feet, suddenly a substantial golden flame burst out from her body, without warning transforming into a huge phoenix phantom that lunged straight at Yun's face. The oppressive pressure of a Dozong peak mixed with the savage aura of the Taigu Tianhuang instantly drained the air from the room. Before Yun could even open her Do Chi protective shield, she was slammed hard in the chest by this wave of force. Bang! She flew backward, her back heavily crashing into the metal wall of the corridor. A sweet taste in her throat, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Do not dare to be disrespectful to Master. Feng Qing'er's voice was crisp, but carried an irresistible killing intent. She stood up, golden flames swirling around her, making her resemble a god of slaughter. With just one command from Chen Nian, she would unhesitatingly burn Yun to ashes. Yun clutched her chest and slid to the ground. A true Dozong. No, the purity and oppressive feeling of this power even surpassed the Dozun experts she had seen before. Feng Qing'er had truly awakened. In just a few short minutes, she had crossed a chasm that countless people would never be able to cross in a lifetime. Jealousy. That jealousy, suppressed by fear, again grew wildly in Yun's heart. If it had been her kneeling there just now, if it had been her who obtained this power, the Yunlan sect would not have been destroyed. She would not need to be like this now, barely surviving. Chen Nian raised his hand and lightly snapped his fingers. The golden flames swirling around Feng Qing'er instantly extinguished. The killing intent on her vanished completely, and she obediently knelt at Chen Nian's feet again. This extremely contrasting scene once again struck Yun's nerves. Monster! Chen Nian stood up and walked to Yun. He looked down from above at this Do Huang powerhouse who had once shaken the Gemma Empire. Before absolute power, monster is a compliment. Chen Nian squatted down, looking at Yun at eye level. You are still clinging to your laughable dignity. Do you think Feng Qing'er is pitiful now? Chen Nian reached out, pinched Yun's chin, and forced her to lift her head. Now she can crush you with just a flick of her finger. She has the power to dominate everything outside her own destiny. And you? Chen Nian's fingers tightened. The muscles in Yun's cheeks tensed from the pain. You have nothing. You don't even have the ability to protect your own sect. Your pride and persistence are worthless before reality. Every word pierced her heart. Chen Nian precisely tore open the deepest wound in Yun's heart. Yun's body trembled violently. She wanted to retort, to shout at Chen Nian that she was not useless, but she could not make a sound. Reality was right before her eyes. Without power, dignity is a joke. Chen Nian released his hand and straightened his body. He did not need Yun to submit immediately. What he needed was to completely destroy her original worldview and make her crawl over on her own. Clean up this place. Chen Nian turned his head and gave an order to Feng Qing. Yes, master. Feng Qing'er immediately responded. She stood up and began to clean up the cinders and glass shards on the floor with her bare hands. The hot charcoal fell into her palm, making a sizzling sound, but she was completely unaware, instead showing a morbid satisfaction from being able to do things. Chen Nian walked out of the room, stepping over Yun, who was lying on the ground. He paused. I don't keep useless people on my spaceship. Chen Nian's gaze fell on the end of the metal corridor ahead. And I don't keep self-righteous trash. Tomorrow morning, either you prove your worth, or I throw you into the spatial turbulence outside. Chen Nian strode off toward the main control room. In the corridor, only Yun's heavy breathing remained. She leaned against the cold metal wall. She turned her head. Inside the door, Feng Qing'er was grasping a piece of red-hot charcoal. The high temperature of the charcoal burned the skin of her palm black, but she was oblivious, swiftly tossing it into the waste bin. Feng Qing'er turned her head and met Yun's gaze. On that exquisitely beautiful face, a supremely contemptuous smile bloomed. Yun watched that smile on Feng Qing'er's face, her mind racing. What did Chen Nian's words mean? Prove her worth. How to prove it? Kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. Yun's fingers dug fiercely into the metal gaps on the floor, her nails cracking and oozing blood. The destruction of the Yunlan sect. Those disciples screaming in the sea of fire. If she had Feng Qing'er's current power, none of this would have happened. Chen Nian's choice was clear: submit or die. Death is not scary, but dying without value is the greatest tragedy. She looked at Chen Nian's retreating figure. That man's steps were steady without any emotional fluctuation. He was not threatening her. He was merely stating an impending fact. In his eyes, Shi Yun, one of the top 10 powerhouses of the Jama Empire and the sect master of the Yunlan sect, was merely a collectible that could still be trained. If the training failed, then she would be thrown away like trash. This absolute indifference was more capable of destroying a person's defenses than any malicious. Chen Nian walked inside the metal corridor. The spaceship's intelligence system automatically opened the hatch ahead for him. He did not care about Yun's choice. Feng Qing'er's successful awakening proved that his method of breaking down and then rebuilding was extremely effective. First, shatter the other's pride with absolute power. Then, at the moment of the other's greatest despair, bestow an irresistible favor. The bloodline of the Taigu Tianhuang had already become extinct on the Duqi. Feng Qing'er's current combat power was enough to sweep through most forces in Zhongzhou. This was just the beginning. Chen Nian walked into the main control room and sat down on the spacious command chair. On the giant screen before him, the coordinates of Earth were displayed. Systems scan the area with the strongest energy fluctuations in the current plane. Command received. Scanning. Scan complete. 3 high-energy reaction areas detected. On the screen, 3 red dots appeared. One of the dots was located at the center of the Zhongzhou continent, the territory of the Han clan. Chen Nian's fingers lightly tapped on the armrest. With his current strength and the spaceship's weapon system, he could dominate this world. But he was not in a hurry. Collecting treasures and enjoying the process was the pleasure of his star-crossing journey. Feng Qing'er was the first piece. Yun would eventually be one too. Those self-proclaimed powerhouses' strange flames and cultivation techniques in this would all become exhibits on his spaceship. In the corridor, Yun struggled to get up from the ground. The sharp pain in her chest reminded her of the reality of that power just now. She supported herself against the wall and walked step by step toward her room. With each step, Feng Qing'er's contemptuous smile and Chen Nian's words about not keeping useless people flashed through her mind. When she reached the door of her room, she stopped. At the other end of the corridor, Feng Qing'er had already finished cleaning up the debris on the floor. She carried a metal basin filled with cinders and glass shards and walked out. Feng Qing'er stopped not far from Yun. What are you still hesitating about? Feng Qing'er's voice was very light, but it clearly reached Yun's ears. To be able to serve Master is a blessing you've earned over several lifetimes. That pitiful reserve of yours is not even worth a speck of dust before the power bestowed by Master. Yun did not speak. Feng Qing'er, carrying the metal basin, walked past Yun. Tomorrow morning. Feng Qing'er paused. If you're still in this half-dead state, I will personally request Master to throw you out of the spaceship. You are not worthy to stay here. Having said that, Feng Qing'er walked toward the waste processing room without looking back. Yun leaned against the doorframe. The corridor light fell on her face, casting a pale pallor. She lowered her head, looking at her hands covered in dust and blood. Her 5 fingers slowly closed the broken nails, deeply piercing her palm. Bright red blood dripped through her fingers onto the metal floor. Crimson blood dripped from between her fingers, striking the metal floor drop by drop. The blood coagulated swiftly under the cold-toned light. Yun slowly straightened her waist. The curve of her spine gradually tensed. She turned. Her footsteps shifted from hesitant to steady. The metal door of the main control room slid open in response. Chen Nian sat in the spacious command chair, tapping his fingers on the armrest. A red dot flickered on the screen. Yun walked to a position 3 steps away from Chen Nian. She bent her knees. Her knees struck the metal floor with a muffled thud. Her head drooped. Yun is willing to acknowledge you as my master. The price of resistance was the complete annihilation of the entire Yunlan sect. Feng Qing'er's primordial phoenix blood had proven that the resources Chen Nian possessed far exceeded the limits of this world. Keeping this shell might still buy a chance to revive the sect. Death was the cheapest escape. Chen Nian stopped tapping the armrest. System imprint. Instruction received. Death loyalty imprint generating. A beam of dark golden light shot down from the ceiling, striking Yun Yun's brow with precision. Yun Yun's body trembled violently. A faint sizzling sound came from her flesh. An intricate golden totem flashed across her brow and then vanished beneath the skin. Imprint complete. Target loyalty absolute. Chen Nian stood up. Go to Sector D Cabin 3. There are cultivation techniques and resources suitable. Tomorrow I want to see a brand new dozune. Yun Yun prostrated herself on the ground. As you command, Master. She rose and retreated from the main control room. Chen Nian called up the ship's panoramic control panel. Planar scan progress, 100 current plane value assessment complete. Core resources marked. Chen Nian chose not to immediately harvest the resources of the Hun clan or the Gu clan. The wool of this dope world could be sheared slowly. System, bring up the recorded coordinate library. Initiate cross-dimensional jump. Coordinate library expanded. Please select target plane. Dozens of nebula vortices in various colors appeared on the screen. Chen Nian's finger swept across the screen and stopped at one vortex that emitted a deep, target-locked high-tech and high-martial fusion plane. Coordinate code, Tunchi Starry Sky. Time anchor Earth Lord establishment period. Chen Nian pressed the confirmation key. Ship-wide broadcast. Broadcast channel opened. All crew members immediately enter the gravity stabilization pods in your respective areas. The ship is about to undergo a cross-dimensional jump. Time limit 3 minutes. Inside the ship, warning lights flashed red in the corridors from Sector A to... In the recreation area, several Earth female celebrities in modern attire immediately set down their wine glasses and hurried toward the stabilization pods on both sides of the corridor. Feng Qinger was processing waste materials. Upon hearing the broadcast, she instantly dropped the metal basin and quickly entered a nearby cylindrical glass. Yun Yun had just reached Sector D and also entered a chamber as instructed. Countdown complete. Jump engine ignition. Outside the massive viewport in the main control room, the sky of the Duki continent suddenly warped. A black fissure tens of thousands of zhang long tore open out of nowhere. A stream of deep blue antimatter ejected from the ship's tail. The colossal metal vessel instantly vanished into the black rift. The sky of the Duki continent sealed shut once more, leaving no trace behind. Tunchi Starry Sky Plane. Milky Way Galaxy Solar System. Earth. Above the Jiangnan base city. Luo Feng had just completed all procedures for Earth's ownership transfer at the Hailongshan Empire and was piloting a Hailongshan X-81 model spaceship back into Earth's atmosphere. Inside the control room, Luo Feng was reviewing Earth's defense deployment map. The auxiliary optical computer on his wrist suddenly erupted with a piercing alarm. Luo Feng, look at the detector. Babata's holographic projection bounced wildly on the console, its arms flailing as streams of data spun around it at high speed. Luo Feng immediately looked up at the large screen. On the screen in Earth's outer space near the lunar orbit, a massive energy vortex had appeared. At the center of the vortex, the spatial barrier displayed a network of cracks, like shattered glass. What is this? A fleet of the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance? Or reinforcements from the new Alantian family? Luo Feng pressed both hands on the console, leaning forward. Neither. Babata's shriek was extremely... Damn, this energy reading is off the charts. The detector's upper limit is Sector Lord level, but this energy fluctuation has directly burned out 3 of the detector's sensors. The image on the screen shook violently. From the rift, a colossal ship with a dark golden hue slowly emerged. The ship's length exceeded 100,000 kilometers, and mysterious runes that could not be deciphered flowed across its metallic armor surface. The gravitational waves generated by the ship's mere emergence caused a minute shift in the moon's orbit. This material, this streamlined design, it's not a product of the Hailongshan Empire. Even the royal fleet of the Qianwu Universe Kingdom doesn't have craftsmanship at this level. Babata clutched its head, its holographic image flickering. Luo Feng, this is definitely a heavy treasure, even a supreme treasure-grade spaceship. Even an enshrined immortal might not possess a mount of this level. Luo Feng's heartbeat accelerated. Earth had just escaped the crisis of the new Alantian family. Could it have provoked an even more terrifying existence? With a ship of this level, a single main cannon charge would reduce the entire solar system to cosmic dust. Conceal. Activate the highest level stealth mode immediately. Luo Feng gave the order. It's useless. Babata stopped jumping and spread its hands. Their radar has locked onto us. In front of a detector of that level, the Hailongshan X-81S stealth system is a joke. On the large screen, the dark golden supreme treasure ship changed direction. Its massive bow pointed directly at Luo Feng's ship. External communication request received. Babata looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng nodded. Connect. The screen switched. Inside a spacious main control room, Chen Nian sat in the command. Behind him stood 2 women. The woman on the left wore a cyan feathered robe with a faint phoenix phantom swirling behind her. The woman on the right wore a moon-white long dress with a dark golden totem at her brow radiating intense spatial fluctuations. Luo Feng stared at Chen Nian on the screen. Black hair, black pupils, pure Earth human features. Who are you? Luo Feng asked. Chen Nian leaned back in his chair. Chen Nian. A star traveler. Chen Nian tapped a point on the console. The ship's hatch opened. Chen Nian stood up leading Feng Qing'er and Yun Yun toward the hatch. Let's go meet this Earth Lord. Luo Feng watched the screen go dark. He's coming out. He stepped directly into space. Babata shouted. Luo Feng immediately called up the external surveillance. In the vacuum of space, Chen Nian stood in front of the supreme treasure ship. Feng Qing'er and Yun Yun flanked him from behind. There was no energy shield around Chen Nian, but all the deadly rays of the cosmic vacuum automatically annihilated when they approached within 1 meter of his body. Luo Feng knew well that traversing the cosmos with a physical body required at least star-level strength. Yet the oppressive aura Chen Nian exuded was far beyond any star level he had ever encountered, even more unfathomable than the aura he had sensed from the inheritance of the Yunma star. Luo Feng opened the ship's hatch and flew out. He wore his force battle suit and stopped 100 meters from Chen Nian, alert and on guard. The golden horned beast clone was ready to erupt from his inner world at any moment. Chen Nian looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng's current strength was still very weak. The golden horned beast clone should be around cosmic level. Directly using force to suppress would be meaningless. The waters of Tunchi Starry Sky ran deep, and Zhuoshan Ku was still watching. Using the identity of a fellow countryman to establish an information advantage was the safest opening move. Chen Nian raised his hand. A ripple appeared in space. A thermal container appeared in his hand. The container was made of ordinary plastic. In the vacuum of space, plastic should have instantly frozen or melted, but under Chen Nian's energy envelopment, it remained intact. Chen Nian flicked his finger. The thermal container crossed 100 meters of vacuum and hovered steadily before Luo Feng. Luo Feng did not reach out to take it. His force churned wildly. Open it and take a look. Chen Nian's voice transmitted directly into Luo Feng's ears through force oscillation. Luo Feng hesitated for a moment. His telekinetic energy extended, carefully lifting the lid of the container. A burst of hot steam rose. The rich aroma of sesame paste wrapped in force wafted into Luo Feng's nostrils. Inside the container was a serving of mixed hot dry noodles. Beside it were a few pieces of pickled radish. Luo Feng stood frozen. The defensive plans racing through his mind instantly stalled. Babata and the optical computer also fell into a state of deadlock. In Earth's outer space, facing a supreme treasure ship capable of destroying a galaxy. The master of the ship had just tossed him a box of hot dry noodles. Chen Nian watched Luo Feng's stiff movements. I added a bit more chili and sour beans. Luo Feng stared at the plastic container before him. The original force churned violently on his skin. He couldn't win. He couldn't escape. Even if his golden horned beast avatar self-destructed instantly, it wouldn't damage a single armor plate of the spaceship. Who exactly is this person? Why would they make Earth food? Is this an illusion? Or some kind of high-dimensional mental control? Babata roared frantically in the sea of consciousness. Luo Feng, don't touch it. There's definitely a trick. A star-level being can't protect a box of noodles without a battlesuit in space. This violates the law of universal energy conservation. Babata called up hundreds of sets of data comparison charts in the light brain. The energy barrier wrapping this plastic container has a toughness exceeding crade metal. He's using enough energy to withstand a full-force attack from a universe-level powerhouse just to protect a serving of noodles. Chen Nian paid no heed to Luo Feng's rigidity. Not hungry? Then leave it for now. Chen Nian turned and walked toward the spaceship's hatch. Come in and have a chat. About how you just bought Earth in. That little guy inside you. Luo Feng's muscles instantly tensed. The surface of his original force battle suit shimmered with fine scales. A little guy? Had the secret of the golden horned beast been exposed? The inheritance of the Yunma star master possessing a star beast. This was his greatest trump card for standing in the universe. Now it had been casually revealed by a stranger. Resist. No chance of victory. The other party hadn't even fired the main cannon, yet could traverse the universe with just his physical body, and even see through his soul disguise. Follow him. This was the only way to survive. Luo Feng cut off Babata's external detection system. He held the plastic thermal container with one hand and flew after Chen Nian toward the dark golden behemoth. The hatch closed silently after Luo Feng entered. The gravity system automatically adjusted to Earth standard. Luo Feng set foot on the ground. The metal floor beneath him was a dull silver gray with no seams on its surface. The air composition was instantly replaced to a ratio suitable for Earthlings' breathing. The temperature was locked at 24 degrees Celsius. Babata's light brain crashed for 3 full seconds, then erupted with a piercing electronic shriek. Unable to analyze. All frequency scans are absorbed. This metal's density exceeds that of a white dwarf, yet its mass is extremely low. Luo Feng, the technological gap of this spaceship is beyond my comprehension. Chen Nian walked ahead. Feng Qing'er and Yun Yun lagged half a step behind him. Feng Qing'er turned to glance at Luo Feng. With just a twist of her head, the surrounding space rippled with visible waves. Yun Yun walked on the right. With each step she took, tiny spatial cracks appeared on the metal floor beneath her feet, then quickly healed. The energy fluctuations emanating from these two women caused the original force circulation within Luo Feng to stutter. Realm Lord. Undying. Luo Feng couldn't determine. He only felt that the life levels of these two women far surpassed any powerhouse he had ever encountered. Chen Nian halted. Ahead was a spacious lounge. A holographic projection was playing an old Earth movie. Several freshly opened bottles of cola sat on the table. Have a seat. Chen Nian pointed to a metal sofa. Luo Feng didn't sit down. He placed the thermal container on the table. Who exactly are you? What is your purpose on Earth? Chen Nian picked up a bottle of cola and pulled the tab. Bubbles surged. I told you, Chen Nian, an Earthling. Chen Nian took a sip of cola. The new Enchant family fleet will arrive in the solar system in a few months. Buying Earth only gives you nominal ownership. If it comes to a real fight, your current strength can't protect this place. Luo Feng's breathing rhythm faltered for a moment. That's my business. He'll handle it. Chen Nian leaned back on the sofa. Fight to the death with the golden-horned beast, or rely on the broken formations Hu Yanbo left behind. Luo Feng's defenses were completely shattered. Hu Yanbo? Even the existence of Babata was seen through by the other party with perfect clarity. Babata had stopped screaming in the sea of consciousness, replaced by an eerie silence. What exactly do you want? Luo Feng asked. Chen Nian put down the cola can. Make a friend, and give you a little investment. Chen Nian raised his space, twisted at his fingertips. A dark golden elongated metal box materialized out of thin air. The box was about a meter long, its surface covered with intricate secret patterns. The moment the metal box appeared, the gravity field in the lounge became chaotic. The cola can on the table floated slightly. Luo Feng's psychic power uncontrollably boiled within him. The dark planet in his sea of consciousness spun violently. Its rotation speed suddenly tripled. The mist at the edges of the sea of consciousness churned fiercely. What is this? Babata's virtual projection jumped directly out of the light brain. It stared at the metal box, its datastream body flickering incessantly. These secret patterns. This energy fluctuation. This is definitely no ordinary psychic weapon. Luo Feng, the grade of this thing exceeds the limits of my database. Chen Nian flicked his finger. The lid of the metal box slid open. 9 ultra-thin, translucent flying knives lay quietly inside. The blades were a deep blue, emitting faint blue light from within. The imitation of the Xingqian shuttle is too crude. The Duntian shuttle is barely. Chen Nian pushed the metal box toward Luo Feng. This set of flying knives is called Sui Xing. Heavy treasure grade. With your current psychic power, you can barely activate its first form. Heavy treasure. Luo Feng had seen this term in the Enma star inheritance. It was a treasure that would make even universe venerables covet. Luo Feng took a half step back. His mind rapidly flashed through various possession secret arts and soul enslavement methods from the Enma star inheritance. The better the gift, the greater the price. The safety of Earth and the lives of his family all hung on a single thought. He would rather go head-to-head with the new Enchant family than rashly accept such a mysterious heavy treasure. It's too valuable. I can't accept it. Chen Nian did not retract the metal box. I'm not negotiating with you. Chen Nian stood up. Earth's coordinates have already been exposed. New Enchant is just the beginning. More trouble will come. You're too weak, you'll die. Chen Nian walked up to take it. Survive. If you ever run into trouble, use my name. Luo Feng stared at Chen Nian. The other's request was too simple to be, but the pressure emanating from the heavy treasure before him was real. Chen Nian turned and walked toward the main control room. Eat the noodles. ITLL stink when it gets cold. Feng Qing'er stepped forward, picked up the metal box, and shoved it directly into Luo Feng's arms. Luo Feng caught the box with both hands. The deep blue flying knives inside the box emitted a crisp hum. His psychic power involuntarily probed into one of the knives. A vast torrent of information surged into Luo Feng's mind. A massive torrent of information surged into Luo Feng's mind. The dark golden metal case trembled slightly between his hands. Azure light spots crept along his fingertips and spread to his forearm. Within his sea of consciousness, the once silent dark planet's surface erupted into tumultuous waves. Babata's holographic projection spun wildly in midair, streams of red data flowing from its surface. Space laws. This secret pattern contains a complete spatial law fundamental annihilation array. Babata shrieked, its 2 devil horns flashing with piercing red light. Luo Feng. Back then Lord Hu Yanbo exhausted his entire fortune to acquire just a single incomplete spatial class treasure. This set shattered star is not only intact, but it can also automatically adjust its form based on the user's mental power. What exactly is the background of that Chen Nian? A treasure of this level would drive even an immortal to annihilate an entire galaxy for it. Luo Feng severed the mental connection. The azure light spots retreated into the metal case. A heavy treasure. Obtaining it would make killing the stellar-level fleet commander of the new Enchant family effortless. It could even let him survive against a cosmic-level powerhouse. What price? Free gifts often come with the most expensive tags. Refuse. The new Enchant family's advance force was already on its way. The lives of billions on Earth hung by a thread. Su Xin was still waiting. His family needed protection. The odds of a desperate fight were less than 1%. Accepting this treasure would at least let him survive now. Even if Chen Nian wanted him to die later, that was a future problem. Luo Feng stored the metal case into his space ring. He walked to the table and picked up the plastic thermal container. He opened the lid. The heat mixed with the pungent fragrance of sesame paste and chili oil hit his face. The pickled beans were finely chopped, evenly spread. Luo Feng picked up a disposable chopstick, lifted a strand of noodles, and brought it to his mouth. Chewed. Swallowed. A very authentic earth flavor. No original force fluctuations, no cosmic exotic ingredients added. Just an ordinary bowl of hot dry noodles. The main control room's door was wide open. Chen Nian leaned against the holographic projection console holding that can of cola. The holographic projection displayed a vast star map. Red light spots slowly moved at the edge of the map. 8,000 warships of the new Enchant family. Chen Nian pointed at the cluster of red dots. They are 7 light-years from the solar system. The leader is Newland Wei Stellar Level 9. At their current curvature navigation speed, they will arrive in 3 months and 14 days. Luo Feng paused his eating. Babata in the sea of consciousness was frantically calculating. Luo Feng. His data is 10,000 times more accurate than our detectors. He even calculated the deceleration deviation when they passed through the meteorite belt. Luo Feng put down the plastic container. You know their entire route. Why don't you just strike? With your strength, wiping out that fleet would take only an instant. Chen Nian finished the last sip of cola and tossed the empty can into the If I act, the cause and effect will change. Earth's troubles are not just New Enchant. The Virtual Universe Company, the Giant Axe Arena, the Universe Mercenary Alliance. Earth's secret won't stay hidden for long. I can protect it for a while, but not forever. You bought the Earth Lordship, but that only passed a clearance in a backwater place like the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. In the eyes of true giants, that lordship certificate is worth less than scrap paper. Feng Qinger walked over from the other side of the main control room. She held a data board. Master, all space jump points around the Milky Way have been sealed. Any energy fluctuation above the immortal level approaching will be. Yin stood by the porthole, her back to everyone. Her long sword had not left its sheath, but fine sword marks kept appearing on the surrounding metal cabin walls, only to be repaired instantly by the ship's self-repair system. A cold sweat broke out on Luo Feng's back. Sealing all space jump points in the entire Milky Way. Intercepting immortal-level beings. Babata had completely stopped calculating. Its database had no templates for beings of this level. Either of the 2 women whom Chen Nian called his subordinates could easily crush the imperial family of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Chen Nian turned around and looked at Luo Feng. Are you full? Luo Feng nodded. Then go to work after eating. Chen Nian drew a dashed line on the holographic projection. It'll show you a clear path. Killing the new Enchant advance force is only a temporary fix. You need to go for the Universe Apprentice Mercenary Assessment. Go to the realm within realm. Get the Thunderstone there and exchange it for enough cosmic crystals and treasures. Realm within realm. Thunderstone. Luo Feng's mind went blank. This was top secret intelligence even Babata didn't know. The other party not only knew the future assessment location, but even knew exactly what treasures were inside. Who was he? A black hole level prophet? Or an incarnation of the universe's origin? Luo Feng swallowed. The quotas for the realm within realm are controlled by major powers. Luo Feng spoke. I'm a stellar level with no background. Ooh, I can't enter the core area. Chen Nian chuckled lightly. Background. Chen Nian turned his palm. A dark purple token appeared in his hand. On the token's surface was carved a giant axe. The axe was surrounded by countless. The moment the token appeared, the gravitational field inside the ship completely failed. Luo Feng uncontrollably floated up. The dark planet in his sea of consciousness was suppressed by an invisible force ceasing its rotation. Babata's holographic projection directly dissipated. Chen Nian tossed the token to Luo Feng. Luo Feng caught it with both hands. Heavy. A mere palm-sized token, yet its mass rivaled a mountain range. Take it. Go directly to the Giant Axe Arena branch. Tell them you want to see the highest authority of the Black Dragon Mountain branch. Take as much as you can from the realm within realm. Whoever dares to stop you, just cut them down. Luo Feng stared at the Giant Axe token in his hand. This was definitely not an ordinary identity card. The Giant Axe Arena was one of the top 5 powers among the human race. The authority of this token was enough to make the Emperor of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire kneel in welcome. Chen Nian turned around facing the massive holographic star map. His finger gently tapped the star map. The image of the solar system rapidly enlarged. On the orbital path between Mars and Jupiter, a strange pitch-black water-drop-shaped spaceship was squeezing out of a spatial rift without any warning. There were no markings on the ship's surface. No, Enchant is just a decoy. Chen Nian stared at the water-drop ship. The real guest has arrived early. At the tip of the water-drop ship, a glaring red light. At the apex of the water-drop spacecraft, a searing red light flared. The red glow expanded across the holographic star map, even overwhelming the energy signature of the solar system itself. Within his spiritual sea, Babada's virtual image convulsed red streams of data, threatening to tear his form apart. Universe level. Luo Feng, that is an energy fluctuation of universal level 9th rank. It is by no means an ordinary stellar vanguard. Babada's voice trembled That old fox from Newland Mountain never intended to follow the rules. The stealth rating of this ship is a peak class. Even Heilongshan Empire's standard military radars cannot detect it. Luo Feng tightened his grip on the Giantax token. Metal bit into his palm, sending a sting of pain. Universal level 9th rank. Those words spun madly through his mind. Even with the Sui Xing in hand, even by throwing everything into the balance, a stellar level force facing a universe level 9th rank would be annihilated in an instant. The Newland Mountain clan had sent such a trump card for the secret of Earth. Luo Feng turned to look at Chen Nian. Chen Nian still leaned against the holographic console inexplicably, holding a bag of potato chips. A crisp crunch echoed through the command room. Why panic? Chen Nian swallowed a chip. Being early is nothing compared to being fortunate. He idly tapped the console's virtual keyboard twice. Yun disengaged stealth mode. Set landing coordinates. Asian continent Jiangnan base city Yangzhou city, Mingyue community. The holographic star map switched in an instant to an overhead view of Earth. A red crosshair precisely locked onto a broad empty lot beside Mingyue community. It had once been an abandoned industrial park. You intend to land directly. Luo Feng stepped forward. The volume of this craft will trigger the entire air defense network of Yangzhou City and even Jiangnan Base City. Earth's defenses were crude, but confronted with such a sudden behemoth panic would surely ensue. Everyone at home was in Mingyue community. Su Xin was still pregnant. Even the slightest energy ripple could bring irreversible consequences. Chen Nian paid no heed to Luo Feng's warning. Feng Qing activate ecological simulation recomposition. Change the exterior to the style of a top North American tycoon's estate circa Earth year 2020. Add a touch of cyberpunk. The control room's lights shifted to a soft warm yellow. A faint sensation of weightlessness followed. The spacecraft began a rapid descent. Luo Feng rushed to the porthole. The starfield outside was replaced by sheets of frictional flame. The priceless vessel of unknown class hurtled toward Earth at a velocity that defied physical reason. There was no deceleration. No buffering field engaged. Yun stood aside, her long sword quietly at her waist. She did not even reach to hold herself. At under 1,000 meters above ground, the ship abruptly froze in midair. Absolute stillness. Not a tremor from inertia. Below, the lights of Yangzhou City spread like a tapestry. The outline of Mingyue community was clear. Chen Nian snapped his fingers. The black metal of the craft's hull began to liquefy and reconfigure. The massive hull contracted and reshaped with stunning speed. Metal armor transformed into pristine white walls. Thruster nozzles became vast floor-to-ceiling glass windows. Energy circuits hid within the walls, emitting a faint blue luminescence. In mere seconds, a spacecraft capable of destroying star systems became a super villa occupying tens of thousands of square meters. The villa settled gently onto the vacant lot of the abandoned industrial park. Not even a speck of dust stirred. Mingyue community, the Luo family villa. Su Xian sat on the sofa flipping through some documents. A strange humming filtered in from outside. Not an explosion, but a low-frequency vibration. On the table, concentric ripples spread across the cup of water. A stellar-level guard responsible for protecting the Luo household burst into the living room. Madam, an unidentified craft has landed just outside the community. The guard's voice betrayed uncontainable terror. Su Xian rose. She drew back the curtains. The blackened industrial park outside was now bathed in soft blue light. A monumentally imposing structure stood there, incongruously occupying the space. Its design fused extreme luxury with a cold, technological aesthetic. Most frightening of all, no sign of life stirring emanated around the building. As if it had grown from nothing. The stellar-level guard broke out in a cold sweat. His detector read that area as absolute void. There were no buildings, no energy signatures, nothing. Yet with the naked eye one could clearly see that enormous edifice. This is at least universe-level cloaking technology. The guard drew his weapon and put himself between Su Xin and the window. Madam, please go to the underground safe room immediately. Inside the villa, the former command room had become a spacious, bright living room. Genuine leather sofas, a holographic television, even a bar stocked with spirits from across Earth. Chen Nian sank comfortably into the sofa. He propped his feet on the coffee table. This will be my foothold on Earth from now on. He picked up the remote and switched on the holographic TV. The screen played Earth's evening news. Luo Feng stood in the center of the living room staring at the heavy giant axe token in his hands. Everything around him felt unreal. One moment he faced a fleet in space, the next he stood at his doorstep, while a ship became a villa. Go. Chen Nian waved without turning his head. I'll watch over the home. No one from Newland Mountain will get so much as a mosquito into Mingwe community. Take the token and go to the Jufu Do Wuchang. You must secure the quota for the Shennongjia. Luo Feng pocketed the token. He said no more. Chen Nian's display of force had finally shattered his comprehension. A being of that level if hostile to Earth would not bother with subtleties. Luo Feng turned and headed for the door. It opened automatically. The familiar Earth air filled his lungs. He glanced once at Chen Nian on the sofa then plunged into the night. At the outer rim of the solar system inside the waterdrop craft, Pulla stood at the command dais clad in dark red battle armor. He was the Newland Mountain family's core elite, a universe-level 9th rank powerhouse. Lord Pulla, the sensors report several stellar-level life signs on the planet. An operator reported swiftly. In addition, we detected a massive metallic fortress near Earth. Pulla snorted coldly. A metallic fortress. Likely the defensive installation left by that fellow who purchased planetary lordship, the operator offered. Just a lucky native. Pulla moved to the hologram. Initiate instantaneous spatial jump and descend to Earth. Target that native lord's home base city. I will seize control of every high-ranking post within. The operator's fingers danced over the controls. Lord, the jump coordinates are locked. Prepare to ignite the curvature engine. A blinding white light blasted from the tail of the waterdrop ship. Space around it began to contort. Just as the craft was about to tear open space and enter the jump corridor, a ghostly blue sword light appeared without warning directly before the ship. The blade was hair-thin, a tear opening in the fabric of space. Pulla had no time to react. No alarm sounded. The ship's energy shield, reputed to withstand the full force of a universe-level 9th rank strike, proved fragile as paper before that blade. The sword light sliced silently through the waterdrop ship's hull from stern to prow, without explosion, without flame. The ship's systems froze in an instant. The curvature engine's glow winked out. In the command chamber, Pulla remained frozen mid-command. His gaze tilted as he saw an operator and the control console split apart smoothly down the middle. The cut was mirror smooth. Not a drop of blood spilled. What is this? The thought flashed through Pulla's mind before his consciousness plunged into darkness. Out in space, the costly waterdrop craft silently cleaved in two. Where the incision lingered, eerie fluctuations of spatial law remained. Far on Earth, inside the supervilla beside Mingwe community, Yun stood before the floor-to-ceiling window and slowly withdrew her right hand. Her long sword still hung at her waist sheathed. Master. Yun turned, her voice cool and clear. A pest has been dealt with. Chen Nian, eyes on a variety show, answered offhand. Well done. Next time remember to retrieve the wreckage. After all, its class alloy could fetch some scrap money. Luo Feng walked along the streets of Mingwe community. The night breeze was cool. He did not go straight home, but headed toward another exit of the complex. In his spiritual sea, Babada's virtual image resurfaced. Luo Feng. That Chen Nian. What kind of monster is he? Babada's voice bore unprecedented gravity. Just now my probe at the edge of the solar system recorded an instantaneous energy detonation. The Newland Mountain family's waterdrop ship vanished. Luo Feng halted. Vanished? What do you mean? Literally. Babada displayed a set of data. There was no battle, no energy entanglement. In an instant, it was simply erased. Who struck it must have comprehension of spatial law at the level of an immortal deity. Luo Feng turned to look toward the glowing mansion in the abandoned park. Immortal deity. Even a random subordinate could be an immortal deity. What had he truly provoked? Or rather, what sort of mighty ally had Earth just embraced? The colossal contrast made Luo Feng's head swim. One moment he had thought Earth on the brink, liable to be crushed by the Newland Mountain clan. The next, the clan's universe-level elite had been dealt with as if swatting a mosquito. Luo Feng, what should we do now? Babada asked. Go to the Jufu Do Wuchang. Luo Feng drew his focus back, his voice firm. Chen Nian was right. Protection given by others is still Shennongjia, the Latang stone. I must grow stronger. Luo Feng rose and became a streak of light, heading for the Jiangnan Bay City branch of the Cosmic River Bank. There lay equipment of the highest grade directly connected to the Virtual Universe network. The Virtual Universe Hailongshan Island Jiaxingwan community. Luo Feng's figure appeared on the street. He hailed a hovercar without pause and set off for the center of Hailongshan Island. The Jufu Do Wuchang branch, an immense building shaped like a world-cleaving axe. The area buzzed with life, countless warriors came and went. Some came to wager, others to watch matches. Luo Feng entered the hall, whose interior was vast, the dome set with innumerable glowing strange. He walked straight to an unmanned reception window. The attendant was a young woman with furry fox ears. Sir, how may I assist you? The The fox-eared woman smiled professionally. Luo Feng said nothing and placed the dark purple giant axe token on the counter. I wish to see your branch's supreme director. The fox-eared woman's smile froze as she glanced down at the token. The dark purple material bore an engraving of a giant axe circled by stars. There was no energy fluctuation, no identification code. Sir, are you joking? Her tone cooled. The supreme director of the Hailongshan branch isn't someone you summon at will. And what is that token? Our arena's identification system has no record of such a format. Luo Feng did not withdraw the token. He recalled Chen Nian's words, if anyone dared stop you, cut them down. Here in the virtual universe, hacking someone would simply eject them. Luo Feng pressed the token lightly with his hand and poured a thread of spiritual force into it. The previously inert dark purple token erupted with a terrifying aura. That pressure did not target the flesh, but struck the virtual universe's data foundations. The hall's lights flickered wildly. All active holograms extinguished in an instant. Tens of thousands of warriors felt a chill that made their souls tremble. The fox-eared attendant was the first to collapse, slumping in her chair. The virtual system judged her as an extreme fear and automatically dulled her sensory pain. A shrill top-level alarm wailed through the Ju Fu Do Wuchang branch. Deep within the hall, a heavy metal door with an axe emblem thundered open. A towering man in silver armor with a horn on his brow burst forth as a blur. He was one of the 3 chiefs of the Hailongshan branch, a real lord-level enforcer. The horned man's face was thunderous. He intended to erase this troublemaker. When his gaze fell upon the dark purple token hovering before Luo Feng, his forward momentum halted mid-stride. Inertia carved 2 deep furrows into the alloy floor beneath him. The horned man stared at the token, his body seized with uncontrollable tremors. He dropped to one knee and bowed his head deeply. Hailongshan branch chief of Jufudo Wuchang Man Luo greets the envoy. The hall fell into a deathly silence. Tens of thousands watched in stunned disbelief. A real lord-level chief kneeling to a mere stellar-level youth. Luo Feng withdrew his spiritual force, and the token settled back into his hand. He looked at the kneeling chief and spoke slowly. Take me to the supreme director. Man Luo lifted his head, sweat beading his brow. Envoy, the supreme director is in seclusion, but if you command, the entire Hailongshan branch is at your disposal. Luo Feng tightened his grip on the token. I want all data on the Shennongjia, and prepare the fastest ship you have. Man Luo nodded without hesitation. At once, Luo Feng turned to the simulated starry sky of the virtual universe. Shennongjia. Wealth. Power. He would take it all. As Luo Feng prepared to follow Man Luo into the inner area, a violent commotion erupted outside the hall. A bloodied warrior staggered into the hall. Disaster. The entrance to Kanglin's star has been sealed by a group of mysterious men. The warrior collapsed, his voice a raw rasp. All candidates for the apprentice mercenary exam have been detained. Luo Feng's steps halted abruptly. Man Luo's face changed. He seized the wounded man. Who did this? Which force dares kidnap people from Ju Fu Do Wuchang's territory? The warrior coughed, blood, eyes wide with terror. They call themselves. He swallowed his last breath, and his body dissolved into white light within the virtual universe. The central holographic screen ignited. On it appeared a man wearing a silver mask, holding a still beating heart between his fingers. He tossed the heart to the floor, lifted his head, and looked through the screen at Luo Feng. I hear someone with a giant axe token wants to enter the Shennongjia. The masked man's voice carried across the virtual universe network to all of Hailongshan Island. I'll be waiting. He raised a hand and pointed at the screen. If you're late, these little ones' lives will be forfeit. Behind him on the screen hung tens of thousands of stellar-level warriors suspended in midair. Among them was an acquaintance Luo Feng had met in elite training. The masked man's fingertip flared with a smear of black light. The black light at the fingertips of the masked man had yet to fully coalesce. Suddenly the screen froze. Then a hand appeared out of thin air behind the masked man. The hand made no extravagant movements. It simply rested lightly on the shoulder of the masked man. Instantly his body stiffened. The black light extinguished. All images on the screen began to distort, and the restraints binding tens of thousands of stellar-level warriors suspended in midair shattered simultaneously. The masked man slowly turned his head. He saw the owner of that hand. Then the screen went black. The hall was so quiet that one could hear a heartbeat. Luo Feng stared at the darkened screen, his fingers unconsciously tightening around the dark purple token. He was too familiar with the silhouette and the manner in which that hand appeared. Stop looking. Come back for dinner. Chen Nian. Tens of thousands of warriors in the hall exchanged glances. What is this about? Man Luo was still kneeling on the ground, and upon seeing that line of text, she collapsed completely. Luo Feng took a deep breath. He retracted his breathing motion and turned to leave. 15 minutes later in Jiangnan Bay City. Blue Light Villa. Luo Feng landed on the lawn in front of the villa, and the first thing he saw was not Chen Nian. Instead, it was a group of people. To be precise, it was a group of women. A massive round table was set up on the lawn adorned with a variety of dishes. Braised pork, knuckle-boiled fish, spicy crayfish, beggar's chicken, all hearty dishes from Earth. Luo Feng's wife, Su Xin, sat at the edge of the round table, holding a glass of orange juice, appearing in a clearly dazed state. Beside her were Thor and Hong. Thor was chewing on a crayfish, but the motion had stopped for at least 30 seconds. Hong sat upright, visibly maintaining calm, with god-level composure. Opposite them were 12 women sitting in unison. Luo Feng took a few steps closer, beginning to identify them. The closest one wore a black dress, her features exquisite to the point of being unreal, and she was currently engrossed in her phone. The languid aura about her was exactly like Demimi. Next to her, a woman in a white dress quietly sipped tea, her features cool, and her entire demeanor pristine, untouched by a speck of dust. Lu Fei. Further along, Reba was sweating profusely while slurping a bowl of snail noodles. These noodles are so delicious. After finishing a mouthful, she licked up her lips, stained with spicy oil, and shouted to Song Tai beside her. Tai Tai, you have to try this. It's 1,000 times better than the truffles you brought back from Paris last time. Song Tai elegantly stepped back half a pace. Stay away from me, your mouth is all greasy. Luo Feng's gaze continued to sweep back, and he did not recognize the next few faces. One woman in a white veil was stunningly cold, with shoulder-length white hair exuding a faint medicinal fragrance. Another woman in purple was breathtakingly beautiful, her eyes carrying an indescribable charm. There was also a girl in blue poking at the braised pork in front of her with chopsticks, her face filled with curiosity. Sister Yin, can this red piece of meat really be eaten? Why does it look so greasy? The blue-clad girl turned to ask a stunning woman beside her. That woman, Yin, was leisurely sipping a bowl of hot and sour soup, a slight curve appearing at the corner of her mouth. You can eat it. It's quite tasty. Much better than the beast meat from the Yin City restaurant. On the other side, Yuchan and Lu Qi were examining a plate of mapo tofu. Yuchan scooped a piece into her mouth and paused for a second. Spicy. She gulped down a glass of cold water, her face slightly flushed. Lu Qi couldn't stop laughing beside her. Luo Feng's brain had crashed. He watched this group of women, clearly from different worlds, gather around the same table to eat, the sense of dissonance stronger than when he faced the masked man. Are you here? Chen Nian's voice came from behind. Luo Feng turned his head. Chen Nian walked out of the villa holding an ice pop in her mouth and a hot pot base. Perfect, everyone is here. Let me introduce you. Chen Nian approached the round table, using the ice pop to point at the circle of women. You should know these few: Demimi, Fei Fei, Reba, Tai Tai, Xiao Lu. They are from Earth, no need to elaborate. She pointed to the other side. Yu Chan, the witch, Lu Qi. These four are from another world within the cultivation system. Don't provoke them, you'll be in pain if a fight breaks out. Luo Feng's mouth twitched. Pain if a fight broke out. After all, he was at the peak of the stellar level. Chen Nian ignored his expression and continued with the introductions. Yun, Little Medical, Immortal Feng, Qing'er Fei. All from the Duqi continent. She paused. Don't mind the medicinal smell from Little Medical Immortal. She is a poison body carrying dozens of poisons with her. Little Medical Immortal raised her silver eyes to glance at Luo Feng, nodding slightly as a greeting. That glance was ordinary, but Luo Feng suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. His mental energy instinctively scanned, yet nothing was detected. It wasn't that the opponent was too weak to be detected, but rather too strong, completely blocking his perception. Luo Feng looked at Chen Nian. Who exactly? Su Xin finally regained her voice, tugging at Luo Feng's sleeve and lowering her voice. Luo Feng, are all these people? His MHM. Su Xin opened her mouth and then closed it again. Thor finally swallowed the crayfish he had been chewing on for a long time and leaned close to Hong. Old Hong, what level of existence do you think this Chen Nian is? He can effortlessly destroy immortal beings surrounded by a dozen stunning women and can whip up such delicious crayfish. Hong expressionlessly replied with one word. Eat. Chen Nian placed the hot pot base in the center of the table and clapped his hands. All right, don't just stand there. There's something I need to tell you all. All eyes turned towards him. Chen Nian scanned the crowd and took the ice pop out of his mouth. In this place called Earth, you can wander freely. Eat whatever you like, go wherever you want. But there are a few places you must not touch. He raised one finger. First, the ruins beneath the polar ice fields. Second, the Bermuda Triangle. Third, the black altar deep in the Amazon jungle. He paused and added one more thing. And the Shennongjia. Luo Feng frowned. He was aware of the major forbidden zones on Earth. But Shennongjia, although mysterious, it wasn't specifically marked in the ruins directory. What's there in Shennongjia? Luo Feng asked. Chen Nian put the ice pop back in his mouth and glanced at Luo Feng. That glance carried a subtle emotion, not a warning, but closer to nostalgia. My spaceship is there. He said it casually, but the atmosphere at the round table suddenly froze in that instant. Yun set down her soup spoon. Yuchan stopped drinking water. Even Reba paused in her slurping. All the women who had followed Chen Nian long enough knew what that spaceship signified. But Luo Feng did not know. He only noticed that the moment Chen Nian spoke the words spaceship, Babata in the depths of his consciousness emitted a tremor he had never. Luo Feng. Babata's data stream trembled violently. That thing is at least a supreme treasure spaceship. The data stream of Babata trembled violently. That thing is at least a supreme treasure spaceship. The words echoed in Luo Feng's mind. He stared at the packet of hot pot base in Chen Nian's hand. The action of tearing open the plastic packaging was casual. Red oil stained Chen Nian's fingers. A supreme treasure spaceship. The weight represented by this term is enough to crush an entire galaxy. The master of the Yunma star Huyin, Bo, could not afford even a single ordinary heavy treasure after exhausting his family's wealth. What does a supreme treasure even mean? This person parked a supreme treasure spaceship in the primitive forest of Earth and casually enjoyed an ice cream. Luo Feng quickly deduced the situation in his mind. If Chen Nian harbored hostility, Earth wouldn't last even a second. If Chen Nian was just passing through, why would he leave a spaceship in Shennongjia? Who is that masked man? Chen Nian tossed the base into the boiling red broth. The soup splashed a few drops. What are you looking at? Chen Nian pulled out a tissue to wipe his hands. Sit down and eat. Luo Feng remained motionless. Thor tugged at Luo Feng's sleeve. Third brother, sit. Thor lowered his voice. Luo Feng pulled out a chair and sat down. Su Xian immediately leaned closer to him. The atmosphere around the round table was somewhat strange. Half the people were eating enthusiastically while the other half were as stiff as statues. Reba poured an entire plate of fatty beef into the spicy pot. Chen Nian, this meat is so tender. It's much tastier than the beast meat we had last time in that Dookie continent. Yin Yin picked up a piece of beef and put it in her mouth, chewing a couple of times. Indeed, Yin Yin nodded. There's none of that violent energy conflict. The taste is pure. Luo Feng looked at the group of women. Dookie continent. Beasts. These terms were completely beyond his understanding. Babata shouted. Luo Feng, don't provoke him. Absolutely do not provoke him. I just tried to scan him with the detector, and the detector was instantly destroyed. His life level cannot be calculated at all. Cold sweat dripped down Luo Feng's back. Chen Nian picked up a slice of tripe, stirring it in the pot. I have already locked onto Earth's coordinates. Chen Nian placed the tripe in a bowl. From now on, this will be our base. If any of you miss home, you can come back anytime. What about my schedule? Sister Li was urging me to walk the red carpet yesterday. Yang Mi put down her phone. Postponed, Chen Nian said without looking up. Or I could buy that award ceremony. You can pick and choose which awards you want to take. Yang Mi rolled her eyes. Luo Feng listened to their conversation. The absurdity weighed heavier. At that moment, night fell. It wasn't a gradual transition like twilight, but an instant. 1 second it was bright and sunny. The next second the entire Jiangnan Bay City and even half of Earth plunged into absolute darkness. No starlight. No moon. At that moment, all light sources completely failed. The villa's sensor lights turned on, but within half a meter of the bulb the light was devoured by some invisible. Luo Feng suddenly stood up. The primal force within him surged wildly. The escape sky shuttle appeared directly in front of him. Hong and Thor simultaneously drew their weapons. An indescribable, terrifying pressure descended from the sky. This pressure targeted no one, merely emanating naturally. Bang! Thor knelt on one knee. The battle knife in his hand sank into the lawn, creating a half-meter deep pit in the turf. Hong's body bent at a strain. The bones emitted a piercing sound of friction. Luo Feng gritted his teeth. The peak mental power of a stellar grade erupted completely, trying to resist this force. It was useless. A few seconds later, Luo Feng's knees slammed heavily against the ground. Babata completely lost its response in his sea of consciousness. It crashed. Luo Feng lifted his head. In the dark sky, a crack appeared. Space was forcibly torn apart. A figure walked out from the crack. He wore a dark golden robe and a silver mask devoid of any facial features. He stood at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Looking down below, the surrounding space continuously collapsed and reformed beneath his feet. Found it. One word. This word did not travel through the air. It exploded directly in the minds of all living beings on Earth. The waters of the Pacific Ocean instantly evaporated by hundreds of meters. The 3 main peaks of the Himalayas collapsed with a thunderous roar. At that moment, all the monsters in the world stopped howling, all lying on the ground trembling. Luo Feng's 7 orifices bled. What level of existence? Immortal. Honorable. The masked man's attention was entirely not on Luo Feng and the others. He was staring straight at the Blu-ray villa, looking at the round table filled with dishes. To be precise, he was fixated on Chen Nian. Chen Nian was still sitting in his chair. The pressure had no effect on him. He was even still adding duck intestines, and the women at the round table were also unharmed. A faint transparent barrier protected the entire dining area. Lu Yifei held a teacup and glanced up at the sky. Why is it so dark? Chen Nian fished out the duck intestines. It's nothing. Just an acquaintance coming over. The masked man took a step forward. He directly appeared on the villa's lawn, less than 5 meters away from Chen Nian. His enormous aura was completely restrained. But Luo Feng was still suppressed and unable to raise his head. He could only catch glimpses of the dark golden boots. My ship, the masked man spoke. Chen Nian finished the duck intestines and put down his chopsticks. Your ship, oi. Chen Nian leaned back in his chair. Is your name written on it? The masked man did not get angry. He raised his hand, and a point of bluish light glowed at his fingertip. 3,000 epochs ago, I was besieged deep in the cosmic sea. At the brink of death and heavily injured, I cast the spaceship into the space turbulence. The core control hub of the spaceship retains my soul mark. The masked man pointed at Chen Nian. Hand it over. He'll leave you whole. Chen Nian smiled. He pulled out a toothpick from his pocket. He picked at his teeth. You can try, Chen Nian said. The masked man's finger shot forward violently. The bluish light transformed into a thread, instantly piercing Chen Nian's brow. Luo Feng's heart stopped. It's over. Can even the master of the supreme treasure spaceship kill with a single strike? Earth is destined for destruction today. Chen Nian didn't even wobble. After that bluish thread entered Chen Nian's brow, there was no reaction whatsoever. Not even a ripple. The masked man's hand froze in midair. He staggered back 3 steps. His body trembled violently. Impossible. The masked man raised his hand. He unleashed a dozen beams of light. Each beam was capable of effortlessly destroying a star system. All of them entered Chen Nian's body. Chen, your massage technique is lacking. It's a bit weak. The masked man stood completely frozen. The techniques he had just used to penetrate Chen Nian's body were methods for soul probing and control. Deep within Chen Nian's sea of consciousness, he did not see a soul. He saw a universe. No, not just one. Countless shadows of universes overlap. The laws of Duki, the laws of cultivation, the laws of modern technology. Countless entirely different, even mutually exclusive universal laws perfectly fused within Chen Nian. And that supreme treasure spaceship was quietly suspended at the center of these laws, having been thoroughly refined. Even that trace of soul mark he left behind was completely erased. The masked man's breathing became rapid. The body of the laws of all realms. The ultimate physique that only appears at the beginning of the source world. He had desperately pursued this opportunity to break through the limits of the master of the universe for countless epochs, only to see it on an Earth native. If he could thoroughly study this physique, if he could keep this person by his side, the killing intent on the masked man instantly vanished without a trace. He adjusted his dark golden robe. With his feet together, he slightly bowed to Chen Nian. Are you Chen Nian? The masked man's attitude took a complete 180-degree turn. Luo Feng lay on the ground watching this scene. His brain was completely unable to process the information before him. A terrifying existence capable of casually crushing Earth. Just a moment ago he wanted to kill. Now he is actually bowing. Let's get straight to the point. Chen Nian threw the toothpick into the trash can. The masked man straightened up. That spaceship. It's a gift for you. The masked man extended his right hand, revealing a crystal radiating with multicolored light. This is a cosmic source crystal. It contains the complete laws of space and time. Become my disciple. The masked man stared at Chen Nian with fervor. I will take you to the center of the cosmic sea. I will spare no resources to cultivate you. Within a century, I assure you will become a cosmic master. Within 10,000 years, you and I will dominate the primordial universe side by side. At the round table, Yuchan set down her cup of water and chuckled softly. Another one bringing gifts. Lucci picked up a piece of tofu. This person looks quite strong, but his mind seems a bit off. Luo Feng listened to the conversation between the two women, feeling a tingling on his scalp. That is the complete laws of space and time. If Babata had a physical form, he would already be kneeling and bowing. Chen Nian looked at the multicolored. He stood up and walked over to the masked man. The two were less than half a meter apart. Chen Nian reached out and took the crystal. The masked man slightly opened it. Good, good. From today on you are my. Chen Nian shook the crystal in his hand. Then he casually tossed it backwards. The crystal traced a parabolic arc and fell into the boiling spicy hot pot. Splash. A few drops of red oil splattered. Chen Nian clapped his hands. Will this thing enhance the flavor of the hot pot? Drops of red oil splattered. Chen Nian clapped his hands and asked if it could enhance the flavor. The masked man froze his dark golden robe, stopping its windless movement. Luo Feng lay on the ground. The gravitational suppression had vanished. He did not get up. Deep within his consciousness, Babata's system module flickered. Oh! Babata's virtual form dashed around in Luo Feng's mind, clutching its head. That is the crystallization of the source of the universe. A tangible entity of the laws of space and time. Master hid in the belly of a cosmic beast for 30,000 years just to grasp a hint of the laws. He took it to cook hot pot. Spicy beef hot pot base. Babata's scream pierced through Luo Feng's nerves. Luo Feng pushed himself up with his hands on the lawn. He gradually straightened his upper body. The grass still bore the cracks from the Thunder God's battle blade. Hong's skeleton continued to emit faint dislocation sound. Luo Feng looked at the boiling iron pot. A kaleidoscope of colors flickered in the bright red chili oil. A thought flashed through his mind. If he rushed over now and drank that pot of soup, could he directly ascend on the spot? Just moments ago this masked man wanted to destroy the earth. Now this destroyer was staring blankly at a pot. This was Chen Nian's confidence. Luo Feng swallowed hard, his throat dry. The masked man's outstretched right hand remained suspended in midair, his fingers slightly curled. The body of the laws of the myriad realms. He had lived through 3 cosmic epochs. He had perused countless ancient relics. This physique only existed in theory. Theoretically, those with such a physique could ignore the repulsion of any cosmic, but he never expected that this disregard included treating the source of the universe as seasoning. The masked man lowered his hand and took a step forward. Space did not fold. He used the most ordinary walking method. His dark golden boots pressed down on the grass, trampling several blades. He walked to the round table. Chen Nian pulled out an empty chair next to him. "Why are you standing? Sit down." Chen Nian picked up the slotted spoon. He stirred it a couple of times in the pot. The colorful crystals clinked against the edge of the iron pot, producing a crisp sound. The masked man stared at the wood. A Lu Yifei sun protection jacket was draped over the backrest. He, the master of the cosmic sea, the ruler of billions of star systems, was now dining with a native of Earth and a few mortal women. The masked man lifted the hem of his robe and sat down. His movements were stiff. Lu Yifei pulled the jacket away and scooted her chair to the side. Who is this person dressed so strangely? Lu Yifei picked up a piece of tripe and rolled it in the garlic oil dip. Chen Nian poured the colorful crystals from the slotted spoon into a waste bowl. A salesman, selling spaceships. Chen Nian picked up his chopsticks. This stone won't dissolve. Useless. Don't use such counterfeit products to fool people next time. The muscles in the masked man's face twitched violently. The silver mask obscured his features, but could not hide the chaotic aura surrounding him. Counterfeit products. That was the crystallization of the source he had condensed after slaughtering a higher civilization and draining the energy of an entire star system. Taken to the cosmic river bank, it could buy the entire galaxy. The masked man's chest heaved. Chen Nian. He spoke. You don't understand the value of this crystal. It represents the ticket to becoming the master of the universe. Chen Nian ignored him and pulled out a chilled beer from a plastic box at his feet. He pried open the bottle cap with his chopsticks. White foam spilled out. Chen Nian tilted his head back and took a big gulp. Ticket. I never buy tickets when I go out. Chen Nian slammed the beer bottle down on the table. Did you just say you would leave my whole corpse? The air froze. Tiny cracks began to appear in the space around the masked man. This was his instinctive defense mechanism. He sensed a threat. It was not from Chen Nian's realm suppression. There was no energy fluctuation from Chen Nian. The threat came from that pot. The masked man stared at the boiling red oil. The earlier crystal had rolled around in it. The laws of time on the surface of the crystal were obliterated, erased by a rule completely foreign to this universe. The hot pot base fused the essence of the Duki continent's exotic fire, the spiritual spring water of the cultivation world, and modern industrial monosodium glutamate. These chaotic elements mixed together, forming a miniature black hole of laws. The masked man's hands pressed on his knees. He predicted the upcoming situation. If he fought back, his chance of winning was 0. If he fled, that treasured spaceship had already been refined by the opponent, and he lost his greatest trump card. The only path to survival. The masked man stood up, his dark golden robe trailing on the ground. He walked around the round table to Chen Nian's side. He bent his knees. Thud. The masked man knelt on the grass. Luo Feng's body, which had just stabilized, shook violently. The thunder god plopped down on the ground. Hong closed his eyes and opened them again. An existence capable of collapsing the Himalayas with mere breath. Kneeling. No preparation. No struggle. Simple and decisive. Babata fell silent in the sea of consciousness. The virtual screen was filled with garbled text. Senior. The masked man lowered his head. It is I who was blind and offended the senior. Chen Nian picked up a piece of duck blood. He blew on it to cool it down. Weren't you just going to take me as your disciple? Chen Nian stuffed the duck blood into his mouth and chewed a couple of times. And take me to dominate the primordial universe. The masked man's forehead pressed against the grass. The earthy smell invaded his nostrils. The junior was arrogant and ignorant of the heights of heaven and depths of the earth. The masked man raised his hands. He held them over his head, palms facing up. An ancient space ring appeared in his palm. This is everything the junior has accumulated in his lifetime. All treasures, secret methods, and slave contracts are within it. I only ask the senior to take me in, even if it means being a servant who serves tea and water. Lu Qi chuckled at the side. Chen Nian, your business scope is quite... Even aliens come to apply for a babysitting job now. Lu Qi put down her chopsticks and looked at the masked man. But this outfit is too out of style. It affects... The masked man had no rebuttal. He even dared not look up at Lu Qi. He could feel that this woman also lacked the aura of a cultivator. Yet beside Chen Nian, the absence of aura was the greatest terror. Chen Nian took a napkin and wiped his mouth. He looked at the space ring. His mind raced. The Tunchi starry sky world was too dangerous. It was prone to exploding stars and exterminating races. Even though he had the body of the laws of the Myriad realms and a treasured spaceship, he was still a weakling. If he truly encountered those unreasonable cosmic powerhouses, whether the spaceship could be preserved was still an unknown. Now a high-level henchman was delivered. Why not take advantage of it? Chen Nian extended 2 fingers and pinched the space ring. A faint glimmer of resistance flashed on the surface of the ring. A surge of fighting spirit erupted from within Chen Nian, directly cleansing the soul mark on the ring. The masked man let out a muffled groan. Golden blood flowed out. His soul was injured, but he dared not express any dissatisfaction. Chen Nian tucked the ring into his pocket. All right then. Stay here and wash the dishes. Chen Nian kicked the masked man's knee. Get up. Don't be an eyesore here. The masked man felt as if he had been granted amnesty. He quickly stood up and stepped aside, his hands hanging down. His posture was extremely respectful. Luo Feng watched this scene, feeling that the physics and cultivation systems of Earth had collapsed simultaneously today. A dishwashing worker could shatter the Earth with a single slap. Chen Nian turned his head to look at Luo Feng and the other two. You 3, are you still eating? He pointed at the pot. If not, I'm leaving. Luo Feng swallowed hard. He stepped forward toward the round table. With every step, he could feel the terrifying pressure emanating from the masked man. Although the pressure was restrained, the absolute gap in life levels still caused Luo Feng's cells to sound alarms madly. Hong and the Thunder God followed. The 3 sat stiffly in their chairs. Chen Nian handed over 3 sets of clean bowls and chopsticks. Eat. Luo Feng picked up his chopsticks. His hands trembled. He picked up a piece of cabbage and put it into his mouth. There was no flavor, he could not taste anything at all. Babata reactivated in his sea of Luo Feng. Eat that stone. Eat that stone. Babata pointed at the colorful crystals in the waste bowl. That is the crystallization of the source of the universe. Even if it has been cooked, the residual laws within it are enough for you to break through to cosmic level. Luo Feng looked at the waste bowl, which was filled with Sichuan pepper chili skins and garlic. The colorful crystal was mixed in among them. Luo Feng's rationality told him that this thing should not be eaten. But his Buddhist instinct and extreme thirst for power urged him frantically. Chen Nian looked at Luo Feng. He casually pushed the waste bowl in front of Luo Feng. Do you want to eat this? Chen Nian asked. Luo Feng nodded. Then shook his head. It's too hard. It hurts my teeth. Chen Nian took out a nail clipper from his pocket. This was a souvenir he bought during his trip to Shennongjia. It cost 10 yuan. Chen Nian picked up the colorful crystal. Click. The nail clipper snipped off a small piece from the edge of the crystal. The masked man's eyelids twitched. That was the crystallization of the source of the universe. Not even a full-force strike from an immortal deity could leave a scratch on it. Was it cut open by a rusty? Chen Nian pushed the cut fragments into Luo Feng's bowl. Eat it as salt. Luo Feng lifted the bowl and drank it all at once. Boom. A blinding golden light erupted from within Luo Feng. The pinnacle of stellar level broke through in an instant. Cosmic level 1. Cosmic level 2. Cosmic level 3. His realm soared wildly, and the surrounding spatial energy surged into Luo Feng's body. A huge vortex formed in the clouds above Earth. Hong and the Thunder God stared at Luo Feng in shock. The masked man stood by, watching the nail clipper. He began to doubt whether his cultivation over the past 3 epochs was just an illusion. Chen Nian put the nail clipper back in his pocket. All right, once you're full, get to work. Chen Nian stood up and pointed at the leftovers on the table. You? Chen Nian looked at the masked man. Clean the table and wash the bowls. The dishwashing liquid is under the kitchen sink. The masked man bent down. Yes, master. The masked man walked to the table. He raised his hand, intending to use the laws of space to directly transfer the stains to another dimension. Wash by hand. Chen Nian spoke. If you dare use your superpowers, I will stuff you into the hot pot. The masked man's hand froze in midair. He silently retracted his power. He picked up a cloth, dampened it slightly, and began to wipe the table. The golden light on Luo Feng gradually receded. He opened his eyes and felt the surging cosmic power within him. He turned to look at the masked man who was diligently wiping the table. The dark golden robe had splatters of red oil on it. The masked man was scrubbing the stain vigorously with the cloth. Chen Nian walked out of the living room holding a tablet. Babata! Chen Nian called out. Babata in Luo Feng's consciousness instantly flew out, transforming into the shadow of a small demon in a black robe. Here, Master Chen, you command. Babata's posture was excessively obsequious. Chen Nian threw the tablet to Babata. Check which nearby star system sells hairy crabs. The crabs on Earth are too small, they are not enough to eat. Babata caught the tablet. Understood. Scanning the markets of carbon-based life forms in the galaxy and surrounding star regions immediately. Chen Nian yawned, preparing to go upstairs to sleep. Suddenly a deafening roar echoed from the sky. The entire Earth shook violently. Deep in the Pacific Ocean, a massive shadow broke through the surface, soaring into the clouds. It was a colossal beast with a golden horn covered in black scales. The golden horn beast. It sensed the aura of the crystallization of the universe's source and awakened early. The golden horn beast hovered at an altitude of 10,000 meters, its cold vertical pupils gazing down at the blue villa below. The aura of destruction enveloped the entire Asia. Luo Feng's breath hitched. This aura was more violent and filled with a murderous intent than that of the masked man. Chen Nian halted his steps and looked up at the sky. Where did this long-horned lizard come from? Chen Nian asked. Luo Feng was about to explain that this was a cosmic beast. The masked man washing dishes at the sink suddenly turned his head, still holding a plate covered in detergent foam. Master. The masked man spoke. Should I slice it or chop it into pieces, eh? The golden horn beast's roar abruptly stopped. It lowered its head, meeting the masked man's gaze. The roar of the golden horn behemoth abruptly ceased. It lowered its head, gazing at the masked man. Memories of bloodline inheritance surged in its mind. A colossal beast of the starry sky. A favored child of the universe. One of the 12 pinnacle bloodlines. All this information became ineffective when faced with the man clad in a dark golden robe, holding a dishwashing plate. The masked man did not invoke any laws. He stood by the kitchen window holding the plate in one hand. The massive body of the golden horn behemoth began to tremble. Black scales rubbed against each other, producing a harsh metallic scraping sound. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, gravity regained control. Boom. The 180-meter behemoth plummeted straight down, crashing onto the open ground in front of the blue light villa, creating a large crater and sending mud flying. The behemoth did not fight back. It pressed its head firmly against the ground. The golden horn, which once pointed toward the sky, was now thrust directly into the sky. Its front paws embraced its head, curling its body. The soil mixed with the saliva of the golden horn behemoth, caking onto its scales. It dared not make any cleaning movements. Inside the villa, Luo Feng had just stabilized his cosmic-level third-tier realm. He rushed to the floor-to-ceiling window. In his sea of consciousness, Babada's screams were about to pierce through Luo Feng's brain nerves. The golden horn behemoth. This is one of the 12 pinnacle bloodlines of the starry sky behemoths. Babada's phantom frantically tugged at its own hair within the sea of consciousness. It's over. The Earth is finished. Once this kind of monster matures, it will become a realm master. How could it appear on Earth? Luo Feng turned his head. He looked toward the kitchen. The masked man placed the clean plate into the drying rack and picked up a towel to dry his hands. Babada's scream was stuck in his throat. It looked in Luo Feng's direction. The dishwasher walked out of the kitchen. Slice it. The meat might be a bit tough and needs to be marinated in advance. The masked man asked Chen Nian for permission. Hong and Thunder God stood behind Luo Feng, watching the trembling, terrifying beast in the pit, then glancing at the masked man in an apron. Hong's breath halted. The state of mind he had cultivated for decades shattered completely at that moment. Chen Nian pushed open the villa's main door and walked to the edge of the pit. He scrutinized the golden horn behemoth in the pit. His mind raced with deductions. This creature was the key to Luo Feng's possession in the original work. Now Luo Feng had broken through to the cosmic level. Possession was entirely a waste of time. Just kill it and eat the meat. Its size was too large. It wouldn't fit in the refrigerator. Is this thing tasty? Chen Nian asked Babada. Babada flew out from Luo Feng's sea of consciousness, hovering in midair. Master Chen, this is the golden horn behemoth. It grew up eating metal. The meat is filled with high-density alloy fibers. You can't bite it. Babada's electronic voice carried a noticeable tremor. Chen Nian curled his lips. Grew up eating metal? Isn't that just a lump of iron? Chen Nian turned to look at the masked man. Forget it. I'm not eating it. Throw it away. It's an eyesore. The golden horn behemoth abruptly raised its head. It understood. This human found it unappetizing and was going to throw it away. The golden horn behemoth suddenly opened its mouth. Luo Feng instinctively took a half-step back. Cosmic-level primal energy surged wildly within it. Clang. A piece of metal radiating a colorful halo was spat out from the golden horned behemoth. It fell at Chen Nian's feet. Then came the second piece. The third piece. Precious metals not found on Earth like crimson, mixed copper, and mysterious iron essence were all expelled by the golden horned behemoth. It surrendered the most precious food from its internal world. After spitting it all out, the golden horned behemoth rubbed its massive head against the tip of Chen Nian's. Its tail wagged wildly behind it. Luo Feng was dumbfounded. Hong and Thunder God were also stunned. Babada in midair directly short-circuited. Data streams darted chaotically on the phantom. What is it doing? Thunder God swallowed hard. It is trying to please Master Chen, Luo Feng concluded. A starry sky behemoth that feeds on planet destruction surrendered all its food just to earn a qualification to stay in the yard. Chen Nian kicked the crimson mixed copper at his feet. What uses this scrap metal? Chen Nian turned to ask Babada. Babada reset the system 3 times before regaining its linguistic function. Master Chen, that is crimson mixed copper. The size of a fingernail can buy an entire star system. This behemoth actually hid such a large piece. Chen Nian bent down, and picked up the piece of crimson mixed copper. It felt heavy. Fine, it can be a table corner pad. Chen Nian threw the crimson mixed copper into the spatial ring. He looked at the golden horned behemoth. Its size is too large. It takes up space. Chen Nian evaluated. The golden horned behemoth trembled all over. The primal energy within it wildly compressed. Its bones emitted a series of explosive sounds. Muscles contracted. Scales reorganized. In just 3 seconds, the 180-meter giant vanished. A creature covered in black scales with a small golden horn on its head, now the size of a golden retriever, lay at the bottom of the pit. It raised its head. It emitted a whimpering sound. Chen Nian nodded in satisfaction. This is much more pleasing to the eye. Chen Nian pointed towards the villa's main door. Go, lying at the door. If someone comes to sell insurance or deliver food, you are responsible for opening the door. The little golden horned behemoth scrambled out of the pit. It ran to the side of the villa door and obediently lay down. The masked man stood at the kitchen door holding a cloth. Master, do you need me to give it a rabies vaccine? The masked man earnestly asked for permission. Chen Nian waved his hand. No need. Alien dogs are not under the jurisdiction of Earth's quarantine station. Luo Feng watched this scene. He was completely numb. The cosmic level 3rd tier power circulated within him, and all he wanted was to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Master Chen's dishwasher can kill a realm master. Master Chen's guard dog is a starry sky behemoth. Even at the cosmic level, he wasn't even qualified to sweep the floor in the Chen family. Lu Qi poked her head out from the 2nd floor balcony. Chen Nian, what is making such a racket at night? Can't anyone sleep? Chen Nian looked up. Nothing. Just adopted a stray dog. Tomorrow I'll go to the pet store to buy some dog food. Oh, just don't let it poop everywhere. Lu Qi retreated back into her room, closing the window. Chen Nian walked back to the living room. He sat down on the sofa and picked up a tablet. Babata, how's the search for the hairy crabs going? Babata immediately flew in front of Chen Nian and projected a star map. Master Chen, I found it. 30,000 light years from Earth, there's a place called... It is an ocean planet with an extremely rich water element. Babata zoomed in on the star map. On Carlo Star, there's a carbon-based creature called deep-sea blue. Adult individuals exceed 10 meters in length. The meat is extremely delicious and contains abundant water elemental energy. Chen Nian stared at the holographic image of the crab on the star map. A 10-meter-long hairy crab. There must be plenty of crab roe. Chen Nian stood up. All right, let's go there. You 3 come with me. Chen Nian issued the order. Luo Feng was momentarily stunned. Master Chen, we just broke through to cosmic level and haven't adapted to our powers. Wouldn't it be too dangerous to go to another star system? Chen Nian walked over and patted Luo Feng's shoulder. What danger? You 3 are now cosmic level. You can walk sideways in the galaxy now. Chen Nian pointed at the golden horn behemoth outside. Besides, there's a dog guarding the house. What are you afraid of? Luo Feng closed his mouth and stopped speaking. Chen Nian walked towards the basement where his treasured spaceship was parked. Masked man, keep an eye on the house. If the dishes aren't washed clean, I'll deduct your salary. Chen Nian's voice came from the staircase. Yes, master. The masked man bowed. The basement door, a sleek silver-white spaceship, was quietly stationed there. The surface of the spaceship had no seams. The material was neither metal nor wood. Chen Nian walked to the spaceship's hatch. The hatch opened automatically. Chen Nian stepped inside, followed closely by Luo Feng and the others. The interior space of the spaceship was enormous. The furnishings were extremely simple. A massive genuine leather sofa, an oversized screen, and next to it a fully automated beverage dispenser. Chen Nian lay back on the sofa. Chen Nian walked to the spaceship's hatch. The hatch opened automatically. Chen Nian stepped inside, followed closely by Luo Feng and the others. The interior space of the spaceship was enormous. Master Chen, the system level of this spaceship is too high. I cannot fully decrypt it. I can only perform basic navigation operations. Babata reported. As long as it can fly, that's fine. No need for more unnecessary talk. Chen Nian pressed a red button on the seat. A pale blue light sprayed out from the bottom of the spaceship. The entire basement felt no vibrations. The spaceship directly penetrated the layers of rock and buildings above. Silently and stealthily, it rose into the sky. The spaceship pierced through the rock layers. Luo Feng looked outside. The moment the soil and rocks came into contact with the spaceship's hull, they disintegrated into nothingness. There were no vibrations from physical collisions, nor glows from energy shields. Pure material erasure. Hong and Thunder God sat at the edge of the sofa, their hands resting on their knees, back straight. Their confidence from just breaking through to cosmic level faced another dimensional crushing before the technological barrier of this spaceship. Master Chen, the speed of this spaceship exceeds the speed of light, but we have not entered the dark universe. Luo Feng watched the speed of the star map coordinates change on the screen, his fingers stiff. Chen Nian tore open the packaging of the hot pot base. The dark universe takes a detour. Flying in a straight line is faster. Chen Nian tossed the base into the electromagnetic cooker on the table. Outside the Earth's atmosphere, a gigantic black battleship was rapidly approaching. A massive blood-red skull emblem was emblazoned on the hull of the battleship, the vanguard fleet of the Nolan Mountain family. Inside the bridge, a man with green scales on his forehead stared at the screen. Lord Pulla. A life planet has been detected ahead. The coordinates match those of Earth in the family's database. The operator reported loudly. Pulla stood up. He walked to the main screen. Finally found it. A lifeless life planet. There are also numerous ruins of ancient civilizations on it. Pulla pressed his hand on the control panel. Activate the main cannon. First destroy their largest city. Teach these natives a lesson. Yes. Main cannon charging. Expected to launch in 30. Pulla lifted a glass of crimson wine. The harsh alarm rang throughout the bridge. Red warning lights flashed wildly. Warning. Warning. Unknown high-energy reaction detected. The operator's fingers were frantically tapping on the keyboard. Lord Pulla. A spaceship is flying out from that planet. The speed exceeds our detection limit. On the main screen, a silver-white streak of light instantly pierced through the dark. The battleship's radar system overloaded, and the screen turned to static. The wine glass in Pulla's hand fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. What level of spaceship is that? Pulla yelled. The silver-white streak of light showed no signs of slowing down. It crashed straight into the Nolan Mountain family's black battleship. The silver-white spaceship directly penetrated the black battleship, which was over 10,000 meters long. The hull cracked open in the middle. Pulla in the control room was pulled out of the ship by the tremendous pressure. The vacuum of space instantly deprived him of breath. He stared wide-eyed, watching that silver-white streak of light disappear into the depths of the starry sky. Half of the battleship's wreckage collided with the lunar surface, kicking up a cloud of dust. Inside the spaceship, Chen Nian held a slotted spoon stirring in the rolling pot of red oil. Luo Feng stared out the window. The black warship, which had been 10,000 meters long, was now reduced to 2 pieces of scrap metal. Sparks flickered at the wreckage of the warship tumbled and crashed toward the lunar surface. Hot. Luo Feng swallowed hard. His mind was entirely occupied by the image of the spaceship effortlessly piercing through the warship. No deceleration. No shield collision. Pure physical cutting. At this level of hardness, even the divine body of an immortal powerhouse could not withstand. Lei Shun rubbed his bald head, his throat bobbing. Medium hot. Master Chen, take medium hot. Han sat on the sofa, his hands resting flat on his knees. His knuckles were tightly clenched. I'm fine with whatever. Whatever Master Chen arranges. Chen Nian tossed the strainer onto the table, fished out a piece of tripe with chopsticks, and dipped it into the pot. Pathetic. Chen Nian picked up the tripe, dipped it in garlic sesame oil. A broken ship has you all scared stiff. When you reach the center of the universe later, you'll probably wet your pants. Outside Earth's atmosphere, Pulla floated in the freezing vacuum. His stellar level 9 physique allowed him to survive temporarily. The air in his lungs was instantly sucked out, his chest aching fiercely. He turned his head, looking at the mothership broken in two. The advanced team of the Nolanshan family, without firing a single shot, was completely wiped out. What exactly was that silver-white spaceship? Wasn't Earth an ownerless primitive planet? How could it possess a technological creation beyond common sense? Pulla raised his wrist. The communicator screen was shattered, but the core module was still functioning. He had to transmit the intelligence back to the family. Earth held absolutely no approach. His finger pressed the send button. A red beam of energy shot from Earth's direction. Its speed surpassed the limits of Pulla's visual perception. The beam pierced Pulla's brow. His head exploded. The headless corpse tumbled in space. Earth. Jiangnan Base City. Chen family villa. The masked man stood in the courtyard holding a fire poker. The tip of the poker still emitted red-hot steam. The master's orders: don't let trash dirty Earth sail. The masked man put away the poker, turned, and walked into the kitchen to continue washing dishes. At the villa's entrance, the golden-horned beast lay on the ground, its tail twitching uneasily. It had just sensed that power, a destructive wave capable of instantly annihilating a realm lord. What kind of monsters were these people? It tucked its head deeper into its claws, closed its eyes, and played dead. Inside the spaceship, the star map on the screen jumped rapidly, a distance of 30,000 light-years. The number zeroed in a few seconds. Master Chen arrived at Karo Star. Babada's holographic figure floated in midair. The view outside changed. The black universe disappeared, replaced by an endless expanse of blue. This was a planet completely covered by ocean. No land. The fluctuations of the water law were visible to the naked eye in the air, forming strands of blue energy ribbons. The spaceship did not decelerate. It plunged straight into the sea. A huge splash of water shot into the spaceship's hull, glowed faintly. Seawater was automatically displaced, creating a vacuum zone 100 meters in diameter. The spaceship plummeted straight to the seabed. 10,000 meters. 50,000 meters. 100,000 meters. The water pressure was enough to crush a cosmic-level powerhouse into paste. Inside the ship, it was so stable that even the hot pot broth didn't ripple. The seabed was covered with strange, glowing coral reefs. Multicolored lights illuminated the pitch-black, deep sea. Look, hairy crabs. Chen Nian pointed at the screen. Ahead in a huge trench, countless arthropods lay densely packed. Their bodies were icy blue, and their two massive pincers gleamed with metallic luster. The smallest were 5 or 6 meters long. The largest ones exceeded 20 meters. Their back shells were covered with natural law secret patterns. Deep-sea blue pincer crabs. Babata pulled up the data. Adults range from stellar level 1 to 9. The crab king usually reaches cosmic level. Their meat is delicious and rich in water origin. Luo Foam stood up, flexing his wrists. Master Chen will go catch them. He had just broken through to cosmic level 3. He urgently needed a real battle to adapt. Chen Nian waved his hand. No rush. Someone else will catch them for us. The camera view pulled back. On the other side of the trench, 5 blackened submersible warships were parked. Over 100 heavy mechs 10 meters tall were working in the trench. The mechs held high-voltage nets driving herds of deep-sea blue pincer crabs toward the warship's cargo holds. One golden mech stood on the back of a 20-meter-long crab king. The crab king struggled wildly. Its massive pincers smashed against the mech's shield, creating ripples. The golden mech raised a blue high-frequency oscillation. It plunged the blade into the joint crevice of the crab king. The crab king convulsed violently and collapsed limply. Black Dragon Mountain Empire. The 9th Prince's private hunting team. Babata quickly scanned the emblem on the warships. Karo Star is the 9th Prince's private territory. They are conducting their triennial ingredient harvest. Chen Nian stroked his chin. 9th Prince. Never heard of him. Stealing my crabs. How bold. Luo Foam turned his head. Master Chen's logic was truly impeccable. Clearly we were the ones stealing crabs on someone else's turf, yet he made it sound like they were stealing from him. Luo Foam. Home. Lei Shun. Chen Nian stood up, smoothing his clothes. Yes. The three straightened their backs simultaneously. Go out. Bring me back the largest crab king. And clean up those annoying tin cans. Chen Nian issued the order. Yes. The spaceship's hatch opened. Surging seawater was blocked by an invisible force half a meter from the door. Luo Foam Hong and Lei Shun rushed out of the ship into the deep sea. The cosmic level 3 force exploded within their bodies. The three created 3 white water trails on the seabed, heading straight for the trench. Inside the golden mech, a young man in ornate battle armor held a goblet filled with blue liquid. Your Highness, this crab king is of excellent quality. Offered to the Emperor, it will surely earn great reward. The adjutant beside him bowed, his face full of flattery. The 9th Prince swirled his glass. The specialty of Karo Star. That's about all it's good for. Load it up. Move to the next trench. Suddenly an alarm sounded in the cockpit. Warning. 3 high-energy reactions detected approaching rapidly. Energy level cosmic level 3. The 9th Prince set down his glass, pulled up the external surveillance. 3 tiny human figures were charging toward his hunting team at an unbelievable speed. They wore no diving equipment, relying solely on their physical bodies to withstand the pressure of 100,000 meters of deep sea. Where did these savages come from? Daring to trespass on my private territory. The 9th Prince snorted coldly. All units open fire. Dead. Over 100 heavy mechs turned simultaneously. The beam cannons on their arms began to charge. Dense beams of high-energy light pierced through the seawater, illuminating the seabed like daylight. Luo Foam charged at the front. He didn't draw his blade. The divine soldier within the dark gold staff on his back vibrated. A test. Luo Foam thought, and 9 golden phantom swords flew out from behind him, trailing long bubble paths through the water. The sharp aura of the gold law instantly sliced through the incoming beams. The phantom swords wove through the mech swarm. No explosions. No deafening sounds. Only the grating sound of metal being cut. In just 2 seconds, 30 heavy mechs were severed at the waist, the cuts smooth as mirrors. The pilots inside the mechs didn't even have time to scream before they were crushed into a bloody pulp by the terrifying water pressure. Hong and Lei Shun followed closely. Hong's hand materialized a black long spear. The light law activated, he merged into the darkness of the deep sea. The next second he appeared above a submersible warship. The spear thrust forward, forming a black vortex at its tip. The warship's energy shield collapsed instantly upon contact with the vortex. The spear pierced the warship's armor, shattering the power core inside. The warship lost power and sank toward the depths of the trench. Lei Shun laughed loudly, his body wrapped in purple lightning. The lightning law transmitted extremely fast through water. He slammed his fists into the seabed. A purple electric grid spread outward crazily from his center. The remaining dozens of mechs were engulfed by the grid, their internal circuits instantly burned. The mechs froze in place, emitting black smoke. The 9th Prince sat in his golden mech. The goblet in his hand fell to the deck. 3 cosmic level 3 powerhouses of this level were certainly not unknown in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Why would they come to Karo Star to steal crabs? Your Highness, retreat. They are too strong. The adjutant was drenched in sweat, frantically working the controls. The golden mesh rear thrusters ignited blue flames attempting to escape upward. Luo Feng looked up at the golden mech. Master Chen wants that crab. You're stepping on it. Luo Feng bent his right leg and kicked off the ground. The seabed rock cracked extensively. He shot toward the golden mech in a violent water current. The ninth prince frantically pressed the attack buttons. The main cannon on the mech's chest blazed with blinding white light. A beam shot out. Luo Feng, his right fist clenched, all the power of cosmic level 3 concentrated in his fist. He punched the beam. The beam was forcibly dispersed. Luo Feng reached the golden mech. His fist, undiminished, smashed into the mech's chest armor. The 10-meter-tall heavy mech shook violently. The chest armor was deeply dented, internal precision circuits shattered inch by inch. The mech lost balance and crashed heavily onto the seabed. Luo Feng landed on the mech's chest, grabbed the mech's head armor with one hand, and yanked. Amid the screeching sound of tearing metal, the cockpit was forcibly peeled open. Seawater instantly flooded in. A pale blue energy shield formed around the ninth prince, blocking the water pressure. His face muscles twitched violently as he pointed at Luo Feng. I am the ninth prince of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. You are declaring war on the empire. Luo Feng ignored him, turning to look at the Crab King, crushed. The Crab King was still convulsing. Luo Feng jumped off the mech, grabbed one of the Crab King's giant pincers with both hands and lifted. The 20-meter-long behemoth was raised single-handedly. Brother Hong, Brother Lei, let's go. Back for Hot Pot. Luo Feng held the crab aloft and swam toward the silver-white spaceship. Hong withdrew his spear. Lei Shen dismissed his lightning. The two followed behind Luo Feng. The ninth prince slumped in the cockpit, staring at their backs. Humiliation. Utter humiliation. They hadn't regarded him as a prince at all. In their eyes, he was less important than the crab. Fire. Main ship, open fire. Kill them. The ninth prince roared into the communicator. Above the trench at the bottom of the largest black-red warship, a giant railgun of 100 meters in diameter slowly extended. Its muzzle aimed at the backs of Luo Feng and the others. Red energy gathered at the muzzle, instantly vaporizing the surrounding seawater and forming a huge vacuum bubble. Inside the spaceship, Chen Nian looked at the energy readings on the screen. So noisy. Chen Nian put down his chopsticks. He extended a finger and lightly tapped the position of the main ship on the screen. At the top of the silver-white spaceship, a gap suddenly split open. A black sphere the size of a marble shot out. The black sphere encountered no resistance in the seawater. In an instant, it crossed tens of thousands of meters and struck the main ship's armor. No explosion. The moment the black sphere touched the armor, it collapsed directly into a microscopic black hole. Terrifying gravitational force erupted instantly. The 10,000-meter-long main ship, along with the charging railgun, was torn apart and sucked into the black. The surrounding seawater rushed in violently, forming a huge underwater vortex. After 5 seconds, the black hole vanished. The enormous main ship was completely erased from this universe, not even a piece of debris left. The ninth prince sat in the broken mech, his mouth agape. He watched his main ship disappear into thin air. His mind ceased to function. What level of weapon? A planet-destroying cannon. No, even a planet-destroying cannon would leave debris. That was a dimensionality-reducing strike that directly erased matter. Luo Feng, Hong, and Lei Shun, holding the crab, returned to the spaceship's hatch. The three looked at the still-spinning underwater vortex above and fell into collective silence. Luo Feng had speculated on how Chen Nian would act. Maybe send the masked man, maybe release the golden horned beast. But he hadn't expected that Chen Nian, without even moving, would simply make a 10,000-meter warship disappear. He suddenly felt that his earlier action of tearing apart mechs was like a monkey brandishing a knife before an adult. What are you standing there for? The pot's boiling. Chen Nian's telepathic voice vibrated in their minds. The three quickly dragged the Crab King into the spaceship. The hatch closed. The interior of the spaceship was enormous. The 20-meter-long Crab King, placed in a corner, didn't seem crowded at all. Chen Nian picked up a kitchen knife, bought from Earth's market for 10 yuan. He walked up to the Crab King. The Crab King, though its nerves were paralyzed by the oscillation blades, sensed Chen Nian's approach and began to struggle wildly out of instinct. Its remaining intact giant pincer swung out, smashing toward Chen Nian's head. The force was enough to crush a mountain peak. Luo Feng was about to shout a warning. Chen Nian raised his left hand and flicked his finger. Ding! The finger struck the giant pincer. The extremely hard law pattern-covered metal pincer broke cleanly from the middle. The half pincer fell to the ground with a dull thud. The Crab King let out a piercing shriek and dared not move anymore. Chen Nian raised the kitchen knife, inserted it into the gap of the crab shell, and pried it open. The huge shell was lifted, revealing piles of golden crab roe exuding a rich water origin aura. Babata, get some basins. Scoop out the crab roe, Chen Nian ordered. Babata controlled several mechanical arms holding huge stainless steel basins, frantically scooping the crab roe. Chen Nian cut off a crab leg, smashed the shell with a knife, and extracted the crystal-clear crab meat. Luo Feng sliced the meat and put it in the pot. Chen Nian tossed the meat to Luo Feng. Luo Feng caught the meat clumsily. A cosmic level 3 powerhouse now working as a kitchen helper in the spaceship. The red oil broth bubbled. Chen Nian picked up a slice of cooked crab meat and put it in his mouth. The meat was sweet and tender, melting instantly. Rich water origin energy exploded inside his body. Not bad. Tastier than the ones from Yangsheng Lake. Chen Nian nodded with satisfaction. Hong and Lei Shen also picked up some crab meat. As soon as they ate a bite, blue water ripples appeared on their body surfaces. Their cosmic level force began to surge wildly. Just one bite of meat was equivalent to 10 years of bitter cultivation. Outside Karo Star's atmosphere, a golden warship 10 times the size of the Ninth Prince's main ship tore through space and jumped out of the dark universe. On the warship's bridge, a burly man with a golden horn on his forehead sat on a throne, exuding the terrifying pressure of a realm lord. The space around him constantly twisted with his breath. Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Minister of Military Affairs. Realm Lord level powerhouse. Jiang Tianxin. Sir, we have received the Ninth Prince's emergency distress signal. His main ship was destroyed on Karo Star by an unknown force. The signal source is in the trench below. The operator reported loudly. Jiang Tianxin stood up, walked to the window, and looked down at the blue planet. Daring to touch the royal family within the territory of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. He drew the heavy sword at his waist, its blade wrapped in golden lost secret patterns. Lock on the target. Vaporize that sea area along with everything inside it. Jiang Tianxin gave the order. Inside the spaceship, Chen Nian fished a giant crab claw from the pot and placed it on the cutting board. He raised the kitchen knife, ready to smash the claw. Suddenly the screen above flashed with glaring red light. Babada's hologram enlarged. Master Chen, a realm lord level energy reaction detected outside the atmosphere. They have locked onto us and are charging a planet-destroying weapon. Luo Feng's hand holding chopsticks paused in midair. A realm lord. That was a super existence that could walk sideways across the entire Black Dragon Mountain Empire. A single finger could crush 10,000 cosmic-level beings. Huang and Lei Shen stood up directly. Their internal force uncontrollably boiled, the instinctive fear when facing a higher life form. Chen Nian did not look up. His kitchen knife came down heavily on the crab claw. Crack. The hard shell shattered, revealing the plump meat inside. Chen Nian set down the knife, picked up a cloth to wipe his hands, and turned to look at the huge golden warship on the screen. Realm Lord. Chen Nian picked up a bottle of Sprite beside him, unscrewed the cap. The distinctive sound of carbonation escaping filled the quiet spaceship. Chen Nian tilted his head back. Gulp gulp. Chilled Sprite flowed down his throat into his stomach. The screen flashed with blinding red light. In the outer space of Karo Star, the bottom armor of the golden flagship slid open to the sides. A dark golden cannon barrel over 300 meters in diameter slowly extended out. The surface of the cannon was engraved with intricate fire lost secret patterns. The surrounding cosmic space warped violently. A high concentration of energy gathered into a white orb of light. It was aimed at the blue planet below. Fire. A white beam 300 meters in diameter pierced through the atmosphere. It raced towards the sea. The seawater vaporized the moment it came into contact with the beam. The seabed revealed black rocks. The Ninth Prince slumped in his ruined mech. Through the remnants of the mech's radar, he saw the destructive beam descending from the sky. That was the chariot of Tianxin sent by the Minister of Military Affairs, the ace flagship of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. The Ninth Prince laughed maniacally. Die. All of you die. He did not care whether he would be affected. As long as he could kill the person who had humiliated him, it would all be worth it. Inside the spaceship, Luo Feng's muscles were tense. The original power surged wildly in his meridians. He rapidly devised countermeasures in his mind. Plan 1, activate the defense system of the falling ink star. There was no time. The falling ink star was still in the spatial ring, and releasing, charging, and deploying the defense shield would take at least 3 seconds. The energy beam of the annihilation cannon would reach here in just 0.1 seconds. Plan 2, summon the Golden Horn Behemoth's avatar. The Golden Horn Behemoth had extremely strong defenses, but against a World Master level annihilation weapon, even a stellar level Golden Horn Behemoth could only withstand for a moment before being completely vaporized. Plan 3, unleash all speed to escape. The coverage range of the annihilation cannon was 500 kilometers in radius. At his cosmic level 3 speed, he could not escape the central explosion zone within 10 seconds. All simulations pointed to one conclusion. Death. Survival rate 0. Even if he hid in the falling ink star, the shockwave would be enough to shatter his internal organs. Hong and the Thunder God clutched the edge of the table tightly. Their nails scraped against the metal surface with a piercing sound. Chen Nian put down the Sprite bottle. He let out a long belch. The most annoying thing about eating hot pot is when others turn up the heat. Chen Nian extended his right hand and drew a circle in the air. High-energy particle flow detected energy level World Master Level 3 threat assessment, extremely low activate spatial folding protocol. A line of blue text popped up on the spaceship's control screen. Above the spaceship, the violently crashing white beam suddenly came to a halt. The space was forcefully severed. The tip of the beam was less than 10 meters. A massive amount of energy was compressed within a transparent spherical space. The light inside the sphere was dazzlingly bright, yet no heat radiated from. Chen Nian pressed his finger down. Retract. The transparent sphere filled with annihilation-level energy quickly shrank, becoming a white orb the size of ding-dong. The orb passed through the spaceship's dome, fell onto the dining table, rolled twice in a stainless steel plate, and stopped in front of Luo Feng. Luo Feng stared at the softly glowing white orb, feeling a prickling sensation on his scalp. He had witnessed enough energy to destroy a planet compressed into this small bead. This completely defied the law of conservation of energy in the universe. It was an absolute mastery of cosmic laws. What realm was Chen Nian in? Immortal? Or perhaps the legendary cosmic sovereign? Luo Feng swallowed hard. He had originally thought that reaching cosmic level and having the avatar of the Golden Horn Behemoth would grant him some semblance of self-preservation in the universe. Now it seemed that this thought was extremely foolish. Just moments ago he was about to remind Chen Nian to be careful. How ridiculous. Hong and the Thunder God exchanged glances. Both of them saw a deep sense of helplessness reflected in each other's faces. They were invincible beings on Earth. In the universe, they didn't even have the right to be mere spectators. Outer space. Inside the bridge of the Golden Flagship, an eerie silence reigned. Jiang Chun suddenly stood up, crushing the metal control panel in front of him into a lump of scrap iron. The energy feedback on the screen showed 0. The attack of the annihilation cannon had vanished into thin air. It had not been blocked. It had been directly. Jiang Chun had lived for 300,000 years, fought through countless star systems, and had never seen such a bizarre method. So the target's energy readings remained unchanged. The operator's voice trembled. Jiang Chun drew his heavy sword. The original power of the World Master surged outward. The golden law's secret patterns flowed on the surface of his skin. Playing tricks. Jiang Chun kicked the viewport to pieces and launched himself into space, forcefully tearing apart the surrounding space. He wanted to see for himself who dared to act recklessly in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. At the bottom of the trench, Chen Nian picked up a piece of tripe, moving it around in the red oil pot. Eat, why are you just watching? Chen Nian put the tripe in his mouth. Luo Feng picked up his chopsticks. His hands trembled slightly. The seawater above the spaceship suddenly parted to the sides. A figure with overwhelming momentum smashed towards the seabed. The pressure of a World Master-level powerhouse was unleashed without reservation. The sea creatures within 100 miles instantly perished. Jiang Chun floated above the spaceship. The golden horn flickered with electric light. He saw the silver-white spaceship below. He also saw the 4 people inside the spaceship eating hot pot. An ordinary person without fluctuations in cultivation. 3 cosmic-level beings. Jiang Chun laughed in anger. Just based on these few ants, they dared to destroy the 9th Prince's flagship. Die. Jiang Chun grasped his sword with both hands. The projection of the World Master realm thundered down. The surrounding space was completely sealed off. The golden sword light stretched for thousands of meters. With the power of law that could tear everything apart, it struck towards the silver-white spaceship. Luo Feng felt difficulty in breathing. The oppressive force of the World Master realm projection made it impossible for him to move a single finger. His bones creaked under the unbearable strain. This was the World Master, a terrifying existence that wielded the power of the world. Chen Nian put down. He took out a tissue and wiped his mouth. He raised his head and looked at the arrogant golden figure above the spaceship. Chen Nian did not stand up. He extended his right hand, reaching through the transparent dome of the spaceship towards Jiang Chun, gently slapping him. Smack. A crisp sound of a slap echoed at the bottom of Carlo's star. The sound was not loud, yet it accurately reached every person's eardrum. The thousands of meters-long golden sword light shattered inch by inch. The projection of the World Master realm instantly collapsed. Jiang Chen's cheeks twisted violently. His whole body flew out, crashing through thick layers of rock and plunging deep into the mantle. A massive fissure hundreds of kilometers long appeared at the seabed. Magma surged forth. Deep within the earth, Jiang Chen's bones were broken in half. Golden blood gushed out wildly. A crack appeared in the core of the realm within him. That was the source of the World Master's power. The other party hadn't even used 1/10 of their strength. Just a casual wave of their hand almost shattered his realm core. Jiang Chun lay in the scalding magma. The high temperature could not harm his World Master bot, but the chill in his heart made him tremble all over. He tried to mobilize his original power to repair his broken bones, but found that the surrounding spatial laws completely rejected him. He was isolated by this world. The young man sitting in the spaceship eating hot pot had deprived him of his perception of the laws. Fear completely engulfed him. Immortal. Absolutely an immortal divine being. and not an ordinary immortal. What kind of existence had the royal family of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire? Jiang Chun struggled to get up and plead for mercy. Chen Nian picked up the chopsticks again, scooping a piece of crab meat from the pot. He glanced at the annihilation cannon energy ball compressed into a glass bead beside him. Babada. Chen Nian tapped the edge of the bowl with his chopsticks. Put this bead into the mouth of that horned man. Babada. Chen Nian tapped the edge of his bowl with chopsticks. Force this orb into the horned man's mouth. A voice resonated within Chen Nian's mind, the core AI of the starship. Master, this is an untriggered stellar annihilation cannon energy sphere. Forcing it directly into his mouth may cause irreversible damage, or even death. Babada's tone carried a trace of hesitation. The sphere's destructive potential was sufficient to obliterate a small planet. Inserting it into the body of a realm lord was unprecedented, unheard of, even in legend. Chen Nian calmly lifted a slice of crab meat with his chopsticks. I know, he chewed slowly. Precisely so he may taste what irreversible damage truly means. Babada fell silent. His master's command demanded absolute, unconditional execution. Inside the vessel a silver-white mechanical arm extended, soundless, seamless. It seized the energy sphere, compressed to the size of a glass bead, with flawless precision. The orb glowed faintly gold in its grasp, its terrifying power fully contained, coiled like a slumbering dragon. Luo Feng held his breath, muscles locked rigid. The crushing pressure of a realm lord's aura alone had made his bones groan, yet Chen Nian with a single effortless strike had shattered that authority. Now he intended to punish the foe with a stellar annihilation cannon energy sphere, a method so beyond comprehension it rendered reality itself surreal, as though Luo Feng stood trapped inside a grotesque waking dream. He had once believed his battle against the golden-horned beast represented the pinnacle of cosmic might. Yet now that conflict seemed no more than a ripple at the universe's distant fringe. Deep within the mantle, molten magma churned violently. Jiang Tianxin lay submerged, his bones shattered, his realm core fractured. Through searing agony he fought desperately to mend his ruined body. He sensed space itself repelling him, the laws of existence had been stripped away. Never before had he known such utter helplessness. Immortality. It must be a true immortal sovereign, powerful beyond his capacity to fathom. His consciousness spiraled into chaos, entangled with excruciating pain and soul-deep terror. He struggled to rise, to plead for mercy, but could not move. An invisible force pinned him immobile, face down in the roiling magma. A silver-white mechanical arm pierced through layers of dense bedrock, materializing before him like a phantom. At its tip, gripped in precise, unyielding claws, hovered a sphere glowing with soft golden light. Though minute, the orb sent tremors shuddering through Jiang Tianxin's very soul. Not ordinary energy, but the core of a stellar annihilation cannon. He had witnessed imperial fleets unleashing synchronized barges, forces capable of unmaking worlds. Even as a realm lord, such devastation had chilled him to the marrow. Now that same apocalyptic energy had been compressed to this scale and delivered to his lips. Jiang Tianxin's pupils contracted violently. He longed to flee, to scream, but every sense was sealed, paralyzed. With eerie gentleness and absolute inevitability, the mechanical arm pried open his clenched jaws. The golden energy sphere slid slowly into his mouth. Ugh! A guttural, agonized moan tore from his throat. He writhed violently, limbs contorting, golden blood spraying. But his resistance, bound by absolute constraint, was as futile as dust against a typhoon. The orb descended down his gullet, sinking deep into his body. Then, an indescribable torment erupted from within. Not mere explosion, but something. The stellar annihilation energy did not detonate instantly. Instead it unfurled, like countless fine golden currents, eroding his flesh, dissolving his bones, gnawing relentlessly at his fractured realm core. His already damaged realm core was now torn apart anew, repeatedly, mercilessly, as if flayed by a dull blade. Golden radiance began bleeding from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. Intricate golden traceries bloomed across his skin, etching themselves like ancient malevolent runes. His body was being remade, slowly, excruciatingly, by that alien energy. Inside the starship, Luo Feng Hong and Lei Shun watched the spectacle unfold, outside, transfixed. Luo Feng still trembled, his spirit shaken to its foundations by Jiang Tianxin's convulsive suffering. This was the power of Master Chen Nian, effortless sovereign transcending all hierarchy and law. His entire understanding of reality was collapsing atom by atom. Realm lords were apex beings in the cosmos. Yet here one was being toyed with as casually as a broken doll. Hong and Lei Shun stood frozen breaths. They had never imagined such terror could exist, not in myth nor in nightmare. A realm lord, once revered as an untouchable deity, now reduced to this. And yet he hung there, a plaything in Chen Nian's hands. Chen Nian set down his chopsticks and lifted a glass of beverage. His gaze rested on Jiang Tianxin's spasming form amid the magma, bathed in golden luminescence, like a cocoon of living light. Babata, record his physiological data. Observe how stellar annihilation energy interacts uniquely with realm lordier life forms. Affirmative, Master. Babata's voice carried a subtle Such experimental data was priceless, unattainable by any faction across the known cosmos. Gradually, Jiang Tianxin's convulsions ceased. His golden skin turned translucent crystalline, like flawless jade. Though cracks still marred his realm core, it was now enshrouded in a strange golden energy that held it intact, preventing total collapse. He was neither dead, nor truly alive. Fully saturated by stellar annihilation energy, he had become a sentient energy construct, hovering in the liminal void between life and oblivion. Chen Nian withdrew his gaze and resumed his hot pot meal. Well then, this minor disturbance has been resolved. He dabbed his lips with a napkin. Babata established contact with the imperial court of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Inform them their ninth prince has offended someone he should never have crossed. This planet is now under my jurisdiction. Also notify them to retrieve their realm lord and collect the ninth prince's corpse while they're at it. Babata's voice responded instantly. Master, the imperial communication channel has been established. Excellent. Chen Nian nodded. Before him the transparent dome shimmered, transforming seamlessly into a vast rotating star map. At its center spun a colossal serpentine galaxy, the Black Dragon Mountain Domain. Precisely marked at the map's heart floated a massive world, the imperial capital world. In the next instant, a voice, ancient, commanding, laced with fury and trembling disbelief, resounded throughout the vessel. Who precisely are you? Why do you dare? Chen Nian ignored the voice entirely. Instead, he turned to Luo Feng. Luo Feng, you wish to grow stronger, don't you? Luo Feng jerked his head up sharply. Yes. His voice came out urgent, raw. Chen Nian smiled faintly, gesturing outward, to the infinite black expanse beyond the hull. Then begin today. Follow me as we traverse this cosmos. I shall show you what true power truly is. He lowered his hand and returned his gaze to the star map. Babata, recover the ninth prince's flagship wreckage, intact, every fragment. I will inventory its contents thoroughly, especially that so-called primordial energy crystal. Let us see precisely what manner of artifact it is. Outside, beneath the ocean floor, magma continued its ceaseless churn. Jiang Tianxin's body stood motionless at its heart, a gleaming golden statue forged in fire and fate. And from the imperial capital world the ancient voice persisted, now thick with unprecedented dread and bewildered horror. What have you done to Jiang Tianxin? In the Qianwu Universe Nation on the public channel, a line of blood-red universal language was deeply imprinted on the retinas of every intelligent life form. Affiliated with the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, trespassers will be recycled and processed, cold, domineering, devoid of any emotion, as if stating an established fact. A truth. The entire territory of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, over 600 star systems, fell into silence at this moment. Countless imperial citizens stared blankly at the screen, their minds blank. The prince is dead, treated like garbage, recycled and processed. Immediately followed by volcanic eruptions of anger and panic. Who is it? Who dares to do this to the empire? This is a declaration of war. This is an open provocation against the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Where is our fleet? Where is our army? However, when they saw the model of the ship disassembled into a skeleton on the screen, all their outcries choked in their throats. Class Star Destroyer. The vehicle of Prince Brolin. To be able to silently dismantle a ship of this caliber, even causing a realm master to vanish without a trace. This is no longer a provocation. This is crushing. A dimensional strike. On the imperial capital star in the royal palace. Thud. Emperor Isidore fell straight backward, crashing onto the cold floor, splattering a small patch of blood. His eyes widened in disbelief, staring at the screen, his body convulsing violently, yet he could no longer emit any sound. The emperor of the empire was driven, or rather frightened, to death. Your Majesty, quickly, summon the royal physician. Seal the news. Immediately seal the palace. The entire command hall was thrown into chaos. The Legion commanders could no longer maintain their composure, their faces filled with fear. That line of text, that ship's wreckage, pressed down on them like two great mountains, making it hard to breathe. They were well aware that the Black Dragon Mountain Empire had provoked an existence that was absolutely not to be trifled with. An entity capable of seamlessly infiltrating the public channel of the Qianwu Universe Nation and displaying a realm master as a trophy. The empire is doomed. This cosmic provocation announcement has stirred ripples far beyond the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. In the Qianwu Universe Nation, in a magnificent temple floating in the void, several towering figures were observing the same light curtain across endless time and space. On the light curtain was the wreckage of that ship. Interesting. A gentle voice emerged, yet it carried an undeniable authority. To bypass my authority and directly take over the public channel, this friend's skills are far superior to those programmers from the Virtual Universe Company. The key is that realm master. Another voice chimed in, carrying a hint of gravity. I have some impression of that little fellow from the Nolan Mountain family. Although merely a first-level realm master, having the soul extracted so cleanly, leaving no opportunity for self-detonation, this method does not resemble any known immortal of our Qianwu universe nation. The temple fell into a brief silence. Investigate. The initially gentle voice commanded again. Trace the source of this signal, find out what organization this recycling and processing truly is. Understood. Remember, until the situation is clarified, no one is allowed to approach the star system where the signal originates. Yes, Your Majesty. Meanwhile, in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, in the private star domain of the Ninth Princess, a palace constructed entirely of purple crystal stood luxurious to the extreme. In the innermost part of the palace, within a large bath, steam rose. A graceful woman was lazily leaning against the edge of the pool. She had long seaweed-like silver hair, skin so fair it was almost translucent, and features as exquisite as the most perfect creation of the divine. She was none other than the Ninth Princess of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, hailed as the Pearl of the Empire. Before her a massive light curtain hovered, displaying the same announcement. Recycling. Processing. Brolin extended her delicate finger and gently tapped the blood-red text on the light curtain, a playful curve appearing at the corner of her red lips. My foolish brother has finally hit a wall. Her tone held no hint of sorrow, but rather was filled with schadenfreude. Your Highness. A female guard dressed in a black, tight-fitting combat suit and possessing an alluring figure knelt on one knee at the pool's edge, respectfully. According to intelligence, father has passed away. Oh. Brolin's movements halted for a moment, then returned to her lazy demeanor, as if hearing merely an inconsequential piece of news. Did he die of anger, or was he scared to death? Both. A bunch of useless fools. Brolin lightly huffed as she rose from the water. Water droplets slid down her flawless body, refracting dazzling light under the illumination. The female guard hurriedly grabbed a soft bath towel, wanting to come forward to dry her. No need. Brolin waved her hand, an invisible energy instantly drying all the moisture on her skin. She walked to a large floor mirror, admiring her perfect physique. An entity capable of effortlessly crushing a realm master and hacking into the Qianwu universe network. This is far more interesting than competing for the throne with those foolish brothers. This is a crisis, but for her it's an unprecedented opportunity. As long as she can latch onto this thread. Prepare a ship. She turned around, her voice decisive, to the coordinates displayed in the announcement. The female guard gasped in shock. Your Highness, that place is too dangerous. Even the sovereign has ordered to avoid. Dangerous? Brolin laughed, her laughter shaking the flowers. It's dangerous for you, but for me, it's a stairway to a higher place. Immediately go. Yes. The female guard dared not persuade further, and quickly retreated. On Earth, inside a sci-fi styled spaceship, Chen Nian was sitting at an 8 immortals table made of pear, with leisurely enjoying hot pot. The table was filled with various top-tier ingredients, Australian Wagyu fresh geoduck, and even several plates of spirit beast meat, just brought over from other cultivation work. The red oil broth bubbled with steam, emitting a rich aroma, in stark contrast to the tumultuous upheavals of the outer universe. It seemed that what he had just done was not an event capable of overturning an interstellar empire, but merely swatting a fly. Master, the Ninth Princess of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, is piloting a spaceship towards Earth. A virtual screen popped up, displaying a beautifully designed purple spaceship. Oh. Chen Nian picked up a slice of Wagyu, swishing it in the boiling pot, then placing it into his mouth. Melts in the mouth, not bad. What is she coming for? Seeking revenge. According to data analysis, the probability of revenge is 0. 1. The probability of surrender, or seeking cooperation, is 99. 9. She is quite a clever woman. Chen Nian picked up a piece of beef tripe, leisurely cooking it. The screen showed the purple spaceship performing a spatial jump, slowly approaching the solar system. When the spaceship jumped near Jupiter's orbit, Chen Nian finally put down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth. He snapped his fingers. In the next second, inside the flagship bridge of Princess Brolin, all alarms abruptly stopped. All screens instantly turned to static. What happened? Report, Your Highness. Our system has been hacked. The highest authority has been taken. We have lost control of the spaceship. The bridge fell into chaos. Only Brolin remained relatively calm. She knew the main character had arrived. As expected, the static on the main screen vanished, replaced by the image of a young man. He was sitting at an ancient-style table with a strange pot steaming before him. The man's face was handsome, but what caught more attention was his pair of eyes. Deep calm, as if containing an entire universe. Brolin's heart skipped a beat uncontrollably. It's him. The Ninth Princess of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, correct. Chen Nian's voice directly resonated in everyone's minds. He sized up Brolin on the light curtain, her well-tailored royal attire accentuating her alluring figure. He grinned broadly. You look quite good, but you're overdressed. Care to join me on my ship for a cup of tea? I have some Dahong Pao just brought back from Earth. The entire bridge fell into a sudden silence. Everyone looked at Chen Nian with expressions as if they had seen a ghost. This was the ruthless person who turned realm masters into specimens and scared the emperor of the empire to death. And yet he was teasing their princess. Roland's body also became completely stiff. She had imagined countless scenarios for their meeting. The other parties questioning threats or high-handed judgment. Yet she had never anticipated such a flippant remark that was almost humiliating. Her cheeks flushed red in an instant. That crimson-flushed face became the sole splash of color in the dead silence of the bridge. Beauline felt all her blood surging to her head, not from shyness, but from sheer humiliation and rage. As an imperial princess, when had she ever endured such frivolous words? Yet the towering fury that was about to erupt was instantly extinguished by a bone. She recalled the realm lord turned into a specimen and her father, who had been scared to death. The man before her was not flirting with her at all. This was a cat toying with a mouse beneath its claws. Her resistance, her fury. In his eyes they might only be more amusing entertainment. Chen Nian seemed indifferent to her stiffness and silence. He picked up a napkin beside him, leisurely wiped his mouth, his movements as elegant, as if attending a banquet rather than deciding the fate of an interstellar empire. It seems Her Highness the Ninth Princess does not care for my proposal. He sighed softly, appearing somewhat troubled. Then let's try a different approach. The moment the words fell, Beauline felt a blur before her eyes. Everything around her twisted and stretched, as if thrown into a high-speed spinning washing machine. The loyal guards in the bridge. Their terrified faces became blurred patches of color in her vision. A sense of weightlessness and vertigo assailed her. The entire process lasted less than a second. When her senses returned to normal, a rich, spicy aroma of meat assaulted her nostrils with an overwhelming force. Gurgle, gurgle. Strange bubbling sounds reached her ears. She looked down and saw herself standing on a simple wooden floor. Before her stood that man and that strange pot. Steam rose, blurring his handsome features except for those calm eyes, which were terrifyingly clear. Had she just been transported like this? From her own flagship to his vessel in an instant? What kind of technology was this? Spatial teleportation? Curvature jump? No, neither. Those technologies required massive equipment in a startup sequence. Impossible to be so silent and seamless. A storm raged within Beauline's heart. Her vaunted composure was crumbling before this series of unimaginable displays. Chen Nian had no interest in her inner turmoil. Using his chopsticks, he pointed to the seat opposite him, a simple round pearwood stool. Sit. One word devoid of emotion, yet carrying an unquestionable command. Beauline did not move. Her body trembled slightly from tension and humiliation. The luxurious royal robe now felt like a heavy shackle. Chen Nian did not urge her. He simply picked up a slice of geoduck, swished it in the clear broth, and brought it to his mouth. Fresh, crisp, sweet. Earth seafood is not bad. He chewed, letting out a satisfied praise. As if the one standing opposite him was not a princess of an interstellar empire, but a trivial ornament. This utter disregard was more devastating than any venomous words. Beauline's pride was being crushed inch by inch. In the bridge of her flagship behind her, everyone went mad. Where is Her Highness? Vanished. Vanished into thin air. It's spatial transfer. Heavens, its individual target, non-discriminatory spatial transfer. The technical officer stared at the enormous energy black hole that appeared and vanished in an instant in the data stream, collapsing into his chair, muttering to himself. This is not technology. This is a miracle. The female captain's face was ashen. Their very existence was to protect the princess, yet they had not even seen what happened before the princess disappeared from right under their noses. Despair enveloped the entire bridge. Inside Chen Nian's vessel, the steam from the hot pot lent the atmosphere a strangely cozy warmth. Chen Nian finally finished eating that slice of geoduck. He lifted his head and looked again at Beauline, who was still standing. He did not ask her to sit again. Instead, he studied her robe with interest. The aesthetics of the Hailongshan Empire are quite pleasing, he commented. The tailoring is fitted, the lines are smooth, but a bit in the way. In the way, eh? Beauline repeated instinctively, her voice carrying a hoarseness and tremor she herself did not notice. Chen Nian did not answer. He simply extended one finger, pointed lightly at Beauline. Beauline's entire body stiffened. She felt a gentle yet irresistible force brush over her body. Then, to her horrified gaze, the robe that symbolized royal authority and glory began to unfasten one intricate button after another from the collar down automatically. Next came the waistband, the hidden clasps of the skirt. The entire process was silent, yet carried a suffocating pressure. This was not undressing her. This was stripping away her identity, her dignity, everything. The robe did not fall, but hung loosely, revealing her delicate collarbone and pale neck. There. That looks much more agreeable. Chen Nian nodded in satisfaction, withdrawing his finger. Beauline's body went completely limp. The last of her psychological defenses crumbled at that single gesture. She finally understood the kind of existence she was facing. Resistance was meaningless. Dignity was a joke. Slowly, humiliatingly, she sat down on the pearwood stool. Her legs pressed together, hands tightly intertwined on her knees, head bowed, not daring to look at Chen Nian again. Chen Nian, as if having done a trivial thing, returned his attention to the hot pot. He picked up a slice of spirit beast meat, swished it in the spicy broth, the blood fading, the meat curling. "Do you know how to use chopsticks?" he suddenly asked. Beaulin jerked her head up, her eyes full of bewilderment. Chen Nian placed a fresh pair of pearwood chopsticks beside the bowl in front of her. "I don't keep idle people here." His tone remained flat. "I eat the meat, you blanch the vegetables." Lauren sat stiffly on the stool, the newly crafted pearwood chopsticks before her seemed like two scepters of judgment. She certainly would not use them. In the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, dining was an art, a ritual in her life. The utensils used were finely calculated and artistically crafted metal knives and forks, each worth a fortune. Chopsticks were only found in the informational images of certain remote and backward planets, symbolizing barbarism and uncivilization. Now this man was making her use such barbaric tools to serve him food. The humiliation continued, taking on a more specific and everyday form. Chen Nian did not rush her. He merely continued to cook the meat, savoring the texture of the spiritual beast meat that quickly cooked in the boiling red oil. Time ticked away in the bubbling sounds of the hot pot, second by second. Each second was a torment for Lauren. Her hands were still tightly intertwined, the knuckles turning slightly white from the strain. She was making her final struggle. Finally, Chen Nian finished the last piece of meat in his bowl. He set down the chopsticks with a soft clink. The sound made Lauren's heart skip a beat. He stood up. The tall figure cast an invisible weight upon her. Lauren instinctively shrank back, her back pressed tightly against the cold chair. Chen Nian walked around the table to stand behind her. He did not speak. Lauren could even feel the faint warmth radiating from him, along with a presence she could not. It was not the scent of any perfume, but a pure, powerful pressure stemming from the essence of life. A hand reached around from behind her, gently resting on her intertwined. Lauren's body instantly tensed, every muscle rigid as stone. His hand was warm, dry, and powerful. Yet that warmth made her feel as if she were ensnared by a cold, venomous snake, her blood nearly freezing. "Don't be nervous." Chen Nian's voice rang close to her ear, so near that the warm breath brushed against her earlobe. "I'm just teaching you something new." His hand, unyielding, pried her tightly clasped hands apart and took one of them. His fingers, long and strong, adjusted her posture one by one, forcefully placing the two pearwood chopsticks between her fingers. Index finger, middle finger, ring finger. Yes, just like that. His voice was as calm as if teaching a child to write, yet each word struck Lauren's wavering dignity like a heavy hammer. Her hands trembled, not from fear, but from extreme humiliation. She was Lauren, the most cherished daughter of the Emperor of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, a queen who might one day rule a star domain. Her hands had issued commands to mobilize 1,000,000 fleets and had touched the most precious cosmic treasures. Now, however, they were being held by a man, teaching her how to use a primitive utensil to serve him food. "Look." Chen Nian guided her hand toward the table. The chopsticks felt incredibly clumsy and awkward between her fingers. Under Chen Nian's guidance, those trembling chopsticks finally managed to clumsily pick up a piece of lettuce cut as thin as a cicada's wing. "Master, your taming method is highly inefficient." A cool, emotionless thought echoed in Chen Nian's mind. It was the intelligent core of this precious spaceshipling. Directly performing a spiritual imprint or soul contract only takes 0.01 seconds, and she would become your most loyal servant. Chen Nian's actions did not pause for a moment, yet he replied in his heart, "You don't understand, this is called intimacy." Intimacy, an inefficient behavior that the database could not comprehend. Chen Nian paid no mind to Ling's complaints. What he enjoyed was the process. To conquer a lofty interstellar princess gradually from body to spirit completely. The feeling of crushing pride and reshaping it according to his preferences was far more interesting than mere slaughter and control. He guided Lauren's hand to slowly immerse the lettuce into the clear soup pot. The boiling broth made the lettuce's color become even more vibrant. "All right." He released her hand. Lauren felt as if all her strength had been drained, yet her hand still maintained that rigid posture holding the chopsticks. "Put it in my bowl." Chen Nian's voice rang out again as he sat back in his original position, watching her leisurely. Lauren did not move. She lowered her head, her shoulders slightly rising and falling under her loose dress. Chen Nian was not in a hurry. He picked up a wine glass and gently swirled the amber liquid inside. That was the monkey wine he had brought back from a cultivation world worth a fortune. He had given her a choice. To maintain that ridiculous dignity, then face the unknown but undoubtedly more terrifying consequences. Or to submit. Finally, Lauren moved. Her arm lifted in an extremely slow and heavy manner. The chopsticks grasped the hot cooked lettuce, crossed half the table, and shakily landed in the white porcelain bowl before Chen Nian. It made a barely audible sound. After completing this action, she immediately retracted her hand, clasping it tightly again, lowering her head silent. Chen Nian picked up the piece of lettuce, placed it in his mouth, and chewed slowly. Not bad. He made an evaluation, then performed an action that completely caught Blorn. He picked up a piece of spiritual beast meat perfectly cooked in the red oil pot, exuding a rich aroma, with fresh red oil still clinging to it, looking incredible. Then he reached across the hot pot and gently placed the piece of meat into the bowl in front of Blorn. A gift for you. His words remained calm. Blorn abruptly raised her head, confusion mixed with emotions for the first time in her dim purple eyes, extreme perplexity and incomprehension. She looked at the steaming piece of meat in the bowl, then slowly raised her head to look at Chen Nian. The piece of meat, exuding a peculiar fragrance, lay silently in the white porcelain bowl, locking eyes with Borland's violet gaze. These 3 words sent a shiver down her spine more than any command before. Humiliation, order, conquest. She could understand all of these. Even if treated like a pet, she could define her situation in her heart. But what was this now? A slap followed by a piece of candy. Such charity confused her more than pure violence. Why would a conqueror show a twisted kindness towards his spoils? Chen Nian offered no explanation. He simply gazed at her quietly, as if admiring a newly completed artwork, observing its most subtle reaction. Time flowed second by second in the steam rising from the hot pot. Borland remained motionless. She was not resisting, but hesitating, struggling. That piece of meat seemed to become a symbol. To eat it meant to accept this bizarre relationship intertwined with humiliation and grace. Chen Nian set down his chopsticks, producing a crisp sound. He leaned back in his chair, fingers interlaced at ease. This is a reward, but also a command. His voice pierced through the steam, clearly landing in Borland's ears. Eat it. A command. Indeed, it was still a command. In Borland's heart, the flicker of confusion was instantly replaced by a familiar chill. She understood this was merely another form of taming. But understanding did not mean her body would obey immediately. Her hand felt as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. Master the target's heart rate fluctuations exceed the threshold, and fine cracks have appeared in the mental barrier. Shut up. Chen Nian replied in his mind, feeling a twinge of impatience at such data-driven advice. What he desired was not a puppet manipulated by data, but a living soul that would feel pain, struggle, and ultimately be utterly consumed. He stood up. The chair was pushed back, producing a slight scraping sound. Borland's body tensed almost imperceptibly. Chen Nian paid no heed to her tension, slowly walking around the table step by step, until his towering figure nearly enveloped her in shadow. The scent belonging to this man, mingled with a faint aroma of alcohol, intrusively filled her breath. Borland could even feel the heat emanating from his body. She lowered her head, her long eyelashes trembling violently, too afraid to lift it. Chen Nian leaned down, his lips almost brushing her earlobe. Warm air accompanied by a low voice caressed her sensitive skin. Do you need me to feed you? His voice was soft yet laced with a cruel mockery. Your Majesty. The words Your Majesty pierced deep into Borland's soul like a burning needle. She trembled violently. It was a humiliation deeper than a whip strike. Finally she moved. The hand in shackles slowly raised, grasping the chopsticks. She mimicked her earlier actions, awkwardly and shakily, trying to pick up the piece of meat in the bowl. Once she failed, and the slice fell. Twice she failed again. The tips of the chopsticks made a tap-tap sound in the white porcelain bowl, caused by her uncontrollable trembling. Chen Nian stood beside her quietly, watching, neither urging nor assisting. His patience was in itself the most dreadful punishment. Finally, on the 3rd attempt, the piece of meat was picked up, albeit crookedly. Borland's arms stiffly rose, slowly bringing the red-oiled spirit beast meat towards her lips. As the warm piece of meat touched her icy lips, her body froze again. In the next moment, she closed her eyes as if heading to the execution ground, and swallowed spicy, scalding, rich, and meaty fragrance. Countless, unfamiliar, and domineering flavors exploded on her taste buds in an instant. This intense stimulation left her mind blank. She had never eaten such food spicy enough to bring her to tears, yet with a strangely irresistible aroma. Just as she was momentarily dazed by this flavor, a warm hand suddenly caressed her cheek. Borland stiffened as if turned to stone in an instant. Chen Nian's fingers, with a hint of calluses, gently stroked her face. Then his thumb slowly brushed over the corner of her lips. It was an incredibly gentle action, yet it filled Borland with an unprecedented sense of horror and violation. She could distinctly feel him gently wiping away a smudge of oil from the edge of her lips. This action was far too intimate. Intimate enough to send a wave of fear coursing from her bones. Look! Chen Nian withdrew his hand, lifting his thumb, now bearing a hint of red oil before her. His voice carried a trace of barely concealed amusement. If you don't listen, your face gets dirty. The faint crimson stain was particularly glaring. Borland's mind went blank, as if all her thoughts had been completely crushed by that gentle gesture. She even forgot to breathe. Then under her gaze, Chen Nian made a move that sent shivers through her very soul. Blorlin gasped sharply as if her blood had been drained in that instant, only to be filled with the icy currents of the far north. Nausea, horror, and an unprecedented sense of shame surged through her like a flood, instantly engulfing her. This man, this devil, he not only humiliated her, but also intended to imprint her marks upon himself in this manner. This was a declaration of brand. A possession more solid than any chains. It tastes good. A subtle smile lingered on his face as if what had just transpired was nothing out of the ordinary. He looked down at her, and in his deep black eyes her pale, bewildered face was clearly reflected. Continue. Just those two simple words carried an irresistible command. Blorlin's hands trembled violently, almost unable to grasp the heavy chopsticks. She wanted to resist, to hurl what she held towards that detestable face. But her body would not obey. The fears stemming from the depths of her soul tightly restrained all her actions. She knew that any resistance would only invite more terrifying treatment. Tap! The tips of the chopsticks once again struck the bowl's edge. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to concentrate, and once more reached for the piece of meat. This time her trembling was more intense than ever before. The chopsticks danced almost between her fingers. Finally, after another failure, the piece of meat slipped back into the bowl. A hand reached over with an undeniable force, pulling the chopsticks away from her fingers. Blorlin's heart stopped suddenly. She raised her head in terror to look at Chen Nian. He did not look at her, merely lowering his gaze to the vegetables in the bowl, skillfully picking up a piece of spirit beast meat that she had just dropped. Then he raised that piece of meat to her face. His intentions could not have been clearer. The phrase, "Do you need me to feed you?" was no longer a question, but an impending, unavoidable reality. Blorlin's body tensed like a stone, her jaw clenched, her lips pressed into a stubborn line. She turned her face away, refusing to look. This was her last and only act of defiance. However, Chen Nian seemed to have anticipated her reaction long ago. Instead of forcibly prying open her mouth, he held the chopsticks, slowly bringing the piece of meat towards his own mouth. Under Blorlin's shocked gaze, he consumed the piece of meat. He chewed slowly and carefully, as if savoring every bite. His gaze, however, never left her face, as if he were enjoying an exquisite performance. Blorlin could not understand what he intended to do. This unpredictable behavior terrified her more than direct violence. After finishing that piece of meat, Chen Nian picked up another piece. This time he made no unnecessary movements, simply presenting the piece of meat covered in sauce and emitting steam once again to her lips. The warm touch clearly reached through her cold lips. Blorlin's body froze. She could smell the overpowering aroma of the meat and feel the searing heat. She could even see her own small, helpless, trembling figure reflected in his dark pupils. No words, no urging, only a silent confrontation. Time seemed to stretch infinitely at that moment. The piece of steaming spirit beast meat once again pressed against her icy lips. Play. The searing heat seemed to carry a will of its own, branding his scent into her lips, seeping into her very blood. Blorlin's body went completely rigid. Humiliation, like the most venomous vines, coiled tightly around her heart, constricting with relentless force, squeezing out the last trace of air. She clenched her teeth, her final line of defense. Yet Chen Nian appeared to have exhausted all patience. His other hand, free of any burden, rose without warning and gripped her jaw. The pressure was not immense, but it struck precisely at her vulnerable point. Blorlin let out a short, startled cry. The numbing ache in her jaw made it impossible to keep her teeth clenched. A crack thus was forced open. The next instant, a piece of spirit beast meat drenched in thick sauce was thrust in with the chopsticks, leaving no room for refusal. The aroma of meat and the savory sauce flooded her entire mouth in an instant. "Do I need to feed you with my mouth?" Chen Nian released her jaw, then gently patted her cheek, a gesture laden with degrading intimacy. His voice dropped low, tinged with a sated hoarseness, and whispered against her ear like a demon's murmur. Blorlin's body trembled violently. Every word of that sentence transformed into the most horrifying images exploding in her mind. A wave of nausea churned in her stomach. "That's a good girl." Blorlin's mind went completely blank at that moment. Time, space, everything lost all meaning. There remained only the man's enlarged face, handsome to the point of sinister, and the lingering malicious smile at the corner of his lips. He straightened up like a connoisseur savoring a rare delicacy and delivered his verdict. Then he set down his bowl and chopsticks. The crisp clatter jolted Blorlin from her extreme stupor, making her entire body flinch. She stared at him, her body shrinking back uncontrollably. But behind her was the cold wall, nowhere to retreat. Chen Nian did not advance further. He merely unfastened his cufflinks slowly and deliberately rolled up one sleeve of his shirt, revealing a sharply defined forearm. "Now that you've eaten, it's time for some post-meal exercise." As he spoke, he reached out his hand toward her. It was not a question. It was a notice. A cold, merciless notice that would decide her fate from that moment on. Blorlin's heart almost stopped beating. Post-meal exercise. Those 4 words seared into her nerves like a red-hot branding iron. She shook her head violently, her Beauties resistance overriding rational control. "No, don't." Broken syllables squeezed out of her throat, trembling with a lack of any deterrent force that even she could feel. Chen Nian's hand halted in midair. He did not grow angry at her refusal. Instead, he smiled again. "Oh, you want to say no to me?" His tone rose slightly at the end, carrying a Catan mouse mockery. "On what grounds do you say no to me?" He stepped forward slowly toward her. Each step seemed to trample on Brolin's heart, suffocating her with fear. "On the grounds that you're a genius of the Universal Mercenary Alliance. Or on the grounds of your so-called immortal god teacher." His voice was soft, yet every word pierced her soul. Brolin's eyes widened in terror. How could he know? This information was her greatest secret and trump card. Seeing her incredulous expression, the curve of Chen Nian's lips widened. He wanted to do precisely this. Strip away every disguise, shatter every ounce of her pride and support bit by bit. Make her realize clearly that in this room, before this man, she was nothing. Your teacher can barely protect himself now. Do you think he has the time to come and save you? Chen Nian leaned down, placing his hands on the wall on either side of her, enveloping her completely in his shadow. A thick, uniquely masculine scent laced with a hint of alcohol overwhelmed her from all sides. Brolin felt she was going mad. This man not only knew about her teacher's existence, but even had thorough knowledge of her teacher's predicament. How was this possible? Her teacher was a figure of such majesty. How could he possibly? "It seems you still don't believe me." Chen Nian's hand brushed her cheek. His cool fingertips met her burning skin, sending a shiver through her. "Then let me show you with your own eyes." As the words fell, the tip of Chen Nian's finger gently touched the center of Brolin's brow. Accessing virtual universe. Confirming identity. Loading target scene. A series of cold mechanical voices echoed directly in Brolin's mind. The next second, the scene before her abruptly changed. No longer the oppressive room, no longer the demon inches away. It was a shattered starscape blazing with raging flames. Countless wreckage of warships floated in the void. And at the center of that battlefield, a figure she knew all too well was pierced through the divine body by several thick black chains firmly nailed to a dark throne. He was drenched in blood, his aura utterly depleted, his originally radiant divine eyes were now dim and lifeless. "Teacher!" Brolin let out a piercing scream, her soul shaking violently. That was her teacher, the immortal god who was invincible in her heart, who had dominated an entire star region. Yet now he was pinned there like a prisoner. Who could have wounded her teacher to such an extent? The scene zoomed out. She saw before the dark throne another figure equally majestic, yet radiating boundless evil and chaotic aura. That figure just stood there silently, and the entire starscape seemed to wail under his oppressive might. "See that?" Chen Nian's voice, as if crossing time and space, whispered hauntingly in her ear. "That's your support. A failure, who can't even save himself." "No, impossible." Brolin murmured blankly, her mental defenses completely shattered. The scene before her was like the sharpest blade cutting the last shred of her hope to pieces. The image vanished. She was back in the room. The man still maintained the position above her, his deep, unfathomable black eyes, watching with amusement the expression of despair on her face. "Now will you still say no to me?" Brolin did not answer. She just wept hollowly. All her pride, all her persistence had become a joke in the face of absolute power and cruel reality. Chen Nian smiled with satisfaction. He loved this feeling. Plucking one by one every thorn from a rose, stripping it of its defenses. Then crushing her completely into his world. He said no more, lifted her by the waist, and carried her. Brolin's body was light, stiff, offering no resistance. When she was thrown onto the soft bed, the immense elasticity made her hollow body bounce slightly. She lay there, eyes unfocused, staring at the ornate crystal chandelier on the ceiling. Her clothes were peeled off piece by piece. The cold air touching her skin made her flinch instinctively. Then a scorching body with an overwhelming pressure covered her. The man's breath sprayed on her neck, carrying burning heat. "Don't look at me with those eyes." His hand covered her eyes, blocking the light that unsettled her. "You should look at me. Look at how I take possession of you." In the darkness, her senses became incredibly acute. She could feel his lips moving down from her forehead across the bridge of her nose, brushing her lips, finally lingering on her fragile, sensitive throat. Then he opened his mouth. The next day, when the first ray of sunlight filtered through the gap in the heavy curtains into the room, Brolin slowly opened her eyes. Her body felt as if it had been run over by countless chariots, aching, broken. Every joint cried out in exhaustion. Beside her, no one was there. Only the man's domineering scent lingered in the air, along with the traces of last night's frenzy. She slowly sat up. The silk quilt slid down, revealing a body once smooth as jade, now covered with bruises and intimate marks in a tangled pattern. Humiliation and bitterness surged again. Brolin bit her lip, forcing herself not to recall the scenes of last night that made her want to die from shame. She struggled to get out of bed, but as soon as her feet touched the floor, her legs gave way, and she collapsed awkwardly onto the carpet. At that moment, the bathroom door clicked. Chen Nian emerged bare-chested with only a towel around his waist, drying his wet hair with a cloth. He saw Brolin on the floor, paused for a moment, then let out a low laugh, as if he had found something amusing. "What's so eager? Want another round?" His voice with the morning's characteristic hoarseness carried undisguised mockery. Brolin lifted her head, her pale face flushed crimson in an instant. It was both shame and anger. She gripped the edge of the bed stubbornly, trying to stand on her own. But her entire body had no strength left. Chen Nian finished drying his hair, tossed the towel aside, and strode over to stand before her. He did not reach out to help her up. Instead, he bent down, pinched her chin, forcing her to lift her head and meet his gaze. "Remember how you look now. And remember who made you this way." His thumb rubbed against her smooth jaw. "From today on, you, Brolin, are my woman Chen Nian's. When I say one, you don't say two. When I say live, you don't die. Do you understand?" His words were soft light, yet carried a bone-deep dominance and possession. Brolin looked at him, neither nodding nor shaking her head. Only in those originally ice-blue eyes something shattered. And then something new began to grow quietly amidst the ruins. Chen Nian caught the fleeting emotion deep in her eyes, one he couldn't decipher, and suddenly felt a stir of boredom. He released her and straightened up. "Get dressed, come downstairs for breakfast." He threw these words over his shoulder, turned, and walked toward the dressing room, not deigning to look at her again. As if the man who had tangled with her madly last night, whispering obscene words in her ear, was not him. Brolin remained kneeling on the carpet until his back completely disappeared behind the dressing room door. Only then did she slowly lower her head, staring at the shocking marks on her body. After a long while, she reached out and gently touched her still flat belly. The hand trembled imperceptibly. The fingertips felt cold, yet the palm burned with humiliation and anger. However, Brolin seemed to sense an evil seed quietly taking root and sprouting within her. This thought made her shudder. No, absolutely not. She would not allow the blood of this demon to flow within her body. The door to the cloakroom opened. Chen Nian had changed into a well-tailored black casual outfit, making his figure appear even more upright, his demeanor shifting from lazy sensuality to cold aloofness. He glanced at Brolin, who was still kneeling on the ground, and at the hand she placed on her abdomen. A flicker of knowing mockery crossed his bottomless black eyes. "Put away those thoughts, you shouldn't have. Until I allow it, your belly will not stir." Brolin suddenly looked up at him. Her pale face was filled with shock and confusion. How could he know what she had just been thinking? Chen Nian did not explain. He simply walked to the bedside, picked up a brand new dress for women that had been prepared at some point, and tossed it in front of her. 10 minutes. Get changed and come downstairs. It was another command, one that brooked no argument, a command like a meager concession. Brolin bit her lip, hard, almost drawing blood. She did not move. Her ice-blue eyes defiantly met his scrutiny, silent in her resistance. Chen Nian was not angry. He merely leaned casually against the wall, arms crossed. "Or do you want me to help you get dressed?" He paused, his gaze shamelessly surveying her body marred with marks. "I wouldn't mind starting with a little appetizer before breakfast." Indecent. Shameless. Brolin's body trembled violently at his words. Ultimately, that pitiful, precarious bit of dignity collapsed under absolute force. She lowered her head, avoiding his nauseating gaze, and reached out a trembling hand to pick up the dress. 10 minutes later, Brolin followed Chen Nian down the spiral staircase. This was a luxurious villa she had never seen before. With a soaring dome, a massive crystal chandelier, a mirror-like marble floor, and the endless expanse of blue ocean outside the window. Where's this place? Wasn't she in her own kingdom? Why was she in such a place? Countless questions churned in Brolin's heart, but she could not utter a single word. A long dining table was already set with a sumptuous breakfast, steaming milk, golden brown toast, and some exquisite dishes whose names she couldn't even. Chen Nian took a seat at the head of the table, picked up a knife and fork, and began to eat elegantly. It was as if he was not a scoundrel who had just violated a woman in the most brutal way, but a well-educated noble gentleman. This extreme contrast churned Brolin's stomach. "What are you standing there for?" Chen Nian didn't even look up. "Waiting for me to feed you." Brolin's body stiffened, and she silently pulled out the chair opposite him and sat down. The plate in front of her was piled high with food. But she had no appetite at all. The events of last night were still fresh in her memory. The soreness in her body and the humiliation in her heart made it hard to swallow. Chen Nian ate quickly. After finishing his breakfast, he wiped his mouth with a napkin, and his gaze fell upon Brolin's nearly untouched plate. He said nothing. He simply stood up and walked into the living room. Brolin thought this oppressive breakfast had finally come to an end. Just as she breathed a sigh of relief, she saw Chen Nian pick up the remote and turn on the massive screen on the living room wall that nearly occupied the entire wall. The screen lit up. A well-made-up female host appeared. She was rapidly broadcasting something in a language Brolin had never heard before. Though she couldn't understand from the host's serious expression and the clips flashing on the screen depicting collapsed ruins and panicked people, Brolin could sense that this was certainly not good news. Since the outbreak of the RR virus, strange beasts have emerged worldwide, posing a great threat to human survival. Fortunately, in the fight against these creatures, a group of individuals has emerged surpassing human limits, whom we refer to as warriors. According to the latest data released by the HR Alliance, the number of registered warriors worldwide has surpassed 200,000. Chen Nian had switched the language to the common tongue Beauties could understand at some point. Those unfamiliar terms crashed into her ears. RR virus. Strange beasts. Warriors. HR Alliance. What is all of this? The confusion in her eyes pleased Chen Nian. He leaned back on the sofa, legs crossed, relaxed. His deep-set eyes looked with interest at, "It's a very interesting world, isn't it?" He spoke as if addressing Beauties, yet also as if he were talking to himself. "The old order is collapsing. A new order will soon be established amid blood and fire. The weak wail, the strong rise. What a wonderful symphony of the times." Beauties watched him, observing the almost fanatical expression on his face as he admired the arrival of the apocalypse. A chill ran up her spine from the base of her tailbone to the crown of her head. This man. He is a madman. A thorough madman reveling in chaos and the news footage switched to a city. Towering buildings, a steel jungle. At the bottom of the screen, two large characters were displayed. Jiangnan. This will be the most exciting stage on the entire planet for the next few decades. Chen Nian's fingertips lightly tapped the armrest of the sofa. Countless geniuses will be born here, only to fall. His gaze seemed to penetrate the screen, seeing the grand future beyond. For example, he suddenly smiled, a smile that bore a hint of cruelty and anticipation, like a predator spotting its desired prey. A young man named Luo Feng. Luo Feng. Beauties silently repeated this unfamiliar name in her heart. She did not understand why this name could evoke such an expression from this unpredictable demon before her. Chen Nian turned off the screen. The living room instantly returned to silence. He stood up and walked step by step to Beauties. The shadow completely enveloped her. "Do you want to see for yourself?" he asked. Beauties did not answer, only gazed at him with a wary and fearful expression. Chen Nian did not need her answer. He reached out his hand and once again grasped her delicate chin. This time his touch was gentle. His fingertips even caressed her skin with a hint of barely their tenderness. "You are very lucky, Beauties. You will become the sole close witness of this great as my possession." He finished, releasing his hand. Then he snapped his fingers. The crisp sound echoed in the empty living room. In the next second, Beauties saw the scenery outside the window begin to twist and change rapidly. The azure ocean and luxurious beach instantly transformed into a void of flowing light. Then those lights coalesced again, turning into the steel city she had just seen on the screen, named Jiangnan. And they were standing on the top floor of a skyscraper. Below them was the ceaseless flow of vehicles. Beneath her feet, the ceaseless flow of vehicles surged like a river. The biting cold wind rushed in from hundreds of meters above, instantly penetrating Beauties' thin clothing. She shuddered instinctively, taking 2 steps back, distancing herself from the edge that seemed capable of devouring everything. A wave of dizziness surged over her like a tide. Just a second ago, the air had been filled with the warm, moist sea breeze. The next second, it turned into the chilling currents above this steel metropolis. The abrupt shift in space triggered a strong protest from her body. Her stomach churned violently, and she couldn't help but bend over, gagging. Chen Nian did not look at her. He seemed completely unaffected, leisurely walking to the edge of the rooftop, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. The wild wind rustled the corners of his clothing. He looked down upon the sprawling city below, which lay like a giant beast in slumber. What a vibrant city! He spoke, his voice not loud, yet clearly overpowering the howling wind reaching Beauties' ears. Countless lives struggle and strive here only to perish in the end. They believe they are the protagonists of the world, unbeknownst to them that they lack even the qualification to be mere background characters in someone else's story. Beauties leaned against the cold wall behind her, barely managing to stand upright. Her mind remained in a chaotic state. This was not an illusion. The rough texture of the concrete underfoot, the air mingled with dust and exhaust fumes, and the faint sound of a horn in the distance. Everything told her that this, but how could this be possible? From one island to the center of another continent, city, traversing more than thousands of miles. All in an instant. This had surpassed all her understanding of technology and even the laws of physics. What on earth was this man? "Do you see that residential area over there?" Chen Nian suddenly raised his hand, pointing towards a direction in the city. Beauties followed his gaze. There lay a cluster of somewhat old residential buildings, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding skyscrapers. In one of those buildings lives a family of... Chen Nian's tone was as flat as if recounting a trivial matter. The mother is bedridden, while the father supports the whole family on a meager salary. The family also has 2 sons, the elder one being Luo Feng, whom I've mentioned to you. Beauties' breath caught sharply. A chill more piercing than the high-altitude winds surged wildly from the depths of her heart. Not only did he know the person named Luo Feng, but he also seemed to know every detail about his family. This feeling was akin to a mortal suddenly discovering that a divine being high in the sky had been silently watching them, even knowing what they had for dinner the night before. It was an extreme fear, one where every aspect of privacy was thoroughly pierced through. Right now he should be diligently training for the impending martial artist assessment. Chen Nian withdrew his hand and turned slowly. A very talented young man. Unfortunately, talent can sometimes be a curse. It allows you to see the higher landscapes only to let you fall hard back down. He stepped back towards Blorin. Do you think I am cruel? He asked. Blorin bit her lip, remaining silent. Her silence seemed to please Chen Nian. No, I am merely a loyal spectator. He extended his hand this time, not to grip her chin, but to gently brush away a strand of hair blown askew by the wind. The gesture was so tender it felt like a lover's whisper. Yet Blorin could only feel the bone-deep chill. Let's go. Chen Nian retracted his hand. Having promised to take you to see a show, I can't just remain at the highest seats in the audience. Getting closer allows one to clearly see the subtle expressions on the faces of those so-called strong ones in their moments of despair. He finished speaking without caring whether Blorin followed him, walking straight towards the edge of the rooftop. Blorin was stunned. The edge? There was nothing there. Was he about to jump from this several hundred-meter-high building? Just as she was filled with uncertainty, Chen Nian made a move that would be etched in her memory for life. He truly took a step forward, stepping into the empty space high above. There was no falling. He walked as if leisurely across the void, as if there were an invisible staircase beneath his feet. Blorin's worldview shattered completely in that instant, ground to dust. Space jumping could still be somewhat explained by unknown technology. But now, anti-gravity. No. This was a phenomenon that could not be explained by any technology. This was a miracle. A power that only deities could possess. In midair, Chen Nian turned around, extending his hand towards her. Come here. His voice remained flat, but carried an undeniable commanding tone. Blorin stood frozen in place, her body stiffened by sheer terror. Chen Nian did not rush her, simply watching her quietly. Time ticked by moment by moment. Ultimately, the instinct for survival triumphed over fear. She knew she had no choice. Resisting this man would only lead to a fate worse than death. Trembling, she took one step, then another, moving towards the edge of the rooftop. Looking down at the vehicles that seemed as small as matchboxes, her legs turned weak against her will. She closed her eyes, daring not to look further. Then, summoning all her strength, she lunged towards Chen Nian's outstretched hand. The cold hand gripped her wrist. The anticipated feeling of weightlessness did not come. She opened her eyes. To her astonishment, she found herself suspended in the air above the city, just like Chen Nian. Hold on tight. Chen Nian's voice rang in her ears. In the next second, the two began to descend slowly. No, it was not falling. It felt more like the entire city was magnifying beneath their feet. The wind howled past her ears. The ground was getting closer. Blorin's heart leaped to her throat. Just when she thought they would crash into the ground at this speed, the downward motion suddenly halted. They stopped about 10 meters above the ground. At this height, she could clearly see the faces of the pedestrians on the street. Those people came and went, each busy with their own tasks, with no one noticing the bizarre scene above them. It was as if they were separated from this world by an invisible membrane. Chen Nian released her hand. He raised a finger, pointing to the entrance of a nearby building. There hung a sign, Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Look. His voice bore a hint of playful amusement. The protagonist has arrived. Look. His words carried a hint of playful amusement. The protagonist has arrived. Beaulerin followed the direction of his finger, her gaze piercing the invisible barrier and landing precisely on the entrance of the building named Limit Martial Arts Hall. Protagonist. That word only further muddled her already chaotic thoughts. Was it a code name? Or a specific title for some organization? Her mind, like an overloaded supercomputer, frantically searched through all known intelligence, trying to find even a far-fetched explanation for this man's incomprehensible behavior. Yet it was all in vain. At that moment, the door of the martial arts hall swung open. A young man clad in cheap sportswear walked out. He appeared to be no more than 18 or 19, his features not particularly handsome, but his eyes held a tenacity and sharpness beyond his years. His steps were somewhat weary, with fine beads of sweat on his forehead, yet his spirit was in a state of extreme excitement. After stepping out, the young man did not leave immediately. Instead, he turned back and took a deep look at the four flamboyant characters of Limit Martial Arts Hall. His fists unconsciously clenched. Luo foam. Chen Nian's calm words echoed in Beaulerin's ear, causing her to shudder. How did he know this young man's name? A senior high school student at Yian District No. 3 high school, living in a low-rent housing complex. Father Luo Hongwa, mother Gong Xinlan, and a younger brother named Luo Hua, who is disabled in both legs. Chen Nian unhurriedly recited the young man's family background verbatim. His tone was like reciting a background introduction he had long memorized, without any emotional fluctuation. Beaulerin was completely stunned. If the previous miracles could be attributed to a power she could not comprehend. But now, where did he obtain such precise personal intelligence? Even the Federation's intelligence network could never uncover the full background of an ordinary high school student in such a short time. Unless a thought that made her soul tremble surfaced in her mind. Unless he wasn't investigating at all, but rather watching. Like watching a movie whose entire plot he already knew. Every character's name, background, and even future destiny were written in the script. Nothing was this world. To him was it just a movie. And they all living people were merely characters in that movie. This realization terrified Beaulerin even more than watching him walk on air. It was a despair that came from the depths of her soul, a sense of being utterly crushed at the level of existence. She looked at Chen Nian's profile. He was observing Luo Feng below with keen interest, his demeanor exactly like a top-tier audience member sitting in an exclusive box enjoying a grand performance tailor-made for him. At that moment, Luo Feng below took out an old phone from his pocket and dialed a number. He forced a relaxed smile onto his face. "Hello, Dad." Chen Nian's finger lightly tapped in the air. The next moment, the conversation between Luo Feng and his father reached Beaulerin's ears it was as if they were standing right beside Luo Feng. Feng, how did it go? Did you pass the prospective martial artist assessment?" A middle-aged man's voice came through the phone, tense and full of hope. "I passed, Dad. It went smoothly." Luo Feng's voice carried a joy he could barely contain. "Good, good. That's great." The man on the other end was so excited he said, "Good," 3 times. "I knew my son would make it. Your mother will be overjoyed." Hearing his father's praise, Luo Feng's smile brightened. But soon the man's voice on the phone carried a hint of hesitation and guilt. Feng becoming a martial artist. The family might not have enough money. After becoming a prospective martial artist, you need to buy weapons guidance technique manuals and combat suits. These are all considerable expenses. Luo Feng's smile faded slightly. He was silent for a moment, then said in a deliberately light tone, "Dad, don't worry. They'll figure out the money myself. You and Mom don't need to worry. Just take care of yourselves and Ahua. You? What can you do? I'm already a prospective martial artist. I can go to the outskirts of the wilderness area and hunt some monsters. He'll make money soon." "That's too dangerous." The man on the phone immediately objected. The father and son had a small argument over money on the phone. Beaulerin listened quietly. As an elite from a privileged background, she had never experienced the distress of worrying over a few tens of thousands of dollars. But at this moment, she could clearly feel the young man named Luo Feng's deep desire to change his fate and the heavy burden of family responsibility. He was weak. In this world where the strong rule, he was like an insignificant speck of dust. Yet there was a vibrant vitality about him that even moved her. "Look," Chen Nian's voice interrupted her thoughts. "A perfect hero's origin, isn't it? Born in poverty, yet gifted with talent, burdened with responsibility, yet filled with ambition. All the pressure will become his driving force. All the hardships will eventually become the foundation for his rise to the throne." Chen Nian's commentary was calm and objective, like an experienced script critic. Beaulerin opened her mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. What else could she say? Tell him that was a living person, not a hero in some script. Tell him that others' suffering shouldn't be his amusement. She didn't dare. In front of this man, even breathing required permission. She could only nod reluctantly, following his words. "Yes, very, very perfect." Chen Nian seemed satisfied with her answer. He chuckled softly and said no more, turning his gaze downward again. Luo Feng had already hung up. He stood still, looking up at the gray sky, his lips tightly pressed. The pressure of money had dulled the joy of passing the assessment. He needed money. Lots and lots of money. Not only for his own martial artist path, but also for his younger brother Luo Hua's legs. The life water. That required a full 1 million. For his current family, that was an astronomical figure. 1 million. Chen Nian smacked his lips, repeating that number. For an 18-year-old poor kid, that's indeed quite a lot. However, he didn't finish his sentence and Brolin didn't ask. She didn't dare to inquire further, fearing more answers that would shatter her worldview. Below, Luo Feng had already taken a step toward the bus station. That lonely figure gradually shrank on the gray street, eventually turning a corner and disappearing from sight. "The show is over." Chen Nian withdrew his gaze and turned to Brolin. "It's time to get down to business." "Business?" Brolin's heart raced. In her understanding, an existence capable of walking through the air and comprehending all information about ordinary people, the so-called business, was likely no. Chen Nian didn't give her more time to daydream. He reached out and conjured a thin, transparent panel, as if it had materialized from thin air. The panel displayed a dense array of coordinate data and a 3-dimensional topographic map, with a red dot continuously flashing at the center. Brolin's eyes widened. The geographical information marked on the panel was familiar to her. 370 kilometers south of Uluru in the Australian interior, a wasteland designated as enslevel forbidden zone by the Federation. That place was fortified with firepower from at least 3 divisions equipped with radar matrices and low-orbit satellites for round-the-clock surveillance. Beneath the ground lay an ancient civilization's relic. Site No. 7. She blurted out instinctively. Chen Nian glanced at her, a smirk playing on his lips. Oh, you have some knowledge. After saying this, Brolin felt a chill run down her back. She wasn't just stating facts. She was testing, or rather praying. Praying that this man was not about to do what she feared. Chen Nian retracted the transparent panel, which silently vanished into his palm. They can't open it, because they don't know the key. 11 words. Light and casual, as if discussing what to eat tomorrow. Brolin felt a shiver at the back of her head. The key. The entrance key to Site No. 7. She didn't know if he was boasting. But considering everything that had happened before, she couldn't risk betting on him being a braggart. Let's go. Chen Nian reached out his hand toward her. Brolin froze in place, unmoving. You have two choices. Chen Nian's hand hung in the air, not withdrawing. First, come with me. Second, I leave you on this rooftop, and you find your own way down. He spoke calmly. So calm that Brolin could not tell whether it was a threat or a statement of fact. She glanced down. 320 meters. Beneath her feet was the tip of a lightning rod the thickness of a thumb, surrounded by wind. There was no room for hesitation. She extended her hand. In the next moment, the world in Brolin's sight violently stretched, twisted, and folded. All colors compressed into a thin line, and then it exploded. A dry, hot wind rushed toward her, carrying the taste of rust and gravel. Above her was a blinding white sky, and below her was a cracked red earth extending to the horizon. Australia. They were already in Australia. Brolin's stomach churned violently, and she knelt on the gravel ground, gagging twice. Chen Nian stood beside her, scanning the surroundings impassively. In the distance, 3 barbed wire fences enclosed a massive forbidden zone. The searchlights on the watchtower rotated slowly, and the silhouette of an armored vehicle was faintly visible behind the sand dunes. Good security, Chen Nian remarked, then walked straight toward the forbidden zone. No detours. No concealment. Straightforward, walking directly. Brolin struggled to stand, stumbling after him. She no longer wanted to ask foolish questions like, how are you going to get in? It turned out her judgment was correct. When the infrared sensors on the first layer of barbed wire should have triggered an alarm, nothing happened. As they passed through the second patrol corridor, less than 15 meters from the nearest sentry, the fully armed soldier held his gun and stared straight at them. Then turned his head away, continuing to patrol, ignoring them. Not under hypnosis. Not bewitched. The soldier's movements were entirely normal, his breathing rate normal, his pupils focused normally. He just couldn't see them. It was as if Chen Nian and Brolin had never existed within the rules of this world. Brolin bit down hard on her tongue. The pain kept her awake. She couldn't break down, not now. After passing through the third line of defense, the ground began to sink. A massive tunnel appeared before her. The dark, gray metal structure emerged from the rock layers, covered in intricate patterns, emitting a dim, cold light. Those patterns did not belong to any known human civilization. At the bottom of the tunnel stood a 6-metal alloy door. The door had no handle, no buttons, and no interactive interfaces. Only a palm-sized recessed area in the center. Chen Nian walked up to the door and stopped. He raised his right hand. A faint glow coalesced in his palm. It was neither white nor blue light, but a color that defied description, sending tingles down one's spine at first glance. He pressed his palm into the recess. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. The patterns on the alloy door, which had lain dormant for countless millennia, suddenly lit up. Light rapidly spread along the patterns, expanding from the center outward, illuminating the entire 6-meter-high door within 10 seconds. A low-frequency vibration resonated from below, with sand and stones tumbling down. Then, the door opened. A cold airflow carrying some unknown energy fluctuations surged out from the gap of the door. Chen Nian withdrew his hand and glanced at Brolin. Once inside, don't touch anything. He stepped over the threshold. Brolin stood still. The darkness inside swallowed his shadow. The ancient pattern's glow began to fade slowly, and the alloy door was closing. She had only 3 seconds to make a decision. Stay outside facing a group of soldiers who couldn't see her in a vast desert. Or go and following an existence she could not comprehend into an ancient civilization's relic that humanity had never set foot in. The gap in the door was now just wide enough for one person. Brolin gritted her teeth and squeezed through. The alloy door closed seamlessly behind her. In the darkness, Chen Nian's voice came from not far ahead, carrying a hint of amusement. Smart. Then the overhead light illuminated. A whole corridor was activated. The patterns on the walls lit up in sequence, casting light deep into the endless corridor. At the end of the corridor, a massive spherical space was faintly visible. At the center of the sphere floated an object. Jet black. Entirely jet black. It emitted visible energy pulses. Brolin couldn't see what it was, but Chen Nian could see it clearly. He stood in the middle of the corridor, the curvature of his lips slowly widening. More beautiful than what was written in the script. Prettier than what was written in the script. This line still echoed in the corridor as Chen Nian stepped towards the spherical space. Beauties followed behind her steps, unsteady, her legs trembling faster than the light pulses on the corridor walls. She desperately controlled her breathing, trying to avoid making any unnecessary noise. The spherical space was even larger than it appeared from a distance. The dome was at least 30 meters high with patterns covering its surface like those on an alloy door, all activated, radiating a cool blue glow. The ground was a seamless black mirror. With each step, faint ripples would form beneath her feet. In the center floated a black crystal core the size of a walnut. It was completely black without any reflection, yet every few seconds it released a visible pulse of energy outward. With each pulse that swept by, Beaulerin's temples throbbed in response. Chen Nian stood before the crystal core, hands in his pockets. He tilted his head and observed it for about 10 seconds before reaching out to take it. It was simply taking. There was no difference from plucking a fruit from a tree. The floating field automatically disengaged the moment his finger touched it, and the crystal core fell into his palm, causing the fluctuating energy pulses to abruptly cease. The entire spherical space fell silent. Beaulerin's temples no longer throbbed. Is that it? Chen Nian held the crystal core up to his face, inspecting it from various angles. That's it. He answered his own question, his tone carrying an indescribable sense of disappointment. Beaulerin was stunned. This thing, a door that the Federal Army had failed to open for 11 years, a restricted zone guarded by 3 divisions of soldiers, an ancient civilization relic monitored by low-orbit satellites containing a core treasure. Was that all? The relics on Earth are still on a smaller scale. Chen Nian casually tucked the crystal core into his pocket, as if putting away an eraser. Beaulerin opened her mouth slightly, then closed it again. She no longer wanted to ask any questions. Asking would only humiliate herself. Let's go, there's nothing worth staying here for. Chen Nian turned to walk back, pausing for a moment as he passed Beaulerin. You can stay here and wait for the army to rescue you, but it might take 3 to 5 years to open the door. Without saying a word, Beaulerin followed him. The process of exiting was much simpler than entering. The alloy door opened from the inside without needing a key. Chen Nian tapped the door's surface, the patterns lit up for 3 seconds, and the door opened. It was still the dry, hot wind. The blinding white sky was unchanged. The soldiers who were invisible remained the same. The two of them crossed 3 defensive lines and reached the backside of a sand dune on the outskirts of the restricted zone. Chen Nian found a flat rock to sit on, took out the crystal core from his pocket, and examined it in the sunlight for a while. Beaulerin stood beside him, hesitating for several seconds before finally asking, "You aren't satisfied with this thing?" "It's not about dissatisfaction." Chen Nian put the crystal core away, leaning against the sand dune, half closing his eyes to gaze at the sky. "It's just not at the right level. Not at the right level." Those 4 words repeated in Beaulerin's mind, each repetition intensifying the chill down her back. An ancient relic that had left humanity powerless for 11 years was deemed, by this man, to be not at the right level. What then would qualify as the right level? She didn't dare to ask. But Chen Nian spoke up. "We need to inquire in the virtual universe." Virtual universe? A multitude of question marks floated in Beaulerin's mind, but she couldn't utter a single word. Her cognitive framework had been shattered and reassembled 3 times in the past 2 hours, and now with a new term introduced it failed to stir any ripples in her nervous. Chen Nian stood up from the rock. He didn't extend a hand to Beaulerin again. "You'll have to find your own way back." "What?" "The nearest road is 47 kilometers to the northeast. I suggest you leave now so you can arrive before dark." Beaulerin's face fell. 47 kilometers. The Australian outback. 40-degree heat. She was wearing a pair of low-heeled leather shoes. "You can't." "I can." Chen Nian interrupted her. He didn't look at her, but reached into the void again and pulled out the transparent panel. The data on the panel had completely changed, no longer displaying the coordinates of Relic No. 7. It showed a string of characters she could not comprehend. "I've already been quite polite to you." This statement was neither heavy nor light, yet it made Beaulerin's legs weaken momentarily. She recalled everything she had experienced: being lifted to the rooftop of a 320-meter-tall building, being teleported to the Australian outback, crossing a military-restricted zone, entering an ancient civilization relic. This man had not harmed a single strand of her hair throughout, but he had never sought her consent either. She was merely a bystander who had been casually brought along. Now that the scene was over, it was time for the bystander to exit. "Wait." Beaulerin's throat tightened. "At least tell me who you are. What exactly do you want to do?" Chen Nian finally glanced up at her. That glance was brief, but Beaulerin felt a jolt in her heart, as if being scanned from head to toe from the outside in. "Whether you remember me or not is irrelevant." Chen Nian put away the panel. "Because soon you won't remember anything." Beaulerin's pupils constricted. She wanted to retreat, but her legs had already betrayed her. It wasn't control, it was fear that locked her muscle fibers in place. "Don't be nervous." Chen Nian tilted his head slightly. "The extra memories in your mind will prevent you from sleeping well. Deleting them will be a form of closure." He raised 2 fingers. Beaulerin suddenly shouted, "I can help you." The fingers froze. "I have connections in the Federal Intelligence Agency." Beaulerin spoke rapidly, like a machine gun. "I can help you access data on other relics. I've got exploration reports for all 23 known relics worldwide." "You mentioned the level isn't high enough." That's because Relic No. 7 isn't the highest level. Relic No. 12, under the Antarctic ice sheet, is classified as SS level, not useful. Those 2 words shattered all her bargaining chips. All the relics on Earth combined aren't worth considering. Chen Nian's fingers fell, not pressed against her forehead. He merely flicked his finger. Bulerin's vision instantly blurred. The world in her sight became a warm, unfocused blur. Her consciousness sank slowly, sinking into a soft place devoid of any weight of memory. She collapsed. Chen Nian stood beside her, confirming her steady breathing before dialing a number. On the other end, answered a middle-aged man's voice, thick with an Australian accent. Who? One of your analysts has collapsed 53 kilometers south of Alquaba, suffering from heat stroke. Go pick him up. On the other end fell silent for— How do you know? Chen Nian hung up the phone. He tucked the phone into his pocket and stood still for a moment. The armored vehicle in the distance was still lurking behind the sand dune, and the searchlight on the watchtower was lazily rotating. A reconnaissance drone flew overhead, leaving a white trail in its wake. None of it concerned him. Chen Nian closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into that spaceship, the treasure that had been sleeping at the bottom of the Shennongjia sky pit for countless eras. The core system of the spaceship unfolded in his mind, countless functional panels arranged in a matrix. He precisely clicked on one. Virtual universe access. His consciousness was pulled away by a tremendous force. His body still stood beside the sand dune in the Australian outback, but his perception had already crossed some dimensional barrier. When his eyes reopened, he stood at the edge of a floating island. Beneath his feet was a vast ocean of nebulae. The distant sky was adorned with holographic projections of dozens of massive planets, each marked with complex cosmic coordinates. Shadows of people moved back and forth in the void. Not all were human. Some figures did not conform to human anatomical structure at all. Virtual universe. Chen Nian looked around, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. The last time he was here was when he had just recognized the spaceship's master casually wandering around without grasping anything before retreating. This time was different. He clutched a crystal core extracted from an Earth relic in his hand, held a wealth of Earth cuisine recipes in his pocket, and harbored ambitions to accomplish great things. He walked towards a circular building in the center of the floating island. That was the information trading hall of the virtual universe. Before he even reached the entrance, a voice called out from the side. Hey, you there, in the blue clothes. Chen Nian looked down at himself. Blue shirt, jean sneakers. In this place filled with bizarre attire, he indeed stood out. He paused, looking in the direction of the voice. A figure less than 1.50 m approached him with 2 furry ears atop its head and a tail wagging behind. The creature sized Chen Nian up for 2 seconds, revealing a set of sharp teeth. You're new here, right? Want to buy a relic guide? The latest version includes all proven level and above relics from Black Moon Territory to Thunderstar Domain, and it's on sale for— Do you have any level? The sharp teeth retracted. Its round, glistening eyes focused on Chen Nian's face, not blinking. Just then a surge of energy swept past the edge of the floating island, lifting the hem of Chen Nian's clothes. The little creature's tail froze midair. Above shrank. The short one's tail slowly drooped, flattening against his leg and falling still. His round eyes slid away from Chen Nian's face, swept the surroundings in a quick arc, then returned. Brother, are you serious? If I weren't, why would I ask? The short man stepped back half a pace. Not from fear, but from an instinctive merchant's reflex to reassess. Chen Nian had seen this look before. On Earth, second-hand stallkeepers wear that same expression when someone asks about a Rolex. First to judge whether you're some troublemaker, then whether you have money in your pocket. Information on Shrank relics isn't something you sell casually. The short one lowered his voice by a whole octave, his sharp teeth retreating neatly. Between Heiyue Territory and Leitang Starfield, there are only 7 known Shrank relics. Every set of coordinates is monopolized by the major powers. I'm a street runner. I only ever handle at best rank goods. Chen Nian said nothing. The short one waited 2 seconds, then ventured another line of inquiry. But what? If you merely want to know where Shrank relics might be, without precise coordinates, I can point you in the right direction. Chen Nian looked down at him. The short one grew a little uneasy, his furry ears trembled, but his mouth did not stop. There's a place in the virtual universe called Xinyuan Market at the edge of the Dicky continent. They sell every kind of information there. Shrank, even the fabled Chaos-grade relic intelligence. If you can pay the price, Chaos-grade. Chen Nian turned the 3 words over in his— He had skimmed the relic classification in the ship's core system. The 23 relics on Earth, the highest, Antarctic No. 12, was only S-rank. Chaos grade sits among the top 3 tiers of the classification. Where is Xinyuan Market? The Dicky continent. I can send you the coordinates. The short one extended a furry paw, and a tiny holoscreen flickered in his palm. But that information isn't free. How much? 100 cosmic coins. Chen Nian stared at him without expression. The short one's tail began to wag again, though the motion was notably smaller than before. All right, 50. Newcomer discount. But you must tell me, what will you trade? The virtual universe doesn't accept Earth currency. Wait. The tail froze. How did you know I'd take Earth currency? I didn't say you would. Chen Nian produced an object from the void. It was a palm-sized transparent vial filled with an amber liquid. The container bore no label, but the liquid itself emitted a faint, almost imperceptible. The short one's nose twitched once. Then again. What is that? Taste it. Chen Nian tossed the vial to him. The short one caught it with both hands, hesitated 3 seconds, and unscrewed the cap. A rich aroma, caramel intermingled with soy, burst from the mouth of the vial. His furry ears shot upright, and his body leaned forward, his snout nearly nosing into the container. What is it? The broth of braised pork. Concentrated. The short one's claws trembled. He dabbed a drop on his tongue and froze. His tail flared, ears flattened, pupils dilated until they swallowed his eyes. Chen Nian waited in silence. 15 seconds later, the short one screwed the cap back on and carefully tucked the vial into his vest. He looked up at Chen Nian with a transformed gaze, from merchant to believer. Coordinates, free for you. What else? The short one licked his lips. You have more. Chen Nian produced 2 more vials, one milky, white liquid, one dark red paste-like. Coconut sago and coconut milk. Lao Ganma chili paste. The short one's legs went weak. A few passersby stopped to watch. One of them, over 3 meters tall and covered in gray scales, tilted his head and emitted a low rumble from his nostrils. What's that smell? The scaled being took 2 steps toward Chen Nian. The short one instantly shielded the vials and bared a mouthful of sharp teeth at him. Stay away. This is my guest. Chen Nian glanced at the scaled creature and ignored him. He turned back to the short one and said, give me the coordinates. Also, while you're at it, make me a list of who in Xinyuan Market holds intelligence on rank and above. No problem, no problem. The short one's claws fluttered across the holoscreen. But can I keep both of these? One for you. I'll need the other at Xinyuan Market. The short one hesitated half a beat and bit his teeth. Fine. I'll toss in another tip. There's a fellow in Xinyuan Market called Fengu. He supposedly owns a fragment of a chaos-grade relic map. But he doesn't take cosmic coins, he trades in barter. He's a picky fellow, he wants oddities. The things you've got. He nodded toward the vials in Chen Nian's hand. Might just be the sort of thing to tempt him. Chen Nian uploaded the coordinates into his ship system and turned to leave. Wait. The short one called, chasing 2 hurried. What's your name? Where do I find you next time? Chen Nian didn't look back. The short one stood where he was, clutching the braised pork vial, and watched the blue-shirted silhouette vanish into the floating island's crowd. The scaled being came closer. Who was that man? The short one didn't answer. He took the vial back out, opened it once more, inhaled, and shuddered. I've sold relic charts for 300 years, the short one murmured, and I've never seen anything like this. What is it? You wouldn't understand. He screwed the cap tight, tucked the vial back into his vest, and walked off in the opposite direction, muttering to himself, he dares ask about chaos-grade relics. Either he's mad, or he left the sentence unfinished. Because the answer was too terrifying. Virtual universe, Dicky continent, edge zone. Chen Nian stood upon a narrow, suspended thoroughfare. On either side of the passage, rows upon rows of luminous gates opened like doors. Behind each gate lay an independent trading space. Symbols floated over the gates, most undecipherable to him, a few rendered by his ship's auto-translation. Intelligence, weapon customization, starfield routes, gene modification, relic maps. Chen Nian stopped before a dark red gate. 2 characters hovered above the door. Fengu. He pushed the gate and entered. The room was small. Holographic projections covered the walls, each a partial scan of some relic. In a corner lay bizarre containers and instruments of indeterminate purpose. Behind the central table sat someone, technically a humanoid. Almost identical to a human in form, his skin was pale gray and his irises slit. He wore a black robe, and a vast star chart sprawled before him. His fingers circled a point on that chart. Chen Nian walked to the table. Fengu did not look up. Appointment. No. No appointment, no service. Leave. I have something you've never seen. The circling fingers stilled. Fengu still did not raise his head, but the motion of marking the chart halted. Silence held for several seconds. Everyone who walks through that door says the same thing. And none of them brought this. Chen Nian set the Lao Ganma chili paste down atop the star chart. Fengu's slit pupils finally left the chart and fixed on the dark red container. He extended 2 gray fingers, picked it up, and brought it close to his face. Then he unscrewed the cap. A fierce scent, fermented beans and garlic mingled with chili, exploded in the confined space. Fengu's eyes contracted sharply. He set the container down and for the first time looked Chen Nian in the eye. Which starfield are you from? Guess. Fengu stared for 5 seconds. He pushed the star chart aside, revealing a secret compartment beneath the table. Inside lay a fractured crystal slab, its surface rippling with faint light patterns and suggesting the contours of some 3-dimensional terrain. A chaos-grade relic. The partial map of Jimiazuan 1/3 intact. Fengu's hand rested on the crystal slab without pushing it toward Chen Nian. My terms are, tell me the complete formula for that thing and give me its origin coordinates. Chen Nian lowered his head and examined the slab. His ship's system unfurled an analysis panel in his mind. Data cascaded across it. 3 seconds later a line of text appeared. Genius Yuan Chaos Grade Relic Danger Level Extreme Estimated Yield Maximum. The yield indicator filled the bar. Chen Nian lifted his head to meet Feng Gu's slit pupils. I can give you the formula. The origin coordinates. He hesitated. You must give me something more. Feng Gu tapped the crystal with a finger. What do you want? Chen Nian sat opposite him. Who holds the other 2/3 of Genius Yuan? What about the other 2/3? Feng Gu's fingers lifted from the crystal panel and rested on the table, tapping one by one. The rhythm was very slow, exactly 2 seconds between each tap. He didn't answer, instead tilting his head to scrutinize Chen Nian. Those vertical pupils scanned from top to bottom, then back from bottom to top, finally stopping on the bottle of Leoganma that Chen Nian had placed on the table. You're the first person to walk into my shop and immediately ask for the complete map of a chaos-level relic. That means the previous visitors had no ambition. Feng Gu didn't laugh. His vertical pupils narrowed slightly, the gray skin giving off a cold tone in the dim light. The second fragment is in the hands of an organization called the Void Cult. This group occupies the 12th continent of the virtual universe, dealing in the business of faith. You surrender a portion of your consciousness authority, and they give you corresponding intelligence or resources. Chen Nian didn't respond. The ship's system popped up a line of annotation in his mind. Void Cult Virtual Universe Extremist Organization. Estimated members 12 million. Danger level high. Note: this organization is suspected of illegal consciousness intrusion, has been placed on the gray list by the Virtual Universe Company, but due to its deep roots it has not been eradicated yet. Consciousness authority. In plain terms it means giving up a part of your brain's control in exchange for what they have. Such a deal is only for madmen. What about the third piece? Feng Gu's tapping fingers stopped. The silence lasted nearly 10 seconds. It was a silence with weight. Not hesitation, but closer to some kind of assessment. He was judging whether Chen Nian was worth hearing the next words. The third fragment, Feng Gu finally spoke, is in the hands of the universe's #1 genius Luo Feng. Chen Nian's movements paused for a moment. Luo Feng. The weight of that name in the virtual universe required no annotation. A Terran, a peak warrior at the 9th level of planetary rank, had just joined the Cosmic Primary Training Camp not long ago, but had already made a name on several levels. Most critically, behind this person stood Jinyan Grandmaster, one of the 5 supreme powerhouses of the universe. Almost simultaneously, the ship's system displayed Luo Feng's public data panel, a dense array of parameters scrolling across the screen. Chen Nian glanced at it and dismissed it. Public data was useless. What was truly useful couldn't be found in the database. How did Luo Feng come by his fragment? Feng Gu raised an eyebrow. You're very interested in him. I'm interested in the fragment. Feng Gu leaned back into his chair, crossing his gray hands over his abdomen. His posture relaxed considerably, but his vertical pupils showed no sign of easing. Half a year ago, the Cosmic Primary Training Camp organized a field Luo Feng found a crystal fragment in an underground cave on a deserted planet. At the time, no one recognized what it was. Later, someone well-informed identified it. It was part of the map of the Abyss of Annihilation. Does he know what he's holding? Does knowing make a difference? Feng Gu countered. That fragment is now in the training camp's vault. Even if you find Luo Feng himself, he has no authority to dispose of it alone. There were 2 layers of meaning in this. First, the fragment was not on Luo Feng, but in the camp's public custody system. Second, to obtain that fragment, one could not bypass the entire security system of the primary training camp. Chen Nian leaned back in his chair, his fingers unconsciously twisting the cap of the Leogamma bottle. 3 fragments, 3 directions. One was right in front of him in Feng Gu's hands, the easiest to obtain. One was with the Void Cult, the price being consciousness authority. That path was immediately ruled out. One was in the primary training camp's vault, the most difficult but also the cleanest. After running the sand table in his mind, the conclusion was clear: first get Feng Gu's piece, then find a way to deal with the training camp's piece. The Void Cult's piece would be left for last, only considered if there were no other options. The recipe is yours. Chen Nian pushed the Leogamma over. Chili, rapeseed oil, peanuts, fermented black beans. He listed them one by one, and Feng Gu's light screen recorded them synchronously. With each item, the ship's translation module automatically matched the closest equivalents in the universal database. Some ingredients could be matched, some had no corresponding entries at all. 7 of the ingredients can't be found in the universal database. Feng Gu stared at the blank entries on the light screen. Correct. That's why you can't trace the origin. Feng Gu's vertical pupils slowly lifted. You did that on purpose. I didn't hide a single character of the recipe. Not being able to find it is a problem with your database, not mine. Feng Gu stared at him intently, the light in those vertical pupils contracting. A very soft click came from the hidden compartment under the table. The crystal panel popped out half an inch from the compartment. Chen Nian didn't reach for it. The 2 faced each other across the table, the air taut as a string. Feng Gu moved first. He took the crystal panel from the hidden compartment, placed it in the center of the table, his fingers pressing on the edge, without letting go. I've been in this business for 400 years, and I've been fooled 3 times. You can ask around about the fate of the first 2. I didn't fool you. The recipe is real, the ingredients are real. With this information, you can search the entire universe for substitutes. Maybe you'll find something better than the original. This statement was half true, half false. The chili and fermented black beans from Earth did have substitutes with similar texture in the universe. But between similar and identical lay a vast chasm. Fenggu obviously sensed it as well. But he still let go. The crystal panel slid to Chen Nian. Light patterns flowed in his palm, and the ship's system immediately began high-speed scanning 3-dimensional terrain data, pouring into the database with a clatter. Abyss of Annihilation Map Fragment 13, a recorded fitting complete terrain model. Current completion 31. 7 warning, there are multiple spacefold zones within the Abyss of Annihilation. With only 13 of the map, it is impossible to plan a safe route. It is recommended to obtain at least 23 of the map before planning. Chen Nian pocketed the crystal panel and stood up. Wait a moment. Fenggu called out to him. Something else. Fenggu pulled out a flat metal box from under the table, opened it to reveal a dozen crystal panels of the same material neatly arranged, but each in a different color. These are maps of other relics. From a class to class. He picked out 3 and lined them up. How many more of those things do you have? Those things, he meant food. Chen Nian didn't answer directly. You want to do long-term business. Fenggu unscrewed the Leogamma bottle, sniffed it again, and his vertical pupils dilated. He screwed the cap back on with extreme slowness, carrying a certain reluctance. Next time you come, bring 10 different kinds. You can pick any map above a class. 20, Chen Nian added. Fenggu looked up. 20 kinds in exchange for all the maps above class here, including those you haven't displayed. Fenggu's fingers paused on the edge of the metal box for 2 seconds. Then the corner of his mouth twitched. It was the first time in 400 years that someone had come into his shop and under his own rules turned the tables and set conditions. You? Fenggu closed the metal box. Deal. Chen Nian turned and pushed open the light gate. After taking 3 steps, Fenggu's voice, let me remind you of something. Chen Nian didn't turn around. Recently, someone has been secretly buying up the map fragments of the Abyss of Annihilation. The offer is very high, but no one knows who the buyer is. The reason I haven't sold this piece is that the buyer's conditions are too clean. Too clean. Clean to the point of abnormality. Normal people leave some traces when making such deals. But this buyer, Fenggu paused. It's as if he doesn't exist in this universe at all. The light gate closed behind Chen Nian. He stood on the floating passage light gates and crowds streaming past on both sides. The ship's systems analysis panel still hung in the corner of his mind, the 3-dimensional terrain of the Abyss of Annihilation, rotating continuously, the spacefold zones flashing with glaring red warnings. A buyer who doesn't exist in this universe. Secretly acquiring the map of a chaos-level relic. Chen Nian looked down at his own hand. He himself, strictly speaking, did not exist in this universe either. At the end of the floating passage, a square light gate was slowly closing. Inside the light gate stood a tall black-robed figure, hood pulled low, face unclear. That person was also looking at him. In the last moment of the light gate closing, half a face emerged from under the hood, gray skin. Vertical pupils. Exactly like Fenggu's. The final frame of the light gate closing burned into his retina. Gray skin, vertical pupils. Of the same clan as Fenggu. Chen Nian's steps did not falter, instead they quickened. The flow of people in the floating passage surged past him from both sides as he walked against the tide towards the already closed light gate. 3 seconds. The spot where the light gate had been now bore only a smooth metallic wall. There were no seams, no panels, even the traces of the light gate that had existed moments earlier were erased cleanly. The spaceship system popped up a prompt in his mind. Target image recorded. Racial match, grayscale, clan matching rate 97. 2. The Grayscale clan, one of the commercially known races in the universe, is adept at information trading and relic authentication. The total population of the clan is approximately 30 million, distributed in the trade belt at the junction of the 7th and 9th star domains. Note: Fenggu is a registered merchant of the Grayscale clan, ID GS 4471. Within this clan there exists a strict bloodline hierarchy. The deeper the color of the vertical pupils, the higher the bloodline rank. Chen Nian leaned against the metallic wall, mentally dissecting the half of that face he had just seen. Fenggu's vertical pupils were dark gray. The black-robed man's vertical pupils, he had only caught a glimpse, were deeper, nearly pitch black. A higher bloodline rank. What status did Fenggu hold in the Grayscale clan? An old hand in the information business for 400 years, well known in this star domain, capable of running a private shop with an independent space station. At this level he was considered upper middle within the clan. The black-robed man's bloodline was even higher than Fenggu's. Either he was Fenggu's superior, or someone Fenggu could not afford to offend. Recalling Fenggu's last words, Someone was secretly acquiring fragments of the map of the abyss of annihilation, offering high prices with an identity too clean to be normal. The fragment in Fengust's possession had never been sold. It wasn't due to insufficient price. It was because he sensed danger. A 400-year-old old fox felt that the buyer was dangerous, who just happened to be of the same clan, and revealed half his face at Fengust's doorstep. Coincidence? Chen Nian dismissed the thought. He had learned one thing since the day he found the spaceship in the sinkhole. There are no coincidences in the universe, only layouts that you have yet to see through. As the floating passage reached its end, he turned into a narrow corridor and found an empty compartment to sit down. The spaceship's system projected a three-dimensional terrain of the abyss of annihilation into his field of vision. 31. 7 of the area had physical data while the rest was a gray unknown zone. The red warning markers in those spatial folding areas flashed in the gray indistinguishable from minefield markers. A single fragment could only reveal 1/3 of the path. Every remaining step could lead to a spatial crack. Step in, and there would be nothing left. The second fragment was in the vault of the primary training camp. The term vault alone was enough to deter most people. The Cosmic Primary Training Camp was an institution established by the 5 great powers with security specifications comparable to the core servers of virtual universe companies. Let alone stealing, even a direct request for access had to pass at least 3 levels of approval. The fragment was discovered by Luo Feng, and the first discovery rights nominally belonged to him. But Fenggu made it very clear. Once it entered the vault, it became public property, and no matter how much Luo Feng nodded, he could not bypass the management of it. Then he had to take another route. Chen Nian pulled out a vacuum-packed bag of marinated beef from his pocket. Brought from Earth, he had never been willing to open it. Tearing open the seal, the fragrant aroma of the beef spread through the compartment. Chewing, he had the spaceship system pull up the public information of the primary. The training camp holds several external exchange events each year, the most recent one, Cosmic Primary Training Camp, 137th Student Exchange Competition, open for registration. Eligibility below Cosmic Level 9. Competition format: elimination system. Victors can earn internal points at the training camp, which can be exchanged for items in the training camp's resource pool. Note the resource pool contains various relic maps, rare materials, and skill manuals maintained by the training camp. Chen Nian paused his chewing. Resource pool. Points exchange. The map fragments were in the vault, and the vault was managed by the resource pool. If the points were high enough, theoretically, they could be exchanged through official channels. No need to steal, no need to rob, no need to ask anyone to open a back door. Winning the competition was all that was required. The problem was, below Cosmic Level. Current host combat power assessment Cosmic Level 3, including spaceship auxiliary system bonus equivalent power Cosmic Level 6. 3 major ranks. Fighting against a Level 9 with a Level 3 was tantamount to serving up a meal. Even with the spaceship's assistance, a Level 6 would still be crushed by a Level 9. But this was an elimination match, not a tournament. Elimination matches rely not only on raw strength. Chen Nian shoved the last piece of beef into his mouth. The aftertaste of the marinade spread on his tongue as he stared at the exchange competition rules, scanning them line by line. Competition environment: randomly generated wilderness planets. Rules: each participant carries an identity token, and eliminated participants' tokens are automatically sent back to the central hub of the competition. Each collected token earns 100 points, and the final ranking is determined by points. There are no clauses prohibiting the use of external equipment. Chen Nian read the rules 3 times to confirm this point. The training camp's exchange competition was essentially an opportunity for students to test their skills in real combat. Equipment, auxiliary tools, and vehicles were not restricted. He had a treasure spaceship capable of traversing time and space. The spaceship's auxiliary scanning system could lock onto the locations of all life forms within a radius of 500 kilometers. On a wilderness planet, this was equivalent to having the whole map open. There was no need for direct confrontation. All he needed was to accurately locate isolated contestants and harvest their tokens after they had exhausted themselves. Sneaky but effective. The key was whether he had enough points to exchange for that fragment. Fragment of the map of the abyss of annihilation, chaos level relic data, estimated exchange points, no less than 5,000 points. Calculating based on 100 points per token, at least 500 tokens must be collected. Estimated number of participants in the 137th exchange competition, approximately 1,200 people. 1,200 people, 500 tokens. Nearly half the participants. Chen Nian stood up from the compartment, folding the vacuum bag of marinated beef into a square and stuffing it back into his pocket. The spaceship system popped up the registration interface. Name, race, cultivation level, affiliated power. He filled them in one by one. Name: Chen Nian. Race: human. Cultivation level: Cosmic Level 3. Affiliated power. The cursor blinked in the blank field. Earth. Not registered in the general. True rock, great sovereign. He was too far removed from it. No affiliation. Submit. Registration has been accepted. The 137th student exchange competition will officially commence in 7 standard cosmic days. Please present your identity token at the training camp's main star for check-in. 7 days. He closed the interface and turned to leave the compartment. The narrow corridor led to a public supply area where several vendors of different races were selling miscellaneous goods. As Chen Nian passed by a stall, his peripheral vision caught the rolling text on the display board. Recent observation report of the abyss of annihilation. Abnormal energy fluctuations have appeared in the No. 7 spatial folding zone. The internal structure of the relic is suspected to be undergoing self-evolution. All exploration organizations are advised to pay attention to safety. He paused his steps. The internal structure of the relic was changing. Maps are static, but relics are alive. Even if he gathered 3 fragments to piece together a complete map, the relic itself was moving. The map could become obsolete at any moment. Someone was racing against him. That buyer who did not exist in this universe might have seen this news too. The display board continued to roll. The next piece of information appeared. List of participants for the Cosmic Primary Training Camp's 137th Exchange Competition continuously updated. The names scrolled down line by line. Chen Nian's back stiffened for a moment. Registration number 1089. Name Luo Feng. Cultivation level Cosmic level 7. Affiliated power True Rock, Great Sovereign. The first discoverer of the fragment had registered for the same competition. The line displaying Luo Feng's name continued to scroll upward, followed closely by the next line that made Chen Nian's finger stop completely. Registration number 1103. Name not disclosed. Race not disclosed. Cultivation level Cosmic level 9. Affiliated power none. Another no affiliation. Registration number 1103. Name and race entirely undisclosed. Universe level 9 unaffiliated. Chen Nian stared at that line on the bulletin board for 6 seconds. 6 seconds wasn't long, but it was enough for him to connect several threads. The black-robed figure at the bone burner shop, the fragment buyer whose identity was suspiciously clean, and now this competitor with a completely blank file. 3 shadows, 1 silhouette. He turned and walked away from the board, his pace neither fast nor slow. The noise of the public supply zone surged behind him, several languages of different frequencies mixing together, each indistinguishable from the next. 7 days. The exchange tournament was in 7 days. He couldn't just wait idly. Chen Nian crossed the supply zone and stepped into the hover tunnel. The ship was parked in a private berth at the transit station. Its hull's luster was on a completely different level from the mass-produced models around it, but it was small and the moment the hatch sealed, the outside world was completely cut off. Set coordinates. The ship's system responded. Target primordial Earth. A 3-dimensional star map unfolded within the cabin. The spiral arm of the Milky Way stretched from the upper right to the lower left, with Earth's position marked. The distance from the current coordinates spanned 2 cosmic dimensions. An ordinary ship would take at least a decade on this route. A treasure-class ship, 3 hours. Chen Nian leaned back into the seat and closed his eyes for a moment. Not out of fatigue, but to organize his thoughts. A tough battle awaited in 7 days. Among his opponents were Luo Feng and that mysterious 9th tier. The ship's auxiliary system could reveal the full map of a wilderness planet for him, but a full map only solved the information problem, not the firepower problem. A Universe Level 3's output against a Universe Level 9's defense, even a surprise attack, might not guarantee a one-hit kill. If the ambush failed, his position would be exposed. Once exposed, the advantage of the full map was nullified. He needed more firepower. Not for himself, for this thought had been turning in his mind for days, not just 1 or 2. Earth was too fragile. When he wasn't around, a domain lord-level expert could casually pass by and erase the entire planet. China's military might was impressive within Earth's bounds, but on a cosmic scale, it didn't even qualify as a speck of dust. The military products of the devouring starry sky world were a dimension-reducing strike for Earth. A single C-9 class transport ship had a carrying capacity equivalent to the total of all China's ocean-going freighters. 1 E-class energy cannon had an output power sufficient to level a city from the surface. And in the cosmic market, these things were common low-end goods. Before the ship entered the dimensional jump, Chen Nian opened the military equipment section of the Universal Trade Network and spent 20 minutes placing an order. C-9 transport ships 3. D-5 attack ships 5. E-class energy cannons 10. Spare energy cores 20. Protective force field generator 1. Total price in universal currency 3. 87 million. The money in his account was saved from previously selling relic materials in the Chaos Secret Realm. After deducting this sum, he was left with a fraction. Enough. With this batch of equipment, Earth could at least in universal currency 3. 87 million. The money in his account was saved from previously selling. 3 hours later, Earth appeared in the porthole. Blue, peaceful, defenseless. Every time he looked at this planet from outside, Chen Nian's chest tightened. It wasn't sentiment nor nostalgia. It was more like urgency. A planet without any cosmic-level defense hanging on the edge of the Milky Way, ripe for. The ship landed in the Shennongjia sinkhole. That was where he had fallen down initially, and now the place had become his private landing pad. The vegetation covered the mouth of the pit densely out of satellite view. The cargo had already arrived at the ship's hold through the space transfer node of the Universal Trade Network. 5 attack ships and 3 transport ships compressed in a capsule form neatly stacked in storage grids. The energy cannons and other equipment were packed in standard military-grade crates with universal safety labels affixed to the walls. Chen Nian changed into jeans, sneakers, a gray hoodie. The person in the mirror looked like an ordinary young man who had just graduated, a completely different face from the one calculating tokens and fragments in the cosmic transit station. He dialed a number. It rang twice before being picked up. Mr. Chen. The voice on the other end was low, carrying an unmistakable urgency. Minister Zhou. You're back. I'm back. I have something to hand over to you. Let's talk in person. There was a 3-second silence on the other end. The usual place? The usual place. 2 hours. He hung up. The usual place was an abandoned military warehouse in the western outskirts of Beijing. Last time Chen Nian had demonstrated part of the ship's functions to the top brass of China there. Zhou Jiangwo, the vice minister of the Commission of Science, Technology, and Industry for National Defense, was the only person in China's high command who knew the truth about Chen Nian. To be precise, even Zhou Jiangwo knew very little. He only knew that Chen Nian possessed a specially sourced ship with technology far beyond Earth's current capabilities. As for the true origin of the ship, the cosmos of devouring starry sky, and Chen Nian's cultivation level, he had never revealed a single word. Not because of distrust. It was because the information was too overwhelming. Revealing it would only cause confusion. 2 hours later, the western suburbs warehouse. When Chen Nian arrived, 3 black cars were parked at the warehouse entrance. All military plates. He pushed open the door. Half the lights in the warehouse were on, casting long shadows in the dim yellow glow. Zhou Jiangwo stood at the front with 4 uniformed officers behind him. The stars on their shoulder boards were barely visible, but their posture and presence indicated at least the rank of Major General. Mr. Chen. Zhou Jiangwo stepped forward, extending his hand. Chen Nian shook it briefly, then released. Time is tight, so we'll get straight to the point. He pulled a thumb-sized metal block from his pocket and pressed a button on top. The block lit up. A 3-dimensional projection sprang from the metal block, expanding into the air of the warehouse. A holographic model of the C-9 transport ship hovered in midair. A 300-meter streamlined hull, 6 propulsion engines, foldable cargo compartments. Every structural detail was vividly clear. The 4 officers behind Zhou Jiangwo all took a step forward simultaneously. This is a C-9 class transport ship. Chen Nian swiped a finger across the projection, and a data panel popped up. Maximum payload of 1.2 million tons, sublight, cruising, operable both in and out of the atmosphere. 3 ships. No one spoke. Chen Nian swiped to the next page. The model of the D-5 attack ship replaced the transport ship. It was half the size, but had sharper lines with visible weapon mounts on both sides. D-5 attack ship's 5 units. Standard configuration, 4 pulse cannons, 2 sets of homing missile launchers. The fire coverage of a single ship. He paused. Is roughly equivalent to one of your aircraft carrier battle groups. The air in the warehouse shifted. The officer on the far left of the 4 opened his mouth, then closed. The notebook in his hand nearly slipped. Zhou Jiangwo's Adam's apple bobbed. There's more. Chen Nian swiped to the 3rd page. The model of the E-class energy cannon appeared. Compared to the previous 2, this one looked much more austere. A tube mounted on a base. But the parameters on the data panel made everyone's breath catch for a moment. Single-shot output power 4.710 superscript 1 joules. Chen Nian didn't explain what that number meant. Everyone present could calculate it. 10 units. Plus 20 sets of matching spare energy cores, and 1 protective force field generator. All stored in the sinkhole. He turned off the warehouse fell silent for a full 10 seconds. Zhou Jiangwo wiped his hand on his pant leg. Mr. Chen. These items. I'm not asking about the price. Zhou Jiangwo's voice tightened a notch. I'm asking, what do you want us to do with them? Chen Nian put the metal block back into his pocket. Defense. Pure defense. Earth has no protection in the cosmos. Not even a basic planetary. No one in the warehouse replied. Zhou Jiangwo was silent for a moment. The operating manuals for the transport ships have been translated into Chinese. The attack ships and energy cannons require training. There are simulation programs in the manuals. Just follow them to practice. Zhou Jiangwo remained silent, watching Chen Nian leave the warehouse. No one moved in the 3 military vehicles. After a full 2 minutes, the rear door of the leftmost vehicle finally opened. A middle-aged man in plain clothes stepped down and approached Zhou Jiangwo. Laozhou, what kind of background does this person have? Zhou Jiangwo took out a cigarette and tried to light it twice without success. It was only on the 3rd attempt that the flame stabilized. Don't ask. You're telling me not to ask. The hands of the 4 generals inside are still shaking. You want me to? I said don't ask. Zhou Jiangwo took a puff, ash falling onto his leather shoes. There's only one thing we can do. Put the items to use. That batch of goods was transferred the same night. 12 military heavy trucks drove into the sinkhole of Shennongjia, with capsule-like spaceships and military supplies being transported in 4 batches to different military bases. The entire process was paperless, not entering any systems, and each soldier involved in the transportation signed 3 confidentiality agreements. 3 days later, the first C-9 transport spaceship was deployed at an underground base in Gansu. The moment the hatch opened, the on-site commander, a veteran engineer with 30 years in aerospace, felt his legs weaken. It wasn't fear. It was that 30 years of cognitive framework shattered in that 1 second. He couldn't name the material of the spaceship's inner wall. He couldn't comprehend the principles of the propulsion system. He calculated the output curve of the energy core 3 times, thinking he must have misread the decimal point due to his presbyopia. He hadn't misread. That number was indeed outrageous. The news was tightly sealed, but you can't hide a fire with paper. On the day of the first test flight of the D-5 attack spaceship, a satellite captured it. It wasn't a Huaxia satellite. A phone call from across the Pacific rang 7 times to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs within 24 hours. The wording changed from friendly consultations to serious concerns, and the last call explicitly mentioned the phrase strategic threat. Huaxia's response was very concise: routine military training. The other side remained silent for an entire day. The next day, an emergency meeting of the United Nations Security Council convened. The Huaxia representative sat there speaking no more than 5 sentences the entire time. There was no need to say more. When a country possesses an attack spaceship that can reach any corner of Earth within 30 minutes, and the firepower of a single ship rivals that of an aircraft carrier battle group, language loses its meaning. The scales of the game did not just tilt, they flipped entirely. Within 3 months, Chen Nian returned 2 more times. The second time, he delivered a planetary-level communication system. Once this system was installed, Huaxia's military communication network covered the entire solar system. The trajectory of every planet and every piece of asteroid was clearly marked on the screen. Zhou Zhengwo gazed at the holographic map that spanned the solar system for a long time. I used to think space was vast, he said quietly. Do you think it's small now? Chen Nian asked. Now I feel. We were blind back then. The third delivery was even more formidable, a core component of a planetary shield generator. It wasn't a finished product, but a semi-finished one. Chen Nian didn't have enough funds to buy a complete one. But with the core component in hand, the remaining structural parts could be replaced with Earth materials. The performance would be compromised, unable to withstand domain lord-level attacks, but it would suffice against planetary-level threats. Zhou Zhengwo no longer asked, what do you want us to do? After 3 encounters, he understood Chen Nian's logic: give things, don't ask for money, don't seek positions, don't demand titles. The only request was, stay alive. Let Earth stay alive. This request was almost too simple, making Zhou Zhengwo's spine feel cold. If a person desires nothing and only wishes for their planet to survive, it indicates they have witnessed the death of a planet. 6 months later, the international landscape was completely reshaped. The old hegemon across the Pacific tested 3 times, each time being subtly pushed back by Huaxia. There were no conflicts, no wars, not even any public military standoffs. Just during a joint military exercise, a D-5 attack spaceship accidentally appeared over the exercise area. It hovered for 10 seconds. 10 seconds was enough. After that, all the chips on the negotiating table changed. Rare earth. No longer important. Chips. We can make our own now. The technology dismantled from the spaceship is enough to keep us busy for a decade. Oil. The energy core of the C-9 transport spaceship costs less to run for a year than a barrel of crude oil. The global currency system began to tilt towards the renminbi. It wasn't Huaxia's coercion, it was the market's choice. When a country's transportation costs approach zero and manufacturing costs approach zero, other economies either align or exit. No one chose to exit. Chen Nian's third return. He stood at the edge of the sinkhole looking at the vegetation above. The air in Shennongjia was damp, carrying the scent of soil and decaying leaves. He took a breath. The scent of Earth. The necessary tasks were completed. The shield core components were in place, 5 attack spaceships fully deployed, and energy cannons dispersed across 6 strategic locations. Zhou Zhengwo had already trained the first batch of spaceship pilots, 12 carefully selected Air Force elites who had logged thousands of hours in simulation. They couldn't withstand domain lord-level attacks. But Chen Nian himself hadn't reached domain lord level yet, so thinking too far ahead was meaningless. The immediate concern was that there were still many issues to resolve with the universe-devouring side. Luo Feng. That 9th tier, plus the things left unfinished in the Chaos Secret Realm. The spaceship took off from the sinkhole, passed through the atmosphere, and made a brief stop in low Earth orbit. Chen Nian turned back for a glance. The blue planet slowly rotated in the porthole now with an extremely faint layer of glow, a prototype of the shield. It was almost invisible to the naked eye, but it was there. Enough. The dimensional jump was initiated. The first thing to do upon returning to the world of the universe devouring was not cultivation or preparing for war. It was being blocked at the spaceship's hatch by 4 women. Demimi stood at the front, arms crossed over her chest. Behind her were Yafei Fengqing'er and Lu Feifei, each with different postures, but their message was highly consistent. Where have you been? I went on a long trip. Demimi didn't move. A long trip. Half a month. No communication device. No coordinates left. She spoke one word at a time with just enough pauses between each word to send chills down one's spine. Chen Nian, the 4 of us discussed this. Chen Nian took a half step back. It wasn't fear, but instinct. When 4 universe-level powerhouses simultaneously released mental pressure, the air became thick. No, they hadn't released mental pressure. It was pure momentum. That made it even more terrifying. What did you discuss? Demimi tilted her head slightly, and Yafei handed her a piece of paper from behind. Paper. Handwritten. In a world filled with holographic projections, they deliberately sought out paper and pens. Chen Nian took it and looked down. It listed 12 rules. The first, any outing exceeding 3 days must be reported. The second, the report must be made to any one of the 4 above. The third, vague expressions like went on a long trip are not acceptable. The fourth. Chen Nian raised his head when he reached the 7th rule. The 7th rule requires at least 2 arrangements per week. Demimi's hand precisely covered his mouth. Just read that one yourself. Behind him, Lu Feifei's ears turned bright red. Fengqing'er was looking at the sky. Yafei was lowering her head to smooth non-existent clothing edges. Chen Nian folded the paper and put it in his pocket. All right, he'll listen to you all. Demimi stared at him for 3 seconds. You agreed too quickly. Because the 7th rule makes a lot of sense. Lu Feifei turned and ran. Fengqing'er's fist struck Chen Nian's shoulder. It didn't hurt. Her second-tier universe-level strength felt like a tickle on Chen Nian, but the redness reaching her neck was undeniable. Yafei remained steady, adjusting her non-existent glasses. So what do you plan to do next? Will you stay here? Chen Nian nodded. Things are arranged on Earth. There won't be any problems in the short term. What about that 9th tier? The smile on Chen Nian's lips vanished. 7 days later, the Wild Star. Before Yafei could finish her next sentence, the spaceship's auxiliary system suddenly popped up a communication. The source was encrypted. The frequency was unfamiliar. It wasn't in any known contact list. Chen Nian opened it. A face appeared in the holographic young, thin, with an old scar beneath the left eye. Chen Nian had never seen this face. But the first sentence from the other party froze him completely. Mr. We need to discuss the matter of the token. I represent the Void Clan. Mr. Chen Nian. We need to talk about the token. I represent the Void Clan. The face in the holographic projection hung in midair, the old scar below his left eye casting an irregular dark red glow under the light. Chen Nian didn't reply. He waited. The Void Clan. He had come across that name twice in the ship's database, and both times it was marked with the same rank, Domain Lord-level civilization. 2 full tiers above his current level. The fact that they could find his encrypted frequency meant they had at least partial technical parameters of his ship. That wasn't something any random faction could manage. The young man in the projection waited 3 seconds, received no response, and remained unflustered. The token in your possession is a relic our clan lost 3,000 years ago. Not a threat, just a statement of fact. Chen Nian spoke. The fact is it's bound to my ship's ownership protocol. The rights have been locked. That's why I said talk. The young man inclined his head slightly. Not claim. Yafei stood to Chen Nian's right, silent, but her hand had already rested on the spatial ring at her waist. Demimi took a half step back, not from tension, but to clear the console for Chen Nian. Synergy. The kind that needed no eye contact. What's your name? Chen Nian asked. Su Yan. Su Yan, the way you found me isn't polite. Breaking an encrypted frequency. On our side, that's called intrusion. Su Yan smiled. A faint one devoid of warmth. Mr. Chen Nian, if I intended to intrude, I wouldn't have greeted you first. That wasn't a provocation. Chen Nian could tell. A representative of a domain lord-level civilization saying this to a cosmic-level cultivator. No provocation needed because the power gap was already there. A provocation would be superfluous. But he didn't resort to force directly. That piece of information was more valuable than any words. What do you want to trade for it? Chen Nian asked. Su Yan's projection leaned forward slightly. The key to the 7th layer of the Chaos Secret Realm. Silence for 2 seconds. In those 2 seconds, the sand table in Chen Nian's mind spun 4 times. The 7th layer of the Chaos Secret Realm. He had been stuck on the 6th for over half a year. Not due to lack of strength, but because he had no key. He had researched what lay in the 7th layer. There were domain lord-level cultivation techniques, complete blueprints for planetary shields, and things that could shield Earth against domain lord-level attacks. He needed that. But the token was no ordinary item either. Its records in the ship's database were triply encrypted, and he had only cracked 2 layers so far. The content of the 3rd layer was unknown, but the functions revealed by the first 2 layers alone were already absurd. Cross-dimensional precision, targeting anchor marking for any space. He could traverse time and space only because of the cooperation between this token and the ship. Giving it up would mean surrendering his lifeline. No deal. Chen Nian said. Suyan's smile didn't waver. Understood. Then let me rephrase. Not surrender, but share. The token's ownership stays with you, but we only need to read the coordinate data from it. One time. Read and done. What coordinates? Suyan paused. A muscle near the old scar twitched, barely perceptible. The coordinates for home. Those 3 words carried more weight than everything said before combined. Chen Nian reevaluated the person in the projection. Young, lean with polite phrasing, but a restrained urgency beneath the surface. That old scar wasn't decorative. It was a genuine battle wound, one that even domain lord-level restoration techniques couldn't fully erase, indicating the injury had been severe. A civilization that had wandered for 3,000 years sent a young man bearing a heavy scar to negotiate. Not because they didn't care. It was because there weren't many left to send. How many of you are left? Chen Nian asked abruptly. Suyan's smile finally cracked. 4,312. A domain lord-level civilization. Just over 4,000 people. That wasn't a civilization, it was a remnant. Demimyu gently touched Chen Nian's back from behind. Not a push, but a reminder. Don't soften, clarify the terms first. Chen Nian pulled his thoughts back. Sharing is possible. But I have 3 conditions. Suyan straightened. First, the key to the 7th layer of the Chaos Secret Realm. Hand it over first. He'll verify it, then open the token data. Agree. Second, your shield technology. The complete version, not a stripped-down one. Deploy 1 set for my home planet. Suyan hesitated. The complete version requires a domain lord-level energy core to drive your home planet. You provide the core. Silence for 5 seconds. Agreed. But maintaining the core requires our personnel to be stationed there. Maximum 3 people. Their movement is restricted to the shield base. 1 violation and the agreement is terminated. Suyan nodded. Third. Chen Nian's voice dropped slightly. Not deliberately, but because of the weight of this condition itself. That 9th order, named Luo Feng, he'll appear on the wilderness planet in 7 days. You deal with him. Suyan raised an eyebrow. A single 9th order, worth such a hefty price. He threatened people close to me. Suyan glanced at the 4 women behind Chen Nian. Demimyu glared back. Feng Qingyer's hand rested on her sword hilt. Lu Feifei half hidden behind Yafei, but the energy sphere in her hand was already formed. Deal, Suyan finally said. The communication cut off. After the projection faded, the cabin was quiet for a few seconds. Demimyu walked up to Chen Nian and looked up at him. Do you trust him? No. Chen Nian set the ship's defense system to maximum. That's why the conditions are give first, take later. If he's a liar, I lose nothing. And what if they really just want to go home? Lu Feifei's voice drifted from behind, small and soft. Chen Nian turned to look at her. The girl stood by the porthole, the starlight from the direction of Shennongjia illuminating her face. When she said that there was no political calculation, no interest-based reasoning, just a pure question. A civilization that had wandered for 3,000 years. Just over 4,000 people. Wanting to go home. Chen Nian suddenly recalled the feeling the day he fell into the sinkhole. Darkness, dampness, covered in wounds, unsure if he would make it out alive. That fear didn't come from death itself, but from the thought of never going back. Never returning to the dorm, never returning to the cafeteria, never returning to that unremarkable, but still own life. When he touched the ship in the sinkhole, his first thought wasn't that had struck it rich. It was, I can go back. Help them, Chen Nian said. But protect ourselves first. Demimyu didn't press further. What happened 7 days later didn't take much effort. Suyan brought 2 domain lord-level elders to the wilderness planet, and Luo Feng didn't even last 30 seconds. No matter how arrogant a 9th order was, facing 3 domain lord-level beings had only one outcome. The process was unremarkable. What truly made Chen Nian stand frozen for a long time came afterward. The moment the 7th layer of the Chaos Secret Realm opened, aside from the techniques and blueprints, there was also a stone tablet. On the tablet was carved a line, very old characters. So old that even the ship's translation system took 2 seconds to produce a result. All who enter through this gate must remember the universe is boundless, but the way home is singular. Guard where you came from, and you shall have a place to go. Chen Nian looked at the line and suddenly smiled. He saved a holographic photo of the tablet and labeled it with a 6-character file name. Shoujo Zhengwo. 3 months later, the Void clan finished reading the token data and vanished with their 4,312 people into the other side of the dimensional rift. Before leaving, Suyan left behind one item, a communication badge. If you ever need anything, you can reach out. Chen Nian pocketed the badge and turned. At the hatch, Demimyu held up a new piece of paper. On it, only one line. Rule 13: socializing with alien races is fine, but meals must be eaten at home. Beneath it were 4 signatures, and at the very end a crooked postscript. Hot pot tonight. Ingredients brought from Earth. Latecomers will be fined. Chen Nian glanced at the stars outside the porthole, then down at the paper in his hand. The steam from the hot pot was already drifting out of the cabin, spicy, numbing, mingling with the scent of beef tallow and garlic paste seeping through the vacuum isolation layer. Lu Feifei's voice rang from inside. The tripe is ready. If you don't come in now, Sister Feng will scoop it all up. Feng Qing'er's retort exploded right after. I only took 2 bites. Chen Nian stepped inside. The stars were vast, but the tripe in the pot wouldn't wait.